Chapter 1. Leon meticulously reassembled the admission letter that he had perused several times, the contents of which he had nearly memorized. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Knight of the Order of Merlin. First Class. Grand Sorcerer. Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Green, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted permission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl by July 31st to confirm your attendance. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. In addition to the aforementioned details, the letter also mentioned that a teacher from the school would be visiting, a matter that had left the Green couple in a state of agitation all morning. However, Leon was unperturbed the moment he received the owl's letter. He had resolutely decided to embark on a journey to that mysterious and enchanting world. To be frank, in his rebirth, he had never envisioned that he would find himself in the world of Harry Potter. To pass the time, Leon glanced once more at the book list. Standard spells, beginner. History of magic. Magical theory. A beginner's guide to transfiguration. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Potions and elixirs. Fantastic beasts and where to find them. Dark arts, a self-defense guide. From the book list, it appears that the first year of study won't be particularly arduous. Well, at least it pales in comparison to the relentless rigor faced by those children back home. Other items also seem reasonably priced. Textbooks can even be procured secondhand in Diagon Alley. However, I doubt he'll find the premium textbooks that Snape intentionally left for Harry, as the owners of secondhand bookstores are not fools. Ultimately, it's a matter of timing. It is now 1988, and if memory serves me correctly, Harry Potter will enroll in 1991. By then, I should be in my 4th year, and when the one without a nose finally resurfaces, I will be nearing graduation. If it comes to that, I could always take my parents and temporarily leave the UK, perhaps to Europe or America. I might even complete my university education. As for the love-hate entanglements between the trio of protagonists and the village's armed ruffians, I have no stake in that. Lost in thought, Leon heard the voices of his parents and quietly rose, straightening his collar as he descended the stairs. The primary concern now is how to master the art of mental occlusion as swiftly as possible after enrollment. In the Green family's living room, a lady clad in a deep green wool coat, resembling a medieval maiden, sat gracefully on the sofa. Leon paused momentarily. Although there were some discrepancies from the film, he instantly recognized the guest's identity. Professor McGonagall. Upon reflection, it was no surprise there were likely few suitable candidates within Hogwarts for such a home visit task. The 4 house heads were quite busy. Professor Sprout appeared more akin to a rural farmer than an academic. Professor Flitwick was hardly suited for appearances in the Muggle world. Professor Snape bore the perpetual expression of someone who had been wronged for millennia. As for the others, they were even less fitting. The ever-changing defense against the dark arts professors, the perpetually inebriated Professor Trelawney, and the half-giant Hagrid. In this light, it seemed that Professor McGonagall had quite the challenging task ahead of her. Of course, Leon speculated that the number of students necessitating personal visit from teachers each year must not be exceedingly high. In the living room, having exchanged pleasantries, Professor McGonagall got straight to the point. Well then, Mr. Green, Mrs. Green, do you consent to Mr. Leon Green attending our school? I am willing to attend your esteemed institution, Leon replied calmly. The Green couple exchanged resigned glances. From a young age, Leon had exhibited an intelligence and emotional acumen far beyond that of his peers. This had alleviated much of the couple's worries, but had also diminished their enjoyment in parenting. Very well, Mr. Green. I shall return tomorrow afternoon for another visit. At that time, I will escort you to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary books and items for your schooling. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly. Thank you, Professor. Is there anything we need to prepare? Professor McGonagall looked at Leon with mild surprise and said, perhaps you might consider preparing some Muggle currency or precious metals. The wizarding world has its own currency, and at Gringotts, you can exchange Muggle money and precious metals. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, the Green couple could no longer contain themselves and cornered Leon in the living room. Mrs. Green anxiously inquired. Son, do you truly wish to attend this Hogwarts? Leon smiled, why not? But she said it is a school for wizards? Leon, you know your talents far surpass those of others. If all goes as expected, you could secure a place in a prestigious high school and attend an esteemed university, paving the way for a brighter future, Mr. Green advised. Leon calmly shook his head. Dad, Mom, from the moment I accidentally made everything in the house float and shatter into pieces at the age of 4, you should have realized your son is not an ordinary child. Moreover, tomorrow we will finally witness what the so-called magical world truly entails. If it turns out to be nothing more than a fraudulent school, I can always return to continue my studies. Understanding that Leon had made up his mind, Mrs. Green sighed heavily and retreated to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Mr. Green took Leon to a nearby bank, where they needed to exchange some precious metals and large denominations of pounds. The following afternoon, Professor McGonagall arrived punctually at the Green residence. So, Professor, how shall we get there? Leon inquired curiously as they stood by the roadside. Professor McGonagall smiled gently and replied, in the magical world, we have a remarkably convenient mode of transportation known as the night bus. This bus is also available to assist any wizard in distress. Whenever a wizard is in need, you merely need to do this. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall extended her hand, holding her wand aloft. Suddenly, Leon heard a tremendous bang, and a red triple-decker bus appeared out of thin air, coming to a halt beside them. Let us board, Professor McGonagall announced. Oh, it's Professor McGonagall. Professor, hello. Where are you headed? An impeccably dressed gentleman, resembling a British nobleman's butler, inquired at the door. To the Leaky Cauldron, we have first-year students who need to procure their school supplies in Diagon Alley today. The gentleman tore off 4 tickets and handed them to Professor McGonagall. Would you care for a cup of hot cocoa, Professor? Not at the moment, Mr. Selwyn. We shall arrive shortly. The gentleman nodded slightly and fell silent, maintaining a serious demeanor. Hold on tight. Dad will be quite bumpy, Leon advised. Mr. Green looked at his son with surprise, while Mrs. Green followed Leon's suggestion and grasped the handrail. The bus lurched forward suddenly, darting ahead like a wild dog. Mr. Green tumbled to the floor with a thud, and Mrs. Green stifled a giggle at the sight, while Professor McGonagall cast a knowing glance at Leon. As Professor McGonagall had predicted, it wasn't long before they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. After disembarking, Mr. Green leaned against the wall, struggling to regain his composure, while Mrs. Green appeared exhilarated, seemingly eager for another ride. Your mother, in her youth, adored racing her beloved Venom under the cover of night, Mr. Green whispered to Leon, recounting his wife's youthful indiscretions, only to receive a sharp glare from Mrs. Green. Leon mused that she and Professor McGonagall might have much to discuss, given that both ladies shared a fervent passion for racing. Professor McGonagall pointed to a dilapidated sign and said to Leon, there lies the Leaky Cauldron. We can enter Diagon Alley from there. It is the most bustling commercial street in all of Britain, though the area around the pub is under the Muggle-repelling charm, rendering it invisible to Muggles without guidance. With a flick of her wand, the formerly bewildered Green couple suddenly widened their eyes at the sight of the tattered pub sign that had appeared before them. Come along, children, let's procure the items you will need for school. Leon stepped forward first and pushed open the door to the Leaky Cauldron. He understood clearly that upon crossing this threshold, he would embark on a path leading to an inn. Upon the entrance of Professor McGonagall, numerous patrons raised their goblets in acknowledgement. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Would you care for a drink? Inquired Tom, the affable bartender and proprietor. Not at this moment, Tom. I have pressing matters to attend to. May I borrow your courtyard? Tom shrugged in disappointment and gestured with his hand. Navigating around the bar's counter, Leon and his parents followed Professor McGonagall to a small courtyard enclosed by walls on all sides. Inside, there was little more than a trash bin and some overgrown weeds. Is it truly like this in the movies? Leon pondered with a furrowed brow. Yet regrettably, the films and novels he had consumed were too distant in memory for him to recall the specifics of such courtyards. Mr. Leon, remember, if you wish to pass through the Leaky Cauldron to Diagon Alley, you need only count 3 bricks upward from the trash bin and then 2 to the right, tapping on the wall with your wand 3 times like this. Leon witnessed the bricks on the wall seemingly come alive, eagerly shifting aside. In mere moments, a doorway materialized before the four of them. "Oh my goodness!" Mrs. Green gasped, covering her mouth, appearing on the verge of fainting. Certainly, Mr. Green was not faring any better. Professor Minerva McGonagall caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, noting that Leon maintained his stoic expression, which elicited a twinge of disappointment within her. After all, escorting new students to broaden their horizons had become a cherished tradition for Professor McGonagall. Each time she witnessed the myriad of astonishing expressions from Muggle-born students and their parents, it brought her immense amusement. Otherwise, she would have preferred to use apparition or flu powder herself. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly unflappable Leon was indeed profoundly astonished. He merely excelled at concealing his emotions. After all, he could not afford to compromise his aloof persona. Let's proceed. Mr. Green, there remains a multitude of items we need to procure. It would be prudent to hasten, so that perhaps you may find time to explore this place properly. Certainly, Professor. Where shall we go first? First, we shall visit Gringotts. You will need some wizarding currency. The family quickly followed Professor McGonagall to Gringotts. The first door of Gringotts was a gleaming bronze portal, guarded by goblin sentinels clad in scarlet and gold uniforms, who bowed as customers approached, though their expressions suggested that someone owed them a considerable sum. Not at all welcoming, Leon even heard his mother mutter under her breath. The second door was silver, adorned with warning engravings. Leon scarcely glanced at it before pushing the door open. During the tumultuous times when the Noseless One ravaged England, the goblins had dared not utter a word. Gringotts had been breached twice during Harry's school years. Upon reaching an available goblin, Leon raised his head and addressed him, "Greetings, I would like to exchange some galleons." He nearly blurted out galleons, but managed to restrain himself significantly. Another Muggle-born wizard. The goblin appeared less than enthusiastic. "How much do you wish to exchange?" Leon crossed his arms and inquired, "Is there a limit to the exchange?" "Oh no, certainly not, young wizard. Gringotts is not a charitable institution. Each Muggle-born wizard may exchange a maximum of 100 galleons per year." "This is a galleon," he said, lifting one from nearby, in case Leon was unfamiliar. "One galleon can be exchanged for 17 sickles, and one sickle can be exchanged for 29 nuts. Today's exchange rate, let me see. Yes, is 5.5 pounds for one galleon. Please exchange 100 galleons for me. Thank you." Leon accepted the handbag his father offered and retrieved some banknotes from within. The keen-eyed goblin spotted the golden currency. "Oh, sir, if you wish, you may also exchange precious metals for galleons here. There are no limits for precious metals." The goblin's demeanor visibly improved. Leon glanced back at his father, who cleared his throat. Sir, might we also exchange these gold bars?" As he spoke, he produced the gold bars from his bag. The glimmering precious metals nearly dazzled even Professor McGonagall. Recalling her own meager salary, she silently contemplated whether she should broach the subject of a raise upon her return. Half an hour later, the goblins promptly exchanged Leon's galleons, even providing him with a magically expanded pouch crafted from transformed lizard skin, containing nearly 300 galleons and some sickles. His father had intended to keep the excess money for safekeeping, but Mrs. Green shot him a disapproving glare. At home, they generally did not manage the finances, ever since Leon had demonstrated an astonishing aptitude for financial matters. "All right, let us see. We shall first procure a trunk, then purchase school robes, followed by a wand, and finally cauldrons and other necessities, concluding with books. Does that sound agreeable, Professor?" Professor McGonagall nodded. "Of course, you are in charge." Subsequently, Leon embarked on a challenging expedition for supplies. The difficulty arose from his need to remember the locations of various shops along the way while simultaneously comparing 3 different options and occasionally bringing back the entranced Grin couple to examine certain items. Fortunately, the acquisition of boxes and clothing proceeded smoothly, leading the group to the wand shop. "Ah, another young wizard. Welcome, welcome." Ollivander greeted them warmly. Ollivander's shop is renowned as the finest wand establishment in all of Britain, where virtually all of Hogwarts' young wizards procure their wands. A fur wand, suited for a master with a formidable will and a talent for transfiguration, measuring 9 and 12 inches, with a dragon heartstring core, if I recall correctly, Minerva. "Indeed. Your memory is always impeccable. Come now, young wizard, Do not be shy. Which hand do you prefer to use? Ollivander inquired. My right hand, sir, Leon replied. A measuring tape glided over, commencing its measurements. Ah, here, give this one a try. Ollivander retrieved a wand from a shelf behind him. Leon took it and gently waved it. All the wand boxes on the shelf soared into the air. Leon furrowed his brows, striving to concentrate. And with a gentle wave, the levitating wand box descended slowly to the ground. Ah, such remarkable control, a rare sight indeed, exclaimed Ollivander in astonishment. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, poised to tidy up the ensuing mess, also found herself taken aback. Leon shook his head and returned the wand. I pondered that it might not be suitable for me. Certainly, certainly. Come now, my child, I thought. Give this one a try. Leon held it in his hand. And before he could even swing it, sparks began to fly, even burning a hole in his clothing. Oh no, this won't do. Let me think. Come on, child. Give this one a try. Upon grasping the wand for the third time, Leon felt an immediate connection, as if it were perfectly suited to him. He examined it closely. The wand was crafted from an unknown type of wood, featuring a scarred section at its center. Leon gently waved his wand, and a cascade of vibrant sparks erupted forth. Ah, utterly astonishing. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with delight, for he had discovered his master. What material is this? Leon inquired. Elder. My dear boy, elder and dragon heartstring, measuring 9 inches. To be frank, few hold a fondness for elder wands. As there exists a rumor in the wizarding world, an elder wand shall never thrive. However, these are mere tales. Elder wands are exceedingly rare and far more challenging to master than any other wand. They harbor immense magical power, but disdain remaining with anyone less than extraordinary. Only those of true prowess can keep one by their side for an extended period. As for the ominous reputation of elder, Leon remained indifferent. After all, the venerable Dumbledore likely wielded an ancient wand, crafted from elderwood. Yet, the sensation of a wand intrinsically connected to one's very essence is truly remarkable. Immersed in this feeling, Leon inadvertently collided with a petite girl as he exited the shop. Goodness, she was remarkably resilient. It turns out that one can stumble upon not just love around the corner, but also encounter a remarkably tenacious little girl. Tears brimmed in Leon's eyes, shattering his aloof facade completely. This was due to his nose colliding with the iron-like forehead of the little girl. Oh my heavens, what has transpired? As Mrs. Green gazed at her tearful son, rather than feeling sympathy, she found the situation amusing. It was a rare sight to witness her son exhibit such an expression. Quickly, apologized to the young lady. Honestly, one should pay more attention while walking. Leon spoke with a tone lacking sincerity, offering a half-hearted apology. Behind the little girl, a portly middle-aged man approached. I apologize, young gentleman. Our Anne is rather impulsive, he shrugged, gesturing helplessly. She is always brimming with energy. Perhaps you might desire a healing as before? Observing the blood trickling from Liang's nose, the man inquired cautiously. Oh, no thank you, sir. I believe it is unnecessary. Liang replied, extracting a tissue from his pocket to staunch the flow. I'm quite all right. It is merely that your daughter's head is rather hard. The last remark was barely audible, yet the little girl caught it. What does hard-headed mean? She wondered. The term hard-headed is not yet in the English lexicon. Who knows if it will be in the future? Nevertheless, the young girl comprehended, indignantly reporting to her father, Daddy. He said my head is made of iron. Her father, too preoccupied to heed his daughter's complaint, engaged enthusiastically with the greens. Ah, good sir and madam, I am Gelée Augustus. This is my daughter, and Rose Augustus. Also a new student this year. Mr. Green replied with delight. Are you a wizard too? Oh, how splendid. We are all muggles. What is the term again? In any case, we have never had a wizard in our family before. We were quite worried about how our child would adapt to school. We shall rely on Miss and to look after her. Oh, certainly. It is my pleasure, Mr. Augustus remarked, noticing the wand in Liang's hand. It seems you have chosen an appropriate wand? My apologies, though I would love to share a drink with you, Mr. Green. I must take and to select her wand. She has been eagerly anticipating this for many years. The two families exchanged polite farewells, and as they departed, Liang seemed to hear Ollivander's raspy voice exclaiming. An extraordinary combination. You would, unicorn tail hair. It felt as though something was amiss. He recalled that Mr. Ollivander had not recited his famous wandmaker's rhyme. Moreover, glancing at the wand care kit worth 7 silver sickles in his possession, Liang finally understood the source of the ancient shop's revenue. It was the sale of maintenance tools that constituted the bulk of their income. Well, how are you, my dear son? Mr. Green inquired with raised eyebrows. You have made the acquaintance of a young lady, even before school has commenced. Professor McGonagall interjected unexpectedly. Mr. Green, Hogwarts does not endorse early romances. Instantly deflated, Mr. Green felt as if he were facing the headmaster during his own school days. The family proceeded smoothly to acquire various items and collected their custom robes. Though a slight disagreement arose regarding the textbooks, Leon harbored a strong desire to scour the second-hand bookstore for volumes adorned with handwritten notes. Yet Professor McGonagall did not share his enthusiasm. Mr. Green, I must remind you that most annotated textbooks seldom find their way into second-hand shops. she remarked with a hint of amusement as she observed Leon. Therefore, rather than seeking out those antiquated tomes, it would be wiser to purchase new ones. However, if you remain resolute in your quest, you may venture out shortly. Just remember, do not wander into Knockturn Alley, for it is frequently frequented by dark wizards. Leon gladly accepted the suggestion. After purchasing the books, Professor McGonagall departed, as she had numerous tasks to attend to before the commencement of the school year. Meanwhile, the Leon family began to meander through Diagon Alley. The Greens ventured into the Honeyduke's shop, where the sweet-toothed Mr. Green had long been tempted by the delights within. Leon, on the other hand, wandered alone to a quaint old bookstore at the corner of the street. Welcome. Oh, it's you, young man. Leon looked up, his expression stiffening. Before him stood Mr. Augustus. Glancing around, he inevitably spotted the scowling little girl by the staircase leading to the second floor of the bookstore. A wand clutched in her hand, seemingly contemplating a spell for herself. Hello, sir. It is a pleasure to see you again, Leon remarked. Haha, so, Mr. Green. Is there something you wish to purchase? Augustus inquired with a smile. Regrettably, our collection consists solely of some worn-out second-hand books, Leon nonchalantly remarked. That is of little significance, is it not? Mr. Augustus, the words contained within are of utmost importance. Augustus, taken aback, exclaimed, a profound insight. I dare say you would undoubtedly belong to Ravenclaw. Alas, my daughter will likely follow in my footsteps and end up in Hufflepuff, despite her mother's fervent hopes for her to join Ravenclaw. Oh, by the way, there are 4 houses at Hogwarts. Whatever you do, do not venture into Slytherin. Interrupting Augustus's musing, Leon straightforwardly inquired, so, Mr. Augustus, do you possess any treasures of sorts? You must have guessed that I am referring to those tomes left behind by the upperclassmen, adorned with their annotations. Oh, there are not many, Augustus contemplated. Most diligent students never lend their books and notes, particularly those from Ravenclaw, and many pure-blood families pass their textbooks down through generations. However, on the second floor, there are indeed some notes from my wife's school days. While I cannot sell them, Augustus winked, I can certainly allow you to peruse them. Annie, please take Mr. Green upstairs, and be sure to entertain him well. Leon ascended the stairs with a sense of trepidation. Upon reaching the second floor, a resounding crash echoed from within a room, startling him. As the door swung open, a billow of thick smoke poured forth. A woman with chestnut hair and a refined visage emerged, though her face bore a comical pattern of black and white smudges. Ah, have we guests in the house? She inquired, her gaze landing on Annie. The little girl pouted. He just bumped into me and claimed my head is made of iron. The woman chuckled. Oh, my dear Annie, how could your head be made of iron? Surely, it must be crafted from stone. Mama, the little girl exclaimed, dashing forward like a ravenous tiger. Leon quietly observed the mother and daughter, unable to suppress his acknowledgement of Mr. Augustus's remarkable fortune. His daughter had clearly not inherited his genes. In Liang's eyes, Mr. Augustus epitomized the visage of a typical Caucasian man. If one were to draw a comparison, he might resemble the cross-eyed Dave from Plants vs. Zombies. Conversely, Mrs. Augustus was a sophisticated urban beauty with chestnut hair, azure eyes, and porcelain skin. Distinct from the average British woman, the young girl's mother bore the delicate, Eastern-inspired features of Grace. Little Annie had flawlessly inherited her mother's virtues. Cough, cough. Mrs. Augustus, greetings. I am a first-year student this year, and my name is Leon Green. I wish to purchase some notes from the upperclassmen. However, Mr. Augustus mentioned that you possess notes from your school days on the second floor. Thus, you must be a quintessential Ravenclaw. Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure. Indeed, my dear, I have quite a collection of notes from my school days, Mrs. Augustus smiled, but I must regretfully inform you that I cannot lend them to you. Leon was utterly perplexed. If one wishes to comprehend Hogwarts, I recommend reading Hogwarts, a history, that alone suffices. However, I would advise against practicing any magic in private. The study of magic is a gradual process, and any slight misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences, as he gestured towards the chaos behind him. Of course, if you so desire, you may find time to visit, and I would be delighted to instruct you personally. What more could be said? Leon sighed inwardly. Indeed, madam. It would be my honor. The young girl, however, appeared increasingly discontented. Leon fixed his gaze intently upon the cauldron, where the semi-finished potion bubbled with a gentle fervor. Today's lesson in potion-making, conducted by Lady Augustus, had proven to be rather advanced, as the broad-spectrum antidote before him was not included in the curriculum for first-year students. As for the ingredients, they were exceedingly costly. A piece of dunkstone, that very substance which Harry later forced into Ron's mouth, was a stone-like polymer extracted from a goat's stomach, retailing for 10 galleons at the apothecary in Diagon Alley. Mistletoe berries were priced at 1 galleon per vial. A unicorn's horn commanded a staggering 21 galleons. Fortunately, the materials were provided by the client, though none were in excess. It was hard to fathom that Lady Augustus was so audacious as to entrust him with concocting such a potion. Presently, he still required 2 ingredients, a unicorn's horn and 2 portions of mistletoe berries. The mathematically challenged English often express measurements in their books with terms like 1 portion or some, and while Leon, having been a citizen of the Celestial Empire in his previous life, found such descriptions somewhat comprehensible. It felt rather peculiar to apply them in potion making. However, he inquired, "Lady Augustus, may I ask what the 2 standard ingredients in the broad-spectrum antidote are?" He glanced at a small jar of brown powder nearby, which emitted an oddly peculiar scent upon closer inspection. "Oh, I'm afraid I do not know," Lady Augustus replied. Her attention divided as she busied herself with concocting a herbicide. "During my schooling, I once posed this question to a professor and consulted various texts. Yet I found no definitive answer. Professor Scrowhon once mentioned that standard ingredients are a mixture of various herbs, possessing numerous magical properties and widely utilized as foundational materials in potion making. Though the standard ingredients differ from one potion to another, however, their formulae remain closely guarded by the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, and their prices are not exorbitant, to be sure. True masters of potion making might possess knowledge of the specific herbs involved, but," she added, reaching out to ruffle Leon's hair, "that is not something you should concern yourself with at your age." Leon glanced at the time and placed a whole unicorn horn into the crucible. To be honest, the texture of the unicorn horn felt quite pleasant to the touch. Had it been in his previous life, he would certainly have cherished it. Leon rose to his feet and, wielding a long-handled spoon, stirred clockwise twice. The potion visibly transformed into a pale green hue. Leon released a sigh of relief and subsequently placed the pre-measured 2 portions of mistletoe berries into the crucible, stirring counterclockwise twice. The potion transformed into a rich shade of green. Finally, Leon waved his wand, a gesture that marked the conclusion of nearly every potion-making endeavor, seemingly serving a ceremonial purpose. "Oh, splendid." Madame Augustus beamed as she bottled the herbicide, applauding with delight. This was indeed 5th-grade material. "My dear, you have mastered it exceptionally well. If I were your potions professor, I would undoubtedly award you an O." "No," he mused. "The unkempt professor would most likely grant me an A." Li Ang's mind mischievously conjured the likely remarks of the greasy-haired instructor. "Rigid in procedure, clumsy in technique, utterly lacking in adaptability, you are but marginally superior to a troll. Madame Augustus, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from assigning me the task of brewing such an expensive potion next time." Li Ang retorted with a hint of annoyance, drenched in cold sweat. "Should I fail, the 30-plus galleons worth of materials would be wasted. But you executed it splendidly. Did you not? Well then, my dear, you have exerted yourself enough for today. Take a moment to reflect on the steps you just undertook, and enjoy some afternoon tea with Annie at the floor and refreshment shop." The little girl, still drowsy, emerged from her room. "What? Mummy, have we had dinner yet?" Leon sighed as he accepted a small vial of broad-spectrum antidote handed to him by Madame Augustus. This was his recompense for assisting her in concocting potions. And thus far, he had accumulated 4 or 5 vials of various elixirs, despite not particularly desiring them. Subsequently, he took the little girl to indulge in some cold treats. Madame Augustus adhered to a standard of joyful education, granting Leon merely half a day of lessons. After purchasing an oversized cup of ice cream and persuading the little girl to patiently wait inside the shop, Leon ventured alone to the Borgin and Berks and Knockturn Alley. He had surreptitiously visited this locale 3 days prior to reserve a wand. As for why he did not procure one from Ollivanders, he had indeed made an attempt, but the shopkeeper refused to sell to him. However, he did not arrive unprepared. During his more than half a month of studies at the Augustus residence, he had managed to master 2 spells, Protego and Expelliarmus, by leveraging his adult intellect and determination. Although he was far from achieving silent casting, he had attained a commendable level of proficiency. The price of his endeavor was a daily regimen of at least 101 movements, leaving his wrist swollen during that period. "Ah, welcome, little one," Borgin greeted as he emerged from the back. "Where is the merchandise I requested?" "It's right here. However, child, should I discover that you possess no funds, I shall have no choice but to eject you." Leon patted the pouch at his waist. "Behold, all fine treasures." As he spoke, the old man retrieved 3 ancient wands from beneath the counter. Leon picked up the first wand, unable to discern its material. Yet the moment he held it, he felt as though the magic within him had become ensnared in a quagmire. "Elm, dragon heartstring, 14 inches, it hardly seems suitable for you," Boke remarked leisurely. "Such wands are typically favored by pureblood families." Leon, with an unflinching demeanor, set down the first wand and picked up the second. Upon grasping it, he immediately sensed a slippery quality, as if it would effortlessly slip from his hand. Crafted from chestnut and dragon heartstring, this 12-inch wand had once belonged to a despicable thief who had attempted to pilfer from me, only to find himself dispatched to Azkaban. Nevertheless, his wand was rather commendable. Leon shook his head and picked up the third wand. At last, it exuded a hint of sensation. Composed of pine and unicorn hair, it was ideally suited for silent spells. Boggensbach tucked away the other 2 wands, observing, "It seems you have chosen this one. How much does it cost?" "A mere 18 galleons, Boggensbach replied, revealing a broad grin that showcased his large yellow teeth. Leon cast a fleeting glance at the other party but chose to remain silent. Such enigmatic items typically thrive in a seller's market. Furthermore, he had no desire to attract trouble over a second-hand wand. After gathering a total of 18 galleons, he casually requested a chestnut wand from the old fox, one that had previously been broken and lacked a core. This particular wand was intended as a playful gift for his father. Do visit again, young one. Should you wish to procure more uncommon items in the future, feel free to seek me out. Old Bork is a man of integrity, he added with a wink. By the way, if you intend to use that wand for any nefarious purposes, it would be wise to do so in the presence of other wizards. Oh? Leon turned to inquire further, intrigued. Quite literally, Bork replied, wiping the counter with a soiled cloth. Young wizards sign a confidentiality agreement upon leaving school. Should you cast spells in the Muggle community, the Ministry of Magic will send someone to rectify the situation. Tracking? Leon asked curiously. Indeed. Some refer to it as such. ISNT tracking done with the wand? Bork regarded Leon with an odd expression. No, certainly not. Leon did not press further. Giving a slight nod before departing from the dimly lit shop. Young man, would you care to purchase an amulet? It can ensure your safety. Just a few steps outside the store, an elderly woman blocked Liang's path, her eyes fixated intently on the pouch of coins at his waist. Leon glanced back and, as anticipated, he saw a burly man with a bushy beard and a sinister grin standing behind him. Leon calmly produced the recently acquired second-hand wand. Upon witnessing the diminutive figure brandish the wand, both the elderly lady and the burly man displayed mocking smiles. Hey, little one, I advise you to. A crimson beam, as thick as a thumb, erupted forth, sending the man hurtling backward into the adjacent wall. While the wand flew from his grasp to land at Liang's feet, he lifted his foot and brought it down with a resounding crack, shattering the wand into two pieces, sparks flying from the broken ends. Pardon me, what was that you just said? Liang inquired leisurely, turning his head. You mentioned a charm for safety? I wonder if your charm can withstand my spell. The elderly lady trembled, collapsing to the ground. I just saw you topple over in the alley, exclaimed the young girl, Annie, who was enjoying a cold treat. Oh, and so what? Liang remarked, stuffing the last bite of his ice cream into his mouth, shivering slightly. Goodness, I ate too quickly. It's so cold. I'm going to tell my mother. The little girl declared triumphantly. Unless what? Unless you take me with you next time you go to the alley. Well, feel free to tell your mother. Liang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Annie. By the way, that's your mother, not mine. Huh. The little girl frowned, pondering for a while, but failing to comprehend. Let us go. It's getting late, and we should head back, Liang announced, leaping down from the long bench in front of the ice cream shop. Tomorrow, I will bring the grilling tools. At the mention of food, Annie finally ceased her fixation, swaying her ponytail as she followed behind. Is barbecue delicious? Is it the same as grilled meat? Huh? The little girl tugged at Liang's sleeve. What is it now? Liang, I just saw the Slug Brothers. Huh? The Slug Brothers? Yes, the little girl pointed towards a nearby alley. They live behind my house. Sometimes. My father lets me take them some food. I just saw them cornered by that annoying fellow from the Shafiq family in that alley. Shafiq? Liang mused while exchanging a few words with the attendant at the roadside robe shop. Sounds like a pure-blood family. There are numerous alleys in Diagon Alley. So most of the time, even adult wizards refrain from wandering about carelessly. Liang followed the little girl into the alley he had just emerged from, an alley known as Flip Alley. As soon as he entered, he spotted Chong Wei assaulting Lai Fu. You scoundrel from the Shafiq family. Cease this at once. The little girl shouted with a confidence that suggested someone stood behind her. The burly boy, who had been holding the frail brother, turned around, and Liang finally beheld the lad's visage, a face adorned with excess flesh, beady triangular eyes, and a double chin. Upon observing his muscular arms, it was evident that he was not merely fat but robustly built. Hey, this fellow appears to be around my age. Yet stands at least 1.60 m, and he, Shafiq, crossed his arms and scrutinized the two newcomers, the diminutive figures before him. Little girl, do you wish to defend these two sniveling worms? He barked menacingly. Annie, mimicking his posture, crossed her arms and tilted her head defiantly, shouting loudly, indeed. Liang massaged his temples from behind. The burly man seemed taken aback by the audacity of the little girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, however, a surge of fury began to rise within him. Then today, I shall teach you all a lesson. Shafiq bellowed as he charged forward, only to halt abruptly. For Liang had calmly drawn his wand and pointed it at him. Huh, you little brat, do you think you are the only one with a wand? Shafiq retorted, drawing his own wand from his waist. It was rather short, no more than 10 inches, and in his thick, chubby hands, it appeared quite comical. Useless weapon. Shafiq rushed forward, and then he was sent flying. The alley fell into a profound silence, with only Shafiq lying on the ground, lamenting his fate. I will kill you all. Liang calmly withdrew his wand and turned to leave, unaware that his actions today would lead to the acquisition of two subordinates who were more gluttonous than industrious, merely sycophants. Ah, son, you're back? Mr. Green remarked, glancing at Liak as he entered, holding a candy resembling a wand in his left hand, with the day's prophet newspaper sprawled across his lap. Without a doubt, his father had once again sent their new family member, the owl named Heimdall, on an errand. This is for you. But let me make it clear, I won't be giving you any gifts this Christmas. Liang handed over a slender box. Mr. Green's eyes sparkled. Is this a real wand? He whispered. Yes, but it lacks a core, Leon replied. Although neither you nor Mom possess magical talents, I cannot provide you with a wand containing a core, as that would violate the secrecy laws. Even though it's unlikely that anyone from the Ministry of Magic would come looking for trouble. Mr. Green quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and solemnly opened the box. Well, my goodness, Merlin, he exclaimed. Excitedly caressing the wand as if he were a child weighing 200 pounds, Leon looked at his father with an amused expression. However, reflecting on his own return from Diagon Alley that day, he realized he wasn't in a much better position. All right, my boys, it's time for dinner. Mrs. Green emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of thick soup. Unsurprisingly, Leon inquired about the taste of the potatoes. Potatoes again? Perhaps it would be wise to eat sparingly, saving some appetite for the barbecue at Augustus's house tomorrow. Yet, Leon miscalculated. The following day, as he enthusiastically arrived at little Loli's home with barbecue supplies, he discovered 2 additional guests at the bookstore. What is going on? Leon whispered to Annie. She leaned closer and replied, Grandma Ban heard about yesterday's events. So today, she brought some people to thank us. Just then, a meticulously dressed elderly lady emerged from Mrs. Augustus's laboratory. I shall not see you off, Mrs. Bant. Please. Stay a moment. Once again, thank you for your assistance with my 2 rather inept grandsons. Oh, Mrs. Bant, you are far too kind. The elderly lady turned her gaze and spotted Leon. You must be Mr. Leon Green, I presume? A fine young man, far superior to my 2 inept grandsons. And as for that wretched boy from the Shafik family, you need not worry. I shall certainly demand an explanation from them. Leon smiled and said, That's wonderful, madam. The old lady exuded a formidable aura, reminiscent of Neville's grandmother. She nodded and left with a decisive air, presumably to confront that chubby fellow. Thus, is the Bont family one of the pureblood 28? Leon discreetly inquired during a lull. However, Madame Augustus's response took him by surprise. Pureblood 28? No. While Madame Bond indeed hails from one of the pureblood families, the Axley family, Mr. Bond is of mixed blood. In fact, for the sake of their marriage, Madame Bond nearly severed ties with her family. Why? Leon asked, savoring a meat skewer. Madame Augustus sat in her chair, busily tending to the beef in the pot alongside her daughter, and replied, Leon, you must understand that the notion of 28 families is merely a saying. To this day, many families face the awkwardness of lacking heirs. For instance, the Black family. Everyone knows that both heirs of the current generation are confined in Azkaban. In a few years, the Black family may well vanish entirely. The Axley family faces a similar fate. Madame Bont is the last of her line. Before long, that scruffy uncle who delights in playing the dog will emerge seeking vengeance on a mouse, while his cousin will meet her end at the hands of the Weasley matriarch. Therefore, bloodline should not be overly emphasized, especially considering that the Shafik family has also declined. As Leon transported the enchanted fire jar to the backyard, he nonchalantly kicked away the Bant brothers, who were eager to approach the meat bowl. Ah, what were their names again? Never mind, it's inconsequential. If these 2 fools dared to let their snot drip in, he would ensure they hung there for an entire day, even if they couldn't be suspended upside down. It mattered not, for he was quite adept at levitation spells. Thus, the final week before school commenced came to a close amidst the smoky aroma of barbecues. Have you packed everything? Yes, Mother. What about your school uniform? It's on me. I used a transformation spell. Oh, that. Leon observed Mrs. Green bustling about in a flurry of anxiety early in the morning, and he helplessly raised his hands. Stop fretting. I've packed all the necessary items last night. Oh, son. Are you truly not taking Heimdall with you? Mr. Green, carrying a cage, interjected. I heard Gillette say that Hogwarts lacks telephones. But they do have an Ollery, father. Leon interrupted. I can always rent an owl from the school. Remember to write a letter back every week. Oh no, every day? Leon, caught between laughter and tears, reluctantly agreed. With a plethora of tasks awaiting him daily, he questioned where he would find the time to pen a letter each day. After confirming that nothing had been forgotten, the family of 3 set forth. However, this time they did not take the night bus. Instead, Mr. Green drove them to King's Cross Station. Curiously, he pondered the location of their school. It was rather peculiar to transport students by train. Hogwarts Castle, nestled in the Scottish Highlands, remained shrouded in mystery regarding its precise location. A passage in the school's history mentioned that the castle was ensconced in powerful enchantments, rendering it uncharted on any map. Leon elaborated, noting that a muggle-repelling charm surrounded the castle, which would keep ordinary folk at bay. Should they happen upon it, they would perceive merely a heap of ruins and warning signs. How splendid! Mrs. Green whispered in awe. Attending school in a historic castle? It feels akin to being educated in an aristocratic institution. Aristocrats cannot boast Hogwarts' rich heritage, Mother. Leon mused, his fingers idly toying with the train ticket. The golden embossed ticket, familiar to those who had seen the films, bore a subtle, shimmering glow upon closer inspection. Initially, Leon believed it to be an object steeped in ritual significance, especially since the Hogwarts Express did not require a ticket for purchase. The acceptance letter had emphasized the necessity of safeguarding the ticket. Thus, was the ticket a form of credential? He suddenly recalled a scene from the Fantastic Beasts series, where old Newt had given a certain card to young Jacob. which could guide him to a safe house for the elusive Nikolai. Here we are, son. Look at the throngs of people. Thank goodness we arrived early. Leon opened the door and stepped out of the car, observing his father struggling to unload the suitcase, suppressing the urge to cast a spell. It was the first day of school. It was best not to create unnecessary troubles for himself. So where's the entrance to the station? Mr. Green excitedly scanned his surroundings, unable to fathom how a wizarding school's train would manifest at a Muggle station. Platform 9 3/4? It is located between the 9th and 10th platforms, right by the pillar. A pillar? Mr. Green looked utterly bewildered. Yes, run towards the pillar and collide with it. Leon mischievously suggested. Son, you go first. Mr. Green flashed a broad smile, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Leon chuckled softly as he navigated the bustling platform, having already spotted at least 3 distinct families evidently sending their little wizards off to school. The numerous laden strollers were simply too conspicuous to ignore. Following a family of 3, Mr. Green stood in astonishment as the trio hurriedly squeezed into a pillar. He even reached out, touching the cold concrete structure in bewilderment. Let us go, Dad, Leon urged, pushing the stroller and dashing a few steps forward into the entrance. It was difficult to articulate the sensation. It felt somewhat akin to being enveloped in Play-Doh, then being compressed, stretched, and finally returning to its original form. However, Leon did not linger foolishly at the threshold. Once ejected from the portal, he quickly maneuvered the stroller a few paces to the side. The surface of the pillar behind him shimmered like rippling water as the green couple rushed through. How delightful, was Mrs. Green's first exclamation upon emerging. It seemed as though she had rediscovered a captivating toy. Meanwhile, Mr. Green stood agape before the striking black and red steam locomotive. Oh, this is simply marvelous. Mackendies. You've arrived quite early. Mr. Augustus emerged from behind Liang's family. How about we enjoy a drink after sending the children off? Sounds splendid. Liang shook his head and pushed the cart towards a train compartment. In front of the compartment stood a senior from Hufflepuff. Hey, Junior, hand over your luggage. After glancing at the senior's slender arms, Liang pondered for a moment but ultimately declined. I think it's unnecessary, Senior. With a flick of his wand. His and Annie's suitcases gracefully levitated, following closely behind him. Wow, splendid spell. Are you pureblood? No, I am a wizard of Muggle descent. The Hufflepuff senior's expression froze. And after a considerable pause, he exclaimed with excitement. You must join Hufflepuff? Our house boasts the highest number of Muggles and half-blood wizards. Nonsense, shouted a senior at the door of the adjacent compartment, proudly displaying a lion emblem on his chest. Junior, Gryffindor is the best. We have Dumbledore. Come join us in Gryffindor. Leon stood in stunned silence, surrounded by seniors who were fervently promoting various peculiar clubs, attempting to persuade him to join. Was it truly the case that these upperclassmen were loitering at the carriage door solely to recruit fresh talent? It felt all too reminiscent of his previous university experience. Do not block the way here. Return to your own carriages, and let the prefects remain at the entrance. A Slytherin senior approached, speaking softly yet firmly. However, she bore a striking emerald badge upon her chest. Head boy? Student council president? Leon squinted, scrutinizing this tall, blonde, blue-eyed senior. Moreover, Slytherin has consistently been the house that garners the most accolades. Last year, we secured the House Cup, and I might add, this marks our 4th consecutive year of triumph. The other upperclassmen fell silent. After all, the most competitive houses were undeniably Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Leon settled into the last carriage, directing his wand. As 2 large suitcases floated leisurely onto the luggage rack. The absence of a small table in the carriage was disappointing. He pressed his hand against the seat. It was satisfactory, at least it was a soft seat. Had it been a hard seat like those on the green train, sitting for several hours would have been quite a torment for his posterior. Liang produced his portable water bottle and tore off a piece of parchment, casting a transformation spell to create a small table. Unfortunately, it proved somewhat inadequate, as the legs were rather flimsy. The little girl, Annie rose, quietly observed Liang as he completed his task before inquiring, Liang, which academy do you wish to attend? Any of them, he replied. How can you say that? Annie pouted. Slytherin is filled with a bunch of rascals. I wish to go to Ravenclaw, but Mother insists that only clever children can gain entry. Do you think that if Hufflepuff does not accept me, Mother will bring me back home? You worry too much. It seems the student pool for Hogwarts is quite concerning. Young remarked. Suddenly, he felt a shift beneath him as the carriage began to move. Peering out the window, he noticed his parents and the Augustus couple waving goodbye, with his mother seemingly shouting something. Alas, the bustling crowd rendered his ears incapable of discerning her words. A faint sound of sobbing reached his ears, and turning around, he saw Annie Rose dabbing her tears. Nevertheless, Leon found himself brimming with excitement about the life that awaited him. After all, it was Hogwarts, the very place where his childhood dreams began in his past life. Could this old, decrepit train pick up the pace? He mused as the platform gradually faded from view, and Annie's quiet sobs transformed into loud wails. Leon found himself utterly helpless in this situation. Fortunately, the Bont brothers and the snack vendor came to his rescue. Children, would you like to purchase something? Leon glanced at the items on the small cart. Could you please provide me with a bit of everything in the way of snacks? Additionally, is there anything that could serve as a main course? Oh, certainly. We have cauldron cakes and pumpkin pie, came the reply. However, none of these options seemed to suit Liang's palate. Most of the snacks were merely chocolates and candies. Nevertheless, he reached into his coin pouch and purchased a considerable quantity of cauldron cakes and pumpkin pies. He also treated himself to a serving of watermelon juice, after all. Despite having traversed this realm for over a decade, he still could not acclimatize to pumpkin juice. That will be 13 sickles. Liang counted the coins and handed over 13 of them, then tossed a pile of snacks onto the seat. All right, let us dig in, he exclaimed. However, unlike Annie, who had already started munching on her chocolate frog, Rod was somewhat reserved, even though both brothers had thoroughly enjoyed the skewers yesterday. Oh, what did Mrs. Bont bring you? He inquired. Beef pie, his brother Ronald mumbled as he pulled out a lunchbox. In the eyes of 11 or 12-year-old children, a beef pie clearly paled in comparison to a cauldron cake. Oh, splendid, Liang exclaimed, snatching the lunchbox. I also brought a pizza. You two and Annie can enjoy the pizza and snacks, while the pie is mine. Deal? The brothers exchanged glances, but upon seeing Liang nonchalantly open the lunchbox, conjuring a pair of chopsticks from the parchment to begin his meal, they eagerly joined in on the pizza and snacks. As for the snacks, Liang merely sampled each before returning to the beef pie. For a palate accustomed to Chinese cuisine, the beef pie felt far more like a staple. After a simple lunch, Rod and Ronald began to organize the chocolate frog cards they had laid out. Although the Bont family owned a shop in Diagon Alley, it was evident that Mrs. Bont did not provide her sons with much pocket money. The two were currently embroiled in a dispute over a card featuring the famous wizard, Harry Potter. Annie, exhausted from her combination of crying and snacking, had claimed the U-shaped neck pillow that Liang had conjured for her and leaned against the train window, drifting off to sleep. This left Liang with no choice but to pull out another piece of parchment. If there were subjects he held dear, they would undoubtedly be transfiguration and potions. Not feeling drowsy yet, Liang took out a book on magical theory and began to read. He had nearly memorized the first-year textbooks, yet some concepts were clearly beyond mere reading, such as the intricacies of the magical theory book. Liang perused the text several times, feeling as though it was adorned with the 3 prominent characters that read, I ponder. At that moment, a timid little witch with chestnut hair stood bashfully at the doorway, inquiring, Excuse me, may I sit here? Of course, Liang replied, with a wave of his wand. He magically gathered the unfinished snacks and litter strewn about, placing them into a pocket to make room. The little witch cautiously slipped in and settled beside Annie. The seats on the express train were quite spacious. Not only could 3 individuals fit comfortably, but even 2 more slender figures could join. Otherwise, a certain impoverished werewolf Professor Wooden T.B. sprawled across a seat in slumber. I am Audrey Severa, but you may call me Ollie. Are you all first years as well? Rod sniffled and introduced himself. I am Rod Bont, and this is my brother Ron. Beside you is Annie Rose Augustus. And as Liang nodded slightly, introducing himself. I am Liang Green. A pleasure to meet you. And I am equally pleased to meet you, replied Ollie, flustered. I apologize for intruding into your compartment. I just heard a commotion outside. Has something happened? Liang set aside the book in his hands and inquired. Oh, it's just 2 second-year boys having a fierce argument, Ollie explained. It appears to be a conflict between the Slytherins and Gryffindors. Not surprising. Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been rivals, Ron muttered. They are perpetually at odds. Shoo! Liang suddenly gestured for silence and opened the door slightly. The cacophony from outside surged in, accompanied by what seemed to be faint screams from girls. Stay here. I will check it out, he declared before stepping outside. Many curious onlookers within the compartment craned their necks to see what was unfolding. What's happening up front? Suddenly, Liang spotted a familiar face in the crowd, the Hufflepuff prefect waiting at the compartment door. It just started, the prefect exclaimed excitedly. Unfortunately, they only managed to cast 1 spell at each other before Paul intervened. Paul? Liang queried. I forgot you were a first year. Paul is the male president of the student council, the prefect clarified, adding, by the way, my name is Sevens Woolley. Liang Green. So, what is the current situation? Oh, that troublesome Slytherin lad used a Serpensortia. From what I gather, it is a favorite minor hex among Slytherins, but things went awry, and he conjured a snake instead. I bet he modified the spell. Serpensortia? The spell that arrogant brat used in the dueling club? Liang pondered. Wait, did you just say it was a snake? Indeed. Why do you ask? Sevens replied. That is why someone got hurt. The snake was magically hurled by a Gryffindor and landed right at the compartment door, catching an onlooker off guard. Then why are you all still standing here? Someone bitten by the snake needs assistance, doesn't he? Fear not, lad. Many Slytherins excel in potions. I'm certain someone has an antidote on hand. Sevens began to falter in his speech, as an ashen-faced Slytherin female prefect started shouting loudly in the train corridor. Is there anyone with a broad-spectrum antidote? We have an injured individual here that requires it. I will repeat, if anyone possesses an antidote, please proceed to car D. Compartment 3. Those who provide the antidote will receive compensation from the school after the term begins. The compartment fell silent, and Sevens gaped in astonishment. Liang glanced around, sighed deeply, and stepped away from the crowd, retrieving the bottle of dark green broad-spectrum antidote from his pocket. I always knew there wasn't a trustworthy soul in this wretched school. At 6:15 in the evening, the express train arrived at its destination with less punctuality than expected. A towering half-breed giant awaited at the station, accompanied by a disheveled man with unkempt hair. With great effort, Leon squeezed his way out of the crowd. And in this brief moment, he had already lost count of the countless hands that had groped him, even on his backside. Indeed, Leon had risen to fame overnight. Every student on the train was aware of the first-year student who had earned 15 points before even being sorted into a house. The Gryffindors were particularly enthusiastic, as one of their own was among the instigators of this incident. As for the Slytherins, Leon sensed their emotions were rather complicated. A first-year newcomer, especially the injured one over there. Come here quickly. The trembling young boy, having taken the antidote, cautiously approached. Leon believed that if he were a genuine 11-year-old boy, he would likely tremble in the face of such a formidable combination. Snape roughly pulled the boy closer, lifting his collar to examine the wound on his shoulder. Who is Leon Green? Leon was pushed out by the crowd behind him. Snape regarded Leon for a moment, then spoke slowly. The antidote arrived just in time. Otherwise, you would have missed the sorting ceremony tonight while lying in the infirmary. Although you have not yet been sorted, I shall still award you 15 points. Thank you, Professor. It is what I ought to do. Leon made a concerted effort to avoid meeting Snape's gaze, well aware that the latter was a master of legilimency and occlumency. If he were to discover my musings about how often he washes his hair, I would surely be spending the night in the infirmary as well. Snape took the injured boy away. Despite the timely administration of the antidote, there would undoubtedly be some lingering effects, especially considering that Leon's dosage was not precisely measured. Meanwhile, Hagrid patted Leon on the shoulder, leading a group of young witches and wizards down a narrow, steep path. As Leon massaged his shoulder, he followed closely behind Hagrid. Indeed, the lantern he held emitted a rather brilliant light. Watch your step. It rained just yesterday. Before he could finish his sentence, Leon heard the sound of someone falling behind him. Hey, be careful, child. Hagrid swiftly moved over and lifted the unfortunate soul. As they turned a corner, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and soil wafted through the air. Before Leon stood a pier, lined neatly with a dozen small boats. Each vessel bore a lantern, the twinkling flames reflecting on the inky surface of the lake. In the distance, the castle, seen countless times in words and on screens, rose silently, reminiscent of the beginning of an adventure from a fairy tale. Leon suddenly comprehended why the school mandates that new students embark on a boat to the castle each year. The visual impact of such a scene evokes a sense of urgency, as if one were to usher the young wizards into an eagerly anticipated grand adventure. Even he, a middle-aged man in psychological terms, felt a twinge of excitement stirring within him, let alone the young wizards. Indeed, when he glanced back, he saw that each little wizard wore a flushed expression, brimming with eagerness. Each boat accommodates 4 individuals. Hurry now, my little ones. Leon, accompanied by the Banter brothers and Annie, boarded a small, stable boat, which surprisingly did not sway as anticipated. Let us set sail, Hagrid called back, producing a pink umbrella to tap against the side of the vessel. One by one, the boats departed from the dock, gliding gently toward the horizon. How beautiful, Leon murmured, captivated by the distant castle. How are you, Boppy? Professor McGonagall inquired, glancing at her old friend. Do not worry, Minerva, he is fine, merely bitten by a cobra. Besides, he has taken the antidote in time. Another dose tonight will suffice. Oh, thank heavens. I can hardly believe such an incident occurred even before the term has begun. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her anger palpable. Now, calm down. You can take him to the sorting ceremony, Madame Pomfrey said calmly as she neatly stowed away the potion bottle. Thus, after standing at the entrance for 20 minutes, Leon finally spotted Professor McGonagall's stern visage approaching. The ominous aura she radiated rendered the young wizard silent. Now, everyone, line up and follow me inside. Remember, no loud talking. The young wizard shuffled backward, with Liang taking the lead. Professor McGonagall's gaze softened slightly as it fell upon Liang's face, and she pushed open the grand doors of the hall, parchment in hand. Liang took a deep breath and stepped into the hall. Countless candles floated in midair, the ceiling transformed into a dazzling starry sky. 4 immense tables were set up, flanked by senior students clad in uniforms and pointed hats, their gazes converging upon him. Even Liang felt the pressure mount instantly. The younger wizards behind him were even more overwhelmed. He could hear their teeth chattering in fear. At the end of the hall was the teacher's table. A quick glance informed Liang that the deceitful woman, J.K. Rowling, had lied once more. There were at least a dozen professors in the school. Undoubtedly, the most prominent figure was the old bee, Professor McGonagall, who carefully placed a 4-legged stool before the newcomers, atop which sat a pointed wizard's hat. Upon closer inspection, Liang noted the hat was tattered and old, perhaps dulled by Dumbledore's frequent handling, its surface even glistening slightly. Suddenly, the hat stirred, its edge splitting open like a mouth. Then, it began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you find a hat more splendid than I shall consume myself. You may polish your top hats until they shine, but I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, naturally superior to any of your hats. Any thought hidden in your mind cannot escape my keen gaze. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house you belong to. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within your heart. Their bravery, spirit, and generosity set them apart. Or perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, where integrity and loyalty reign. The students of Hufflepuff are steadfast and honest, unafraid of hard labor. If you possess a sharp mind, you may find yourself in the wise company of Ravenclaw, where the learned and wise often gather. Or perhaps you shall be placed in Slytherin, where true friendships may be forged, yet cunning and treachery lurk as well, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. Come, dummy. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, though I possess no hands, you are utterly safe, for I am a hat with thoughts of my own. When the hat concluded its performance, the entire hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. It bowed to the tables filled with students, and then became still once more. When your name is called, come forth, sit upon the chair, and wear the sorting hat. Annie Rose Augustus. Rod Bent. Rona Bent. Predictably, the headstrong girl and the gluttonous brothers were sorted into Hufflepuff without a moment's hesitation from the hat. The trio, amidst cheers from their fellow Hufflepuffs, rushed to the long table, gazing intently at Leon Green. Soon, his name was called. Leon calmly walked forward, seated himself. And though he had yet to encounter the brain-blocking spell, it mattered little. The thoughts of adults were sufficiently intricate, and as long as he did not deliberate too deeply, Leon believed the sorting hat would find it challenging to unearth his secrets. Oh, an eager seeker of knowledge, accompanied by an unusual calm and ambition. Ravenclaw could enrich your mind, while Slytherin could lead you to glory. Child, which path do you wish to tread? Leon initially intended to advocate for Ravenclaw, but a fleeting glance revealed the anxious faces of Annie, the Bant brothers, and a table full of voracious eaters. Thus, he decided to join Hufflepuff instead. However, the sorting had hesitated. Ah, my dear child, I must be frank, you lack the qualities of Hufflepuff. Silence. Very well, as you wish, Hufflepuff. A resounding cheer erupted from Hufflepuff, for all were aware that this first-year student was akin to a walking 15 points. Young returned the hat to Professor McGonagall and, under the disapproving gaze of the latter, made his way to the Hufflepuff long table. I knew it. Annie huffed. With your insatiable appetite, you must surely belong to Hufflepuff. Leon pursed his lips and turned away, only to inadvertently meet Dumbledore's gaze. He quickly nodded in acknowledgement and diverted his eyes. It was not until the last student had been sorted that Dumbledore tapped his golden goblet, producing a crisp sound that silenced the hall. Rising to his feet, he addressed the assembly. Welcome, children, welcome to Hogwarts. Before we commence our feast, this old man has a few words to share, which shall not take long. Firstly, with the advent of the new academic year, we are pleased to announce the addition of a new professor to our esteemed institution. At my earnest invitation, Professor P.L. Nott has graciously accepted the position of defense against the dark arts. A silver-haired lady at the staff table rose and waved. Secondly, I must draw the attention of our first-year students to a crucial regulation. Entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited for all students. Thirdly, our esteemed caretaker, Mr. Filch, has reminded me to inform you that the use of magic and other prohibited items in the corridors is strictly forbidden. Lastly, I implore you all to remember the school motto, never tickle a sleeping dragon. Now, please indulge in the sumptuous feast that awaits you. With his final words, an array of delectable dishes appeared upon the tables. Even from the perspective of a visitor from the Celestial Empire, it could be regarded as a lavish spread. Moreover, considering that he had been sorted into a house renowned for its culinary indulgence, Leon felt little concern for his weight or height in the years to come. Alas, it seemed Professor Eddie had not escaped the curse. Hey, Junior, I knew you must be a Hufflepuff, exclaimed Sevens, excitedly squeezing in beside Leon with a plate in hand. I heard that the bottle of universal antidote on the carriage was brewed by you. Incredible. I still can't manage to concoct such a high-quality potion. Unsurprisingly, there were no secrets among the so-called useless brotherhood and the hard-headed lowly. Professor Eddie? The former defense against the dark arts instructor? Leon was far more intrigued by the rumors surrounding the subject than the potion itself. Indeed, Sevens replied, cramming a chicken leg into his mouth and speaking with his mouth full, it's rare to have a professor of reasonable caliber. I've heard that no defense against the dark arts instructor has lasted more than 2 years due to a curse laid upon the position by he who must not be named. The listeners around them wore expressions of horror, while a few muggle-born wizards appeared utterly bewildered. Leon was quite astonished, to be honest. The impact of the absence of a nose on the wizarding world far exceeded his expectations. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense, after all. He himself was not a denizen of this realm, and he possessed a perspective akin to that of a deity. While he acknowledged the prowess of those without noses, he refrained from delving into the subtleties of the matter. Speaking of which, how did Professor Eddie meet his unfortunate fate? Do you happen to know? Leon placed a plate of seemingly delectable cake before himself and took a bite. Goodness, it was exceedingly sweet. Well, I cannot say I know, but surely someone does. Hey, Frant. You fool, look over here. A chicken bone, thoroughly gnawed, landed squarely on the Gryffindor long table, and a hulking figure, large enough to compete in WWE heavyweight matches, slowly turned his head. As he did so, Leon braced himself to draw his wand, mentally preparing a eulogy for Sevens. What is it, son? boomed the man named Frant. What has happened to Professor Eddie? Don't tell me you are unaware. Sevens quietly explained, this fellow's uncle works for the Daily Prophet. He must be privy to the news. Sure enough, the bulky man grinned mischievously and said, Son, are you begging me? Plead with me, and I shall reveal all. Leon sighed and continued to munch on a roasted chicken wing. Indeed, a school remains a school, and its presence would not diminish the antics of its more foolish inhabitants, even if it teaches magic. After a brief exchange of witty banter, Fronte sheepishly retreated under Professor McGonagall's furious gaze, slinking over to the Hufflepuff table. Pray tell, what transpired? Leon inquired. Fronte took a sip of Seven's pumpkin juice and replied, You are aware of Professor Eddie's penchant for collecting antiques, aren't you? According to my uncle, he acquired an ancient Egyptian artifact during the holidays. Initially thought to be a mere non-functional prototype of a time-turner, it turned out to harbor a small quantity of sand of time. Consequently, Professor Eddie found himself in a spot of bother, resulting in a minor time travel incident. When the Ministry of Magic located him, he was half embedded in a tree, with only the spines in his stomach visible. St. Mungo's was quite busy for 3 days. In's mouth hung agape, her cake slipping from her grasp, utterly oblivious. And what of this Professor Nott? Leon queried. Ah, her, Fronte replied. She hails from the Nott family. One of the 28. Frankly, I cannot fathom why she was invited to teach this course, Sevens remarked, his expression somewhat cryptic. Leon raised an eyebrow. After finishing the last sip from Seven's cup, Fronte whispered, You would do well to exercise caution. This Professor Nott is not only a graduate of Slytherin but also has a cousin who was previously a Death Eater. Leon sensed impending trouble, and the subsequent events validated his intuition. The following day commenced with his first lesson in defense against the dark arts. As the students gathered, I introduced myself as your professor for this year's course, Professor Pello Nott, hailing from the illustrious Nott family, one of the 28 pureblood families. Many of you may be uncertain about the purpose of this course, so allow me to elucidate. This curriculum will familiarize you with various dark creatures within the magical realm and the methods to confront them. It will equip you with self-defense spells to employ in the face of danger and even instruct you on how to counter certain dark magics. Professor Nott's hawk-like gaze swept across the classroom, lingering momentarily on Leon's face. Leon could even sense the tension in Annie Rose's calves beside him. Mr. Green, how would you respond if you encountered a group of redcaps in the forest? Is this directed at me? Leon furrowed his brow, unable to recall how he had offended the old woman. Firstly, redcaps typically manifest in ancient castles or battlefields where blood has pooled, rarely in forests. Secondly, redcaps can be repelled by various spells, although the book does not specify a dedicated incantation for them. Moreover, redcaps are classified as level 4 creatures. And for a first-year wizard, the best strategy to deal with them would be to steer clear of blood-stained areas or to seek assistance promptly. Professor. Excellent. Hufflepuff gains a point. Additionally, the absence of a dedicated counterspell for redcaps is due to the fact that powerful wizards can employ an array of magical methods against them. Mr. Green, as you mentioned, the optimal approach for a first-year wizard is to summon help. Turn to page 12 in your textbooks. Today we shall learn 2 spells, the Red Spark spell and the Green Spark spell. In a single lesson, 2 spells are taught. They cannot be genuinely unleashed but must be mined with the hands, and the 2 spells bear striking resemblance to one another. Is this truly the joyous pedagogy of Hogwarts? How delightful. However, on another note, throughout the 8 films, there were scarcely any instances of signal flares being employed. As Leon wandered off in thought, he had to allocate a fraction of his attention to contend with the old woman's provocations. Fortunately, the class concluded without further incident. As the bell rang, Mrs. Nott briskly assigned a 9-inch essay on the spark spell before departing, leaving a cohort of young wizards pondering their identities, locations, and the knowledge they had acquired. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. Annie kicked Leon sharply under the table. Could you not sit in the back next time? The back requires arriving early. Yet you can never seem to rise in time, Leon replied, rubbing his calf and organizing his textbooks. Besides, I find the front row quite advantageous for listening. Annie wore a face of exasperation. I simply cannot wake up. The 9 o'clock class schedule is utterly inhumane. Furthermore, why do I feel as if this professor is targeting you? The Bant brothers chimed in from behind. Indeed, Leon, she only questions you. You are overthinking it, Leon retorted, pulling out his schedule to check. Do we have 2 more classes today? One on herbology and another on the history of magic, both in the afternoon? Yes. Leon, are you going out later? I wish to go to the lakeside, Annie inquired excitedly. Leon opened his mouth, eager to express his desire to visit the library, to complete his homework before perusing the collection. However, upon witnessing the little girl's excited expression, he ultimately relented. After all, he had already grasped most of the first-grade curriculum during the holiday. Dedicating merely an hour in the evening to his assignments would suffice. As they spoke, the group descended to the lower level, arriving at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, adjacent to the kitchen door adorned with a pear painting. One might wonder why. Save for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor required a climb to enter their common rooms. Observing the Bant brothers clumsily tapping the wooden barrel in the center of the second row in rhythm, he discreetly sidestepped, wishing to avoid an unfortunate splash of vinegar. For the vinegar of the Grapevine Empire was far removed from that of Shanxi-aged vinegar. "Of course, it's because our emblem is the badger," exclaimed Sevens. Emerging from the kitchen with a plate of food in hand, the Bant brothers finally succeeded in moving the barrel lid aside, and one by one, they queued to climb inside. Emerging from the passageway, they were greeted by a spacious hall, bathed in natural light. The floor was covered with an unknown thick carpet, and the hall was adorned with invitingly soft sofas that one could easily sink into, along with an array of unique magical plants, and a fireplace situated on the western wall. After dining rather late the previous night, Leon had entered the room, tidied up, and collapsed into slumber without even washing up, leaving him no time to explore his own common room. Nevertheless, he still yearned to proclaim to the dancing sunflower on the shelf by the door, "I am utterly enamored with magic." Ultimately, the group was unable to venture to the edge of the Black Lake for a bit of fun, primarily due to the sheer size of Hogwarts. Leon felt once again deceived by the whims of the esteemed J.K. Rowling. The ardent fans were indeed correct. She possesses a scant understanding of Harry Potter. The Hogwarts castle is perched upon elevated terrain, rendering direct access to the lakeside rather challenging. Last night, upon disembarking at the lakeside boathouse, the arduous ascent to the castle's grand entrance had thoroughly exhausted Liang's reserves of energy. The only route leading to the lakeside from other areas was towards the greenhouse. Thus, after a spirited frolic in the castle and courtyard, mealtime arrived, prompting them to seek sustenance. Notably, a small team centered around Liang and Annie had inexplicably expanded to include 2 additional companions, one being the first-year student Buckley Wright, who had been bitten by a cobra on the train and was subsequently sorted into Hufflepuff, becoming Liang's fervent admirer. The other was Audrey Severer, who had shared a compartment with Liang and his friends during their train journey. The quartet had now transformed into a sextet, and Liang found himself perplexed by the peculiar British custom of children accompanying one another to the lavatory. The first class of the afternoon was herbology, taught by the head of their house, who introduced them to the characteristics of the white fresh plant. Under Professor Sprout's benevolent gaze, Liang successfully earned 5 points for his house by memorizing the plant's properties. Seizing the opportune moment when the professor was in good spirits, he requested a small package of white fresh seeds, intending to cultivate them himself. Being raised in a family that cherished gardening, Liang could not abide the sight of barren pots. He had several empty flower pots in his dormitory, and he hoped to generate some income alongside his studies. On the inaugural day of the term, the final class was History of Magic. If the herbology lesson had concluded amidst laughter and joy, the History of Magic class was enveloped in a symphony of snores. Leon even observed that the saliva of the Bont brothers had dampened the page of the hefty tome on the History of Magic. As for himself, he could not endure the teaching methods of this ghostly professor, which were undeniably hypnotic. Thus, he decided to don the earplugs from his herbology class and complete the assignments from the previous 2 lessons. Regarding the format of his paper, he had borrowed a thesis from Sevens after lunch in the common room. How to express it? It was difficult to articulate. In Leon's conventional understanding, a thesis should encompass the following structure: title, author, table of contents, abstract, keywords, main text, references, and appendices. Even if the papers in the magical realm were somewhat rudimentary, they should at least include a title, the main content, and references, shouldn't they? However, Seven's paper could only be described as relying on oral defense. "Senior, do tell me honestly, how did you perform last year?" Leon inquired, raising an eyebrow while shaking the parchment in his hand. To his surprise, the senior proudly gave a thumbs up. "Third in the college, junior." Consequently, in complete disillusionment with the educational standards of the great tyrant empire, Leon resolved to adhere to his own approach when composing his thesis. After dinner, he could still visit the library to peruse and search for reference materials to attach to the end of his paper. Hogwarts' library was indeed vast. Leon estimated that without counting the restricted section, the ordinary area alone comprised enough books that one could not possibly read them all in 7 years. Of course, not all the books pertained to magic. On one shelf, Leon even spotted an entire collection of novels and fairy tales. Suddenly, someone bumped into him from behind. Turning to look, he discovered it was a senior from Slytherin. Yet this Slytherin exhibited neither the pretense of politeness nor an air of superiority. He appeared expressionless and pallid, muttering a half-hearted apology before stuffing the book he held back onto the shelf. After the individual departed, Leon hesitated for a moment before pulling the very book that had just been returned. Its cover bore 3 words: The Fountain of Youth. The Fountain of Youth? Shouldn't it be the Fountain of Fortune? Leon furrowed his brow, recalling that if his memory served him correctly, this was a tale from the Muggle world. During the summer before the school year commenced, he had read numerous books at the home of Augustus, and he distinctly remembered poring over every story in the collection of tales by the poet Beep. As he opened the book, a small piece of parchment fell out. Venomous tentacula, essence of myrtlap, asphodel, dragon bone, wormwood, and hair of Avila. What is this concoction? Leon flipped it over to find an extremely scrawled message on the back. Fake. All fake. There is no such thing as an elixir of immortality in this world. Leon glanced back towards the direction in which his senior had just vanished. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to tuck the book among the other reference materials he had borrowed and proceeded to complete the borrowing formalities with Mrs. Pants. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt certain he would encounter that reckless individual once again, as Leon leisurely strolled back to the common lounge. The clock was nearly striking 9. In the enchanting yet entertainment-deprived realm of magic, this hour typically heralded a wave of drowsiness among the young wizards. However, upon entering the lounge, Leon was greeted by a lively gathering, with a group of individuals engaged in spirited conversation. Leon, come over here, and exclaimed, waving her hand with exuberance. Leon squeezed his way in, suddenly enlightened. A 6th-year Hufflepuff was meticulously polishing his broomstick, the Silver Arrow, this year's latest model, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 70 miles per hour with exceptional wind resistance. Observe those sleek lines. Sevens appeared from nowhere, his face alight with fervor. Leon smacked his lips, finding Mr. Zhou's words exceedingly accurate. The sorrows and joys of individuals do not share the same essence. He perceived it as a broom, one that was more likely incapable of sweeping cleanly. Is the Silver Arrow expensive? Leon inquired, posing a rather naive question. He then noticed the astonished gazes directed at him by everyone present. Leon, it is not merely expensive, Rod murmured softly. This newly released broom is unattainable even for those with considerable wealth. The senior, seated on the couch, finally finished with the broom and brandished his wand. A piece of parchment soared to the wall where notices were typically displayed in the lounge. The nearest individual audibly read its contents. The Quidditch tryouts will take place this Saturday. Requirements: third-year students and above, with ample experience. The small wizards in the lounge, who did not meet the criteria, instantly lost their spirits. Ah, why is it only for third years and above? Annie lamented, eliciting a chorus of agreement. And you? Would you even be able to fly? Leon calmly buried himself into the couch, retrieving the storybook about the Fountain of Youth he borrowed that day. Seeking a mental diversion in the late hours, an 11-year-old girl, standing confidently with her hands on her hips and a flat figure, declared, "Humph. Of course I can. I've been riding a flying broom in Diagon Alley since I was little." Leon could hardly be bothered to expose her deceit. The business at Augustus's second-hand bookstore was decidedly poor. It was uncertain whether the income throughout the year would even suffice for a family's expenses, let alone during the bustling days leading up to the school year. This did not even account for the costs of the supplies Annie needed for school. While Hogwarts did not charge tuition, other necessities were far from inexpensive, were it not for Mrs. Augustus occasionally taking on private jobs to brew potions for others. The family would be left to endure the bitter winds of poverty. Under such circumstances, how could Mr. Augustus afford to purchase a broom for the little girl? Annie, upon noticing Liang's expression, discerned his thoughts and, in a huff, kicked his calf before turning to return to the girls' dormitory, leaving Liang rubbing his leg and grimacing in frustration. What a nuisance. How was your history of magic class today, Leon? Asked Sevens, approaching with a grin. Quite well, indeed. It was rather powerful, and the hypnotic effects were remarkable. Liang recalled the ghostly professor's monotonous tone, stifling a yawn. If I were to suffer from insomnia, I would absolutely adore that class. What are you reading? Sevens suddenly noticed the book in Liang's hand. The Fountain of Youth? What is that? Senior, I recall you are from a pureblood family as well, aren't you? Liang pondered as he touched the cover. Have you ever heard the tale of the Fountain of Youth during your upbringing? No, Sevens shrugged. When I was younger, I did hear my mother read me the stories of the tale of Peter Rabbit. If memory serves, there was a tale of a lucky spring within that collection. I was quite young then and desperately wished for a bottle of water that could bring good fortune. Later, I learned just how exorbitantly priced a small vial of Felix Felicis truly is. The tale of Peter Rabbit was a crucial artifact within the original text. Based on Liang's reflections after finishing it, it was challenging to discern which parts were true and which were fabricated. Notably, the old bee and the dark wizard had once pursued artifacts together and had successfully discovered two. You haven't heard of it either? Liang took a sip from his water bottle. I've been meaning to ask, what's in that cup of yours? Sevens inquired curiously. Leon chuckled softly as he handed over the kettle. It's nothing, merely tea. In truth, it had once contained ice-cold cola. But considering that Hogwarts likely lacked access to such refreshments, Leon had brought along 5 large packets of tea leaves. Of course, it was not the British way of brewing. Rather, it was the ordinary Longjing green tea, procured from the smuggled goods in Chinatown. Sevens poured himself a bit, took a sip, and ultimately concluded, it's not very palatable. Would you care to try this? He raised his cup, showcasing its contents. Butterbeer? Leon pondered for a moment before guessing. Indeed. Shall we indulge a little? Leon took a cautious sip and inhaled the aroma. To his surprise, the flavor was rather delightful, possessing the crispness of beer intertwined with the richness of cream. Quite delectable indeed. However, I cannot indulge you further. While Professor Sprout is rather lenient, Professor McGonagall becomes quite displeased at the sight of young wizards partaking in alcohol. And each time they are caught, she tends to lecture for an interminable duration. Liang smiled, stretched lazily, and set aside the book in his hands. For there were classes to attend early the next morning. It was time for rest. Good luck, Liang, he heard. But the latter part of the remark was lost on him as he pushed open the wooden door of the boys' dormitory and returned to his own quarters. As for not washing his hair, the professor did not call him Harry Potter. Being a Hufflepuff, he believed that simply attending class would suffice. And he hoped he would not be singled out. As it turned out, he was mistaken. The bell rang, and Professor Snape strode purposefully to the podium. With a flick of his hand, the curtains rustled shut. "I am your potions professor. You may call me Professor Snape. Put away your wands and take out your textbooks. Do not wave them about unless instructed. Potion making is a precise science that demands rigorous technique. Should anyone dare to flail their wand about like a baboon in my class, I assure you, you will come to regret it." Regrettably, Leon missed the professor's grandiose opening remarks about creating brilliance and averting death. "Now, who can tell me the ingredients for the Scabbers potion?" "Miss Augustus," and stood up trembling, pondering for a moment before stammering. Dry nettles? Excellent. It seems Miss Augustus believes a handful of dry nettles will cure scabies," Snape remarked, as Anne's face turned crimson. He gestured for her to sit and called upon another Slytherin student, who, after a prolonged silence, managed to mention snake fangs. Snape's expression darkened significantly. "Clearly, none of you have the habit of reviewing your textbooks before class. I must remind you that your textbooks on magical potions are worth 2 galleons. They are not meant to be used as pillows." Snape exuded an air of forbidding, causing the young wizards to fall silent. As for Leon, he had no intention of drawing attention to himself. He did not wish to earn the moniker of Mr. Know-It-All. Unfortunately, Snape had other plans. "Mr. Green, why must the snake fangs in the Scabbers potion be ground? Perhaps to better incorporate them into the potion, I guess, Professor," Leon answered. Standing up after a moment of contemplation, Snape loomed beside him, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon him, and Leon did his utmost to look apprehensive. "There is no room for guesswork in potions, Mr. Green. Additionally, the fangs must be ground to expedite the desired effects. The finer the grind, the better. Have you all grasped this knowledge? Why not write it down?" The young wizards hastily produced their quills to take notes. Snape returned to the podium, pointed his wand at the small blackboard, and chalk flew up to inscribe the lesson. Leon, unhurried, picked up his quill and, with a glance at the blackboard, discerned that Professor Snape was once again incorporating personal preferences into the lesson. The steps outlined on the board evidently included an additional instruction, and the quantities of various ingredients were more meticulously detailed than those in the textbook. Notably, such information was absent from Lady Augustus's notes, further highlighting the differing pedagogical styles of Professor Scrayhon and Snape. Once all the students had ceased writing, Snape finally spoke. "Now, according to the steps on the board, pair up and brew the potion." Annie poured a pint of clear water into the cauldron and ignited the magical fire beneath it with her wand. The two divided their tasks and proceeded as instructed. Before long, 20 minutes had elapsed. Leon, retrieving his wand, directed the little girl, gloved, to remove the cauldron and set it aside. He had not forgotten Harry's misadventures in their first potions class, where eager young wizards would recklessly toss hedgehog spines into hot mixtures before they had cooled. As expected, in the row nearest the window, a Slytherin was poised to throw a spine into the cauldron. Fortunately, Snape intervened just in time. "Fool, why don't you look up at the blackboard? Is my writing not clear enough? You must remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the hedgehog spines. Is your mind filled with warty pigs?" The commotion ceased as Snape's shout alerted more young wizards, prompting all those intending to proceed with that step to obediently lift their cauldrons from the flames. Leon shrugged, grasped the long spoon, and stirred clockwise for 5 circles before waving his wand. A plume of pink smoke rose, transforming the potion into a vivid azure hue. Unbeknownst to them, Severus Snape had approached from behind, glanced at Liang's cauldron, and dryly remarked, "Hufflepuff earns 2 points. A rare occurrence indeed." As the class bell rang, the young wizards, having endured an entire lesson of Snape's acerbic tongue, rushed to discard their failed potions into a designated barrel for waste disposal, flocking to the sink to scrub their cauldrons. Some even exhibited such laziness that they simply folded their cauldrons and fled without a second thought. Leon calmly filled a small bottle with the potion, combining a pint of water with the necessary ingredients, ultimately yielding 3 small vials. After gesturing for Annie to wash the pot, he pondered for a moment and retrieved the book on the elixir of life from his backpack. If anyone at Hogwarts could decipher the potion's recipe, it would undoubtedly be Snape. He resolved to seek his counsel. The potions classroom had a door leading to a storeroom, which also served as Snape's makeshift office. Leon knocked on the door. "Come in." Leon pushed the door open and found Snape seated at his desk, meticulously grading assignments. "Is there something you need, Mr. Green?" Snape inquired. "Well, Professor," Leon began, producing a slip of paper and handing it over. "While I was in the library yesterday, I happened to come across this note that a Slytherin upperclassman had left behind. I glanced at it, but I am uncertain of the potion it references, and I wish to consult you about it, while also ensuring it returns to its rightful owner." Snape accepted the note, scrutinizing it briefly before coldly remarking, "Mr. Green, this note is merely a haphazard scrawl. There is no such potion. However, I recall reading in a book that Nicholas Flamel seemed to have brewed an elixir of immortality." Leon tentatively suggested, "That is not knowledge you should possess." Snape suddenly rose, advancing towards Leon, enunciating each word with precision. The elixir of life does not grant true immortality. Furthermore, the potion he concocted requires a very rare ingredient, one that is no longer available. Leon wished to inquire further about the Fountain of Youth, but Snape grew increasingly impatient. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall locate the owner of this note and ensure they comprehend the consequences of reckless potion brewing. Very well, Professor. Additionally, might I ask how one goes about learning the art of mind blocking? Upon hearing this, Snape fixed him with a peculiar gaze for a considerable time. Finally, he spoke. Leon emerged from the potions classroom, his expression clouded with frustration. The little Lowly and the Bont brothers were waiting for him at the door. What happened? Did he scold you? The little Lowly inquired with an angry look. If he did, I shall go find Professor Sprout. Or better yet, summon the headmaster. Leon shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. I merely sought Professor Snape for some inquiries. Let us hurry. The flying lesson is about to commence. And have you not been eagerly anticipating it? At the mention of this topic, the eyes of the three brightened. However, Leon felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach, as he had yet to master the cushioning charm, and the levitation spell could not be applied to oneself. The flying lesson was to take place at the Quidditch pitch, contingent upon the fact that no one had reserved it for the day. By fortunate coincidence, as the school year had just begun, the teams from the four houses were still engaged in their warm-up exercises, which were of minimal intensity, resulting in the pitch being largely unoccupied during the day. Come here, children, gather around, called Madame Hooch, her white hair a striking feature as she raised her whistle to her lips and blew. In this lesson, we will explore the fundamental functions of the broomstick. I am aware that a few of you may have ridden before, but I must emphasize the importance of paying close attention. After all, falling from a broomstick is no trivial matter. However, you need not worry excessively, for I have prepared some old brooms for you, which do not fly very high. Now, everyone, stand by your brooms. Leon stood beside the broom, which had been meticulously arranged before him. He observed that some brooms had scarcely a few bristles remaining. I specifically had Ollie and Buck procure a fine broom for you, so be sure to express your gratitude, Annie proclaimed, hands on her hips, her expression urging for praise. Leon silently extracted a piece of chocolate from his pocket and casually slipped it inside. Although he was not particularly fond of overly sweet confections, chocolate proved to be an effective means of replenishing stamina, and it held considerable utility within the magical realm. For instance, when confronted by dementors, one could consume a piece. When faced with a boggart, a piece could be savored, and even when startled by a basilisk or a monstrous hound, indulging in chocolate would suffice. It could be likened to the magical world's remedy of warm water. Moreover, it served as a potent tool against unruly children. There was hardly a mischievous child that could not be pacified with a piece of chocolate, and if there were, one could simply offer another. Indeed, upon receiving chocolate, and fell silent, seizing the opportunity to stuff it into her mouth, while Madame Horkin was momentarily distracted. Then, she exclaimed, "Rise." Leon weakly called out for the broom to rise. Indeed, it remained utterly still. After several more attempts, it reluctantly lifted off the ground and settled into Liang's palm. The flying lesson proceeded smoothly. At the very least, no one had misplaced their crystal balls. Moreover, as Madame Horkin had mentioned, the dilapidated brooms of the school could hardly soar high or speed along. Nevertheless, Leon found considerable contentment as he rode atop the broom, gliding at a leisurely pace reminiscent of an elderly gentleman's stroll, 5 feet above the ground, relishing the rare fine weather. As for the headstrong little girl and her entourage, they had long since vanished. Even the sluggish pace of these old brooms could not dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards for racing. So how did the sword master from Gryffindor manage to float to the top of the castle only to be ensnared there? After the class, upon returning the broom, Liang parted ways with the little badgers, who appeared still eager for more, as he headed towards the greenhouse to seek out Professor Sprout. He had already ascertained that Professor Sprout was conducting a herbology class for Ravenclaw and Slytherin in Greenhouse 3 that afternoon. Indeed, upon arriving at the greenhouse, he found Professor Sprout tidying up the aftermath. "Oh, Mr. Green, what brings you here?" the professor inquired with a cheerful smile. Leon donned a pair of dragon hide gloves, whose owner was unknown, and cautiously assisted her in extricating the me bough from the damaged flower pot. He remarked, "Oh, I desire a dreamflower. I wonder if you have any here?" "Dreamflower?" Professor Sprout furrowed her brow. "Mr. Green, what do you require a dreamflower for?" "I wish to practice the mind-shielding charm, Professor." Leon did not conceal his intentions. Professor Snape mentioned that, apart from legitimacy, only the dreamflower could aid me in mastering this spell. Mind-shielding charm. Professor Sprout expressed her surprise. "Mr. Green, you must understand the nature of such a magic. There are no more than 3 individuals in the entire Hogwarts who possess this skill. Of course, I am aware, Professor, but I still wish to give it a try." Leon swept the soil from the table into the flower pot. "Additionally, I have heard that the dreamflower can also assist with sleep." "No, Mr. Green, I cannot provide you with a dreamflower," Professor Sprout declared. "That is utterly absurd. Firstly, the mind-shielding charm is not a spell appropriate for someone of your age, even though I recognize you have completed the first-year curriculum. Furthermore, Mr. Green, I must caution you that the dreamflower possesses potent side effects. Excessive inhalation of its fragrance can lead to disorientation, blindness, hubris, and even madness. It is also a primary ingredient in the dream potion, which is expressly prohibited by the International Confederation of Wizards. Leon forced a smile, realizing that the halo of an exemplary student had dimmed. In any case, I absolutely cannot allow you to come into contact with such perilous plants. Moreover, what secrets could a mere first-year student possibly possess? Professor Sprout regarded the troubled young wizard before her with amusement, asserting that no one would be interested in your secrets. Furthermore, the spell of legilimency is exceedingly intricate. Do you presume that everyone possesses such a skill? Not everyone needs to possess it, old bee, with unkempt hair and a nose missing. These 3 traits suffice for me to have my fill, Leon lamented, carrying a pot of luminescent orchids back to the castle. As he turned the corner of the first-floor hall, he suddenly overheard a conversation. Mr. Nott, I have warned you numerous times. The voice echoed. Professor Nott, you had better keep him in check. Do not allow this to continue. A dry voice responded. Very well, Severus, I shall keep an eye on him. No need for that. I know what I am doing. A thunderous shout startled Leon, and he soon found himself nearly colliding with a pallid Slytherin upperclassman he had encountered in the library, who stormed past him in a fit of rage. Mr. Green, what are you doing here? Snape glared at Leon with an unfriendly countenance. I just visited Professor Sprout regarding that matter. Leon raised the pot of luminescent orchids in his hand. Snape scrutinized Leon for a moment before responding, come to my office at 8 o'clock tonight. With that, he hurried away. Professor Nott from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class nodded at Leon before departing. What on earth is happening? Leon was utterly perplexed. If Snape was searching for the Slytherin who had dropped the note, it was reasonable, but why was the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor involved as well? And why was he looking for someone unkempt? To teach him brain-blocking techniques? Forget it. If he were to witness the memories in my mind, he would likely erupt and send me straight to Dumbledore. Leon resolved in his heart that if Snape truly intended to proceed in that manner, he must devise a means to escape. Perhaps a vial of deliberately misbrewed potion could grant him passage to the infirmary. Liang's plan to feign illness ultimately fell through. He was reluctant to sample the taste of a deliberately concocted potion and even less inclined to spend a night in the infirmary. Thus, he resigned himself to visiting Snape's office. Along the way, he frequently encountered Slytherin students, which reminded him that Snape's office was adjacent to the Slytherin common room. No wonder the house consistently excelled academically. After all, the lack of personal grooming likely encouraged frequent visits to the common room, thereby fostering an enriching study atmosphere. Steeling himself, he knocked at the door, and upon hearing Snape's voice, he entered. The room was replete with jars and specimens. Although Leon could recognize fewer than half, he still felt surrounded by a dazzling array of treasures. Indeed, the richest individuals at Hogwarts were none other than the old potions master and the gentle giant, Hagrid. How naive of me. I knew potion masters were affluent, but I never anticipated such wealth. He discreetly withdrew his covetous gaze as Snape was engrossed in grading at his desk. It seemed that these professors were perpetually inundated with assignments. Mr. Green. Snape elongated his tone, tossing 2 books in Liang's direction. While I am unaware of what unspeakable little secrets you aim to protect with your study of mind-closing spells, should you be willing to assist me with a small task, these 2 tomes may be borrowed for a few days. Leon was both astonished and delighted, gazing at Snape with a look of confusion. Professor, I am merely a first-year student. I hardly require you to engage in combat with trolls or undertake any perilous endeavors. All I need is for you to keep an eye on Mr. Nott, the owner of that note. Noticing Leon's bewildered expression, Snape offered a gentle reminder. Leon suddenly realized. Very well, Professor, I shall keep an eye on him. Leon tentatively inquired, Professor, do you have any other matters to attend to? No. You may leave now, came the reply. Leon left with great joy, and after a while, the door to the storage room in the office swung open, revealing Albus Dumbledore. I was perplexed by the grim expression on Professor Snape's face. After all, he was merely a first-year student. Why should I provide him with notes on the brain closure charm? Oh, Severus, your storage room has certainly become more intriguing, remarked the old bee, glancing curiously at a jar containing a preserved heart. He gently tapped the glass, prompting the heart within to rhythmically throb in response. Albus. The old bee turned around with a chuckle. Snape, being a reserved individual, never uttered his name unless driven to a significant degree of anger. Ah, do calm yourself, Severus. Do you not find Mr. Green to be exceptional? I'm afraid I see no distinction. Apart from a hint of presumptuous cleverness, he appears no different from other young wizards. Oh, do not be so dismissive, Severus, Dumbledore said, polishing his glasses. Though the Sorting Hat placed him in Hufflepuff, he is more suited for Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Would you not agree? Initially, I too overlooked him until Minerva returned from Diagon Alley with his family and shared an intriguing anecdote. Dumbledore conjured a chair to sit down, retrieving a chocolate from his pocket, and mumbled, she said, I have never seen such a young wizard. The first time he held a wand, he sent all the boxes flying off Ollivanders' entire shelf. Yet, with remarkable control, he gently let them descend back to the ground. You must understand. He had never before encountered magic. Snape's expression gradually shifted to one of impatience, prompting Dumbledore to add, "Of course, this is not the primary reason for my interest in him. The most significant reason is that Sybil made another prophecy during the holidays." The word prophecy seemed to be forced from Snape's throat. "Is it as I imagined?" "Yes. It is precisely as you envisioned," Dumbledore replied, his demeanor reflecting an unmistakable sense of delight. Leon furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the book in his hands, a notebook and a textbook on potions. The notebook was unremarkable. The handwriting unmistakably belonged to Snape. Despite his aversion to personal grooming and his penchant for antagonizing James's son, Snape was undeniably a genuine academic prodigy. His notes were meticulously organized and neat. However, the other book was something entirely different. After hastily flipping through its pages, Leon inevitably encountered a familiar spell on one of them, the Killing Curse. So, this was the very book that Harry had discovered in the cupboard during their 6th year? But why would Snape show me this book? Leon began to sense that something was amiss. If the previous evening had brought him a small surprise from Snape, then the following afternoon, Professor Sprout delivered a grand revelation. Savants had brought him a dream flower, albeit merely a seedling. Moreover, he had been expressly cautioned by Savants not to cultivate it in the dormitory. Consequently, Leon swiftly sought permission from his house head to secure a small compartment in greenhouse number 4. The dream flower is a rather fascinating bloom. It exudes an enchanting fragrance that lures nearby creatures. Those who inhale its aroma find themselves irresistibly drawn in, gradually succumbing to delightful dreams. Ultimately, ensnared in these blissful reveries, they become sustenance for the flower. Snape had mentioned that to practice the art of mental occlusion, one could either rely on an adept legilimens to help the practitioner gradually build defenses against memories or employ meditation bowls, hallucinogens, or dream flowers to strengthen their will through the confrontation of illusions. Clearly, the former was not a reliable method. Leon surmised that Dumbledore might have engaged in such practice with G, while Snape evidently practiced with potions or dream flowers. What a nuisance. Ignoring the advanced potion-making textbook, Leon perused it briefly, planning to acquire an automatic quill and a new textbook in a couple of days to meticulously transcribe its contents. In contrast, another nameless notebook was considerably thinner than the advanced potion-making tome, which Leon read twice in one night. Finally, he summoned Savants, the 5th-year Hufflepuff prefect, who, for reasons unknown, was unusually idle each day, making him an ideal assistant. Savants, intrigued by the dream flower, readily agreed to help. Thus, when Leon arrived at the designated time in greenhouse number 4, he discovered a large gathering of Hufflepuffs within, all craning their necks in anticipation of his arrival, resembling a congregation of meerkats on a small hill, eagerly watching for entertainment. Students from 1st to 6th year were present. Leon slapped his forehead. Oh, he had forgotten that besides being food enthusiasts, every member of Hufflepuff was also a jester. Leon previously perceived Hufflepuff as merely a haven for food enthusiasts. However, he later discovered that it is not only abundant in gastronomes, but also teems with jovial souls. According to upperclassmen, it is the head of their own house who frequents Hogsmeade the most every weekend. To be honest, this revelation was rather surprising. Leon had presumed that Professor Sprout rarely ventured out of the greenhouse throughout the year. To his surprise, he discovered that the professor was quite the drinking companion of the old trickster Trelawney and the ancient runes instructor, Babbling. It appears that even professors have their own little circles. "Leon, why are you only just arriving? I've been waiting for you for half an hour," complained Sevens. Patting Leon on the shoulder, Leon pointed to a group of badgers and asked, "Well, it seems that everyone heard you were going to practice the brain closure charm with dream flowers, and they were quite eager to come and see for themselves." Sevens chuckled awkwardly, his voice dwindling to a whisper by the end. Leon massaged his temples and said, "Senior, there is nothing particularly captivating about practicing the art of mental closure. It can be rather tedious." "Not at all," replied a Hufflepuff senior with a smile. "I am here to see the dream flower." Leon glanced at the senior. "Haven't you seen this flower before?" The senior chuckled at his query. "Oh dear Junior, do you think the dream flower is as commonplace as daisies found by the roadside? It is, in fact, a forbidden specimen. There are only a few of them within the Hogwarts greenhouse." Leon suddenly realized he had made a common mistake once more. It was only natural, for dream elixir in the magical realm was akin to illicit substances in the Muggle world, strictly forbidden. Its raw materials were similarly treated as contraband. "Very well, let us establish a pact. Do not disturb my practice, especially you, any. The 4th greenhouse harbors numerous perilous plants. Should you dare to meddle with them, I shall write to your mother and have her send you a howler." The little girl shot him an indignant glare. Leon retrieved the key and unlocked the door to the greenhouse, where a throng of small badgers eagerly streamed inside, observing the upperclassmen skillfully evading the man-eating plants. Leon felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was to be expected, as Hufflepuff students typically excelled in herbology. Upon reaching his modest compartment, he noticed its starkness, with only a table adorned by a row of white radishes. The dream flower occupied the solitary table at the back. "Is this the dream flower?" A senior gazed at it from a distance, tears nearly welling up at the corners of her eyes, had her friend not tugged at her. Leon suspected she would have lunged forward. However, this reaction was understandable, for the dream flower boasted an exquisite appearance. Its pale lavender petals were adorned with delicate speckles, and when gazed upon intently, they conjured the illusion of a starlit sky. Ignoring the chaotic crowd behind him, Leon glanced at senior savants, who nodded in acknowledgement. Leon exhaled with a sense of relief. This senior was indeed quite dependable. He took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward, crossing the safety line drawn by Professor Sprout. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted towards him as he inhaled, while simultaneously striving to recall the most vivid images from his memory. Following the method outlined in his notes, this marked the initial step of the exercise, aimed at liberating oneself from the effects of the hallucinogen or the dreamflower. With unwavering determination, one could even resist the soul-stealing curse or the bone-gnawing hex to a slight extent. So, what were the most indelible impressions in his mind? Was it the hazy sight upon his rebirth in this world, the moment he received the letter from Hogwarts? Or perhaps the first glimpse of the castle as he embarked on the small boat? As it turned out, none of these. At this moment, the images flooding his mind were of a violent collision, searing flames, a kaleidoscope of red and blue headlights, and the piercing wail of an ambulance siren. Of course, there was also the intense pain coursing through his entire being. Leon's forehead began to glisten with perspiration. However, with the fragrance wafting from the tip of his nose, the anguish gradually faded away, as if he discerned a familiar scent beyond the floral notes. What could that aroma be? Leon pondered intently. Yet his mind remained clouded and muddled. Never mind, it was simply delightful. Leon. Leon. Who is that? Am I not called Li Xiaoyu? Leon. More voices are calling out, yet Leon can hardly hear them. The academic gown is flying in. Leon felt as though an invisible hand was forcefully grasping his clothing from behind, dragging him backward. The academic robe and the shirt beneath constricted his breathing, and he was propelled rapidly into the air, only to crash violently onto the ground. Subsequently, a deluge of clear water was poured onto Liang's face. While someone pressed a substance to his lips, Liang finally erupted into a loud cough, his consciousness gradually returning. The freckled face of Sevens appeared before him. Liang, are you all right? Get away. Let me see. The senior roughly shoved Sevens aside, drew out her wand, and recited a spell. A circular aura enveloped Liang. After examining him thoroughly, the senior declared, "You're fine now. Just take a rest." It was then that little Annie seized the opportunity, leaping onto Liang and weeping uncontrollably. Liang gazed vacantly at the concerned faces surrounding him, his voice hoarse as he reassured, "I am fine. Everyone need not worry." "Are you truly unscathed?" questioned Sai Wensi with skepticism. "Yes, I am all right now," Liang replied with a feeble smile. Just moments before being pulled away, he had finally recalled the source of that familiar aroma. It was the exquisite soup his mother used to prepare for him, his mother from a past life. Surrounded by a throng of concerned peers, Leon was escorted to the school infirmary. To be candid, he yearned for another attempt. However, he was firmly dissuaded by the crowd. Had it not been for his vehement objections, Sevens and the others might have resorted to levitation spells to carry him there. Leon, however, declined such an offer, as he had no desire to flee to Mars under the cover of night. This marked his inaugural visit to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, in a fit of exasperation, shooed away most of the pesky badgers and conducted a thorough examination. Following this, she handed him a sizable vial of a murky green potion, the purpose of which remained ambiguous. Under the watchful, menacing gaze of Madame Pomfrey, Leon grimaced and reluctantly consumed it. "Now, finish this cup of hot cocoa. Merlin, I can scarcely believe that someone would do such a thing." That evening, after exhausting all his persuasive efforts, Leon finally managed to convince Annie to return. Leon lay on the hospital bed, quietly gazing through the gap in the curtains at the starry sky outside. The evening's Venus shines rather brightly, does it not? Leon turned his head and saw the principal standing by the bed, smiling down at him. Professor Dumbledore. Leon wanted to rise, but the other party stopped him. "Oh, just lie down, child, no need to get up." Oldby moved a chair closer. "Does the brightness of Venus signify something?" After a moment of silence, Leon intended to continue the previous topic. He truly could not fathom why Dumbledore had come so late. "Oh, actually, I am unaware," Dumbledore said, unwrapping a package of chocolate frogs sent by an unknown sender and popping a still wriggling chocolate frog into his mouth. Watching the frog's legs move at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth, Liang's lips twitched slightly. "Back in my school days, my grades in history of magic and astrology were the worst." Oldby chuckled self-deprecatingly. "A certain old friend always said I lack a grand vision." It seemed he had stumbled upon a rather significant topic. "So, your purpose for visiting tonight is?" "I merely came to check in." "I heard that, Mr. Green fainted while practicing the brain closure technique." Leon could already imagine the wild rumors that would circulate by tomorrow. "However, Professor, I do not quite understand," Leon inquired. "From what I gathered in the library, the seedlings of Dreamflower shouldn't have such a profound effect, right?" Dumbledore replied, "Indeed, Professor. At least, it should not be this way." "Mr. Green." Dumbledore's gaze fell from beneath his half-moon spectacles. "Everyone is different. Dreamflower can lead one into a blissful slumber. But for those burdened by a heavy past, it can also be tormenting. The more one has possessed, the greater the pain. Yet, Is this not another form of tempering? The old man blinked, picking up another chocolate. Forgive me, but recently, Popey has been restricting my sugar intake, Dumbledore sighed. You may take all of it. Leon gestured towards the snacks on the small table by the bed. No, I would rather not have Popey nagging in my ear for half an hour, Dumbledore chuckled. However, I cannot simply take your snacks without offering something in return. I possess a meditation basin in my office, which may assist you in practicing the brain closure technique. If you are inclined, you may visit my office every Saturday night. Remember, the password is Lemon Snowball. As Leon watched Dumbledore's figure retreat, he suddenly asked, Professor, was the assistance provided by Professor Snape and Professor Sprout also at your behest? However, Dumbledore merely chuckled, perhaps. Observing the old man's frivolity, Leon maintained a stoic expression. Riddler, leave Hogwarts. The next morning, feeling rejuvenated, Leon had just entered the hall when he noticed two owls flying towards him, one after the other. They gracefully landed in front of him, extending their legs. Upon seeing his familiar Heimdall, Leon slapped his forehead. Oh no, I'm doomed. Since his enrollment a week ago, he had not sent a single letter home. Coupled with his visit to the hospital last night, he could already imagine the fury of Mrs. Bennis Green. Despite her typically serene demeanor, Leon knew that his mother had once been a formidable figure at school. A local heroine capable of speeding a motorcycle up to 200. Indeed, upon opening the letter, Leon let out a heavy sigh. Thankfully, Mrs. Green was not a witch. Otherwise, it would have been a letter full of exclamations. He broke his toast into small pieces to feed the two greedy owls. And before he could spread peanut butter on his own toast, Annie appeared at the entrance of the hall, rubbing her eyes. Oh, Leon, you're awake? The little girl mumbled. I was planning to bring you breakfast. Eh? A letter from home? Annie picked up the letter beside Leon and burst into laughter. Annie, how can you find that amusing? Leon shot her a glance. You told my parents about my hospitalization, didn't you? Annie proudly shook her head. Not at all. I only informed my mother. Leon, weary of her evasions, noted the seemingly amicable relationship between their families. Their fathers often frequented the Broken Cauldron Tavern to indulge in spirits or ventured out to catch an assortment of oddities to bring home. Meanwhile, their mothers frequently gathered to discuss the latest fashion trends, leaving one to ponder the distinction between personal messages and mass group texts. Therefore, do remember to write back to your family. By the way, have you completed your assignments? Leon furrowed his brow, reluctant to lend. It was not out of stinginess. After all, who among us has not copied homework during our school days? The little girl had a decent grasp of magic, at least not the worst in her class. Nevertheless, he suggested, you can go to my room and retrieve it yourself. It's in my backpack, as you know. Annie swiftly finished the last bite of her food, momentarily choking, then took a generous sip of Liang's watermelon juice. With a half-hearted thank you, she turned and dashed away. After running a few paces, she paused, turned back, and inquired, what are you planning to do today? Leon was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that today was Saturday. After finishing his meal, he decided to reply to a message, then planned a visit to the library. He had some matters to attend to in the afternoon, specifically a meeting with Senior Stevens. And later in the evening, he intended to visit Professor Dumbledore's office. The little girl, wide-eyed with astonishment as if witnessing a century of shock, turned and dashed away. Leon paid little mind to the spirited 11-year-old girl, whose energy surpassed that of the boys. After finishing breakfast, he casually sought an unoccupied classroom on the first floor, where he unfurled a piece of parchment and began to compose a letter. Not only did he need to cleverly justify his absence, claiming he merely visited the infirmary, but he also had to ponder what delightful tidbits would bring joy to the queen of his household. Ultimately, it took him over an hour to complete the letter. As he pushed open the door to leave, Leon intended to head to the Ollery to dispatch the letter, and if time permitted, perhaps take a detour to visit Hagrid's hut. However, upon opening the classroom door, he was greeted by the sight of Chang Wei, the esteemed Senior Sevens, and an unfamiliar Gryffindor senior engaging in a tender exchange in the corridor. Sevens, caught off guard, turned to see Leon and beamed with delight. Ah, Leon, you're all right. The Gryffindor senior, though slightly bashful, nonetheless regarded Leon with a friendly gaze. You are the first-year wizard who almost got devoured by the mandrake yesterday, aren't you? Leon was perplexed, wondering what on earth it meant to be eaten by a mandrake. Sevens coughed emphatically, whispering something in the ear of the senior. She shot him an annoyed glance before nodding at Leon and departing. Sevens, brimming with enthusiasm, grabbed Liang's arm. Oh, it's truly wonderful that you're safe. We were all quite worried yesterday. What brings you to the classroom so early? Is there anything I can assist you with? Leon mimicked Snape's expression and tone, leisurely stating, Senior, shall we first discuss the matter of I was devoured by the Dreamflower? Savants. Leon pulled Sevens back into the classroom and casually closed the door behind them. Sevens wore a wary expression. Come on, enlighten me, Senior. About the news regarding the first-year wizard devoured by the Dreamflower. I find it rather intriguing. Sevens shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the notion. Junior, let me make this clear. That rumor did not originate from me. Leon gazed at Sevens with a smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent. And after a moment, he inquired, Senior, are you well informed? Of course. Just look at who we are. We are Hufflepuffs, devoted to peace with friends scattered throughout the school. Then, might I request a favor from you? Not a problem, just speak. Do you happen to know Roland Nott? Seven scratched his head. You mean that third-year pretty boy from the Nott family? Yes, precisely, the Slytherin Nott, Leon replied. Recently, I encountered him in the school library, and I happened to find a note tucked within a book that appeared to contain a potion's recipe. I took it to our head of house, Professor Snape. Subsequently, Snape assigned me a rather minor task yesterday. Leon did not conceal anything, as the matter was of little relevance to him, and there was no need to keep it from Sevens. After listening to Liang's explanation, Sevens furrowed his brow. It was indeed peculiar, although he had not paid much attention. It seemed that over the past 3 years, this individual had grown increasingly frail, his complexion perpetually resembling that of someone who had spent too long submerged in water. Furthermore, this fellow was not particularly sociable within Slytherin, a trait highly regarded in that house. I often noticed the Slytherins avoiding him in the corridors. If he were not from a pure-blood family, he would likely face even harsher bullying. All right, Leon, rest assured, it's a mere matter of keeping an eye on his movements. Sevens proclaimed confidently. Oh, by the way, senior, do you know the disillusionment charm? Leon inquired suddenly. What do you intend to do? Sevens responded with a perplexed expression. We are Hufflepuffs, after all. We do not engage in the late-night escapades of Gryffindor. Instead of wandering about at night, we could simply head to the kitchen for a bite to eat. There's a rather useful item in Furk's office that I wish to procure. Moreover, with it, monitoring that Slytherin senior will be even more effortless, Leon explained. Alas, I owe you one, Seven said with a wry smile. All right. But I must clarify that my disillusionment charm was learned from Fiona, and it is not particularly smooth. Oh, I see. So your girlfriend's name is Fiona. Leon remarked with a mischievous grin. I'll treat you to butterbeer. Sevens replied through gritted teeth. Deal. The two scheming friends set a time and departed from the classroom. Leon made a stop at the Ollery, successfully employing a long-eared owl with a pouch of fish treats to deliver his message. These little creatures never cared whether they were offered a few coins or a small bag of fish, even if given a canute. They would typically ask Hagrid or head directly to the pet shop in Hogsmeade to exchange it for food. Naturally, the delivery fee was generally modest, with most young wizards offering just a couple of nuts. A small wizard with a few sickles as pocket money was considered affluent, unlike Leon or the Savior Potter, who typically carried dozens of galleons. Watching the owl soar away, Leon glanced at Hagrid's hut, which was marked by a solitary chimney, and eventually muttered a few words before returning to the common room. Damn it, my laziness is acting up. I don't want to trek all the way to Hagrid's hut for treasure. Upon returning to the common room, Leon settled into a corner sofa and picked up the advanced potion-making book he had only perused once. The new books and automatic quill he had ordered via post from Diagon Alley would likely not arrive until tomorrow, so he had no choice but to skim through the original text today. It must be said that the book appeared quite challenging and strained the eyes. His notes were a chaotic mess, lacking the aesthetic appeal of the professor's well-organized board work. TSK, Half-Blood Prince. The unkempt old bat probably has no idea I am aware of this moniker, Leon mused, a sense of wicked amusement bubbling within him. Who would have thought that you, in your youth, also had such a rebellious, nonconformist face? He pondered whether James and Snape had pocketed a handful of lime during their youthful village dance battles. Leon vividly imagined the scene of Harry's mother shouting, "Stop fighting, you two," and shivered slightly. The imagery was too enchanting. Tongue-tied and unable to speak, he found himself captivated by the various spells such as the disarming charm and the binding curse. Yet, he pondered why the disarming charm lacked a counter curse. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that at this moment, Snape had yet to invent a counter curse? Amused and bewildered, Leon understood why, in the original narrative, Harry could only press his hand against the wound after using that spell to incapacitate Draco Malfoy. Nevertheless, he was determined to learn it. The disarming charm was indeed a high-level spell, teetering on the edge of dark magic, with remarkable offensive capabilities. Whether or not it had a counter curse seemed irrelevant. Leon believed that if he were to employ such a spell, it would likely be in a dire situation. After diligently transcribing a few spells, Liang's attention shifted to the content of the book. It was, without a doubt, advanced potion making. He felt an overwhelming sense of envy as he surveyed the recipes for the elixir of life, the potion of happiness, the beauty potion, the eternal potion, the polyjuice potion, the amortentia, and even the Felix Felicis. However, the difficulty of brewing these potions had significantly escalated. Most potions required a second or even a third phase, with some needing several days to brew while others could take as long as 6 months. The most outrageous aspect was the ingredients required. Surely, more than half of them were restricted and would necessitate a visit to Borgin and Burke's, where he would likely be extorted. After a cursory glance through the text, Leon couldn't help but exhale deeply. Perhaps he could first attempt the beauty potion? It would be wonderful to gift it to his mother this Christmas. Checking the time, he realized that mealtime was approaching faster than he had anticipated. However, why was it so quiet today? He glanced around, noticing that the lounge was nearly empty. It felt as though he had forgotten something, but he dismissed it as unimportant and resolved to eat first, planning to seek out his friend afterward. If he could seize the opportunity to learn spells like conjuring fire or water prison, that would be splendid. At the very least, he intended to study the Patronus charm that evening. Leong hummed a victorious tune of the Axeman as he finished his meal, eagerly rushing to the principal's office door. The route had been deciphered from the portrait, compelling him to take a slight detour. Lemon snow candy, he uttered to the statue at the entrance. The wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended gracefully, reminiscent of an escalator. The moment Leong set foot upon it, he heard a thunderous rumble from behind, as the wall sealed shut once more. Isn't this akin to something from a film? Leong pondered. The staircase twisted ever higher until, at last, a wooden door materialized before him, adorned with a brass door knocker in the shape of a griffin. He knocked cautiously, met with silence. Professor? Leong gently pushed the wooden door open, which creaked ominously. The office was devoid of any presence, save for the myriad of portraits and a solitary phoenix. The room was eerily quiet, completely empty. Surrounding him were various intricate trinkets. Some emitted a melodious chime, while others released wisps of smoke, resembling humidifiers. However, Leong could not ascertain whether the mist was indeed water vapor. Perched upon a wooden shelf beside the door was a brilliantly feathered bird, which turned its head to glance at him upon hearing the noise, only to lose interest and bury its head beneath its wings once more. "Oh, Mr. Green?" A witch from one of the portraits spoke. "The Hufflepuff badger. I have heard of you from Mr. Hipworth." "Mr. Hipworth?" Leong inquired, utterly bewildered. "Oh, do not concern yourself. He is a remarkable wizard, though many overlook his contributions. He is the inventor of the invigorating potion. I digress. Albus has informed us that a young wizard will be arriving tonight to borrow the pensieve. The pensieve is already placed over there. You may use it directly." Leong turned his head and discovered, right beside the wooden frame of the phoenix, another wooden stand, upon which rested a shallow stone basin, its edge inscribed with letters and symbols. Could it be runes? Leong pondered. Hogwarts has truly fallen. Now even wizards of Muggle descent can brazenly enter the headmaster's office and utilize treasures such as the pensieve. The portrait of the bespectacled headmaster grumbled. Suddenly, a potion vial flew through the frame and struck the headmaster on the head with a resounding thud. Leong glanced back to see the female headmaster, who had just spoken to him, deliver a swift kick, sending the bespectacled headmaster tumbling from the portrait. Ah, splendid, quite powerful. The esteemed J.K. never mentioned that Madame Dolores Umbridge was a healer wielding both a heavy club and a needle. As for the bespectacled headmaster, just by the sight of those two distinctive mustaches, Leong could deduce his identity. The most unpopular headmaster in history, Phineas Nigellus Black. So what must I do? Leong approached the pensieve, gazing into the shallow, misty, silver-hued liquid, feeling somewhat at a loss. Should I plunge my head into it like in the movies? How would I return afterward? Oh, dear child, there's no need for excessive contemplation. You merely need to submerge your face into it. The headmistress adjusted her robes, declaring that Albus is ready for the lesson. You simply need to dive in. Is the headmaster not present tonight? Leong hesitated before asking. He has stepped out for an errand and likely will not return this evening. Leong desired to inquire further, but the phone wand behind him, seemingly unable to endure any longer, flew above his head and pressed his head into the meditation basin with a single claw. Leong felt as though he had taken flight, only to slowly descend, struggling mightily to suppress the impulse to scream. Remain calm, remain calm. While my head may be severed, my hairstyle must not be disheveled. Blood may flow, but my aloof persona must not falter. At last, Liang's trembling legs touched the ground, and he surveyed his surroundings, which resembled a stone house akin to that of Hagrid. "Ah, you have arrived." A youthful Dumbledore entered, inquiring if he was prepared to commence the lesson. Professor, how shall we conduct this class?" Leong asked, bewildered. "I have constructed a labyrinth here using memory." The young Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Your task is merely to find the exit within the labyrinth. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Of course, to instill a sense of urgency, I shall introduce a few minor obstacles. There will be some adorable little creatures pursuing you from behind. A friendly tip, it would be best not to let these adorable little creatures catch up to you." As he gazed at the youthful Dumbledore, an ominous premonition loomed larger in Liang's heart. "All right, child, let us not waste any time. Embark on your adventure. Fear not for your safety, for this is the realm of memory." With that, he opened the door and pushed Leong outside. With a resounding thud of the door closing behind him, Leong found himself standing at the entrance of the labyrinth, a grayish-white stone maze. Observing the 5-meter-high walls, Leong understood that he must obediently navigate within its confines. However, before he could decide whether to venture left or right, he heard a heavy, panting sound from behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by a giant wielding a wooden club, glaring at him. "Old B, I'm Geneva." Although he was within the memories of the pensieve, Leong had no desire to experience the sensation of being greeted by a giant. After all, the wizarding world had already immortalized a fool before him, whose exploits were still displayed on the wall of the 8th floor. Moreover, the foul stench behind him was all too vivid. 20 minutes later, Leong lay flat on the stone floor, gasping for breath. He had finally experienced the treatment befitting a protagonist trio, especially when that massive club came crashing down. Not so smooth. I see. Dumbledore inquired with a cheerful smile. Leon was at a loss, on the verge of tears. Professor, may I inquire whether this teaching will truly enable me to master the art of mental closure? To which Dumbledore shrugged, I cannot guarantee that. Some individuals possess a formidable will, naturally inclined to be adept at mental closure, while others, with weaker dispositions, may never acquire this skill. It ultimately hinges upon yourself. It hinges upon myself? Leon rose and once more pushed open the door, plunging headlong into the labyrinth. 15 minutes later, he exuberantly returned to the starting point. Leon seemed to have discovered the secret, swiftly rising to his feet and dashing outside once more. This time, he did not hastily enter the labyrinth but instead waited at the entrance for a certain behemoth. Indeed, within 3 minutes, the imposing figure of the giant emerged. Leon took a deep breath, striving to sketch out the lines in his mind. 2 minutes later, a formidable weapon had materialized in his hands. As the colossal creature charged towards him, Liang's expression was one of fervor, gripping the massive weapon with both hands. Ha! You bastard, taste my azure flame Gatling. He squeezed the trigger, yet no azure flames erupted. Leon was once again struck to the ground by a formidable force, and he seemed to catch a glimmer of disdain on the creature's face. Bewildered, he lay on the stone floor of the hut, thinking to himself, this script is all wrong. Ah, it appears you have uncovered the secret of this place, a venerable voice echoed. Leon turned his head and beheld an elderly version of Dumbledore. Professor, you have returned? Leon began, only to realize that the headmaster before him was indeed the real deal. Indeed, I just made a trip to the Ministry of Magic. At this late hour, one would hope for some consideration for the sleep of the elderly, Dumbledore remarked with mild irritation, surveying Leon. I must say, you surpass my expectations, Mr. Green. So, this place can be altered? Leon inquired tentatively. Precisely. In the realm of memory, there exists boundless potential, Dumbledore replied with a sigh, as if the expression I have a grand secret were inscribed upon his visage. Leon did not engage further. He held no interest in the secrets of a centenarian. However, Professor, Leon recalled the tangible sensation he had just experienced. Despite having fabricated a Gatling gun, he found himself unable to wield it. This was due to his lack of understanding of such weaponry. Suddenly, a chair materialized beside Dumbledore, who settled into it and conjured a licorice stick from thin air. If you wish to create something in the realm of memory, you must possess sufficient knowledge about it. Have you ever encountered such a weapon? Leon inquired with curiosity. Ah, well, as one ages, one inevitably encounters many novel sights, Dumbledore replied, blinking. Very well, Mr. Green, we shall conclude our discourse for today, at this hour. The young wizard ought to retire. With a wave of his hand, Leon felt a disorienting whirl, and when he abruptly lifted his head, he discovered himself still standing beside the meditation basin. Checking his pocket watch, he noted that it was nearly 10 o'clock. Leon found himself in a daze, realizing that 4 hours had already slipped by. Would you care for a drink? Dumbledore inquired as he took a seat at his desk. Perhaps you might fancy a warm glass of milk before bedtime? Leon nodded sleepily. A cup soared onto the table, filled with warm milk that seemed to materialize out of thin air. Thus, Leon cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. Professor, I do not quite comprehend. Dumbledore squinted slightly. Mr. Green, at Hogwarts, those who seek assistance will always find it. Leon slowly sipped his warm milk, his mind persistently contemplating the phrase. Professor, do you not wish to know my secret? After a moment of reflection, a bold idea suddenly took shape in his mind. Mr. Green, everyone harbors secrets. What if the secret pertains to a senior named Tom Marvolo Riddle? At last, Leon set down his cup of milk, a sly smile spreading across his face. The expression on the old man's face faltered, and after a considerable pause, he managed a wry smile. Leon felt increasingly joyful. Was this the delight of being a riddle master? Good night, Professor. I must retire for the evening, he said. Good night, Mr. Green. Oh, by the way, Professor. Leon turned back. I have heard that you possess an extensive repertoire of profound magic, such as the Path of the Fire God, the Fire Shield for protection, and the Water Prison Technique. I wonder if I might have the honor of receiving your guidance next Saturday? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, both amused and exasperated. After all, what could be more gratifying than teaching a young wizard? Leon nodded and stepped out, feeling invigorated. Indeed, as teacher Zhou Shuren had remarked, the most effective remedy for troubles is to offload them onto others. Now, the pressure had shifted to the old principal. As for whether a certain noseless senior would face a more dismal future, it was of no concern to him. Compared to fleeing abroad with his parents right after graduation, Leon found it far more preferable to see him utterly fail. Moreover, he had no confidence in persuading his parents. He certainly couldn't mimic Miss All-Knowing, who abandoned her parents and made a hasty escape, could he? Besides, he could also take advantage of Dumbledore and learn some valuable things. This was truly a triple-win situation. Humming a victorious tune, Leon entered the lounge, where he spotted a little girl gnawing on a licorice stick, wielding a quill, and struggling with a piece of parchment. Haven't you finished copying all day? Annie looked up, her nose smeared with ink, streaked black and white. But I want to watch the Quidditch tryouts today. Enough already, it's late. Stop writing and wash up for bed. You can copy tomorrow. That won't do. I have to lend it to Rod and the others to copy tomorrow. If you're not afraid of getting scolded, just copy mine. Leong, expressionless, pulled out his own assignment. Hurry up and go to sleep. Leong, are you hiding something from me? Annie rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, what could I possibly be hiding? Am I supposed to tell you I'm going to visit Filch's office with the fifth-year prefect? Once he had successfully sent Annie away, Liang stealthily made his way to the kitchen, the rendezvous point he had arranged with Sevens. Even if they were discovered, no one would suspect anything. After all, it was perfectly ordinary for two Hufflepuffs to wander to the kitchen at that hour. He reached out and scratched the pair, which let out a squeaky laugh and transformed into a doorknob. Grasping the green handle, he pulled it outward, revealing a bustling scene before him. Numerous house elves scurried about the kitchen, with floating plates and vegetables filling the air. Four massive rectangular tables stood in the center, mirroring the dining hall above. Further inside, rows of wooden barrels were stacked high, with many ropes strung up, displaying tea towels adorned with the Hogwarts crest. Impressive, isn't it? That's where these little creatures reside. I've asked them, and they all claim to love these large barrels, filled with the sweet aroma of fruit wine. Sevens appeared silently behind Leong, carrying a plate of small cakes. It is said that there are over 100 house elves throughout the castle. Would you like some? No. Thank you. Leong declined the offer for a late-night snack. I just had a cup of warm milk. So how was it? I mean, was the principal's office fun? What do you think? Leong rolled his eyes. Although the old bee seemed amiable, the mere title of the greatest white wizard of the century was enough to instill awe. The reaction of an average young wizard upon seeing him was hardly different from Ron's. I suppose so, Sevens replied, handing his empty plate to a passing house elf with a polite thank you. Amidst the elf's soft squeals, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Even the most difficult Slytherins behaved themselves in front of the principal. Shall we set off? Sevens winked. If you're feeling scared, you can still return to bed now. Leong rolled his eyes. Enough with the nonsense. Let us depart. The two individuals exited the kitchen and arrived at the main entrance of the hall. We must employ the illusory body spell, said Cywincy, producing a pair of glasses. Wear these. Otherwise, under the spell, we shall be utterly unable to perceive one another. Leong nodded slightly, accepting the oddly shaped glasses and placing them upon his face. His vision transformed in an unusual manner, reminiscent of a previous life experienced through infrared. These spectacles allowed us to perceive the world from a magical perspective, a favorite tool among curse breakers, Sevens elucidated. Before retrieving his wand and tapping it gently on Liang's shoulder, followed by a self-directed tap, in Liang's line of sight, there swayed a figure radiating waves of crimson magical energy. It appeared that his senior was once again being modest, with merely this silent disillusionment charm. He dared to assert that Soens would surely excel in this year's O.W.L.S. Let us proceed, Soens whispered, as the two swiftly and silently made their way towards Filch's office. They had to locate the Marauders map tonight, otherwise Leong could scarcely afford to squander time playing hide-and-seek with Filch. The disillusionment charm was a rather novel experience for Leong, especially when he removed his glasses, revealing his almost translucent palms. The two stealthily traversed the corridor, where, at this hour, apart from the Night Owl Gryffindors, one would hardly encounter any wandering souls. Upon arriving at Filch's office, Soens retrieved his wand from his pocket and quietly uttered the incantation for the Patronus charm. A silver rabbit sprang forth from the mist emanating from the tip of his wand, shrinking in size as it slipped through the crack of the door. Leong raised an eyebrow. Chong Wei, do you still claim you do not wander at night? What purpose does such proficiency in the guardian spell serve? Saviors offered a sheepish smile, remaining silent, just as the rabbit returned. He retracted the guardian and rubbed his temples. What is it? Leong inquired softly. Air. Fiki is currently in the office. Isn't he supposed to be on patrol? Leong expressed his bewilderment. Why patrol? Saviors echoed his confusion. He is merely an old man. He should certainly rest at night. But I recall he apprehended 2 first-year Gryffindors just a couple of days ago. Oh. That was because of his cat, Saviors clarified. His cat is named Lady Loris and often scampers around the castle at night. The last 2 Gryffindor first years were caught by her. Additionally, certain portraits will notify him of any little wizards wandering about at night. Leong slapped his forehead, realizing he had been deceived by the original text once again. Perhaps it was due to the frequent appearances of Filch during the nocturnal escapades of the trio in the narrative, leading Leong to believe that Filch was a night owl, roaming the castle with his cat every night. However, the reality was that Filch was merely an ordinary, aging gentleman. No matter how fervently he engaged in intellectual duels with the young wizards, he was hardly a secret agent. After all, even the ghostly professor of magical history enjoyed his holidays. What should we do now? Leong pondered, scratching his head. We certainly cannot just barge in and cast a stunning spell on him. What are you talking about? Severus exclaimed, astonished. While he may be rather unpleasant, he is still a member of the Hogwarts staff. You want to cast a stunning spell on him? Are you seeking expulsion? Is there a problem? Leong replied calmly. As long as we don't get caught, it should be fine. Master Green, are you aware of a spell known as Revealing Trace? There is also a spell called Disapparition. Severus retorted, his lips curling in disdain, as if ready to cast a curse upon Leong at any moment. Enough. Let us focus on the task at hand. Severus took a deep breath and produced several parchment-wrapped spheres from his pocket, the scent emanating from them ominous. "What is this?" Leon asked, covering his nose. "Oh, these are Filch's favorites," Severus chuckled sinisterly. "The bombs." As he spoke, he cautiously unwrapped the parchment, revealing the true nature of the dung bombs, a chocolate-colored sphere. Were it not for the pungent aroma, Leon might have genuinely mistaken it for a chocolate treat. So, these are indeed made from excrement? What else would they be made of? Without the excrement, what would be the point? Severus shrugged. Leon gave a thumbs up. Indeed, when it comes to playing, you wizards truly excel. Suddenly, he no longer wished to befriend those who toy with trivial matters. I shall create a diversion to lure out Filch. And you can seize the opportunity to search for what you need. Although I am unaware of your objective, Savant's tone grew serious. Yet, you must exercise utmost caution. While Filch's office is predominantly filled with the pranks of young wizards, one cannot dismiss the presence of genuine dark magical artifacts. Do not touch anything unfamiliar, particularly those with sentience. In the realm of magic, there exists a saying, all magical items endowed with consciousness are untrustworthy. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to hasten, as my disillusionment charm can only last for approximately half an hour. Regardless of your success or failure, we must reconvene in the kitchen in 20 minutes. Leon nodded slightly. Sevens made a countdown gesture towards Leon, and the two silently distanced themselves from Filch's office door. When Sevens reached the count of 1, he smashed the dung ball against the door of Filch's office. With a resounding thud, a foul stench permeated the air. Leon was nearly overwhelmed by tears from the pungent stench. Such a powerful odor could not leave Filch indifferent. He stumbled out of the office, retching and bellowing in fury. Damn it! Who did this? Show yourself. I will catch you. It will be the end for you. I will ensure you leave for good. From the distant end of the corridor, another foul projectile soared through the air, landing squarely upon Filch. This time, even the Maine Coon, affectionately named Lady Loris, disdainfully leapt from her owner's shoulder, covering her nose with her paw. The cat, oblivious to Leon's proximity, was oblivious to the noxious cloud that enveloped them both. After all, compared to a dog, felines are not particularly adept at discerning scents. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as Filch, along with Lady Loris, hastily pursued the direction from which the foul object had been launched. With Filch's departure, Leon exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, the efficacy of the excrement was undeniable. As the saying goes, a mop dipped in filth is akin to having the legendary warrior elbow at one's side. One could keep a few on hand for future use. Leon stealthily slipped into Filch's office. The room was dim and filthy, devoid of windows, with only a solitary oil lamp hanging from the low ceiling. The air was permeated by a faint odor of dried fish mingled with a noxious stench, remnants of a recent creation. Surrounding the room were numerous filing cabinets, each seemingly containing detailed records of every student Filch had punished, as indicated by their labels. On the wall behind Filch's desk hung an entire set of gallows, handcuffs, and shackles. Without time to dwell on Filch's morbid tastes, Leon swiftly drew his wand and, with his dragon-hide gloved left hand, began to pull open the cabinets one by one. Alas, there were far too many cabinets. Turning his head to listen for Filch's return, and hearing nothing, he gritted his teeth and conjured a flickering lumos. The dimness of the room made the light from his wand a welcome relief, allowing Leon to hasten his search. At last, he discovered a drawer adorned with a note that read confiscated items. Leon swiftly opened the drawer. Inside lay a myriad of trinkets confiscated by Filch from students, among which he recognized a wolf-tooth flying disc, a dung egg, and numerous other unfamiliar objects. Leon withdrew the entire drawer and placed it upon the ground. After an extensive search, he finally unearthed a piece of parchment. I solemnly swear I shall not engage in good deeds. Slowly, a line of small text emerged upon the parchment. Moon-faced, worm-tailed, large-footed, and pointed-forked gentlemen, here to assist the creators of magical mischief, proudly present the Marauder's map. Leon finally let out a long sigh of relief. Is this what you refer to as treasure? Sevens inquired, his mouth full of chicken leg, while examining the parchment in his hand. You can actually consume this? Leon kept his distance, as despite the dung bomb not being directed at Sevens himself, an indistinct foul odor lingered around him. Why can't you eat it? If there's food, one should seize the opportunity to indulge, after all. That is the creed of our Hufflepuff house. Sevens flashed a grin. No worries, I shall take a shower in the head boy's washroom soon. Oh, the head boy's washroom? Let's go together. I've never been there, Leon exclaimed with enthusiasm. So what exactly is the purpose of this item? Leon took the parchment, drew out his wand, and pointed it at the surface. I solemnly swear I shall not engage in virtuous deeds. The text reappeared upon the parchment. Subsequently, delicate lines began to outline the silhouette of a castle, accompanied by a plethora of small names formed from minute script, trailing beside a series of inky footprints. Wency stared in astonishment, his chicken leg falling from his mouth unnoticed. Oh, Merlin's undergarments. This is simply astonishing. What do you think? Wency snatched the map, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was nothing short of a masterpiece. Apparitium. He uttered an incantation, but upon discovering it had no effect, he attempted a scarpin spell, still yielding no response. You see, first of all, this object has been enchanted with a counter-revealing charm. Wincy flipped through the map, adding, furthermore, I would wager that a human trace charm has certainly been employed here. As for the other spells, I cannot discern them. But I would bet my life that there are no fewer than 10 charms at play here. It's not as if I'm trying to swindle a meal or a drink. Leon calmly accepted the milk offered by the house elf, taking a sip. Perhaps I shall use this to monitor the activities of that Slytherin senior from now on. That would indeed make things easier for me. However, aren't you going to use it? Leon shrugged. I am indeed a diligent student, and I have no inclination to wander about at night. What purpose does this serve? Moreover, this item was procured by both of us, so you should take it. After sharing their spoils, the two once again utilized the disillusionment charm and, with arms around each other's shoulders, made their way to the 6th floor prefect's lavatory for a bath. Remarkably, the prefect's lavatory was quite splendid, featuring an opulent soaking tub. It seemed that I must strive to attain the status of a prefect in the future. Not for any particular reason, but simply for the luxurious lavatory in the exclusive prefect compartment. Regrettably, he missed the opportunity to encounter Myrtilla, who was said to frequent the prefect's lavatory. By the time Leon finished his bath and returned to his bed, it was already past 1 in the morning. Waves of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. The repercussions of his late-night exertions manifested the following day. As he found himself unable to rise from bed, the alarm clock failing to rouse him, it was nearly 9 o'clock when he finally got up. You've overslept, and chided mercilessly. Now, how can you claim I wake late? Ah, right. Leon yawned and glanced at the time, realizing breakfast was likely over. He contemplated heading to the kitchen for a snack, intending to foster a good rapport with the house elves. In truth, Hufflepuff students possessed an inherent advantage in their relations with house elves. Thank you, Helga Hufflepuff, he thought, expressing gratitude to the founder, just as he was about to step outside. The Bant brothers entered, carrying a package. Leon, there's a parcel for you, Ronan grinned, resembling a jovial character. Thanks, buddy. Leon accepted the package, weighing it in his hands, and surmised its contents. It was likely the order he had placed at the Leaky Cauldron for advanced potion-making supplies and an automatic quill. Leon, brimming with excitement, eagerly unboxed his belongings, momentarily setting aside his textbooks, which, despite having undergone numerous reprints, still contained the same content. The disdain of the potion's master, Severus Snape, for many outdated topics was evident in his notes. As for the automatic quill, it proved to be less than intelligent, resembling more of a mechanical nuisance. When tasked with transcribing handwritten notes, it replicated an entire page in a chaotic scrawl reminiscent of Snape's youthful handwriting, akin to a tangled ball of yarn, which reminded Leon of the doctor's illegible scribbles in the hospital. After a brief trial revealing its impracticality, it was seized by Annie, who was eager to play with it. Sprawled on the sofa, Leon found himself at a loss for activities, even too lethargic to seek out food. This simply would not do. Leon, you must rouse yourself. You did not come to Hogwarts to laze about. After lingering in a state of relaxation, he finally emerged from the haze of his hangover and fatigue. Turning to Annie, he said, I'm going to visit Hagrid's hut. Would you like to join me? The little girl immediately set aside the automatic quill, having long wished to venture outside. Brother Baoqiang approached, only to be brusquely pushed away by Leon. Have you both completed your assignments? And yet you plan to go out. However, more first-year wizards were drawn to the idea, clamoring to join in. It seemed that forming groups was an innate habit among the young badgers. Ultimately, the expedition to Hagrid's hut gathered a merry band of 7. The group departed the castle in high spirits, making their way down the stone steps towards the garden. Speaking of which, it seemed that the weather near the castle experienced several clear days each week. Leon gazed at the azure sky and pondered aloud. Is it true that the weather here is perpetually dreary? In this wretched place of the grating empire, one rarely glimpsed the heavens throughout the year. Even the Scottish Highlands offered little respite. Perhaps the headmaster has employed a weather charm? Suggested a half-blood wizard, Crow Sebastian. I've heard my mother say that powerful wizards utilize formidable weather spells. The esteemed graduate Scamander was a genius in this regard. Scamander? Is he the one who authored Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Another young wizard inquired. Indeed, that is him, Leon confirmed. He was particularly skilled with weather charms, and it is said that he possessed a suitcase enchanted with a seamless extension charm, which also featured weather spells to create habitats suitable for various magical creatures. A collective expression of intrigue appeared among the young wizards, though Annie remained unfazed, still attempting to pilfer chocolate from Liang's pocket. Save me 2 pieces. I haven't had breakfast yet. Despite her persistence, the chocolate ultimately found its way into the insatiable little girl's stomach, leaving one to wonder why she perpetually resembled a famished specter. Fortunately, Hagrid's hut was now in sight. Leon rubbed his empty stomach, silently wishing for something edible to be found within. Rock cakes were out of the question. Hagrid was not home. Leon knocked for quite some time without receiving any response. Troubled, he rubbed his stomach, wondering if he would have to wait until noon to return to the castle for a meal. Glancing around, he noticed that Hagrid had cultivated the area surrounding the small cottage, planting an abundance of potatoes, pumpkins, and tomatoes. As Leon pondered whether to roast a couple of potatoes or wash some tomatoes, a loud voice called out from a distance. Hey there, little ones. What brings you here? The young wizards turned to see Hagrid approaching, shouldering several wild rabbits and pheasants, a massive crossbow in hand, with a large dog at his feet. "Hi, Hagrid. We came to play with you." Leon greeted him with a wave. "Did you just return from the Forbidden Forest?" "Indeed. Recently, a unicorn has given birth. But its condition is not very good. I mean, the mother unicorn's health is concerning. Moreover, there are many nefarious individuals scheming to harm the unicorn foal." Hagrid warmly welcomed the little wizards. "Come inside, children. But if I recall correctly, unicorns, being such magical creatures, have nearly no natural enemies, do they?" Leon inquired as he stepped into the stone cottage, continuing the conversation. "Unicorns indeed have few foes in the wizarding world. Those stronger than them typically do not provoke them, as unicorns are the epitome of purity. Despite their valuable attributes, killing a unicorn invites a curse upon the perpetrator. Furthermore, unicorns are incredibly swift and possess formidable magical abilities, capable of discerning one's true intentions, be they benevolent or malevolent. In his previous life, Leon had spent over 3 hours in a game trying to catch a unicorn. Natural enemies? Oh, yes, unicorns have virtually no natural predators, but there are always some desperate individuals, even werewolves. Those ruffians disregard any notion of curses." Hagrid grumbled as he set down his catch. The group of young wizards settled onto the thick carpet inside the cottage. The carpet, though somewhat dirty, was made of long strands of unicorn hair. Looking around, Leon felt that describing Hagrid as merely extravagant was an understatement. He was, quite simply, a figure of immense wealth. It is worth noting that on the black market, unicorn hair is sold by the strand. Leon suppressed the greed that lingered in his heart. One may be greedy, but one must never allow that greed to dominate one's mind. Moreover, given the income of his parents, they were far from impoverished. "Hagrid, do you have anything to eat?" Leon rubbed his stomach, having risen late and missed breakfast. "Oh, you haven't had breakfast yet?" Hagrid frowned. "That won't do. The little wizard is still growing. And it's nearly mealtime. I'll go prepare something. In the meantime, would you like some rock cakes?" As Leon accepted the enormous cake that Hagrid handed him, he attempted to break it apart with his hands. Hagrid, I might not be able to bite into this thing," he admitted. Annie, undeterred, snatched it away. To her credit, she exhibited a modicum of intelligence by not attempting to bite directly into it, instead trying to break it apart like Leon had. Unfortunately, her face turned red with effort, yet the cake remained unyielding. The other badgers joined in the laughter, passing the cake around as if it were a delightful toy. Hagrid seemed at a loss. Sorry, I didn't know." "It's fine. What did you say you were going to make?" Leon rose, shedding his outer robes. "Perhaps we could assist. After all, we are all Hufflepuffs." A chubby little wizard raised his hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, "I brought some spices. I have a portable cauldron. I have a spatula. You truly embody Hufflepuff spirit, carrying all of that with you." In the end, aside from Hagrid managing a few wild rabbits and chickens, the little wizards undertook the remaining tasks. Notably, Liang's independently crafted potato stew received the highest praise. "If you come across any useful or beautiful plants in the Forbidden Forest, could you bring some back for me? I would be willing to pay." Liang recalled his little compartment in Greenhouse 4 and inquired. "Oh, there's no need to spend money. The Forbidden Forest is abundant with plants. I can bring you some." "But what do you need them for?" Hagrid asked, gnawing on a rock cake. "Oh, I borrowed a small compartment in Greenhouse 4 from Professor Sprout. But aside from a bit of white ash, there's nothing there. I plan to cultivate a bit more," Leon explained. "All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. But you all must not venture into the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid warned with concern. "Hagrid, we are not Gryffindors. We want to run off to the Forbidden Forest," Annie reassured him, patting her chest. "But is the Forbidden Forest really as dangerous as the legends suggest?" Audrey inquired curiously. "Absolutely," Hagrid replied, patting the crossbow by his bed. "The Forbidden Forest is home to a variety of magical creatures and plants, and there are centaur tribes as well. If you encounter them, you should be fine. They never harm young wizards. Cough, cough. I mean, they never harm little wizards. Deeper within the forest reside trolls and werewolf clans. And there are even dark wizards who temporarily dwell in ruins." "Dark wizards residing in ruins?" Leon pondered over those words. "Are you implying that there are ruins in the Forbidden Forest?" All the young wizards widened their eyes in astonishment. They were at an age where tales of ruins, adventures, and treasures captivated their imagination, even among Hufflepuffs. Hagrid awkwardly cleared his throat, regretting his loose tongue. "You must promise not to go there," he warned seriously. "It's truly not a place for fun. Back when I was in school, I heard from upperclassmen that a ghost in the Headless Hunt camp nearby was once a Hogwarts student. It is said that he perished while exploring the ruins and ended up becoming a ghost. Additionally, each year, a few mischievous young wizards find themselves in St. Mungo's after wandering into the Forbidden Forest." Yang pondered thoughtfully. The ghost mentioned by Hagrid, who perished in the ruins, might very well be a character from a game he had played in a previous life. However, it bore little significance to him. After all, the protagonist in the game ventured into the ruins in search of ancient magic, while he himself had yet to complete even his second-year curriculum, let alone delve into any ancient sorcery. After a hearty meal, a group of young wizards played with flying pancakes by Hagrid's vegetable patch as there were no frisbees. While Leon transformed a small stool into a lounge chair and reclined upon it, quietly savoring the rare moment of leisure. Yet, this pleasant mood lasted only until their return to the castle. You mean he disappeared on the 8th floor? Leon inquired, seated at the long table in the kitchen, simultaneously enjoying pumpkin porridge and gnawing on a steak. Ever since entering Hufflepuff Academy, he had found himself increasingly neglecting timely meals in the Great Hall. Moreover, discussions seemed to always transpire in the kitchen. My best friend has the god of restrooms. What do I have? Yes, he vanished on the 8th floor. I even went to check it out and found nothing in that corridor. No, to be precise, there must certainly be a hidden passage not shown on the map. Sevens calmly sipped on a cold soda, which he had pilfered from Leon. Isn't there a painting of a giant monster brawling with a fool on the wall opposite where he disappeared? Leon queried nonchalantly. Indeed. It seems you are aware of that hidden passage? That is not a hidden passage, Leon replied leisurely, wiping his mouth. That should be the room of requirement. The room of requirement? Sevens mused, a sense of intrigue washing over him. It feels as if this first-year little sprout knows more about Hogwarts than I do. But what exactly is the room of requirement? As the name suggests, that room alters its structure and layout according to one's desires. When you wish for a quiet place to brew potions, it will provide you with a complete set of tools. When you seek a lounge, it can transform into a lavish suite. The Marauder's map can monitor even the headmaster's office, yet that place remains, perhaps, the only location in all of Hogwarts that cannot be surveilled. However, there is no need for concern. There is only one exit from that place, and he must eventually emerge from there. It sounds like a splendid place, Sevens exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Perfect for clandestine gatherings, provided no one else knows about it. Never mind that. Professor Snape is likely not in a hurry, seeking my assistance in monitoring primarily because he fears that Slytherin students might leak information. I heard you all can visit Hogsmeade next weekend? Leon suddenly asked. His sources of information were not particularly reliable, but notices had already been posted at the entrance of the Great Hall and the common room. Yes, next weekend, Sevens replied, pushing open the kitchen door as he walked. Is it enjoyable? Leon nodded at passing students, curious. It's just all right, Sevens responded, his expression one of ambivalence. Honestly, I don't find it particularly exciting. The only places worth visiting are Honeyduke's, Zonko's joke shop, and the Three Broomsticks. Oh, the girls might prefer browsing through clothing stores. Spending an entire afternoon inside, not knowing what they are choosing, and repeatedly asking you which one looks better. Leon shrugged, indicating his lack of understanding. That evening, he audaciously intruded upon the prefect's restroom. Upon his return, he discovered that his friends, the Bows, were huddled together copying homework. He paid it no mind, only to find himself reprimanded the following day by Professor McGonagall. The assignments from Annie to the Rod brothers were all identical to Liang's. Fortunately, they were not foolish enough to replicate their names. Yet Liang's paper format diverged from theirs, reflecting the habits of a past life, appearing far more polished and pristine than the typical young wizard's work. Word is that our model student was reprimanded today? Inquired Fred from Gryffindor. Leaning over to the Hufflepuff table with a teasing tone, Leon set down his watermelon juice. Even you know about it? Hey, Junior, in this castle, there are no secrets, Fred replied, his small eyes squinting comically. Severus asked me to inform you that we plan to visit that all your wishes granted place tonight. You and Severus? And Fiona. Fred added, rest assured, we can be trusted. The three of us grew up in the same village before school. Speaking of which, Severus hails from Welfare Village in Hampshire, a place once populated solely by the Welfare family, until half-blood wizards gradually settled there. Fred shrugged, a quaint little place, as the Slytherins would say. All right, what time? 9 o'clock. Leon nodded, realizing that the prefects, including Sevens, must have just concluded their rounds of patrol and inspections. Indeed, Leon had always assumed that such inspections did not exist within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Little did he know that these duties fell upon the prefects. Every evening at 9 o'clock, all prefects, under the leadership of the head of the student council, were required to patrol their designated areas to ensure that no young wizards were wandering about. At 8:30, Leon was still nestled on the sofa in the common room, a small plate of roasted soybeans prepared by the house elves resting on the table beside him. Accompanying it was a pot of a peculiar variety of agave. Whenever Leon opened his mouth, the leaves would stretch forth, curling around a roasted soybean and delivering it to his lips. The book in his hands had transitioned from old fountain to the advanced potion-making tome, albeit not an authentic signed edition by Snape, but rather Leon's own handwritten notes, and stretched lazily, letting out a long yawn as she tucked away her freshly completed transfiguration assignment and inquired, Leon, aren't you going to bed? Leon waved his hand dismissively. Having finished this page, a sudden loud bang erupted from the Bont brothers' direction, and without needing to look, he knew the two rascals were once again indulging in their explosive antics. Rona, little lowly, Anne's voice roared like a lioness, stop playing with that thing in the lounge. It's too noisy. Rona, with a face smeared in grime, stuck out his tongue. His already dark complexion now rivaled that of his African-American counterpart. The two brothers hastily gathered their belongings and made a hasty retreat. To be honest, Leon was rather impressed that and could instantly recognize the two. For in his eyes, they were not merely similar. They were indistinguishable, and he often confused them. As the number of people in the lounge dwindled, Leon glanced at his watch. It was already 8:45. He rose and returned to his dormitory. 5 minutes later, clad in a black coat, he stealthily slipped out once more. Alas, he was caught red-handed. Little Loli and Rose leaned against the lounge door, casting a sidelong glance while emitting a derisive chuckle. I knew it. You sneaked out to play again last time without telling me. Leon, you've changed. Thus, when Leon met up with Sevens and the others, a little shadow trailed behind him. However, the trio remained silent, for only Leon knew how to enter the room of requirement. They carefully evaded the grumbling of the Pippy ghost and arrived safely on the 8th floor. Is this the room of requirement? Fiona inquired, gazing at the barren walls. Pulling out her wand and tapping it. How do we open it? Quite simple, Leon replied. Stand before this wall, concentrate on the space you need in your mind. Then walk back and forth 3 times while speaking. As he walked back and forth before the wall, he silently repeated, I need a secret base. To be honest, he felt quite nervous, as he was merely theorizing. Fortunately, the room of requirement lived up to its name, with Liang's final passage. The one spare wall shimmered with countless delicate golden lights, outlining the shape of a door. As the golden radiance gradually faded, a smooth, grand door appeared before them. Welcome to the room of requirement. Yang circled the room and felt quite satisfied, although he had not specified the type of secret base he desired. It contained nearly everything he wished for. In the corner stood 2 rows of tables, designated for the cultivation and processing of herbs. Beside them was a table for brewing potions, complete with a cauldron. On the opposite side of the room were several alchemical mannequins designed for magical training, equipped with wheels at their base, resembling terracotta warriors, albeit holding wands instead. The corners of the room were cluttered with sleeping bags and various supplies. Goodness, I never expected such a place existed within Hogwarts, exclaimed Fran. Leon, how did you discover this location? And ventured around, her face brimming with curiosity. Of course, it's because I am all-knowing, Leon replied nonchalantly, and flicked her hair, nearly smacking Leon in the face with her ponytails. Since that fellow Nott has used this place, should we not quietly inquire about what he is up to nearby? Asked Savins. That may prove difficult, for we have no idea what his intentions are. Unperturbed, Savins and the others entered and exited several times, growing familiar with the room's functionalities, yet they could not locate the chamber that Roland Nott had utilized. As the clock approached 11, they parted ways at the staircase, each returning to their own abode. The ensuing days were marked by tranquility, as that Slytherin senior had shown no signs of mischief for at least a week. Meanwhile, Leon happily attended a private session in the headmaster's office on Saturday evening. This time, Dumbledore was already waiting in his office. Good evening, Mr. Green, Dumbledore greeted, raising a jar in his hand. Would you care for some cockroaches? Upon observing the disturbingly lifelike jar of cockroaches, Leon posed a rather existential question. Headmaster, are you not concerned about consuming a real one? There was a time in my youth when I forgot to secure the lid, and as a result, Leon hastily gestured to indicate his desire to cease listening. Even the esteemed former headmasters surrounding him displayed expressions of disdain. Very well, before we commence today's lesson, I would like to share something with you. Following last Saturday, I paid visits to a few old friends and made some progress. In truth, I have harbored this conjecture for many years. Dumbledore retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing a silvery, thread-like substance that floated within. This is a memory, Dumbledore said cheerfully, as he poured its contents into the pensieve. Liang's keen eyes caught a glimpse of several images. Subsequently, the 2 individuals plunged into the scene. They found themselves standing in a classroom, which Leon instantly recognized as the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. However, the decor was markedly different from that of the present-day classroom. A young man with jet black hair and a pale complexion was tidying up assignments for an elderly professor, whose hair was entirely white. Professor, are you truly retiring? The young man inquired softly. Yes, Tom. Indeed, the old professor replied, patting his waist. I am far too old. My energy wanes, and it is time for me to enjoy my twilight years. After my retirement, a new professor will take over your class. There is no need for concern. I will discuss the matter of your new teacher thoroughly with Albus. Then I wish you a delightful retirement in advance. The young man chuckled lightly, before adopting a casual tone. Professor, may I ask you one more question? Oh, what is it? The old professor responded with a warm smile. Professor, have you ever heard the term Horcrux? The expression on the old professor's face gradually faded. Tom, I believe I have told you. Never, ever seek the secret of immortality. Nicholas has already paid a price for eternal life. This is on the basis that he was a great alchemist and a seer. As for others who tread this path, they fare far worse. I am pleased you remember every word I spoke in class, but that should not be the reason for your curiosity. As for the Horcrux you just mentioned, I can only tell you that it is the most wicked and despicable thing in this world. You may leave now, Mr. Riddle. I wish to be alone for a moment. The young man from memory bowed slightly, his face still adorned with a respectful, humble expression. The scene blurred, and Leon and Dumbledore's consciousness returned to the office once more. Thus, Headmaster, This is the memory of an old friend, Dumbledore remarked, reaching into the pensieve to stir the memories. He recently passed away, and before he departed, I persuaded him to entrust me with this memory for safekeeping. He was the professor of defense against the dark arts at the time, instructing your senior, Tom. So at that time, he was already contemplating Horcruxes? Liang pondered thoughtfully. However, headmaster, I do not understand. Even in advanced texts on dark magic, there is no record of the method for creating Horcruxes, is there? Dumbledore seated himself at his desk. Indeed, Mr. Green, since Horcruxes were invented by he who must not be named, they have remained the most forbidden of taboos. No book contains the method of their creation. Yet, your senior, Tom, undoubtedly discovered it. I believe another old friend of mine may have provided him with some assistance in this matter. We are all aware that he is not easily satisfied, and thus, I suspect a single Horcrux was likely not his ultimate goal. Of course, headmaster, my ambitious senior aspires to create 7, Liang said, rubbing his temples as he spoke the chilling truth with an air of nonchalance. Dumbledore's expression grew even more bitter. He truly created 7? Almost certainly, headmaster. As far as I know, although there was an incident while he was crafting the last one, he succeeded, even if he himself may not have realized it. Then, do you know the whereabouts of these Horcruxes? Dumbledore looked at Liang with a glimmer of hope. Some of them, Liang nodded. At least, there is likely one within the school. Where? Liang shrugged, aware that without old comrade Dang, finding the diadem tonight would likely render him sleepless. Come with me, Professor. However, you owe me a path cleared by the God of Fire. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. I fear that you are not yet adept at such magic, Mr. Green. No matter, let's keep a record. 10 minutes later, Liang escorted Dumbledore into the room of requirement. But this time, he opened the chamber meant for concealment. The two searched diligently for an entire hour, and ultimately, Liang, relying on his hazy recollections, discovered the half-figure of the wizard where the diadem was placed in the original text. The figure exuded a potent aura of dark magic. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he gazed at the statue. So this Horcrux is the diadem. Professor, the diadem of Ravenclaw, Liang said, his complexion pale as he regarded the statue. However, it seems it has likely been taken by someone. The two, one old and one young, returned empty-handed. Yet, Dumbledore appeared in good spirits. After all, compared to their previous aimless endeavors, they now possessed a lead, almost as if a guide had been handed to them directly. If they failed to navigate this, it could only imply a lack of skill on their part, and Dumbledore did not consider himself inept. Do not feel disheartened, Mr. Green, Dumbledore said with a cheerful demeanor. If Tom had been ahead of us before, now all his secrets lie bare before our eyes. What we confront is a man who learned to disguise himself from childhood, although his temperament drastically changed due to the splitting of his soul. He remains the most cunning of adversaries. With patience, he will inevitably reveal his flaws. All right, if you are not in a hurry, Liang shrugged. I have shared all that I know, except for that ring buried in the Gunther estate. You should pay special attention to it, as it is said to hold the legendary resurrection stone. It seems you know me better than I had anticipated, Dumbledore observed with keen interest. Mr. Green, would you mind sharing how you came to know these secrets? Liang stretched languidly. Professor, consider me merely a figment of your imagination. I must return, Professor. Tomorrow morning I am to assist Professor Sprout with the handling of the white radish. Go on, my child, and may you have sweet dreams. At the break of dawn the following day, Liang rose and made his way to the hall for breakfast. Heimdall brought news from home. Filled with trivial matters, his mother and Lady Augustus had been to the fashionable boutique to procure new garments, while his father and Mr. Augustus had been fishing by the lake, catching piranhas with goblin bait. A serene tranquility enveloped the scene. The atmosphere at the school mirrored this tranquility. Even the Daily Prophet was, to his surprise, devoid of commotion. However, Liang harbored an unsettling sensation that beneath this calm surface lay a hidden iceberg. Eventually, after 2 Saturdays of clandestine activities, the iceberg was set ablaze. That evening, Liang, as was his custom, nestled in the lounge, idly passing the time. The pages of the book in his hands transitioned from advanced potion-making to a volume on today's Transfiguration, specifically the Dumbledore's exclusive edition. Ultimately, Old Honeybee had not imparted to him the secrets of the Fire God's path or the Fire Shield for protection. Liang's dream of playing with fire had been dashed. Fortunately, Old Bee had provided him with guidance on Transfiguration. Although Liang had previously been adept at transforming objects, his skills were limited to those of similar shapes. This was why Professor McGonagall instructed first-year students to transfigure matches into needles and beetles into buttons. By the 3rd year, young wizards would begin to delve into more advanced transfiguration techniques, transforming objects of vastly different shapes and even materials. On the train at the start of the school year, Liang had attempted to transfigure parchment into a small table for his cup, but the legs had flopped uselessly. Now, if one were to liken it to a game, Liang's proficiency in transfiguration had undoubtedly reached a specialization level. He could now skillfully transfigure liquids in soil, a level of mastery that could be deemed practical in real-world situations. However, Liang still yearned to play with fire. The sight of a green watermelon was hardly impressive. The truly dashing figures in the wizarding world were those who wielded fire, like Dumbledore and Grindlewald. Nonetheless, he was reassured by the time he had left. Munching on biscuits while perusing a book, the yellow soybeans in the kitchen had been consumed, and it would be a while before they were restocked. The door to the common room swung open, and a small badger stumbled in, swaying as though intoxicated. A familiar voice called out, "Quentin, have you been drinking again? Be careful not to get caught by Professor McGonagall." However, the young wizard named Quentin remained silent, his complexion pale, lips a deep shade of purple, and his left hand pressed against his stomach. Surely, he couldn't have consumed that much? Just as a third-year student was about to approach him, a loud shout pierced the air. "Get away from him!" With that exclamation, Quentin could no longer contain himself and doubled over, retching onto the carpet. Yet, what he expelled was not a mere mixture of food and stomach acid, but a viscous, wriggling mass that resembled living maggots. As these creatures hit the ground, they rapidly expanded, transforming into winged insects that resembled butterflies, yet bore scorpion-like tails, their wings adorned with glaringly bright black eyes. As the butterflies flapped their wings, preparing to take flight, two spells were cast in quick succession: Freezing Charm and Petrificus Totalis. The peculiar insects, having just emerged from their cocoons, were completely immobilized. One spell from Seven's wand and the other from Leon. All students below 3rd year, return to your dormitories. 5th to 7th years. Please notify the headmaster and any available professors. The rest of you, help me take Quentin to the infirmary. Sevens ordered with a serious expression. Approaching Leon, he found him already examining the fallen Quentin. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "It's not looking good," Leon replied, putting away the vial he had been holding. "I suspect it's poison, but broad-spectrum antidotes are ineffective. Judging by what he expelled, it might be black magic or a curse. Help me pry his mouth open." Leon retrieved a piece of dung from his bag. Understanding his intent, Sevens waved his wand, gradually opening Quentin's mouth. Leon seized the moment and inserted the dung into Quentin's mouth, refraining from following Harry's lead of forcing it down his throat for fear of choking. Quentin's complexion began to improve slightly, and his breathing became less frantic. "Let's move him." Leon clapped his hands. With a flick of Seven's wand, Quentin levitated steadily into the air, and the group hastened out of the common room towards the infirmary. As they exited, Leon thought he heard a thud, as though Quentin's head had collided with the door, but no one paid it any mind. Leon lingered for a moment, retrieving a large glass jar to collect all that Quentin had expelled before hastening to the infirmary. As he left, he caught a glimpse of the calendar on the bulletin board, October 30th, 1988. Goodness, tomorrow is Halloween. Hogwarts truly had a knack for trouble during this season. Severus, Poppy, what is the situation? Dumbledore hurried into the infirmary, inquiring. "It's not looking good," Albus, Madame Pomfrey said with a furrowed brow. "This child does not appear to be merely poisoned. It seems more like he has been afflicted by some curse or dark magic." Snape added. Dumbledore approached the bed where the young wizard lay, glancing at the glass jar beside him. "This is what Mr. Green brought in. It's what Gafford expelled. It appears to be a ghost moth." Dumbledore examined the jar closely, observing the agitated insects within. The menacing creatures were aggressively stabbing the jar with their tails, appearing particularly irritable. "This is not a natural occurrence, Headmaster. You should be able to discern that," Snape remarked. "Ghost moths do not possess scorpion tails." "Indeed, Albus. This creature has been bred by dark wizards and is highly venomous." Fortunately, Mr. Green reacted swiftly and used dung to stabilize the child. Otherwise, Poppy, when will he awaken? "It's hard to say. I need to confer with Severus about it. However, it may take some time." "I see. Who was the first to notice the situation?" Professor Sprout asked anxiously. "It was Sevens and Leon." "Oh, thank goodness for those two fine young men." Otherwise, the kind head of Hufflepuff brushed a tear from her eye. "Oh, do not worry, Pomona. We will ensure Mr. Gafford recovers. Please have the students return to their dormitories. I will go speak with Mr. Green and the others." Professor Sprout nodded and left to reassure the students while Dumbledore stepped outside the infirmary, where Leon and Sevens were waiting by the door. "Headmaster, how is Quentin?" Sevens asked, rushing forward. "Oh, do not worry, Mr. Weasley. We will find a way. Can you recount what happened?" Sevens composed himself and shared everything he had witnessed. "And you, Mr. Green?" "I'm afraid I did not see much more, Professor. Things unfolded quite suddenly," Leon replied. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, nodding at both of them. "I understand now. You may return to your dormitories." "Oh, and by the way, for your timely and appropriate actions, Hufflepuff earns 20 points. Sevens and Leon exchanged glances, devoid of the joy of earning points. Sevens was simply concerned for his classmate, while Leon had begun to sniff out a hint of conspiracy. The young wizard lying in the infirmary was in no way innocent. He could have devoured 2 pounds of dung and still been unaffected. It seemed tonight would stretch late into the hours, and as Leon departed, he distinctly noticed Oldby winking at him. Half an hour later, Leon navigated the corridors of the castle with ease, arriving at the headmaster's office and smoothly ascending in the lift. "Ah, it appears my hot milk has been prepared just in time," Dumbledore smiled, gesturing to a chair. "Please, have a seat. At least, there is a silver lining." After a moment of silence, Leon was the first to speak. "At the very least, we can be certain that the crown, or rather, the one who possesses it, is still within Hogwarts. Indeed, it is a fortunate piece of news amid unfortunate circumstances. However, I remain deeply concerned that there may be other young wizards who have fallen victim. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Are you suggesting that there could be more victims? What might be the adversary's intent? Who can say? Dumbledore sighed, yet he added, regardless of the adversary's motives, remember that within the walls of Hogwarts, those in need will always find assistance. Leon left the headmaster's office with a frown, having heard this same statement from Dumbledore for the second time. Completely bewildered, he was at a loss as to what the old wizard meant. Was it the hat capable of drawing out the sword? Or perhaps the myriad statues and enchanted armors within the castle? The following morning, Quentin was taken to St. Mungo's, and Leon cast a distant glance at the second-year student, who lay on a stretcher beside his weary mother. The aftermath of this incident proved far more severe than Leon had anticipated, as owls inundated the breakfast table for several consecutive days. Even the Gringotts couple inquired about the situation, to which Leon provided vague reassurances. Halloween passed in a flurry of panic, with both Dumbledore and Snape absent from the evening feast, leaving Professor McGonagall to preside over the gathering. Throughout the castle, small wizards congregated in groups to discuss the matter, including those from Slytherin. The truth became increasingly absurd, evolving from rumors of Quentin suffering from a bout of bad stomach leading to the expulsion of cocoons, to the emergence of a new black magic plague at Hogwarts, each tale more fantastical than the last. Various protective charms, universal antidotes, and even garlic began to circulate among the students. For instance, the string of charms worn by the Rod brothers had caught Annie's eye, who seemed eager to take a bite. Is there really a plague, akin to dragonpox? Ron asked, sniffing as he leaned closer, a pungent aroma of garlic wafting through the air. No, Leon replied curtly. Then what about Headmaster Dumbledore? Enough. Be quiet and keep your distance. Ron sheepishly turned away. After breakfast, the group made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Today marked the first Quidditch match of the academic year, with Hufflepuff facing Ravenclaw. Despite Leon's reluctance to join the fray, he could not avoid the spectacle, as it was already early November, and given the elevated terrain of Hogwarts, he donned a full array of protective gear. The audience seating at the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch was divided. One section reserved for professors, parents, and adult Quidditch enthusiasts. Situated in the tower and elevated 50 feet high, approximately 15 meters, the seats for the young wizards, while considerably lower than the tower, still soared 4 to 5 meters above the ground. Given that it was an open-air event, the temperature was quite brisk. To maintain his aloof demeanor and avoid being doused with a revitalizing potion like other students, Leon bundled himself up tightly. He would have preferred to carry a magical fire bottle for warmth, but alas, such items were prohibited at Hogwarts. Reaching the Hufflepuff section, Leon slumped into his seat, devoid of enthusiasm. Observing Quidditch from the ground was rather unremarkable unless viewed through specialized telescopes, which were prohibitively expensive. Oddly enough, the Bant brothers, who typically relied on others for snacks, had combined resources to purchase one. As the match commenced and the quaffle soared into the air, all the young wizards erupted in cheers. However, just 20 minutes into the game, a Ravenclaw chaser wobbled precariously on his broomstick before crash landing onto the ground. Before Madame Hooch could rush over to assess the situation, Leon's keen eyes caught sight of the Ravenclaw chaser half kneeling on the ground, seemingly retching. Snatching the telescope from the Bant brothers, Leon peered through it, discovering that the symptoms mirrored those of Quentin, as the unfortunate student expelled something that would require pixelation. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, Leon noticed something amiss and quickly shifted the telescope, observing his longtime focus, Roland Nott, quietly departing from the audience. Leon hurriedly approached Sevens, exclaiming, "Quick, check the map and see where Roland is headed." Sevens nodded, producing a map from his cloak, and, shielded by the fabric in Liang's presence, quietly activated the live map. Instantly, a multitude of names appeared on the parchment. However, the two paid no heed to the clustered names that were nearly illegible, instead scanning the vicinity of the pitch. Here, Sevens pointed his wand, and Leon followed the direction of the wand, discovering the footprints marked with Roland Nott's name leading towards Hagrid's hut. "Hurry, let us follow." Sevens tucked the map away and dashed down the spectator stands. The stadium was in disarray due to the unexpected commotion, with only a handful of spectators noticing their departure. They sprinted and stumbled, ultimately arriving too late. By the time they reached Hagrid's hut, Roland's name had vanished from the map, signifying that he had left the area covered by the live map. Damn it! Sevens slammed his fist against a tree stump. I knew it. Those Slytherin bastards never play fair. I'm more curious about what he is doing in the Forbidden Forest. Leon crossed his arms, gazing at the dense woodland before them. What could he possibly need from the Forbidden Forest? Are you suggesting he is still researching that absurd potion recipe? Sevens furrowed his brow. Anyone with a modicum of potion knowledge can see it's a ruse. So where do you think he obtained that potion recipe? Leon suddenly posed a question. Hard to say. Nott is pure-blooded. Perhaps it's from a dusty old cabinet in his home? Or maybe from some black market. Leon nodded towards the Forbidden Forest. Or perhaps he acquired it from here? The Forbidden Forest? Sevens looked at Leon, puzzled. Yes, the Forbidden Forest. Leon pointed towards Hagrid's hut. I heard a rumor from Hagrid a few days ago. The Forbidden Forest is not only home to dangerous magical creatures. There are ruins, werewolves, and even dark wizards who reside there. That makes it quite difficult to search. The Forbidden Forest is indeed perilous. Once, Frant took a night stroll there and returned claiming he saw a vast area of dead vegetation, suspecting it was the work of a venomous tentacula. He is truly lucky to be alive. No, he is just reckless. Let us go back. Regardless, we should return for now. The two made their way back to the Hufflepuff common room, which was in a state of chaos. Where did you go? Annie approached, scrutinizing Leon for any signs of injury. I turned around and you vanished. I was just feeling a bit unwell, but I'm fine now, Leon fibbed. What happened after the match? Was the injured student taken to the infirmary? Yes, he was taken. Senior Sly said it was similar to what happened with Senior Quentin last time. The match has been paused. It's uncertain if it will continue, especially since we were so close to winning. Leon shook his head. Even though his own flying skills were not remarkable, he could still discern that Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were merely engaged in a futile contest. When it came to Quidditch, the true prowess lay with Gryffindor and Slytherin. After all, these two houses had the highest number of purebloods who had been practicing on broomsticks since childhood. In contrast, Hufflepuff, despite having a mix of pure and half-bloods, was characterized by its members' laid-back nature. They preferred pumpkin juice over the biting winds of the Northwest. Regarding the peculiarities surrounding Roland Nott, Leon chose not to trouble Dumbledore directly in his office. Instead, he took the opportunity to visit the Ollery, sending a note via an owl, which also delivered a message to Snape, updating him on Nott's recent activities to demonstrate his diligence. However, neither Dumbledore nor Snape responded, perhaps due to their preoccupations. During the final private lesson before the Christmas break, a disagreement arose between Leon and Dumbledore. Given the awareness of Nott's troubling behavior, why not apprehend him to inquire directly? If this waiting continued, it was only a matter of time before a third victim emerged. Had the first two been healed? Certainly not. Leon found himself at a loss regarding what Dumbledore was waiting for. As Leon transformed the chair before Dumbledore's desk into various shapes, he voiced his complaints. He found it difficult to comprehend Dumbledore's meticulous caution. To him, capturing the true culprit and administering 3 drops of Veritaserum would suffice to resolve everything. Patience, my child, Dumbledore remarked, appearing somewhat weary. Mr. Nott is not the perpetrator, and we are not Aurors. Moreover, if the diadem truly rests in his possession, we must exercise even greater caution. Should we inadvertently alert him, and he manages to relocate the Horcrux, it may become nearly impossible for us to trace it again. Very well, Mr. Green, please refrain from further fidgeting with my chair. It has served me for over 30 years. Your transfiguration skills are already among the finest for your age. If you aspire to advance further, you would need to delve into living transformation, a skill not suited for someone of your years. To be candid, even I found such feats challenging at your age. Then shall we learn something new? Olby inquired cheerfully, seeking to divert the conversation. I want to learn Confringo. How about I teach you a multiple freezing charm instead? I want to learn Confringo. I could teach you the Patronus charm. Fine, let's go with the Patronus charm. In the end, Leon conceded, realizing that continuing to jest would be rather impolite. He had no desire to race brooms with Chuan on Aokigahara. Dumbledore's lessons were always engaging. He tailored his teaching methods to suit each young wizard. For instance, when instructing Leon, he rarely covered the basics, understanding well that Leon's self-discipline likely meant he had already reviewed the material. Yet, regrettably, mortals possess limitations, and Leon was no exception. Lacking the advantages of a deep blue or the audacity to declare, I shall forsake humanity, he still found himself unable to grasp the intricacies of the Patronus charm that evening. Each time the silvery mist at the tip of his wand nearly coalesced into form, he sensed he was on the brink of discovery, yet the elusive element remained just out of reach. The Patronus charm is an exceptionally potent spell. In due time, you will uncover the myriad extraordinary applications it possesses. Therefore, do not rush, Dumbledore concluded. Mr. Green, in my estimation, you tend to be somewhat impatient. Remember, at your age, you have ample time to devote to your studies. Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead, yet inwardly he felt a certain skepticism. The armed leaders of rural conflicts would return with their gangs after a few years. I shall see, then, if you are still anxious. Leon, Annie, and the Bant brothers donned their Hufflepuff scarves and gloves, and pulled up the pointed hoods of their school cloaks, appearing from a distance like a group of diminutive Dementors. Although the Scottish Highlands had yet to receive its blanket of snow, the temperature had already plummeted. The group waited at the platform for the Hogwarts Express, which was notoriously sluggish. This Christmas marked Leon's inaugural holiday at Hogwarts, and he had initially intended to spend it at school, viewing it as a novel experience. He had even informed his family in advance, but with 2 young wizards succumbing to misfortune, panic began to ripple through the parents as well. Mrs. Green's relentless correspondence, sending 6 letters in a single day, confirmed who reigned supreme in their household. By the end, Heimdall was already rolling his eyes in exasperation. Thus, Leon had no choice but to return home for Christmas. Reflecting on Mrs. Green's culinary skills, Leon found himself starting to miss the Hogwarts dining experience. Leon, I can't carry this anymore. Annie pleaded, her eyes wide with helplessness as she struggled with her suitcase. The Bant brothers, carefree and unconcerned, had packed nothing, reasoning that it was merely a 2-week return home and their family would not lack for clean clothes. Leon did not carry much with him, merely the unfinished book on invisibility and a volume on common magical ailments. As for homework, what was that? The diligent scholar had completed it 2 days prior. Lazily gesturing towards Annie's suitcase, Leon commanded the enormous trunk to rise and follow the trio. One must admit, laziness is the primal force behind human advancement. To avoid the chill, Leon had successfully mastered the wandless levitation charm, albeit with some clumsiness. "You are increasingly reminiscent of a creature," remarked Sevens, appearing mysteriously behind them. "I still cannot perform the wandless levitation charm, yet your wandless disarming charm is evidently quite polished, my dear senior," Leon quipped sarcastically, suggesting he had likely engaged in numerous skirmishes with Slytherin. "Ahem, what do you know? It's called sparring," Sevens retorted defensively. "Oh, by the way, do come by my prefect's compartment later. I shall present your Christmas gift in advance, to spare my owl the trouble. Every year at Christmas, my owl is overwhelmed with tasks." Noticing the other's knowing expression, Leon suspected the matter was more complex than merely exchanging gifts. Sure enough, after playing a couple of rounds of Exploding Snap with Annie and waiting for her to finish her rounds, Leon rose to visit the prefect's compartment. He opened the door, marking his first entry into this space. To be honest, aside from the larger area and seemingly more comfortable seats, it bore little distinction from the regular compartments. Calm yourself, Leon. You are not envious, not envious. Who are you looking for?" a Slytherin prefect asked. Seated within, with his fair complexion, dark hair, and aquiline nose, he exuded the typical Slytherin arrogance, laced with a hint of cunning. "Is Sevens not back yet?" "No. He should be a while longer." "You are Leon Green, am I correct?" The prefect's expression seemed somewhat peculiar. "Yes, is there a problem?" Leon inquired calmly. "I heard Professor Snape asked you to keep an eye on that fool Roland?" After scrutinizing Leon for a moment, the prefect suddenly posed the question. Leon furrowed his brow, perplexed by the source of the information possessed by the individual before him. Ever since the advent of the active point map, he and Sevens had relied solely upon it to monitor each other's movements. He was confident that Sevens was not one to speak indiscreetly, despite his reputation for being well-informed and gossipy. As for Fiona and Frant, they were even less likely to be the source. Both were quintessential Gryffindors and harbored a distinct aversion to Slytherin. Indeed, there seemed to be no secrets left within that castle. "Do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ill intentions. As for how I came by this information, I have my own channels," the other said languidly. "By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Calido Burstead, from a pureblood family of 28 generations. I trust one need not elaborate further?" Leon crossed his arms and inquired. "Surely, I need not introduce myself either? Of course, esteemed junior. You are quite the prominent figure in your first year, frequently seen in the headmaster's office shortly after your arrival." "Speak plainly," Calido Burstead replied, rising to hand Leon a small note. "Although I am unaware of Professor Snape's reasons for entrusting you with the surveillance of Nort's every move, as a member of Slytherin, I cannot disappoint our househead. Here's the address of Roland Nott's residence. You may find it useful. And what is it that you seek in return?" Leon glanced at the note, committing it to memory before igniting it with a flick of his fingers, reducing it to ashes. "Nothing of consequence. Consider it an investment on my part," Calido Burstead smirked cunningly. "After all, I pride myself on being a competent merchant, and among merchants, favors are the most valuable currency. Of course, it would be splendid if you could mention my contribution in front of Professor Snape." "Burstead, what are you doing?" Sevens exclaimed as he entered and noticed Calido's presence. "Oh, no need for alarm. I was merely exchanging insights on spellcasting with our junior here. No cause for such excitement." Calido feigned exaggerated surprise. "I shan't interrupt you further. I will go inspect the carriage. Be cautious, junior. That Roland seems to me a veritable madman." With that, Calido Burstead opened the carriage door and departed. What just transpired? Sevens popped his head out of the carriage, then quickly closed it again, questioning Leon. "He provided me with the address of Roland Nott's residence," Leon replied, finding no reason to conceal the matter. "However, I cannot ascertain his true intentions." "The address of Nott's residence? How did he come by that?" Sevens' brow furrowed deeply. "I do not know, but there is something intriguing about this individual," Leon mused. Sevens rubbed his temples, cautioning, "Do not let him deceive you. He is undoubtedly a cunning snake." "Is the Burstead family at odds with yours?" Leon inquired. "Not exactly at odds, as pureblood families often share some degree of kinship. The Burstead family is closely related to the Black family, and we have a grandmother who previously married into the Blacks," Sevens sighed. "Nevertheless, I cannot say I am fond of him. He is a man of heavy thought. I can never quite discern his true motives. By the way, what did he give you as an address?" Leon withdrew his wand and inscribed a line of words in the air with sparks. 175, Quelt Street, Busnar Green District. "By the way, what did you summon me for? Surely, you don't intend to present me with a Christmas gift ahead of time, do you?" Leon brushed off his cloak. "Of course I do," said Sevens, grinning as he pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket. "This is from me, Fiona. And Frante, a Christmas gift for you." "What is it?" Leon inquired, taking it eagerly. His eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "Did you replicate the Marauders map?" "Certainly not. What are you thinking?" Savins retorted. "However, we successfully created this little contraption based on the principles of the Marauders map and the two-way mirror. We call it the messaging parchment. As the name suggests, this parchment allows us to convey messages. The usage is quite simple, just write on it with a wand, and the text will be transmitted. Our parchment will warm up and display the written words. Of course, this is just the initial version, and it has many limitations. For instance, the parchment has a limited number of uses and cannot reveal spells like the Marauders map." "Impressive indeed," Leon remarked, content as he tucked the parchment away. "But why not use a more durable material? Perhaps a mirror, metal, or even just plain galleons?" Savin shrugged innocently. "First of all, a mirror is not suitable as a medium. While mirrors hold numerous meanings in the magical realm, they are inherently poor conduits for magic. This is precisely why the technology of two-way mirrors is kept secret. You may not be aware of the prices a two-way mirror can fetch on the black market. Secondly, if we were to use metal, it would have to be magically imbued metal. Unfortunately, magical metals are also prohibited for sale in the magical community. The vast majority are either controlled by the Ministry of Magic or in the hands of goblins, and we have no access to them. Lastly, using galleons could lead to extravagant expenses if we aren't careful, and as we are merely impoverished students, I cannot bear to squander gleaming galleons as materials." Leon shrugged. Having indeed overlooked these details, in the original text, Hermione had seemingly crafted similar alchemical items using galleons, but Harry Potter himself was quite affluent, possessing an abundance of gold in his vault that was more than sufficient to last a lifetime. "I truly appreciate the Christmas gift. Thank you." Leon tucked the parchment securely away. Having lingered long enough, it was time for him to return. All right. I understand your little girlfriend can't bear to be apart from you, so off you go," said Sevens with a mischievous grin. Leon shook his head, weary of explanations. Indeed, he often found himself in the company of Annie and the Bant brothers, leading many to mistakenly believe that Annie was his romantic partner and the Bant brothers his subordinates. However, in truth, childhood friendships remained as such, and he alone bore the brunt of their mischief. Moreover, what could an 11-year-old girl possess in terms of allure? Did he appear to be some sort of copper alchemist? Yet, he couldn't help but feel that he had unwittingly stepped into the role of a swaggering protagonist, akin to a pompous dandy accompanied by two foolish companions. Oh dear. It seemed he might have unwittingly adopted the script of a brash hero. Lost in such frivolous thoughts, Leon returned to his compartment. Perhaps due to an early start to pack his belongings, Annie had already fallen asleep against the window. As for the Bant brothers, it was unnecessary to mention them. As long as one of them dozed off nearby, the other would inevitably follow into slumber within mere minutes. It's no wonder Mrs. Bant often remarked that raising two warthogs would be preferable to dealing with them. Leon nestled himself comfortably in his chair, retrieving the tome on the invisibility charm to peruse its pages. This book, a recent publication from the past 2 years, excelled in its depiction of the disillusionment charm. Although Leon had already grasped the basics of this essential nocturnal enchantment, he felt that his mastery could still be refined. The train ambled along, swaying gently as it approached King's Cross Station. Meanwhile, outside Hogwarts Castle, a frail figure passed by Hagrid's pumpkin patch, making its way into the Forbidden Forest. Following a narrow stream, the figure advanced steadily, appearing quite familiar with the terrain, as though it were not their first clandestine venture into the woods. After approximately an hour of walking, the surroundings of the Forbidden Forest grew increasingly dim. The figure produced a vial of potion from beneath their robe and sprinkled it upon themselves. Ensuring no one was watching, they withdrew their wand and murmured an obscure incantation. Almost immediately, as the spell took effect, a small mound of earth before them began to rise slowly, splitting open to reveal a winding staircase descending into the depths. The cloaked figure descended the stairs, arriving in a shadowy underground chamber. With a flick of the wand, the oil lamps adorning the walls ignited, casting an eerie green glow. The young man removed his hood, revealing a pallid visage, none other than Roland Nott. The chamber was cold and dim, with a somewhat disheveled bookshelf on the west side, laden with numerous tomes. At the center of the room stood an oversized cauldron, simmering a ghastly green potion. Opposite the cauldron lay a stone chair, upon which was bound an exceedingly emaciated woman. Perhaps the term human was not entirely appropriate, for her cheeks were sunken, her skin ashen, her hair sparse, her eyes bulging, and drool trickled from the corners of her mouth. Sensing the presence of a living being, the woman began to struggle, producing muffled, beast-like sounds despite her mouth being gagged. Roland's expression softened considerably as he approached her side, speaking in gentle tones. "Do not worry, mother, it will soon be over, soon." "Ah, are you hungry again? But you just fed last week." "Very well, let me give you a little more." As he spoke, he drew a small knife across his wrist, removing the cloth from her mouth and bringing his bleeding wrist to her lips. The woman tilted her head back, fiercely biting into Roland, greedily drinking his blood. Roland's complexion grew even more pallid. After several minutes, he cast a healing spell upon his wrist and retrieved a rejuvenating potion from his robes. Alas, he had lost too much blood, The potion merely restored a semblance of vitality. With patience, he combed the hair of the woman bound to the chair before he ventured into the innermost chamber of the tomb. This chamber housed only one occupant, a beady-eyed old wizard, the original master of this crypt. Upon seeing the young man approach, the old wizard began to struggle, fear etched across his features. "My dear teacher, have you recollected the final ingredient required for the ritual?" The young man smiled faintly, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman. "Ah, it seems you have forgotten. Allow me to assist your memory." Crucio. Leon concealed himself within his trench coat, traversing the most renowned slums of London's East End, specifically the Bethnal Green area. Along his path, he encountered vagrants sprawled amidst heaps of refuse, partially ajar doorways, and occasionally, a few women lingering at their thresholds, busily adhering matchboxes while awaiting patrons. The East End of London, particularly the eastern sector of the city centre, once thrived 2 to 3 decades ago as a hub of prosperity, having been a centre for the British shipbuilding industry. However, due to geographical constraints, it has gradually succumbed to decline. This area was once a bastion of traditional industries, garment making, printing, tobacco, shoemaking, furniture, and food production, yet it has now devolved into a desolate expanse of abandoned industrial sites and refuse of the metropolis. Despite being situated within the city centre, the East End and West End exist as two disparate realms. The West End of London serves as the epicenter for the British monarchy and government institutions, boasting an aggregation of grand stores, theatres, and upscale residential areas. Around Piccadilly Circus, theatres, hotels, shops, restaurants, and nightclubs converge in vibrant abundance. Leon had been compelled, along with his parents, to attend a performance of King Lear, and he mused that were he to suffer from insomnia, he would find solace in Shakespeare's works. Yet, it is evident that both Mr. and Mrs. Green have now shifted their interests towards the peculiarities of the magical realm, captivated by the popular magical tune, A Pot of Fiery Love. Certainly, Leon would not wander aimlessly in such a chaotic area with the body of an 11-year-old. Just after acquiring the Snape-exclusive advanced potion-making kit in early October, he had his sights set on the intricate potions within. Unfortunately, given his limited resources, he could only afford a modest amount of materials such as African snake skin, from which he brewed a small quantity of polyjuice potion. However, due to the potion's relatively short shelf life, on the 3rd day following Christmas, Leon discreetly made his way to the Bethnal Green district with a strand of Mr. Green's hair. Observing the restless vagabonds around him, Leon casually lifted his trench coat, revealing the pistol at his waist. This was not a mere illusion conjured by his transformation magic, considering the impracticality of casting spells on ordinary individuals. Coupled with the greater intimidation factor of firearms on the uninitiated, he had opted to carry his family's heirloom, a Webley revolver. This weapon had been passed down through 3 generations, enduring the passage of time while maintaining its reliability. Indeed, such revolvers are known for their durability and ease of maintenance. As anticipated, the sight of Leon's exposed firearm caused the vagabonds to behave more submissively. After surveying his surroundings and inquiring discreetly, Leon finally located Quelch Street. However, he did not hasten to number 175, who could say what awaited him inside, until he mastered the firestorm and fire shield spells. Leon was resolute in avoiding a direct confrontation with adversaries. "Hey there, handsome, care for a little fun? Just £2 for the night." An aging temptress set her sights on Leon. Leon turned around and gazed at the other person for a long time before asking, "Have you lived here for long?" The woman rummaged through her pants pocket for quite a while, before finally retrieving a crumpled cigarette. She struck a match to ignite it, took a drag, and then replied, "Of course, I was born right here. In the future, I will likely die here, much like a piece of decaying mud." Leon extracted a £10 note from his pocket. "I wish to inquire about a few matters, if you could satisfy my curiosity," he stated. The woman's gaze was entirely captivated by the currency, and after a considerable pause, she swallowed hard and asked, "Do you wish to converse here, or at your place?" "Wherever you prefer." After she took her last drag and extinguished her cigarette, she beckoned, "Follow me," as the woman led him into her dilapidated abode. 2 children were playing inside. "Get inside," she barked, and the children promptly scurried away. "Would you care for a drink? Water? Coffee? I don't have tea." "No need. I shall leave once I have my answers. Since you claim to have grown up here, are you familiar with number 175? Leon found a chair and sat down with a commanding presence. "Of course," she nodded, "but currently, no one resides there. No one lives there." Leon furrowed his brow. "Indeed, no one. We originally operated a shoe factory here, but 20 years ago, the business collapsed, and the owner fled. Subsequently, we dispossessed souls were settled here. Most residents are locals, but the family at 175 was not. Although the accent was indiscernible, she sensed that they were not the typical downtrodden. Why so?" Leon took a sip from his silver flask. "It's the demeanor," she remarked, reaching into her pocket only to find herself out of cigarettes. "While I cannot ascertain the nature of the upper class, the male head of that household possessed an air that was distinctly out of place here." "What was their surname?" Leon inquired. "Not Nate, I assure you. Their surname was Elon. The man's name was Liska Elon, and the woman was called Lisa. Yes, Lisa," she recalled with effort. And where are they now? I cannot say, she shrugged nonchalantly. The man passed away over a decade ago, afflicted with a terrible disease. At the time of his death, the woman was pregnant. After the child was born, one day, a throng of wealthy individuals arrived at their home, dressed in peculiar attire reminiscent of last century's aristocracy. The locals speculated that the young master must have escaped from his family, and upon discovery, they took the child back with them. And what of the woman? Did they not take her as well? Leon stroked his chin, lost in thought. Of course not. She gazed at him incredulously. That young master likely fled because of her. Why would they bring her back? Let me guess, eventually, the woman succumbed to hunger and hardship? Not quite, she chuckled. After losing her child, she became quite deranged. The first couple of years were indeed difficult, but by the third year, that family returned, bringing her numerous gifts. Subsequently, every month, a few strong men would deliver provisions. Fearing to offend those benefactors, no one dared to exploit the madwoman. Then, 5 or 6 years ago, one day, that woman was suddenly taken away by that family. Tossing the 10-pound note aside, Leon turned to leave the shabby dwelling, but not before casting a glance back into the room. If he was not mistaken, there had been subtle magical fluctuations within. Naturally, such matters were of no concern to him. He had gleaned significant information today. Based on the woman's accounts, he had mentally pieced together the narrative. He merely needed to confirm a few details within number 175. Leon reached out to push the door open, but after a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his revolver and pressed the barrel against the door before gently nudging it ajar. The dilapidated, decaying door creaked ominously as it swung open. Inside, the room was shrouded in shadows, with the air thick with dust and a foul stench. Leon cautiously stepped inside, stirring the slumbering vagrants within. Leon, with an expressionless face, shook the muzzle of his gun, causing the vagrant to flee the room in a panic. Abandoning even the tattered blanket he usually regarded as his lifeline, Leon took out a flashlight and illuminated the room. He had no intention of using magic. Who could tell whether employing magic here might attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic? Leon surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the room was in utter disarray. Debris was strewn about, and a foul stench of excrement wafted from the corners, while not a single piece of decent furniture remained. After a meticulous search, Leon reluctantly concluded that he was unlikely to uncover any further clues within this disheveled space. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. Approaching the wall, he crouched down, and with the aid of his flashlight, he finally discerned the etchings in the corner. There were 3 rudimentary figures represented by mere lines, 2 large and 1 small, accompanied by childish inscriptions reading Daddy, Mommy, and Me. Beside the carvings, it appeared that one of the bricks was loose. Leon cautiously retrieved his dragon-hide gloves and donned them, as they effectively shielded him from most dark magical artifacts. After exerting considerable effort to extract a brick, he uncovered a small tin box within. Upon opening it, Leon discovered an assortment of trinkets reminiscent of a child's playthings, a few plastic soldier figurines, a peculiar coin adorned with strange patterns from an unknown country, 3 or 4 glass marbles, and a children's picture book. It was slightly larger than the comic strips he had seen in museums during his previous life. Although the cover of the comic was somewhat blurred, he discerned the words Fountain of Youth. Is this the reason you sought the elixir of immortality? Leon murmured to himself, taking a considerable time to stow the little box away. Subsequently, he stepped out of the house and strode purposefully toward the nearest subway station. Damn it, I must learn to apparate. Relying solely on my legs is utterly exhausting, and this potion is incredibly vile. The fortnight passed swiftly, and even Leon could not help but remark on the fleeting nature of time. He had scarcely managed to complete his treatment for common magical ailments before boarding the train back to Hogwarts. According to the remaining students, the headmaster and professors had thoroughly searched the school during the Christmas holidays but had failed to locate the source of the ghost-eye butterfly curse. Sevens and the others were huddled in a compartment, gossiping. Of course, they could not find it. Leon calmly turned the page of his book. I wonder how that fellow managed to conjure such a dreadful thing. Sevens lamented, recalling the Quidditch match before Christmas. Is that what they call the ghost-eye butterfly curse? And inquired, her large, innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Actually, it has many names, but ghost-eye butterfly curse is the most widely accepted term, Sevens elucidated. For the 2 students who fell victim to it expelled substances resembling ghost-eye butterflies. What is a ghost-eye butterfly? Rod raised his hand and asked loudly. A level 3 creature, named for the pair of markings on its wings that resemble ghostly eyes. Those who approach a ghost-eye butterfly find themselves irresistibly drawn to it, experiencing hallucinations that reveal their deepest fears. Although it pales in comparison to a boggart, Leon replied without looking up. Moreover, the wings of the ghost-eye butterfly are a crucial ingredient in many potions, fetching 2 sickles each at the apothecary in Diagon Alley. The Bont brothers were captivated by this price, grinning foolishly. However, what they expelled could hardly be classified as ghost-eye butterflies. As they neared the school, Leon finally closed his book, pondering whether he should seek Madame Pomfrey's guidance on healing magic in the upcoming semester. He retrieved his wand and lifted the transfiguration on his sportswear, reverting to his Hufflepuff robes. Well, Sevens, who has never seen a ghost-eye butterfly with a scorpion's tail, nods in agreement. Please wait a moment. Do not crowd together while disembarking. I shall ask Hagrid to reserve a carriage for you. Oh, by the way, whatever happened to those scorpion-tailed ghost-eye butterflies? As Sevens prepared to alight early to maintain order, Leong hurriedly inquired. I heard Professor Catterburn took them away for research. But all the ghost-eye butterflies perished within a night, their bodies turning to pus, and remarked with an expression of distaste. Leong and his companions disembarked the vehicle when the corridor was less congested. This time, they did not need to take a small boat. Instead, they opted for a horse-drawn carriage. Leon stood before the carriage and, as expected, beheld the truly emaciated knight steed. Oh, Leon, these carriages are not drawn by horses. And remarked with a look of astonishment. No, they are indeed drawn by horses, and not only that. They are now all turning their heads in unison to gaze at you. Let us depart. The carriage jolted and swayed, transporting a group of young wizards back to the castle. Leong had a foreboding sense that unless he located the concealed soul artifact, the latter half of the academic year would be fraught with unrest within the castle. Roland, where have you been during these 2 weeks of Christmas? Professor Nott stared intently at his grandson, his eyes unyielding. Don't tell me you were at school. I have already inquired with Avery. Roland, keeping his gaze lowered, remained silent. Have you gone to see that teacher of yours again? The old lady's expression was grave. I have warned you numerous times. He is nothing more than a half-wit who has never even attended school. And you bear the noble blood of one of the 28 illustrious families, destined to inherit the glory of the Nott family. Glory? Roland finally raised his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Are you referring to that dilapidated manor and the decrepit cellar, or to the few family members, cats and kittens, those ancient, nearly blind house elves? Enough. Professor Nott's voice suddenly pierced the air with a sharpness that was unsettling. How dare you speak in such a manner? Yet, Roland merely wore a disdainful smile, his expression one of utter contempt. After a considerable pause, Professor Nott regained her composure. I do not care whether those 2 mudbloods were your doing. You had best behave yourself in the days to come. Dumbledore is not yet at the stage of senility. Roland offered a perfunctory acknowledgement before turning to leave, leaving behind the darkly contemplative defense against the dark arts professor. P.S. Starting tomorrow, there will be 2 updates, and verification begins on Friday, barring any unforeseen circumstances. There will consistently be 2 updates henceforth. Leong returned to the lounge with a sullen expression after his visit to Comrade Dumbledore's office. On the first Saturday of the new semester, prior to the supplementary classes, Dumbledore had cheerfully showcased his spoils from the 2 weeks of Christmas, a ring embedded with the Resurrection Stone and a Slytherin pendant box. The former was acquired from the Gaunt residence, while the latter was unearthed from the Black family estate. Leong had little interest in how Dumbledore had managed to enter the Black House. After all, a portrait of a Black adorned the wall of the old bee's office. So it would indeed be peculiar if he could not gain entry. The primary source of Liang's discontent was Dumbledore's reluctance to take action against Roland. Dumbledore believed that the crown was not necessarily taken by Roland Nott. We do not require evidence, Professor. We are wizards. Leong expressed a desire to administer a dose of Veritasrum. Dumbledore retorted that while wizards may disregard evidence, Hogwarts is an institution of learning. Mr. Green, we cannot convict a young wizard based on conjecture and speculation. Neither could persuade the other. Senior Xena, Leong called out to a passing 4th-year student while seated in a pumpkin-shaped armchair. Do you know of any object or magic that can be used for marking things? Marking things? Xena adjusted her glasses, slightly puzzled. You mean, my greenhouse compartment has recently been visited by some little creatures that keep stealing. Leong fabricated a reason. Let me think. Xena set down her plants, pondering before responding. There are indeed several spells or potions that can be used for marking. But I suggest you try Evening Primrose. Evening Primrose? Leong sat up, intrigued. Yes, Evening Primrose, a favorite of mooncalves. The sap of this plant emits an odor that is colorless and odorless to everyone except mooncalves. However, the sap extracted from Evening Primrose can leave a blue mark under the revealing charm and lasts for quite some time. Moreover, Evening Primrose is inexpensive, and its leaves are commonly used as potion ingredients. As for other tracking spells that can mark living creatures and revealing traces that can reconstruct a scene, those spells are beyond your current capabilities. Other magical potions either last for a very short duration or require expensive ingredients. However, if your sole intention is to deter those little thieves, I would recommend. Leong, distracted, listened attentively as his senior elaborated on the intricacies of preventing and treating various pests and diseases, while simultaneously retrieving a piece of parchment to compose a letter to the apothecary in Hogsmeade. He had grown weary of the ongoing game of hide and seek with Roland. The sooner he located the crown, the sooner he could devote himself to his studies without concern. It was already January. The final examinations were looming in early June. And with weekends and holidays aside, there were barely 100 days remaining. He scarcely had enough time to brew a single cauldron of Felix Felicis. He was still quite inexperienced. Confronting challenges head-on was not an option. If Roland were to acquire the crown, he might very well have learned a considerable amount of practical dark magic, such as the art of guzzling large quantities of food. With that thought, he resolved to prepare thoroughly lest his head be treated as mere fodder. As a Hufflepuff, how could he not delve into summoning magic? He must carry forward the spirit of his senior, the charming freckled one. For instance, Devil's Snare and Venomous Tentacula were rather delightful creatures. Alas, first years did not have the privilege of a Care of Magical Creatures class. Otherwise, he would insist on bringing some magical creatures along. The apothecary in Hogsmeade was quite efficient, possibly due to the commonplace nature of Evening Primrose. By the next day, an owl delivery arrived. With Sunday free, Leong visited his little greenhouse compartment, harvesting the mature white ash and planting new ones. Utilizing the cauldron and tools in his compartment, he concocted several vials of white ash essence and extracted juice from the Evening Primrose. He dabbed a bit on the soles of his shoes and tested it with the revealing charm, achieving remarkable results. Now, only one question remained. How would he apply this essence to his shoes? Was he really expected to learn from the saviors and mix it into a potion? But alas, he had already exhausted his supply of potion. After some contemplation, Leong ultimately instructed the owl to deliver a note to his senior, Calido. Regardless of the latter's ulterior motives, achieving his goal was all that mattered. At 10:30 that evening, in a classroom on the first floor, a figure shrouded in a black cloak stood by the window, staring vacantly at the dark curtains. The classroom door creaked open, and a figure cautiously slipped inside. "You've come?" "Yes, I have. Here is the item. You know what to do." "I'm utterly clueless." The newcomer could no longer contain his frustration and drew his wand, illuminating the room as candles. "Can't we speak civilly? Also, can we not meet during the day next time?" The cloaked man removed his hood, revealing Leong's handsome visage. "Ahem, the thing is, I had classes all day today and no time. I just got a scathing reprimand from your dean for losing focus while stirring potions." "Don't give me that. Is this your first day knowing him? Let us discuss the matter at hand. What do you want from me? Let us be clear. I want to be dealing in any goods. I have no desire to take a trip to Azkaban." "You needn't engage in any illegal activities," Leong interrupted. "I just require a small favor. Name your terms. Can you manage to apply this vial of Evening Primrose juice to Roland Nott's shoe soles?" "You wish to track him?" Calido took the vial, observing it. "It seems you've garnered quite a bounty over the Christmas break. Can you do it?" "Absolutely. It's a trifling task. I'll keep the vial safe, await my message. However, with this, you owe me 2 favors. Rest assured, I'll remember." Leong donned his hood once more, drew his wand, and cast the disillusionment charm on himself, though his skill was still lacking, relying on the black cloak for concealment. Calido shrugged, and without uttering a spell, vanished with a flick of his wand. 3 days later, during breakfast, Leong spotted Calido from a distance. Discreetly giving him a thumbs up, Leong calmly averted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance to the side, yet the table remained devoid of Roland's presence. However, it mattered not. He would soon uncover the whereabouts of Roland's lair. Leong had made meticulous preparations, even managing to acquire a small fragment of Devil's Vine. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to cultivate a bit of the Devil's Vine himself. As for the biting cabbage, not only did the potion shop express its unavailability, but even the Bogenbach family had none for sale. It was only upon receiving a letter from old Silver Coin Bojan that he discovered the biting cabbage's origin was actually in Huaxia, necessitating advance reservations for purchase. "No one is willing to cultivate those mad dog-like monstrosities," were old Bojan's exact words. Reflecting on the headmaster's at least an acre of biting cabbage, Leong began to comprehend the profound depth of a master herbalist's knowledge. Indeed, there were no impoverished souls among the professors at Hogwarts, with the exception of the old drunkard Trelawney. As far as Leong was aware, even the astronomy professor frequently published papers in various esteemed magical journals, and there were occasions when individuals sought his counsel in person. However, despite his thorough preparations, Leong found himself waiting in vain for Roland to resume his antics. It seemed that this fellow had entirely altered his demeanor, attending classes diligently and consuming meals with decorum. According to the Marauder's map and information from Kaladin, this individual could usually be found either in his dormitory or the library. At times, he even participated in clubs or banquets organized by the upperclassmen of Slytherin. Leong recalled a comedic performance he had heard in his previous life about a shoe being thrown. He now found himself akin to the bumbling fool waiting for the other shoe to drop. That afternoon marked yet another flying lesson. As a sport within the magical realm, it was a favorite among young wizards. Even Leong couldn't resist its charm. Who wouldn't relish the sensation of soaring on a broomstick, suspended 3 to 4 meters above the ground, while basking in the gentle afternoon breeze at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour? Naturally, he mused that a magical flying carpet would be even more delightful, envisioning himself napping upon it. Alas, the British Ministry of Magic was even more absurd than the agricultural associations in Neon, imposing a nationwide ban on the sale of flying carpets. Leon remained deeply skeptical that the vicinity of the castle had been enchanted by the 4 Titans, as the atmosphere and climate bore no resemblance to that of the great Tyrant Empire. Mrs. Hawk looked at Leon beside her and shook her head, likely believing that the boy was beyond redemption. Although he excelled in all other subjects, ranking first in the entire grade, he inexplicably faltered in flying class. "Even my grandmother flies faster than you, Mr. Green." Leong lifted his gaze, squinting at the sky above him. Above, A group of little badgers was engaged in a spirited game, tossing a flying ball to one another in groups of 5, emulating the sport of Quidditch. A few restless ones were leaping in midair, mimicking the tactical maneuvers of Quidditch teams. Among them were Annie and her brother Sha-Chang. It must be said that Annie indeed possessed a remarkable talent for flying. However, what was that dark mass further away? Leon squinted his eyes, attempting to discern what it was. "Madam, your brass telescope," he began to request from Mrs. Huichi, but before he could finish his sentence, he surmised what that small, swaying object approaching them was. A vast swarm of ghost-eyed butterflies. In a certain sense, these creatures could be likened to a counterfeit boggart, a beggar's version of a Dementor, feasting upon human fears and emotions. However, he had heard that these beings were gregarious, yet Leon had never encountered them before. Mrs. Huichi summoned the young wizard back to the castle at once. Leon shouted urgently, then instructed someone to inform the headmaster and the professors. With that, a flurry of broomsticks surged towards Annie and the Bont brothers. These fools had ventured the farthest, closest to the path of the ghost-eyed butterflies. Annie, Rodrenar, return. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and none of them could hear. Leon gritted his teeth, leaning over the broom as he surged forward with great speed. The fierce wind whipped against his face, rendering his eyes nearly unable to open. As he ascended to greater heights, he felt the very air grow frigid, though he could not discern whether it was the gathering of the ghost-faced butterflies or the altitude that caused the chill. In the distance, Annie and the Bont brothers finally sensed something amiss. The 3 of them were also desperately attempting to return. However, the ghost-faced butterflies exhibited no sluggishness in their pursuit. As the air grew increasingly frigid, the trio began to falter, their flight paths becoming erratic under the influence of the ghost-faced butterflies. For the first time, Leon pondered why the old broom at school flew so sluggishly. Suddenly, Annie swayed on the broom, threatening to plunge headfirst towards the ground. The 2 brothers closest to her swiftly grasped Annie, yet their own speed precipitously diminished as well. Leon finally approached the trio. Glancing at the dense army of ghostly-eyed butterflies behind them, gritting his teeth, he shouted at the Bant brothers, "Drop the brooms and jump." Though the brothers often appeared carefree and somewhat foolish, they acted with remarkable decisiveness at that moment. Each grasped one side of Annie and leapt from their broom, plummeting towards the ground. The uncontrolled broom spun wildly, carried away by the wind. The Bant brothers held an almost unwavering trust in Leon, a trust whose origins even he could not fathom. Estimating the distance to the ground, Leon drew his wand and called out to the trio, "Shock absorption." The 3 of them halted abruptly about a meter above the ground, caught by the prepared Mrs. Hawk, who, along with the already landed badgers, hurriedly ushered them towards the castle. "Leon, come back quickly," Mrs. Hawk shouted, noticing Leon still perched on his broom. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to her call. Gazing at the looming ghostly-eyed butterflies and sensing the chilling aura of despair in the air, Leon even discerned the haunting specter of a Dementor among the throngs of butterflies. "So it is. My greatest fear is, indeed, death itself," Leon murmured to himself. A surge of inexplicable anger suddenly welled up in his chest. He raised the elderberry wand high, and in that moment, he could even feel its jubilant tremor. Ultimate flame blazed forth. A vast torrent of flames erupted from the tip of the wand, forming a small cloud of fire above Liang's head. Leon wielded his wand like a maestro conducting an orchestra, the flames intensifying and ensnaring the horde of ghostly-eyed butterflies within their fiery embrace. Amidst the inferno, a phantom phoenix, resplendent in hues of crimson and gold, emerged. Feeling the surging magic within him, Leon's expression remained impassive. The ghostly butterflies, unable to withstand the searing heat, instinctively sought to distance themselves from Leon, yet found no escape, succumbing to the flames. Among the swarm, the apparent leader emitted a hissing sound, prompting countless butterflies to lunge towards Leon as if compelled by an unseen command. "Leon!" He heard his name being called from below, yet he paid it no heed. His gaze was fixed firmly upon the largest and most vividly colored of the ghostly butterflies, as he thrust his wand forward like a gleaming sword. The phoenix apparition, swirling around Leon, suddenly soared forth, its tail feathers tracing a long line of fire through the air. Wherever the flaming phoenix flew, the ghostly butterflies were reduced to mere ash, leaving behind a smoldering path. Both the badgers that had not yet retreated and the arriving professors stood transfixed, gazing at the vast expanse of fiery clouds above them. Dumbledore, clad in a light purple wizarding robe, squinted up at the spectacle. "Albus," Professor McGonagall inquired, turning her head. "Oh, fret not, Minerva, that is not the fiendfire. Yet even such a blazing ultimate magic is beyond what one of his age should wield." On the other side, Professor Flitwick emitted a sound akin to a groan, clearly taken aback. "That can only indicate that our education is indeed fruitful," Dumbledore jested. But no one joined in his mirth. Snape's expression was as dark as if smeared with soot. "Very well, Minerva, Phileas, lead the students back to the castle. And kindly escort Miss Augustus to the infirmary. I have already informed Poppy. Severus, you and Sylvanus should inspect whether any of the ghostly butterflies remain. It would be most advantageous to locate their source." Snape nodded and departed with the equally fervent Professor Kettleburn. "Pomona, come with me to check on Mr. Green's condition. Professor Sprout instructed, her movements agile as she hurried towards the now slowly descending Leon. Oh, Merlin's beard, Mr. Green. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Leon waved his hand dismissively, assuring the professor that he was fine. Well, I'm all right, he managed to say, but was interrupted by a sudden bout of retching. The plump dean, startled, hastily rummaged through his pocket for potions and herbs. All right, Pomona, Dumbledore said with a cheerful smile as he approached from behind, extending a cup of butterbeer. Leon took the drink and gulped it down eagerly. Ah, thank you, Professor. You've truly saved my life. He finished the drink in one breath, letting out a satisfied burp as the woozy sensation, akin to intoxication, gradually dissipated. Oh, thank Merlin. And of course, you too, Mr. Green, Professor Sprout said, wiping her tear-streaked face with her grimy hand. I can hardly believe that if it weren't for you just now, all right, Pomona, I still have some matters to confirm with Mr. Green. Perhaps you might check on Miss Augustus in the meantime? The kind badger mother anxiously inspected Leon once more before turning and hastily departing. Leon followed the headmaster back to the castle. Yet to his surprise, Professor Dumbledore did not lead him to the office, but rather to a random room. Mr. Green, I find myself pressed for time this evening, so I shall be succinct. In a short while, I must depart from the school, which, undoubtedly, is what they would prefer. As long as I remain on the premises, they cannot pursue their agendas. Within the school, there are Minerva and the others. I trust Minerva will safeguard this castle and its students. As for the threats outside, I shall entrust Severus with that task. Ah, I believe you possess the means to locate their hiding place, do you not? Thus, as I mentioned, it is imperative to capture Roland swiftly. With just 2 drops of Veritaserum, everything will be resolved. Leon remarked sarcastically, yet he acquiesced. Of course, I have a plan. Ah, splendid. If all goes well. We might even reclaim the crown tonight and hold a modest celebration, Dumbledore said with a wink, pulling out a pocket watch to check the time. I must be on my way. There is a hearing at the Ministry of Magic, and I may also pay a visit to an old friend afterward. Leon gazed at Dumbledore as he exited through the door, then retrieved the Christmas gift bestowed upon him by Sevens. He pressed his wand against it and inscribed a line of text. The ink shimmered momentarily before vanishing from the page. After a few minutes, several new words materialized. And soon after, the parchment transformed into a flurry of ash. Leon dusted off his clothes and stepped through the door, making his way directly to the infirmary on the 2nd floor. There, in the infirmary, nearly all the badgers without classes had gathered, huddled together in the corridor. After all, no one at Hogwarts dared to challenge the authority of Madame Pomfrey. Liang's here, someone shouted, and a throng of badgers quickly surrounded him, clamoring excitedly. Leon, we heard you single-handedly dealt with a swarm of ghastly butterflies. How did you manage that? They say you released a phoenix. Incredible. Seven squeezed through the crowd and winked at Liang. Leon nodded slightly. Everyone, let's discuss this later. I shall first check on Annie and the Bant brothers. A group of individuals parted to clear the way, and Leon stepped inside. The infirmary was quiet, just as it had been before, filled with the peculiar scents of various potions. The Bant brothers stood at the bedside, each with an arm suspended, looking despondent. On the bed, young Annie's pale face appeared lifeless, her eyes vacant. Madame Pomfrey held a cup of potion, its hue suggesting it was a dreamless sleep draught. Annie, Leon called as he approached the bed. Leon. Annie finally turned her head to look at him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Leon. Oh. The little girl burst into uncontrollable sobs. Leon let out a sigh, gently patting Annie's back as he took the potion from Madame Pomfrey's hands. After considerable effort, he managed to coax Annie into consuming the potion. Remarkably, its effects were swift. Within mere moments, Annie's eyelids began to droop, and 5 minutes later, she was emitting delicate snores. This potion would undoubtedly be a boon for insomniacs in the Muggle world. Leon glanced at his brother Rod, who looked at the now slumbering Annie, scratched his head with his left hand, and after much hesitation, finally mustered a heartfelt apology. Leon gently patted the shoulders of the two brothers. Everything is fine. You have both performed admirably. Are your arms all right? Ronar, with a simple smile, replied, Yes, Mrs. Pomfrey mentioned that our arm muscles are strained. She applied some ointment, and we should be fine by tomorrow. Well, you both should return and rest. I will keep watch here tonight. After sending the Bant brothers and a group of little badgers away, Leon persuaded Mrs. Pomfrey to allow him to sleep for a night beside Annie's bed. Dinner was brought by the house elves and was quite sumptuous. At 10 o'clock that night, the door of the infirmary was gently pushed open. A shadow, cloaked in darkness, stealthily entered. Glancing at the girl lying in bed, the figure set down a suitcase and, taking out a wand, carefully levitated her into it. Observing how effortlessly the girl was transported, it seemed the suitcase had been enhanced with a non-traceable extension charm. After completing this task, the figure cautiously exited the infirmary. The shadow carried the suitcase through the vegetable patch and into the forbidden forest. After walking for more than half an hour and watching the castle disappear from view, the figure finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Removing the hood, it revealed none other than Roland Nott. He left a note on the bedside of the Hufflepuff girl, unperturbed by the thought of her little boyfriend coming by. This was the final part of the ritual. After 2 years of meticulous planning, it was set to be realized tonight. With this thought, Roland's spirits lifted, and he began to hum a cheerful tune. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Who goes there? A stooped figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, by the moonlight. Roland recognized the person. Roland, what do you intend to do? The newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Madame Nott, regarded her only grandson, the last descendant of the Nott family, with a look of disappointment. I assumed you would have guessed, grandmother, Roland replied nonchalantly. Roland, I recall telling me what? That my muggle-born mother is unworthy to step through your doors? Or that she was the one who took me away, leaving her to wallow in the mire alone? If muggles were susceptible to dragonpox, she would have left with my father and me long ago. Madame Nott appeared momentarily struck by his words, her lips trembling as she softly murmured, I did not wish for this. I did not wish for this. Then perhaps you should not stand in my way, Roland sighed, attempting to bypass Madame Nott. Apologies for interrupting your nostalgic exchange, but I fear that Mr. Nott shall not be going anywhere. A cold voice resonated from behind them as Severus Snape emerged like a specter. Professor Snape, good evening, Roland responded without a trace of panic, greeting him with curiosity. Mr. Nott, I am quite disappointed in you. Then I fear I shall only deepen your disappointment. A smirk crept upon Roland's lips. Stubborn fool. Fixating on Roland for an extended moment, Snape finally uttered those words before raising his wand. The distinct glow of the disarming spell illuminated the dark forbidden forest but did not strike Roland. Instead, a transparent shield materialized around him. So, Professor Nott, you wish to assist him in persisting with his errors? Snape emphasized the word professor. I beg your pardon, Severus, Madame Nott's expression bore a hint of pleading. Please. He is the only bloodline of the Nott family. Snape pursed his lips, remaining silent. With a flick of his wand, a spell shot towards Madame Nott. Her skill was formidable, and the two engaged in a magical duel within the forbidden forest while Roland seized the opportunity to escape. He understood that Madame Nott, who valued family honor above all, would never allow herself to be captured. He was also acutely aware of the fate that awaited him if he were to be taken back. The use of unforgivable curses, breeding dangerous magical creatures, conducting forbidden experiments. Any one of these offenses could condemn him to a lifetime in Azkaban. Running at full speed, Roland finally reached his hideout. Breathless, he collapsed onto a mound of earth, gazing at the starry sky above, and suddenly burst into laughter. Everything was ready. He merely awaited the arrival of his adversaries. Leon laboriously navigated through the forest, occasionally stumbling over the stones and vines scattered on the ground. After an indeterminate distance, he finally spotted his objective. In a small clearing, a mound of earth had cracked open, revealing a stark white staircase descending into darkness. Peering inside, he was met with an abyss of shadows. How splendid! It resembled the fate of a protagonist from a tale by Poe, a quintessential opening for an adventure story. Though he muttered this to himself, Leon inhaled deeply and proceeded toward the underground location. Dim oil lamps illuminated the walls of the passageway at intervals, though not bright. They spared him from stumbling in the gloom, accompanied by the earthy scent of soil and the occasional skittering of venomous creatures at his feet. A grave expression settled upon Liang's face. At last, he turned a corner and beheld an expansive view. Before him lay a modest yet unrefined tomb chamber, clearly repurposed by others. An obstructive coffin had been moved to a corner, serving as a makeshift table, while a rudimentary bookshelf constructed from wooden slats leaned against one wall. Not far off, a low passage beckoned, its destination uncertain. However, the most striking feature was the large cauldron at the center, beside which lay a young girl sprawled on the ground. Good evening, my dear Junior, a chilling voice echoed. Leon turned to find the culprit, Roland, emerging from the shadows, now standing and slowly approaching the imposing cauldron. Before we attend to business, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, shall we follow the procedure first? Will you voluntarily surrender your wand, or shall I cast a disarmament spell upon you? Liang glanced at the wand the other party pointed towards the girl, hesitated for a moment, and obediently retrieved his wand, tossing it over. Roland fixed his gaze intently on Liang, bending down to pick up the wand that had been thrown. Liang remained motionless. It appeared that my dear Junior was quite aware of his predicament. Are you so certain that I will come? Liang inquired. And do you truly believe I can find you? Oh, come now, Junior Green, Roland replied. Such inquiries render our conversation rather tedious. I had always perceived you as an astute individual. Do you assume that I am oblivious to the fact that imbecile from the Burst family has been tampering with the soles of my shoes? With a derisive chuckle, Roland turned and ventured into the corridor. Moments later, he cautiously emerged from the room on the other side of the passage, pushing forth a lifeless body bound to a chair. Upon seeing it, Leon exclaimed, "A corpse?" Silence. The mere utterance of the word corpse seemed to infuriate Roland, who furiously brandished his wand. It appears I must teach you the proper spelling of respect. He raised his wand, ready to cast a spell. But the body beside him suddenly began to thrash violently, emitting desperate cries. Breathing heavily, Roland gradually lowered his wand. Never mind, let us attend to business first. Once that is accomplished, we shall settle accounts. With that, he waved his wand, causing the chains binding the corpse to dissolve. lifting it into the air before gently placing it above an enormous cauldron. The contents of the cauldron were indiscernible, but as the corpse was tossed inside, it did not struggle. Instead, it melted like wax. The potion within transformed from a sickly green to a murky black sludge, occasionally belching forth a silent, contorted face. With another flourish of his wand, vines erupted from the corners of the room, ensnaring Leong tightly. Leong struggled fiercely for a moment. There's no use. You no longer possess a wand, so escape is impossible. With that, Roland retrieved a small jar from the trunk at his feet. Father's bone, inadvertently donated. He extracted a segment of human bone from the jar and cast it into the cauldron. Son's flesh, willingly donated. Roland produced a small knife and severed a sizable chunk of flesh from his arm, tossing it into the mix. Although he immediately utilized a healing spell to restore himself. The sight of half a pound of flesh still caused Leong to swallow nervously. Lastly, there was the blood of an enemy. As Roland approached, Leong could no longer contain himself. The vines entwining his body withered rapidly, and from an unknown source, he produced a wand. Disarm your weapon. The incantation, vibrant in red, was deflected and crashed against the stone wall without causing a ripple. Have you been on guard against me all along? Leong inquired. As the muscles in his face began to subtly shift, and his form elongated like pliable clay. Ah, of course. I have not been so arrogant as to believe my plans would unfold without a hitch. Moreover, I never perceived you, my fellow Gryffindor, as a mindless brute. However, I truly did not anticipate your arrival, Sevens. What a splendid potion of transformation. Roland's aura flickered momentarily as his protective gear activated, shattering an invisible barrier. He turned to regard Leong, who retained a stoic expression, bearing the visage of Annie. Leong had not anticipated encountering yet another cunning adversary. To his astonishment, this individual was equipped with protective gear. He had not held back, employing the most formidable single-target spell at his disposal, the Shadowless Arrow. Roland, do you have anything further to articulate? Seven scrutinized his opponent with caution. Leong's prowess was formidable, and victory against both of them seemed implausible. However, Roland remained silent, merely gesturing. The dim oil lamp surrounding them extinguished in an instant, prompting Leong and Sevens to don their protective armor without delay. Yet, no magical assault followed. Only the crisp sound of something striking the ground. The ultimate fluorescence flickered. Leong heard Sevens cast an oversized illumination spell nearby. Yet his immediate surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Damn those goblin-bred mutts, he exclaimed. Leong remained composed and cast an enhanced sensory spell upon himself. It was evident that this senior from Roland had infused his smoke bomb with something extra. Leong suddenly found himself reminiscing about the glorious hand. The trinket that had resided unsold in the Bach family's possession for many years. He pondered whether the glorious hand, adorned with candles, could illuminate a path through the thickened haze surrounding them. Leong, that's me, he coughed. Recalling the moment he had tossed a smoke bomb and witnessed that wretched creature dart into the corridor, pulling him along. Wait, let us establish a code. Why doesn't T. Merlin wear underpants? A silence lingered in the darkness for a brief moment. Leong, we never agreed on a code before setting out, did we? And how am I supposed to know why Merlin doesn't T wear undergarments? Of course, you wouldn't T know when we established a rendezvous signal. Leong fumbled to grasp Seven's robe, yet he too was at a loss. Enough chatter, let us move. The two stumbled through the mist, navigating the corridor. And as the smoke began to dissipate slightly, Leong finally caught sight of something. On the opposite side of the corridor, there was nothing but a bed and a desk. Damn it, where did he go? Sevens raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, scanning the vicinity. Utterly baffled as to how their adversary had escaped from a chamber with but a single exit, Leong gazed thoughtfully at his feet. Senior, have you ever learned any spells for drilling holes? Sevens furrowed his brow. I haven't learned any drilling spells, but I have mastered something far more exhilarating. Cave in. The ground beneath them trembled and then fractured downward. Though both swayed unsteadily, neither was alarmed, for they were wizards. Finally, the ground gave way, revealing a vast chasm, and the two tumbled into the abyss. Armor, protect us. X2 shock absorption halt. A couple of meters from the next layer of ground. Leong cast the shock absorption spell. They swiftly adjusted their stances and landed firmly on the ground. Looking up, they found the hole above them to be 5 or 6 meters high. Clearly, this was the true heart of the tomb. By the way, how did you know there was more space underground? Sevens brushed off the dirt from his clothes and inquired. Did you not notice when we entered? The tomb chamber is crafted from exquisite marble. Yet, whether in the area where he placed the cauldron or in the narrow passage behind, the space was constricted, hardly larger than our lounge. It was evident that this was not the main chamber. However, I did not anticipate it to be so expansive below. Sevens, momentarily perplexed, observed the underground area, which soared 5 or 6 meters high, with 4 immensely thick stone pillars at each corner, adorned with intricate carvings. The surrounding walls were formed from marble, illuminated by flickering oil lamps. Beneath their feet lay a stone staircase leading to a small dock. Indeed, a dock. For at the center of the tomb was an island with a small house-like marble sarcophagus. The lake surrounding it was pitch black, rendering the depth indiscernible. So, what now? Seven surveyed the vicinity, hesitant to take a step forward. They both recognized this as an ancient burial site, fraught with unknown traps and mechanisms. What next? Leon quietly withdrew a pouch from his robe, beginning to extract its contents. Next, we shall charge forth and eliminate that scoundrel. Or should you choose to let him escape, allowing him to strike at you or your family from the shadows? Additionally, I have a myriad of questions I wish to pose to my esteemed senior Roland. The thought of needing to carry a mirror for himself or his family sent a shiver down Seven's spine. Then let us capture him. Let him languish in Azkaban with the Dementors for an eternity. By the way, is it true that the Polyjuice potion can change one's gender? Sevens curiously posed a somewhat naive question as he observed Leon gradually reverting to his original form. After all, until now, the good-hearted Sevens had never considered experimenting with the Polyjuice potion to alter his gender. It was a path he had never envisioned. Leon was momentarily taken aback. He then reached down and felt around. Ah, it has indeed changed completely. Fortunately, it seems it can still revert back. Leon glanced at the lake before him, suspecting that it was likely not water at all. He even harbored doubts about whether a legion of undead lay concealed beneath the surface. After all, the intricate patterns on the stone pillars and the inscriptions above clearly indicated that this was the tomb of an ancient sorcerer. In that wild and chaotic era, sorcerers might engage in fierce battles over something as trivial as a cat, resulting in the destruction of an entire village. For dark sorcerers, annihilating a village to raise an army of the undead was merely a commonplace affair. Unlike those without noses, who had to stealthily massacre villages to obtain their minions, dark sorcerers wielded their power more openly. However, confronting the undead was no trivial matter, although they were inherently vulnerable to sunlight and flames. It was likely that this tomb had long since nullified such spells. Indeed, when Sevens attempted to summon a colossal sphere of light to cast into the depths of the lake, he discovered that the tip of his wand merely flickered faintly before falling utterly silent. Leon casually conjured a roaring flame, yet it too left not a single spark. These pillars were most likely inscribed with reflections of illumination and blazing flames in the ancient runes, but regrettably, my proficiency in runic literature is lacking, and I do not intend to enroll in Professor Babbling's advanced class next year. Leon frowned as he rummaged through his small bag, finally extracting a fruit the size of an egg. With a swift motion, he transformed a stone into a wooden stick and affixed the fruit to it using a permanent adhesive spell. This is the fruit of the candle walnut, remarkably useful. Leon casually scraped the fiery end of the stick against the stone, igniting it instantly. I noticed there were quite a few in Greenhouse 6. So I mentioned it to Professor Sprout and collected a few, intending to use them for cooking in the wild later. The professor just gave them to you? Sevens' lips twitched slightly. Strictly speaking, such magical plants are considered contraband, especially since they ignite upon mere contact with the ground. Why not? Leon regarded him with a curious expression. Do you think I would set the curtains of the dormitory ablaze like Oldby? Who is Oldby? Well, that's not important. What matters is how we get across now. Sevens glanced at the island in the middle of the lake. I'm not particularly keen on swimming over. Who knows what lurks in these waters? Since they're essay doc, there must be a boat. Having read the original text, Leon remained unfazed and cast a revealing spell. Indeed, a spectral chain abruptly appeared before them. Sevens, quick-witted, seized it. What now? He tugged at the chain, only to find it unyielding. Sometimes I genuinely doubt whether you are a wizard. Leon chuckled as he tapped the chain with his wand. A cacophony of clattering chains ensued, and with it, a wooden boat, marked with verdant stains, was drawn from the lake's depths. Huh. Sevens exclaimed in an indecipherable utterance, eagerly extending a foot. It's fine, go ahead. Leon urged him from behind. If I truly wanted to harm you, I wouldn't bother crafting a small boat. Once aboard, the boat swayed gently as it made its way toward the island, and before long, they had landed. They heightened their vigilance, cautiously ascending, only to find Roland seated upon an enormous coffin, a pot of still unfinished contents before him. At his feet lay a hunched figure, toying with a feminine crown. So, it was indeed you who took the crown. Leon squinted. What crown? Sevens struggled to keep pace with the unfolding events. It seems you know what this is. Don't you? Roland chuckled, casually setting the crown aside. So, do you intend to continue? Naturally, having come this far, how could I not take the plunge? Hey, can someone please explain this to me? Sevens sighed, interjecting. Leon cast a fleeting glance at him and slowly began to speak. In simple terms, it is the tale of a pureblood young wizard who wishes to marry a muggle woman. After facing familial opposition, he resolutely elopes with her to a remote locale. However, within a few years, the wizard perishes and his family arrives to claim the sole heir. The young mother, bereft of her child, descends into madness. Yet her son proves resilient. He soon persuades the family to return his mother to him by some means. What follows is my conjecture. The woman likely did not enjoy many more years of happiness before departing, prompting her son to frantically seek the secrets of resurrection within the magical realm. Am I correct, Senior Roland? Roland gently applauded. Remarkable, entirely correct. So, do you believe you have discovered the means of resurrection? Indeed, Roland replied, reclaiming the diadem and raising it high. The diadem of Ravenclaw, said to bestow boundless wisdom upon its bearer. While this assertion may be somewhat exaggerated, I have indeed found a method within it. Li Eng's expression turned peculiar. If you were aware of what you hold, you might not entertain such thoughts. A Horcrux, is it not? Roland abruptly cast the diadem upon the old wizard sprawled on the ground, producing a sibilant sound. The old wizard, curled on the floor, had no time to lament before the diadem drained his body, leaving behind only a desiccated skeleton encased in human skin. Did you know? Leon arched an eyebrow, finding this the only truly intriguing aspect of the evening. Surely, it is not only Hogwarts that possesses the tome revealing advanced dark magic. Roland produced a book from his cloak. But what does it matter? I care not whose Horcrux it is. I only know it has indeed given me hope to resurrect my mother. Leon regarded him for a considerable time before breaking into a smile. No. I believe if you were to uncover the truth, it would be inconsequential. Indeed, inconsequential, Roland declared, raising his wand. I can hardly wait to complete the final step. Our idle chatter may cease here. Wait, Leon interrupted. One last question. I have always sensed that since I overheard your conflict with Professors Nott and Snape, you have regarded me as some sort of imagined adversary. Why is that? Roland laughed heartily. Ah, my dear Junior. It is because the final step of this ritual requires the blood of an enemy. Resurrection. Leon and Sevens glanced around as the surface of the lake began to churn and boil. Before long, pale human heads emerged, desperately clawing their way towards the island at the heart of the lake. It was the army of the undead. Sevens' voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Leon and Sevens stood back to back, continuously repelling the encroaching shadows with their magic. They remained vigilant against the sudden ambushes from Roland, known as the Sixth. Utilizing repulsion spells and barriers, Leon cast a leg-locking charm that tripped one of the shadowy creatures while simultaneously hurling several waxy nuts to obstruct the advancing horde. After experimenting with numerous incantations, Leon discovered that the barrier and leg-locking spells proved to be the most effective against these spectral foes. The weaknesses of these shadowy beings were evident, yet their strengths were equally pronounced. Any budding wizard capable of conjuring a flickering flame could easily fend off one or two of these creatures. However, in scenarios where illumination and fire magic were rendered unusable, an overwhelming number, exceeding 100, could transform into a nightmare for even the most skilled sorcerers. The shadows possess thick, resilient hides, making it exceedingly difficult to sever their limbs even with the most precise cutting spells. Their movements were anything but sluggish. In fact, they outpaced the lethargic zombies from Resident Evil 2. Their teeth, claws, and even their very essence were laced with poison, and a mere scratch or bite could lead to dire consequences if not treated promptly. Moreover, these entities typically appeared in swarms. Leon, do you have any other strategies? At this rate, we might as well prepare to spend the night at the bottom of the lake. Seven shouted, sending 2 or 3 shadows flying with a repulsion spell. I do have a plan, Leon replied, casting a formidable barrier. Then use it quickly. Leon took a deep breath, while Sevens cast a glance of anticipation. Even Roland concealed himself behind the horde of shadows, eager to witness what resilience Leon possessed. Suddenly, they heard Liang's booming voice resonate through the cave. Fox, help me. I have served the school with valor. I have bled for the school. I demand to see the headmaster. I want to see Dumbledore. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Leon, Roland bellowed, seemingly insulted. You foolish jester, do you find yourself amusing? If you wish for death, allow me to grant your desire. Avada, Roland's incantation was abruptly interrupted by a melodious bird call, accompanied by a burst of flames illuminating the cavern, causing the shadowy figures to falter. Clearly intimidated by the light, a magnificent phoenix, with resplendent plumage and a long, trailing tail, materialized within the cave. A phoenix. Roland's expression darkened considerably. It was evident that only 2 tamed phoenixes existed within the wizarding world, and the identity of the one present was unmistakable. This signified that the White Wizard, capable of silencing the entire wizarding community with his voice, was nearby. As for Sevens, he stood in stunned silence, listening to the phoenix's song. Leon and his companion felt invigorated and infused with newfound confidence. The tears of the phoenix possessed remarkable healing properties, and its song bestowed courage upon those who heard it. Suddenly, a description he had encountered in a book surfaced in Leon's mind. Frankly, it was the first time he had ever heard a phoenix call. On each previous visit to Dumbledore's office, Fawkes had either been asleep or dozing. With the emergence of the phoenix, the inferi began to recede like an ebbing tide. Fawkes appeared to harbor an intense aversion to the undead, soaring through the air and emitting fervent cries while showering them with nearly golden flames that incinerated the ghastly creatures in droves. Roland, on the other hand, seemed to have grown weary of resistance, standing vacantly before the cauldron, lost in thought. Give up, Senior Nate, Leon directed his wand at him. There is no magic in this world capable of resurrecting the dead. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the ritual involving the soul from Ravenclaw's diadem that you were entrusted with is likely not meant to revive your mother, but rather to resurrect himself. I know. Roland interjected abruptly. I have long suspected as much, but I have no other choice, do I? Gazing at the suddenly tranquil Roland, a foreboding sense of dread surged within Leon. What do you intend to do? Do you believe you have already secured victory? Roland shook his head with a smile and retrieved an ancient-looking brass balance scale from his pocket. He swiftly aimed his wand at himself. A blood-red beam of light erupted, and a gaping wound appeared in Roland's chest, from which a vibrant, pulsating heart soared to one side of the scale. A replica of the Scale of Judgment, which I acquired on the black market, he stated. Despite the absence of his heart, Roland did not immediately succumb. Instead, he spoke with a rosy complexion. Of course, it cannot judge a person's sins. However, in my studies, I discovered a novel application: sacrifice. No, Leon bellowed, his wand radiating light, but it was too late. As one side of the scale tilted dramatically, it shattered into countless twinkling golden sparks that then merged back into the cauldron. The cauldron began to boil with renewed fervor. Roland stared blankly at it, trembling as he reached out. Fool! A gaunt figure loomed behind Roland, gently pushing him. Roland's eyes became vacant and devoid of light as he tilted and collapsed to the side. Sevens, trembling, pointed at the figure but received no response. As a seasoned sixth year, Leon would not stand idly by and allow the boss to transform unchallenged. A silent barrier charm shot toward the cauldron, yet was still too late. The emaciated figure seized Roland's wand, effortlessly deflecting Leon's spell with a flick, and then with another wave. Leon felt a sharp pain in his arm as an unknown curse cut him, blood dripping into the cauldron. Blood of the enemy, willingly offered. With that, the figure disintegrated into ash, a dark vapor rushing into the cauldron. With a crackling sound, the cauldron fractured, and a silhouette elongated like soft clay, transforming in an instant into a figure Leon recognized all too well. The man whose name could not be uttered had returned. Ah, the scent of nostalgia. Professor, are you not going to come out and greet an old acquaintance? The bald man possessed a nose, and indeed, if one overlooked his lack of hair and eyebrows, he could be mistaken for a quintessential British heartthrob, fit to star in a Twilight film. I do not believe there is anything left to discuss between us, Tom. Another aged voice resonated from behind Leon and his companion. Bringing you from that orphanage into the magical world is the greatest regret of my life. Leon had initially wished to listen a while longer to the clandestine conversations among the esteemed individuals, yet unexpectedly felt a weight upon his shoulder. A feather, imbued with a warm essence, brushed against his cheek, and before either he or Sev could fully comprehend the situation, they found themselves seemingly immersed in a spring. Accompanied by a soothing glow of firelight, the two emerged at the entrance of Hagrid's hut, where they were met by an elderly bat, his face a pallid shade of blue and one leg limping, who regarded them with a frigid stare. The unkempt professor guided Leon and Sev to the headmaster's office. The headmaster has instructed me to inform you to wait for him here, Snape announced, having scrutinized the two with a discerning gaze before swiftly departing once more. Leon reclined in his usual chair, contemplating how delightful it would be to have a glass of ice-cold Coke at that moment. If that were not possible, a chilled butterbeer with ice would suffice. Regardless, the night had finally drawn to a close. Indeed, it had come to an end. Sevens glanced around, hesitating to occupy the principal's designated seat, and instead plopped down onto the carpet. In my 5 years at Hogwarts, I have never experienced a night as exhilarating as this. Frant and Fiona would surely be envious of my adventure. Just as he was speaking, Sevens rummaged through his pocket for a considerable time before extracting a piece of parchment. The parchment bore a symbol of a half-open eye that flickered incessantly. This was a newly added feature of the communication parchment, designed by Leon himself. It was a message from Frant and the others. Sevens felt a surge of excitement as he examined it closely. What does it say? Leon inquired. Fiona reported that after we left the castle, a plethora of artificially cultivated monsters emerged within its confines. Sevens furrowed his brow, recalling how the professors, along with the prefects and upperclassmen, had toiled for a considerable time before finally resolving the issue. She and Frant had pursued one of these creatures, only to discover its origin was the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement? Isn't it only accessible from within? He pondered. Could it be that those hybrid monsters possessed some form of intelligence? No. It was a house elf who opened the door, releasing those ghastly beings. It seems the Nott family is intricately involved. As Sevens watched, the parchment in his hand turned to ash, and he remarked, however, Fiona and the others were unable to capture it. Leon was not at all surprised. Although house elves may be somewhat inferior to powerful human wizards in terms of magical strength, their ability to cast spells is remarkably exceptional. The restrictions placed upon wizards are virtually ineffective against them, to say nothing of two fifth-year students. Leon suspected that even Dumbledore would find it quite challenging to keep a house elf in check. So what exactly was that last creature tonight? Sevens inquired. A question that had been bubbling within him all night. Ah, that was Voldemort, resurrected. Luin spoke drowsily, his voice barely rising above the profound silence enveloping the office. Sevens widened his mouth in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. What? Young man, what did you just say? The portrait of Principal Black on the wall could no longer feign slumber, his eyes bulging as he bellowed. Ah, I heard you. Why are you shouting so loudly? Luin glanced at the member of the Black family, his curiosity piqued by the enigma of how magical portraits produce sound. However, the least favored principal paid no heed to the two, hastily slipping away from the frame, perhaps to verify the news. Suddenly, the door behind them swung open to reveal Dumbledore, clad in a flowing white robe. Principal. Sevens sprang to his feet, nudging Luann, who was on the verge of dozing off. "Ah, it seems you have all worn yourselves out," Dumbledore remarked as he approached the desk. "Though it is quite late, I may have to detain you a little longer. The good news is that there will be a day off for the entire school tomorrow. Now, who can enlighten me about the events of this evening and satisfy this old man's curiosity?" Sevens succinctly recounted the happenings. "So, Professor, is it true that he has returned?" he finally stammered. It was understandable to feel apprehensive for the notorious Grindlewald, who nearly swept across the entirety of Europe and Africa, instilled a far greater dread among the wizards of the British Isles than that man ever did. After all, Grindlewald did not revel in murder. In a sense, to the wizards of England, the noseless figure was as fearsome as any expelled student. "I fear this may indeed be true, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said softly after a prolonged silence. "Well then, we have had enough distress for one night. How about a glass of butterbeer, followed by a slumber until the sun is high in the sky?" With a wave of his hand, a mug of butterbeer materialized before Sevens and Luann. Understanding the situation, Sevens graciously took his cup and politely excused himself. At this moment, Leon spoke up and inquired, "Professor, does that mean it's good news?" "Well, it's somewhat of a mixed bag," replied Dumbledore, unusually rubbing his temples. "The good news is that the resurrection merely resulted in a fragmented piece of his soul. I have destroyed the vessel and the Horcrux he used to return. The bad news, however, is that Tom's research into the realm of souls has undoubtedly surpassed my own, and this fragment of his soul has managed to escape." Leon was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that we must now contend with two Voldemorts?" "To be precise, they are indeed one and the same, Mr. Green." Dumbledore smiled, though it was not entirely accurate to say so. They have both evolved into distinct entities. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Without their host, he is no longer invincible. Of course, this also implies he will exercise greater caution. Regardless, we have effectively destroyed 3 of his Horcruxes, Mr. Green. Noticing Leon's disheartened demeanor, Dumbledore spoke gravely. "You must understand. This is the closest we have been to him in nearly 30 years. I owe you my gratitude, Mr. Green." "No, Professor, I did it for myself," Leon replied, rejecting Dumbledore's praise. "Do you think I lack the loyalty of Hufflepuff or the bravery of Gryffindor?" Dumbledore interjected, "Yes, Leon, the Sorting Hat has mentioned you. Yet, I do not share that sentiment. Knowledge, reason, loyalty, and courage, all these virtues lie deep within each of us. You simply have yet to unearth them. Now then, Mr. Green, it is quite late. I trust Pomona is also worried about you. So, return home and get some rest. I am not yet retired. And confronting Voldemort is not your responsibility just yet." Leon hesitated for a moment before consuming the last sip of butterbeer. "Professor," he began, "there is something I have long wished to express. Even in your absence, Voldemort would have ultimately become what he is today. This is not your fault. Furthermore, that ancient tomb was first discovered by myself and Senior Sevens. Shouldn't we be entitled to a share of its treasures?" Dumbledore found himself in a state of bemusement. As he gazed at the slowly closing wooden door, he leaned back into his chair, his mind drifting back to that sunlit afternoon and to the boy who wore a defiant expression yet whose eyes sparkled with wonder. Severus Snape made his way back to his office. Mrs. Nott sat vacantly on a chair, and upon seeing Snape enter, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. "Severus, my grandson, please accept my condolences, Mrs. Nott." Observing the elderly woman's face, which bore a look of desperate pleading, Snape hesitated but ultimately uttered the most harrowing words. The old woman's expression froze. Her gaze became vacant, and after a prolonged silence, tears began to trickle down her cheeks, making her appear as if she had aged a decade in an instant. "How did he die?" "He used a dark magical artifact, sacrificing himself in an attempt to resurrect his mother." Snape's hands trembled slightly as he relayed this to Mrs. Nott. As for the matter of that individual's resurrection, he thought it best left to Dumbledore. At this, he felt the dark mark upon his arm throb once more. It is my fault, Mrs. Nott murmured despairingly as she closed her eyes, fully aware that the Nott family had lost all hope. For Roland Nott was the last scion of that generation. From this moment forth, the wizarding world would no longer bear the name Nott. In a daze, she recalled 13 years prior, when she had taken her grandson from the swaddling blanket. The pleas of that frail, helpless woman echoed in her memory, along with her whispered words, "I beg you, return my child to me." Now it was her turn. Is this the end for the Nott family? Fiona pondered as she sat beside the hospital bed, directing a small knife to peel an apple. "It shouldn't be considered so," Flant replied hesitantly. "If I recall correctly, isn't there still an old Nott?" "An old Nott?" Leon inquired with curiosity. "Yes, the old Nott," Flant clarified, "the younger brother of Professor Nott's husband. However, this fellow allied himself with that individual years ago, and after that person's downfall, to shield the Nott family from repercussions, they all acted as if he did not exist. That old fellow hasn't made an appearance in years. We don't know whether he is alive or has concealed himself in some corner." As they conversed, Annie burst in, accompanied by her 2 brothers, energetically carrying 3 large baskets. "Look, Leon, we've brought you breakfast from the kitchen." The little girl proudly raised her basket, nearly losing her balance due to its weight. Fiona waved her wand to save her from falling. Leon found himself in a state of bemusement. He and Sevens had been nearly escorted to the infirmary by Professor Sprout the previous night, and they could have actually departed by this morning. After all, they had hardly sustained any injuries. The only mark on Leon's arm was a minor cut that had healed with a touch of antiseptic. Of course, one must express gratitude to the merciful hand of the individual who, despite lacking a nose, oh, my apologies, now possessing one, had shown restraint. Had he indeed employed dark magic against Leon in that moment, the healing would not have been so swift. Nevertheless, with a modicum of understanding regarding the circumstances, Professor Sprout insisted that the two remain in the infirmary for the night. It was only after Madame Pomfrey confirmed that there were no lingering issues that they were each given a hefty dose of calming draught, along with a confinement package for the greenhouse until the end of the term. The kindly yet formidable Badger matron was indeed irked. The events of the previous night had genuinely frightened her, and she regarded Leon and Sevens as the two most unruly troublemakers in Hufflepuff. Henceforth, she intended to keep a watchful eye on them in the days to come. Leon held no objections to this, and in fact, felt a sense of anticipation. The greenhouse of his esteemed director was always home to peculiar and extraordinary flora. All right, little ones, this is not a hall of festivities. They are both fine now, so you should return to the lounge for breakfast. Madame Pomfrey began ushering people out, as there were still numerous injured upperclassmen from the previous night, and the infirmary was running short on beds. A throng of individuals swiftly exited the infirmary, with Leon leading the way, faintly hearing behind him the continuous rebukes from Senior Fiona and the pleading of Sevens. Leon suddenly felt as though a weight that had long pressed upon his heart had been slightly lifted. Roland Nott's funeral was to be held a week later. In the evening, once the coffin had been interred and the crowd had dispersed, Leon finally appeared before Roland's grave, holding a tin box in his hands. "What is this?" inquired Dumbledore, who was waiting nearby, his curiosity piqued. With a hint of courage, Leon pondered for a moment and, emulating the tone of an old riddle-master, offered a response. Indeed, he believed there was no fault in such a characterization. After all, the naive and inquisitive Roland, who had once been curious about the world, drew his courage from that very tin box, specifically from the small Muggle fairy tale book within it. Gently placing the tin box before Roland's grave, Leon fell into silence for a brief moment before suddenly drawing his wand. As he waved it, a silvery mist enveloped the surroundings, and a magnificent bird, composed of silver vapor with long, trailing tail feathers, appeared in the air. The silver bird circled gracefully a few times before soaring westward, ultimately dissipating into the atmosphere, leaving behind a shimmering silver ribbon of mist. "That does not resemble a phoenix," Dumbledore remarked. "No, certainly not, Professor," Leon replied calmly. "That is a Qingyao. It is the divine bird from mythology that delivers messages and offerings to the Queen Mother of the West, symbolizing the pursuit of happiness, dreams, and hope. May your next journey lead you to happiness," Leon silently wished in his heart. Later that evening, Leon awaited Senior Sevens in the room of requirement. "Why did you summon me?" Sevens asked, bewildered, while munching on a chicken leg. "Of course, it's time for a share of the spoils," Leon declared, lifting the suitcase in his hand. Sevens' mouth fell agape. "Isn't this Roland's suitcase?" "Indeed it is," Leon replied, demonstrating the skillful use of the undetectable extension charm. A remarkable charm that the headmaster claimed could last for at least 5 years. He opened the suitcase and descended the ladder inside, seeing Sevens still frozen in place. He waved a hand. "Come on." Sevens quickly wiped his hands on his robe and followed him inside. Upon entering the suitcase, he was momentarily blinded by the sight of a dazzling pile of golden treasures. By Merlin's undergarments. "Are we rich?" Leon shrugged. A portion of the galleons in the chest was accumulated by Roland himself and his dark wizard mentor, while another part was retrieved by Madame Nott from her family's vault as compensation for Leon and Sevens. However, in Liang's view, compared to these galleons, the magical tomes that had survived Dumbledore's scrutiny were far more valuable. "Leon, I have an idea," Sevens exclaimed suddenly after rolling in the pile of coins for a while. "Let's establish an organization. We can use these coins and magical books as our seed capital. I've even thought of a name. We can use that symbol you drew as a mark and call it the Eye of Secrets, abbreviated as E.O.S. What do you think?" "Not much," Leon silently scoffed to himself. "I also have a name for my best friend, Goddess of the Lavatory." Dejected, Sevens trudged off to the room of requirement. Just moments earlier, he had completed the last subject of his O.W.L.S. History of Magic. As there was no practical component, the examination only took place in the morning. Thus, they decided to host a banquet in the room of requirement to celebrate. This referred to all members of the Eye of Secrets. In just 4 months, the Eye had grown to about 15 or 16 members. The name was decided by a vote among the 7 original founders. With 6 in favor and 1 against, the dissenting vote was cast by Leon himself, who felt the name was rather lackluster. The 7 included the clever Sevens, Flant, and Fiona, alongside and in her Sunshine Trio, who frequently mingled with Leon. Of course, Leon viewed the Sunshine Group as a source of chaos. The 3 fifth years had just completed their O.W.L.S. and weren't particularly reliable. "I'm feeling that if I get an A in History of Magic, I'll be set," Sevens entered the secret base with a glum expression. Shut up, Fiona yelled. Don't mention history of magic to me. I don't care about it. But I'm likely to get AT in potions. Why can't Hogwarts offer a course in alchemy like Beau's batons? Flant lamented, his face twisted in bitterness. Anne's trio watched the older students, apprehensive, as they lamented. They had finished their final exams 2 weeks earlier, and aside from Leon, all three had barely scraped through several subjects, a feat only achieved due to Liang's prior emphasis on key points and intensive practice sessions. As for Leon, no one wished to bring him up. He had surpassed near excellence in all subjects and even joined a few fifth-year O.W.L. exams for fun. More astonishingly, his transfiguration received unanimous acclaim from the invigilators. Ms. Gilderoy Masheben even awarded him an O. Child, you surpassed this age's Dumbledore. Consequently, students from the other three houses began to distance themselves from Liang, not out of exclusion, but rather fear of being overshadowed by his brilliance. As more members of the Eye of Secrets arrived, the small room soon filled with merriment, interspersed with discussions like, isn't it supposed to be an A? Oh no. I think I failed my potions exam. Seven stood atop a wooden crate. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please refrain from discussing that wretched exam? We are here to celebrate tonight. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with someone even calling out, Sevens, did you fail history of magic again? Sevens ignored the taunts. Before we commence our festivities, I'd like to invite the founder of the Eye of Secrets, our greatest benefactor, the Hufflepuff prodigy, the Star of Tomorrow, to say a few words. With that, Flant stealthily ambushed Leon, hoisting him high into the air. In that moment, Leon felt as if he were in a vision. Crowned as king on a vast grassland, the enchanting melody ringing in his ears, Skinya Mama Mijawawa. Flant, tall and sturdy with long arms, indeed resembled a baboon. Flant, do you wish for me to gnaw on your snack? Flant dashed away, leaving the room in fits of laughter. In the northernmost part of the Forbidden Forest, a cloaked figure appeared, crouching as if sniffing the ground like an old dog. Suddenly, a mark on his arm grew warm, and he joyfully stood up, shouting into the surroundings. Master, is it you? Your loyal servant has come to see you. Master Nott, you have aged, a melancholic sigh echoed as the figure turned. Delighted to see his long-sought master entwined with a giant serpent. Master, the figure's voice trembled with emotion, I have arrived late. It matters not. I have always known your loyalty, Nott, even back in school. The serpent spoke, coiling closer. It is not too late. We still have opportunities ahead. In the third week of June, Hogwarts held a grand feast. Tomorrow, all the young wizards would return home. Except for a few special cases of students who applied to remain, and only a portion of the professors would stay behind. The castle gates would close, leaving only the side door ajar until the new term reopened to welcome new and returning students. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the feast, I have a few words to share. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the 4 long tables, pausing momentarily on Leon. This past year has seen many events unfold. Yet I am pleased to see all of you here, unharmed, including Mr. Quentin Gafford, who has been receiving treatment at St. Mungo's. Quentin Gafford offered a bittersweet smile. Having missed much of the semester and all final exams, Professor Sprout had already approached him, indicating that if he wished to avoid attending classes with the first years next year, he needed to catch up during the break. Thanks to the efforts of Mr. Green and Mr. Welfare, we successfully located the source of the ghost moth and eliminated those pesky nuisances, so I shall award Hufflepuff an additional 50 points. Liang pursed his lips. Old Dang's favoritism was almost palpable, clearly etched upon his face. Harry and the others followed the script, each receiving an additional 50 points. In a bid to transform the hall's ambience to crimson, they shamelessly awarded extra points to a certain plump boy who had been petrified and lay on the ground for an entire night, justifying it as a means to encourage his bravery. Yet, it was of little consequence, for although Leon had contributed nearly 100 points to Hufflepuff throughout the year, the House Cup would likely still belong to Slytherin. This was evident after Hufflepuff's defeat to Ravenclaw in the rescheduled match, followed by another loss to Gryffindor. Slytherin, having secured the Quidditch Cup, automatically gained an additional 100 points, and with their students diligently accruing academic credits in all subjects. Leon expressed his inability to carry this group of Badger teammates. However, Professor Sprout at the staff table appeared to be in good spirits, engaging in conversation with Professor Snape beside her. As Dumbledore proclaimed the winner of the House Cup, the hall was adorned with green and banners emblazoned with the Slytherin emblem. Cheers erupted from the Slytherin section, and Snape's expression finally softened somewhat. The following morning, Leon, accompanied by the other Hufflepuffs, arrived at the platform with their suitcases in hand, awaiting the train. Leon, aren't you bringing your luggage? Anne asked, gazing at him in confusion. Leon gently shook the leather suitcase in his hand. Rod, suddenly struck by a thought, widened his mouth as he stared at the case. What does it mean? Have you hidden something in there? And, with her greatest virtue of never prying too deeply, swiftly turned to another question. This summer, my mother plans to take me to France. Would you like to join us? We'll see, Leon replied, not particularly eager to visit France, as his holiday schedule was already brimming with activities, and he had yet to finish many books stowed away in the suitcase. The train slowly rolled into the station, and Leon and his companions found an empty carriage to settle in. As they gazed at the gradually receding corner of a castle, Leon suddenly realized that his first year at Hogwarts had already come to an end. P.S. Huzzah! The first volume concludes successfully. Next up is the second academic year. In fact, there are numerous subplots left unresolved in this volume, including the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Roland and the Black Wizard instructor he met outside of school, the dynamics between Snape and the Nott family, and even the stories surrounding Roland's parents. However, I believe these details are of little consequence. Those that need mentioning will appear later, and the rest do not impact the main storyline. Now, we shall embark on the protagonist's second academic year, where new antagonists will emerge, fresh characters will be introduced, and even the Order of the Phoenix will continue to expand its ranks. Of course, this is all a matter for another time. In terms of relationships, the main characters remain oblivious. The male protagonist still perceives the female protagonist as a child, while she remains blissfully naive. The romantic subplot is not my immediate concern, as, given in Rose's current age, for an adult male to genuinely fall hopelessly in love with her would suggest he is a rather peculiar copper alchemist. This is a common dilemma faced by many fanfictions within the Harry Potter universe. What many claim to love about Hermione is often a fondness for the youthful Emma. However, as time progresses, the relationship between the male and female leads is sure to undergo a qualitative transformation. Perhaps it will only require a singular opportunity for the tides to shift, so there is no need for haste. My apologies for the lengthy postscript. I had more to express than the confines of the author's notes would allow, so I have included it here. Thank you for your understanding. Leon stood in the bookstore, adorned with an apron, a feather duster hovering idly in the air beside him. The duster fluttered restlessly, eager to sweep the highest shelves. Yet it was abruptly seized by Leon, for beneath that shelf stood an elderly gentleman. This old man was not there to purchase books, he merely lingered, engrossed in his reading, and it seemed he had been there for the entire morning. Sir, this is a second-hand bookstore, not a library, Leon sighed silently, pondering why he was wasting his time in this place. He, Leon S. Kennedy, affectionately nicknamed Li Sanguan, a distinguished first-year student from Hogwarts, the esteemed leader of Hufflepuff's first-year cohort, and the godfather of the Eye of Secrets, understood well the value of time. Was it that studying magic lacked excitement? Or was it the brewing of potions that failed to captivate him? Why was he squandering precious moments here? Upon deeper reflection, Leon increasingly felt the inadequacy of his time. He had yet to delve into the magical tomes obtained from Roland and the ancient tomb, nor had he explored the magical artifacts he had left behind. Additionally, he had not yet mastered the weather charm assigned by Dumbledore, nor had he ventured into the textbooks for the 3rd and 4th grades. Oh, my apologies, dear child. The old man seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his prolonged stay, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. I have indeed purchased this book. Leon cast a glance at the book cover, which bore the inscription Journey with Giants. Liang's expression became peculiar. Are you certain you wish to purchase this book? He remarked with a chuckle, crossing his arms. Even secondhand, it cost 4 gallons. The man was taken aback, and after a considerable pause, he rummaged through his pockets before awkwardly returning the book to its place. Leon shook his head, releasing the feather duster, which, now free, struck him sharply on the head before darting off to the top of the bookshelf to dust away the cobwebs of neglect. Leon ambled up the stairs, his mind preoccupied with an engagement later that afternoon, leaving him little time to linger with an elderly man who appeared rather dim-witted. Outside the door, a ruckus ensued as a spirited young girl burst in, trailed closely by 2 boys who towered over her. The trio, engrossed in their playful skirmish, entered the bookstore, and in a moment of distraction, one of the boys inadvertently kicked a water bucket positioned by the entrance. The bucket, seemingly akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shot up into the air with a resounding thud, scattering half a bucket's worth of water into the atmosphere. As the droplets descended toward the gathered crowd, they astonishingly transformed into fluttering butterflies, gracefully alighting back into the bucket, only to revert to water once more. Eventually, the bucket settled, sliding itself away from the doorway. The elderly man, captivated by this enchanting display of transformation, took a moment to regain his composure before glancing toward the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, where a young boy was retracting his wand. Hey, child, are you a student at Hogwarts? What year are you in? Would you be interested in learning magic from me? The old man exclaimed. However, Leon chose to ignore him, fixing his gaze on the girl and remarking, Annie, cannot you remain quiet for a moment? Annie, her eyes widening in defiance, huffed but recognized her own transgression, muttering an indignant what is it to you? Before energetically squeezing past Leon. In no time, she returned with a tattered broomstick, leading the Bant brothers out of the bookstore. Leon shook his head, aware that the thrill-seeking young girl had once again taken her 2 foolish companions out for a joyride. Hey, child, did you hear me speaking? Pretending not to listen is hardly the mark of a true English gentleman. The older man continued to bellow. If you wish to purchase a book, kindly pay. If not, refrain from speaking, Leon retorted with irritation. Given that you know I am a student at Hogwarts, why pose such questions? Hogwarts may very well be the finest, and indeed the only, school of magic in Britain, yet that does not imply you cannot learn something new from me. The older man chuckled. Nevertheless, it matters little. As you are a student of Hogwarts, I trust our paths shall cross again." With that, the man nodded and departed from the bookstore. Leon wore a bewildered expression. The strange man muttered something to himself before heading upstairs to greet Mr. Augustus, after which Leon departed from the bookstore. Half an hour later, in the floor and ice cream parlor, Leon sat in the innermost corner, his hood drawn up. The door swung open, and another cloaked figure entered, glancing around before striding over to take a seat across from Leon. "You've arrived?" "I have. Here is the merchandise you requested." The proprietor of the ice cream parlor regarded the two with a patronizing gaze, as if addressing simpletons. Collider rubbed his forehead and remarked, "Leon, this is hardly amusing. And you've already made this joke last time. I merely asked you to assist me in procuring 2 sets of, what is it called in the Muggle world?" Leon took a bite of his ice cream cone and reminded, "The Game Boy handheld console." "Yes, I merely asked you to bring me 2 sets of handheld consoles. Why do you always make it seem as if we are dealing in contraband?" Leon shrugged and remarked, "Do not say such things. For someone from a pure blood family like yourself, what difference is there between the mundane world and contraband?" Kaleida Buster let out a resigned groan. "Junior, do you believe that we ought to spend our days wandering through shadowy basements or ancient castles, clinging to those unsavory elements to uphold the pride of our pureblood lineage? Is that not the case? Take the Malfoy family, for instance." Kaleida smirked. "Do not compare him to me. The Malfoy family is merely a bunch of nouveau riches, particularly since this current heir took over." Leon responded with a perfunctory nod, almost betraying his disinterest on his face. Kaleida felt a pang of discomfort, not due to Zhang Xianzong, but because of this unyielding junior. "Oh, by the way, it has come to my attention that after you dealt with Roland, you acquired quite a few valuable items. Would you be interested in parting with any of them?" Kaleida inquired suddenly. Leon had long grown accustomed to the well-informed nature of this individual, especially since the substantial dealings he had undertaken with Savins could hardly remain concealed. Enough of this speculation. Leon interjected decisively. "Firstly, Roland brought about his own demise. It bears no relevance to us. We are merely 2 innocent bystanders caught in this affair. Secondly, aside from the compensation from Lady Nott, we have gained nothing. Very well, should you reconsider, please have the owl inform me." With that, he waved his hand, tucked away the 2 handheld consoles, and turned to depart. Leon leisurely finished his ice cream cone, settled the bill, and rose to depart. However, as he passed by the overturned alley, he caught sight of the peculiar old man who had appeared in the bookstore that morning. After observing him glance around for a moment, the man then wandered, somewhat dazed, into the establishment owned by Bo-Jean Boku. In an unexpected surge of curiosity, Leon observed the old man who had been hastily expelled by the impatient Bokenbach. "Leave. I know not the individual you speak of. I run an antique shop, not a den of espionage." The old man stood awkwardly at the entrance, scratching his head, before eventually retrieving his suitcase and departing. Unbeknownst to him, 2 scraggly rodents had already fixed their gaze upon him from around the corner. As the old man wandered through the alley, seemingly lost, he found himself staring vacantly in a secluded nook. "Hey, old-timer, if you wish to avoid hardship, best relinquish your valuables." 2 gaunt figures cornered him, their demeanor decidedly menacing. "Are you the local bullies?" the old man inquired with a hint of intrigue, his eyes drifting towards the alley's mouth. "And if we are, I suggest you recognize your place," one of them retorted, brandishing a wand with a flourish. "Ah, splendid," the old man exclaimed, snapping his fingers. With a swift flick, his wand sprang from his sleeve, unleashing a disarmament spell with remarkable speed. "For the sake of maintaining an equitable and amicable dialogue, would you mind if I took custody of your wand for a moment?" He deftly caught the wand that had flown towards him. The man, now devoid of his wand, was momentarily taken aback, quickly resorting to produce a small knife from his pocket. The other, however, was less verbose, casting a spell without hesitation. A greenish incantation shot forth. Yet Leon was certain it was not the infamous killing curse. These 2 were scarcely competent enough to wield such power. However, the old man did not confront the verdant spell head-on. With a subtle crackle, he vanished from sight, reappearing atop a nearby rooftop. Another disarmament spell, followed by a petrification curse, ensnared the second man. Moments later, a sound reminiscent of childhood firecrackers echoed as the old man materialized behind the first, swiftly concluding the skirmish with a binding spell. The entire sequence flowed with an elegance akin to a graceful dance. Were a certain venerable supervisor present, he would undoubtedly exclaim his classic phrase, "How exquisite, truly exquisite." While I am confident these 2 inept individuals could not conjure an unforgivable curse, one must never underestimate the unpredictability of combat. Thus, when faced with an unknown spell, the wisest course of action is to evade rather than confront directly. The old man, as he maneuvered the 2 ineffectual foes into the alley with a zombie levitation spell, addressed the empty street corner with a knowing air. Leon dispelled the illusion spell. "So, you knew I was there all along?" "Oh, of course, my dear child, of course." The old man nodded. "Never doubt the prowess of a retired Auror. Although your illusion spell is commendable, it is still insufficient, especially in broad daylight." Leon glanced up at the sun, which, although leaning towards the west, still hung in the sky, casting a rare and splendid day. "Just a moment, my child. Allow me to pose a few questions to them." "What do you wish to inquire?" An elderly man retrieved a photograph from his coat pocket. The ensuing scene may not be suitable for young eyes. If you are amenable, perhaps you could wait for me over there for a while. Leon shrugged. Then I shall wait for you at Bougin's shop. After stepping outside for a short while, Leon heard the anguished screams echoing from the alley. TSK, how tragic. Leon waited for a while at the Bogenboek residence until the elderly gentleman arrived. He was now considered a valued patron of Bogenboek, and borrowing a chair was hardly an issue. Without introducing himself, the man said, I am Larry Bernard. Hailing from France. I presume you are to be our professor for next year's defense against the dark arts class? Leon, glancing at the travel brochure in his hands without looking up, inquired. Oh, astute young wizard. Which year are you in? I am in my second year, Professor Bernard. Larry Bernard's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Lame. I had assumed. What did you assume? That I merely appeared a tad shorter? Leon asked with amusement. Well, given your adeptness in transfiguration and the disillusionment charm, I genuinely believed you were at least in your third year. Oh, it seems Hogwarts truly is the premier institution of magic in Britain. There is only this one, Professor. Leon stretched lazily. You haven't mentioned yet why you sought me out. Oh, yes. Larry scratched his head. Aside from being invited by Dumbledore to teach your defense against the dark arts class, I am also here to investigate a certain individual. Of course, this matter does not concern you, but I have heard Dumbledore speak of your previous defense against the dark arts professor. It was said that you were in that ancient tomb with another wizard at the time. Do you recall what he looked like? As he spoke the latter part, Larry lowered his voice. Well, although he was facing away from me at that moment, yes, Professor, I do remember his profile, Leon recalled, frowning. Oh, splendid. Larry produced a photograph. Take a look, is this the man? Leon took the photograph, revealing a gaunt man with piercing eyes, seemingly in his 50s or 60s. Although in the ancient tomb, the old sorcerer, betrayed by Roland, had only presented a profile view, Leon instantly recognized that this was not the same individual. Not him, Professor. This is not the person from the tomb. Larry's expression flickered with momentary disappointment. Well, I suppose I anticipated this outcome. Nonetheless, thank you. Additionally, if you come to a conclusion, feel free to seek me out after the term begins. Larry winked. I would be delighted to take you on as my apprentice. Not in the typical Hogwarts sense, mind you, but in the traditional master-disciple relationship. I possess an array of exquisite spells, the kind you won't find in the libraries of Hogwarts. In that fleeting moment, Leon felt a stir of excitement. In the realm of magic, there exist 11 magical institutions. However, these are not the exclusive avenues for learning sorcery. In fact, even as the 20th century draws to a close, a small faction still adheres to tradition, engaging in what is deemed elite magical education through a master-apprentice dynamic. Of course, Leon did not regard them as particularly elite. Yet, the elder before him, having garnered Dumbledore's attention and being a former Auror, likely possessed considerable prowess. No rush, my child. Take your time to ponder. Larry adjusted his attire. Moreover, I would advise against visiting Montmartre Square. There is little of interest to explore there. The streets of Girard are far more engaging. Leon observed his parents bustling about like headless flies, preparing their luggage. He refrained from revealing to them that he possessed a suitcase occupying at least 80 square meters, fearing that his mother might impulsively stow away his beloved motorcycle. Lacking the ability to perform the shrinking charm and not particularly inclined to use levitation spells or manual transportation for the bike, he remained silent. Oh, my son. Which outfit do you think I should wear tomorrow? Mrs. Green continuously draped various garments over herself. I suggest you opt for something that allows for ease of movement. Leon replied, tending to the two wands in his hands without raising his gaze. Since the commencement of the holiday, the Augustus family had extended an invitation for Liang's family to join them on a trip to France. Unbeknownst to Liang, the adults from both families had arranged a month-long journey together. The primary motivation for this excursion was Mrs. Augustus's French heritage. Indeed, classmate and Rose's grandmother hailed from France. Consequently, Anne's family traditionally spent a period in France each year, and this summer, due to Anne's enrollment in school, their visit coincided with the holiday. The Greens, who had rarely traveled since Liang's arrival, gladly accepted the invitation to spend a month in France. At that time, Liang was still aboard the Hogwarts Express. One could only remark on how carefree his parents were, showing little concern for their son's final grades, fixated instead on the prospect of leisure. In contrast, back in China, Liang would likely find himself enrolled in summer remedial classes before even completing his final exams. When Liang broached the topic, his father displayed an air of indifference. Regardless, you always come in first. Is there really a need to inquire? Hey son, do you know about the portkey? I heard from Gillette that we will be using a portkey to travel to France. How cool. After meticulously maintaining his beloved wand, Leon picked up his spare pine wand and applied a touch of polish to the woolen cloth. I surmise that you may not be fond of the key to the door. Why can't we simply travel by ship, plane, or train? After all, obtaining a tourist visa does not consume much time. I suffer from motion sickness, both in cars and airplanes, Mrs. Green said with a cheerful smile. Peeking out from behind a pile of clothes, Leon maintained an expressionless demeanor. Can a rebellious sister capable of accelerating a motorcycle to 150 or 160 utter such words without a twinge of conscience? Complying obediently to obtain a visa to travel abroad seems so mundane. In my lifetime, I have never resorted to smuggling. This is the essence of a man's romance. This was Mr. Green's response. Liang chuckled softly. A lawyer who breaks the law deserves a nod of approval from the lawless scoundrel, Zhang San. However, these are not the reasons for Liang's displeasure. What truly irks him is that his parents are exempt from the bureaucratic process, while he is not. As an underage wizard, he must register his wand and face restrictions on his spell casting when using the official portal. Alas, the second-hand pine wand he wields is far from the deftness of his beloved elderberry wand. Thus, when the two families convened the following day, Liang wore a long face. Elderwood, dragon heartstring, 9 inches, correct? A woman in uniform handed the wand to Liang, stating that it had been registered, and that their portal key was located in room 5. Liang took the wand, expressed his gratitude, and followed his family to house number 5. Hurry, my child. Time is running out. You wouldn't want to miss this extraordinary experience. Mr. Augustus chuckled, pointing at the large teapot on the sole table within the room. Liang, with an impassive expression, retrieved a mint from his pocket and placed it into his mouth, fearing he might soon regurgitate his breakfast. Is everyone here? The lethargic guardian of the key inquired, as all present placed their hands upon the teapot. Indeed. The key to the door of this room was none other than a large teapot resting upon the table. Mr. Green eagerly grasped the handle of the pot, calling out, "Son, come quickly." Liang placed his hand upon the lid of the pot. At precisely 9:15, in France, the Ministry of Magic wished everyone a pleasant journey. As the man spoke, Liang felt as though his navel had been brutally hooked, causing his entire being to feel as if it had been tossed into a tumble dryer, with his internal organs nearly dislocated. It seemed that Sister Luo had indeed been conservative in her writings. This was far more exhilarating than bungee jumping. As the light and shadows swirled around him, Liang noticed that the surrounding environment had subtly transformed into something entirely different. He hastily adjusted his posture, striving to land gracefully on his backside. Although he did not rely on his looks for a living, he still cherished his handsome visage. Landing on his rear was his final act of defiance. At 9:15, a woman with a peculiar accent announced from the British Ministry of Magic, "Please turn left for immigration registration. Thank you for your cooperation." Before Liang could rise, he was met with the merciless laughter of the little girl beside him. "Liang, the ground is far too cold. How much longer do you intend to sit there?" Liang sighed, disregarding his father's call for assistance, and stood up alone, in stark contrast to his own family, who lay sprawled on the ground. The Augustus family appeared remarkably composed, clearly accustomed to such antics. "It can't be too pleasant, can it? Be nice? You'll get used to it in time," Mrs. Augustus consoled. Just as Leon was about to push the door open, he heard his mother suddenly exclaim, "Cool, Ivana, can we do this again when we return?" As Liang's legs faltered, he nearly stumbled. I despise door keys. Stepping through the door, he found himself in a corridor flanked by rows of rooms. At the far end of the left side of the corridor, a dimly lit hall was visible. The hall was crowned by a magnificent spherical dome, which appeared quite grand. Liang silently compared it to the British Ministry of Magic he had visited earlier that morning, and he had to concede that the French had an undeniable sense of aesthetics. Upon reaching the immigration registration area, he noticed a considerable queue already formed. "Is it always this crowded?" Liang quietly inquired of Mr. Augustus. "Oh, no. It is probably not this busy usually," Mr. Augustus replied with a look of curiosity. Meanwhile, Mrs. Augustus, fluent in French, had struck up a conversation with a witch ahead of them in line. After a while, she returned to say, "I found out that there is a European potion exchange conference taking place in Paris this week, which is why there are so many people here today." Liang was utterly bewildered, expressing that he had never encountered such a thing before. Just as he continued to question the nature of this obscure gathering, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, the professor, perpetually clad in black and unkempt. It appeared that he had misjudged the situation. An event capable of attracting someone who neglects personal grooming could hardly be a mere pastime for amateur enthusiasts. "It's your turn, young one," Mr. Augustus urged, giving Liang a gentle push from behind. Liang stepped forward, placing his suitcase and wand on the ground, awaiting the officials from the French Ministry of Magic to proceed with the immigration registration. However, he did not anticipate the serious expression on the official's face as he gazed at his suitcase. "Sir, could you please open your suitcase? We need to conduct an inspection." This was already the third wave of inspectors to examine the luggage. Liang sat despondently to one side, weakly waving his hand. "Tell me, how many times do you intend to conduct the inspection? I have already stated that, although I am a Hufflepuff, I am not Newt's commander. Nor will I be traipsing about with a suitcase full of thunderbirds, venomous tentacula, and other creatures. I certainly will not engage in a duel with Grindlewald at Père Lachaise Cemetery, setting half of Paris ablaze." The members of the French Ministry of Magic wore expressions of embarrassment and terror. Some even swallowed hard upon hearing the name Scamander. Indeed, in terms of intimidation, little Freckles are far more formidable than Mr. Green, what brings you here? Just as Liang contemplated whether to invoke the name of old Dumbledore, A cold voice interrupted him from behind. "Good morning, Professor Snape. I, along with my parents, have been invited to France for a holiday." Leon turned around and gave a slight bow to Snape. Snape appeared to be itching to deliver a scathing remark. But upon seeing the bewildered expressions of the green couple, he swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. "This is a student from Hogwarts. I can assure you that Mr. Green's suitcase contains no contraband." Leon was taken aback. He never anticipated that Snape would vouch for him. With the endorsement of an internationally renowned potions master, Leon was ultimately permitted to proceed. Perhaps it was also due to his youth? "Oh, I am immensely grateful, Professor. Had it not been for you, we might still be wondering how long we would remain inside. Indeed, we have heard that you are a celebrated potions master throughout Europe. It is truly an honor for Leon to study under a professor of your caliber." Flattery, no matter how skillfully woven, is often irresistible, even to Snape, who, after a few brief exchanges, hastily made his escape. "What a good man," Mr. Green remarked, watching Snape's retreating figure with admiration. "Indeed, a warm-hearted gentleman," Mrs. Green concurred. The expressions of the Augustus family and Leon were rather peculiar. "You never mentioned that your trunk was so large," Mrs. Green suddenly remarked, smiling broadly at Leon. Leon sighed and resignedly opened the suitcase. Thus, when a group of 6 emerged from the French Ministry of Magic, their hands were all empty, save for Leon, who carried the suitcase. They exited through one of the many doors of a large shopping mall, which served as one of the exits for the ministry. "Grandmother." As soon as they stepped outside, the little girl spotted an elderly couple at the entrance and rushed towards them with glee, employing her signature move, the rocket headbutt. However, the old lady clearly knew Annie well. She quickly raised a hand to gently cushion the little girl's head before embracing her tightly. "Oh, my Paulette. Let me see you. Oh dear, you've grown thinner." The old lady affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and scrutinized her from head to toe before speaking again. "Mother, I'm home." Mrs. Augustus stepped forward and shared a warm embrace with the old lady. "Oh, welcome home, my daughter," the old woman replied, still wearing a gentle smile. It was only when Mr. Augustus approached that the old lady's expression shifted. "Oh, it's you. What? Still clinging to that unsuccessful bookstore of yours?" Mr. Augustus offered a sheepish smile, refraining from responding. Mr. Green, who had been observing from the sidelines, empathized with him. "You must be the Greens, then? Welcome to France. And this is young Mr. Green?" The old lady scrutinized him with a discerning gaze before adding, "Child, make sure to enjoy this summer." "Thank you, Mrs. Busby." Leon bowed and shook Mrs. Busby's hand. The group then boarded 2 Aston Martins and made their way to the Busby residence. "Oh, it's the latest model Aston Martin," Mrs. Green exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "My. The Ivana family is quite affluent." Leon sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the charming streets of France while explaining. "The Busby family is renowned in France as a pure-blood lineage, and they are also the esteemed creators of flying brooms. One of the earliest flying brooms, the Moonstream, was crafted by the ancestors of the Busby family, and the later Silver Arrow drew inspiration from their craftsmanship. In his youth, Mr. Busby served as the technical director for the Sweeping Broom Company, and even now, he remains a technical advisor for them." Mr. Green, intrigued, responded, "So, the Busby family is akin to the Aston Martin of the magical world?" "One could certainly put it that way," Leon replied. As the vehicle left the city, verdant fields lined the roads, creating a truly refreshing vista. After driving for more than half an hour, architectural silhouettes finally emerged in Leon's view, a charming, antique villa. It felt as though they had crossed into another realm, prompting Leon to ponder deeply. As 2 grand iron gates slowly swung open, 2 cars glided through, revealing the presence of a house elf at the entrance. The Green couple had transformed into wide-eyed admirers, their exclamations of awe incessant. If the Busby estate was astonishing, the luncheon was nothing short of sublime. By the end of the meal, Leon found himself bewildered by the colorful array of food before him, still feeling somewhat unsated. "Son, you must earn more money in the future," Mr. Green exclaimed while assisting Leon with the luggage from the suitcase. "Otherwise, you won't be able to bring any home." He reminisced, "Back in my day, I was just a poor lad, and during my first visit to your mother's house, your grandfather nearly chased me away with a gun." Leon felt a buzzing sensation in his head. Despite having traversed into another realm, he found himself unable to escape the relentless pressure from his parents regarding marriage. Severus Snape, clad in his customary black robes, stood before an apartment, glancing at the address. A soft knocking echoed. The peephole, concealed among the climbing vines of the eaves, turned slightly. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Larry Bernard, bleary-eyed and standing at the threshold. "Ah, Professor Snape, welcome. Have you come to see me?" "Professor Bernard, I am here to deliver your appointment letter." Snape responded with a stoic expression. "I happen to be attending a conference, and Professor Dumbledore asked me to bring this to you." "Oh, thank you, thank you. Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" "Not at the moment. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." Larry did not press further, watching Snape's retreating figure from the doorway. Was he not once a Death Eater? Larry's expression held an intriguing complexity. Leon squatted before an old wizard stall, half listening to his nonsensical pitch while simultaneously keeping an eye on his rather troublesome parents. Although the green couple were not yet frail with age, traversing the threshold of a door without magic was a considerable burden for ordinary individuals. Thus, after enjoying lunch at the Bisby residence, the pair returned for a brief afternoon nap. As for Leon, he too cherished the habit of napping. Hence, he graciously declined the little girl's suggestion to take a flight around and indulged in a delightful slumber instead. Pouting, the little girl eventually ventured to the small Quidditch pitch behind the villa to play with her broomstick. The construction of such a pitch behind the villa was quite extravagant, bordering on the absurd. Upon awakening and finishing dinner, both families made their way to Gillardin Street, where a circus was currently performing. Since the Arcania Circus nearly exposed the French magical community to the world over 60 years ago, the French Ministry of Magic had maintained a certain sensitivity towards circuses for an extended period. Consequently, even to this day, any circus wishing to perform in France must undergo a process lasting at least a month and remain under the supervision of ministry officials throughout their stay. Thus, whenever a circus opens its show, it invariably attracts a throng of French wizards eager to join the revelry. The romantically inclined French populace simply cannot resist such lively festivities. "Child, this is exquisite dragon claw powder. Would you care for some?" the old wizard exclaimed, his wrinkled visage straining to promote his wares. Leon let out a sigh. "Old man, did you not study diligently during your school days? Now that you are aging, lacking any skills, is this the only place you can come to amuse yourself with little wizards? If this is dragon claw powder, I might as well swallow a dung ball whole." The old man's expression shifted dramatically. "Hey, you insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by not studying diligently in school? How many times did I even attend school back then? If you wish to buy, then purchase. If not, be on your way." Ignoring the old man's indignation, Leon noticed that his parents had been trailing closely behind the Augustus couple, prompting him to meander aimlessly along the street. The thoroughfare was alive with circus performers showcasing their fire-breathing skills, the flames morphing into a phoenix one moment and a venomous leopard the next. However, no matter how he looked at it, Leon found it utterly displeasing. The transformation spell appeared to be rather crude. There was also a diminutive dwarf, wrapped in bubbles, floating midair and continuously making faces. Liang's eyes suddenly caught sight of a stall in the corner, where an individual was peddling some less perilous magical creatures. He immediately approached. "Hey there, handsome. Looking to purchase something?" The wizened figure of a rat-faced wizard chuckled. Leon cast a glance, his gaze settling upon a tree guardian beetle confined within an iron cage. That was indeed a tree guardian beetle. "Do you know what a tree guardian beetle is?" The wizard, assessing Liang's age, inquired in return, concerned that he might be unaware of what a tree guardian beetle entailed. Liang raised an eyebrow, displaying a keen interest. Noticing his expression, the male which became even more animated. "My handsome friend," he exclaimed, "allow me to tell you about this marvelous tree guardian. Do not let its small stature deceive you. It is an exceptional ally. It possesses the ability to unlock all manner of locks, be they mundane or enchanted. Furthermore, should you find yourself bullied at school, you can dispatch it to pilfer every galleon from that rascal's pocket. If all else fails, you may even hurl it at their face. This little creature can blind a person with ease." Liang's lips drooped, his expression grim, nearly compelled to draw his wand and deliver a piercing blow to the lecherous man before him. "Have you fed it the sorrow bug?" Liang scrutinized the creature in the cage. These little beings relished a variety of insects, with the sorrow bug being their particular favorite. Sugar served as an intoxicant for the tree guardian beetle, akin to alcohol, and the sorrow bug could produce syrup, if overindulged. These creatures would gorge themselves to the point of inebriation. Moreover, you neglected to mention a crucial fact. The tree guardian beetles are notoriously temperamental. Even if confined in an unlatched cage, they cannot be sustained. Their volatile nature means that if they perceive themselves to be captured, they may very well refuse food and drink, ultimately succumbing to their own fury. Though Liang spoke with deliberate calmness with each utterance, the expression of the sleazy vendor turned increasingly ashen. It was only when Liang leisurely exposed his petty ruse that the man lost his composure. Rising to shoo Liang away. "Be gone. Who do you think you are, little brat? If you're not buying, don't disturb my business." With aura stationed at both ends of the street and occasional patrols passing through, despite his loathing for the disruption caused by Liang, the man restrained himself from brandishing his wand. Although the street did not prohibit commerce, if memory served, the tree guardian beetles you were selling seemed to fall beyond the bounds of permissible trade. Liang rose, brushing off his robes. "If I were to shout right now, what do you suppose would unfold?" The man froze. The French Ministry of Magic does not systematically inspect each stall for prohibited sales. After all, truly forbidden items cannot be brought into the country. Nevertheless, should this situation escalate, he would inevitably bear the brunt of any repercussions, as magical creatures are universally recognized as illegal to sell. "What do you intend to do?" Liang chuckled softly as he shook the suitcase in his hand. "Sir, I just remembered that one of my summer assignments involves caring for and observing a magical creature. If you could generously give me this poor tree frog, I would be able to release it after completing my assignment. What do you think?" The man's fingers trembled, and after a considerable pause, he managed to suppress the urge to draw his wand, reluctantly handing over the iron cage containing the tree frog. "Leon, the gentleman, bowed slightly and placed the cage into his suitcase. As he reached inside, he noticed the vendor's expression shift to one of peculiar discomfort. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. The white tree-climbing roach was quite alluring, and even if he took it home, it would merely be for observation before its eventual release. In the magical realm, extraordinary creatures were a rare sight, with some magical beings eluding even the most seasoned wizards throughout their lifetimes, such as the venomous pouch leopard. In this world, there was no occurrence akin to a foreign chap finding and raising such a creature, celebrated on social media platforms. Securing his suitcase, Leon turned and spotted his parents lingering at a stall selling magical candies, each savoring a confection that resembled a treat but emitted a sharp scream with every bite. Just as he intended to approach them, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. It was Larry Bernard, the new professor of magical defense for the year. Entering a gypsy's tent. "You're here?" A gypsy woman greeted him, seated at a small table, applying lipstick before a mirror. "Any news?" Larry inquired eagerly. "You might be disappointed." The woman replied, satisfied as she tucked away her lipstick and shrugged. "I couldn't find that man you mentioned, Nott. The only lead I found was that he visited Albania last summer." "Albania? What could possibly be there?" Larry pondered. "I don't know. But the place has a rather sinister reputation. My instincts tell me it's best not to wander there." Larry scoffed. "You have instincts? Spare me. You're the one who got expelled from Hogwarts." "Shut up," the gypsy woman retorted, slamming her hands on the table, her head transforming into that of a lioness, roaring fiercely. "Quinn, you really ought to brush your teeth," Larry remarked, wiping the saliva from his face with a sigh. The woman named Quinn reverted to her human form, slightly embarrassed, perhaps a bit flushed, though her sun-kissed skin concealed it well. "All right then, it seems I need to reach out to some old acquaintances for more information." "You are quite persistent," Quinn sighed. Their essay saying, Larry stood up, "An eye for an eye, a life for a life. That bastard killed my apprentice, and he must be prepared to face the consequences." Quinn gazed at the man, now blinded by his vengeful rage, and silently sighed. Leon stood outside the tent, gazing at the sign adorned with crooked letters in both French and English. "The House of Destiny. Do you wish to know your fate? An exceptional student from Wagadu, a descendant of the Hartel family, shall enlighten you." The atmosphere was thick with an air of charlatanism. Nevertheless, he lifted the curtain and entered, having just witnessed the dark arts defense professor, who sought to take him as a disciple, emerge from within. He did not perceive this newly appointed instructor as a believer in destiny. "Welcome to the crossroads of fate, child," a woman of wheat-colored skin, exuding a distinctly gypsy flair, sat behind a small table. Upon it lay the customary divination tools of the magical realm, a crystal ball, tarot cards, and a teapot. "Do you offer divination here?" Leon feigned an innocent demeanor, appearing easily deceived. "Oh, indeed, child. I am the last heir of the Hartel family, a natural seer." "Is it akin to the Trelawney family?" "Hee, Trelawney? No, child. In terms of heritage, the Hartel family far surpasses the Trelawney lineage." The woman struck a pose of undeniable superiority. It was evident that placing this foolish woman alongside Trelawney would certainly lead to a hair-pulling altercation. Leon thought to himself, bemused by the unmistakable scent of alcohol emanating from her. "Oh, how impressive." Leon pretended to be excited. "Could you perhaps perform a reading for me?" "Ahem, child. Divination requires a seer-esque gift, and such abilities cannot be wielded casually. Therefore, it will cost you 5 silver sickles for a single reading." The expression on Leon's face nearly faltered. "Am I to waste 5 silver coins listening to your nonsensical ramblings?" Nevertheless, he restrained the impulse to turn and leave. The woman's face momentarily lit up with triumph before she replied, "No worries, handsome. It will be just as fine when your parents arrive to pay. Now, seated at the table, allow me to unveil the tapestry of your destiny." Leon extended a hand, and the other party held it for a long moment, murmuring incantations under their breath. Subsequently, a frown creased their brow as they requested Leon to draw another tarot card. The furrow deepened. Just as Leon was on the verge of impatience, the gypsy woman finally took a deep breath and discreetly made a gesture with her left hand. Leon noticed the subtle movement of his right hand, causing the protective gear strapped to his forearm to shift slightly. This was a clever little device he had procured in Diagon Alley, enabling the swift ejection of his wand. Many aurors had purportedly praised its efficacy, though it required considerable practice. Otherwise, one risked the wand flying out of reach, lost to the ether. Given that he was allowed to set up a stall here, it implied that he had at least passed a preliminary screening by the French Ministry of Magic, suggesting that he would not suddenly face an overwhelming onslaught. Unbeknownst to Leon, the woman who claimed descent from the Hartel lineage was in a state of panic. Unlike typical con artists, she possessed a modicum of prophetic ability. However, such powers were not easily controlled. Even so, during her years at Hogwarts, she consistently excelled in astronomy, ranking first in her class. Ordinarily, divining the fate of a young wizard posed no challenge, armed with knowledge gleaned from the Muggle world and a touch of unpredictable foresight. She had garnered a notable reputation in various magical circles. Yet just moments ago, whether through palmistry or tarot, the results of her divinations had been utterly chaotic, even contradictory. Unable to resist, she cautiously employed an ancient spell learned from a relic at Hogwarts, hoping to uncover the true nature of the impudent child before her. However, As she cast the spell, she beheld the boy enveloped in a radiant silver light, akin to a torch. This ancient magic afforded a unique perspective, revealing that every wizard was shrouded in a distinct aura, varying in color and intensity. Through years of observation, Quinn had deduced that silver light indicated a lack of dark magic. Typically, dark wizards were cloaked in shades of black, red, or green. Yet, the intensity of the light surrounding this child was utterly astonishing. Moreover, as if sensing Quinn's scrutiny, the silver aura enveloping the child morphed into a magnificent bird with elongated tail feathers, hurtling toward her. Startled, Quinn stumbled backward, nearly overturning her small table. The crystal ball atop it rolled to the ground, fortunately landing on the plush carpet, thus remaining intact. However, Quinn had no time to consider these trivialities. In that fleeting moment, she glimpsed through the crystal ball a vision of roaring flames, a dark pointed hat, and a panicked throng of people fleeing in chaos. Liang stared in bewilderment at the frenzied woman before him, pondering whether this was a common affliction among such charlatans. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, for he had begun to hear the cacophony of chaos emanating from outside. Among the tumult, he could even discern the piercing screams of women. With a flick of his wrist, Liang's spare pine wand sprang forth like a concealed blade, gracefully slipping into his palm, where it was securely grasped. Liang donned an iron armor for protection and lifted the curtain as he exited the tent. Before his eyes, a blaze illuminated the far end of the street. Kuei Lin, who followed closely behind Liang, was rendered speechless by the scene before her. At the end of the street, flames danced wildly, while wizards shrieked in terror and scattered in all directions. A group of cloaked figures, adorned with black skull masks, set fires indiscriminately. Occasionally, they unleashed a spell or two, striking down the unfortunate souls who lagged behind. Liang's expression darkened. France truly lived up to its reputation. Even the Aurors were utterly inept. His keen eyes had already spotted a familiar face hanging from the sky, one of the two Aurors at the entrance. Liang took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and gazed at the watch on his wrist. With a gentle press of the crown, the upper layer sprang open, revealing the dial beneath. The dial lacked numbers, displaying instead 3 hands of varying lengths and distinct colors. One of the hands pointed directly at him, while the other 2 were dispersed in opposite directions. Liang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately charged towards the direction of the shorter pointer. Kuei Lin, seemingly lost in thought, waved her hand. The tent diminished into a backpack, while the carpet spread upon the ground lifted into the air, enveloping her tightly as it followed closely behind Liang. Liang remained oblivious to these distractions. He had cast a heightened awareness charm upon himself, directing all his attention to his surroundings. Ever since his last encounter with Roland in the graveyard of the Forbidden Forest, where he felt profoundly inadequate in terms of combat prowess, Liang had resolved to practice in private. Regrettably, the dueling club at school favored formal one-on-one duels, while his classmate, the 6th-year Gryffindor, pursued the chaotic essence of brawls, making it impossible for them to engage in meaningful practice together. As a barrage of obstacles ensnared a hefty wizard, weighing at least 200 pounds, who charged heedlessly in his direction, Liang nimbly leaped over the fallen mass. Almost immediately, he ducked as a spell whizzed past overhead. With a casual wave of his wand, Liang transformed the assorted debris strewn along the roadside into a pack of leopards, which then charged toward the tumultuous crowd. "Mother!" Liang shouted as he spotted his mother, sheltered behind Lady Augustus. Mrs. Green also caught sight of her son, her face betraying a sense of urgency as she tugged at Lady Augustus's sleeve. Lady Augustus grasped Mrs. Green's hand while resting her other hand on the shoulder of the nearby house elf from the Bowsby family, and with a crackling sound, the 2 women materialized beside Liang. "My son!" Mrs. Green exclaimed, enveloping her beloved child in an embrace. After soothing his mother, Liang inquired, "Where is Dad?" Mrs. Green wiped her tears and replied, "Your father and Uncle Gillette were just purchasing tickets for the circus, and in the blink of an eye." Her voice faltered once more, choked by emotion. Liang gently patted his mother's back, stowing away his spare wand and retrieving his elder wand. "Fear not, Mother, I shall bring them back." "Yet, Mrs. Green," as subsequent words were swallowed as Liang boldly advanced toward the cloaked marauders. "I must ask, why do I always encounter such absurd predicaments?" Liang muttered, feeling the embers of rage ignite within him. Grasping the trembling elder wand, he waved it, summoning a magnificent silver bird that soared gracefully beside him. As the silver avian circled, flames began to converge from all corners of the street. The silver bird transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The marauders, upon noticing Liang, erupted in laughter, dismissing him as merely a child. However, their amusement was short-lived. The first brave soul charging at Liang was sent crashing into the wall, rendered unconscious by a disarming spell. Their laughter turned to mockery, but silence ensued when the second wizard, struck by an unknown curse, fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm in agony. As the third fool, trembling, hurled a spell at Liang only to be effortlessly deflected and met with a thunderous explosion. The leader of the marauders could no longer remain passive. He whistled sharply, rallying the remaining 10 or so to charge forward. Observing this, Liang let out a resigned sigh. A rabble of fools. With his wand raised, the magnificent bird, having absorbed all the flames from the street, dove toward Liang. This creation was born from his inspiration drawn from Dumbledore, a fusion of the Patronus charm and transfiguration. Once he had mastered the majority of weather spells, he would endeavor to harness the ancient Legion fire. By intertwining these three elements, he would forge his own path as the god of fire. Feeling the surge of magic boiling within him, Leon chuckled coldly. It seems I have overestimated you. The azure bird, merging the essence of the Patronus and flames, emitted a piercing cry as it swept through the air. Just as the cloaked marauders sensed impending doom and attempted to flee, they discovered the street was ensnared by a counter-disillusionment charm, forcing them to huddle together, relying on the iron shield charm to stave off the bird's assault. Pathetic, Leon spat, wielding his wand like a conductor baton. With a graceful flick, the azure bird soared into the sky, and then, under the astonished gazes of all, it plummeted downward. The searing flames struck the ground, creating a fiery circle. As the shockwave swept through, the cloaked marauders fell, engulfed in flames, their cries of despair echoing through the air. The arriving oars from the French Ministry of Magic stood transfixed, gazing at the boy who seemed to stride through fire, reminiscent of a man from over 60 years past. Leon glanced at his watch and proceeded in a particular direction. After taking just 2 steps, he rolled aside like a lazy donkey. A vibrant green spell and a blazing red incantation intertwined in the air. With a muffled grunt, it seemed as though someone behind Leon had been struck down. Indeed, he had learned swiftly, recognizing the necessity of evading spells in uncertain circumstances. However, his vigilance still required enhancement. A familiar elderly man emerged within his line of sight, accompanied by several others, including his own father and the father of the little girl. Professor, Leon acknowledged with a nod. Thank you. Larry waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Even without my intervention, that lethal curse would have missed you. Let's put that aside for now. We can discuss it in a few days when time permits. It appeared Larry had more to say but hesitated. First, let me ensure my family is settled nearby. You need not worry about anything here. With that, Larry strode toward the group of reinforcements from the Ministry of Magic. Leon turned around and saw the man in the lead speaking to Larry with a face ashen with anger. Come on, Dad. Also, I think you should probably soothe Mom well tonight. Leon opened the Wizarding World Gazette in his hands. The front page read, The riots on Giroux Street, a repetition of history or a new crisis. The report detailed that on the evening of June 23rd, unrest erupted once more on Giroux Street. This marks the first occurrence of such events in 62 years since 1927. It has been reported that the incident was claimed by the group known as the Witches' Line. During this turmoil, 25 individuals sustained serious injuries, while over 70 others were lightly wounded, and the extent of the property damage is still being assessed. A total of 27 members of the Witches' Line have been apprehended. In the face of this sudden upheaval, the Ministry of Magic has demonstrated its ineptitude. It was not until the chaos subsided that the head of the Auror Office, Sang-Ping Fuller, arrived on the scene. Notably, during this riot, a second-year student from Hogwarts in England single-handedly vanquished numerous members of the Witches' Line. This compels us to reconsider whether there are more significant issues within the education at Beauxbatons. Nearby, he also had a local French wizarding newspaper, titled The Gargoyle's Roar. Yet he was unable to comprehend the language. A young girl read it aloud for him. Beware. The man who once ravaged Europe. The report stated, it is well known that the European magical community has long been shrouded in the shadow of that man over recent years. Surely, we cannot forget the black veil that enveloped Paris 62 years ago, nor the fire that nearly consumed the entire city. Now, another group calling themselves the Witches' Line has ignited chaos on Giroux Street once again. Are they followers of that brutal man from the past, or perhaps descendants of those followers? And could the young boy who defeated the rioters with flames on Giroux Street be a descendant of that very man? Caution, danger is drawing near. Roar, roar, Leon. You have become famous. Leon gently massaged his temples and set down the newspaper in his hands. Upon his purple rosewood desk lay various publications, including the Daily Prophet and the German Magical Frontline. He initially sought to uncover the origins of the so-called witching line, but instead, all the newspapers seemed to focus their attention on that man and himself. The Daily Prophet offered somewhat more favorable coverage, lauding Hogwarts and the esteemed Professor Dumbledore, while subtly deriding their French counterparts. As for that man, Leon could easily deduce his identity. There was no other individual capable of instilling such terror within the European magical community than the one who had ensnared himself in Ermengarde. Lacking a nose certainly diminished his stature. His international reputation had significantly waned. Leon mused with a hint of malice. A gentle knock echoed from outside the door, and a man with hair matching Liang's peeked in. Son, a professor from your school is here to see you. Observing the dark circles under his father's eyes, Leon nearly burst into laughter. After returning to the Bowsby Manor that day, the two mistresses of the house had subjected their unreliable partner to an exhaustive 2-hour critique, which had resulted in him being relegated to the study for several days. Leon set aside the newspaper in his hands and ascended the stairs, anticipating the arrival of Professor Bernard, who had mentioned his intention to visit a few days prior. However, to his surprise, seated in the living room was none other than Severus Snape, accompanied by Mrs. Bustby, the two seemingly engrossed in amiable conversation. Ah, Leon has arrived. In that case, Professor Snape, I shall take my leave. The elderly lady chuckled, patting Liang's shoulder before turning to depart. Leon steeled himself and approached. Professor Snape. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Snape scrutinized Leon from head to toe before producing 2 letters. This is the guarantee letter issued by the school, along with a correspondence from Dumbledore. Furthermore, Dumbledore has sent me to assess your condition. I have heard that you have experienced a second surge of magical energy. Leon scratched his head. Apologies, Professor. I am somewhat unclear about the phenomenon of a secondary magical surge, thus I cannot ascertain whether I am experiencing such an occurrence. The so-called secondary magical surge refers to the re-emergence of magical volatility during the growth of young wizards, manifesting in various forms. From my observations, it seemed you exhibited signs of a secondary magical surge during the last match at the Quidditch pitch. Drink this. Severus Snape, rarely so verbose, impatiently tossed a vial of potion towards him. Leon obediently consumed the potion, and one must admit that the taste remained true to the traditionally unpalatable style of Snape. After imbibing the elixir, Leon felt an invigorating rush of coolness coursing through his being, bringing considerable relief. The last time at the Quidditch pitch was reminiscent of this experience. Although he had triumphed in the moment, the aftermath left him feeling unwell for several days. The discomfort was akin to the lingering effects of motion sickness. Though he had disembarked, nausea persisted, accompanied by a sense of disorientation. This time, however, he managed to conceal his discomfort from his mother, thanks to his resilient willpower. It appears to indeed be a secondary surge of magical energy, Snape remarked, his tone laced with an ambiguous undertone. Professor, what implications might a secondary surge of magical energy have for me? Leon inquired hastily as he noticed Snape preparing to depart, leaving behind several vials of potion. The secondary surge of magical energy during your formative years will undoubtedly enhance your magical prowess, Snape replied, yet one must remain vigilant. For an overwhelming amount of magic can pose significant risks for a young wizard. Leon rubbed his nose, feeling utterly exasperated. After bidding farewell to Snape, he had yet to return and inspect the potions left behind when he encountered another professor. This time, it was Professor Larry Bernard who had come to visit. Accompanied by a familiar figure, the woman who had performed a divination for him on a previous occasion. Leon, allow me to introduce you to a friend of mine, Quirin. Quirin Hartel. Hello, handsome. It's delightful to see you again. The gypsy woman greeted him with a sly smile. Please, do carry on. I have no urgent matters to discuss, Quirin gracefully excused herself. Oh, Leon, I must express my gratitude to you. None of those ruffians from that day managed to escape. Larry appeared quite pleased. Professor, may I inquire as to who those individuals were? Leon asked. Which line? Larry poured himself a cup of tea. Have you perused the newspapers lately? There should be some coverage. What exactly is which line? Well, to put it succinctly, it's a group that seeks equality yet espouses violence. The full name is the Wizarding Equality Front Alliance, abbreviated as which line. According to Professor Bernard, these so-called advocates of magical equality are nothing more than suited thugs who refuse to relinquish their weapons. A bunch of scoundrels. They will never amount to anything. This was the elderly gentleman's final assessment. However, despite their lack of influence, caution is warranted. These individuals are not particularly benevolent. While no photographs of you were leaked that day, the 20 or so captured ruffians have seen you. Try to limit your outings for the time being. At Busby's residence, you need not worry about safety. We can address other matters upon our return to England. Their influence is confined to France. They do not yet possess the audacity to create disturbances in England. Leon nodded. In a few days, there will be a hearing at the French Ministry of Magic. I will take you there, and once the hearing concludes, you may return. Professor Bernard rose, stating, although I have retired from the Auror office, I still possess some connections. With your headmaster's assistance, you need not worry about any issues. The old man winked. Very well, Professor, Leon replied. Is there anything else? Larry Bernard muttered. Oh right. That young girl Quirine has something to discuss with you. Leon was utterly perplexed, wondering what business that charlatan had with him. However, considering Professor Bernard's reputation, he ultimately agreed to meet her. To his dismay, this encounter consumed half an hour of his time. The woman rambled on about various topics. From the 5 silver sickles he supposedly owed her to the incantation he had used on the day of the disturbance. Yet she obstinately refused to discuss the matter at hand, evading the issue entirely. Are you certain it is him? After exiting the Bowsby Manor, Bernard produced a pipe and inquired. It could not be mistaken. Quirin had anticipated a surge of excitement, having pursued this target for 5 or 6 years. Yet now she felt an unexpected tranquility. He is the one foretold in the prophecy. Albus, have you seen Sybil? She hasn't appeared in the Great Hall since last night. Professor McGonagall stormed into Dumbledore's office, her irritation palpable. I warned you. You shouldn't have paid her in advance. She'll squander all her money on alcohol and end up inebriated in her little attic. Albus lifted his gaze, rubbed his eyes, and nodded toward a portrait nearby. Oh. Do not fret, Minerva. I shall instruct the portraits and house elves within the castle to keep an eye out for Sybil. With a pop, a wrinkled house elf materialized in the office. Great headmaster, deputy headmistress, Professor Trelawney is currently in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, McGonagall rushed out the door. Despite her disdain for the old seer, they had been colleagues for many years, and like herself, she had made Hogwarts her home, thus she felt a twinge of concern. When McGonagall arrived in the courtyard, she indeed found the eccentric seer, adorned with an array of peculiar pendants, sprawled on a bench, sound asleep. As she approached, the scent of alcohol wafted toward her. Sybil! Sybil! McGonagall exasperatedly nudged Trelawney, lamenting that she was grateful it was summer. Had it been winter, Hogwarts would surely make headlines. Shock. Hogwarts professor frozen to death. Sybil, still inebriated, groggily sat up and chuckled. What time is it, Minerva? It's nearly noon. Oh, there's still time. I shall sleep a bit longer. I mean the following noon. Sybil slowly sat upright, her gaze hazy as she regarded McGonagall. Suddenly, a strange sound escaped her throat. Her eyes rolled back, revealing the whites, her entire body tensed. Sybil! McGonagall gasped, intending to levitate the divination professor to the infirmary, only to find Dumbledore had also arrived. Placing a hand to halt her. He has returned. Sybil suddenly cried out in a piercing voice. The mirror of fate spins incessantly. The victor shall reclaim his throne. The forests of the Alps bring forth a blazing inferno. The twins of light and darkness pursue the miracle. Only the azure bird favored by time can. As her voice trailed off, Dumbledore leaned in closely to catch the final words, yet regrettably, the last phrase remained unuttered. Only the azure bird from the east can what? Dumbledore pondered. Accomplish their destiny, or thwart them. Albus. McGonagall pressed her lips tightly together, and after a moment, she pointed shakily at the now slumbering Trelawney. Ah, yes, Minerva, as you can see, Sybil has once again made an accurate prophecy, Dumbledore remarked. Again? McGonagall questioned sharply. Ah, that is another lengthy tale, but yes, Minerva, this is not Sybil's first prophecy. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf to appear in the courtyard. Bowing to the two before escorting the slumbering Trelawney away. True prophecies are indeed a rare occurrence, Dumbledore chuckled. However, McGonagall felt her mind had grown numb. What did Sybil's recent prophecy signify? Prophecies are often obscure and cryptic, yet I suspect the magical world is on the brink of significant upheaval, Dumbledore remarked, gazing skyward. Soon, I may need to meet an old friend. Leon once again spent 2 languid days at the Bussy family residence. Each day was filled with the simple pleasures of indulging in hearty meals followed by reading. When hunger struck, he would dine, and after his meal, he found himself compelled by the spirited little girl to join her in playful games at the small court in the backyard. Liang's skills on the field were rather lacking. Whether it was the ghost ball or the wandering ball, he struggled to comprehend them. This led the young girl to momentarily believe she was merely performing for him. Upon realizing the extent of Liang's ineptitude, her joy was palpable, for she had finally discovered a realm in which she surpassed him. Liang, however, remained unfazed by this revelation. Old chap, what do you think of this child? Lady Busby inquired, seated on the lawn with a cup of afternoon tea in hand, directing her question to her husband. Well-educated, humble, formidable, and possessing a mature mindset. The old gentleman reflected. Had I been as capable at his age, the largest broom manufacturer in Europe would undoubtedly be the Busby family. Are you suggesting that our granddaughter is unworthy of this insufferable boy? Lady Busby glared at her husband with raised eyebrows. Ah, how could that be? Our Busby girls have always deserved the finest young gentlemen, the old man replied sheepishly. Amidst such leisurely days, the time for the hearing arrived. Leon stood in front of the dressing mirror in a daze, as if he were a puppet being manipulated by his mother. The hearing was scheduled for 9 o'clock sharp, and he and Professor Bernard needed to arrive a bit early. Considering the current traffic conditions in Paris, rising at 7 was more than sufficient. Yet, his mother roused him at 5 under the pretense of selecting an appropriate outfit for him. Who would have thought that attending a hearing required such formality? After all, he was not the main character. What about this one? Lady Ivana Green held up a suit, and the hanger obligingly floated the garment in front of Leon. In the mirror, Leon had already donned the attire and was striking a variety of ostentatious poses. Leon helplessly rubbed his temples. Oh, bennies, I feel that. Leon suddenly noticed amidst a large pile of garments on the ground what appeared to be a long blue suit, the kind that reaches the knees. Liang's eyes sparkled with delight. Leon appeared to be deep in thought. Leon displayed a smile. Suddenly, an excellent idea struck him. Although Leon did not possess the charming freckles of a certain wayward senior, he bore a striking resemblance in hair color. Suddenly, he pondered how it would appear if he donned this suit, reminiscent of Newt's, while carrying a briefcase. Mom, I believe this one is quite splendid. Mrs. Green turned her head to see her son holding a blue suit. Dear, don't you think the style is a bit outdated? She gently suggested. How could it be? Leon replied as he slipped into the garment. Retro fashion has been all the rage these past couple of years. After observing her son, who looked handsome in anything, Mrs. Green reluctantly acquiesced. Son, regardless of what transpires, always heed your professor. I have heard that your new instructor was once an auror in the French Ministry of Magic. Leon, I'll be waiting for you to return so we can enjoy some ice cream together. Leon found himself in a perplexing situation. I'm leaving now, he said. I have specifically submitted a request, and today we can make use of the Ministry of Magic's Flu network. Trust me, you would not wish to endure the crowded Paris metro at this hour. Have you ever used it? Bernard took the box of flu powder from the house elf of the Busby family, grasping it firmly. Watch my movements closely. Sprinkle the flue powder into the fireplace. Then clearly enunciate the destination, the reception department of the French Ministry of Magic. Remember, articulation is crucial. Otherwise, you may find yourself transported to some rather peculiar locations. If you do happen to arrive elsewhere, do not panic. Stand still, safeguard yourself, and wait for me. I will ensure the ministry retrieves you with utmost swiftness. Leon nodded slightly. Bernard stepped into the tall fireplace of the Busby residence, scattering the flue powder in his hand. The reception department of the French Ministry of Magic. A burst of emerald flames erupted, enveloping Professor Bernard's figure, which twisted momentarily before vanishing. In that instant when the flames surged, Liang keenly noticed his parents stiffen briefly. After gently patting them, Liang stepped into the fireplace, grasping a handful of flue powder and examining it. The silver powder shimmered with specks of light, its texture surpassing even the finest sand he had ever touched in his previous life. He scattered the flue powder, invoking the reception department of the French Ministry of Magic. The verdant flames leapt up, encasing Liang, yet he felt no searing heat. Rather, it was akin to being embraced by a gentle spring breeze. The light and shadows danced around him as Liang, following Bernard's instructions, began to count silently to 10. However, Liang silently counted to 10, only to find himself still engulfed in flames. Another 10 counts passed, yet he had not reached the Ministry of Magic in France. Cursed be. Liang rubbed his forehead, wondering if he was doomed to encounter yet another mishap. At last, the flames surrounding him began to recede, revealing that he stood within the hearth of an abandoned hall. The marble floor was shrouded in dust, and the stone walls suggested a structure reminiscent of Hogwarts. "Welcome, young wizard," a voice resonated from the side. Liang stepped gracefully out of the fireplace and turned to find an elegant elderly lady, adorned in a green dress and a veil, holding a cup of red tea, seated beside the sole table in the room. "Excuse me, may I inquire where I am?" Liang's right wrist moved slightly. "Oh, do put away your wand, young one. I invited you here today with no ill intent." The lady set down her teacup and introduced herself. "I am Vita Rosial. You may call me Mrs. Rosial." "Greetings, Mrs. Rosial. My name is Seven Scamander." Mrs. Rosial scrutinized Liang with an intriguing expression, one that seemed to blend irritation with nostalgia. "I must say, the way you carry that suitcase bears a striking resemblance to Nudess. However, I have never heard of a child named Sevens in the Scamander family. Perhaps it is because I am a bastardy." Liang felt no embarrassment at being unmasked. He had merely been jesting. After all, in these times, who travels under their true name? Little did he expect that the elderly lady was genuinely acquainted with his old friend, the freckled one. Suddenly, a clicking sound emanated from the box in Liang's hands as the lock mechanism released. A small creature, resembling a vibrant green stick insect, peeked out from within the confines of the box. Liang smiled awkwardly, extending his hand in an attempt to push the little creature away. However, the small being mistook this gesture as an invitation to play, clinging to Liang's finger and chattering joyfully. This little fellow, whom Liang named Groot, was the tree protector he had intercepted on the chaotic day of the disturbance at the street corner. Liang initially intended to meticulously observe the habits of this diminutive creature upon his return, with the intention of placing it in the garden of the Bussy family, atop a certain tree. However, after partaking of a taste of the delightful beverage Liang offered, an experiment to ascertain whether the tree guardian could indulge in muggle drinks, this little fellow became rather reluctant to part ways. It appears that Senior Newt was indeed correct. These creatures possess an insatiable craving for sweetness, as sugar is akin to alcohol for them. Consequently, Liang decided to keep the little one with him, naming it Groot. While Groot reveled in its newfound joy, Mrs. Rogier was less than pleased. Observing the creature dangling from Liang's finger, a look of distaste crossed her face. "Do put it away. I am of an age where such little beings are beyond my tolerance," she remarked, rising from her seat. At that moment, a house elf appeared by her side, snapping its fingers to collect the teapot and teacups. "Little one, we shall meet again," she said, placing a gilded card in the pocket of Liang's suit before turning to depart. Liang retrieved a gilded card from his pocket, upon which a wispy mist danced. A symbol, composed of a triangle, a circle, and a wand, caught his eye. Lewin stepped away from the fireplace, and Larry Bernard, who had been waiting outside, promptly approached to brush the dust off Lewin's attire. "What transpired?" Professor Bernard inquired. "I spoke with the individuals managing the flying network, and to my astonishment, they informed me that the route from the Busby residence to the Ministry of Magic overlaps with other routes. These fellows are becoming increasingly incompetent." Leon displayed his signature smile. Although he was unaware of who Mrs. Rogier truly was, the moment he extracted that card, he discerned who wished to make his acquaintance. In the entire realm of magic, there existed but one individual who would employ such a symbol as their emblem. However, what perplexed Leon was the reason behind her sudden desire to meet him. It seemed that upon his return, he would need to pen a letter to old Dumbledore. As for his own long-standing companion, let her deal with her own troubles. "Never mind. All is well. Let us proceed." Professor Bernard guided Leon towards the reception desk. "Good day. May I inquire where you are headed?" asked the blonde, blue-eyed receptionist. "We are here to attend the hearing." The receptionist produced 2 badges. "The hearing is located in the second basement courtroom." "Thank you," Professor Bernard replied, taking one badge and handing it to Leon, while affixing the other to his own attire. Leon also took his badge and, amidst the throng of people, proceeded to the elevator. It appears that a considerable number of individuals have gathered today for the hearing. Professor Bernard glanced around, noticing several acquaintances nodding in his direction. Leon remained unperturbed, for he was not the protagonist of the day. His demeanor was composed, and he even found himself intrigued by the slender pipes adorning the ceiling of the corridor. Unlike the British Ministry of Magic, which employed paper airplanes for the conveyance of documents, the French ministry had ingeniously constructed numerous slender pipes within their building through which their correspondence typically transformed into the guise of mice, scuttling along the conduits. In silence, Leon and Professor Bernard made their way to the trial chamber situated on the second underground level. This was likely the largest courtroom of the French Ministry of Magic, occupying an entire floor. At that moment, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered inside. While Bernard engaged in conversation with acquaintances, Leon casually selected a seat towards the back. "Greetings, young one." A middle-aged gentleman seated in the front row turned to him. "I noticed you entered with Mr. Bernard. Is he your—" "He is my instructor, sir," Leon replied with a smile. "I am Savant's commander. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The man widened his eyes, scrutinizing Leon from head to toe, particularly taken aback upon noticing the small head of a bowtruckle peeking from Leon's jacket pocket, which elicited a sharp intake of breath. "How peculiar. I was entirely unaware that our good sir had become a member of the Scamander family." A chilling voice emanated from behind Leon. Leon was filled with an intense irritation, his teeth grinding in frustration. Every time he encountered those who undermined him, it was always the unkempt ones. How vexing. "Oh, Severus, you have arrived." The middle-aged man appeared quite pleased. "It has been a long while, Damocles." Snape managed to muster a rare smile. The man named Damocles, his lips curling slightly, pointed at Leon and inquired, "Is this your student?" Naturally, Snape took a seat beside Damocles, casting a sidelong glance at Leon. "This is indeed the most exemplary student of Hogwarts first year, the so-called model student." Damocles sighed in relief and turned to Liang, muttering, "Hey, kid. Please refrain from such jokes in the future. They are not amusing at all." "Ah, the times of Newt." Liang's curiosity was once again piqued, as he was eager to uncover how the senior known as Little Freckle had managed to offend the imposing figure before him. However, it was also plausible that he had incurred the ire of the elder members of the family, considering that, in terms of age, when Newt was making waves in Europe, this middle-aged gentleman was likely still a mere youth. Regrettably, the middle-aged gentleman showed no inclination to discuss this matter, having already turned away to engage in conversation with Snape about potions. Leon heard the mention of the Wolfsbane potion and finally recalled the identity of the individual before him, Damocles Belby, the illustrious inventor of the potion and a rare friend of Snape. In fact, Snape had once assisted him in modifying the potion's formula, resulting in a more affordable price. Regrettably, the werewolves, who were even poorer than vagrants, still could not afford it. After a while, the clock struck 9. Bernard approached Leon and took a seat beside him. As the hall gradually returned to a state of tranquility, the doors of the hall swung open once more, and a group of eccentrically dressed elderly gentlemen and ladies entered. Among them, Leon recognized Dumbledore and Madame Augustus, whom he had encountered once at the end of the term. These individuals were members of the Wizengamot, renowned figures in their own right, as Leon overheard the old professor whispering in his ear, with a man tapping a small bell at the door's edge. The hearing finally commenced in earnest. Following the comprehensive discussions of the Wizengamot and the ultimate verdict of the International Confederation of Wizards, I hereby announce the judgment as follows. Leon was indifferent to the outcome of the verdict. He was neither a child nor a naive savior, with a psychological age surpassing 40 over 2 lifetimes. He understood well that the so-called hearing was merely a formality. The verdict had likely been predetermined days prior. Moreover, he harbored no concern for the fate of a rabble of arsonists and murderers. In fact, to him, the most desirable resolution would be the execution of these miscreants. A single kiss from a Dementor, and all problems would be resolved, leaving them with no chance to even become ghosts. Suddenly, the young man seated at the forefront of the defendant's bench, characterized by his curly brown hair and round face, reminiscent of a member of the French branch of the Dueling Society, emitted a low, derisive chuckle. Before long, it morphed into a fit of sobbing laughter. As soon as Leon's hand touched the wand, he noticed that several members of the Wizengamot seated in the front row had already taken action. Unfortunately, it was too late. The round-faced man, laughing heartily, began to emit flames from his mouth, eyes, and even ears. The members of the accused, standing behind him, were similarly engulfed in flames. In no time, over 20 individuals transformed into fiery specters, reminiscent of those fervent souls from Dark Souls who reveled in kindling the flame. After leaving behind a chilling message, "I will wait for you in hell," the lives of these 20 souls were irrevocably reduced to ashes. Larry Bernard, intending to comfort his future apprentice, observed with intrigue as the man beside him scrutinized the actions of the prime wizards. The old gentleman was taken aback. The scene of over 20 individuals spontaneously combusting was indeed striking. Moreover, a peculiar aroma reminiscent of grilled meat wafted through the air, causing many adult wizards to retch violently. Now, on a side note, As the word count may be extensive, I find it necessary to share a few thoughts here. This is my second book on Tomato, with the first serving merely as a trial to gauge the process of launching a new work. Thus, this can be regarded as my true inaugural endeavor. Up until I reached 80,000 words, I was fortunate to attract no more than 100 readers daily. However, I remained patient. By the time I hit 80,000 words, the performance steadily improved. On the first day of debut, while I wouldn't claim it soared, the results were far from dismal. Prior to this, I had garnered just 30 to 40 segment reviews, yet yesterday alone, the count surged to over 100, alongside nearly 90 requests for updates. To be candid, I am quite pleased, especially since, thus far, I have encountered no mindless detractors. Any occasional doubts raised were reasonable inquiries or constructive feedback, all of which I have addressed. However, I've noticed a considerable number of voices focusing on the development of the main character's powers. Let me first address the latter. In this narrative, the protagonist lacks a golden finger, and I never intended to grant him one. If one requires a character with a script in hand to also possess a golden finger, I can only extend my best wishes. Due to the absence of a golden finger, it falls upon me, as the author, to enhance his abilities. Hence, a reader commented on the abrupt nature of the protagonist's power escalation, a point I find challenging to address. After all, the protagonist's adversaries are the ever-resilient failures of the magical job market. The second issue pertains to a segment of readers who are averse to the presence of a female lead. I understand this sentiment, for as a reader myself, I have grown weary of forced romantic subplots that feel more like a chore. However, the female lead was established prior to the writing of this story, and that will not change. The unchanging themes present in the Harry Potter series are friendship, love, and familial bonds, and I aspire to embody these elements in my work. Currently, the primary reason for the reader's discontent with Madame Augustus is her apparent role as a hindrance. But I urge everyone to remember that she is merely 12 years old at this chapter's conclusion. Among her peers, only the protagonist stands out as an anomaly, harboring the soul of an adult within a youthful frame. Great authors imbue even minor characters with depth, akin to those seemingly insignificant figures in The Foot of My Best Friend or the character in number 12, Grimmauld Place, who yearns for immortality through a mural. While I may not possess the prowess of such greats, I hope to grant my characters their own moments of brilliance, including Roland, who recently met his demise. I consider him a competent tragic antagonist. Please trust me, I have meticulously crafted Anne's character arc. When she matures and unveils her own moments of luminosity, I believe you will come to appreciate this girl who adores rocket-propelled hammers, laughs. Finally, I dedicate this chapter to the original work. The 8th chapter of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix is titled The Hearing. Additionally, I would like to recommend a song that I recently discovered, Wands Up, Prelude to Dawn, best experienced in its English version for a richer flavor. After the hearing concluded, Leon intended to approach old Dumbledore regarding the matter of that card, yet he failed to locate him. The elderly members of the Wisengamot scurried away with remarkable agility. They would certainly excel at snatching discounted eggs in their homeland. By the time Leon realized what was happening, even Snape and Bellamy had vanished. Left with no recourse, Leon returned to the Busby Manor in a dejected state. The following day, after bidding farewell to his parents and the Augustus family, Leon accompanied Professor Bernard on various errands. He requested the old man to introduce him to an alchemist. During the previous semester, Leon and Sevens had come into a small fortune when Dumbledore disposed of several dark magical items, leaving 3 behind for Leon. Among these was an invisibility cloak crafted from the hide of an invisibility beast. Though aged, it still brought him a measure of delight. After all, its invisibility surpassed Leon's half-hearted disillusionment charm. One must note that the invisibility beast not only grants invisibility, but also allows glimpses of the future. Such creatures are nearly impossible to capture, and even if a wizard were to catch one, no one would be willing to harm it. Keeping such a creature nearby serves as an excellent alarm system, does it not? As for the other 2 items, they included an almost destroyed judgment scale and a hand of glory. The latter had been borrowed by Frant, who was keen on alchemy for research purposes, while the scale posed challenges for everyone involved. Thus, while organizing his belongings a few days prior, Leon recalled that, influenced by Nicholas Flamel, the atmosphere of alchemy in the French magical community was far more vibrant than in England. Consequently, he requested the old man to help him find a reliable alchemist to ascertain the true nature of the scale and whether it should be repaired or sold. Speaking of which, Albus was a friend of Nicholas Flamel. Why not ask him for assistance? Larry inquired. Professor, he is Nicholas Flamel. What stature do I possess to warrant his time, simply for this trinket in my possession? Leon replied, half amused, half exasperated. Larry pondered this for a moment. However, although Beaux Batons offers an alchemy course, alchemy is a discipline that truly requires innate talent. In all of France, few have made significant contributions to the field, and the individual I am familiar with is merely an amateur. You should prepare yourself for that. TSK, Larry remarked, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. An elderly gentleman, his hair flecked with gray, descended the stairs, speaking ill of the shop owner within their establishment. Truly audacious of you. Larry smirked. What? Have I wronged you? When I was still with the Auror office, I couldn't be bothered to search for contraband in your establishment. Who in the ministry doesn't know that you possess not a single genuine item? The old man appeared to have struck a nerve, leaping to his feet in indignation. Old wolf, this is slander. What do you mean I lack genuine items? If I were to present my genuine wares, you would all be left speechless. This was followed by a barrage of incomprehensible French exclamations. Although Leon could not comprehend the words, he instinctively envisioned the character Kong Iji in the old man's demeanor. Unable to contain himself, he nearly burst into laughter. After scolding for quite some time, the old man, now out of breath and irritable, said, "Young man, show me what you've got." Leon hastily produced a small balance scale. The shopkeeper gestured for him to place it on the counter, then donned his dragon leather gloves and affixed an object resembling a watchmaker's magnifying glass to his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, the elder observed the item's design, which bore the stylistic hallmarks of ancient Egypt. However, it was evidently not an authentic artifact from that epoch. Judging by the material, it was likely a replica crafted within the last century. Can you discern its purpose? Is it salvageable? Inquired Leon. The elder shook his head, stating, "Given its current state, what could possibly be repaired? Do you buy such items?" Leon pressed. The elder tossed aside his dragon leather gloves, retorting with irritation. "Does this establishment appear to you as a place for collecting refuse? If you truly wish to sell it, I could offer you a gallon. This trinket is only fit to be melted down, in hopes of reclaiming some magical metal." Leon smacked his lips, feeling a twinge of regret. "Very well. I appreciate your trouble." Leon gathered his belongings, intending to return and place them as a decorative piece by his bedside. Larry emerged from the inner shelves. "Is it done?" "Yes," he replied. "Then let us depart." Just then, the shopkeeper called out, "Wait a moment. Do you still want the items you asked me to find last time?" Larry, with a commanding presence, sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. The shopkeeper nodded and descended the stairs, disappearing for a good 10 minutes. Suddenly, Larry sprang to his feet. "Leon, we must go." Leon followed behind, not uttering a single word. It seemed that trouble was afoot. Regrettably, as soon as they pushed the door open, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. The surrounding woods, coupled with the briny breeze, unmistakably indicated that they were no longer in Paris. "Damn that monstrous creature and its wretched hound," Larry exclaimed, cursing vehemently. Leon suddenly felt a warmth emanating from his pocket and hastily reached in to discover that the source of the heat was the gilded card bestowed upon him by the mysterious Madame Augustus just a couple of days prior. "Where did this come from?" Larry inquired. "An elderly lady who introduced herself as Madame Augustus gave it to me during the hearing a few days ago." At the mention of the name Augustus, Larry's expression shifted, reflecting a palpable discomfort. It was evident that this venerable gentleman was familiar with the surname Augustus. "It appears to resemble a safe house. Let us follow its lead," he suggested. Leon nodded, turning the card over to discover that the tip of the wand and the symbol of the Deathly Hallows consistently pointed in a singular direction. He promptly donned a protective armor and, alongside his companion, they ventured forth, stepping cautiously in the direction indicated by the card. After 20 minutes, a wooden cabin materialized before them. "Be cautious," Larry advised, carefully employing several detection spells, yet yielding nothing. He then gingerly pushed open the wooden door, which creaked in protest. The interior of the cabin was simply arranged, featuring a desk and a bed. "Welcome, Mr. Bernard, the former head of the Auror office of the French Ministry of Magic. I have known your father for quite some time. And you, young wizard, although I have already heard of you from Vida, it is evident that you surpass my expectations." Leon was taken aback. He turned and scanned his surroundings, ultimately discovering the source of the sound, a mirror resting upon the desk. Leon and Larry leaned closer to the desk, upon which lay a book devoid of a title and a round mirror. However, the reflection within the mirror did not reveal the silhouettes of the two men, but rather that of an elderly gentleman with unkempt, silver hair, a face etched with wrinkles, yet possessing eyes that remained piercingly sharp. His eyes were as blue as the vast ocean. "Who are you?" Larry inquired tentatively, though he struggled to believe it. "Gellert Grindlewald," the old man replied. Both Larry and Leon gasped in astonishment. "So, it was indeed you who lured us here," Larry said in a hushed tone. "What is your purpose? I fail to see any grounds for discussion between us." Grindlewald chuckled softly. "You overthink, Mr. Bernard. In truth, I am not seeking you, but rather Mr. Green. I wonder, Mr. Green, would you be interested in striking a deal?" Ignoring the professor who was frantically signaling him from the side, Leon regarded the elderly figure in the mirror and asked calmly, "Pray tell, sir. I have heard of your remarkable talent and the esteem in which Dumbledore holds you. What say you? Would you care to become my apprentice? I can impart all my magical knowledge to you, and you may inherit my entire legacy. Meanwhile..." Larry seethed silently with resentment. Leon smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Grindlewald, I presume you did not summon us for such trivial matters. Both our time and yours are invaluable. Let us proceed directly to the crux of the matter." Grindlewald displayed no hint of surprise, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let us negotiate anew. I have heard that you, Mr. Green, have recently become embroiled in the so-called witching line incident. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Leon replied candidly. "I was present on the day they orchestrated the chaos. You may not be aware, but this so-called witching line has been in existence for quite some time now." Grindlewald adjusted himself comfortably, continuing, of course, they are merely a band of buffoons. However, a former subordinate of mine recently sought me out. He informed me that his grandson has been abducted by this so-called witching line. Although we are all but 1 foot in the grave, the innocence of a child cannot be overlooked, can it? Thus, I wish to enlist the assistance of you, Mr. Green, and you, Mr. Bernard, in rescuing my subordinate's grandson. As for the retainer, I have placed it on the table. Within the tome lies my modest reflections on magic, alongside several rather practical minor spells that I believe you, Mr. Green, would find appealing. And you, Mr. Bernard, have long sought a certain individual, have you not? Perhaps I can be of service in that regard. You must be aware that I possess such capabilities. May I have a glance? Leon inquired. Certainly. Grindelwald gestured invitingly. Leon discreetly donned his dragonskin gloves and cautiously turned to the first page of his notebook. The initial spell that caught his eye sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Fire Shield. Leon and Larry exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a profound yearning. I have but one final question, sir, Leon began, furrowing his brow. You mentioned that you were confined within that tower, yet I believe there are numerous options available to you for rescuing a young wizard. Why have you chosen me? It is not I who has chosen you, but rather the future that has beckoned you, Grindelwald replied with a weighty significance. If you are willing. That card will guide you on a journey to uncover the past. Should you choose otherwise, consider this book a gift from me to you. I wish you all the best. With that, the mirror gradually became obscured by mist, before shattering into countless shards upon the table. As they gazed at the scattered notes, both felt a sense of predicament. What shall we do, Professor? Leon inquired tentatively. Let us proceed, Larry sighed deeply. Leon nodded, carefully stowing away his notes, and the two exited the room. He pulled out the card from his pocket, upon which the symbol of the Deathly Hallows pointed towards a new direction. Professor, do you believe we can accomplish this task with just the two of us? I fear the answer is in the negative, my child. Therefore, we must first seek out some assistance. Are you suggesting we notify the French Ministry of Magic? Leon inquired. No, certainly not, Larry replied, casting a strange glance at Leon. Those incompetents would only hinder our progress. We need to find some formidable allies. Come, Leon. It's an opportune moment for you to experience long-distance apparition. Professor, I have yet to learn how to apparate, Leon whispered as a reminder. However, upon raising his gaze, he found the old professor wearing a perplexed expression. Huh? Is that something you even need to learn? With that, he placed a hand on Liang's shoulder and, without warning, initiated the apparition. Liang endeavored to maintain his composure, yet upon landing, he could not suppress a retching sound. Professor Bernard retrieved a flask from his pocket. Would you care for a sip? He inquired. Such is the nature of phantasmagoria. One will grow accustomed to it in due course. Accepting the handkerchief that Grut had offered from his pocket, Liang wiped his mouth. Is there not a more pleasant mode of transport? He grumbled irritably. Jimmy was similarly lamenting to his companions. Oroka, how much longer must we linger in this wretched place? He raised the bottle of beer he clutched, draining the last drop. I must concede, the scenery is rather splendid. But look over there. 12 little rascals. A full dozen. He complained vocally. Do you know how I endure each day? This gaggle of imps cries by day and wails at night, driving me to distraction. The youth he referred to as Oroka poked at the fire before him, bothered by the noise. If you're so perturbed, you could cast a silencing charm. Jimmy cursed in a muddled French, expressing his frustration. If I could cast a silencing charm, I would have done so ages ago. Then cease your whining, Oroka rose. At least, compared to the ruffians of the action squad, our situation here is merely tedious. By the way, have you heard? Jimmy leaned in, whispering. I heard that those who went to raid Paris were all captured by the French Ministry of Magic. What unfortunate luck. He lamented. All right, the soup is ready. Break the provisions into pieces and send them to those little imps. However, if I discover you've consumed the majority like last time, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Those little rascals are now our golden geese. We rely on their parents' ransom to sustain our livelihood. Where are you going? Jimmy called out to Oroka's retreating figure. To procure some game. Oroka replied without turning back. He strolled slowly into the forest. Only after the campfire's glow vanished from view did he quicken his pace. After about 10 minutes, he halted before a makeshift wooden cabin. Master, I have returned. After waiting for 2 days at the inn, Larry finally assembled the crew he had mentioned. When the elder brought Liang to the rendezvous, Liang was astonished to find a familiar face among those gathered. Quinlan Hartel. Hey, handsome, good to see you again. The rather unreliable charlatan beamed brightly. Do you two know each other? Inquired a jovial, rotund man. Indeed, we are old acquaintances. The round-faced man grinned and shook Liang's hand. Saras Kant. That muscle-bound fellow over there is Scott. All of them are old friends of Larry. Liang nodded. Liang Green. Larry glanced around, and, upon confirming everyone had arrived, clapped his hands. All right, everyone is here. I appreciate all my old friends for gracing us with their presence. This time, I may need your assistance. The crowd's attention converged upon him, listening intently. You all should have heard of the organization known as the Witching Line recently, am I correct? Heads nodded in unison. News of these terrorists spontaneously combusting during a hearing had spread like wildfire throughout the European magical community. Some French wizards even believed it prudent to eradicate this organization before it morphed into a second iteration of the Dark Arts Party. Recently, while investigating the murder of my apprentice, I came across some information. This organization has been capturing numerous young wizards, using their families as leverage to extort ransom. Although the connection between this organization and the murderer of my apprentice remains uncertain, I refuse to remain a passive observer. I have received credible intelligence that could lead us to one of their hideouts. Therefore, is anyone interested in joining me? A moment of silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Quirin was the first to speak up. Count me in. I have been searching for my brother, and I intend to give this a try. The round-faced, jovial man cleared his throat, adding, include me as well. What about you, Scott? Larry inquired, directing his gaze toward the last robust figure capable of spearheading their mission. Of course, I'm in, Scott replied. Excellent, Leon. Let us examine the clues and see where those scoundrels are hiding. Leon took out a card and tapped it with his wand, causing smoke to rise and gradually form a map in the air. Is this La Ferté de Carnel? The burly man inquired in French, noticing that half of those present appeared somewhat bewildered. He translated into English. It is the Carnel Forest, located 25 kilometers north of Paris. The map prominently displayed 2 lakes, their shapes unmistakably indicative of those found within the Carnel Forest. Excellent. Larry clapped his hands. Scott will be in charge of preparing the transportation, while Salas will handle potions and any necessary supplies. As for Quinn, bring along your little companion. I will need you to scout the situation. Everyone was given a day to prepare, and they agreed to convene here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning for departure. The group nodded and subsequently disapparated, leaving Leong feeling envious. Although disapparition was not particularly comfortable, it was undeniably an essential skill for travel. What? Jealous? Larry clapped Leon on the shoulder. Feeling envious won't help. You probably still cannot master disapparition. Why? Leon asked. Is it because the magic is difficult? No, Larry replied, walking ahead without looking back. In fact, the spell is not difficult at all. Many fail to learn it simply due to a lack of courage. The reason you cannot master it yet has nothing to do with magic. The distance one can disapparate is related to the wizard's magical strength. Although you are currently experiencing your second magical surge and possess a level of power that far exceeds your peers, you still have a considerable way to go before you can disapparate over long distances. But I recall you mentioning that in real combat, one must always remain in motion? Leong inquired, keeping pace with Larry. That is even more beyond your current capabilities, Larry chuckled. You might want to ask around. I would wager that not many in the Auror office of your Ministry of Magic can successfully disapparate multiple times in quick succession. So, are these individuals today all your acquaintances? Indeed. Scott is a remarkable young man I discovered while still at the Auror office. He nearly faced the Dementors for allegedly using magic on Muggles, but that incident was not his fault. I brought him under my wing, and he has followed me ever since. After I stepped down, he also left the ministry and has been making a living on the black market. Salas is someone I rescued from a werewolf camp. He possesses a remarkable talent for potions. I have always referred to him as Lucky Salas. You would not believe it. But when I led the charge into the werewolves' den, he was almost turned into their dinner. As for Quinn, her brother went missing during her 6th year, and she has been searching for him ever since. Let me tell you, Quinn's human transfiguration is the finest I have ever seen. Leon listened intently to the gossip, only to suddenly realize a troubling question. Why were all the members of this makeshift team such extraordinary talents? Moreover, why did everything sound so familiar? Oh no. Could it be that I have unwittingly taken on the script of Senior Quirky? Curse be Dumbledore. Laurentius stood by the window, gazing vacantly at the lawn outside. The Grand Manor before him belonged to a pureblood family, but now it was under their control. Ever since he joined the Wizarding Equality movement, he had felt that something was amiss. He yearned for equality, yet the current magical world was dreadfully mundane. It was stagnant, devoid of vitality, with the vital departments of the Ministry of Magic being controlled by parasitic pureblood families. Most areas of the French magical community, such as potion ingredients, magical metals, wand materials, and even advanced magical knowledge, were similarly dominated. Even within the school, it was hardly a paradise. Take Fleur Delacour, for instance, a first-year student. If it weren't for her last name, how could that half-blood giant of a headmaster dote on her so? However, upon eagerly joining the movement, he found that they too had not altered this decaying world. What exactly was the problem? He could not comprehend it. As chaos erupted outside, he made his way to the hall on the first floor, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar figure. Professor Pollen? Observing the woman bound by a binding spell, Laurentius stepped forward. How did you end up here? The woman's mouth seemed sealed with a powerful adhesive, rendering her voiceless. A scarred man emerged from the crowd, waving his wand and restoring her ability to speak. Laurent, I have come to find you. Do not continue down this path. They are nothing but a group of thugs. You should not be here. Quickly, return to school. Laurentius, it seems you two are acquainted? The scarred man inquired with a grin. Laurentius nodded. She is our school's professor of alchemy. Oh, splendid. The scarred man clapped his hands. I was worried that you siblings from Beaux Batons would find it difficult to adjust here. This is a relief. Manion, what are you planning? A sense of foreboding surged within Laurentius. Hey, kid, show some respect. You should address him as chief. A burly man behind Manion growled. Oh, do not be like that, Ralbin. We must exhibit a bit more patience towards our new friends, Manion reassured his henchman, continuing, Laurentius. You are aware of our rules. Newcomers must present a blood oath. Considering you were all students of Beauxbatons, I had said nothing. However, today, you better make up for that lesson. This world is far more ruthless than you imagine. With that, Manion conjured a podium with his wand and leapt atop it. Brothers and sisters, why have we gathered here today? For freedom. For equality. Louder. I cannot hear you. Manion shouted, cupping his ear. The crowd's voices rose in fervor. Indeed, indeed. We stand for freedom and equality. But look at the current magical realm. It is a disgrace. Just like the master of this manor. They feast on the finest delicacies, reside in the grandest homes, receive elite education, and monopolize the majority of resources. We gather to shatter all of this. The crowd roared in frenzy. As Manion descended the podium, each step saw people crawling at his feet as stepping stones. Finally, he approached Laurentius and whispered, Laurent, now. Let me witness your resolve and see if you can integrate into our ranks. Laurentius's hand trembled slightly around his wand as he watched his fellow students from Beauxbatons alternate, using torturous spells on the unfortunate woman, their voices quaking and techniques unsteady. Laurentius quietly moved about the room, tucking the blanket around his peers just as he had done when he was still in school. One is missing, he thought with concern. Turning and stealthily exiting the room, ultimately finding the absent student atop the castle tower of the manor. Upon hearing footsteps, the girl shivered, turning to see Laurentius, which caused her to relax. Senior. Laurentius extended his hand to her. Are you all right, Marlene? The girl, who should have been in her 5th year, stammered, I miss home. If I recall correctly, your home is in the village of Bigarash? Yes, a small mountain village near the Pyrenees. That sounds lovely, he murmured. At least you have a home. Senior, the girl hesitated, is what we are doing today right? Professor Pollen has always treated us well. Laurentius remained silent. In truth, among those who joined the wizarding equality movement, he shared the closest bond with Professor Pollen due to his passion for alchemy. He had always envisioned graduating from Beauxbatons and apprenticing in a small shop, eventually saving enough to open his own store. Professor Pollen had favored him, often providing him extra guidance. However, he never anticipated that this foolish woman would come personally looking for him. Senior, why don't we release the professor? Laurentius chuckled bitterly. Release her? Not to mention that Manion has always been wary of me. The dominance and influence within the wizarding equality movement far exceed my own. It is easy to release her, but what then? Would Manion spare me or my fellow students who came from Beauxbatons? Suddenly, Laurentius heard a voice behind him. Turning, he saw his fellow students gathered, silently observing him. He took a deep breath. All right, then let us go rescue the professor. Laurentius swiftly assigned tasks, entrusting the elder 6th graders with the responsibility of subduing the guards of the dungeon. A few 4th graders, accompanied by some 3rd graders, were tasked with keeping watch. Ideally, they would rescue the imprisoned without a sound. If that proved impossible, he intended to force their escape. Although Manion and his crew were more nefarious, it was undeniable that in terms of strength, they might not surpass Laurentius and his group. Many among them had never even attended a formal school or had been expelled. Otherwise, Manion would not be simultaneously wary of and reliant on him. Once the roles were delineated, the 4th graders, alongside their 3rd grade juniors, took their positions to stand guard. Laurentius, along with several upperclassmen, cast a disillusionment charm and silently made their way to the basement. Petrify them all. Laurentius whispered incantations, causing the man dozing in a chair to instantly stiffen, leaning to one side. Regrettably, before he could crash to the ground and create a commotion, a nearby student caught him and propped him against the chair's backrest. The same method was employed at another location, and they successfully reached the cell block. As Laurentius inspected each cell, he discovered that the first 2 held the estate's master and his family. It was only at the last cell that he spotted a figure curled up in a ball, trembling intermittently. Laurentius extended his wand, tapping the lock at the door. The lock clicked open, and he swiftly seized the door. However, at that moment, the entire estate resonated with a resounding tolling of bells. Damn it! Laurentius dispelled the disillusionment charm. They had anticipated this, casting a spell on the lock. You too, quickly carry the professor. I'll buy you some time, he urged. Senior, hurry. Laurentius dashed to the dungeon door, only to find Manion and his group blocking the way. Behind him, a group led by Ralbin had securely bound his companions with binding charms. Well, who do we have here? Manion laughed heartily. Laurentius. I've long known you to be an ungrateful wretch. Laurentius refrained from retorting. Engaging in a verbal spar with him was futile, especially since he was at a disadvantage. Instead, he focused on devising a way to protect his younger peers. Just as Laurentius and Manion exchanged glances, an explosion erupted from outside. Did you summon others? Manion's expression darkened at last. P.S. While writing these chapters, I felt a palpable tension, fearing the narrative might falter. Thus, I intend to swiftly conclude this segment in France and return to Hogwarts. Additionally, I noticed some criticism regarding the protagonist's name. I wonder what such sentiments signify. Perhaps As one reader suggested, had I named him Leon, there would be no complaints. I've also faced scrutiny over my character naming choices. Without further ado, I will share part of my character outline, as I suspect some of you may have forgotten certain characters by now. By the way, the outline feature on the author's backend is quite useful. At times, I find myself needing to refer back to it while writing, guided by the cards. The 5 members of the team led by Leon finally discovered the whereabouts of the witching line members hidden within the depths of the carnal forest. However, to their astonishment, they found the place utterly deserted. Oh, perhaps that is not entirely accurate. At least there was one dim-witted individual fast asleep in the camp, having consumed a sleep-inducing bean. I will rouse him shortly. Once Salus managed to awaken this fellow named Jimmy, the group gradually pieced together the truth. In other words, you have no idea where the children have gone? Quillen inquired with evident annoyance. Larry, rose and took a stroll around the camp. What are your thoughts? Leon shrugged. How else could it be perceived? Someone has intercepted the opportunity. His demeanor does not appear to be feigned. Of course, if you remain unconvinced, I could administer a couple of drops of truth serum to him. Leon cast a sidelong glance at Salus. So it turns out that you, with your prominent brows and large eyes, are the fiercest in the group? Silently administering truth serum to others. That substance is lethal in excess, and even in moderation. It could render one a simpleton. If he is not lying, then the one named Oroka likely has a master behind him. Larry spoke in a low voice. Either they have received news, or they had long been plotting to abduct these children. I have extracted another address from the witching line, Scott remarked as he approached. However, I believe it would be prudent to administer a bit more truth serum for confirmation. Allow me. Salus turned to leave, just as I have several new potions requiring testing. Where is their other hideout? Larry inquired. Their other faction currently occupies the territory of the Edward family. The Edward family? Larry rubbed his temples. Professor, are you familiar with this family? Leon asked. Oh, indeed. The old professor chuckled. I once led a team to search their estate. If they are hiding in some remote mountains or forests, I would indeed be troubled. However, I happen to know precisely where their manor is located. Thus, a group of individuals, accompanied by the captive, hastily made their way to the Edward family estate, gazing upon the dilapidated remnants of the ancient castle. Along with the ominous warning sign planted nearby, Leon could not help but concede that the magical community exhibits a complete lack of innovation. Even the disguises of family castles are strikingly uniform. Surely, we cannot enter so easily? Leon questioned, arms crossed. Certainly. Larry waved his wand, and the glow of magical detection illuminated the scene. Ancient magical family residences are laden with countless protective spells. To assault such a place directly would be the height of folly. However, there is no need to worry tonight. Larry finally nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards Scott. The Edward family is a newly risen clan within the last decade or so, rather than an established magical lineage. Thus, they lack such profound heritage. Step back a bit, he instructed Leon. Leon stepped back a few paces, contemplating for a moment before retreating another 10 steps, ultimately donning his armor for protection. Larry remarked that the apprentice he had chosen was commendable in every aspect, albeit excessively cautious. Scott let out a sinister grin, cracking his neck with a series of audible pops. He then produced his wand, first encasing himself in a protective armor, before directing the wand forward. As the tip of Scott's wand gathered a luminous energy, Leon felt a chill run down his spine. At last, Scott completed his charge and uttered the incantation. A thunderous explosion ensued. The brilliance at the tip of Scott's wand surged intensely, akin to a flashbang, while an overwhelming sound of detonation resonated in Liang's ears. Leon has lost his sight. Leon has lost his hearing. Leon fell silent. After a considerable amount of time, he finally regained his composure. This is akin to transforming a thunderous explosion into C4, isn't it? It seems that Ning is indeed an artist akin to Daedara from the magical realm. Leon gazed at the muscular Scott with an expression of peculiar incredulity. This individual, sharing a name with the famed Cyclops, was undeniably an oddity. He had once admitted that, aside from the commonly used utility spells, he only mastered 2 combat incantations, one for armor and another for thunderous explosions. While he could technically wield other spells, he deemed their power insignificant, unworthy of a true man's engagement. Today, however, he finally witnessed what Scott meant by the pursuits befitting a man. With tears streaming down his face, he turned to the seemingly unfazed elder beside him and said, Professor, perhaps it would be wise to temper that smile of yours. Ha ha ha, my boy, consider this a lesson I imparted to you. One must always be thoroughly prepared. Leon tapped his ear. Professor, what did you say? I can't hear you. As the old man remarked, the Edward family, being a newly ascendant lineage, still lacked sufficient depth. The estate was surrounded by only a few protective spells, which were easily breached by the muscular Scott through sheer force. To be honest, this was the first time Leon had witnessed such a thunderous explosion. He was familiar with the spell himself, though he rarely employed it. While it could indeed cause an explosion ahead, it also risked triggering a chain reaction, indiscriminately affecting both friend and foe. Using such a spell indoors was one of the best tests for non-Europeans. However, Scott evidently mastered the spell, concentrating all its power in a single point. All right, let's go. the old man said, patting Leon on the back. "Celeris has already set up the anti-apparition spells around here. Those bastards won't escape." Leon harbored doubts about the optimism displayed by his professor. What, he wondered, was the source of our collective confidence as we surrounded our adversaries? However, he soon discovered the origin of that confidence. In that moment, Quirin transformed into a panther, leading the charge with an impressive display of agility. Yes, quite literally. She metamorphosed into a leopard, though Leon was certain that it was not a mere manifestation of an animagus. Saras, on the other hand, appeared to be in a frenzied state, brandishing his wand while a dozen colorful potions hovered above his head. Chortling maniacally as he was the second to plunge into the fray, one could not help but feel concerned for his mental state. When one of the green potions shattered against the marble floor, Leon distinctly heard the hissing sound of corrosion. Scott, as ever, embraced a brutal approach. Unleashing his two most adept spells, encasing himself in armor, and braving the chaotic array of magic unleashed by the motley crew within the castle. A single thunderous explosion felled a multitude of foes. Meanwhile, the elder gentleman fought with his characteristic style, precise, efficient, and flamboyant. He resembled an elegant assassin. Though not the kind depicted in the Assassin's Creed, Leon followed closely behind, enshrouded in his protective armor, occasionally dispatching a shot to those attempting to rise from the ground. Suddenly, he noticed a corridor, at the end of which lay a staircase descending into the depths. Given the magical community's propensity for excavating basements, Leon resolved to investigate further. However, he was not so foolish as to venture down without caution. Inspired by Scott, he paused at the entrance to the basement and leisurely tossed down an oversized flare. The ultimate illumination flickered. From below, startled cries erupted, prompting Leon to hurl a bottle of potent adhesive he had procured from Salas. Only then did he cautiously descend. Peering around with keen curiosity, as Leon descended, he cast spells with abandon, intermittently transforming everything useful in his surroundings into chains to ensnare the fallen adversaries. Today's raid on the stronghold of Wu Pengxian left him profoundly shaken. The old master effortlessly summoned a lineup, each member possessing their unique expertise. At the heart of the old man's prowess lay the art of apparition. Every spell he wielded served this purpose, embedding elegance deep within his very beings, making combat resemble a graceful waltz. The muscular demon, Scott, relied on impenetrable armor, donning the thickest of defenses and enduring the most brutal blows. As long as he remained unvanquished, it was only a matter of time before his adversaries met their demise. Quinn, hailing from Hogwarts, exhibited remarkable skill in transfiguration. And during their assembly, Leon even observed her accompanied by an array of magical creatures, predominantly avian, adept at both combat and reconnaissance. Even Sarath, who served in a support role, displayed remarkable ingenuity with potions, while Leon was uncertain if he could outmatch Snape in the realm of advanced elixirs. When it came to imaginative and unconventional ideas, Snape would undoubtedly find himself outclassed. And what of himself? Leon contemplated for a moment and concluded that he needed to devote some effort to mastering both transformation spells and fire manipulation. He found that he could wield fire-based incantations with remarkable ease. In an open space, playing with fire was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Conversely, in confined quarters, nothing was more suitable than transfiguration spells. With a deft flick of his wand, he severed the left leg of a large adversary with a precise and silent spell. Nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the scattered corpses around him, he then stepped over the obstacles and proceeded to inspect each cell. In the first cell lay a group of emaciated individuals, both male and female, approximately 6 or 7 in number. Given their predicament, the stench was utterly unbearable. The second cell housed an elderly man. The third cell contained a woman curled up in the corner. However, it was the last cell that left Leon astounded. The cramped space was filled with no fewer than 10 people. "My, are you hosting a gathering in here?" One of the older individuals glanced up at Leon. "What do you think?" The man replied with a wry smile. "Are you with the Ministry of Magic?" Leon mirrored the tone of his counterpart and inquired. "What are your thoughts?" "The Riddle Master is indeed quite remarkable." Leon did not imprison any of the individuals held within the dungeon. After thoroughly inspecting the subterranean chamber and confirming the absence of further adversaries, he retraced his steps and ascended once more. Upon reaching the grand hall on the first floor, he observed Chang Wei engaged in a scuffle with Lai Fu. Kuei Lin, Salas, and Scott stood nearby, spectators to the unfolding drama. The venerable Larry Bernard was locked in a traditional and authentic magical duel with a scarred man. Yet, given their respective strengths, it resembled more of a cat-and-mouse game. "Back already?" Salas inquired with a grin, showing no trace of his earlier demeanor as the most agile summoner in the rift. "What did you find in the dungeon?" "A few stragglers left behind, and a multitude of captives," Leon replied, retrieving a handful of licorice sticks from his pocket, munching on them while observing the spectacle. Salas's gaze held a hint of profundity. If he had previously regarded Leon with indifference, this encounter compelled him to reassess Li Ang's capabilities. His strength was commendable, surpassing that of most mediocre adult wizards, and perhaps even more impressively, his mental maturity shone through. The battle in the hall was nearing its conclusion as time progressed. It became evident that the scarred man's stamina was waning. Leon silently incorporated physical training into his preparation plan for the OWLS, observing the current situation. Mannion realized that today would likely be inescapable. A glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes as he momentarily delayed the old man's onslaught with the transfiguration spell, swiftly reciting an intricate and elaborate incantation. It is indeed a lengthy incantation in runic, Quinn remarked, furrowing her brow. But I have never encountered such an extensive runic magic before. Leon was taken aback, having initially thought that the scarred man was reciting something in French. Larry, however, remained unperturbed. The runic language was an ancient form of magic, imbued with inherent magical power. Due to the nature of this language, a single rune often encapsulated numerous meanings, rendering lengthy combinations rare. Typically, 2 or 3 runes combined suffice to create a formidable spell. Leon, watch closely. This spell will be quite spectacular. The elderly gentleman chuckled heartily, raising his wand and uttering a single word. A shimmering azure light flickered at the tip of his wand, before he thrust it forcefully into the ground. This was the first time Leon had witnessed such a spell, one where the wand was planted into the earth. Though he had seen scenes in films where wands were struck against the ground to unleash powerful spells, he had yet to encounter this in his own time. Last year, during a charms class, Professor Flitwick had employed a similar spell to extinguish a fire ignited by a young wizard's incantation gone awry. There were no exaggerated visual effects, nor any dramatic gestures, simply a subtle point of his wand, and the flames vanished without a trace. That was the true essence of spell termination. What spell was Professor Bernard about to employ? Leon found himself filled with anticipation. The old man did not disappoint, as his wand struck the ground. The area beneath him and the scarred man seemed to transform into the surface of a lake, rippling gently. The scarred man did not falter. He completed the final syllable, and, with a flourish of his wand, a colossal fire dragon erupted forth from its tip. Is it a fiend fire? Quirin furrowed his brow, but then quickly dismissed her own assessment. No, this is not pure fiend fire. It appears to be a composite spell, primarily based on fiend fire, interwoven with fiery runes. It was more manageable than fiend fire, yet likely less potent. Old man, perish. The scarred man, Mannion, sneered as the fire dragon, jaws wide open, lunged directly at Larry. Liang's pupils constricted. Although he held unwavering confidence in his professor's prowess, a sense of trepidation still gripped him. The fire dragon lunged at Larry. Yet the old man's body seemed to dissolve like water, cascading onto the lake's surface and creating ripples that spread outward. Subsequently, a multitude of Larrys emerged from the lake, each brandishing their wands aloft. The tranquil lake erupted into tumultuous waves, transforming into serpentine water dragons that entwined with the fire dragon conjured by the scar-faced man. Youngster, your fire dragon possesses a rather delightful flavor, he remarked, as the fire dragon was ultimately extinguished by the water dragons, and surprisingly, the old man let out a satisfied belch. Nevertheless, that was the extent of it. Illusory garden. The water beneath Larry and the scar-faced man shattered with a thunderous roar, morphing into a flurry of butterflies that enveloped the scar-faced man entirely. When all light and shadow faded, the scar-faced man lay upon the ground, his expression serene, a smile gracing his lips. Leon felt a shiver run down his spine, as if every hair on his body stood on end. The magic was truly peculiar. Remarkable. Quinn seemed to grasp the extraordinary nature of this magic and exclaimed in awe. What do you mean? Leon inquired, puzzled. This magic is formidable. Larry ultimately devoured the opponent's spell. Devoured? Quinn's English was somewhat fragmented, heavily accented, leaving Leon somewhat perplexed. Yes, devoured. Quinn pointed to the fallen leader of the witch's line. In other words, the old man reverted the opponent's magic back to its primal form and consumed it. Huh. Leon felt as though Quinn was shattering his worldviews. One could actually consume magical energy? If that were the case, could it not imply an alternative method of replenishing magic? In the Harry Potter series, there was little mention of magical energy, and it was only upon entering school and studying the theory of magic that Leon learned that while a wizard's magical power could not be quantified, excessive use could indeed affect one's physical state. In the most severe cases, it could deplete a person entirely, leading to either death or a state of utter ineffectiveness. When one experienced dizziness, nausea, blurred consciousness, or a piercing headache, it was essentially a sign of exhausted magical energy. Fortunately, replenishing magic was quite straightforward. The best remedy was to indulge in a long slumber, perhaps for 2 days and nights, or to consume a potion. Thus, Larry's magic was indeed quite overwhelming. Naturally, it was impossible to devour it all, but even absorbing a fraction of the magical energy was immensely impressive. Quinn appeared even more exhilarated than Leon. Larry, beaming with pride, approached. What do you think, Leon? Isn't my magic remarkable? Would you like to learn it? Absolutely. Call the teacher. Teacher. Larry burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Salis and Scott tidied up the scene, providing basic care to the witch's line members and securing their wands. Quinn collaborated with Larry to interrogate the leader of the witch's line, pressing for the whereabouts of the children. Of course, this interrogation was likely not as formal or just as one might expect. Fortunately, none of those present seemed to care about such matters. Leon ventured alone into the basement, intending to discern the identities of those imprisoned within. The man in the first cell proclaimed himself to be William Gus Edward. The master of the castle. Liang remained noncommittal. Whether he was the master of the castle would soon be revealed when the old man took a moment to glance. The elderly gentleman in the second cell, however, exhibited remarkable fortitude, remaining silent despite Liang's persistent inquiries. Frustrated, Liang employed a levitation spell to hurl a sizable mass of excrement from the adjacent cell toward him. "Hey, don't make things difficult for him," called out the man from the last cell. "What? Do you know him?" Liang approached. The man offered a wry smile. "No, I do not know who he is. I only know that he was captured by Manion long ago and has been confined here ever since. Regardless of who comes, he never utters a word. Not even the most excruciating torment can compel him to speak." "Have you ever tried using a truth serum?" Liang asked, astonished. The other man appeared even more surprised. "A truth serum is quite a rarity, isn't it?" Liang suddenly realized that he had fallen into the trap of empiricism once again. He had naively assumed that truth serum was a common commodity easily found on street corners. In reality, such a substance was scarcely available even in the black market. However, Liang was surrounded by numerous adept potion masters, not to mention Severus Snape. Even Salus was capable of brewing truth serum on his own. Liang was aware of the method for concocting the truth serum himself. Theoretically, if he possessed a sufficient quantity of gallons, he could attempt it on his own. "But what about you? Who are you?" Having come to this realization, Liang inquired. The man's expression stiffened momentarily. "I am a scoundrel," he confessed. Thus, he himself was oblivious to the whereabouts of those children. Kaelin paced restlessly in the guest room on the first floor, resembling a distressed mother leopard. "Indeed, the truth serum does not lie," Salus remarked, spreading his hands. "So what are we doing now? Working for the Ministry of Magic for free?" "Calm down," Kaelin replied, taking a puff from her pipe. "Children do not vanish without reason. Whoever took them undoubtedly had a purpose. Otherwise, they could have resolved the matter at the camp. We still have a chance." Kaelin sighed heavily, collapsing onto the sofa, her spirits low. "I'm sorry, Larry. I'm just..." The helpless woman buried her face in her hands, her voice trembling. Larry sighed softly, understanding Chewalin's predicament. She was the daughter of a chieftain from a small tribe in Africa and had a younger brother. Unfortunately, during another drought, her tribe fell victim to conflicts over water with other tribes, ultimately leading to its destruction by several allied tribes. Kaelin and her brother were captured and enslaved, relying on one another for survival. Fortunately, Kaelin awakened her magical talents and was accepted into Hogwarts, liberating the siblings from their dire circumstances. Regrettably, her brother was still too young to attend school. Alone at Hogwarts, Kaelin had to leave her brother in the care of a family in a small village nearby. Such situations were not uncommon at Hogwarts. Many families in the village made a living by sheltering young wizards or their kin who were homeless and too young to enroll. Later, just when Chewalin's brother reached the age to attend school and showed signs of magical aptitude, he mysteriously vanished one day. Not only her brother, but that year, many other gifted young wizards from the village also disappeared. Kaelin was in her 6th grade, and despite her teacher's objections, she dropped out of Hogwarts to search for her brother. This search lasted 5 long years. "Teacher." Liang entered the room, holding the card given to him by Grindlewald. "That gentleman has sent another address." Kaelin immediately sat up straight. Larry's eyes brightened. "Let us take a look." Before leaving the castle, Liang made one final visit to the underground dungeon. "Laurentius, is it my turn?" The man stood up calmly. "I know I have no right to say this, but perhaps there is still hope for my fellow students who have followed me. Can you spare them?" Liang gazed intently at the exceedingly youthful man before him. In a certain sense, were he in the non-magical realm, he would merely have just graduated from high school at such an age. "I recall you recently mentioned that your allegiance to Marinion was driven by a desire for freedom and equality. Thus, I implore you to ponder. Do you still perceive your previous actions as embodying freedom and equality? Does such a matter still hold significance?" "Of course." Laurentius slowly shook his head. "Freedom without cost is but tyranny. Regrettably, I comprehended this truth far too late." "No, it is not too late even now." Liang reached out and tapped the lock of the cell, unlocking the door. "Come with me." Before departing, Liang seized the opportunity to extract every ounce of value from the leader of the Wu Ping Xian, a fellow named Ma something. While the truth serum had yet to take full effect, he inquired about a particular spell that this individual had previously employed. However, to his disappointment, the magic was merely a variant of the fiery flames. Unlike Grindlewald, who had artfully infused the unwavering loyalty spell into it and even altered the color of the flames to elevate its prestige, this Ma fellow's magic was rudimentary at best. He simply diminished the power and intensity of the fiery flames to gain control over them. Truly, this Ma was a worthless fool. The old man glanced into the underground dungeon, released Edward and his family, and exchanged a few words with Edward's patriarch, engaging in some unknown clandestine dealings. Subsequently, he departed with Leon and the others. The muscular man, known as the Living Map of France, had already confirmed the location of the new rendezvous, which was not far from Edward's residence. "I should have anticipated this," Larry murmured. "With a group of children, how could they possibly run fast?" "Then what are we waiting for?" Quinn exclaimed eagerly. Sarath retrieved 6 miniature brooms from his pocket, tossing them lightly, and they returned to their normal size. Are we really taking him along? Scott expressed his reservations regarding the inclusion of Laurentius. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry, Leon replied succinctly. Larry cast a glance at Leon, remaining silent, for he trusted his apprentice possessed sufficient strength and wisdom to handle the situation. All right, let us prepare for departure. Oh. By the way, Leon, how did you fare in your flying class? Larry inquired with a smile. Leon stiffened momentarily. Although he had also achieved an O in his final flying class, he harbored a strong suspicion that Mrs. Porchi had awarded him this high mark in gratitude for his handling of a large swarm of ghost-eyed butterflies, ensuring that no student was harmed. It is worth noting that during the examination, he had 2 clear miscalculations, scraping his thigh while passing through the goalpost. Upon returning home, he had to use an entire bottle of ointment to alleviate the bruise. Ah, it seems you are not particularly adept at this, are you? That's simply one do. A broom is an essential flying tool. Larry chuckled heartily. I would rather ride on a flying carpet. Leong resignedly mounted his broom, letting out a sigh. Top-tier flying carpets are far more expensive than brooms, and they certainly do not fly as swiftly, Kuei Lin retorted. The group promptly mounted their brooms, maintaining a sharp arrow formation as they soared deeper into the forest. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Oroka shouted sternly at the small mischief makers. The largest of these little rascals was merely 10 years old, while the smallest was only 6. There were no younger ones when Manawan had initially abducted these children. He had deemed it impractical to take any younger ones, as they would be cumbersome to relocate. Nonetheless, managing this group of unruly youngsters was no ordinary task. Oroka's method of handling them was quite straightforward, a whipping spell. A standard whipping spell inflicts the sensation of a whip on a creature without leaving a trace. Such a spell was certainly beyond what these tender-skinned children could endure. However, Oroka was different. He was but a step away from being a dud. His spells, regardless of their nature, lacked the potency of his peers. It was said that during his magical outburst years ago, he had only managed to levitate a baby bottle beside his bed. This incident had rendered him the disgrace of his entire family, preventing him from attending Busbaton, despite having received an acceptance letter. However, things were different now. Oroka glanced down at his wand and waved it casually. The oldest child in the group seemed to have felt the force of an immense whip, collapsing onto the ground from his already exhausted state. If you wish to avoid the whip, then get up quickly, Oroka bellowed, reveling in the exquisite thrill of his growing magical prowess. That adult, he was his deity, his salvation. The 10-year-old boy bit his lip in silence, quickly rising to his feet, albeit with trembling legs. Another 10-year-old beside him helped him up. Zakaro, are you all right? He inquired, worry evident in his voice. I'll help you walk. I'm fine. You tend to the smaller children. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, picking up a fallen branch for support. At that moment, he yearned desperately for strength. After traversing several hundred meters, observing that nearly all the children were on the brink of exhaustion, Oroka finally allowed everyone to pause and rest. Master, I do not comprehend. Oroka approached with curiosity, observing the group of small cloaked figures. These little ones were exceedingly cumbersome. With them in tow, we could scarcely make any progress. Oroka, we are not in a hurry. A gentle voice interjected. Do you know how I felt when I saw in newspapers and magazines the things I have done over these years? Oroka dared not respond. Though he had recognized the identity of the man before him, he was equally fearful of his power. Foolish. Utterly foolish. You have repeated the very deeds Grindlewald once committed. You have even done what Grindlewald did not. The young man rose, patting Oroka on the shoulder. Remember, our resources are currently scant. Thus, we must not rush. To achieve great things, one must possess ample patience. Prepare yourselves. We will soon depart with the children. We shall take as many as we can. Oroka's expression was one of astonishment. He was about to voice a protest when a lion's roar pierced the air. Before he could react, a wall of earth and vines rose before him and his master. Let us proceed as planned. Wait for me at that location. Oroka nodded and dashed backward, effortlessly using the zombie levitation spell to lift the closest children. On the other side of the earthen wall, having anticipated the conflict, Liang and his companions had managed to rescue most of the children at the outset of the skirmish, all thanks to Liang's initiative. The earthen wall, along with the tigers, lions, and pandas that had gripped the children by their collars, were all manifestations of Liang's transformation spell. Splendid work, Liang. You and Kuei Lin, pursue that slender specter. We shall handle things here. Larry called out loudly. Leon glanced at the muscular man, fervently immersed in a frenzy, wielding a wand in one hand and a rifle in the other, surrounded by 2 or 3 dozen floating bottles. He nodded and swiftly mounted Quirin, who had transformed into a leopard and was now beside him, disappearing rapidly into the shadows of the trees. Larry took out his pipe and took a deep drag. My friend, no matter who you are, stay here today. The cloaked man removed his hood, revealing a handsome face and a head of short hair, bowing slightly. I apologize. Sir, I must decline. Recently, I stumbled upon a certain female-oriented game online featuring a character named Theodore Nott. Although this young actor portrays Theodore in the game, I felt he did not quite match the character's essence, which I believed suited my protagonist better. Without hesitation, I borrowed an image to share with everyone. If it infringes on copyrights, I shall remove it, so please enjoy it while it lasts. In my mind, my male lead ought to look like this, though the hair color differs slightly. Would you like to see a concept illustration of the female lead? If so, I can search for one in my free time. Moreover, I seem to have never described the female lead's appearance in detail. However, I can reveal that she possesses the bloodline of a seductress, though she is not related to the Draco family. Larry, slightly out of breath, fixed his sharp gaze upon the man before him, thinking, age has caught up with me. While he caught his breath, Sarov took his place, persistently bombarding the opponent with various potions. Meanwhile, Scott provided support from the sidelines. Unfortunately, both of them were quite specialized. They could handle ordinary adversaries, but against a dark wizard who had mastered the art of melon biting, they were outmatched. After all, neither the ironclad spell nor potions could withstand the killing curse. In the magical realm, the universally accepted methods to counter the Avada Kedavra curse are twofold. First, perform a roll to avoid being hit. Second, use transfiguration as a shield. However, it must not be an ordinary transfiguration. It must be a spell involving living transformations to deceive the curse. Had I known, I would have had Quirin or Leon stay behind to assist, Larry mused. After catching his breath, the old man rejoined the fray. As for the more potent ancient magic, he had already employed it once to impress his apprentice. And now his temples throbbed as if pierced by needles, leaving him hesitant to use it again in quick succession. Oroka dashed along with several children, running for his life. He was not like those weaklings who had graduated from magic schools, panting after a mere 200 meters. Growing up in the shadows, competing for scraps with wild dogs and ghouls had endowed him with remarkable stamina. Alas, 2 legs could not outrun 4. Thus, upon spotting the woman who had blocked his path, Oroka cast the children aside and gripped his wand tightly. Does this woman lack a wand? He pondered. Perhaps I can overpower her? Quirin fixed her gaze on the man before her, convinced of his identity. Hey, were you once a member of the Vulture gang? Oroka felt a jolt of surprise, though he masked it well. Enough of this chatter, a voice emerged from behind Oroka. Once we capture him, a single drop of Veritasrum will reveal everything you wish to know. Startled, Oroka turned around to find a boy who appeared not much older than the children he had captured, accompanied by a phoenix engulfed in flames. Sakaro slowly awakened. Among the children taken by Oroka, he and Marlenpo were there as well. However, due to being controlled by a zombie levitation spell, Oroka had hurriedly fled. And while passing a large tree, he was knocked unconscious by a thick branch. Now, awakening, he beheld the blazing phoenix. A boy who had long since relinquished hope for the future now sparkled with newfound light in his eyes, a glimmer of yearning for miracles. Suddenly, a beam of green light shot forth. Leon stood motionless, his wand flicking as a stone transformed into a wild chicken that squawked and flew up, intercepting the death curse. It wasn't that Leon was being reckless. Had it been the noseless one, he would have executed a somersault in an instant. Who could fathom the extent to which the noseless one had developed his death curses? What if he specialized in them like in Hogwarts Legacy? Launching a barrage of death curses? That would be fatal. However, the individual before him was clearly an amateur. Oraka's breath quickened. This young man was evidently no weakling. As for the woman blocking the other side, he didn't understand why she wasn't wielding a wand, but he dared not underestimate her power. Oraka contemplated his struggle. But Leon had lost interest. There was a formidable foe on the other side. It was better to dispose of this worthless opponent swiftly, with a flick of his wand. A protective phoenix beside him darted toward Oraka at remarkable speed, transforming into a chain that bound him tightly before he could react. Then, with a deft flick, Leon disarmed Oraka, sending his wand spinning away. No. Oraka's eyes reddened. That wand was a gift from his master, though it didn't feel comfortable in his hands. It was his very first wand, his lifeline. That little brat. How dare he? Yet, in his impotent rage, Oraka's head was forcibly turned by a powerful grip. What met his gaze was another pair of bloodshot eyes, along with a vial of potion in her hand. The woman brutally pried his mouth open and dripped a truth serum inside. Handle him first. I will return to assist, Leon declared. However, at that moment, Quirin could no longer contain herself, her voice hoarse with urgency as she asked, Were you once a member of the Vulture squad? Oraka's eyes glazed over, his voice dull and mechanical. In the midst of combat, Larry crushed a metallic shard in his hand. This was an alchemical tool he had prepared for each member of the team when he was still the head Auror. Every time a shard was crushed, the warning map left by his predecessors in the Auror office would mark the position of the individual who crushed it, signaling for help. Though he was reluctant to admit it, this time things might truly go awry. The man before him possessed an extraordinary understanding of dark magic. Who are you? He finally inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Oh, have you finally succumbed to your curiosity? The young man smiled. As for you, my dear Gryn, I believe you are quite aware, are you not? Long time no see, Leon Gryn. Not so long, Tom. Leon stepped from the shadows, initially intending to launch a surprise attack, but this man was far too cautious. I fail to comprehend. The young man elegantly waved his wand, sending a vial containing an unknown potion soaring into the air. His interest piqued. Why do you persist in referring to me by that filthy, degrading name? Is my new name not to your liking? Or do you fear my former name? No, Senior, I believe you are mistaken. Leon conjured several earth spikes from the ground. The name Tom always reminds me of a cat that has been woefully tormented by mice. Moreover, my perspective differs from yours. I find the name Tom quite pleasant. It is your other name that makes me feel nauseated. Voldemort. The earth spike shot forth, striking an iron shield. At the mention of Voldemort, Larry's pupils dilated in shock. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Ordinary French wizards were not particularly concerned about that name, as Voldemort had not wreaked havoc in France. They might have even feigned concern during Voldemort's rampage in England. Oh dear, Gagey, you all have it easy. Unlike my brother, who almost burned down all of Paris back in the day. However, as a former frontline Auror, Larry understood the true nature of Voldemort. He was a thoroughgoing murderer. With no time to ponder, fearing for his apprentice's safety, he operated to a treetop, aiding Leon in relieving pressure. Meanwhile, Leon felt the weight of immense pressure. He dared not use other spells, confident that this young, plus-sized, noseless senior would surely be adept as well. Thus, he relied solely on transfiguration throughout the encounter. He nearly exhausted all his imagination, sensing that his transfiguration was on the verge of reaching a higher echelon. Your transfiguration is quite remarkable, even at your age. I would not have fared better. The young Voldemort maintained a calm and elegant demeanor, though a hint of savagery crept into his voice. Should I say, it is no surprise that the hypocritical old coot has high hopes for you? Suddenly, Voldemort swept his wand like a rapier, and Larry's expression changed. He operated beside Leon, whisking his apprentice away. A black arc swept past, severing the trees where they had just stood, smoke rising from the cut ends. Enough of this child's play. Voldemort realized he could not leave any of them alive today, and chose not to linger further. The tip of his wand expelled a fire dragon, and without a glance at his new servant, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, escaping. No one dared to pursue. Besides, the fire dragon, fueled by the wind, had already ignited several trees. Together, we shall cast the finishing curse, Larry shouted, directing his wand at the fire dragon. All curses meet their end. Leon curled his lip, feeling that there was no dignity in planting his wand into the ground. Voldemort traversed the forest alone, his face betraying no emotion. Come out. A 10-year-old boy emerged from behind a tree, clutching a wand in his hand. Ha, little one, do you wish to challenge me? Voldemort observed the boy with keen interest. You do not even know how to hold your wand properly. I am here to follow you, my lord, the boy suddenly spoke. Voldemort paused, taken aback. Follow me? Follow a failure? You will not always fail. And what of you? Voldemort scrutinized the boy. What do you desire? Power. The boy inhaled deeply before responding. He understood that the man before him was no benevolent figure, yet he had no alternative. Although he had only discovered his wizardry after being kidnapped, the orphanage director would never fund his education at a magic school. He was unlike his friend, Marlin. Are you of Muggle descent? Voldemort inquired suddenly. The boy, Sakaro, appeared bewildered. Do any of your parents possess magical abilities? Voldemort rephrased his question. Sakaro shook his head. My lord, I am an orphan. For a fleeting moment, Voldemort seemed lost in thought. Your name? What? Your name? Sakaro, my lord, I do not have a surname. From this day forth, you shall bear the name Riddle. Furthermore, you may address me as your teacher. Teacher, what shall we do with all these children? Leon gazed at the cluster of pitiable little ones, feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, these youngsters had endured enough hardships in recent days that none dared to cry too loudly. Otherwise, it would have been a calamity. Do not worry. I have already informed the Ministry of Magic. They are on their way. When they arrive, they will take care of the children. Leon nodded, recalling Quinn, and thus volunteered to check on her. Upon arrival, he found Quinn with reddened eyes, her wand directed at a gaunt, monkey-like man, the tip faintly glowing green. Quinn? Leon tentatively inquired. Quinn numbly turned her head, casting a fleeting glance at him. A plump figure brushed past Leon, swiftly approaching Quinn. With a decisive motion, he snatched the wand from her grasp and struck her with his palm. Wake up, Quinn. Your brother is gone. Gone. You should have realized this years ago. Yet you have clung to this straw of hope, refusing to let go. At last, Quinn broke into sobs, and Leon felt a chill run down his spine. It was the first time he witnessed someone cry with such heart-wrenching despair. Uncertain how long the weeping lasted, Quinn eventually collapsed into Saruth's embrace, falling silent. Leon felt a twinge of concern and took a few steps closer. She is fine. She merely succumbed to slumber, Saruth gently reassured, cradling the girl in his arms. But what exactly is the situation? Leon inquired softly. Saruth cast a silencing charm toward Quinn before continuing. The old man must have mentioned it to you. Quinn has been searching for her brother. The incident involving Quinn's brother occurred when she was in the 6th grade. Following his disappearance, Quinn dropped out of Hogwarts and scoured the world for him. It was not until 2 years later that she unearthed the lead. Her brother, along with the other children who vanished that day from the village, had likely been abducted by a gang known as the Vulture Squad, which had been wreaking havoc in Africa during those years, trafficking in magical creatures, rare materials, and even young wizards. Subsequently, several major tribes in Africa, whose children had gone missing, banded together under the organization of Hogwarts to launch an assault on the Vulture Squad. Unfortunately, The plan was compromised, allowing the gang's leader and a few peripheral members to escape. And what of the children they abducted? Leong asked. Sarasa offered a wry smile. Leong fell into silence. Thus, Kuei Lin resorted to self-deception, clinging to the hope that the leader of the Vulture gang had not yet captured her, and that her brother might still be alive. Saras sighed, gently laying down the man in her arms, conjuring a pillow and a small blanket, and then binding the frail man, whose eyes had rolled back and whose mouth foamed, with vines. Leong, please keep an eye on this side for me. I must return to check on the children to see if anyone is injured. With that, Saras departed, leaving Leong to scrutinize her plump figure, harboring strong suspicions that she had a hidden affection for Kuei Lin. Sir, a boy, who appeared to be of similar stature to Leong, approached and quietly inquired. Have you seen my friend? His name is Sakaro. He is very thin with golden hair. Just moments ago, he was captured alongside me, but now he is missing. The boy provided a brief description of his friend's appearance. Leong reminisced briefly before shaking his head. He truly could not recall. The boy appeared somewhat dejected. It was my fault. That day, he came to play with me, of course, secretly, as my mother forbade me from associating with him. Consequently, gazing at the child before him with tears welling in his eyes, Leong extended a handkerchief. What is your name? Marlon P. Guildstein, sir. I am 10 years old. There is no need to call me sir. I am merely 2 years your senior. Are you a senior from Busbarton? No, I hail from Hogwarts. Leong languidly reclined on the seat of the carriage, wearing an expression that conveyed he had become utterly useless. He had recently attempted to transform the carriage's bench into a recliner, but to no avail. It seemed Hogwarts, much like the castle itself, was a relic of ancient magic. Annie was irate that Leong had not returned with her, having indulged in a few extra days of revelry in France, and her temper, which had been simmering throughout the summer, was still palpable as she perched on Liang's lap, determined to impart a lesson. The Bott brothers, giggling foolishly, were engrossed in a miniature Quidditch pitch model, with several tiny figures clad in red flying on broomsticks around the field. This model was purchased with their pocket money earned during their summer job. The now towering brothers had spent a fortnight as henchmen for a wealthy Muggle student from a private junior high, assisting him in bullying his classmates. It was rumored that Mrs. Bond had given the boys a sound thrashing with a belt upon discovering their antics. The Bott family was not particularly impoverished. Their grandfather had been quite adept at managing finances, and their father shared this talent, ensuring that the family fortune remained substantial by the time it reached the Bott brothers. Nonetheless, Mrs. Bott was prudent with her resources, providing for the brothers' basic needs but resolutely refusing to purchase any of these expensive yet frivolous trinkets. Ah, the tranquility of time. Leong mused silently, as if the frenzied chase in France 3 months prior was but a distant memory. Not so. Since returning from France, Leong had resumed his life at the dilapidated Augustus Old Bookstore, enduring daily tutoring sessions with Professor Larry. Each week, he was also required to consume a potion provided by Snape, the nature of which remained unknown, to help manage his increasingly potent magical energy. Truth be told, Leong was still pondering the essence of a wizard's magic, whether it resided within the bloodline or was intrinsically linked to the soul. However, he leaned towards the belief that magical power dwelled within the blood, for the castle was inhabited by numerous ghosts, none of whom displayed any magical prowess. Oh, there you are, you rascal. Sevens exclaimed as he flung open the carriage door, glanced at the Bont brothers, and ultimately yanked Leong from his seat to take the place beside him. The little girl slid off Leong's lap and landed on the carriage floor, casting a furious glare at Sevens. Leon sighed. Since Sevens had arrived, it was likely that Fiona and Frant were not far behind. Indeed, before the carriage door had even closed, 2 more entered. The carriage instantly became quite cramped. Hey, brother, where are the alchemical notes you mentioned in your letter? Let me have a look. The burly Frant attempted to squeeze onto the seat beside Leon, but his size was too great, and he was promptly kicked by Fiona back towards the Bant brothers. Leong reached into his bosom and retrieved a dragonskin pouch, delving deep for an extended period before finally extracting several notebooks, which he tossed to the burly man. This was one of the spoils from their endeavors in France. In gratitude for rescuing Edward's family, the patriarch of Edward's household wished to bestow a significant sum of francs upon them. However, none of them found the offer appealing. Apart from Leong, the others, including the venerable Larry, were not in need of money. Oh, but that was not the case for the muscular Scot. He merely required ample sustenance, a place to rest, and the opportunity to lift weights and clean his firearms. The notion of francs held no allure for him. Ultimately, Leong and his companions extorted a handsome sum from the patriarch. Leong procured a dragonhide pouch imbued with the spell of inconspicuous expansion. Its capacity far smaller than that of a suitcase, yet it excelled in portability. He also transcribed a selection of tomes from the Edward family library. Regrettably, the Edward family, although newly ascendant, lacked substantial heritage. Of course, within France notes, there existed not only the works of the Edward family, but also those of a second-rate alchemist who had once deceived both himself and his mentor. Subsequently, Leong returned with the old gentleman to settle accounts with that individual. Astonishingly, he had once been a member of the Purist Party in his youth. Leong could only remark on the sheer audacity of that old fellow, Gu Huang. Take your time to peruse it. There is no rush, Leon said, as he unwrapped a chocolate frog to quell his hunger. This time, I also brought back a fellow from Busbarton, whose alchemical and potion-making skills are passable. I'm contemplating that we should first develop something marketable, then gather enough funds to open a modest shop in Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley. Seven gaped in astonishment, while Fiona expressed her concerns. Is that feasible? Both Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley have rather exorbitant rental prices. Let us take it slow. There will always be a way. Leon replied ambiguously. As they chatted and laughed, time swiftly passed. At last, the slow train arrived at the station. I'll go organize things. Sevens grumbled as he departed. You wouldn't believe it. Every year, new students get stuck between the train and the platform. Leon and his companions leisurely tidied up their surroundings, waiting for the crowd to thin before they ventured outside. So, Leon, did you really spend your summer taking private lessons with our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? Did you also face that man together? Fiona inquired softly as they settled into the night steed carriage. I suppose facing him might not be the right term. Leon reflected on the past, feeling that describing it as being thoroughly beaten would be more appropriate. That is still quite impressive, you know, Fiona exclaimed, her expression a mix of exasperation and admiration. Over the years, few have had the courage to confront him directly. To be honest, how proficient are you now? Don't make me seek you out in the room of requirement for a duel. Leon hesitated, contemplating his grasp of the ancient Lycan fire and the fierce flames. Nervously rubbing his nose. Leon has indeed become formidable. He could easily take on 20 Bant brothers. Annie declared proudly, striking a pose. The Bant brothers fervently nodded in agreement from the sidelines. Fiona chuckled, bemused. Enough about me. How was your vacation? What else could it be? Frant was engrossed in his research while 7, and I worked to fund it, juggling multiple jobs daily. By the way, are there any noteworthy newcomers this year? None that you need to worry about. You can still dominate the lower years, came the reassuring reply. Just then, a thunderclap echoed through the air, and within moments, torrential raindrops began to pour down. At the very moment the rain began to fall, Leon adeptly transformed the open-air compartment of the convertible into a closed one, while also extending a protective canopy for the night steeds. Leon faintly heard the joyous snorts of the night steeds. The delightful weather made sailing in a small boat utterly exquisite, he mused with a hint of mischief. As expected, when they comfortably settled at the long table, Professor McGonagall returned with a group of disheveled young wizards, their hair damp and their appearance in disarray. I could really use a mug of butterbeer right now, Annie remarked, gazing at the empty dining table while her small hand gently caressed her stomach. Leon smacked his lips, yearning for a sip himself. Quietly, he extracted his dragon hide pouch and fashioned 2 elongated straws from a piece of parchment. Within his dragon hide pouch, aside from the usual tomes, lay an assortment of materials and everyday essentials. Naturally, butterbeer and cola were indispensable. Thus, when Professor McGonagall cast her stern gaze in their direction, she beheld the 2 small figures covertly indulging in their clandestine drinks right before her eyes. Leon displayed a broad, ingratiating smile. The commencement of the new academic year, of course, demanded a celebratory cup of butterbeer. On the very first day of school, he faced a potions class followed by an astronomy lecture. After enduring a reprimand from Snape in the morning, Leon retreated to the common room to read. He was now quite affluent, as his summer trip to France had enriched his collection by over 20 books. Among them, the most treasured were the handwritten notes of the esteemed Grindlewald. Leon harbored suspicions that this artifact could have fetched an exorbitant price 60 years prior. Just imagine, had Leon proclaimed, I possess Grindelwald's autograph. He would likely have been trampled into oblivion by frenzied wizards. One must not underestimate the allure the old man possessed in his youth. Countless young women must have dreamed of donning wedding gowns to meet him. Naturally, after a cursory glance, Leon dispatched the tome to Oldby. Although neither party could be deemed virtuous, at least Leon found himself aligned with Dumbledore, a far more credible ally than the enigmatic Grindelwald. Subsequently, after Dumbledore's examination, he returned the notes along with additional pages filled with spells, new enchantments such as mirror magic and activation magic, all of which were personal insights. This served as a testament to the adage that a crying child receives milk. As the clock struck noon, intending to head directly to the kitchen for a bite, Leon reconsidered and ultimately made his way to the Great Hall. Unaccustomed to the absence of Annie and the Bant brothers' incessant chatter, he felt a peculiar sense of unease. He resolved to observe what these individuals would do following their potion lessons. To his surprise, he was intercepted at the entrance of the hall by a group of first-year Slytherin students, faced with 5 or 6 young Slytherin wizards blocking his path. Liang's heart raced with excitement. Was this the moment he had been waiting for? Alas, the all-too-familiar trope of schoolyard bullying was upon him. It is often said that bullying in British schools is rampant, yet he had never encountered it throughout his academic journey until now. Finally, he had the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Leon maintained an impassive demeanor, embodying his characteristic aloofness. Yet internally he contemplated the most elegant and charismatic manner in which to cast a spell, vanquishing a few unfortunate souls, followed by uttering a few enigmatic phrases. He, Leon, was merely 12 years old, yet he feared that the campus lacked sufficient violence. Senior, we have heard that you sell skipping class candies, and we wish to purchase some. A group of young wizards lowered their voices deliberately, their expressions akin to those engaged in a clandestine trade, devout and fervent. They raised a few silver sickles as if offering tribute. "Mr. Green, what are you doing?" Just as Leong remained in a state of bewilderment, Professor McGonagall approached. Her brows knitted in anger. By the time they exited McGonagall's office, it was nearly 3 o'clock, with lunch no longer an option. Leong resolved to scrounge a meal from the kitchen. Accompanying him out of the office were Sevens, Fiona, and Frant. Except for the mysteriously absent Annie. The founders of the Secret Keepers had been apprehended by Professor McGonagall. It's over, Frant murmured despondently. He had not anticipated that the professor would investigate the matter of the skipping class candies. And he lamented the confiscation of the 5 to 6 pounds of instant skipping class candies he had crafted during the holiday. The idea of instant skipping class candies had originated with Leong. During the latter half of the summer break, he had provided Frant with several suggestions, including some of the commendable inventions by the Weasley brothers. If one intended to enter the realm of commerce, it was essential to have a unique product. Thus, Frant devoted an entire summer to producing a batch of version 1.0 of the instant skipping class candies. Although they did not perform as effectively as described in the original tales, their sole effect was to cause a profuse nosebleed in the young wizards who consumed them, thanks to Annie and other members of the Secret Keepers who had no classes. A considerable quantity was sold throughout the morning. Some had been used during History of Magic, while others found their way into Professor McGonagall's class. And even first-year Slytherins were eager to procure some to avoid Professor Snape's afternoon lesson. Consequently, the mature cat girl naturally set her sights on this novel prank, ultimately spotting Leong at the entrance of the Great Hall, seemingly extorting fellow students for protection money. In the spirit of shared burdens, Sevens and the others did not escape unscathed. Enough of that expression. Although the instant skipping class candies have been confiscated, did not Professor McGonagall order a batch of answering parchment? Fiona consoled. "Let us return and produce more of that. We shall strive to sell it to all the professors." A sense of foreboding surged within Leong. "Wait. What parchment for answering questions?" Fiona elucidated. "It's precisely what you casually mentioned last time, modifying the functionality of the communication parchment to create a version for brothers, which could be utilized for answering questions or even assigning homework directly upon it." Leong felt a sudden darkness envelop him. He had already anticipated the scene of being glared at by the entire school of little wizards, intermediate wizards, and grand wizards. It turned out that he was the notorious bully of the school. An elderly man with a head of white hair pushed open the tavern door, followed by a child who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. The tavern fell silent for a moment. "Hey, old man. This is not a place you can just waltz into." A man with hands so thin they resembled chicken claws pointed at the sign hanging by the door. "Can't you see it says we're closed?" The old man first brushed off the dust from the child beside him, then adjusted his collar. The man who had just spoken was incensed by his demeanor. "Old fool, can't you hear? Today, I'll send you to meet Merlin." With a swift flick of his wand, a spell struck the man's arm, severing it cleanly in two. The man stood frozen for a few seconds before the warmth and excruciating pain of the severed limb set in. Ah, a greenish spell struck the man, leaving him with an expression of disbelief before he fell silent. Ugh, how irritating. A young man with silver hair, wearing a beaked mask, approached from the bar. "Old fool, you've injured my man. There should be some acknowledgement, don't you think? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you keep the child beside you. I'd like to have a heart for my drink later." The young wizard moved closer to the boy, clearly savoring the moment. "Lord Vulture, perhaps you might first consider my intentions?" The man languidly seated himself on a chair brought by his underlings, raising his wine glass with a nonchalant air. "This is a letter from my master for you. Once you read it, you will understand." The man referred to as Vulture gestured, and one of his subordinates retrieved the letter and handed it to him. Vulture received it with his left hand. And only then did the old man and the boy notice that his right sleeve was empty. Vulture quietly read through the letter. "So where is the gift mentioned in the letter?" The old man produced a vial containing a silvery liquid, reminiscent of mercury, yet emitting a soft glow. Vulture took it, staring intently at the vial for a considerable time before slowly dripping the liquid onto the shoulder of his severed arm. With a suppressed grunt of pain, the silvery liquid gradually formed into a new silver arm along the man's shoulder. After a lengthy pause, Vulture exhaled deeply, raising his newly formed right hand and flexing his 5 fingers. "Very well. Convey to your master that I accept his request." The old man gave a slight bow and turned to lead the boy away. A young subordinate gazed at Vulture's new arm. "Boss, your..." Vulture revealed a sinister grin. "Everyone, continue drinking." Laughter erupted among the crowd as they raised their glasses. The tavern was filled with cheers, raucous noise, and even the piercing screams and sobs of women. "Oh, how heartbreaking. It truly pains me. How could you do such a thing? Do you have any idea how long I was scolded in Professor McGonagall's office?" "For hours." Leong stood atop 2 wooden crates of butterbeer, jumping in frustration as he vented his ire. It was perplexing. While his peers had begun to experience significant growth spurts, he remained a mere height of less than 1.5 meters. Particularly infuriating were his 2 inept companions, who, after just a holiday apart, had already shot up to nearly 170 centimeters. Surrounding him were members of the Watchers, indulging in snacks and observing Liang's impassioned display with the bemusement typically reserved for a circus performance. Above all, it was the little girl Annie who was the most audacious. Liang's neck flushed with anger as he deftly snatched the small cake from Annie's grasp, swallowing it whole in one bite. Annie, momentarily taken aback, quickly erupted in fury, brandishing a broomstick and pursuing Liang with intent to strike. The room of the wish fulfillment house echoed with laughter and merriment, creating an atmosphere of sheer joy. Eventually, Annie managed to catch him, twisting his ear with considerable force. As Liang surveyed the jubilant faces around him, a cold smirk crept across his face. Ah, the noble takes their time in revenge, while the ignoble seek it relentlessly. Once all the subject teachers begin to engage with the answering parchment, I shall produce a 5-year OWLS and a 3-year simulation. Let us see how many of you will still be laughing then. Though play is play and mischief is mischief, one must not neglect their studies. However, this year, Dumbledore has not provided him with any special instruction. One wonders what the old bee has been occupied with all day. Since the beginning of the school year, Liang has only encountered him once at the opening banquet. Fortunately, this year, he has his own teacher for special lessons, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he shall continue to do so. Wait, did the teacher he just acquired over the summer take up the defense against the dark arts course? Indeed. It seems I must also be concerned about ensuring the old man retires safely this year. Focus, Liang. The old man rapped lightly on Liang's head. Now, where were we? Teacher, we were discussing ancient magic. Yes, ancient magic. You encountered it once during the summer in France. What are your thoughts? Liang furrowed his brow in contemplation for quite some time. Teacher, to be frank, I did not comprehend your magic. Indeed, it is not meant to be easily understood. Larry chuckled. Ancient magic often lacks fixed gestures and incantations. It is typically immensely powerful, yet exceedingly difficult to control. This phenomenon only began to shift with the advent of wands. Although contemporary magic is more convenient to wield, when it comes to transformation and potency, it pales in comparison to its ancient counterpart. So, you mean to say that ancient magic is more formidable than modern magic? Liang inquired, his brow furrowing further. Not at all, the old man replied, taking a sip of his drink. You might argue that ancient magic possesses greater destructive power, but you cannot assert that it is necessarily more user-friendly than modern magic. Magic is simply magic. It is the practitioner's skill that determines its efficacy. However, this is not pertinent to our lesson today. We shall first delve into the fundamentals of ancient magic. In this world, some individuals are inherently gifted with the ability to perceive and even manipulate ancient magic. Yet, the majority must rely on diligent study. Ancient magic is often associated with runic scripts. So today, we shall begin by learning the runic language connected to the ancient magic known as the Illusory Garden. Larry waved his wand in the air, inscribing an enigmatic character that emanated a misty aura. This is the ancient runic symbol for dream. Its connotations include dream, illusion, transformation, and deception. When Leon returned to the lounge, he noticed Swenson affixing something to the bulletin board. What is this? Leon inquired. Swenson turned around and was taken aback. Liang's dark circles under his eyes had reached a point where he could easily cosplay as a national treasure of Huaxia. What have you been up to? Did you stay awake all night? No, I did sleep, Liang replied weakly. I went to bed at 9 and fell into a deep slumber before 10. Only to wake up at 7:30 this morning. Then what about this? Said Sevens, stifling a laugh. Don't ask, Liang internally lamented. Who would have thought that studying ancient runes would come with such side effects? To better grasp what the teacher was imparting about this ancient runic language, I endured 5 experiences, 5, and each one was a nightmare, being scolded by a horde of Professor McGonagall. I saw you just posting something. What was it? Sevens inquired. Oh, it's nothing, just a notice for Quidditch tryouts, a course selection notice, and a competition announcement. Competition? Liang leaned in to take a look. Yes. A competition called the Golden Wand Duel Tournament. What, are you interested? Sevens asked. Liang curled his lips in disdain. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, surpassing his peers. However, when faced with those in higher grades, he was likely to encounter some challenges. After all, Liang excelled in ambush tactics, engaging in chaotic brawls, and adeptly surviving as a cunning strategist. Yet, if he were to face off one-on-one against wizards who had long honed their skills in competitive matches, the disparity would be evident. A glance at Professor Flitwick from the neighboring academy, who could wield a levitation charm with remarkable finesse, would suffice to illustrate the point. Liang was skeptical that the enchanting professor could conjure a fireball formation using levitation spells. Moreover, his schedule this year was incredibly tight, leaving him no time for the so-called Golden Wand Duel Tournament. Observing Liang's expression, Sevens understood his sentiments and gently patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. If you're not interested, that's perfectly fine. Such competitions seldom attract a large audience. In previous years, our school as participants typically consisted of students from the 6th or 7th grades. Leon glanced at the notice and suddenly inquired, who is hosting this Golden Wand Duel Tournament? I am uncertain. Such minor events occur every year in abundance. The duel tournament is relatively acceptable. Previously, there were even more absurd competitions, like the most beautiful smile contest. Can we attend the event in person? In theory, yes, provided you have no classes and obtain a professor's approval. Just then, a group of damp little wizards entered the common room. The newly arrived first-year students had their last class of the afternoon, which was flying lessons. And they coincidentally faced the rain. Leon, you have a letter. Annie burst into the common room, tossing a letter to Leon. Upon noticing the Eye of Secrets emblem on the letter, Leon retreated to his bedroom and opened the envelope. The letter was from Laurentius Lima, who had managed to sneak into England through Salus's connections. He is currently working at the Three Broomsticks Inn, where he is provided with food and lodging. Leon intended to cultivate Laurentius as his own right-hand man. After all, he had always felt a sense of shame returning to Beauxbatons, especially considering that he was merely a student who should have been in the 7th grade this year, and would only be able to stay for a few months before embarking on an internship. As for those naive boys and girls who had once followed him in pursuit of freedom and equality, they had returned to Beauxbatons under the protection of the tormented Professor Bullen, once again assuming the identity of victims of the witching line. After carefully perusing Laurentius's letter, Leon rubbed his temples. Leon first visited the Ollery, where he rented an owl from the school to send a letter home. Subsequently, he strolled towards Hagrid's hut, seeking to procure some potions. Recently, Groot had been rather lethargic, showing disinterest even in its beloved ice-cold cola and butterbeer. Leon was once again unable to comprehend its incoherent language. Thus, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Hagrid. In truth, he could have approached Professor Kettleburn as well. However, this professor was notoriously elusive during his free time, making it difficult for Leon to catch him. Leon knocked on the wooden door of the small cottage. "Who is it?" came Hagrid's gruff voice from within. Leon took a few steps back and observed Hagrid emerging from the vegetable patch behind the cottage, wielding a hoe as though he were tending to the soil. "Oh, Leon. Do you not have any classes this afternoon?" Hagrid inquired. "No classes," Leon replied. "I visited Professor Bernard and then came straight here." "Have you not eaten yet?" Hagrid continued. "Perfect timing. I have recently caught quite a few rabbits. These little rascals have burrowed holes all over the vegetable garden in less than half a month." Leon felt his mouth begin to salivate as memories of spicy rabbit heads flooded his mind. "Hagrid, could you take a look at this little fellow?" Leon inquired, pulling Groot from his jacket pocket. The creature had been rather listless lately, and its condition was a mystery. "Oh, what an adorable little thing. Come here, Leon." "Let me see." Hagrid gestured for Leon to place Groot on the table. However, Groot hesitated, clinging nervously to Liang's finger, intimidated by Hagrid's imposing stature. "Where did you find him?" Hagrid scrutinized Groot with his beetle-like eyes. Leon recounted Groot's origins from France. Hagrid pondered, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "This little fellow might be reaching the time for breeding." "Breeding?" Leon replied, perplexed. "Yes, breeding." Hagrid rummaged through his belongings and eventually unearthed a large flower pot, which contained a charred twig. "What is this?" Leon asked curiously, eyeing the singed branch within the pot. Just moments before, Groot had noticeably turned his little head away when Hagrid brought the pot to the table. "It's a sycamore branch, but not just any sycamore. It's the kind that phoenixes use to build their nests," Hagrid explained. "I traded 2 large buckets of fresh squid from the Black Lake and some rare herbs from Fox for it. I'm not sure where he found it, but it seems he wants to use it to sharpen his beak. It's quite a rare item. Regrettably, even at Hogwarts, there were no books on how to cultivate such sycamores. He needs a magical tree, and I have nothing else at hand. It's too late to venture into the Forbidden Forest, plus the suitable trees there are guarded by the Acromantula family. Those little creatures are rather exclusive." Hagrid gently placed Groot into the flower pot. Groot climbed eagerly onto the withered sapling, emitting a few excited chirps before embedding his tiny claws into the branch. A faint green glow emanated from Groot. "This is a rare sight indeed," Hagrid whispered. "Once the Acromantulas reach maturity, they will seek the right opportunity to bury their newly sprouted seeds within the tree's bark, drawing upon the nutrients from the tree. The seeds will germinate and grow until the branches are strong enough to stretch and move on their own, at which point they will no longer depend on the plant as sustenance and will drop from the trunk. Acromantulas typically hide in the most secluded spots of the trees to avoid detection by muggles and wizards. However, during breeding season, their seeds must grow in tree hollows near the edges. Mature acromantulas must risk exposure, disguising themselves as small branches extending from the inside of the hollow, while the entire family gathers at the entrance, guarding their young." Leon grew increasingly frustrated, feeling that his accumulation of seemingly useless knowledge had only intensified. In the evening, after indulging in a sumptuous rabbit feast, he returned to the lounge with a sense of contentment. Following him was a large flower pot, within which lay a charred, withered branch, upon which a slumbering tree guardian, Groot, peacefully dozed. "Leon, Professor Bernard sought you earlier, but you were absent." "He left you a letter," said Ollie, extending a note toward him. Leon nodded and returned to his dormitory, where he opened the letter. The old man had left only a single sentence, stating that he had discovered a new lead and was going to verify it. This lead pertained to the perpetrator who had murdered his previous apprentice. What exactly had the old man uncovered? Did he uncover anything? As soon as Larry entered the room, he eagerly inquired. Laurentius nodded. "That individual is at the Pig's Head Tavern, but I am unaware of the room. I didn't dare to enter." Well done, the old man exclaimed excitedly, pacing around the room. Are you certain that this person is a member of the witching line? I am certain, Laurentius replied. I encountered that individual once in France. In fact, I had my suspicions long ago. The witching line likely has someone backing it. Although they typically rely on ransom through kidnappings and engage in arson and robbery, they receive a substantial fixed income in gallons every month. Moreover, the members of the assault team that attacked Giler's Street were clearly different from Manius' subordinates. Of course they are different, the old man exclaimed, stamping his foot in agitation. Those scoundrels who spontaneously combusted during the hearing were evidently a group of fanatics, while Manius and his followers are merely a rabble. The so-called witching line is likely just a facade. What shall we do? Contact Leong or notify the Ministry of Magic? Laurentius asked. Larry gazed outside through the gap in the curtains for a long time before suddenly declaring, We shall go ourselves. But, Laurentius hesitated. No buts, Larry replied coldly. Leong is at school, and it is nighttime. He cannot come out. Even if he could, I do not intend to involve him. As for the British Ministry of Magic, I am unfamiliar with it and cannot summon assistance. We do not have the luxury of time. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. I intend to catch them tonight and discover who they truly are. Of course, if you are afraid, you may remain here. Laurentius forced a smile. Are you suggesting that your boss's teacher should charge into battle alone? Very well. It seems you have no intention of withdrawing. Let us act now. The two made their way to the Pig's Head Tavern. Larry was so preoccupied that he hardly acknowledged the elderly man at the front desk and simply aimed to ascend the stairs. Hey, where do you think you're going? The tavern's bartender halted them. Larry turned back and was momentarily taken aback. Albus? The bartender's face visibly darkened. You have mistaken me for someone else, he said in a deep voice. Larry regained his composure. He was not there to evaluate how much the bartender resembled Albus. Apologies, I must go upstairs to find someone. Then I must also apologize. Even the Ministry of Magic cannot disturb my patrons. The Pig's Head Tavern's decor was far inferior to that of the Three Broomsticks, and its business appeared lackluster. Nevertheless, it still attracted clientele, particularly those who engaged in clandestine dealings or sought refuge for a couple of days. The tavern owner never inquired about one's background, as long as one could pay. Of course, one could attempt to skip out on the bill, but thus far, no one had succeeded. The tavern owner's magic, while not particularly sophisticated, was undeniably potent. Some speculated that the tavern owner had ties to the greatest white wizard of the century, though no evidence existed. Neither Dumbledore nor the tavern owner had ever confirmed such claims. Yet many believed that the tavern owner was indeed a Dumbledore. Larry narrowed his eyes. He did not wish to provoke the tavern owner. Regardless of any potential connections to Albus, more importantly, he wanted to avoid alarming his target. Thus, he decided to appeal to the bartender's emotions. Hey, mate, listen, I am unaware of your relationship with Albus Dumbledore, but I am on good terms with him. Do you understand? I am not a bad person, and I am a professor at Hogwarts. The bartender was thoroughly incensed. He slammed the iron kettle down onto the table, raising his voice to shout, You are not welcome here. Now, please, leave my premises. Larry was taken aback by the intensity of his reaction. Before he could respond, a crash echoed from upstairs, followed by an explosion from the back of the tavern. Laurentius stumbled in, blood covering his arm. Mr. Bernard, he has escaped through the window. A surge of anger rose within Larry as he glared at the bartender. Was this intentional? The bartender scoffed. Larry wasted no time, instructing Laurentius to wait there before dashing outside in pursuit. Laurentius opened his mouth, watching Larry's retreating figure, ultimately sighing in resignation. He awkwardly smiled at the bartender and slipped away before the man could compel him to clean up the shattered window. He intended to send a letter to Leong at the Ollery. He felt a sense of urgency regarding Liang's teacher today. Larry followed the trail, reaching the edge of the forest. Beyond lay the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is expansive, and in truth, Hogwarts Castle is situated between the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake. This was a choice location for Ravenclaw, abundant in resources and defensible, with picturesque landscapes. However, for a solitary wizard, the Forbidden Forest was not a favorable place, especially as the target made a beeline towards it, casting a veil of unease over Larry. Though Larry was not versed in the adage about avoiding forests, he was no fool. Quite the opposite. He was an experienced orer. At this moment, with reason returning, Larry reflected before ultimately sighing and deciding to turn back. Tonight had been fraught with misfortune. Upon returning, he would certainly confront Dumbledore in his office, demanding to know how he had offended that tavern owner. And it was evident that the man was a Dumbledore. Although Albus never spoke of his family, Larry was aware that he had a brother. As he pondered, a sound of apparition echoed behind him. Larry instinctively rolled to the side, his armor shielding him. A seamless motion honed over many years. Although he was not as paranoid as the infamous Moody, any seasoned orer understood that a decent person would not casually apparate behind you. Indeed, a spell struck precisely where he had just been. Following that, a series of explosive sounds erupted, the hallmark of an unskilled apparition. The proficient use of apparition was typically silent, or even entirely noiseless. Larry's expression darkened. He had fallen into an ambush. With the final explosion, a silver-haired man wearing a bird-beaked mask materialized not far away. Larry pressed his lips together, certain that this man was likely the leader of the Vulture gang. He recalled the note delivered to him before leaving France, which contained but a single name, Vulture gang. The scoundrel he sought was indeed linked to the Vulture gang. Ah, so you are the Vulture? Larry inquired coldly. The masked man tipped his hat in acknowledgement. To be remembered by the illustrious hound is quite an honor, I must say. Just as I was about to seek you out, before he could finish, Larry's body jolted. A muffled groan escaping him as a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Don't waste your energy, old man. Did you think we would ambush you unprepared? I wouldn't dare provoke a ready orer. How does it feel to be severed? Larry trembled as he retrieved a vial of essence of myrtlap from his pocket, applying it to himself while casting a spell toward his neck. The Vulture seemed inexplicably amused, watching the unfolding drama without a hint of urgency. However, Larry's heart sank even further. This demeanor clearly indicated they felt invulnerable. It appears today may be my end. Who goes there? Who is it? A rough voice called out, seemingly accompanied by the swaying light of a lantern. The Vulture's expression darkened. He exchanged glances with his companions, who promptly aimed their wands in that direction. Larry anxiously flexed his wrist, only to find that all the members of the Vulture gang had raised their wands. Though he had managed to treat the severed neck in time, he still could not produce sound. His vocal cords required a moment to recover. Damn it. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the hulking gamekeeper. He had his doubts about the man's giant ancestry, but he was not a true giant. The gang surrounding him today was undoubtedly formidable, and that large man would not last long. However, Hagrid, the longtime guardian of the Forbidden Forest, seemed to sense something amiss. Standing at the edge of the woods. Who goes there? You need to leave. The individuals advancing toward him exchanged glances, and at the Vulture's signal, they launched an attack on Hagrid. He appeared to be struck, letting out a subdued groan, yet quickly retaliated. The sound of a bowstring echoed, and one of the Vulture gang's members shrieked in agony as Larry caught sight of the massive bolt lodged in his abdomen. In that moment, Larry seized the opportunity, rolling lazily into the earthen wall conjured by a transformation spell, granting himself a few precious seconds to catch his breath. The battle was about to ignite. When Leon was awakened, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. What is it? He asked groggily, addressing the one who had roused him, Savants, in a hushed tone. Savants replied, Professor Dumbledore has instructed me to inform you to visit the infirmary. Leon rubbed his temples but refrained from voicing any complaints. Generally, the old bee would not summon him unless it was of utmost importance, especially to visit the infirmary. He swiftly donned his clothes and jogged alongside Sevens to the infirmary on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he was startled to find a large figure sprawled on the floor. Hagrid, Leon exclaimed, and then his gaze fell upon the shadow of another person lying on the adjacent bed. My apologies, boss, Laurentius groaned, revealing that his arm was suspended across his chest. What happened? Leon inquired, glancing back at the motionless Hagrid, relieved to see his chest rising and falling, accompanied by thunderous snores. We were ambushed, Laurentius elucidated. Yesterday, while working at the Three Broomsticks, I encountered someone I had previously seen in the Muggle line. I delivered a letter to Mr. Bernard. Later that evening, Mr. Bernard came to us, and we attempted to intercept him, trailing him to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. To our surprise, he added with a wry smile, gesturing toward his arm, he was well prepared and had set a trap for Mr. Bernard. Leon felt an intensifying pain in his head and instinctively massaged his temples. But what of Hagrid? How did he sustain his injuries? Our gamekeeper was injured while pursuing the trail of a dark wizard. Just as he was closing in, he fortuitously heard Dumbledore's voice approaching from behind. Upon turning, Leon beheld the venerable old wizard, donned in a pale lavender nightcap, striding hastily toward them, accompanied by a large bat. Professor, what of my teacher? Leon inquired anxiously. Fear not, Dumbledore reassured him. Severus and I have just delivered him to St. Mungo's. Fortunately, Hagrid arrived in time, providing him with an opportunity to escape. Dumbledore appeared somewhat weary as he leaned over to whisper something to Snape before gesturing for Leon to follow him. Snape strode purposefully to Hagrid's side, casting a sidelong glance at Leon, pursing his lips as he began to assess Hagrid's injuries. Leon followed Dumbledore out of the infirmary. In the corridor, Dumbledore paused and said to Leon with a touch of seriousness, Mr. Green, Professor Bernard has fallen victim to an ambush by the Vulture squad. This is not merely a matter of the wizarding line. I hope you will not involve yourself in this. The members of the Vulture squad are true dark wizards, malevolent and ruthless, unlike the ragtag group you and Larry dealt with in France during your holiday. They kill without hesitation and take pleasure in torturing others. You have witnessed this. Even the most seasoned aurors, when caught off guard, have sustained grave injuries. Wait a moment, Professor, Leon interjected. Are you suggesting that the wizarding line is merely a fade thrown out by the Vulture squad to divert attention? Oh, I fear it is not quite so simple. Leon, Dumbledore replied, removing his glasses to clean them. The wizarding line did indeed exist previously. However, it was merely a loose assembly of disgruntled wandering wizards who gathered to voice their grievances. It was only after that individual, Manion, joined their ranks that the Vulture squad likely appropriated this name as a guise for their deceitful schemes. Leon nodded slightly. I understand, Professor. I will not provoke them, especially since I do not believe I possess the strength to confront them directly at this moment. Dumbledore chuckled, bemused. What do you mean by lacking the strength for a direct confrontation? If you were strong enough, would you not intend to seek them out and eliminate them altogether? However, he chose not to delve deeper. Who among them was not somewhat ruthless in their own right? After all, had he not been the same in his youth? But, Professor, may I visit my teacher? Of course, I will inform Pomona about this matter. You may use my fireplace to travel to St. Mungo's this weekend. Moreover, I have heard that Mr. Lima is someone you met during your holiday in France. Lima? Leon paused momentarily before recalling that this was the surname of Laurentius. Yes, Professor, during the summer in France, as you know. And how do you plan to arrange this? Dumbledore replied with a sly smile. Recently, Madame Maxime has sent me several letters. Professor, you wouldn't consider sending him back, would you? Leon asked, watching the old wizard warily. You must be aware of his circumstances. I do not believe sending him back would be beneficial. Yet he is ultimately a student of Beauxbatons, and that fact remains unchanged. Dumbledore explained. Although, according to the timeline, he is about to graduate this year. Leon rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. In his mind, since this individual had already dropped out of school, it should be easy to bring him back as a mere tool. However, he did not anticipate Madame Maxime's unwavering determination. What is your opinion then? Leon retorted, tossing the question back, for if Dumbledore had proposed it, he surely had his reasons. Oh, Leon, you ought to be aware, Dumbledore winked, producing the Riddler's signature trick. Yet, Leon remained oblivious. Feeling quite overwhelmed at my advanced age of over a century, due to certain circumstances, I was presently unable to extricate myself. So I might require a small favor from Mr. Lima. Do you trust him? Leon inquired, somewhat taken aback. I merely trust your judgment. However, this matter doesn't significantly concern me. You could directly consult him, he said, as Oldby shrugged helplessly. Seeing Oldby in a predicament was a rare sight, prompting Leon to nearly burst into laughter. Is it dangerous? He pondered aloud. Oh, I cannot guarantee that, but I will arrange for another individual to accompany him. Is he reliable? A member of the Phoenix Society. Leon lowered his head in contemplation. In principle, I have no objections, Professor, but you must seek his opinion as well. Additionally, after you have concluded your business, you ought to personally communicate with Madame Maxim. Advocate for him. I believe she will grant you this favor. Of course, Dumbledore replied. The two returned to the infirmary, where Snape had already tended to Hagrid's injuries. One must admit, the half-giant's constitution is remarkably robust. As for Laurentius, who lay to the side, Snape did not even glance in his direction. It was merely a broken arm. A night with some bone-mending potion would suffice for recovery. Thank you for your efforts, Severus. If you truly believe I am overburdened, you should not have summoned me in the middle of the night to assist you with this mess, the old bat retorted, glaring at Leon with a disdainful snort before striding away. Leon, caught off guard by the unexpected rebuke, felt utterly bewildered. However, he was acutely aware that he would likely face reprimand during the afternoon's potions class. Laurentius. Leon shook off his thoughts and cleared his throat. I have found you a rather good job. Though Laurentius was uncertain of the details, he instinctively sensed that it might not bode well. Can I decline? Oh, don't be like that. It's not so bad, Leon said with a cheerful smile. Don't you want to hear about the remuneration first? I do not. Silence, and go to work. Very well, boss. At the entrance of the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, Leon encountered a young wizard who was unable to gain entry. Forgot the password? He inquired. However, to his astonishment, the young wizard fixed him with a piercing gaze before abruptly turning and scampering away. Huh? Leon was taken aback. A look of confusion etched across his face. Was he truly so fearsome? Aside from being slightly diligent in his studies, he considered himself quite harmless. After all, who in the entire school did not recognize him as an innocent, kind-hearted, and loyal badger? Leon suddenly felt an urge to seize that little rascal, tugging at the emblem on his chest to make him understand. I, Leon, am from Hufflepuff, do you comprehend? However, the little fellow ran away swiftly, vanishing at the staircase in the blink of an eye. Something felt amiss, but he decided to let it go. He did not linger on the matter any longer. As the Gryffindor common room was frequently bustling with activity, even if one forgot the password, there was no need to worry about spending the night in the corridor. Excluding Neville Longbottom, who was renowned as the Gryffindor swordmaster, of course, he followed a secret passage directly to the first floor. This was the result of the tireless research conducted by Sevens, Flant, and the others on the hidden map of the castle, rendering most of its secret routes defenseless against them. The distance from the 8th floor to the first was simply too great. But the passage discovered by Flant allowed one to slide down like a chute from the 8th floor to the first, although it might be a tad inconvenient. Fortunately, he was a wizard. The reason for opting for the secret passage was that Leon had been quite bothered lately, besieged by inquiries about the skipping class candies. Even though he had been scolded for an entire afternoon by Professor McGonagall, his newfound fame had attracted a plethora of inquisitive young wizards. At that tender age, they could hardly tolerate the notion of skipping classes. Thus, a fervor for the candy swept through all four houses. Sevens, Flant, Fiona, Leon, and even Annie found themselves relentlessly pursued by others eager to know if there were any skipping class candies available for purchase. Given Professor McGonagall's vigilant scrutiny, Leong specifically instructed Flant to stoke the flames further. At that moment, the young wizards across the 4 houses remained oblivious to the fact that, apart from Madame Hooch's flying class, nearly all the other professors had ordered varying quantities of the answer parchment too. 0. Notably, the ghost professor of history of magic had placed the largest order, according to Fiona. The old ghost professor had been so excited upon hearing of this item that his entire being flickered with enthusiasm. May Merlin bless the young wizards, amen. Thus, amidst the chaos, Leong finally made it to Saturday. Early in the morning, he ventured to the headmaster's office, where the old headmaster would personally escort him to St. Mungo's. Interestingly, Leong had never been to St. Mungo's before, though it was not particularly a pleasant place. As the green flames flickered into life, Leong successfully arrived at his destination this time. The previous experience of being intercepted mid-journey by a fashionable old lady had left him with an indelible psychological scar. You seem a bit anxious, Dumbledore casually remarked. If you were intercepted mid-journey by a fashionable old lady while using flu powder, you would be anxious too, Leong retorted. Somewhat irked. Haha, it seems you have a fear of Vita, Dumbledore said with a smirk. No need to worry, she is a good woman. Albeit quite radical in her youth. Did that old hermit in the tower tell you that? Leong inquired. No, certainly not. We have not been in contact for a long time, Dumbledore replied, his expression calm, revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. As the two emerged from the fireplace, they were immediately met with an atmosphere of urgency akin to that of the Ministry of Magic. Hurry, there are serious injuries over here. A man in a green robe, emblazoned with a bone and wand insignia, hurried past Leong and Dumbledore, accompanied by a notably young witch carrying a floating stretcher. Upon seeing Dumbledore, both nodded in acknowledgement. Are they also graduates of our school? Leong asked with curiosity. Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a hint of nostalgia. Professor, I have always wanted to ask, Leong said. Striving to keep pace with Dumbledore, why are there no courses related to healing offered at the school? Oh, that is a pertinent question, Dumbledore responded. Because young wizards do not require highly specialized knowledge. I believe the previous headmaster thought that the content covered in potions and charms classes should suffice for the young wizards to protect themselves. If they wish to learn systematically how to assess injuries and respond in emergencies, they would need to undergo several years of training at St. Mungo's. However, I must say, there are not many students at our school who excel in potions, are there? The old bee seemed a tad embarrassed. I trust Severus has his own teaching methods. Moreover, not everyone possesses the talent for it, do they? For instance, during my time at school, my grades in potions were merely average, he continued. All right, my child. We have arrived. Dumbledore timely shifted the topic. The two reached the reception area. Are you here for treatment or to visit? We are here to see Larry Bernard. 5th floor, Department of Magical Injuries, 2nd room on the left, room 502. Thank you. Leong and Dumbledore squeezed into the elevator, and he made an effort to shrink his body in order to avoid a man beside him, whose arm emanated a foul stench. It was not a matter of prejudice, but rather an undeniable odor. It's quite unbearable, isn't it? The man fixed his gaze on Leong and said, I know. No one enjoys this smell. No one. You may try to avoid me, but I will find you. The expression on the man's face twisted into a grotesque snarl, saliva flying as he gesticulated wildly. Accompanying him was a therapist, a cute girl with a doll-like face, who appeared eager to intervene but lacked the strength, her eyes brimming with tears. Leong let out a sigh. The elevator arrived at the 5th floor, and he and Dumbledore stepped out leisurely, leaving behind a thoroughly restrained and frenzied patient, along with a therapist who wore a grateful expression. Do these therapists possess no spells beyond those for treatment? Leong inquired in frustration. Oh, Leong. You must understand that students aspiring to enter the medical field typically excel in potions and herbology. One cannot expect them to wield spells like Madame David, who would hang trolls by their feet. Upon reaching room 502, the two pushed the door open, and upon entering, they beheld Lord Larry engaging in jovial conversation with a female therapist by the window, who was laughing so heartily that her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue. Liang's expression darkened. He had mistakenly believed that this old wolf was on the verge of death, pitifully lying on the sickbed without care. The results were indeed dismal. He could only wait for the 20,000-word manuscript to turn things around. However, the manuscript required 5 titles and 5 covers. Covers were manageable, but titles posed a challenge. As many have likely noticed, I am quite inept at naming. Thus, I am now seeking suggestions from fellow readers, which can also be seen as a collaborative effort in writing. Ah, my dear teacher, Leong approached with a beaming smile, evidently in good health. Larry, feeling somewhat awkward, retracted his hand from the female therapist's grasp and offered a sheepish smile. Albus, Leong, you both have arrived. The female therapist discreetly chuckled and gracefully exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. So, what exactly is the situation? Leong drew his wand, and with a flick, conjured a glass of water for himself and Dumbledore. A fruit knife on the table soared into the air, beginning to peel an apple. Teacher, you always instruct me to be thoroughly prepared, yet you impulsively rushed in? Larry's lips twitched. His apprentice was commendable in every aspect, obedient, disciplined, and extraordinarily talented. Yet, It was this very mouth that could be relentless in argument. Enough. No need for explanations. Leon transformed the apple core into a fork and handed over a small plate filled with neatly peeled apple slices. When will your injury heal? Ovi stated it would take at least 4 months. Everything else was manageable, but those 2 legs would require additional time. The healer from St. Mungo's remarked that it was their first encounter with such dark magic. Very well, splendid. It seems Hogwarts students will be subjected to another 4 months of defense against the dark arts self-study sessions. Leon set down his cup and patted his robes. I will go consult the healer. You two continue your conversation. Leon certainly did not believe that Dumbledore had come specifically to see him. His visit was undoubtedly prompted by pressing matters to discuss. Considering that when Dumbledore and Snape had escorted the old man, he was likely already unconscious. The venerable wizard must have been keen to ascertain the situation. In a sense, this could be regarded as a manifestation of his obsessive nature, as Dumbledore always sought to understand events transpiring right under his nose with utmost clarity. Moreover, he might be looking to seize any advantageous opportunities. One could easily infer Dumbledore's penchant for resourcefulness by observing Newt and Snape. He was a man who believed in making the most of every situation, extracting every possible benefit from a toad or delivering a kick to a stray dog that happened to cross his path. Instead of indulging in trivial secrets, he would be better off consulting a healer on how to expedite the recovery of his unreliable mentor. As he had only just begun to grasp the rudiments of ancient magic, Dumbledore picked up an exquisitely crafted fork, admiring its intricate design. Isn't it rather exquisite? Of course. Larry's tone was tinged with undeniable pride. At your age, you couldn't possibly accomplish such feats, could you? My discerning eye for selecting apprentices has always served me well. Larry's voice softened as he recalled Li Ang's elder brother, the apprentice who had perished at the hands of old Norbert. Ah, if memory serves me right, counting Leon, you have taken on 3 students in total? Dumbledore inquired. 4, Larry sighed, 2 of whom met their demise during the pursuit of dark wizards. For a long time. I refrained from taking on students again until I encountered Alan. That year, shortly after celebrating his 50th birthday, Larry found himself in Spain, tracking a group of dark wizards trafficking dragon blood. In the most notorious slum of the area, he came across Alan, whose piercing scream petrified 3 vagrants intent on snatching his putrid bread. Would you like to become my apprentice, little one? Alan gazed up at the middle-aged man, bewildered, as he did not comprehend French or English. Larry sighed, realizing he likely did not have the luxury of time to take a language-challenged child under his wing. Furthermore, he had never considered himself a commendable teacher, having already lost 2 apprentices to dark wizards. However, to Larry's astonishment, as he exited that street, Alan followed him, his grimy little hand clutching the hem of his garment. From this day forth, you shall be known as Alan. Yes, Alan Bernard, he declared. The child, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, struggled to grasp the complexity of the name Bernard, but managed to learn the preceding name. Alwyn? Yes, henceforth, you shall be called Alan. This child named Alan would remain by his side for the next 15 years. So, it can be confirmed that the Vulture group has indeed aligned themselves with that individual? After a brief silence, Dumbledore broke the stillness. Rather than aligned, I believe cooperated is a more fitting term, Larry replied, taking a bite of his apple. Although I was ambushed by them, I did not emerge entirely empty-handed. When they believed they had the upper hand, the leader of the Vulture group had stated that I should be regarded as a form of recompense. The dark magic afflicting my legs is quite rare. Yet I happen to know its origin. It is a signature curse from a pure-blood family within the French magical community. Coincidentally, a direct descendant of that family went missing a few years back. You spend your days mingling with those foolish purebloods. You must be aware of their obstinacy. Moreover, that noseless individual holds no sway over the French magical community. In fact, the majority of French wizards seem akin to ostriches burying their heads in the sand, unwilling to admit that another Grindlewald has emerged from England, one even more ruthless than the last. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Have you now taken to referring to him as the Noseless One? Although uncertain as to why that impudent boy called him Noseless, he was well aware of his penchant for bestowing nicknames upon others. Oh, now you have piqued my curiosity, Dumbledore remarked. Curious about what? Curious about what nickname he might bestow upon me. Leon wandered aimlessly back and forth in the corridor. There was little to say about Laurie's situation. The attending physician had made it abundantly clear that the dark magic afflicting his leg had been dispelled. However, the lingering effects were not something that could be resolved in a day or 2. To avoid the prospect of prosthetics or being confined to a wheelchair, it would be wise to obediently rest for a full 4 months. Leon let out a sigh. The weather spells had reached an impasse. As the surge of magic within him had not yet stabilized, he could distinctly feel the escalating power coursing through his veins, while he was able to cast meteorological spells. Their potency was utterly lamentable. His research on celestial fire and ferocious fire was progressing at a snail's pace. If celestial fire was impervious to external influence, then ferocious fire was unruly and defiant. No one seemed willing to acknowledge Leon with even a passing glance. The path of self-developing the god of fire was fraught with challenges, and he struggled to master the blue gas stove. At this rate, he feared he might not survive to witness the grand conclusion. Contemplating this, Leong felt an overwhelming wave of melancholy wash over him, lamenting the absence of an online refuge for his despondency. Thus, when he sighed for the third time, the sound of soft sobs nearby became unbearable. "Hey, child. Can't you cry over there?" The little chubby figure, with his head buried in his knees, shuddered slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered a faint apology. "I'm sorry." Leong smacked his lips, feeling that venting his frustration on a child was rather unbecoming. "I apologize. I'm simply in a foul mood." "It's all right. What is your name?" Navi Lombardon." Leong was on the verge of exclaiming that Ning was the sword saint of Gryffindor. "Are your family members receiving treatment here?" After a moment, the chubby boy finally lifted his head slightly and whispered, "Yes, they are my parents." Leong feigned a thoughtful expression and after a pause remarked, "The Longbottom couple are your parents?" The chubby boy shrank back slightly, his round little face turning a deep shade of red. Leong shook his head inwardly. In his recollection, the chubby Neville remained rather inconspicuous until the 3rd grade, essentially monopolizing all the laughter during Harry's initial years at school. By the 4th grade, he merely displayed a hint of aptitude for herbology. In the 5th grade, he seemed to drift aimlessly, oblivious to what occupied his days. How could such a disposition transform into that of a Gryffindor sword master in the 7th grade? What transpired that year? Nevertheless, he offered encouragement to Neville. After all, the Longbottoms were truly admirable figures. He had never personally experienced the torment of the Cruciatus curse, nor would he likely wish to in the future. The mental shielding charm could only mitigate the agony of such a curse to a limited extent, enduring it repeatedly. He surmised he would not prove to be more resilient than the Longbottoms. Ultimately, he was merely a petit bourgeois, envious of revolutionary fervor, yet unwilling to endure suffering. Lift your head high, Neville. With parents like yours, you ought to feel proud. Do you truly believe that having such parents is a source of shame? No. Neville's face flushed crimson as he defended, "Of course not. I am immensely proud of my parents because they are both heroes. Then strive to become stronger." Leong rose and patted Neville's shoulder, urging him not to tarnish his parents' dignity. "Well said," came an aged voice. As a lady clad in a green robe stood at the doorway of the hospital room, her gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. Leong nearly shuddered. He was indeed somewhat allergic to the sight of elderly ladies clad in green, be they the seasoned cat-eared professor or the fashionable matron. Now, there was yet another formidable elderly lady, Granny Knave. "Stand tall, Knave," the matron commanded, echoing the sentiments of this gentleman. "Having such parents is a source of pride for you. Naturally, it is also my pride." The socially anxious, round-faced little chub struggled to straighten his posture, his small, round face flushed crimson. "Sir, are you a student at Hogwarts?" The old lady approached, extending her hand. Leon shook hands with the other party and said, "Indeed, madam. I am a second-year student at Hogwarts, Leon Green." "So, you are Mr. Green?" The elderly lady examined Leon with keen interest and remarked, "I must say, Mr. Green, you exceed my expectations." Long time no see, Augusta Dumbledore had appeared behind Leon, though he was unaware of her arrival. Neville's grandmother replied flatly, "Indeed. It has been a long time, Headmaster Dumbledore." On the way back, Leon remained silent, lost in thought. "What are you pondering?" Dumbledore observed with curiosity as he noted a little chubby boy clutching an ice cream cone in the subway. "I was contemplating," Leon replied wistfully, "why it seems everyone knows about me. It's one thing for the parents of current students, but why does Neville's grandmother appear to recognize me? After all, the little chubby boy hasn't even begun school yet." Moreover, it seemed that Neville's grandmother did not hold Dumbledore in high regard. However, one could understand her perspective. With both her son and daughter-in-law afflicted by dementia, unable to recognize their own family, it was akin to being bereaved. The elderly lady might indeed feel pride for her son and daughter-in-law, yet it was hard to believe she bore no resentment in her heart. "Oh, it is undoubtedly because you are also one of those exemplary children." Dumbledore finally diverted his gaze from the ice cream cone, as another little chubby boy's mother was now observing him with suspicion. After all, the magical community is not vast. Parents are quite astute regarding whose children shine a bit brighter. "Oh, Mr. Green, would you like some ice cream?" Leon had no desire for an ice cream cone. Yet, he ultimately purchased two, as Dumbledore possessed not even a single penny. In fact, Leon harbored doubts that the old man carried even a farthing. He followed closely behind the elderly gentleman, his expression unchanging as he observed him indulge in the sweet treat. Although it lacked the cloying sweetness of honeycomb, the creaminess was undeniably richer. "Professor, what exactly brings us here today?" Leon inquired, his gaze fixed upon the row of quaint, terraced cottages before them. "To pay a visit to an old friend," Dumbledore replied. "You certainly have many old friends. One cannot help it. With age comes an abundance of acquaintances." Having savored the last bite, Dumbledore waved his hand, causing the remnants of ice cream clinging to his beard to vanish. He then approached the door of a villa and knocked. No response came. Subsequently, Leon witnessed the venerable Dumbledore boldly push the door open and enter. Leon followed closely behind and discovered that the room was impeccably tidy, adorned with luxurious furnishings that exuded an air of opulence. However, an unsettling feeling lingered in the atmosphere. Upon touching the genuine leather sofa, he finally discerned the source of this dissonance. The occupant of this space seemed to exert considerable effort to render the room devoid of any signs of habitation. Yet, the traces of life within could not simply be obscured by a light dusting on the coffee table. "Come out, Horace," Dumbledore called out after examining the collection of red wines in the cabinet for a while. Yet, there was no response. Leon approached and stood alongside Dumbledore, both gazing intently at the bottles within the cabinet. "Professor, why don't we take everything from this cabinet back with us? I have never seen such a large bottle of Felix Felicis in my life. Not just that, have you noticed the bottle in the upper left corner?" Dumbledore remarked with a twinkle in his eye. "If I'm not mistaken, it contains Dragon-S blood, a whole bottle. The resident here must be quite affluent," Leon exclaimed. "I've only heard of Dragon-S blood being sold by the ounce, never by the bottle." "That's enough. You too." A plump old man suddenly emerged from behind the curtain in the corner. "Dumbledore, your audacity grows by the day. And you, young one, withdraw your greedy gaze from that Felix Felicis. Consuming such a large bottle would be fatal." Dumbledore regarded the irate elder with a smile. "It's been a while, Horace. Spare me the pleasantries. Even if you were to visit in person, I would not acquiesce to your demands. Oh, for Merlin's sake, can't you let a retired old man enjoy some peace?" At last, Leon comprehended Dumbledore's reluctance to return to the school. Realizing that he was meandering through London with a specific purpose, that old rascal had set his sights on another victim. Most likely, he was there to delve into someone's memories. As for Horace Slughorn, Leon's recollections were limited to the image of a silver-haired figure from the film, who spoke with an exaggerated cadence. However, upon encountering the real man, one could only remark that he was considerably more corpulent than the actor who portrayed him. But this was to be expected, for he was indeed an ardent enthusiast of the Duke of Honey. And a collector of notable personalities, to boot. "Oh, my old friend. Are you truly not reconsidering?" Dumbledore produced a bottle of red wine, and this time it was not a potion disguised as wine, but rather a genuine vintage. As he poured himself a glass, "No, don't even think about it. Albus, oh, thank you." Leon accepted the wine goblet Dumbledore offered, taking a sip before continuing. "You are well aware of the peculiarities surrounding the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts. You actually intend to ensnare me?" "Oh, I almost forgot, Horace. In my last letter, I seemingly neglected to mention that I would like you to substitute for Severus for a few months." The old man nearly choked on his wine. Leon found himself in a state of bemusement, extending a finger to assist Horace in regaining his composure. "Ahem, Albus, you did not articulate it quite like that last time. Moreover, the splendid display of silent, wandless magic, my dear child. No need for formalities, sir." Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, settled into the armchair. "Our new defense against the dark arts professor has sustained an injury. We just visited him this morning. His healer has advised a minimum of 4 months' rest. Therefore, I intend for Severus to temporarily assume this course. However, should that occur, he may be unable to attend a potions class. Hence, I would like to request your return to substitute for Severus." Slughorn took a seat on the sofa, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he muttered, very well, let us consider it a reunion with old friends." "Ah, you have agreed? That is splendid news." Dumbledore raised his goblet. "Let us toast." Reluctantly, Slughorn clinked his glass against Dumbledore's. Additionally, regarding Tom Riddle, the unfortunate substitute potions professor wasted yet another sip of the 1980 Sage Toe Mouton Rothschild. The exasperated old professor expelled Leon from the room, prompting him to summon a night bus. "Professor, will the school reimburse my taxi fare?" "Oh, certainly. Upon your return, you may report to Professor McGonagall." Leon pursed his lips. "If you do not wish to provide assistance, simply state it outright." "How are you faring with the study of weather curses?" "Not particularly well, Professor," Leon sighed. "It is usable, yet lacks potency. And I am acutely aware of my limitations. Do not rush. You are but a second-year student, and your magical prowess fluctuates daily. Mastery of such spells is not something that can be achieved in a short span of time. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling of time slipping away." Recalling the time turner, Leon inquired, "May I apply for a time turner?" "I do not believe that is a prudent idea, Leon." "Why not?" Leon furrowed his brow. "Yet I recall that if one opts for a full course load in the 3rd year, it is permissible. Indeed, it is allowed. But Hogwarts never encourages young wizards to undertake such a path." Dumbledore elucidated, "Time is a realm both enchanting and perilous. No one can manipulate time, Leon. I hope you will remember this. Moreover, what makes you think you are entitled to double the time for your studies compared to others?" Observing Liang's contemplative expression, Dumbledore added, "A time turner comes at a cost. Are you suggesting that utilizing a time turner essentially equates to overextending one's own time?" "It seems you have grasped one of the principles of time," Dumbledore remarked with a twinkle in his eye. Leon harbored a keen interest in the subject of time and yearned for further discourse. However, he was taken aback when Dumbledore skillfully diverted the conversation, engaging instead in casual chatter with the elderly ticket collector. The bus, akin to a frenzied hound, whisked Leon and Dumbledore to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, only to dart away with equal fervor. Utilizing the warmth of the pub's fireplace, Leon and Dumbledore successfully returned to their school. After a long day of following Dumbledore, Leon, too weary to even wash up after dinner, collapsed into bed. Unbeknownst to him, amidst his peaceful slumber, others were wide awake that night, including a certain individual who had been deceived into working for Oldby. Laurentius sat at a corner table in the Hog's Head Inn, anxiously awaiting his partner. Even now, uncertainty loomed over him regarding their destination and purpose. Nevertheless, he found solace in the belief that Dumbledore would not bring him harm. After all, he was a legendary wizard of this century, renowned even in Bursbyton, and a close friend of Master Nickel. His concern, however, lay with his new partner, particularly upon witnessing a frail man, clad in tattered robes adorned with numerous patches, approaching him. "Are you Mr. Laurentius Lima?" The man inquired with a hint of a bitter smile. "I am Remus Lupin. My apologies for my tardiness." Old Nott ventured alone to a wooden cabin erected by a ranger deep within the forest, dragging along a small colt with lustrous, golden-tinged mane. "Master, I have returned. I regret to inform you that today I have only this small colt. It appears that the unicorns in this forest have become aware of my hunting endeavors and have begun to migrate northward," he lamented. After a prolonged silence, the man within the cabin finally spoke. "What of Theodore? Has there been any progress?" Old Nott opened his mouth, kneeling and trembling as he replied, "I apologize, Master. Theodore has yet to find an opportunity." A figure slowly emerged from the cabin, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a face as pale as if coated in white paint. "You have disappointed me, Nott." Old Nott trembled even more violently. "But I know you are loyal. Urge that boy to hasten. I require that item." "Why, yes, Master. I will ensure he accelerates his efforts." The figure fell silent, reaching out to grasp the air, causing the ensnared unicorn colt to rise into the air. A dagger plunged mercilessly into the young unicorn's neck, eliciting a mournful cry as its head drooped. The figure leaned closer, beginning to drink deeply from the warm blood of the beast. Leon sat drowsily on the uncomfortable chair at the long table in the auditorium, which offered no backrest to lean against. The after-effects of a restless night left his head buzzing as he struggled to awaken. The young wizards, generally devoid of the habit of silence during meals, filled the hall with lively chatter during breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The conversations among the teenagers seemed endless, with today's focal points being the prestigious Golden Wand Duel Tournament and the new professor. "I heard that the Golden Wand Duel Tournament is the most authoritative duel competition in all of Europe," exclaimed a young badger enthusiastically. "That's what my uncle said." "But isn't the largest duel competition the European Wizarding Duel Tournament?" Someone muttered softly, though their voice was soon drowned out by the cacophony of youthful voices. "Indeed. I heard the prize is 100 galleons." Another chimed in. "Nonsense, it's clearly 1,000 galleons." Leon. Annie nudged him, her expression one of annoyance. "What are you daydreaming about? Didn't you hear what I said?" What did you say?" Leon snapped back to reality, only to find the little girl looking displeased. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he quickly grabbed a chicken wing from the table and shoved it into Annie's mouth. "Yuck. I can't eat anymore. I've gained 5 pounds in recent months," she protested, holding the chicken wing in her hand. "What I was saying is that I'm going to try out for the Quidditch team this weekend." "Are you coming?" "Huh?" Leon looked bewildered. "Isn't the Quidditch tryout for 3rd years? Even if you participate this year, you'll just be a substitute." "What are you talking about? We can try out this year, you know? And I am a genius." "Stop babbling. Are you going or not?" Leon was quite reluctant to agree, as time always seemed insufficient for him, and he wished he could multiply himself. However, upon seeing the expectant gaze of the little girl, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. "Fine. I suppose I can simply bring a book along to read. Yet, I truly believe you need not concern yourself with weight loss," Leon remarked, observing her still slender figure. "You've gained 5 pounds recently, but that is only because you have grown at least 5 centimeters taller." "Oh, really?" the little girl exclaimed, immediately rising from her chair and adjusting her robe. "No wonder I felt that my robe has been shorter lately." Leon followed Annie's movements and noticed she was wearing a school skirt, her fair calves perfectly straight, adorned with a pair of cream lace-trimmed socks, all encased in white sneakers, size 33. Do not inquire how he knew this, for those sneakers were chosen by their mothers during an outing that Leon was reluctantly dragged into. Observing her twirl, he resentfully bit into a chicken leg. For reasons unknown, his growth and height had been rather sluggish, although neither of his parents could be deemed short. It was reasonable to expect Leon would not be lacking in stature. Yet, what if he graduated from Hogwarts still standing at a mere 1.5 meters? The thought of Annie, towering at 1.7 meters, patting his head and saying sweetly, "Sister will buy you an ice cream," sent shivers down his spine. Casting another glance at the girl's pale calves, he took another fierce bite of his chicken leg. After finishing breakfast, a dozen little badgers marched off to herbology class. The atmosphere was lighthearted, for Professor Sprout's lessons were always filled with laughter, and the little badgers adored their badger mom. Today's lesson had progressed to repotting mandrake. Or rather, to be precise, mandrake seedlings. The fully mature mandrakes were far too dangerous for students in years 4 and 5 to handle. Should they hear the cries of these little creatures, it would be lethal. Seedlings, on the other hand, possessed far less potency, only capable of causing a bit of nosebleed and a fainting spell. It is essential to note, however, that Neville Longbottom was an exception. Leon and his companions arrived rather early, reaching greenhouse number 3 before Professor Sprout had arrived. It was then that Leon witnessed a genuine act of campus bullying. 5 senior girls from Slytherin surrounded a girl from Gryffindor. Well, your toad has soiled my robe. What do you propose we do about it? One of the Slytherin girls taunted. I am sorry, it was unintentional, stammered the bespectacled Gryffindor girl softly. An apology will not suffice. The leader of the Slytherin girls replied haughtily. I want to make it difficult for you. Simply lick my robe clean, and I shall let you go. What do you say? The girl ensnared in their circle had tears brimming in her eyes, on the verge of sobbing. A group of young badgers was visibly agitated, particularly, and in a fit of impulsiveness was ready to intervene. However, Leon swiftly restrained her. Leon, you. The little girl exclaimed, looking at him in confusion. Her cheeks puffed up with indignation. Leon could not resist the temptation and reached out to squeeze, whispering, just wait and see. The group of young badgers fell silent, placing their trust in Leon. A few upperclassmen Slytherin girls at the entrance of the greenhouse also noticed the younger badgers, not wishing to attract the professor's attention. 2 girls flanked a Gryffindor girl, while another snatched the toad from her hands and tossed it aside, and the last pressed her head down, attempting to push it towards the leading girl's robe. The Gryffindor girl finally could not bear it any longer, struggling and sobbing. Suddenly, the defiant Slytherin girl felt as though something had bitten her neck. She casually swatted at it, but found nothing. You too. Hurry up and make her clean my robe. We have class next. Before she could finish, she collapsed backward, her face and lips turning a ghastly shade of blue. The other 4 Slytherin girls stood frozen in shock. What have you done? One of them shrieked, her voice filled with panic. She did nothing, Leon replied as he ambled over. She merely intended to save your lives. Leon Green, I know you, but you best not interfere. One Slytherin girl threatened. At that moment, a green creature resembling a stick insect crawled up Leon's pant leg. Its tiny green arm clutching a scorpion-like tail adorned with black and yellow stripes. This was the culprit that bit her, a scorpion-tailed dragon. Do I need to educate you on what this is? If you don't know, it suffices to understand that this creature is highly venomous. Its stinger could easily take down a warthog. The Gryffindor girl was merely trying to help you by getting rid of this little beast, but alas. The faces of the Slytherin girls turned ashen. Aren't you going to take her to the hospital? Do you wish to see her perish? Leon snapped. In a panic, the girls attempted to lift her, but struggled to carry even one person. Where are your wands? Are you all muggles? They hurriedly fumbled for their wands, casting a levitation charm, and finally managed to carry her away. Observing Grutt attempting to stuff the creature into its mouth, Leon gently tapped its little head. He then produced a vial and captured the venomous scorpion-tailed dragon inside. Don't eat everything, Leon suddenly recalled a certain little girl's delicate legs and added. Consuming everything will only bring you harm. Are you all right? Leon approached the Gryffindor upperclassman and inquired. She fumbled on the ground for her glasses, looking down timidly as she murmured that she was fine. A little badger helped her retrieve the toad. Thank you. I have class soon. I must go, she said hurriedly before dashing away. Why is she like this? Annie complained, pouting. Indeed, and wasn't the sorting hat mistaken? Such a timid lion? Ronald scratched his head, pondering for a long time before finally settling on a word to describe her. Perhaps being among lions would give her more courage? Rod said nonchalantly, striding towards the greenhouse. However, Leon swiftly grabbed him by the collar. Leon, what are you doing? Rod crouched down, bewildered. Do you wish to die? Don't go in there. Leon replied irritably. The scorpion-tailed dragons are social creatures. If one is found nearby, there is surely a nest. Gazing at the glass tube held by the treant on Leon's shoulder, containing the black and yellow-striped creature that Grutt had already played to death, Rod shivered. What shall we do then? Audrey asked. We do nothing, Leon replied languidly. The professor will arrive shortly. We merely need to inform her. When it comes to pest control, our headmaster is far more adept. Why aren't you going in? Children, class is about to start. Professor Sprout approached, her robe splattered with mud. Headmaster, Professor, a chorus of young badgers chirped excitedly. Leon, the badger mother sighed, her head throbbing from the noise, and pointed at him. Professor, your greenhouse needs pest control, Leon said, holding up the glass vial. The badger mother's eyes widened. Oh, Merlin, none of you were stung, were you? Oh, Professor, we weren't stung. Thank Merlin. But one Slytherin girl was stung. Leon displayed a mischievous grin. It's quite all right, Professor. I have already sent them to the infirmary in a timely manner. Furthermore, if you so desire, we would be more than willing to assist you in ridding greenhouse number 3 of pests. I've heard that the rabbit population near the school's vegetable patch has been surging lately. We would gladly accept rabbits as payment. Professor Sprout nearly erupted with laughter at the notion. Now that you mention it, I recall Hagrid once lamenting the poor growth of this year's pumpkins. Mr. Green, please take your classmates to assist Hagrid in fertilizing the pumpkin patch. Whether we have enough pumpkins for Halloween this year hinges upon your efforts. I must head to the infirmary. The venom of a scorpion-tailed dragon is no laughing matter. The young wizards shot daggers at Leon with their eyes. No one was keen on fertilizing the fields. The manure mixed with dragon dung is akin to the magical world's version of gold, yet its odor is beyond description. One cannot expect a creature that has feasted solely on meat to produce fragrant droppings. The more delectable the diet, the more pungent the excrement. Under the gaze of the crowd, Leon offered an awkward smile and took the lead in seeking out Hagrid. On that day, Minnie witnessed a troop of sullen-faced badgers. Their heads lowered, charging into the vegetable garden. Later, during dinner, they burst into the hall, reeking of excrement. Nevertheless, the roasted rabbit that evening was indeed quite delectable. After the meal, Leon once again made his way to the prefect's washroom. After indulging in a soothing bath, he returned to the common room and settled comfortably on the sofa. Rarely did he pick up a book. Instead, he held a few cards, furrowing his brow in contemplation. What is this? And, having also freshened up and smelling of lavender, approached him, peeking over the back of the sofa. The damp tips of her hair brushed against Leon, causing an itch. These are duel cards, Leon explained, a project that the Eye of Secrets has been researching recently. Unfortunately, Fran has encountered difficulties, and the cards have not transformed as anticipated. Oh, so how does one play this? And inquired with growing interest, playfully tugging at Leon's neck and shaking him. Come on, I want to see how this works. Leon, both amused and perplexed, set down a small table and placed the cards upon it. These cards were, in fact, a magical rendition of Gwent, meticulously replicated from his memories of a past life. However, in his anticipation, he envisioned that the diverse character skills and item cards would manifest an array of spectacular effects. It was even conceivable that a single card could transform into a tangible object, akin to a game of magical chess. Regrettably, the shape-shifting abilities of Fran were rather mediocre, leading to a plethora of bugs during the trial phase. Consequently, the challenge was inadvertently foisted upon Leon, undeterred by the established rules. Eagerly engaged in a duel with Annie at the village entrance while drawing forth another unfinished card with a detailed design, uttering the incantation Veriverdo. Leon meticulously channeled his magical energy to cast the transfiguration spell upon the card. This particular spell was unique among the commonly used incantations, as it lacked a definitive ultimate form. The outcome of the transformation depended entirely on one's comprehension of the spell, the vividness of one's imaginations, and the mastery over magical energy. This was especially true for the pinnacle of transfiguration, the Animagus. According to Professor McGonagall, even under optimal conditions, the initial transformation was notoriously arduous. The magical energy would surge chaotically, primal instincts could intermittently seize control of one's mind, all while one must maintain absolute clarity. Failure to do so could result in a permanent transformation into a beast, a fate that history has recorded repeatedly. However, this concern was irrelevant to Leon, as he likely would never master the Animagus form, given that his Patronus manifested as a bluebird. Furthermore, he had entrusted Dumbledore with a message for Newt, who confirmed that ancient texts did indeed reference bluebirds as magical creatures. If circumstances permitted, he would send his son to Asia. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the card in Leon's hand failed to transform, instead morphing into a small paper bird that bore a striking resemblance to his bluebird. The paper bird pecked at Leon's fingers and took flight around him, while Groot, hidden within Leon's hair, seized the opportunity to leap out and latch onto the paper bird. Spiraling around the common room with excited chirps, Rod crawled in from outside the common room, trailing a bottle of butterbeer and a platter of fried chicken. This was Leon's late-night snack, as he had recently taught the house elves a few culinary delights, elevating his status in the kitchen to that of a revered master. Where's the cake I asked for? Annie inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Rod chuckled sheepishly. On my way back, I encountered a little fellow searching for the kitchen. Oh. He was shorter than Leon, clearly a first year. He looked quite famished, so I gave him the cake. Rod, Annie exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice a crescendo of indignation. Hufflepuffs, brooms, and food are not to be lent out. Annie was determined to undertake a significant endeavor. During the recent gatherings of the Secret Keeper's Eye, she had consistently spotted a diminutive figure wandering near the 8th floor, even shorter than Leon. Initially, she presumed he was a Gryffindor first year, but after encountering him once more, her perspective shifted. That day, she had seen him on the path to Slytherin, distinctly clad in Slytherin robes. Thus, the truth was unmistakable. That little Slytherin scamp had uncovered the clandestine meetings of the Secret Keeper's Eye. However, when she relayed this to Leon, he appeared nonchalant. This was unacceptable. She, Annie Rose Augustus, vowed to safeguard the sanctity of the Secret Keeper's hideout. What secret hideout? Leon retorted defensively. We merely found an unused classroom to gather occasionally for study and mutual improvement. In light of recent sightings of Hufflepuff badgers in Gryffindor Tower, attention had been drawn to the Hufflepuffs. If one were to liken adolescent wizards to creatures that are often disregarded, Gryffindors would undoubtedly be the most prominent among them. Much like young lions, they are curious and prone to pawing at everything. Particularly, the male Gryffindor prefect had once slipped Leon a note during breakfast, insisting that any activities must include their Gryffindor brethren. They excelled at playing hide-and-seek with Filch within the castle, a game they could indulge in for hours, were it not for concerns regarding their elders' health. Thus, the existence of a secret base for the Hufflepuffs on the 8th floor had become somewhat of an open secret, akin to a campus legend. Leon regarded the situation with indifference. He saw no reason to conceal anything, unless one was in the company of just a handful of individuals. Otherwise, a group of them lingering in the 8th floor corridor would raise suspicions to even the most oblivious onlooker. Moreover, the badgers, unlike the lions, were not particularly night owls. so their activities predominantly took place during the day. Of course, due to the esteemed reputation of Badger House over the years. Even if the professors were aware of the goings-on, they would merely chuckle, perhaps dismissing it as the little badgers seeking a clandestine venue to explore culinary delights. However, the meticulous Professor McGonagall did summon Leong for a discussion. It was unclear when it had become an unspoken assumption among the faculty that Leong was the de facto leader. In the professors' minds, there were only two troublemakers in Hufflepuff, him and Sevens. For any matter, approaching either of them was invariably the right course of action. So, was it merely a study group? Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze fixed intently on Leong. Of course, Professor, Leong replied, donning a benevolent smile. His eyes unwavering as he fabricated his story. McGonagall's expression conveyed skepticism. Mr. Green, I must remind you once more, regardless of any secrets you may share with Albus, the primary responsibility of a young wizard remains the pursuit of knowledge. Although your progress in charms and transfiguration has vastly surpassed your peers, that does not justify your diversion into other texts during class. Furthermore, starting this weekend, do not forget to attend my Transfiguration Club at 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoons, lest you find yourself embroiled in further mischief. Leong reluctantly agreed, feeling no discontent. After all, he now had an additional master of transformation guiding him each week. However, time had become increasingly scarce, to the extent that he had scarcely paid attention to what the little girl Annie was concocting of late. What is he doing? He doesn't care about me at all, nor about the Eye of Secrets, Annie exclaimed in anger, pointing at the Bant brothers. None of you are to tell him. Once I catch that little rascal, I shall see what expression he wears. But, sister, Weevee, inquired many from Slytherin, and they all claimed no such person exists. Rod pleaded, feeling aggrieved. Ronna nodded vigorously beside him. Some from Gryffindor claimed to have seen this person, but he definitely isn't one of them. Despite their seemingly foolish demeanor, the Bant brothers were well-liked, having acquaintances in both Gryffindor and Slytherin. As for Ravenclaw, they were truly unfamiliar. Ravenclaw students had never acknowledged them and often regarded them with disdainful glances. Could it be that we are searching for a ghost? The little girl gasped, her tone filled with uncertainty. That should be impossible, right? Rod replied hesitantly. When I gave him cake that day, he seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Annie grew even angrier, recalling that Rod had shared his cake with this non-existent little wizard. I don't care. Starting tomorrow, as long as we have no classes, we must go out and find him. I must track him down. Sister, in terms of information, the castle's murals, ghosts, and house elves are likely more in the know. Right? Annie clapped her hands enthusiastically. All right, tomorrow we shall ask the Fat Friar and the house elves to keep an eye out for us. Laurentidius perched precariously on the edge of his seat, holding a cup of tea brought by a house elf, unsure whether to sip or set it aside. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Remus and Lucius Malfoy grew increasingly tense. Mr. Malfoy, we have come to, I am aware of your purpose. Dumbledore has made it clear in his letter. Lucius said, his face pale with anger, enunciating each word. I will say this once more. Our family has no ties with that individual any longer. Oh. Please do not be agitated, Mr. Malfoy. We merely came to inquire. Were it not for Dumbledore's influence, do you believe you could cross my threshold? Remus Lupin observed the sardonic expression on Lucius Malfoy's face. Life has not been kind to you these years, has it? 3 close friends, 2 are dead. And one is mad, languishing in Azkaban. Weren't you all quite formidable during your school days? Laurentidius nervously set down his teacup, pondering which spell he might employ if a confrontation were to erupt. To his surprise, his partner, who had been working alongside him for nearly a month, appeared remarkably composed. Such talk is futile, Lucius. You and I both know this. Perhaps you've recently caught wind of something, but it matters not. That which has been deemed obsolete by time deserves to remain in the refuse. Of course, should you truly wish for that individual to make a return. He rose, bowing slightly. I would not mind if he first steps over my corpse. Remus stood silently by the roadside, his silence unnervingly palpable. Laurentidius dared not interrupt his erudite and reliable companion. At times, Laurentidius even believed that in terms of magical prowess, this individual surpassed many professors at their own school. Remus let out a long sigh. Although he appeared calm within the manner, he alone understood how desperately he wished to draw his wand and unleash a curse upon that loathsome face, just as he had in the past. During those tumultuous years of battling the Dark Lord, he had to retreat into the mountains, partly to assist Dumbledore in rallying a faction of werewolves, ensuring they would not succumb to the malevolence of that man, and partly because he, unlike the other 3, was a werewolf. Yet, when he finally emerged from the mountains, it was too late. Mr. Lupin, let us depart. We still have another place to visit. I don't quite understand why we are doing this. You mean that? I am also unsure, but Dumbledore never errs. Trust me, all will be revealed in due course. Leong returned to the lounge with an expression of utter exhaustion, scarcely allowing himself a moment of respite before wrapping a scarf around his neck and donning his rain boots to venture outside. It was the weekend, and he had been engrossed in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club since 2 o'clock in the afternoon, remaining until now. This evening, there was also Annie's Quidditch tryouts. But it was rather unfortunate that it was raining. Though the rain was light, it had been a persistent drizzle throughout the day. As he passed the staircase leading to the Great Hall, he opted not to ascend, but instead turned to make his way to the Slytherin common room. At the entrance, he casually intercepted a student of indeterminate year. "Excuse me, could you please summon Kalito Bursted for me?" "Thank you." Perhaps due to his somewhat notable reputation, the student, despite wearing a rather haughty expression, did not refuse. After a brief promise of just a moment, he approached a stone wall and murmured something softly. The corner of the wall beneath the stone began to bulge, morphing into the serpentine form adorned with scales, slithering across the surface until it ultimately shaped itself into an archway. The Slytherin student entered the common room and, shortly thereafter, emerged with Kalitos, the two brushing past each other in haste as they made their way to the Great Hall. Leon extracted several vials of blood-replenishing agents from his dragonskin pocket. "Here's the merchandise he requested." The vials bore labels emblazoned with the words FBI warning, yet Kalito was unfamiliar with the significance of FBI. However, he had long grown accustomed to Liang's peculiar sense of humor at times. Grasping one vial, he held it up to the dim light of the corridor and nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, why do you need so many blood-replenishing agents?" Young queried, his tone tinged with annoyance. "You could certainly concoct this yourself, couldn't you?" "Oh, I certainly could," Kalito replied, "but as a businessman, personally preparing such items is an utter waste of time. My time is exceedingly precious, you know? As for their intended use, that remains a closely guarded commercial secret, understood?" Leon let out a derisive laugh. "Ah, yes, great merchant," Kalito burst. "May I inquire how much you earn in a day? There are but a handful of individuals in the entire wizarding community of Britain, and I wonder if the galleons within Gringotts could ever fill Buckingham Palace." Kalito gazed at Leon with a peculiar expression for quite some time. "My dear Junior, has anyone ever mentioned to you that you occasionally exude a sense of arrogance that rivals even our esteemed Slytherin house? It's akin to that of a solitary wolf. You must understand that even within Slytherin, we often rely on one another. Of course, unlike your Hufflepuff counterparts, here we generally hold the strong in high regard." Leon remained silent, turning on his heel and striding away with purpose, waving his hand dismissively. The peculiar fellow, Kalito, muttered something under his breath before turning back. Leon hurried along, yet he still arrived a tad late. The selection process had already commenced at the Quidditch stadium. Leon spotted Annie, who was glancing around anxiously at the edge of the field. "Where have you been?" Annie murmured. "If you had arrived any later, I would have had to take the field myself." Leon remained silent, drawing forth his wand and casting a spell of invulnerability against water and fire upon Annie. "Do well," he instructed, Annie's emerald green eyes fixed intently upon him. "Leon, are you feeling unhappy today? Has Professor McGonagall scolded you again?" Leon smiled gently. "Silly girl. It has nothing to do with Professor McGonagall. Do not worry, I am fine. If you make the school team, I shall cook a delicious meal for you tonight." "Really?" and asked excitedly. "Just wait and see. I will definitely make it." "Next, and Augustus," and pulled down the wind goggles from her forehead. Clutching the broomstick her grandfather gifted her during the holidays, the latest model from the Clean Sweep series. After giving Leon a thumbs up, she heard the whistle and propelled herself into the air. Lewin stood by the sidelines, gazing up at Annie, who was diligently executing various maneuvers as instructed. "What is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with Annie? Are you feeling down?" Young girls can be quite enigmatic. I have a tip for you. Regardless of what transpired, if you sincerely apologize and prepare her favorite treat, it is bound to work wonders. Every time Fiona and I have a disagreement, Senior, do you sometimes find me peculiar?" Lewin abruptly interrupted the incessant chatter of Soans with his inquiry. Soans was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he quietly replied, "Actually, you've always been rather strange." Lewin observed as Annie skillfully evaded a bludger and tossed the quaffle through the central goal hoop, prompting the sound of scoring. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, "In what way?" "There are many oddities about you," Soan shrugged. "Firstly, you do not resemble a Hufflepuff at all. In fact, we've often suspected that the sorting hat made an error. It should have placed you in Ravenclaw. Or perhaps Slytherin would have suited you better, with your capabilities. I believe you would attract quite a following there. Secondly, you are far too mature. At times, your maturity makes me feel you are older than I am. Although you are often accompanied by Annie, the Bant brothers, and even the entire cohort of younger students, I still sense that you are more accustomed to solitude." Annie executed a tactical maneuver, locking her legs around her broom, rolling to evade an attack from a Quidditch player, eliciting cheers from the gathered crowd. "So that's how it is," Lewin murmured to himself. "What?" Soans did not catch his words, as the stadium had grown even louder. Nothing, Lewin replied. "Annie is flying exceptionally well," Soans exclaimed suddenly. "Indeed, she is flying splendidly. After all, it runs in the family." "Lewin," Soans said, turning to him with a serious expression, "there's something I've always wanted to tell you. Sometimes, you should try to trust us, to trust your friends around you. Because we are Hufflepuffs, and Hufflepuffs are never short of friends." Annie successfully passed the Quidditch selection, emerging as one of the finest. Alongside her in the reserve team were the Bant brothers, whose sizable frames and strong arms made them formidable, while their aim may have been lacking. The resounding whoosh of the bludgers they struck led Hufflepuff's captain, Faith, to decide on the spot to include them in the team. After all, their robust physiques could easily overpower leaner opponents. That evening, the Badgers hosted a celebratory gathering in the common room. As if the trophy for this year was already cradled in their arms, Leon did not dampen their spirits. Instead, he personally ventured into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous Chinese feast. Under the adoring gazes of the small sprites at home, he elevated the atmosphere of the evening gathering to a crescendo. Of course, the following day still required attendance in class and the completion of assignments, for it was, after all, a Monday. Delighted to meet you all, children. I am your substitute teacher. Scrahan wrote his name on the small blackboard. You may call me Professor Scrahan. Your original potions professor will temporarily take over the defense against the dark arts class until your regular instructor recovers. Honestly, it was Leon's first time attending Scrahan's lesson and witnessing the prowess of this potions master. Although the professor shared certain interests reminiscent of a certain Lockhart, it must be said that the comparison was rather unfavorable. After all, Scrahan's skills spoke for themselves. Oh, splendid, Mr. Green, truly, truly splendid, Scrahan exclaimed, standing beside Leon. The silver knife technique employed is Severus's method, quite unique, indeed, an innovation even in the entire wizarding realm. I still recall the time I guided him in composing this innovation into a paper for publication. Alas, some of the old guard in the potions community have long derided it as quackery, yet it feels as if it were merely yesterday. Forgive me, as one ages. Nostalgia becomes a companion. Mr. Green, you are the first to complete the potion. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Annie, displeased, poked at the frog legs in front of her with a small knife. She had not been placed in a group with Leon today, and thus could not indulge in idleness. How disappointing. Her groupmate, Ronan, stared with wide, innocent eyes, cautiously tossing the ingredients into the cauldron. As a plume of green smoke rose, the classroom was filled with a foul stench reminiscent of rotten eggs. Oh, Mr. Bant, Scrahan said with a pained expression, glancing around before waving his wand. The foul odor coalesced into a small mass, which he then expelled through the open window. After class, Scrahan called out to Leon. Mr. Green, please wait a moment. Professor, is there something you need? Indeed, although I am merely substituting for a few months. I believe it is essential to establish my own club. Perhaps you would be interested in joining me this Saturday to engage with other talented young wizards? Scrahan suggested with a warm smile. Of course, Professor, I would be delighted, Leon replied, accepting the invitation. Upon opening it, he found it was indeed an invitation to the Slug Club. Oh, and here is one for Miss Annie as well. I hear you two share a rather good rapport. Do you take it back to her? Scrahan added, handing over another card. Ah, youth, how wonderful it is. Leon nodded slightly and turned to leave. As for the reason behind inviting Annie, he had his suspicions. Annie's maternal family was indeed quite renowned. However, what truly astonished Leon was that during a casual conversation at the Boosie by Manor over the holidays, he learned that Annie's grandmother had an eighth of Vila blood in her veins. Of course, it had no connection to the Drackle family. It could only be said that it was the essence of romantic France that even a Vila could be captivated. This also elucidated why Mr. Augustus, with his rather corpulent appearance, could father such a beautiful daughter as Annie. Yet, at this moment, the little girl had no inkling of how to harness the meager 1/32nd portion of Vila heritage within her. She nestled on the sofa like a little worm, her sleeveless academic sweater riding up, one small hand resting on her belly, while her school skirt was crumpled with pleats. Her delicate legs were propped up, one resting on the arm of the sofa, the other having kicked off her round-toed leather shoe, as she leaned closer to Leon, attempting to rest on his thigh. What a worm. A slug. Ugh, how disgusting. Annie uttered with disdain, pinching a corner of the invitation. Can I not go? Why? There is no reason. Then you might as well attend at least once. No. Annie crossed her arms defiantly. I still plan to train this Saturday. Training? You a substitute. What are you training for? Leon swatted her restless little foot, turning a page of his book. You wouldn't want Professor Scrowhan to make things difficult for you in class over the next few months, would you? My shoes are already quite small, Annie muttered. So annoying. By the way, when is the first Quidditch match? Annie perked up, counting on her fingers. The first match is in 2 days, Slytherin against Ravenclaw. I heard the Ravenclaw captain is planning to resign. The second match is us against Gryffindor at the end of the month, right before Halloween. It seems we will be competing with Ravenclaw for 3rd place. Leon. Annie raised her shoeless foot and placed it on Liang's shoulder, threateningly saying, Say that again? Can't you wish for something better? Groot, dazed, crawled out from Liang's collar, thinking it was mealtime, and took a bite of her delicate toes. Annie froze. Though it did not hurt, it was exceedingly embarrassing. Leon humorously remarked, Take it away. Otherwise, I shall have a bite too. Ah, Leon, I still desire that. Please give me another taste. Yet, and could not escape the gathering of the Slug Club, due to the strong winds today. She reluctantly crawled out of bed early in the morning to take a glance outside, only to return disheartened. It was said that the captain of Hufflepuff's Quidditch team had raged against Merlin in the heavens for over an hour amidst the howling winds. Ah, Leon, you have arrived, exclaimed Slughorn, emerging from nowhere and seizing Leon's arm, eagerly introducing him to the guests at the soiree. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Leon Green. Though he hails from Muggle origins, he is exceptionally talented. Indeed, remarkably so, having concocted a broad-spectrum antidote even before his enrollment. Seizing the moment while Leon was occupied, and continued to indulge in the banquet's culinary delights, particularly savoring the delectable cakes from the Honeyduke's family, which were simply divine, while relishing the scrumptious treats. And suddenly spotted a short figure darting past the entrance. She froze for a moment, then hastily set down her cake. "You little rascal. I've been searching for you for ages. So, it was you who devoured my cake, wasn't it? And you, who lurk outside the room of requirement. I shall catch you today." As Theodore passed a classroom, he faintly heard the sounds of merriment and the strains of an accordion, accompanied by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. He couldn't help but swallow hard. He had yet to discover the location of Hogwarts' kitchen and had only dared to snatch a bit of bread and pumpkin juice when the great hall was nearly empty. It had been quite some time since he had tasted meat. However, he had no choice. He could not return until he completed the task assigned by his father and that enigmatic figure. Initially, he thought the task was straightforward: to find the foolish portrait on the 8th floor, walk past it 3 times while murmuring his desire for a place to hide, and then locate the hunchbacked wizard statue to retrieve the lady's crown atop it. As a mere 7- or 8-year-old wizard, who would suspect him amidst the school? Yet neither his father nor that figure had informed him that the room had already been claimed. He had been watching it for nearly a month. But most of the time, it was occupied by others, sometimes even groups of students pretending to be cautious as they slipped inside. He longed for an opportunity to sneak away. But he had no idea where his father was. "Theodore, think. You are a noble pure blood. This minor challenge cannot daunt you." Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. But he paid them no heed, for he was merely a weak, pitiable first-year Slytherin student. "Ha, little thief, I have finally caught you," boomed a confident voice from behind. Theodore turned around, drenched in cold sweat. Standing behind him was the Hufflepuff girl who had spotted him loitering on the 8th floor several times. She was here to apprehend him. Without a moment's hesitation, Theodore drew his wand and conjured a snake, sending it towards her before turning to flee. If he could just reach the dungeons, he would be safe. There was a secret passageway there. Leon exchanged a few pleasantries with others. His agreement to attend the Slug Club's gathering was primarily due to the potential benefits it could afford him, particularly in terms of networking. Though Sklahorn could be somewhat insufferable at times, he undeniably possessed a modicum of influence. It would not be amiss to expand his acquaintance with a few prominent figures or their relatives. However, after he made his excuses to depart, he turned around only to discover that a certain indolent young girl had vanished. Had she returned home? Leon surveyed the delectable dishes that had just been served and promptly dismissed this improbable notion. Something must have transpired. Pondering briefly, he left the makeshift banquet hall, which was a classroom, and retreated to a secluded corner, where he produced a piece of parchment. This was a rudimentary version of the activity point map 2.1. The eccentric scientist, Frant, had yet to decipher the workings of the map, but his quick wit had led him to adopt the concept of the answering parchment, utilizing the activity point map as the primary server. After casting a cursory glance, Leon noticed the footprints representing Annie not far from his position. He raised his gaze towards the empty corridor ahead. "Is she underground?" Liang's expression darkened as he withdrew his wand, adjusting his trousers for a more comfortable escape, and then swiftly made his way towards the lounge. Meanwhile, Annie had cornered someone in the dungeon. However, she was unable to gain entry, as that scoundrel had set a fire at the dungeon's entrance. Fortunately, there was little within the dungeon that could catch flame. Although the smoke was considerable, the fire was gradually subsiding. This dungeon was situated on the 2nd underground level, with its entrance at the opposite end of the Slytherin lounge corridor. Hogwarts Castle was vast, immensely so, and the student body was well aware that the total population of the magical community was significant. As a result, many rooms and classrooms within the castle remained perpetually unoccupied. The dungeon was no exception. Typically, it was only frequented occasionally by younger Slytherins or reminisced about by Filch. "What are you doing?" A sharp voice rang out behind Annie. Startled, she turned to find 2 older Slytherin girls standing at the dungeon's entrance, gazing at her with a mix of confusion and indignation. "Huh? I was just asking you. What are you doing?" One of the girls demanded angrily. "We Slytherins have not provoked you Hufflepuffs, have we? Why are you setting fire near our lounge?" Annie was taken aback. Just as she was about to explain that she was searching for a diminutive individual, she noticed the other girl had already begun to shout loudly, "Help! Someone come and put out the fire." The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and a sense of dread settled in Annie's heart. Her predicament was becoming precarious. However, once the flames were extinguished, capturing the scoundrel hiding in the dungeon would pose no issue. At that point, it would be abundantly clear who had started the fire. As for why she had merely stood by and watched without attempting to extinguish the flames, well, she was not adept at the clear water spell. As Leon approached the vicinity of the Slytherin common room, he noticed a crowd gathered nearby, all of whom were Slytherins. With swift reflexes, he pulled Kaleida from the throng and, without preamble, inquired, "What has transpired?" Initially absorbed in the spectacle, Kaleida, upon seeing Leon, moderated his expression of intrigue and replied, "You should go inside and take a look. Your companion is cornered at the entrance to the fire scene, and many believe she is responsible for the blaze." Responsible for a fire? What fire? Leon responded, perplexed. Was it truly possible that Annie, who had never dared to approach the flames during their barbecues, had somehow learned to ignite a fire? Leon maneuvered through the throng, arriving just in time to witness a group of Slytherin girls encircling Annie, pressing her with their inquiries. You claim the fire was not your doing? Fine, we have extinguished the flames and inspected the dungeons, yet where is he? The leading girl demanded assertively. I distinctly saw him enter. Annie retorted, her lips pressed tightly together in defiance. I have seen him on several occasions. Where did you see him? What does he look like? Another Slytherin student interjected softly. It was in the Gryffindor Tower, in the corridor on the 8th floor, she replied. We never venture to the Gryffindor Tower, just as they never come to the dungeons. Annie arched an eyebrow, falling silent. Why the silence? What is the matter? The previously interrogating Slytherin girl sneered. I always thought you Hufflepuffs were incapable of lying. Indeed, loyalty is the hallmark of Hufflepuff, another voice chimed in coldly from behind. As Leon emerged from the crowd. Leon, Annie exclaimed, throwing her arms around him and burying her face in his shoulder, weeping. Never lie? Huh. What a charming notion, the Slytherin girl scoffed. Do you truly believe anyone could go a lifetime without telling a single lie? Leon disregarded her. Since you all believe that it is Annie who is lying, and that she is the one who set the fire, why not come together and uncover the truth? I truly wonder whether you are wizards or mere muggles. Is the wand in your hand merely a stick for kindling? Such words carry a weighty connotation, especially for Slytherin, a house that values honor and bloodlines. Insulting him by likening him to a warthog might not elicit much of a response. But to say he resembles a muggle, this provoked an immediate shift in the demeanor of several boys in the crowd. Kaleida cleared his throat heavily, observing him. A few slowly withdrew their hands from their wands. Leon chose to disregard their petty antics. While it may seem somewhat audacious to assert this, his current prowess enabled him to withstand the onslaught of these Slytherins until Hufflepuff or another professor arrived, without much difficulty. However, such a confrontation would undoubtedly lead to an embarrassing scene, and both he and Annie would inevitably find themselves caught in the crossfire. Therefore, he refrained from further provoking the Slytherins and with a flick of his wand, uttered the incantation, Reveal Traces. The tip of his wand emitted a golden mist, seemingly imbued with minute particles, which spread in a circular pattern as the spell took effect. Under the power of the revealing charm, a diminutive figure composed of this golden haze materialized at the dungeon entrance. With a few nimble steps down the staircase, it brandished a wand, unleashing a fiery apparition of golden mist, and swiftly ran to a cell door, quickly slipping inside before crouching in the corner, appearing to burrow down. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, for the truth was evidently clear. Was there still anyone who wished to cast out? Although he lacked the ability to perform a disillusionment charm, surely there were older Slytherins capable of such magic? Liang patted Annie on the shoulder and remarked nonchalantly. If you two are unable, you may seek out a professor. No need. A figure emerged from the throng, revealing Lena Burstrode, the Slytherin Student Council president, clad in elegant attire. Naturally, today's activities of the Slug Club would be incomplete without her, a member of one of the 28 pure blood families. A bunch of fools. Lena scolded the onlookers before continuing, My apologies. My associate misinterpreted the situation. Apologies should not fall upon your lips, Leong interjected, interrupting her. Annie tugged at his sleeve from behind, seemingly wishing to halt the exchange. Of course, Elena, you ought to apologize to Annie, the junior. Yes, I'm truly sorry. Yang gazed at the other person for a moment before finally diverting his gaze. Meanwhile, Lena had already turned her attention to the cell where the traces of their presence had just appeared. Liang observed as the individual gently tapped the wall and floor with a wand, subsequently uttering an incantation he had never encountered before. A shimmering light flickered on the ground, and then a trapdoor materialized within the confines of the cell. Kalido, please inform the dean. Link. Escort the younger students back to the lounge, Lena commanded with unwavering composure, before turning her gaze to Leon Jr. Would you be interested in exploring this? Leon made a gesture of invitation. Lena nodded, then mentioned several names of the upperclassmen from Slytherin. With a flick of her wand, the trapdoor creaked open, revealing the dark, shadowy slide below. After casting a few protective spells upon herself, she leaped into the abyss. Leon initially intended for Annie to wait in the lounge, but the girl clung to his arm like a koala, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Nevertheless, he thought, if any real danger arose, Senior Lena would be there to shield them. Moreover, that little fellow had just slipped down as well, so it was unlikely there would be any perilous landing. With this in mind, Leon slid down with Annie. The passage was not long. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes of exhilarating water slide, Leon spotted a faint glow ahead and promptly engaged the dampening spell to slow their descent. This enchantment was remarkably effective, safely landing. He found himself in a dimly lit corridor that resembled a sewage pipeline. Lena, a genuine scion of a pureblood family, appeared to be thoroughly entertained by the surroundings, unaffected by the dampness and the foul odor permeating the air. A sewage pipeline? Leon glanced around. Where does it lead? Where else but the Black Lake? Lena replied, giving herself a refreshing clean. The thought of the entire school's waste being funneled into the Black Lake sent a chill down Liang's spine. And you still fish by the lake? I've seen several Slytherin students doing just that. Lena's expression turned peculiar. We don't eat the fish we catch. Besides, the vastness of the Black Lake inherently possesses purifying capabilities, doesn't it? Not to mention, Gryffindors swim and bathe in it, as long as you find joy in it. Leon replied, exasperated. At that moment, several other Slytherins began to slide down as well. Everyone else here, let us move. Stay vigilant and be prepared. They all donned protective shields and proceeded through the pipeline. Along the way, they occasionally encountered the skeletal remains of small animals, primarily rodents. The eerie atmosphere caused Annie to cling tightly to Liang's clothing as they walked. After a while, two divergent paths appeared before them. Lena waved her hand, and 3 Slytherins understood the unspoken cue, opting for the left path, while Lena ventured down the other. Naturally, Liang chose to follow the more prominent figure. On a side note, Lena's legs truly were remarkably fair. Continuing onward, the group soon encountered a circular archway. The arch was adorned with intricate carvings that resembled serpents winding around its perimeter. Liang's expression shifted abruptly. Previously, he had been speculating whether this drainage pipe would connect to the hidden chamber. Now it seemed apparent that Hogwarts' underground pipes were indeed interconnected. It was said that the castle's most recent renovation was overseen by a descendant of the Gaunt family, occurring before the enrollment of the notorious Tom Riddle. The Gaunt family truly deserves their fate. Leon immediately covered Annie's eyes and spoke in a hushed tone. Let's go. We must turn back. Continuing forward is not an option. Lena cast a meaningful glance at Leon and promptly heeded his advice. The 4 of them swiftly retreated and encountered 3 individuals returning from a different path at the junction. Lena, that way leads to a dead end. It culminates at a sewage outlet, and there are no signs of disturbance around the fence. We should exit first and discuss later. Upon emerging from the slide, Leon's gaze was immediately drawn to the unkempt professor, whose expression radiated disdain, as if to silently inquire. How old are you, Professor? So, Miss Bulstrode, what seems to be the situation? Lena remarked, emphasizing her point. It was then that Leon noticed the deepening scowl on Snape's face. Shortly thereafter, Professors McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, Kettleburn, and even Professor Babbling, who taught ancient runes, arrived. It was unavoidable. Many at Hogwarts were undeniably bored, and upon hearing rumors of a suspected ancient chamber, everyone was eager to join in the excitement. Lena, are you certain that this might be a chamber left by Slytherin? Professor Flitwick inquired eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. I merely suspect so, Professor. For the patterns on that door bear some resemblance to Slytherin, she replied. Oh, Merlin. I always believed it to be a mere myth, came the delayed voice of Dumbledore. Ah, Albus, you have finally arrived, McGonagall sighed in relief. Oh, the Ministry of Magic sent someone over, causing a slight delay, Dumbledore explained as he surveyed the gathering. Heads of houses, please escort your students back to the common rooms. Ensure the prefects keep a watchful eye on the young witches and wizards. We shall explore this so-called Slytherin's chamber shortly. To be honest, I am quite curious myself. Oh, by the way, Mr. Green, please stay behind. I have a few matters I wish to discuss. Annie trailed behind Professor Sprout, glancing back every few steps as she departed. Meanwhile, Leon accompanied Dumbledore to a corner. Murmuring softly, engaged in some clandestine transaction. After a considerable time, Leon returned, his satisfaction evident. He had never anticipated following old Dumbledore to a chamber. He did not believe he could contend with the basilisk. Considering its size, he mused that he would barely suffice as a snack. Assuming it possessed any gaps in its teeth. Once the heads of the 4 houses had settled their students, they followed Dumbledore down the slide. At dinner, several of them returned, looking somewhat disheveled, yet each wore an expression of lingering excitement. Even the typically stoic Snape had indulged in a few extra drinks during the meal. According to Kaladin, their heads of houses enjoyed an unusually prolonged period of good cheer for over a week thereafter. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Leon, attempting to glean some insight from his expression. Surely, their good spirits must be linked to the basilisk being transformed into specimens and materials for his storeroom. Leon mused internally. You certainly seem to know something, don't you, Junior? You are increasingly intriguing, Kaladin remarked, stroking his chin. Do you possess prophetic abilities? Do I look like it? Leon retorted irately, turning a page in the book he held. This was the outcome of his transaction with Dumbledore. He had provided information about the chamber, and in return, the venerable headmaster gifted him a tome not available in the library. However, Leon was also curious about how this omniscient headmaster had gained access. Could he speak Parseltongue? Nevertheless, although the chamber no longer posed a threat, a shadow loomed in Leon's heart. Annie never lied, at least not to him, and that day, he had indeed caught sight of someone stealthily slipping away. Who could that mysterious figure be? Subsequently, Snape had meticulously investigated Slytherin's domain. All students were accounted for, with only one little wizard reporting a missing robe. He believed he had misplaced it in some corner and paid it no mind. Later, he was caught by Snape and spent a week handling nose-biting teacups. As for the figure lurking in the shadows, Leon found himself at a loss. Judging by the previous incident, it was evident that the individual was neither a current student of Hogwarts nor one who had previously attended. Anyone who had ever studied at Hogwarts would have their name displayed on the map. Leon was utterly perplexed as to how that individual managed it. Was it through a complex potion, a dwarf, or perhaps a fairy? France speculated that the cartographer must have cleverly utilized the castle's unique characteristics. Did the house elves have no inkling either? Asked Sevens. The house elves are swamped with daily tasks. Do you think they have the luxury to monitor the castle incessantly? Liang retorted with irritation. As for the ghosts in the murals, the former were few in number. And not every mural was inclined to heed my requests. Never mind, I'll have France set up a spyglass at the entrance of Gryffindor. Didn't T. Any mention that the other party had been loitering around the 8th floor repeatedly? Surely, they must have a purpose. The duo then arrived at the spectators' stand frequented by Hufflepuffs, where several Badgers had already gathered. Today marked the first Quidditch match of the academic year. With Slytherin facing off against Ravenclaw, Liang was handed a small Badger flag, and even faced an attempt to place a sticker of a flat-headed brother on his face, which he promptly deterred with a fierce glare. A pure steel gentleman, a cool and handsome figure, would I really adorn my face with such triviality? Moreover, isn't today the day of the eagle and serpent clash? What does it signify for you to wave a Badger flag? Oh, don't be so concerned about that. Annie Rose affixed the flat-headed brother sticker onto Liang's forehead. We must support Ravenclaw. If Ravenclaw manages to triumph over Slytherin, we might just have a chance at winning the trophy this year. Liang scoffed coldly, only to receive a frustrated kick from the petite girl on his calf. With Madame Hooch's whistle signaling the commencement, the first Quidditch match of the year officially began. And then, 40 minutes later, the match concluded. The Slytherin Seeker wore a triumphant expression akin to a conqueror as he raised the golden snitch high above. Oh, Liang nearly forgot, at this moment. Slytherin Seeker was not the heir of the Malfoy family, but rather a highly skilled fifth-year student. Leon led the despondent Annie towards the hall. In the corridor, they encountered a small lion distributing flyers. Leon, would you like to join our dueling club? With your prowess, you ought to partake in the games of the valiant. The lion hastily thrust a flyer into Leon's hand before scampering away, just as Professor McGonagall approached with an imposing demeanor. Liang picked up the flyer and noticed the bold letters proclaiming, Duel Club recruiting new members. Are you troubled by the monotony of campus life? Are you frustrated by the inability to find a worthy opponent? Join us. Showcase your skills. Let us revel in the fervor of dueling and sweat it out together. Flipping it over, he found an additional statement accompanied by an enticing image, a gleaming golden wand. The Duel Club intends to participate in this year's Golden Wand Duel Championship, with the grand prize being a magnificent golden wand. Don't let this opportunity slip by. What is this? Annie inquired, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the flyer. Golden Wand. Duel Championship? Liang, are you interested in participating in this competition? She asked, intrigued. For it was rare to see Liang show any interest in contests, especially when he was usually absorbed in his books. Not interested, he replied, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor. Oh, Annie said, refraining from further inquiries, for Miss Annie had little interest in anything beyond food and flying. Leon shook his head, initially intending to discard the flyer. However, upon noticing Professor McGonagall's stern expression, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately transforming it into a small bird, allowing it to soar away. Just a second before he turned the parchment into the bird, Leon caught a glimpse of the location for the Golden Wand duel competition, the plaza on the eastern side of Diagon Alley. Leon reclined on his frequently occupied sofa, while on the adjacent small coffee table, Groot and the nearby dancing sunflower engaged in an amusing display of dance. This little creature seemed to have unknowingly acquired the moonwalk, perhaps having picked it up from Leon's occasional whims of dancing. Over the past few days, it had adopted an almost addictive demeanor, as if it were the reigning dance king of the magical animal realm, rivaling Groot from Marvel, save for a small speaker. Annie entered the lounge with a palpable air of discontent. Stimulated by the recent match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff's captain, Faith Pippin, had been obsessively practicing, even drafting newly selected substitutes into a secondary team under the pretext of experimenting with various tactics. Yet, in Leon's eyes, such endeavors hardly constituted genuine strategy. After all, the rules of Quidditch included an unreasonable golden snitch. The Bant brothers followed closely behind, immediately scanning the room for Leon, clearly seeking to borrow homework. However, in that regard, he was utterly unhelpful, for he had ceased completing assignments altogether. Beyond history of magic and astronomy, even Snape had begun assigning him independent study material, as the professors were well aware that he had already begun self-studying third-year material, leading to an atmosphere of intense competition. As Leon savored a chilled soda in the lounge, he learned that his former employee, Laurentius, and Lupin had once again been denied entry. This time, they didn't even get through the door. This visit marked the last of their recent attempts to visit pureblood families, concluding with the Lestrange family. As one of the oldest pureblood families in the British wizarding world, the Lestranges were far from a mere duo, although the number of those eligible to be inscribed in the family tree was considerably fewer. At that moment, the two young heirs who could be recorded were both incarcerated in Azkaban, and tragically, neither had children. What does this mean, uncle? A young man stood by the window, watching Lupin and Laurentius depart, furrowing his brow. What else could it mean? After hearing news of the master, he simply could not sit still, replied another disheveled man seated at the writing desk. After all, how old is he now? 104? Or 105? Be quiet, barked a white-haired elder from behind the desk. Neither Dumbledore nor that esteemed individual is a subject for our discussion. Then shall we proceed as planned? The elder asserted resolutely. We merely need to retrieve some belongings left by our ancestors from Gringotts. Surely Dumbledore cannot interfere with that. Once we have retrieved them, as instructed by that esteemed individual, we shall hand them over to Old Nott. Speaking of which, Old Nott is quite impressive, the man by the window remarked disdainfully. He merely found the master before us. Did you see his face last time? TSK, TSK. Who in the magical world does not know that we, the Lestranges, are the master's most trusted? Regardless, when the master returns, our lives shall improve, unlike now, when a pureblood traitor dares to brazenly enter the Lestrange estate, clamoring to investigate dark artifacts. Lupin, this is the last one, right? Laurentius inquired, pulling out a water pouch for a sip. Yes, the last one, Lupin confirmed, glancing at his notebook. Let us head back to Diagon Alley. We've worked hard these past 2 weeks. Let's treat ourselves. Huh? No other matters? Laurentius asked, slightly bewildered. Huh? The remaining tasks will be handled by others. We need only focus on our part. Of course, we cannot relax just yet. I suspect we may soon witness an intriguing spectacle. The two vanished with a flicker of apparition, and moments later, a bald, stooped figure stealthily appeared, climbing a tree and extracting a brass telescope from his pocket to observe the distant Lestrange estate. Snape took advantage of the weekend to return to Spinner's End. He harbored no fondness for this place. The oppressive atmosphere of his childhood, marked by parental quarrels and even violent confrontations, had stifled him. He considered the only stroke of luck in his life to be the summer he met that girl. Regrettably, he had ruined her and everything she loved. Thus, for many years, unless necessary, he preferred to remain in the comforts of Hogwarts, where he could still find a modicum of happiness. Sitting listlessly in the dim, moldy sitting room, he was eventually roused by a knock at the door. He rose and opened it. Standing outside was a hunched old man, a figure he recognized but did not know well. Why the urgency in calling me here? Snape inquired as he let the man inside. Old Nott did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the room, casting several privacy charms before finally turning to Snape. Severus, the master has returned. Returned? But I have not felt the master's summoning. Snape replied, maintaining his usual demeanor. Is the master safe? May I meet him? No, Severus, the master does not wish to see you just yet, Nott replied. However, the master requires your assistance. Though I do not comprehend why the master places such trust in you, I hope you do not disappoint his expectations. Snape bowed his head slightly. Of course, should the master require my services, I am ever ready to oblige. What does the master need me to do? Await my word. Severus. The ensuing month passed without incident. There were no sudden attacks or alarming news. Dumbledore appeared each evening in the Great Hall for dinner, and the teacher recuperating in St. Mungo's had begun to roam about. Aside from the ever-increasing homework and endless Quidditch practices, everything seemed rather ordinary until Seven stealthily entered the lounge. What is the matter? Leon asked, puzzled. Are you being chased by a venomous tentacula demanding syrup? What nonsense. What is syrup? Sevens queried, then lowered his voice. Shoo, do not speak loudly. We are in serious trouble. Sevens grabbed Leon's ever-present water bottle from the coffee table and took a couple of swigs of soda before explaining. The parchment we wholesale to the professors has been used for the 5th and 7th years today. And the crucial part is that Professors McGonagall and Flitwick seem to have made some minor modifications to our product. Today, the entire 5th and 7th years spent the whole day answering questions. The 5th-year Gryffindors said it was akin to a catastrophe. They were writing answer after answer on the parchment. Each time they completed a page, the parchment refreshed itself. After class, they were inquiring everywhere about the source of the parchment. Oh, Leon, we are doomed. Oh, Leon replied, his enthusiasm waning. What of it? Surely the professors cannot disclose where the parchment originated? Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick certainly did not comment on the matter. However, Professor Binns expressed his unreserved admiration for it. Is that ghostly old fellow truly so loquacious? The two exchanged a glance, both perceiving an ominous sense of foreboding above each other's heads. Nonetheless, they were not the first to encounter misfortune. The initial unfortunate soul was the chief product officer of the Eye of Secrets, Frant. While Leon and Sevens stealthily dined amidst the crowd, Frant, with a scarf wrapped around his head, clandestinely approached the long table of Hufflepuff. Quick, fetch me a chicken leg and that pumpkin juice. I am nearly starving, Frant exclaimed, hurriedly shoving food into his mouth while guzzling down a large gulp of drink. Leon scrutinized Frant and noted that aside from his disheveled appearance, he seemed relatively well. Relatively well? Frant began to vent his frustrations to Sevens, exclaiming, what nonsense. You two have not been obstructed by the 5th years, so of course, you're fine. Do you have any idea how many have blocked me? Aside from Ravenclaw, the 5th years from all other houses showed up. Especially from our house in Slytherin, they were particularly ruthless. I have never witnessed such unity among them. Leon glanced around and inquired, where is Senior Fiona? Oh, her, replied Frant, who was busy devouring another slice of toast. She is perfectly fine and has even brought along several Gryffindor girls to assist me. After all, she is a female, and no one dares to trouble her. What about Frant? Has anyone seen Frant from Gryffindor? Before Frant could finish his sentence, a group of disheveled and weary wizards burst through the hall's entrance, scanning the surroundings. As Leon turned his head once more, he discovered that Frant's figure had vanished from the long table. Upon lowering his gaze, he found him beneath the table. Both Sevens and Leon were present. One of them shouted, prompting a throng of people to rush over. What do you intend to do? Sevens inquired warily. Although few professors had come to dine that evening, there were still 2 or 3 seated at the main table. Sevens, we do not wish to trouble you unduly. After all, the cursed parchment of questions is not your doing. Just tell us where Frant is, exclaimed a fifth-year Gryffindor. Do you have any idea what we've endured today? We have been solving problems the entire day, from the first class at 9 o'clock until now. Leon leisurely finished his meal and turned to inquire. What will you do after locating Frant? A Slytherin, with a sinister grin, replied, naturally, we shall toss him into the Black Lake to bait the waters. I intend to use Frant's ample flesh to lure the great squid lurking within. Leon shook his head and sighed. Dear friends, while I am unaware of Frant's whereabouts, I have a far superior idea. Would you care to hear it? Oh, a group of 5th graders expressed their curiosity. It is said that in the distant eastern land of neon lights, there exists a school known as the School of Magic, where a peculiar method of punishment is rumored to be practiced. They refer to it as Aluba. Aluba? The group murmured the unfamiliar term in confusion. Indeed, Aluba, Leon chuckled. This so-called Aluba involves gathering a group of individuals to find a tree of suitable size. Then, they hoist the unfortunate soul the one to be punished, before the tree. One person supports the body while 2 others lift each leg, subsequently wedging the victim's trousers against the tree and rubbing up and down. Of course, do not exert too much force, otherwise it could lead to serious consequences. The group stared in astonishment, particularly the boys, who felt a sudden chill in their groins. Even Sevens gaped in disbelief. In Liang's perspective, the schoolyard bullying among English institutions seemed trivial by comparison. Even Harry and his father's infamous quartet merely resorted to hanging Snape upside down and removing his trousers, a complete lack of creativity. How could that possibly compare to Aluba? Naturally, he was not a fiend. He had refrained from employing the truly diabolical methods seen in those Japanese and Korean dramas. Nevertheless, the 5th graders were clearly breathing heavily, visibly excited to the point of exhilaration. You truly do not know where Frant is? One of them questioned, still skeptical. Leon gestured with a small bear-like shrug. All right. Brothers, let us venture elsewhere. If we happen upon that scoundrel Frant, we shall ensure he experiences a taste of, what was it? Ah, yes, Aruba. Indeed. Let us serve him an Aruba. A throng of individuals hurriedly dashed out, forsaking their meal. Leon observed their hurried departure before lowering his gaze to the space beneath the table. There, he beheld Frant, whose face was etched with terror as he regarded Leon, as though he were gazing upon a devil. The burly figure cowered beneath the table, trembling visibly, causing the table itself to quiver in response. At this moment, Leon remained oblivious to the fact that the notorious Aruba, later recognized as the foremost tormentor in the realm of school bullying across the entire European wizarding community, was a creation of his own hands. The following day, Leon did not catch sight of Frant throughout the day, unaware of his whereabouts or whether he had been apprehended by the 5th years concerning Aruba. His mind was entirely consumed by 2 matters: the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, and the impending Halloween night. Given the annual tradition of calamities occurring on Halloween, Leon had no doubt that this year would be no exception. On October 31st, Halloween night, there were no classes scheduled, as it was the day of the much-anticipated Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. The losing team would face a battle for 3rd place upon returning from the Christmas break, while the victors would engage in their next match in January. Following this match, the young wizards would endure nearly a month of rigorous preparation. Although Hogwarts did not adhere to the concept of midterm examinations, several professors often assigned assessments before Christmas. Nonetheless, this did not significantly concern Leon, as he had already steeled himself early that morning, donning a full set of gear and equipping his magically enhanced Dragonite pocket. Are you worried about Annie? Sevens plopped down beside him, urging him to relax. Annie isn't playing today. Indeed, Annie had yet to secure a starting position in the lineup, primarily due to the fact that Hufflepuff's current roster had been refined over 2 to 3 years, and her playing position was not in dire need of reinforcement. Nevertheless, she had risen early to attend the Hufflepuff team's locker room, as reserve players were required to be present, ready for any eventuality. It was not just the intensity of the Quidditch World Cup that posed unforeseen challenges. Even the House Cup within the school was fraught with unexpected occurrences. Substitute players could be called into action at any moment. Hearing Seven's words, Leon offered a wry smile. Could he truly express that his concern was not for the competition? His worry lay elsewhere entirely. He could not fathom why this individual was so fixated on a single professorship at Hogwarts. Even after all these years, the obsession lingered. Thus, the match commenced amidst Leon's troubled countenance as a throng of young wizards fervently pursued the 4 balls. Outside the castle, a laborer was also in pursuit, albeit as the prey. Laurentius soared on his broomstick, desperately ascending and then diving, attempting to evade the relentless pursuers hot on his heels. Yet, His opponent's skills were evidently formidable, maintaining a close chase. He and Lupin had inadvertently stumbled upon a nest of Death Eaters. Over half an hour prior, they had stealthily infiltrated the Lestrange estate. Indeed, they had infiltrated, bypassing the numerous magical barriers surrounding this ancient pureblood family. Lupin produced a key-like alchemical artifact while Laurentius donned an invisibility cloak, brazenly entering through the front door. Laurentius would wager his dearly departed grandmother's name that the key and cloak were not mere trinkets. He would swallow 5 pounds of dragon dung if they were. A little gadget borrowed from Dumbledore, surprisingly effective, Lupin whispered in explanation. The two, stealthy as shadows, crept into the estate's villa, searching for quite some time before finally locating their quarry in a second-floor parlor. 3 Lestranges and a hunched old man were present. Old Nott. Here's what the master requested. We have retrieved it, one of the elder Lestranges announced. Old Nott crouched down, opened the box, glanced inside, and then closed it again. Excellent, he remarked, lifting the box with a casual air. The master has assigned you a new task. By midnight tomorrow, find a way to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic. Divert the attention of those fools. What do you intend to do with the Ministry? A young man questioned. Do you think the Ministry is entirely inept? That is your failing, Old Nott smirked. If you cannot accomplish this, it matters not. The master has other preparations in place. However, he detests useless incompetence. I understand. The leading Lestrange replied solemnly. We will endeavor to create a diversion to draw away the Ministry's guards. But we need to know which department you aim to infiltrate to coordinate effectively. After a moment of contemplation, Old Nott replied. The master requires an object stored in the Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries? The 3 others were taken aback. For within the Ministry of Magic, the Department of Mysteries was the most enigmatic. Everyone in this department was meticulously chosen and known as the Unspeakables. None knew what these mysterious individuals engaged in daily. Yet it was undeniable that each unspeakable was exceptionally skilled. The 3 exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern. Creating a diversion to draw away the guards was already a formidable challenge, and now they were to face the Unspeakables as well. Sensing their trepidation, Old Nott scoffed. Fear not, I can handle the Unspeakables myself. You merely need to divert the ordinary aurors. The trio sighed in relief. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from outside the room. The 4 reacted swiftly, drawing their wands and rushing to the door. No one? Old Nott's expression darkened. Something is amiss. There must be someone. Find them immediately. Disapparate. With a crack, a house elf appeared in the corridor. Go fetch the Kneasel. There's no need for such fuss, the young Lestrange sneered. Watch this. With a powerful explosion, magic surged from the tip of his wand, shattering the wall and glass at the corridor's end. Amidst the cloud of debris, 2 figures leapt out. Pursue. Thus, Laurentius and Lupin, like wild hounds, were chased through 15 streets by the 3 relentless Lestranges. Had it not been for the reliable Mr. Lupin preparing 2 brooms in advance, they would have surely been caught long ago. As the pursuers closed in, Laurentius felt an increasing urgency. With limited resources, their brooms were evidently inferior to those of the still affluent Lestrange family. Laurentius, Lupin shouted. You go on ahead and relay the message. Mr. Lupin, Laurentius called out, only to see Lupin maneuver his broom, turning back to engage in a magical duel with their persistent pursuers. Gritting his teeth, Laurentius pressed onward. Finally, after flying for another half hour, he recognized familiar architecture. Stumbling off his broom, Laurentius dashed through the back door of the Hog's Head Inn. Hey, you little rascal, the innkeeper began, but Laurentius interrupted, breathless. I need to find Dumbledore, urgent. Meanwhile, Old Nott did not pursue the 3 incompetent Lestranges. Such action would be futile. Completing the master's task was paramount. Moreover, the item he carried was far more valuable than the lives of those 3 fools. Having left the vicinity of the estate, Old Nott appeared at a safe house. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he was abruptly surrounded by numerous individuals. A heavy weight settled in his heart. He had been ambushed. He had suspected that apart from the madwoman imprisoned in Azkaban, none of the Lestranges could be trusted. Old Nott, you indeed returned, a tall, bald, dark-skinned wizard intoned. I seem to recall stating that should you dare to return, I would personally ensure your imprisonment in Azkaban. Kingsley, Dumbledore's hound. Old Nott spat through clenched teeth. How did you? With a mocking laugh, Kingsley Shacklebolt replied. Old Nott, it's not just you who possesses information. Old Nott fell silent. Knowing it was futile, no matter who had betrayed him, escaping was his immediate priority. At the very least, he must ensure the item in his possession was delivered safely. If he could successfully deliver the item to the master, even at the cost of his own life, it would be worth it. His son would continue to follow the great Voldemort, restoring the Nott family's former glory. With this thought, Old Nott's gaze darkened ominously. Kingsley, a seasoned veteran, recognized that the old man was prepared to fight. He signaled to his companions, who loosened their encirclement and raised their wands. A battle was imminent. The proprietor of the Pig's Head Tavern, with a grim expression, ultimately ushered Laurentius into a chamber on the 2nd floor. The room housed a 2-way mirror, a direct line to Dumbledore. This was the emergency communication method established by Dumbledore and Lupin, while messages conveyed by owls or even patron uses required a modicum of time. The 2-way mirror facilitated swifter exchanges. The sole limitation was that the mirror could only transmit text or images, devoid of sound. Nevertheless, this sufficed. Shortly after Laurentius relayed the message, a surge of emerald flames erupted from the fireplace, revealing the visage of an elderly gentleman adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles. Dumbledore! Laurentius exclaimed. Mr. Lupin. Ah, I am aware, Mr. Lima, Dumbledore responded. No need to fret. I have already dispatched someone to assist Lupin. He will be safe. However, I am quite curious about the other matter you mentioned. Leon sat on the chair, squirming like a wriggling maggot. Leon, what troubles you? Is it a flare-up of hemorrhoids? Inquired a young badger. It's nothing. Hemorrhoids are easily treatable. The last time I suffered, Madame Pomfrey provided me with a viscous potion that worked wonders. But later I discovered it was meant for topical application, he replied. Silence. Leon murmured. The young badger, understanding the cue, promptly ceased his chatter. Leon, do you believe we can emerge victorious? I have a nagging feeling that Gryffindor is playing exceptionally fiercely today. Another young badger chimed in. However, that female chaser from Gryffindor is remarkably beautiful, with such impressive biceps. Leon cast a glance at the large figure to his left. Then at the equally imposing figure to his right, suddenly feeling akin to a certain bald character. Amidst the jubilant cheers from the Gryffindor stands, he noticed the scoreboard reflecting an additional 10 points for Gryffindor. Abruptly, the captain of Hufflepuff called for a timeout. What is the matter? Leon inquired with confusion. Is someone injured? No, they are likely changing tactics. Someone beside him elucidated. Indeed, after a few moments, Leon observed Annie and the two brothers, Ronaldo and Rod, take to the field. With the referee's whistle, everyone soared into action once more. Rod and Ronaldo, as the beaters, did not overly concern themselves with the quaffle, opting instead for a more serendipitous approach. Their primary focus remained on the opposing chasers. Leon observed two individuals executing a remarkably synchronized strategy to encircle the recently lauded chaser from Gryffindor, constantly disrupting her attempts to score. Whenever the opposing team faltered, Annie, akin to an agile swallow, would deftly snatch the ball from the ensuing chaos and swiftly dart towards the opponent's goal, employing an array of feints before shooting. Gradually, the score began to close. Meanwhile, on the streets, Kingsley and his companions had managed to subdue old Nott. In truth, Nott's abilities were rather mediocre during his school years. He was merely a bottom dweller, and his magical prowess left much to be desired. The only aspect that instilled fear in Kingsley and his team was Nott's reckless casting of the killing curse. Fortunately, the curse was devoid of any curvature. Explosions echoed through the streets as Kingsley, at that moment, could scarcely concern himself with the multitude of reports he would need to write afterward or the complaints that would arise from his colleagues during the cleanup. Suddenly, a young man executed a splendid jinx that caused old Nott to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Kingsley skillfully cast a disarming charm, sending Nott's wand flying. Just as Nott attempted to retrieve another wand from his robes, another aura arrived with a thunderous blast. With a resounding crash, Nott was propelled into the debris, left unconscious and unaware of his fate. Capture him alive, Kingsley shouted, despite his overwhelming desire to eliminate the old scoundrel. A group of them paused, maintaining their vigilance as they cautiously approached. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the area, accompanied by a multitude of bats. Be careful, Kingsley yelled, prompting everyone to take cover. In the realm of magic, when confronted with the unknown, the best strategy was invariably to avoid being struck. The bats screeched past as the fog gradually dissipated, revealing that old Nott had vanished from the ruins. Damn it, Kingsley exclaimed, striking the wall in frustration, his expression betraying a flicker of inexplicable emotion. Old Nott felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body. His left arm was entirely devoid of feeling. It appeared he had lost it. However, that was of little concern. Upon returning to his master, he would be rewarded for his loyalty. Thank you, Severus, old Nott weakly murmured. Bring me a bottle of invigorating potion. If you have some essence of murtlap, that would be even better. Yet, Severus Snape, who had brought into an obscure alleyway, remained unmoved. Severus? A sense of foreboding washed over old Nott. He sensed Snape emerging from the shadows, his expression as inscrutable as ever. You won't need any potions. What do you mean? Old Nott inquired in panic. Are you betraying our master? Snape's smile was devoid of warmth as he curled his lips. With a flick of his wand, old Nott's chest erupted in a violent explosion, his head lolling to the side as silence enveloped him. Lyman Nott, if I recall correctly, you were among those who besieged Godric's Hollow, weren't you? Go and confess your sins. With that, Snape nonchalantly opened the box that Nott had clutched and glanced inside before vanishing with a pop. Over an hour later, Snape arrived on the second floor of an abandoned orphanage. Gently pushing open the door, he lowered his head and respectfully stated, Master, I apologize. By the time I arrived, old Nott was already beyond saving. However, I retrieved the item you requested. The man in the shadows reached out slightly, and the box flew towards him. He opened it to inspect its contents. Excellent, Snape. I knew I could always rely on you, couldn't I? Of course, my master, Snape replied, bowing his head. You can always trust me. Always. As the whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, despite Faith Pippin's tactical adjustments, Hufflepuff could not recover the score, hindered by the exceptional skills of the opposing seeker. In the 30th minute, he spotted the golden snitch but could only watch helplessly as it slipped away amidst the Bant brothers' near-manic offensive. In the 50th minute, he had another chance. Coming within a fist's distance of the elusive snitch. An hour and a half into the match, the opposing seeker executed a daring dive, effortlessly eluding Hufflepuff's defense to seize the snitch, thereby concluding the game. Even Faith had to concede that the victory was decisive and elegant. Hey brother, well done. Faith exchanged fist bumps with the opposing team. You guys did great too. Your strategies rivaled Slytherin's. We'll just consider it a rehearsal. Especially those newcomers, quite impressive. Indeed. Faith remarked, the Bant brothers are formidable. With a bit more practice, particularly Annie, she's a real gem. I hear she's Liang's girlfriend? The opposing player inquired. That Liang from your house is quite remarkable. His quiz parchment gave me quite a headache. Professor McGonagall said that if we lost today's match, we'd be writing essays until Christmas. Faith's expression darkened. You are better off than us. We're in a worse predicament. I once heard Professor Sprout ask him if he could incorporate the entire curriculum from years 1 to 5. Annie soared through the game, though they didn't win. She personally scored 4 goals. 4 goals. She would surely be restless tonight if she didn't find someone to boast to. Strangely, however, she searched the entire common room and even the 8th floor room of requirement, but found no one. Where is he? Upon returning to the common room, Annie caught Sevens and inquired, where's Liang? Sevens looked puzzled. I don't know, but aren't you two inseparable? Sevens hastily clarified. Annie, don't go making wild accusations. I have a girlfriend. I, Sevens Weasley, am no gay. As for Liang, a house elf came by during your match, and then he vanished. Huh. Did he sneak off for a snack? Annie exclaimed in disbelief. Leon's intentions were not to indulge in infidelity. Rather, the house elves, who had been diligently keeping watch, finally brought forth news regarding the arsonist he had been tracking. They reported having spotted the very same individual outside the Gryffindor common room. This revelation compelled Leon to hastily excuse himself mid-conversation. Sir, he is right there, whispered the house elf discreetly in Leon's ear. Leon nodded. Having also noticed a peculiar transparent object nestled in the corner of the wall, slightly differing from its surroundings. He possessed an invisibility cloak himself and was undoubtedly aware of its remarkable effects. Thus, it was evident that Harry's family was indeed affluent, owning one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, a cloak of invisibility. When donned, that garment would likely leave no trace whatsoever. Leon quietly observed the scene before him, his mind concocting devious schemes. Capturing him was not the challenge. The true difficulty lay in extracting a confession. Theodore sensed that there could be no better opportunity than today. With nearly everyone at the school attending the match, he could finally proceed with his task without arousing suspicion. Yet, who could explain why, at this very moment, there remained someone in the request room? He found himself unable to enter. You were caught. A chilling voice echoed from behind him. Theodore's heart skipped a beat. Nevertheless, he turned slowly, clinging to a sliver of hope, only to find the other party fixedly staring at his position. Discarding his invisibility cloak, Theodore hastily hurled spells behind him while sprinting down the stairs. He harbored no illusions about besting his opponent. He recognized the figure who seemed to share his height. He was Leon Green, the most academically accomplished student in the entire second year at Hogwarts. As anticipated, the spells he cast sank like stones into the sea, causing not even a ripple. Curse it. Theodore cursed inwardly. This individual was proving to be an insurmountable obstacle. Finally, a spell was cast in his direction, and a suit of armor ahead of him crashed to the ground, causing Theodore to trip and fall heavily. It was over. A wave of despair washed over Theodore. He feared he truly would not escape today. Mr. Green, what are you doing here? A greasy-haired man in a black robe appeared, having taken position behind Theodore. He noticed Liang had halted in his tracks. I am capturing a mouse, Professor, he replied. No need for that, Mr. Green. I was just on my way to the headmaster's office. I shall escort him myself. Liang's face darkened as he pursed his lips and bowed before departing. Theodore had just begun to rise when a man behind him grasped the collar of his shirt, lifting him as one might a fledgling chick and bringing him around the corner. Are you Theodore Nott? Yes, but I have yet to acquire that item. Theodore's wariness surged. Observing his reaction, the man let out a cold laugh. Has your father not informed you of my identity? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a mark that Theodore recognized all too well. Your entry here was orchestrated by me. I have long asserted that such matters should not be entrusted to a mere boy. Theodore replied, I apologize, sir, but that room has always been occupied. I could not gain access. That is your concern, the man retorted icily. Where is your father now? I do not know. Oh, then what do you know? Once you obtain the item, how will you contact him? Father said that once I secured the item, I should send it via Al to Diagon Alley, where members of the Vulture Brigade would be waiting. Diagon Alley? Yes, Diagon Alley. The Vulture Brigade is there. Who are you? Theodore suddenly looked at the man before him in terror. The once imposing, unkempt figure began to dissolve like a wax statue, and the surrounding illusions began to shift. He had not left that tower. He was still in place. Around him stood a group of Hufflepuff students, curiously observing him. Trembling, Theodore turned to Liang and asked, What have you done to me? Liang remained silent, waving his wand to bind Theodore, followed by a silencing charm. Balak, if I recall correctly. The Golden Wand Dueling Championship is being held in Diagon Alley, right? I heard that members of the dueling club at school obtained permission from the professor to attend the event. Yes, go inform the professor. They might be in trouble. The Vulture stood at the entrance of the ice cream shop, holding a cone, gazing at the towering structure in the distance, Gringotts. He hailed from a prestigious French wizarding family but was regarded as an inferior half-blood. Despite possessing the finest magical talent within his family, he was still denied his desires, including the woman he cherished most, who was forcibly wed to his worthless elder brother. Why must it be so? From that moment, he understood that only through sheer strength could he compel others to obey. This included the ancient members of his own family. Thus, he ventured far from home, building the Vulture gang from the ground up. However, he had spent most of these years roaming Africa and other parts of Europe, and this marked his first visit to the British Isles. He possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that he was unlikely to be a match for the wizard proclaimed as the most powerful of the century. Thus, avoiding confrontation was no shame. Nevertheless, today he aimed to create a significant upheaval. After all, that individual had resurfaced, and even Dumbledore would likely find it troublesome. In this scenario, was it too much to seek personal gain amidst the chaos? If that individual intended to exploit him, why should he not seek to do the same? Consequently, he dedicated over a month to meticulous planning, all for this day. Today, he intended to clear out Gringotts. Is everything prepared? He inquired. His aide adjusted his hat and quietly replied, Chief, everything is ready. Good, today let us surprise these British folks. Knockturn Alley, the president of the Hogwarts Dueling Club, was also preparing to astonish the professors at the school, particularly Professor Flitwick. As a sixth-year student, if he could win Professor Flitwick's favor this year, he would have a smoother path in the next academic year. Whether he aspired to join the Ministry of Magic or compete for an Auror position, it would be significantly easier. Regrettably, Professor Flitwick never acknowledged him positively, often criticizing his dueling skills as being overly utilitarian. What nonsense! Dueling is about winning. The truth lies in victory. Hearing his name announced outside, Knockturn straightened his attire and rallied the 10 or so core members of the dueling club who accompanied him, before excitedly rushing onto the stage. This seemingly insignificant dueling competition had several skilled participants, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. The Vulture, rarely seen without his mask, had removed it but opted to don a human skin mask procured in Africa. This mask, crafted through dark magic, involved peeling an entire face from a person's visage. He had no desire to reveal his true identity, nor did he possess a better method to counter Gringotts' protective enchantments. The thief's downfall could wash away all magical disguises, yet it would likely be ineffective against his peculiar mask, as he merely wore another's face. Gaining entry to Gringotts was simple. They had long ago seized control of a goblin employed within. The method was straightforward, coercion and enticement. They had fed him a special magical insect from Africa, which, lacking an antidote, would wreak havoc within the victim's body, siphoning their magical essence to empower itself, a sensation few could endure. To entice him further, the Vulture promised a goblin-crafted helmet, a trophy from his exploits in Europe. Enter, Kahid, of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take without earning shall receive the harshest punishment. So if you seek to claim a treasure never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. The Vulture read the warning inscribed at the entrance of Gringotts with intrigue. Oh, how frightening, he exclaimed, before striding confidently into Gringotts and heading straight for his insider's counter. The goblin at the counter trembled slightly. Good day, sir. What business do you wish to conduct? The Vulture took a box from his subordinate and poured its contents onto the floor, revealing a dazzling array of gold coins, galleons, and sickles scattered everywhere. I have heard that Gringotts is renowned as the safest place in all of Europe. Open a vault for me. I wish to store my belongings. Many goblins' eyes gleamed with greed as they leaned forward. The Vulture's insider discreetly blocked the others, bowing deeply. At your service, please follow me. Theodore Knott's face turned pale. Bound by a binding curse, he sat on the bench in the hall, unable to utter a sound. Surrounded by a throng of students who regarded him as though he were a rare magical creature, Leon had already summoned all the professors he could find, harboring an ominous premonition that something grave was about to unfold. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. If Hogwarts did not encounter some incident on Halloween each year, it would be as if Merlin had returned. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and as Leon looked up, he was surprised to see Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick arriving the quickest. Oh, Merlin, Mr. Green, what on earth has occurred? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her expression one of shock upon seeing the bound young wizard. Professor, I have uncovered the culprit behind the fire in the dungeons a few days ago. Interestingly, I have already inquired with the heads of the 4 houses, and they all seem unfamiliar with the student. Additionally, I have stumbled upon some troubling matters that may require a private discussion with you. Meanwhile, in the depths of Gringotts, a Vulture stood before a vault, pulling out a pocket watch to check the time. Ah, the time has come. Cadogan was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He had been locked in a standoff with the bearded man across from him for nearly half an hour. Yet, the man remained at ease, exuding an air of a cat toying with a mouse. Moreover, Cadogan was certain that his opponent was a dark wizard. During their duel, Cadogan could distinctly sense that several times, the man employed forms of dark magic he had never encountered before. The foul, chilling aura emanating from those spells was unmistakable. But how had a dark wizard infiltrated the dueling tournament? In a legitimate duel, each participant was subjected to scrutiny to ensure no dark wizards slipped through the cracks. With that thought, Cadogan cast a furtive glance at the audience below, his heart racing. To his alarm, he noticed several spectators wearing sinister smiles as they gazed at the stage. Some had even drawn their wands. Something is amiss. However, before Cadogan could react, the bearded man cracked his neck and called out loudly to the crowd, "Hey, is it time yet?" A voice from the audience responded, "Yes, it is." The bearded man turned his face, a grin spreading across his features. "Sorry, kid. You're quite the plaything, but it's time for me to get to work." With that, a sickly green light shot towards Cadogan, accompanied by the incantation, Avada Kedavra. Cadogan's mind went blank. At that moment, an extremely sharp voice pierced through the tension. "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do to my student?" A half-hour earlier, after hearing Leon's account, Professor McGonagall, though skeptical, had swiftly sprung into action. Unable to reach Dumbledore, she, as the deputy headmistress, could decisively manage all affairs at Hogwarts. After entrusting the school to Professors Slughorn and Sprout, Professor McGonagall attempted to re-establish contact with Dumbledore while personally heading towards Diagon Alley. However, she was intercepted by Professor Flitwick. "Minerva, I must go too. Cadogan is a Ravenclaw student, and I must be there." Ultimately, Professor McGonagall acquiesced and brought Leon along, albeit with visible reluctance. Leon originally believed he would leave the school using the disillusionment charm to hasten his journey, but unexpectedly, Professor McGonagall directly escorted the two of them to the headmaster's office. The fireplace in the Hogwarts headmaster's office connects to all the Floo networks, although it is typically not utilized. However, as Professor McGonagall explained, this is a special circumstance. After speaking, she approached a spherical device and placed her hand upon it. "Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, emergency temporary authorization." The authorization was granted. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the previously magical atmosphere would suddenly shift. However, Professor McGonagall was too preoccupied to concern herself with Leon's thoughts. Grasping a handful of Floo powder, she stepped into the fireplace and exclaimed, "Diagon Alley." Professor Flitwick patted Leon on the shoulder. "It's your turn, my boy." And so, Leon accompanied the two professors to Diagon Alley. As soon as he stepped out of the fireplace, his wrist flicked, and his wand sprang to life. The scene in Diagon Alley was already chaotic. "Oh, Merlin." Professor McGonagall observed the panicked crowd and the shops ablaze, as if transported back several years. "Leon, stay close," Professor Flitwick called out. However, Leon shook his head. "Professors, you go ahead. I must find Dumbledore's informant." Yet, McGonagall was clearly reluctant. "Rest assured, Professor, I can manage." McGonagall nodded. "Just be cautious. If you need assistance, signal immediately, and one of us will come." With that, she and Professor Flitwick strode against the tide of the fleeing crowd towards the source of the commotion. Leon, on the other hand, edged along the wall until he reached Augustus's second-hand bookstore. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came the gruff voice of Mr. Augustus. "Uncle Gilead, it's me." "Leon." The door swung open, and the Augustus couple, huddled behind it, quickly pulled Leon inside. "Oh, Merlin." "Leon, what are you doing here at this hour? What is happening at school?" Mr. Augustus inquired anxiously. "Uncle Gilead, don't worry. The school is fine. I came with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick." "Oh, that is a relief. How is Annie?" "Annie is well. She just finished a Quidditch match." "Oh, splendid." "My daughter." Mr. Augustus's words were abruptly cut off as his wife pinched him. "Leon, what is the situation outside?" Leon spoke softly. "There are disturbances outside. Although I do not know exactly what is happening. It would be prudent for you and your uncle to temporarily vacate Diagon Alley. Additionally, is that individual I mentioned earlier still in the shop?" "Yes," Mr. Augustus replied hastily. "The young man appears quite unfortunate. We applied some white freshener to him, gave him a meal, and he has since fallen asleep. I shall check on him." As Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick arrived at the eastern square of Diagon Alley, they were met with a scene that could instill dread in any heart. A burly man with a scruffy beard was menacingly casting the killing curse at another individual, who was none other than Ravenclaw student Carduin Langley. In that moment, Professor Flitwick felt an overwhelming surge of fury. During the years of Voldemort's reign of terror, countless families were plunged into grief and mourning. Yet, if anyone felt the weight of this tragedy most acutely, it was undoubtedly the professors of Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick had often been at the forefront, combating Voldemort and his followers. However, no matter how adept his dueling skills or profound his spells, he could not prevent his students from being murdered by Voldemort and his minions. Those years instilled in him a profound dread of attending funerals. "Scoundrel, what do you intend to do to my student?" A chair soared through the air, transforming mid-flight into a leopard, shielding against the lethal curse. Fueled by righteous indignation, Professor Flitwick charged forth amidst the chaos of flying spells. A translucent golden armor encasing his form. The bearded brute furrowed his brow, uncertain of this creature's origins, yet instinctively aware of the threat it posed. Indeed, as soon as they clashed, he realized one undeniable truth. He was no match for this sprite. One of his companions, witnessing the fray, attempted to assist but was quickly beset by a whirlwind of debris, which morphed into ferocious beasts. Among them, a fallen tree transformed into a vividly animated fire dragon. Dear colleagues, should we not consult with the professors before engaging with the students of Hogwarts? The man abruptly glanced up to find an elderly woman in a dark green robe standing resolutely beside the dueling platform. Her lips pursed as she scrutinized the scene. At that moment, Professor Flitwick exhibited the prowess of a seasoned dueling master. His wand danced like a rapier in his right hand, while his left, unarmed, wielded magic with equal finesse. With the crackling of explosive apparitions, Professor Flitwick surged forth like a surfer riding tumultuous waves. With a flick of his wrist, he deflected a curse and sent the assailant crashing against a wall, transforming him into a mere shadow. He deftly sidestepped a flying rock, snapping his fingers to summon a shattered crate that morphed into a barrage of spears, hurtling towards the bearded man. Although he quickly conjured a shield, the force of the impact sent him sprawling amidst the rubble. This dazzling display of combat transpired within mere seconds. Throughout the entire ordeal, Professor Flitwick remained unscathed, embodying elegance, grace, and an undeniable air of sophistication. If Professor Flitwick's approach was one of refinement, then Professor McGonagall's was a veritable onslaught. The individuals ensnared by her magic flailed helplessly against an array of transfigured entities, animals, plants, and various lifeless objects, including an entire battalion of stone knights. Damn it! Where has that old woman gone? After a thunderous explosion, the man, finally catching his breath, cursed vehemently. A tabby cat gracefully leapt from the eaves above him to another rooftop, landing and instantly transforming into human form, casting a petrification spell that struck the man with pinpoint accuracy. As he collapsed in a rigid heap, Professor McGonagall calmly remarked, "It is hardly gentlemanly to discuss a lady behind her back." "Oh, I nearly forgot. You're French, are you not?" Lewin observed the disheveled Laurentius on the second floor. He gently nudged him awake. Laurentius blinked, still engulfed in drowsiness. "Lewin? What brings you here?" "Due to a minor mishap, but now is not the time for such details. I received your letter, in which you mentioned old Nono's intention to visit the Department of Mysteries." "Indeed, the Department of Mysteries," Laurentius replied, rubbing his stubbled face in an attempt to shake off the grogginess, or so he believed. "The Department of Mysteries," Lewin repeated, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated the phrase. "Is Dumbledore aware of this?" "Yes, I have informed him of any discoveries promptly, as you instructed." Lewin stroked his chin, deep in thought. There was no doubt that old Nono's ultimate aim likely lay with the Department of Mysteries. As for his intentions there, Lewin surmised that he was primarily concerned with that prophecy. After all, the most valuable treasures within the Department of Mysteries were undoubtedly the myriad of prophecies contained within its walls. However, if his goal was indeed the Department of Mysteries, what then was the purpose behind the chaos in Diagon Alley? Moreover, Lewin had never believed that the Vulture gang, causing disturbances in Diagon Alley, would simply acquiesce to Nono's commands. Rather than viewing their relationship as one of cooperation, it seemed more akin to mutual exploitation. As he pondered this, Lewin suddenly perceived a shrill sound emanating from outside. The noise bore an uncanny resemblance to the shriek emitted by a mirror upon detecting danger. Leon approached the window. Cautiously peering outside, he discovered a number of hooded figures clad in black robes making their way towards the Goblin Bank. Their destination is the Goblin Bank. Yet, Leon remained motionless. He was no hero, and there was no Galen present at the Goblin Bank. Its fate held no significance for him. However, when a dragon, seemingly afflicted with albinism, burst through the roof of the Goblin Bank, Leon could no longer remain passive. "Lauren, we must depart. If we linger, we shall be scorched by the dragon's breath." At the British Ministry of Magic, a cloaked figure descended slowly in the elevator. After what felt like an eternity, the elevator finally came to a halt. As the doors opened, the figure stepped out with deliberate grace. Beyond the elevator's railing lay a modest corridor leading to a simple black door. Upon pushing open the pure black door, the figure entered a vast circular chamber. He stood within an immense round room, where everything, ceiling and floor alike, was cloaked in darkness. 12 identical black doors, unmarked and devoid of handles, were set at intervals along the surrounding walls. Candles flickering with blue flames adorned the walls, casting a cold, wavering light that reflected off the polished marble floor, creating the illusion of a dark pool beneath. These 12 doors represented 12 chambers. He was familiar with some of the rooms, such as the Hall of Time, the Hall of Minds, the Planetarium, and the Hall of Death. Ultimately, he sought the Prophecy Chamber. This was the most enigmatic locale in the magical realm, a place where the most perilous forces were studied. Were it not for his overwhelming weakness, he would have relished the opportunity to explore the Hall of Time and the Locked Chamber. The former housed numerous time-turners, including prototypes, while the latter was said to contain the mysterious force of love that the old one had spoken of for years, something he could never comprehend, as he was a product of the draft of living death. Nonetheless, he had always dismissed such notions with disdain. As for the Hall of Death, he could hardly bear to glance within. After all, he was one who had conquered death. Striding confidently into the Prophecy Chamber, he found it a vast, frigid room lined with towering shelves filled with dusty glass orbs. Each orb sat atop a shelf marked with yellowed tags. Some orbs emitted a mysterious, flowing light, while others appeared vague and shadowy, reminiscent of extinguished bulbs. More candelabra were interspersed among the shelves. He sought the shelf in row 97, where he believed the object of his quest lay. The detestable Severus had only heard half of the prophecy, and for many years, he had placed his trust in him, uncertain if he had truly missed the latter part. Although he had considered delving into Severus's mind, the latter's proficiency in mental occlusion had thwarted his attempts. Voldemort. A hoarse voice resonated through the chamber. The figure slowly turned, removing his hood to reveal a pallid face, with snake-like nostrils and yellow, slit-like eyes. No wonder my newly recruited apprentice nicknamed you nose less. It appears you truly lack a nose, Larry Bernard sneered. What of your servant, the one called Old Nott? Has he not accompanied you, or have you abandoned him? Who are you? Voldemort's cold voice emerged, disdainful of wasting time on irrelevant individuals, especially with Dumbledore potentially on the way. Yet, judging by the demeanor of the figure before him, a peaceful resolution seemed unlikely. A flicker of resentment crossed Voldemort's gaze. Had he not been in such a rush, he would not have returned in such a manner. I know not who you are, but if you insist on obstructing my path, a wand materialized in his palm. I would not hesitate to bestow upon you the gift of death. In response, a spell was cast. Leon followed Laurentius closely behind Madame Augustus, occasionally lending a hand to Mr. Augustus. Just as Leon had suspected, the Vulture had indeed unleashed the dragon from the depths of Gringotts. However, unlike the original tale where Hermione and her companions intervened, the Vulture seemed to have employed some method that now had the dragon wreaking havoc in Diagon Alley. While the goblins were not entirely defenseless, years of peace had dulled their vigilance, making them struggle against the sudden onslaught. This was understandable, for during Voldemort's reign of terror in Britain, he had never targeted Gringotts. A glob of viscous dragon fire splattered nearby, igniting a banyan tree. Laurentius froze momentarily. What was he doing? Did he wish to be scorched? Another fireball was deftly deflected by Leon, who impatiently tugged at his subordinate, intending to flee. However, he found himself unable to move. Laurentius had broken free from Leon's grasp. Crouching low as he dashed toward the burning banyan tree, for beneath it stood a little girl clutching a teddy bear, crying for her mother. This sight stirred memories of his own sister. Laurentius. Leon bellowed in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Child, go help her. Madame Augustus had returned, gently patting his head. Are you not planning to leave? She inquired with a smile. Where could we possibly go? This is our home. Leon sighed and adopted a bear-like gesture of exasperation. Very well, as you wish. Laurentius awkwardly cradled the little girl in his arms, his mobility significantly hindered by the burden. After nimbly dodging a fireball, he was nonetheless knocked down by the subsequent shockwave. Protectively shielding the girl beneath him, he felt a searing pain in his back, the unmistakable burn of dragon fire. The wounds inflicted by such flames were notoriously difficult to heal, leaving scars that no potion could remedy. Yet, he cared little for the scars themselves. His leg, however, seemed injured, and that posed a far greater dilemma. He might not evade the next breath of fire. To his surprise, the flames that rained down did not strike him. The rubble beside him appeared to coalesce with a life of its own, swiftly forming a hemispherical stone bowl that enveloped them. He exhaled deeply in relief, realizing that his employer had no intention of abandoning him. As the stone bowl crumbled away, Laurentius squinted and, as expected, saw Leon's diminutive figure standing before him. Hand the child to Lady Augustus and come help me, Leon said tersely. Laurentius chuckled foolishly, handing the child over to Lady Augustus standing nearby. So, what do you plan to do, boss? Well, I originally intended to see if I could manipulate the dragon's spittle, but after a brief attempt, I discovered that dragon fire is notoriously difficult to control. We lack the resources to replicate the methods used at the Romanian dragon farm. So I plan to experiment with a weather spell. A weather spell? Laurentius frowned and inquired. But will that truly be effective? Leon rolled his eyes dramatically. If that's the case, why not procure a broom and soar up to aim a few swift curses at the eyes of that albino dragon? Or perhaps gather a dozen or so capable individuals to join you in casting a slumber spell upon its belly. Well, the decision lies with you. Leon curled his lips, choosing silence as he extended his spell, pointing towards the heavens. In more, dark clouds began to gather ominously, forming a dense mass intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The albino fire dragon also took notice, driven by its innate aversion to the darkened sky. It unleashed a considerable spray of saliva towards the firmament. The small gathering of dark clouds that had formed above Leon was swiftly dissipated by the fiery breath of the dragon. Damn, Leon muttered under his breath. Once again invoking the weather spell, Laurentius, standing nearby, mirrored his actions. This time, their combined efforts caused the clouds to disperse rapidly. However, the dragon seemed incensed. Instead of directing its flames skyward, it identified the source of its ire and swooped downwards with ferocity. Leon and Laurentius were left with no choice but to awkwardly evade. Damn it, this won't do, Leon exclaimed, come up with a plan to divert its attention. Laurentius pretended not to hear. With his slight frame, he was scarcely worthy of being a mere morsel. As the two of them scrambled to hide, they suddenly noticed dark clouds gathering in the sky once more. Leon craned his neck to observe, only to find that Mr. Augustus had returned, accompanied by a throng of middle-aged men and women. Although each individual bore a distinct appearance, they all shared a notable resemblance, akin to that of generals with bellies that seemed to have been swollen for several months. The group dispersed, each member directing their efforts skyward with incantations of meteorological spells. A rather immature thought suddenly emerged in Leon's mind. Could it be that these uncles and aunts are all Hufflepuffs? Larry, concealed behind a stone pillar, gasped for breath, his left arm hanging limply, blood dripping steadily. Previously, during the summer in France, he had encountered another Voldemort, yet the sense of oppression he felt then was nothing compared to today. It appeared that the young Voldemort from before was, in some sense, inferior to his true form. However, this true form of Voldemort seemed far from being at its peak. Otherwise, he would not be reduced to merely losing an arm. I cannot let this drag on any longer, Larry resolved internally. Moreover, he had prepared for this moment years ago. With this thought, Larry stepped out from behind the pillar. Ah, the infuriating voice of Voldemort was hoarse and grating, tinged with a hiss reminiscent of serpents. You have wasted too much of my time. Avada Kedavra. Illusionary garden. The surroundings transformed, as if plunged into a world submerged in water, and Larry vanished from sight. Ancient magic? Voldemort squinted, heightening his vigilance. Suddenly, Voldemort's body morphed into smoke, and a crimson spell shot through him from behind. Immediately, a myriad of spells erupted from all directions. Voldemort's smoky form was repeatedly dispersed, leaving him in a state of disarray. Such flamboyance! Voldemort's body suddenly coalesced, and he thrust his wand forcefully into the ground. With a resounding explosion, the surrounding illusions shattered like glass. Refusing to squander any more time, Voldemort opted for the most violent means of resolution. Larry's figure reappeared in a corner, blood trickling from his mouth due to the backlash of magic. His internal energies were in turmoil, making even the slightest movement a challenge. I've got you now, Voldemort chuckled. Then the tip of his wand unleashed a plume of black smoke, which swiftly morphed into a massive cobra. The serpent slithered menacingly towards Larry, rearing its upper body before striking fiercely. Larry's body convulsed several times, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Voldemort sighed, primarily due to the feeling of having squandered too much time on this individual. He felt unprecedentedly weak. His most loyal servants were imprisoned in Azkaban, and his own powers were diminished. Enough of this. I shall not waste more time. Let us seek the prophecy. Suddenly, he thought he heard a melodious bird song nearby. Damn it. Indeed, the next moment, a resplendent bird soared from the flames, ignoring the Voldemort that was so close, and with a flap of its wings, it flew into the corner. It landed on Larry's shoulder, while Larry's lifeless body began to dissipate, akin to a dandelion blown by the wind. A single clear tear trickled from the phoenix's eye, landing on Larry's wounded arm, causing the spreading darkness around it to slowly recede. Ah, it seems I have arrived just in time, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Apologies, my old friend, for the slight delay due to unforeseen circumstances. Larry weakly waved his hand. Although he had just deceived Voldemort with an illusion, the ancient magic had not completely shielded him from the brutal backlash of Voldemort's powers, leaving him too drained to speak. Ah, look who has come. Voldemort remarked sarcastically, the greatest white wizard of the century, the hero who has defeated 2 Dark Lords. In truth, Gellert had never considered himself a Dark Lord. During his time, that title did not even exist. Dumbledore smiled. Silence. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. I have heard enough of your grandiloquent speeches. Do you want me to publish a report in the Daily Prophet about your past deeds? Do you truly believe you are any cleaner than I? Dumbledore's smile vanished. Tom, it is precisely because I once lost my way that you see me as a monstrous threat. Voldemort interrupted Dumbledore. From the moment I enrolled, no. From the day you sent my acceptance letter to the orphanage, you have been watching me. Tom, I step aside, Professor Dumbledore, Voldemort said calmly. I do not wish to kill anyone today. I only want that prophecy. Dumbledore opened his mouth, ultimately uttering a single word. Sorry. A green and red spell collided mid-air, igniting sparks. Mr. Augustus cheerfully approached Leon. Come, child, go do what you wish. I have brought you some assistance. Leon nodded slightly, casting a glance at the middle-aged men and women around him. Taking a deep breath, he caressed the elderberry wand in his hand. Once again, he sensed the wand's jubilant exultation. Raising his hand, he pointed towards the heavens. The massive dark cloud, formed by the collective strength of the people, suddenly expanded outward. The fire dragon felt the pressure and roared furiously at the ominous cloud. Leon remained undistracted, even closing his eyes to savor the moist currents of air that enveloped him. Gradually, the dark cloud spread, shrouding the entire sky. Leon opened his eyes, and it seemed as though shadows of lightning flickered within their depths. I have long wished to try this move. He shouted into the wind at Laurentius. What? Stinky lizard. Let me show you what a dragon truly is. With a flourish of his wand, dark clouds gathered, coalescing into a fearsome, lightning dragon. Unlike the fire dragon soaring in the sky, this creature was elongated, adorned with antlers, cloaked in scales, and bore 4 short yet sharp talons reminiscent of an eagle's. The lightning dragon emerged from the stormy clouds, prompting the fire dragon to turn tail in a desperate bid for escape. Alas, it was too late. With a decisive wave of his wand, the lightning dragon, moving at an imperceptible speed, caught up with the fire dragon, opening its jaws wide and swallowing it whole. Countless bolts of lightning danced across the surface of the fire dragon's body, while even more invisible forces wreaked havoc within. The fire dragon let out a mournful howl before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling and crushing countless houses in its wake. After a brief moment, the dragon's cries faded, leaving a lingering scent of charred flesh in the air. The aunts and uncles summoned by Mr. Augustus stood bewildered, gazing at the small boy standing amidst the ruins. After a while, they rushed over, lifting Leon and tossing him joyfully into the air. "Look, this is our Hufflepuff Academy child. Did you see his move just now?" One burly uncle boasted, pointing at Leon. "What a splendid boy. When my daughter returns, I must remind her to keep an eye on him at school. Otherwise, by next year, who knows how many girls will be sending love letters to this cheeky lad." Mr. Augustus murmured beside his wife, earning an eye roll from her. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Voldemort clashed fiercely, leaving a trail of shattered tiles and stone columns in their wake. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic was not entirely inept. Upon hearing of the attack on their headquarters, Kingsley promptly led a squad of Aurors to provide backup. Of course, this had nothing to do with Dumbledore. Kingsley wisely refrained from intervening in their battle, and even the unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries remained uninvolved. They were formidable, but it depended on whom they faced. The two combatants before them were a Dark Lord renowned across the British Isles and a legendary White Wizard. They merely needed to observe and cheer. Naturally, they hoped for Dumbledore's victory, for if Voldemort triumphed, they would likely face dire consequences. As Voldemort fought, he edged closer to the Hall of Prophecy, feeling rather aggrieved. He simply wished to glimpse the prophecy concerning himself. Why was it so difficult? Was he, the subject of the prophecy, not entitled to hear it? Yet, Dumbledore consistently thwarted him, as if to say that anyone wishing to see the prophecy must first step over his body. Sensing the Aurors and unspeakables growing restless, Voldemort transformed into a shadow and broke through the ceiling. "Dumbledore, I shall see how much longer you can survive." Dumbledore sheathed his wand, tucking his hands into his sleeves. He felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, as if time was slipping through his fingers. Thankfully, he still had enough time to endure until the next generation could rise. "Albus." Kingsley approached, concern etched on his face. "What about him?" "Ah, do not worry. He will not return tonight." Dumbledore polished his glasses, fully aware that Voldemort would not relent and would find a way to obtain the prophecy. "Is the prophecy here real?" Kingsley inquired, surveying the chaos around him. His curiosity piqued. Despite being an Auror, he had never ventured to this place before. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, his gaze distant, lost in thought. At 10, Downing Street. Two elegant elderly ladies were enjoying afternoon tea in the drawing room. "What a disaster this is, isn't it?" One in a black robe sighed. "I was just about to retire when this happened." "Who could argue with that?" The other lady replied. "Oh, are you also retiring?" "Yes, next year. Regardless, your ministry must provide an explanation to me and the government." "Of course," the lady in black assured her. "Shall we maintain the usual narrative? Let us stick to the script. We shall say it was a gas explosion, as they are not unfamiliar with taking the blame." The two ladies seemed to recall something amusing, sharing a gentle laugh. After a moment, one inquired, "So, he has truly returned?" "Though I hesitate to admit it. Dumbledore may be correct. That man never truly died. Regardless, you must resolve this swiftly. I do not wish to see notices plastered on every street corner or hear news of a crazed murderer on the loose incessantly." The lady in black appeared slightly embarrassed. Their gazes fell upon the front page of the Daily Prophet on the coffee table, featuring a young boy brandishing his wand, with a terrifying lightning dragon formed above his head. What an exceptional young man. How old is he? 12. Mr. Green. I hope you can remain settled in school from today until the end of the term. Do you understand? You are only 12. Do not emulate that troublesome headmaster. In the school, Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, rarely taking a jab at the old bee. "Yes, Professor," Leon replied with a compliant smile, casually presenting his course selection form. "By the way, this is my course selection for next year. I thought I might as well submit it to you now." Professor McGonagall's attention shifted, and she took the form, her brow furrowing deeper. "You have selected every course except for Muggle Studies?" she remarked, her tone disapproving. "I believe it is necessary to clarify, Mr. Green, that some courses are indeed unnecessary, though as deputy headmistress, it is not my place to say such things." Leon comprehended the words of Professor McGonagall. In fact, he had pondered the notion that by omitting the two divination classes, he could attain a schedule that, though strenuous, would be considered normal. "I still believe it is essential for me to attend," Leon articulated, "for while prophecy indeed relies heavily on innate talent, I find it rather amusing to discover which of my classmates is destined to meet their demise next year." The expression on Professor McGonagall's face momentarily morphed into something peculiar. It seemed she was on the verge of laughter, yet she stifled it with great effort. "Very well, but in that case, I shall have to apply for a time turner on your behalf. You are aware of what that entails, are you not?" "Of course, Professor," Leon replied, adopting a charming demeanor. However, Professor McGonagall continued to regard him with a skeptical gaze. "All right, Mr. Green, I will deliberate on this matter. And I may also need to confer with Dumbledore. Merlin, every time I apply for a time turner, I must prepare at least 3 inches of documentation and explanations." Just as Leon was about to push the door open to leave, Professor McGonagall offered a final caution. Mr. Green, there are many individuals outside eager to interview you. The savior of Diagon Alley, but the school has kindly declined on your behalf. Nevertheless, you must remain vigilant, for some reporters are exceedingly intrusive. Leon bowed slightly before turning to leave. That evening, all the little badgers from grades 1 to 7 gathered in the lounge for a festive party, celebrating the return of the junior brother who had made quite a splash in the magical realm. However, Leon found himself more preoccupied with the prospect of receiving yet another barrage of letters from the matriarch, Mrs. Green, the following morning. His intuition proved both accurate and inaccurate. The good news was that Mrs. Green sent him a letter. The bad news was that it was a howling letter completed with the assistance of Mrs. Augustus. Fortunately, at Liang's current stage of emotional maturity, the notion of embarrassment held little weight. After all, as long as he remained unperturbed, it was they who would feel the awkwardness. Leon, do you have any plans for today? And inquired, her large eyes fixed on him. Leon, bewildered, responded, what do you mean? That little rascal you caught. And exclaimed with excitement, I want to interrogate him. Leon leisurely finished his watermelon juice and, with a stoic expression, replied, you can't interrogate him anymore. Why not? Because he was taken away by his aunt. Huh? Anne's eyes widened further, her expression one of utter disbelief. Leon smirked as he pinched his cheek. In truth, he was not particularly in agreement with Dumbledore's decision. That little rascal named Theodore was evidently destined to join the ranks of Death Eater wannabes. Yet he was so nonchalantly handed over to Mrs. Nott by Dumbledore. However, considering Theodore Nott's age, it was indeed inappropriate to cast him into Azkaban, being a little wizard who had not even reached the age for schooling. Furthermore, Mrs. Nott had promised to take Theodore to study in France, so it was likely that he would not cause any trouble at Hogwarts. As for whether he would stir up chaos at Beauxbatons, that was of little concern to Leon. Thus, amidst the clamor of the outside world, Leon spent a peaceful month and boarded the train home for Christmas. However, upon entering the door, the sight of Mrs. Granger wielding a feather duster was another matter entirely, in comparison to the lively scenes of Christmas at the Granger household. 13 York Street felt rather somber. If it were not for Mrs. Weasley managing the household, the family would have likely gone home hungry that night. A tall man entered, brushing off the snowflakes from his shoulders. Oh, Kingsley, come in. You must be freezing. Dinner will be ready soon. Thank you, Molly, Kingsley replied, taking off his coat. I haven't had a proper meal in days. Is the department still that busy? Another man took the coat. Has the leader of the Vulture gang still not been caught? That fellow is more troublesome than anticipated. I'll elaborate during the meeting. After a while, there was another knock at the door. Mrs. Weasley checked the peephole and opened the door to find Dumbledore standing outside. Oh, I apologize for gathering everyone, but I believe it is necessary to convene and discuss the current situation. However, before that, let us eat. Molly, I believe I can smell something delightful. How are you? Severus? Dumbledore asked as he met with Snape privately in the study on the second floor. Snape shook his head. He was cautious and prudent. Although few had returned to his side, he still did not trust Dumbledore. As for the remaining Horcruxes, he had personally concealed them. The basilisk, the cup, and a diary? Snape inquired, frowning. While I have indeed heard of a cup, are you certain these are the remaining Horcruxes? I understand your concerns, Severus, Dumbledore spoke softly. The source of the information is reliable. Moreover, we have indeed destroyed 2 of his Horcruxes thus far. The last Ravenclaw diadem encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Yet the fragment of soul within it has been severed from his control. And what of Harry? Snape suddenly asked, his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore. What do you intend to do about that child? After a long pause, Dumbledore sighed. So you expect him to grow up like a pig in a sty? Only to die when necessary? A prolonged silence ensued. I will be watching you, Albus. I will not allow such a thing to happen, not for a moment. Leon once again encountered his beloved teacher at St. Mungo's, a week after returning to Hogwarts post-Christmas. During this week, Leon, known as the savior of Diagon Alley, was extraordinarily busy, predominantly with completing assignments and preparing for final examinations. Indeed, barely out of the Christmas festivities, Leon found himself already amidst midterm assessments. The faculty unanimously believed that Leon's frivolous escapades with a similarly wayward headmaster stemmed from excessive leisure. Consequently, the professors collectively devised an advanced set of examination questions for him, and upon completion, promptly assigned him to the third-year classroom. Undoubtedly, the most outrageous among these professors was Professor McGonagall. She tasked him with conjuring a basin of water and a ball of fire, subsequently transforming both into a dragon, and insisted that it be lifelike. This, Leon mused, was surely an act of retribution for overshadowing her in Diagon Alley. However, what perplexed him more was the peculiar professor who had ceased to wash his hair. Ever since relinquishing his potions class to Professor Slughorn, this old bat had not missed a single defense against the dark arts lesson. Yet recently, he had inexplicably been absent for 2 consecutive days. Merlin only knew where he could be wandering. Nevertheless, these matters bore little relevance to Leon, for he had finally secured a weekend reprieve. Oh no, a chance to visit the sick. Did you just twist your head like a noseless creature? Leon jested. Oh, Imagine this. A noseless one and old be hosting a magnificent party at the Ministry of Magic. And guess who received no invitation? You felt a pang of injustice, akin to American bullying, and thought to join the revelry, didn't you? Larry blinked, intending to awkwardly touch his nose, only to realize he had no hands. Though I cannot comprehend your words, I sense an air of mockery, he replied. A silence enveloped the hospital room for a moment. So, did you exact revenge? Ah, indeed. Though not by my own hand. Dumbledore informed me that old Voldemort has indeed met Merlin, Leon retorted. Fine, let's stay at Hogwarts then, but perhaps teach a different subject. He added with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, well, I was actually preparing to retire to France, Larry awkwardly chuckled. What? You consume nothing but potatoes thrice a day. At my age, I simply cannot endure that. Besides, I ought to return and check on them. Another silence fell over the room. All right, Leon muttered. I shall visit you when I find time during the holidays. As January progressed, the weather grew increasingly frigid, with the snowfall intensifying. The young witches and wizards became enamored with snowball fights. Yet, this was not conducted in the mundane fashion. They wielded magic to manipulate the snowballs, tossing them at one another. However, since an unfortunate incident where Leon was accidentally struck by a snowball to the neck, no one dared to engage in such antics around him. After all, he had retaliated by transforming the snow into a snow dragon, burying the culprits beneath it. Nevertheless, today was devoid of snowball battles, as it marked the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw for the 3rd and 4th positions. At the end of the month, Gryffindor would face their eternal rivals, Slytherin, in a battle for the first-place throne. As a starting player in this match, Annie was now too anxious to eat breakfast. Not eating? Leon queried, finishing the last spoonful of his porridge. Don't say I didn't warn you. In this weather, if you don't eat a bite, you'll feel dizzy and faint within an hour and end up plummeting from your broom. A 6th-year Hufflepuff student smacked Leon on the head. Shut up. Say less. Leon smirked slightly as he lifted a glass of grape juice. His left hand inadvertently revealed a corner of a small vial, within which resided a golden potion. The surface of the potion occasionally danced with tiny droplets, reminiscent of dolphins frolicking in the sea. This was the coveted prize he had earned in Professor Scrowhon's class. A treasure he usually wore around his neck, never allowing anyone to glimpse it. Leon, and inquired softly, her voice laced with surprise. Leon immediately regarded her with caution. What is the matter? I saw it all. Saw what? What do you think? Just as they were exchanging banter, another owl swooped towards Leon. Oh. Leon received the letter and scratched his head. It was a correspondence from Laurentius. Upon opening it, he found the familiar elegant cursive of Laurentius. This fellow always had certain peculiarities in his persistence. Dear boss, by the time you read this letter, I will have embarked on my journey home, filled with trepidation and a sense of atonement. Of course, I must express my gratitude to you, particularly to Professor Dumbledore for his assistance. Otherwise, the French Ministry of Magic would not have been so lenient with me. A couple of days ago, Madame Maxim went personally to the French Ministry, where she had a friendly discussion with the deputy minister for an entire afternoon. Some say she even pummeled him for that duration. Eventually, they agreed to allow Beauxbatons to impose punishment for my past actions. If all goes according to plan, I might face expulsion, supervision, wand confiscation, and long-term service at the school to atone for my previous errors. This is already more than I could have hoped for. Naturally, if you are willing, once my punishment concludes, I could return to work for you. However, this time, I will require a substantial salary. Yours sincerely, Laurentius Lima. P.S. We should be cautious. I have heard that most of the Vulture gang has been captured, but the Vulture himself remains at large. He must be furious with us. Leon tucked the envelope away and stretched lazily. The Quidditch match commenced after breakfast. Though he was freezing amidst the crowd, he had to admit that today's game was quite impressive. Especially noteworthy was Annie Rose, who single-handedly scored 60 points, including a Quidditch version of a leaf ball. Leon, although we were outmatched, I want to tell the professors, and he solemnly conveyed to him during dinner. What are you talking about? Leon replied, utterly bewildered. Still pretending? Annie chuckled triumphantly. I saw you adding Felix Felicis to my grape juice. Leon slowly retrieved a small vial from his chest, still filled to the brim. You overthink things, he said languidly. I wouldn't waste the fortune elixir here, especially since I haven't even tried it myself. What about this morning? Anne's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, this morning? I merely pretended to drop a drop into your grape juice to ease your nerves. Leon, just as Anne was about to deliver a righteous blow to him, a third-year Gryffindor girl rushed over, her face flushed, and tossed a letter at them. From the pink envelope adorned with hearts, and surmised it must be a love letter. Recalling her father's advice from a few days prior, her cheeks reddened slightly. However, her heart was ablaze with indignation. With a cold huff, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. What on earth? Leon was left bewildered as he tossed the love letter into his bag and continued to feed Groot. Unbeknownst to him, in distant Egypt, someone was pondering his fate. A young, handsome man with dark hair stepped on the face of a middle-aged woman, a smirk gracing his lips. Are you implying that you lack any prophetic abilities? He inquired with a smile. The middle-aged woman trembled on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I am sorry, my lord. I didn't mean. "It is I who am the prophet," came a calm voice from a girl of about 10 who emerged from the dwelling. "Oh," the young man smiled. Then, "Esteemed prophet, did you foresee my arrival? I know your intentions. This is what you seek." The young man accepted a crystal ball from the girl. Gazing into the swirling mist within, he shot a penetrating glance at the girl before dismissing the middle-aged woman with a kick to the side. "Let her be, Sikaro." A younger boy, trailing behind, asked. "There's no need to worry. We shall have use for them in the future," the young man replied nonchalantly. Smashing the crystal ball onto the ground, it shattered, revealing a gaunt woman with disheveled hair and peculiar adornments, who emitted a hoarse and grating voice. "He has returned." As for the author's note, "What is this?" As stated, the segmenting of chapters has been utterly frustrating, and I regret the decision to divide the book. I consulted the Help Center, and it appears there is currently no way to rearrange the chapters once they are misallocated. The option to select chapter divisions is located at the upper left corner when publishing. Truthfully, one can easily make an error in selection. This volume was supposed to conclude with 50 chapters, but while writing the final chapter, I realized the word count was excessive. After some deliberation, I trimmed a portion of the content, splitting it into 2 chapters for publication. This is particularly unkind to those with obsessive tendencies, as it results in an odd number of chapters. Fortunately, this chapter is lengthy, totaling 3,000 words, so the error is conveniently amendable. Thus, this chapter shall remain as it is. It was meant to be the second chapter of the 3rd volume, and I have copied the content anew for clarity, ensuring no disruption to your reading experience. It is quite vexing. Regarding this book, the current performance is rather disappointing. A brief glance reveals that, over the past month, the entire Harry Potter series and other fanfictions seem to be underperforming. While it might be an exaggeration to attribute this solely to the impact of recent examinations, there is certainly some truth to it. The primary reasons elude me, as I am merely a fledgling author. Nonetheless, I maintain a steady mindset. Recently, participating in a 100-day writing challenge has proven to be beneficial. I often struggle with consistency, and this initiative helps keep me accountable, encouraging a daily output of 4,000 words. As for my next book, I have yet to finalize my thoughts. I am someone who prefers to prepare 2 to 3 months in advance, or even 6 months ahead, as I mentioned before, without a backlog of 10 to 20 chapters. I do not feel secure. Initially, I intended to write a story in the entertainment genre, particularly Korean entertainment, since there is a scarcity of such works. With a large readership base, it is implausible that there is no interest in this genre. However, upon reflection, I reconsidered, as I do not harbor a favorable opinion of that country. Moreover, industry peers have mentioned that recent Korean entertainment novels have faced scrutiny and failed to pass review, which raises concerns about the viability of pursuing this path. Writing in the Chinese entertainment genre presents its own challenges, as numerous authors are already contributing to this field. It seems that daily, thousands of new titles emerge, and to be honest, the tropes are quite familiar. If one's writing lacks flair, attracting readers becomes exceedingly difficult. Yet, I am genuinely eager to write, as it would allow me to refine my prose, particularly in crafting romantic narratives, as the entertainment genre offers a splendid opportunity to hone character development. As for other genres, science fiction eludes me. I lack the requisite knowledge to produce credible content and would only invite ridicule. The realm of fantasy is also beyond my current skills, as I am not yet adept enough to navigate such imaginative landscapes. Historical fiction does not appeal to me, for reasons I shall refrain from divulging. After much contemplation, I have concluded that if my next work is not a fanfiction, I shall likely choose between the realms of gaming and Chinese entertainment. I welcome your comments, as I am eager to learn about your preferences and the genres you enjoy. Additionally, should I choose to write an entertainment-themed novel, I would consider using a particular female artist as the protagonist, albeit with significant modifications. I cannot simply alter her name slightly and present her as is. Who would you like to see? Characters like Lu Tianxin or Demimi would be dismissed, as they dominate the majority of Chinese entertainment novels. Leon furrowed his brow as he gazed at the thin tome in his hands, yet it had been a considerable time since he last turned a page. His reading efficiency had always been remarkable, but today he found himself challenged by this very book. Schrodinger's cat lay before him, accompanied by another volume on the principles of quantum mechanics to his left. After finishing the page before him, Leon slowly closed the book and rubbed his temples. The green couple, holding their breath in anticipation, inquired, "How is it?" Leon shook his head, unable to comprehend. The two exchanged deep sighs. There was nothing to be done. Last year, a trip to France had spared the family of 3 from misfortune. However, this year, luck was not on their side. Liang's grandmother called a week in advance, expressly reminding the green couple to bring Liang for the summer vacation this year. The reason for Liang's apprehension stemmed from his grandfather, an exceedingly stern and serious professor of physics at a university. A significant part of the reason his mother had transformed into a formidable figure was her inability to tolerate her father's demeanor. "Son, strive hard. Our family is counting on you." Liang felt as if his head had grown larger. His grandfather, despite his flaws, held a profound affection for his children. However, he possessed a rather unfortunate tendency to play the role of a teacher, particularly in recent times, having developed an obsession with quantum mechanics. Just like in Liang's previous life, this world had witnessed the rise of quantum mechanics since the early 20th century, and now, many brilliant minds had dedicated themselves to this field. Mom and Dad, do you not find it rather odd that you would have your son, now a sorcerer, delve into quantum mechanics? He pondered. Oh, it's perfectly fine, son. After all, your mother and I have bestowed our intellect upon you. We have faith in your capabilities. Mr. Green offered his insincere encouragement. You go on, while I have arranged to go fishing with your Uncle Gillette this afternoon. He has recently discovered a splendid lake, rumored to be inhabited by mermaids. Mrs. Green immediately shot him a furious glare. Liang chuckled in a rather peculiar manner, convinced that Anne's father must have never encountered the indigenous people of the Black Lake during his schooling days. Liang sensed something amiss. His body felt peculiar, with an unsettling fuzziness, and his limbs seemed to lack their usual responsiveness. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that his hands had transformed into dark, furry claws. Meow? A large face adorned with round spectacles appeared above him, and then darkness enveloped him. It dawned on Liang that he seemed to be trapped within a box. Meow, meow, meow. Suddenly, he detected a bitter almond scent, reminiscent of the 6 walnut drinks he had consumed in his previous life. Immediately, a wave of lethargy washed over him, and he felt his eyelids growing heavier, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Liang! Liang's body twitched, nearly toppling the chair beneath him. Son, did you have a nightmare? His mother gently touched his forehead, relieved to find it cool. See, I told you so. This so-called quantum mechanics is truly frightening, and to think they even want to confine the dear cat. The little creature is so adorable, his father murmured softly. Son? Liang lifted his gaze toward the wall clock, which indicated it was already 6 in the evening. Oh, it's nothing, just a nightmare, he said with a wry smile. I'll go wash my face. Upon entering the bathroom, he splashed his face vigorously with cold water, striving to awaken himself a little. Gazing into the mirror at his handsome face, still possessing a hint of youthful innocence, he momentarily lost his focus. Stop staring. You have sleep in the corners of your eyes, the mirror disdainfully remarked. The following morning, the family packed their belongings and set off by car to visit Liang's grandfather. Liang's grandfather resides by the banks of the River Thames. Originally, he had a residence provided by the university near Oxford, but the old gentleman disdained a lack of fishing spots in that vicinity. After retiring, he returned to his ancestral home. Having parked the car by the roadside, the 3 of them gazed at the entrance, none willing to take the initiative. Darling, you go ring the doorbell, the son urged. You go. Liang let out a sigh as he carried a fish and rang the doorbell. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing a girl with tousled golden hair peeking out. Oh, cousin, you're here. Come in. The family of 3 exchanged their shoes at the entrance and proceeded into the living room. An elderly woman with a head of silver hair was conversing with a middle-aged woman, and upon seeing Liang's family enter, her face lit up with joy. Oh, Benny. My dear, you finally deigned to visit this old woman. How could that be, mother? I have always missed you. The elderly lady promptly exposed Liang's mother's fib, saying, Nonsense. You were positively beaming the day you married McKendry and moved out. Liang observed his mother's awkward smile. Oh, my precious grandson. You haven't grown much in this past year, the elderly lady remarked, pulling Liang into a gentle spin. It must be that your mother's cooking is rather unpalatable. Make sure to indulge in my culinary delights while you're here. At this, Liang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The culinary skills of his mother and grandmother could be described as a hereditary trait. Throughout the years of marriage, his mother's cooking had remained merely edible, not unpleasant. But one could hardly expect it to be exquisite. Indeed, ever since Liang was tall enough to reach the stove, he had taken it upon himself to prepare meals during important celebrations. I heard you attended St. Best's school last year? His grandmother inquired. Yes, Grandma, he replied. Oh, what a pity. My dear Liang, you would have qualified for Eton. The elderly lady chided Mrs. Green, saying, I told you long ago to have your father write a recommendation letter. Now, look, you didn't even get into Eton, did you? Mrs. Green softly interjected, but St. Bess is also a renowned private school, you know? What did you say? The grandmother's commanding presence took over, causing Mrs. Green to display a meek smile. It's nothing. Mother, you are always right. All right, Liang, your cousins have also arrived and are upstairs. Go and play with them. Liang obediently nodded and climbed up to the 2nd floor. It must be tough, his cousin's sister chuckled as she opened the door for him. I truly envy you all. Last year, I escaped to France. Hey, Liang, it's been a while. Why haven't you grown taller? Liang's expression darkened. Kinfort? If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. The siblings exchanged a glance, discreetly straining to eavesdrop on the commotion below, before ushering Liang into the guest room. Cousin, allow us to show you something intriguing. Observing the furtive demeanor of the duo, Liang crossed his arms, maintaining an air of calm. These two had always delighted in teasing him since childhood, but what could he do? He had always worn a perpetually disgruntled expression that invited their antics. Nevertheless, their mischievous pranks invariably fell prey to Liang's keen perception, often resulting in their reprimand. What is that look in your eyes? Cousin Kinfort Sill exclaimed. This time, we truly have something remarkable to share. Look. Liang's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of gravity. He sensed a magical aura emanating from a small object in the hands of his cousin. It was a diminutive hourglass, its exterior slightly tarnished, suggesting it had seen better days. Martel claimed it was at least a century old, which felt like an attempt to deceive me. His cousin, Kinfort, folded his arms, but upon closer inspection, I noted that the Roman columns and the top and bottom plates bore at least 30 years of age. As for the flowing sand within, while it was impossible to conduct carbon dating, I surmised it was likely produced no earlier than the previous week. Liang cast a glance at his cousin. Feeling that his eyes could be likened to marbles, the hourglass before them was filled with the most precious sand of all. Observing the clumps of sand that stubbornly refused to fall, Liang frowned. He sensed a profound magical aura emanating from it. Unfortunately, his grandfather's residence was situated in a Muggle neighborhood, making it impossible to perform a sensation spell for confirmation. However, after experiencing 2 magical surges, Liang's perception of magic had reached an extraordinarily high level. Professor Flivy had once remarked that in this domain, he surpassed the vast majority of adult wizards. He was certain the sand contained a magical essence. Where did this come from? Liang inquired. It was sold to us by Mart, his cousin Celine reminded him. You remember Mart, right? That chubby fellow from the neighborhood next door? The one we ran into while buying ice cream when you came over to play with Kinfort? Do you hold a grudge against him? Liang asked again. The siblings exchanged glances. So, cousin, do you think there's something amiss with this? Is it stolen? Kinfort pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I suspect Mart has ulterior motives. Whether it is stolen or not, I can't say for sure, but he most likely means no good. Liang hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out to grasp the hourglass. I'll take this with me for now. After I return, I'll have a professor at school examine it. If anything seems off, I'll inform you both. The siblings did not hesitate, although they had teased Liang since childhood. It was precisely because he always carried himself with an air of maturity that they held unwavering faith in his discernment and character. Wait, when I get back, I will undoubtedly seek revenge, Kinfort declared, shaking his fist, having already designated a certain neighbor who had never gotten along with him as the culprit. Wake up. If I recall correctly, during our last phone call, you mentioned that Mart is now a member of the school basketball team. He's tall and robust. Do you really think you can take him on? Liang doused his cousin's enthusiasm with cold water. By the way, how's St. Beth's school? Celine inquired curiously. Perched on the edge of the bed. It's just all right. It's by the seaside, and the scenery is rather pleasant, Liang replied nonchalantly. The Green family publicly claimed that Liang attended St. Beth's school, primarily because it was a boarding school catering to students aged 11 to 18. If one desired, they could study there until the age of 18 and receive a letter of recommendation for university. Naturally, being a meticulous individual, Liang had conducted thorough research on the school beforehand. He had to admit, poverty had indeed limited his imagination. Come on, brother, what do you mean by just all right? I heard your school even has a standard 9-hole golf course. Kinfort exclaimed from the side. No, we don't have even a single hole for golf. Liang silently criticized the notion in his mind. Footsteps echoed from downstairs, and the 3 exchanged glances, each displaying a wan smile. Let us go, brother, cousin. The moment of reckoning has arrived, Celine said, tying her hair into a ponytail as she led the way downstairs. In the grand hall on the first floor, the head of the household, Professor Roger Penrose, an astrophysicist from Oxford University, was setting down his various bags and greeted the 3 children with a warm smile. The trio knew that there was no escaping the impending judgment. In the afternoon, after a lunch and a brief nap, their grandfather Roger indeed summoned the 3 to his study. Ah, Celine has a solid foundation. Kinfort, you must continue to strive, at your current level. It will be quite difficult to gain admission to Oxford or Cambridge. As for Liang, you have regressed significantly. It seems you've been rather lax lately. Liang opened his mouth, ultimately managing only a rueful smile as he uttered an apology. He could not fault the elderly gentleman before him for indiscriminately attributing his declining grades to him, for it was indeed a reality. Ever since he arrived at Hogwarts, he had not revisited his high school textbooks. Yet fundamentally speaking, whether it be magic or science, both are forms of knowledge, at least for Liang. He ought not to prioritize one over the other. He could not simply dismiss science because he had immersed himself in the realm of magic. He was certainly not one of those insufferable purebloods. Well then, let us not dwell on somber matters. Let us converse about something more joyful. I recently purchased a new fishing rod. Who among you would like to join me for a fishing trip? Though these words were spoken, the old man's gaze remained fixed on Liang. Among the younger generation, only Liang's father had an affinity for fishing. However, the old gentleman never referred to Liang as his father. Setting aside the unpleasantness of the past, the mere title of son-in-law was rather awkward. In the younger generation, it seemed that only Liang possessed the patience to accompany him on a fishing excursion. Sensing the 3 eager gazes directed at him, Liang ultimately acquiesced. Well, a stroll by the banks of the Thames to enjoy the breeze does sound quite delightful. Thus, the grandfather and grandson finished their dinner, took up their fishing rods, and made their way to the riverbank. Once they had set up their rods, the old man turned to Liang and abruptly inquired, "Do you have a girl you fancy?" "What?" Leon, still preoccupied with preparing the bait, froze momentarily before responding, "No, not at all. I suspected as much." The old man leisurely remarked, "In terms of aesthetics, you surpass your cousin by a considerable margin. Perhaps it's life, or your studies that are amiss." Leon cast his line, gazing at the tranquil river surface. "I couldn't help but feel my own insignificance. Of course." The old man pulled a bottle of wine from his pocket and took a sip, asking, "How old are you, really, even at my age? Whenever I look up at the starry sky, I can't help but reflect on my own frailty. Grandfather, having devoted your life to the study of physics, have you ever encountered phenomena that transcend the boundaries of physical laws?" With a chuckle, the old man replied, "Phenomena that transcend physics? There are plenty. The burgeoning field of quantum mechanics in the past century has left many inflexible old-timers scratching their heads in confusion. So, there's no need to be astonished. This world is vast, and perhaps in some corner, there exist phenomena that neither mathematics nor physics can elucidate. Just like..." The old man pondered for a moment before selecting a word to illustrate his point. "Just like magic?" Leon glanced at the sign by the door and pushed it open. "Welcome, handsome. Are you looking for a birthday gift for your parents? Or perhaps something for your girlfriend?" A young man with a face full of pimples greeted him enthusiastically. Leon cast a surprised glance at the other party. This was an antique shop, and under ordinary circumstances, such establishments rarely exhibited such enthusiastic salesmanship. After all, in this trade, it is quite challenging to deceive those who are knowledgeable, while the uninformed seldom venture in. Moreover, the gullible novices are a rare find, often appearing only once in 10 days or even a month. Leon feigned a look of hesitation, retrieved his wallet, and glanced inside, intentionally revealing the bills within. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "My father has a penchant for antiques, and with his birthday approaching, I wish to purchase something distinctive for him." Leon deliberately emphasized several distinct words. This establishment is the arch-nemesis of his cousin, the very place where Malty procured the hourglass. Naturally, it was acquired through a zero-cost purchase scheme. During his summer job here, Malty skillfully pilfered it. This fellow has a profound addiction to alcohol and is unable to retain money in his possession. The shop assistant, wearing an expression of understanding, remarked, "You've come to the right place. We indeed have some extraordinary treasures. Follow me." Leon followed the young man through the back door of the shop, winding his way to a place that resembled a warehouse. "Is this where I can find what I seek?" he inquired, feigning trepidation as he pointed at the dilapidated iron door. The young man bestowed upon Leon a reassuring glance before he pushed the creaking door open. With a groan and a cloud of dust, Leon beheld a chaotic array of items strewn about the room, as well as a man sprawled on the sofa in the center, reeking of alcohol. "Montongus, you sluggard. Rise, we have a visitor," the young man scolded, delivering a kick to the sofa. The figure on the sofa rubbed his disheveled hair and mumbled as he struggled to sit up. He was a short, stout wizard with a scruffy beard, short bow legs, and a tangled mop of ginger hair. Despite his unkempt appearance, Leon recognized the long, mysterious rod-like object at the man's waist and recalled the name Montongus from the depths of his memory. "Young man, are you here to purchase some fine goods? Have you brought enough coin?" the diminutive man said, rubbing his eyes as he approached. However, upon seeing Leon clearly, his mouth fell agape, leaving him frozen in place. "Sir, I wish to discuss business privately with this gentleman," the young man said reluctantly as he departed. Leon glanced around, reaching for a tissue. From a pile of items, he retrieved a tattered silver plate, examining it closely. "Montague's Fletch?" he inquired nonchalantly. The man, maintaining a stoic expression, asked, "Are you Leon Green? What brings you here?" Leon casually tossed aside an antique, likely plated with silver only last week, and reached into his pocket to retrieve an hourglass. "Familiar?" Montague remained silent, for he genuinely could not recall the items he had sold. "Listen here, kid," Montague threatened. "I merely dealt in counterfeits, and in any case, it is not your concern." "Not my concern," Leon chuckled lightly. "Yet this little trinket of mine appeared in my cousin's possession just last week. If I were to inform the Ministry of Magic, or even Dumbledore himself, that you are peddling magical artifacts to muggles, can you imagine the consequences?" Montague's expression darkened considerably. Suddenly, he drew his wand from his waist, aiming it at Leon. "Hey, kid, listen, I know you're Dumbledore's prize student, but I'm not one to be trifled with," he threatened. "I am a fully fledged wizard, capable of dealing with you." His words faltered as he witnessed everything around him transform into a menagerie of creatures. He could even discern the sharp spines protruding from the sofa, now a poisonous leopard. "Merlin, why does this world teem with such monstrosities?" He decisively dropped his wand, collapsing to his knees with a thud, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. "Mr. Green, I am working for Dumbledore. We are on the same side. Let us speak amicably." "Silence. I have but one question for you." Leon shook the hourglass in his hand. "Where did you acquire this?" Half an hour later, Leon took his leave, primarily because he could extract no further information from Montague. The latter revealed that he had spotted this particular item on a plump target at the Pig's Head Tavern, seizing the opportunity to procure it when the individual was distracted. Had it not been for the fact that Montague was in Dumbledore's service, Leon nearly contemplated administering the last vestiges of truth serum upon him. As he pondered this, Leon suddenly halted. For a cloaked man stood at the entrance of the alley before him. Leon scrutinized his opponent meticulously, noting how thoroughly they were wrapped up. After a moment of standoff, both raised their hands simultaneously, wands springing into their palms as incantations were silently cast. The crimson disarmament spells collided, igniting a flurry of sparks. Leon swiftly maneuvered his left hand, drawing a spare one into his grasp, poised to engage in a dual-wielding combat style. Just then, he noticed the opponent raising their left hand as well. Startled, Leon quickly crouched to evade, while simultaneously casting an iron armor spell upon himself with his wand. Indeed, a violent explosion ensued shortly thereafter. Although Leon promptly shielded himself, he was still propelled backward by the force of the thunderous explosion, crashing violently against the wall behind him. The man draped in a cloak approached slowly. Leon struggled to rise. His armored protection could withstand damage, yet it could not shield him from the impact of colliding against the wall. Leon felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, rendering him unable to rise for the moment. Suddenly, a crimson spell shot from the adjacent rooftop, though its target was not Leon, but rather the cloaked figure advancing menacingly towards him. Regrettably, the cloaked man appeared to be well prepared. He merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the spell to graze past him. A second figure leaped down from the rooftop, their cloak unfurling behind them like the wings of a bat, silently descending to the ground. The two figures faced off for a brief moment before almost simultaneously raising their wands, as the brilliance of magic once again illuminated the narrow alleyway. Leon finally regained his composure and reached into his bosom, feeling a certain object, which brought him a sense of relief. Leon gazed intently at the two combatants engaged in fierce conflict, his expression somewhat peculiar. It was evident from their rapid exchanges that their fighting styles were nearly identical. Both exhibited a typical strategy of swift strikes interspersed with slower maneuvers, primarily utilizing transformation spells, striking then swiftly relocating, never lingering in one spot to unleash their full power. However, their methods of displacement differed markedly. One relied on the art of phantasmal shifting, demonstrating considerable skill, while the other, cloaked in a dark, billowing mantle reminiscent of Batman's cape and Doctor Strange's levitating cloak, appeared quite striking. Each time he needed to move, the cloak unfurled, allowing him to glide effortlessly. Although visually impressive, its practicality seemed somewhat lacking. Moreover, it appeared that neither combatant had truly unleashed their full potential. Aside from a recent thunderous explosion, they had scarcely employed any more formidable spells, and dark magic was conspicuously absent. They merely exchanged disarming curses. Regardless of their intentions, Leon resolved to make a discreet exit. After all, he could not hope to contend with either of these formidable individuals. Just as he prepared to flee, the man who had initially attacked him waved his wand, causing a myriad of plants to materialize around the cloaked figure, transforming the ground beneath him into a lush expanse of grass. In the fleeting moment that the cloaked man appeared disoriented, the assailant teleported directly in front of Leon's. Raising his wand without hesitation, Leon, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a thunderous explosion that shattered the alley beside him. The fragments of stone soared through the air, coalescing into a makeshift wall, while he deftly crouched and executed a sideways roll through the breach he had created. However, the man's incantation did not strike Leon or the stone wall. Instead, it veered off at an angle, severing a section of piping. The sparks generated by the severed pipe ignited the gas spewing forth, resulting in a violent detonation. Although Leon maintained the iron armor spell throughout, he was still unable to withstand the force entirely, and was sent hurtling into the ruins. The cloaked figure that appeared later had already freed himself from the influence of the enchantment. He cast a steady glance at Leon before turning to leave. Leon discreetly reached into his bosom, exerting the last vestige of his strength to crush the object he held. Subsequently, his consciousness began to blur. Leon, awaken. Leon struggled to open one eye, and after a considerable time, his gaze focused, revealing the large face of Frant before him. Oh, Merlin, you have finally awakened. Frant sighed in relief. A tattered wine cup was handed over from the side. Frant glanced at it with disdain, but ultimately accepted it. After thoroughly rinsing it in clear water, he presented it to Leon. After laboriously drinking from it, Leon finally felt somewhat better. Where am I? In a heap of ruins? Frant surveyed the surroundings, pondered for a moment, and settled on such a description. Leon glanced around and observed that the surroundings were indeed cluttered with debris. Behind Frante stood a short man with ginger hair. I was closest to you. By the time I arrived, this fellow had already picked you up. He claims to be working for Dumbledore, Montangus revealed with a sycophantic smile. He could indeed be considered an informant for Dumbledore. Leon swung his legs off the bed, rubbed his temples, and turned to Montangus, inquiring. From where did you retrieve me? Just a few alleyways ahead, Montangus explained. I heard an explosion, contemplated for a moment, and decided to investigate. That's when I found you lying in the alley, blood on your hands and face. What about that alley? Is it a complete wreck? No. It appears to be intact, at least on the surface. Leon felt an increasing heaviness in his head. It appeared that the cloaked assailant possessed absolute confidence in his own abilities, even taking the time to restore the alleyway. Leon, what exactly transpired? Who attacked you? I am uncertain. They were draped in cloaks, with hoods obscuring their faces, making it difficult for me to discern. Leon raised his left hand for inspection. The palm bore no wounds, yet he could still sense lingering phantom pains. I have applied the essence of the white fresh, fortunately. It is merely an external injury and not the result of any dark magic, Fronte commented with a shrug. However, Leon sensed something subtly amiss in his left hand. By the way, if their intent was not to kill you, could it be a pursuit of wealth? Fronte proposed another theory. Leon retrieved the dragonskin pouch from his bosom and meticulously inspected its contents, subsequently searching every inch of his own person. Nothing. He had taken nothing. Wait. Suddenly, Leon froze. What was missing? Fran inquired anxiously. Leon reached up to touch his neck. There, the hourglass that was once suspended by a necklace had vanished. An hourglass gone? Indeed. An hourglass. Within it was the sand of time, composed of the same material as a time converter. Fran scratched his head, pondering for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Leon, I believe I may know the whereabouts of that hourglass. If I am not mistaken, that object should be shattered. I discovered some glass fragments in your palm while tending to your wound. Leon gazed blankly at his palm, and after a considerable pause, managed to utter a few words. Fortunately, it was a discarded moment. In the evening, Leon stealthily returned home. There was no choice. What was initially anticipated to be completed in a morning had unexpectedly dragged on until now. Thankfully, due to Liang's frequent solitary outings and his current identity as a wizard, the Green couple felt particularly reassured about their son's safety. Welcome back, son. Mr. Green greeted while tidying up the fishing gear. Dad, are you going fishing again? Oh, no, just organizing things, Mr. Green replied with a somewhat conflicted expression. Oh, by the way, if I recall correctly, you mentioned last time that Uncle Gillett discovered a lake inhabited by mermaids. Did you catch any? Leon asked mischievously. Mr. Green let out a sigh. No, but a few creatures that resembled monkeys came charging out. Gillett called them Grindlewald. They were quite hideous. With a single spell from Uncle Gillett, those little things were shattered into pieces, leaving us to Wretch by the lakeside for quite some time afterward. Leon chuckled in silence. No wonder these two had not arranged to go fishing together for such a long time. It seems that their previous experience had left them with psychological scars. Leon consumed a modest amount of bread to quell his hunger before retreating to slumber, the events of the day still lingering in his mind. He had anticipated a night of restless sleep. However, to his astonishment, he not only slept soundly, but also dreamt a dream that necessitated an early morning change of undergarments. To elaborate, as is often the case, I must address the perennial issue of performance. Aside from the initial surge of attention during the first 2 days of its release, this book has languished in a state of mediocrity. Yet, I must confess that I have poured considerable effort into this work, replete with numerous intricacies. Take, for instance, yesterday's update. Those astute readers may have noticed that the protagonist's grandfather bears a name I meticulously crafted, Rogers Penrose, inspired by the esteemed Roger Penrose, a British mathematical physicist born on August 8, 1931, and an emeritus professor at the University of Oxford. For those seeking further enlightenment, I encourage you to peruse the internet. Moreover, it is worth noting that I deliberately selected this particular figure due to the congruence of his birth date with that of the protagonist's grandfather. Such delightful Easter eggs abound within the narrative. Some have been uncovered by keen-eyed readers, while others remain elusive, though I have not explicitly highlighted them. After investing so much effort, it is disheartening to witness such lackluster reception, with merely 1,000 daily readers. Nevertheless, I remain resolute in my commitment to complete this book. Recently, however, my perspective may be shifting, as my mother was diagnosed with diabetes 2 days ago. To be candid, I feel a sense of relief, for diabetes is manageable. Had it been another ailment, I would have spent the night in turmoil, my mind consumed with worry. Those who have followed this book from the outset may be aware that I write part-time while maintaining a regular job with a modest salary, sufficient for a single individual. Previously, writing was a passion. While some earnings were welcome, they were not essential. Now, however, I seek to augment my income to cover my mother's monthly insulin expenses. Additionally, I find myself somewhat overwhelmed, as I have noticed a new writing contest from Chimao. Apart from my daily commitment of 4,000 words here, I am also laboring on another 4,000 words and an outline for the contest, hoping to secure full attendance there as well. In summary, I am deeply grateful to the readers who have supported me from the beginning, as well as to the newcomers who have recently joined this journey. Yet, I refuse to be complacent with the current results. Lately, I have been lacking in energy, leading to a certain incoherence in my writing, perhaps due to my habit of working until the early hours of the morning. Finally, I urge everyone to cherish their family, for one can never guarantee how long they will remain by your side. Gazing at his undergarments, Leon casually tossed them aside, eliminating a multitude of potential progeny. As a mature adult, he felt no embarrassment. However, the dream from the previous night weighed heavily on his mind. The art of mental cloaking is a sophisticated form of magic, far more intricate than simply shutting one's mind to prevent others from probing. After mastering this technique, Leon seldom experienced dreams, and he even learned to weave his own lucid dreams. Yet, last night's dream felt astonishingly real, so real that it perplexed him. Strangely, he could not recall the appearance of the dream's female protagonist. Only the sensation of her silky golden hair and the fragrant aroma of lavender intertwined with the scent of certain trees, which felt decidedly amiss. As Leon contemplated seeking guidance, he realized he had no one to turn to. Dumbledore was preoccupied, and unlike Harry, he did not trust him unconditionally. His teacher, Larry, was far away in France, and communication via owl or other means proved too sluggish. Though international calls were an option, the costs were prohibitive. Ultimately, he had to rely on himself, allowing a self-deprecating smile to escape. "Mother, I'm off to Diagon Alley." "Oh, son, don't forget to bring back some fizzing whiz-bees." Leon let out a silent sigh. After taking the night bus to Diagon Alley, he swiftly made his way to the home of Borgin and Burke's. As he passed by Augustus's second-hand bookstore, he cast a glance, noting the firmly shut door adorned with a closed sign. The Annie family had once again returned to France for a visit. "Welcome, Mr. Green. How may I assist you today?" Borgin inquired, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile. Leon mentioned a list of materials, inspired by the mysterious cloaked figure he encountered yesterday. He felt it imperative to acquire a similar cloak before mastering the art of teleportation to prevent any unfortunate accidents. Furthermore, he envisioned embellishing the cloak with various functionalities. Although those were plans for the future. After listening, Boken took notes in his notebook. "Well, some of these materials I can provide you with immediately, but a few will require a couple of days. Looking at your list, it seems these materials are intended for alchemical creations. Would you like me to introduce you to an alchemist?" Leon hesitated for a moment. "Is it reliable?" "To my knowledge, there aren't many formidable alchemists in England." "Are there?" "Of course." Beaujean did not contest this assertion, as it is indeed a discipline heavily reliant on innate talent. And our enthusiasm for alchemical pursuits pales in comparison to that of the French wizards. However, the individuals I recommend do possess a modicum of skill. "Very well. Please inform me once you have made contact." Leon nodded, preparing to depart, when he suddenly noticed a crystal ball perched on a nearby shelf by the door. "A crystal ball? Ah, that is the crystal of doom," Beaujean eagerly elaborated. "It is said to be cursed by powerful dark magic. Every wizard who touches it is destined to witness their own tragic demise, which will inevitably come to pass on a certain day." Leon shook his head. "Such words are only understood by those who lack knowledge. Do you assume that everyone is devoid of perception?" Just as he was about to push the door open, Leon suddenly noticed a book propped under the table leg. "The Interpretation of Dreams." "This book? It's a gift for you," Beaujean complained, a rather mysterious tone. "Though I have no idea who left it in my shop." Leon nodded, unconcerned, for after all, Beaujean had long since taken an untold sum from him. Exiting the alley, the day was still young, and Leon found himself at a loss as to what to do next. "Oh well, I shall visit Annie's bookstore and peruse some literature," he mused. He possessed a key to the bookstore, allowing him the convenience of visiting whenever he wished. Upon unlocking the door, he navigated with ease to the living room on the second floor, collapsing onto the sofa as he opened the tattered book in his hands. To his surprise, he discovered that someone had scrawled notes within its pages. As he flipped to the frontispiece, a hasty inscription caught his eye. "Dreams are omens that reveal the past and the future." Intrigued, Leon continued to leaf through the book. At some point, he gradually closed his eyes, the gentle sound of his soft snores filling the air. "How is this word pronounced?" "ABA. "No, this word is pronounced Mama." "Mimi." Leon felt a sense of dizziness enveloping his mind, and the world around him appeared shrouded in a haze. A familiar voice seemed to echo in his ears as a woman clad in a light purple nightgown approached, cradling a child in her arms while holding a book. My dear," she called softly, setting down the book and gently stroking Liang's head. "Oh, thank Merlin, the fever has subsided. How do you feel now? Is there any lingering discomfort?" Leon opened his mouth but emitted no sound. "Come, have some water." The woman placed the child beside Liang and rose to fetch a glass of water. At that moment, however, Leon suddenly caught sight of a shadow cast on the curtain before him. He anxiously opened his mouth, intending to alert the woman, yet discovered he had no control over his own body. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, although the woman swiftly raised her wand to shield herself. She was still hurled away by the force of the blast. She quickly regained her footing, rushed to Liang's side, and with a flick of her wand, transformed the glass of water into a ribbon, securing the child to her chest before hoisting Liang onto her back. A streak of green shot out from the side, tossing something towards her. The woman grasped it, and in a whirl of chaos, Liang, like a fish out of water, jolted upright from the sofa. The book slipped from his hands and fell to the floor as he stared at the pages, his expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. Annie awakened from her dream, sitting up and gasping for breath. The room's lights flickered on, bathing the space in a warm yellow glow that dispelled much of the gloom. Mrs. Augustus entered the room, offering her daughter a cup of hot milk. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Yes. It's all right. Drink your milk. It's entirely normal to feel discomfort during your first period." "Mom." Annie pouted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Mrs. Augustus chuckled as she gently stroked her daughter's smooth face. "No need to be shy, my darling. From today onwards, You are a young lady. Additionally, you should learn to restrain your instincts from your grandmother. Although the blood of the seductive wraith runs thin in you, it is still essential to learn how to control and even harness it. By the time the new school term begins, my little darling will surely captivate that mischievous Leon. Mom. Annie was utterly flabbergasted. Who wants to captivate him? Oh, really? Who was it last semester that sulked for a week after Leon received a love letter? Mrs. Augustus laughed as she left, leaving Annie in a state of turmoil. That was not one letter. It was 3. I received 3 letters in 1 week. Moreover, did I just dream of Leon? As Annie sipped her milk, she recalled the exceptionally vivid nightmare. The cozy little house, the child yet to be lulled to sleep, the ailing man, and the sudden attack. When Kalida saw Leon, the latter was seated at the entrance of an ice cream shop, sipping a chilled brown liquid, while the proprietor, Florin, wore an unfriendly expression. What is this? Kalida inquired with curiosity. A wondrous beverage from the Muggles. You might want to try it. Kalida took a straw and sipped, only to choke. Cough, cough. What is this? He frowned, patting his chest, contemplated for a moment, then took another sip. It's surprisingly intoxicating. Leon chuckled softly. By the way, why do you seem to be perusing a book on divination again? Kalito inquired curiously, glancing at the interpretation of dreams in his hands. I occasionally need to refresh my mind. After all, I cannot spend every waking moment studying. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Do you have anything suitable? No. Kalito replied, setting down his cup and shrugging his shoulders. Your budget is simply too limited. Not to mention prime locations, even the less desirable ones are non-existent. Leon sighed, rubbing his temples. After a casual mention to Sevens and a few others last semester, they had been eager to find a suitable storefront to rent. Yet, at present, it seemed rather bleak. Was it truly the case that the entire magical community in Britain had no other commercial streets apart from Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade? Even a market would suffice. Leon lamented. Indeed, there are options. Kalito replied nonchalantly, half of his refreshing drink consumed. If you don't mind venturing into the black market. Of course. I must caution you, however, that operating a shop there generally lacks security. Otherwise, do you think the rental prices in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade are so exorbitant? The primary reason is that many shops in those areas are long established, you see. They are family-owned, having been in business for many years. It is utterly improbable that they would rent to you. I dare say, if you proposed renting from Florin, he would likely have you thrown out immediately. I would relish the chance to expel both of you, the proprietor said in a gruff voice. What? Is the quality of my beverages unappealing? Have you come to my establishment to indulge in muggle drinks? The two exchanged glances. Ultimately, Kalito begrudgingly paid for 2 of the cheapest ice creams. Having drained Leon's refreshing beverage, after conferring with Kalito, Leon meandered over to Boggins. Old Boggins had sent him a letter yesterday, stating that he had found an alchemist, and urged Leon to come discuss matters. Welcome, Mr. Green. You have finally arrived. Boggins warmly welcomed Leon, guiding him into the inner room. There, he encountered a man cloaked with a hood, his sunken eyes shadowed beneath a scruffy beard. Leon furrowed his brows, as he detected a peculiar scent in the air. The man before him bore the appearance of a drug addict. Leon pointed at the man inside and questioned, Boogine, is this your sincerity? Oh, Mr. Green, what seems to be the matter? I believe I have been quite a loyal customer at your establishment over the years, purchasing numerous items. Old Boogine offered an awkward smile. Mr. Green, please trust me. This is the finest and most affordable alchemist you can find in Diagon Alley. Leon chuckled softly, his expression one of amusement. The man seated inside offered a wry smile. Old Boogine appeared somewhat anxious. Mr. Green, the man began. May I speak with this gentleman privately? Mr. Green, perhaps you should first consider my offer. Leon hesitated for a moment, then approached the table and took a seat. Boken, understanding the situation, discreetly exited the room. Mr. Green, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mick Hulch, hailing from Germany. I am neither an addict nor a dark sorcerer. I am a werewolf. I once studied at Durmstrang, though I did not complete the full 7 years. At this point, he offered a wry smile. As for the reasons, I trust you can surmise them. I share a slight familial connection with old Boken, and my studies in alchemy were under Professor Richard. Although Durmstrang does not offer a course in alchemy, Professor Richard taught ancient runes. My proficiency in alchemy is modest, yet I assure you it surpasses that of the many amateurs in the field. He continued, I heard you were in search of an alchemist, and Boken informed me. I understand your potion's professor is Snape, and that you excel in the subject? Are you familiar with the Wolfsbane potion? At this, Mick cast a somewhat ingratiating glance at Leong. Leong hesitated for a moment before nodding. The inventor of the wolf poison potion had never intended to keep this concoction a secret. The formula could be found in numerous journals and magazines. However, while the existence of the formula was accessible, the intricacies of its preparation, the precautions to be taken, and the detailed steps and techniques were not documented therein. As a close friend and correspondent of the inventor of the wolf poison potion, Snape had certainly delved into the study of this substance as well. Leon had indeed observed on several occasions, assisting the old bat in the preparation of potion ingredients. Upon seeing Leon nod, Mick's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Green, I am willing to work for you without charge, and I could even pay for it. All I require is the wolfsbane potion. Should you be able to procure it for me? Leon departed without outright refusal, merely stating he would ponder the matter. The identity of Mick as a werewolf instilled a sense of trepidation within him. In the realm of magic, werewolves are akin to ticking time bombs. One can never be certain when they might strike unexpectedly. The most alarming aspect is that while being captured might be manageable, a mere bite guarantees transformation into a werewolf. Leon was unaware of the agony that accompanied the metamorphosis under the full moon, but he surmised it was far more excruciating than the initial transformation into an animagus. Nonetheless, the advantages were undeniably apparent. If he could consistently provide the wolf venom potion to the werewolf, he would gain a formidable ally and laborer, far more reliable than any unbreakable oath. After all, even blood pacts can be dissolved. Witness how Oldby and the gas stove ended their union. Yet the wolf venom potion was different. Its absence would lead to unbearable discomfort. He still needed to confer with Frant and the others. Leon produced a dragonhide pouch, containing the entirety of the secretive organization's funds. The amount was dwindling. If necessary, perhaps they could crowdsource? Once the shop was operational, they could distribute dividends. With this thought in mind, Leon summoned Heimdall, intending to enlist his assistance in errands. Goodness, what have you been consuming lately? Leon felt the weight of his companion's presence. Noting he had likely gained a pound, the little creature, displeased, tugged at Leon's hair before accepting 2 morsels of meat and setting off to deliver the message. Before dinner, Sevens responded. To his surprise, the first name mentioned as a candidate for robbing the affluent canines was none other than Cedric Diggory. Cedric Diggory was not a pure-blood, as his mother hailed from a Muggle family. Furthermore, he was not one of the 28 pure-blood families. Nevertheless, his family was quite affluent, owing to his father, Amos Diggory, working in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. To gauge the wealth of this department, one need only look at Hagrid. Let us not even consider the mundane. Even collecting dragon dung daily could lead to prosperity. Leon found it utterly perplexing that those pure-blood families would let slip such a lucrative opportunity. If only Cedric could be persuaded to falter, the funds would materialize. And even the raw materials would be readily available. Currently, the primary sources of raw materials for the products produced by the Eye of Secrets were Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, with a small portion derived from the contributions of its members, such as plants cultivated by the badgers or items scavenged by the lions during their strolls in the Forbidden Forest. However, a stable supply channel was imperative, and Leon irritably rubbed his temples, feeling as though he were drowning in a sea of debt. As for whether to hire a werewolf, Savins had mentioned in his letter that he would come to consult Leon in person, which filled Leon with trepidation. Unlike the ever-enthusiastic Calido, who had recently become enamored with handheld gaming devices, Savins and his companions resided in a genuine wizarding village. Upon returning home for a break, the trio occasionally refrained from even leaving the village. Was the journey from their village to Liang's home truly without complications? As it turned out, complications did arise. For reasons unknown, upon arriving in London, Savins suddenly decided to board a Muggle subway. Frant clambered up the escalator, puffing and panting, wearing a smug expression. "Hey son, Dad is faster than you." Savins responded with an extremely rude gesture. Fiona, half covering her face, attempted to appear unfamiliar with the two boys. Just as the two young men were about to engage in yet another round of banter, Fiona could no longer contain herself. She seized them by their ears and, dragging them along, descended the escalator into the subway station. How does this thing work? After purchasing tickets, Savins imitated the person ahead of him, swiping his subway card with a semblance of proficiency. Upon seeing the turnstile open, he swiftly slipped through, his expression brimming with excitement. When they finally beheld the arriving subway train, their mouths fell agape. I've never seen a train move so fast. No wonder Leon often mocked their own train as the Hogwarts slow train. In my opinion, that old contraption could certainly use a speed boost, Frant grumbled, occupying more than his fair share of the seats. As the subway came to a stop, the trio, still buzzing with exhilaration, followed the crowd to disembark. Just as Savins exited the carriage, he overheard a plump man waiting to board speaking to a slender boy clad in an ill-fitting khaki checkered shirt and round glasses. "Next year, we'll send you to that boarding school." "Oh, thank heavens. Your aunt and I can finally rid ourselves of you, you little weirdo." At lunchtime, Leon spotted a visibly impatient Fiona and 2 somewhat discontented huskies outside his home. "Come inside. You must be starving. I made a bit extra." The 3 entered cautiously. "Leon, where are your parents?" "Not here." He waved his wand, conjuring 3 cups of soda for them as he headed to the kitchen. "My mom went for a beauty treatment today, and my dad has a case. He likely won't return until late." "You can cook?" Frant exclaimed, then recalled, "Oh, right. You're a Hufflepuff. That's discrimination." "Frant, I'm also a Hufflepuff. Why can't I cook?" "All right, gentlemen, lend a hand with the dishes." Fiona waved her wand, causing the dishes in the kitchen to dance through the air and neatly arrange themselves on the dining table. "Let us eat and chat. Also, you can help me ponder the situation with Mick," Leon said as he brought out the last bowl of soup. This is tricky," Savins said, his mouth full of peanut butter toast, scratching his head in confusion. "Is a werewolf really safe?" Frant chimed in. "I don't come from a wizarding family, So I lack knowledge about werewolves. Unlike you, have you ever seen one? Fiona leisurely sipped her soup. I saw one once, but only from a distance. When we were young, 3 werewolves wandered to the edge of the village during a full moon, and all the adults in the village went out to assist. It took them most of the night to drive those 3 werewolves back into the forest. What do werewolves actually look like? I mean, in their transformed state? Leon inquired, frowning. They're quite similar to wolves, Fran explained. They can stand upright, and some say their tails differ from those of regular wolves. But I can't say for sure. I've never seen one myself. Leon pondered for a moment. How about this? Regarding Mick, if all else fails, we shall resort to outsourcing. Outsourcing? 3 individuals inquired with curiosity. Indeed, outsourcing. I shall not provide him with a work environment. I will merely supply the raw materials and enlist his assistance in our research. We shall compensate him with Wolfsbane potion. That could work, said Sammons, smacking his lips. But I fear our meager supply of galleons may fall short. Fear not, for we have ample resources from the illustrious Yuan, Leon replied nonchalantly, wiping his lips. In fact, if that proves insufficient, we could even recruit those Slytherin fellows. Surely, they would not oppose the acquisition of galleons. That is unlikely, Sammons chuckled. Not every Slytherin is wealthy. Otherwise, Calito would not be conducting business at school daily. Regardless, we should now gather contributions from the Order of the Phoenix and Hufflepuff. Especially Cedric. Just last semester, his family purchased him a new broom. Merlin, he is merely a first year. The group spent a clandestine afternoon compiling a list of potential contributors from the Yuan, eagerly awaiting the commencement of school to initiate their crowdfunding endeavor. Liang. Awaken. We must depart. They are closing in on us. Liang slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred. Yet, guided by the faint light and lingering scent, he recognized the woman before him. He found himself once again in a dream, the same woman he had encountered in previous dreams. She appeared to be the wife of his current self. There was also a vague sense of familiarity that enveloped him. Liang strained to widen his eyes, striving to discern his surroundings, only to realize that they appeared to be enveloped in a shadowy forest, where the only illumination came from the sporadic glow of fireflies. However, where was the child? In his last dream, there had been a child present, yet now there was none. Perhaps sensing the turmoil in Liang's expression, the woman softly elucidated in his ear, "My dear, do not be concerned. Jasmine has been safely delivered to the Scamander couple. She is secure." Liang silently committed the names to memory. In the distance, voices echoed alongside the low growls of felines. "They are pursuing us. We must hasten." With that, the woman hoisted one of Liang's arms and swiftly propelled him deeper into the woods. It was only at this moment that Liang realized his legs were somewhat unresponsive. Stumbling along, the two finally arrived at a small clearing. At the center of the clearing lay a breathtakingly exquisite lake. What is the purpose of this? Liang remained voiceless, unable to control his body, with only his eyelids capable of movement. The sounds behind them grew louder. It seemed their pursuers had discovered their location. The woman tightly embraced Liang and whispered in his ear, "My dear, I love you. Take care of our daughter." Then, with a decisive push, she acted. Liang, utterly powerless to resist, fell backward into the lake. The water surged upwards, and Liang's eyes widened in a desperate attempt to struggle, yet his body remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a cold hand with long, sharp nails reached out from behind him, forcing a clump of slimy, foul-tasting water plants into his mouth. Liang felt as though something had sprouted beside his cheek, and the overwhelming sensation of drowning suddenly vanished. He cast a sidelong glance and discovered several humanoid creatures encircling him, their forms resembling that of a human with fish tails. Straining to open his eyes wider, he shifted his gaze towards the shore. A golden-haired woman stood by the lake, holding a wand and quietly watching over the water's edge. It seemed she sensed Liang's gaze, for she slightly turned her head. Liang finally discerned that half-visible profile, leaving his astonished mind in a state of utter bewilderment. Subsequently, more creatures with fish-like tails surrounded him, seizing Liang and pulling him deeper into the unknown. Liang abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath. The cold and damp sensation that enveloped him in his dream gradually faded away. He struggled to curl his fingers slightly. The water cup at the head of the bed remained still. His silent and unassisted spellcasting had failed. For Liang, this was an unprecedented experience. It is worth noting that, as one of the earliest practitioners of the levitation spell, he had long mastered it. Climbing down from the bed, Liang trembled slightly as he grasped the water cup and took a large gulp, only to choke on it due to his haste. Coughing violently, a faint golden shimmer flickered at the bottom of the cup. Liang brought the cup to his eyes, shifting his perspective until he discerned a glimmer of gold upon the cup's surface. This golden hue emanated from the palm of his left hand. Slowly lowering the cup, Liang gently opened his palm, revealing a scar of golden hue that radiated a faint light. "This is troublesome," he murmured to himself. Mr. Green, still in a daze, descended the stairs and observed his wife preparing breakfast. After surveying the surroundings, he inquired, "My dear, where is our son?" Mrs. Green shrugged her shoulders. "Your son left early this morning to meet his friends, claiming he wanted to explore the idea of opening a shop." "Oh, he truly is my son. I have always said that if he were to study finance, none of those fellows in the city of London would stand a chance against him. Mrs. Green remained silent, feeling an unsettling notion. After all, he was her flesh and blood, and she sensed that their son seemed particularly anxious and agitated that morning. It was worth noting that such a demeanor had never been observed before. I hope nothing is amiss. Early in the morning, Leon skipped breakfast. Not to delve into the business of opening a shop, but rather to visit the nearby Muggle hospital. He felt an urgent need for a comprehensive physical examination. Not only was the Muggle hospital on his agenda, but a trip to St. Mungo's was also imperative. If his instincts were correct, he had landed himself in considerable trouble. On the day of the attack, in a moment of desperation, he had crushed a little gadget crafted by Frant that he held in his hands. However, amidst the chaos of the battle, the hourglass that hung around his neck had shattered as well. If all went according to his fears, the most crucial sand of time within the hourglass had likely seeped into his body through the wound on his left hand. He could scarcely fathom the potential dire consequences. Yet, the example set by the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries lingered ominously in his mind. Eloise Mintab, that witch, had been ensnared in an experiment of time travel. Trapped in the year 1402 for 5 interminable days, when she finally returned to the present, she bore the weight of 5 centuries of aging and suffered irreparable harm, ultimately succumbing at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Her journey had irrevocably altered the lives of everyone she encountered in the past, resulting in at least 25 descendants vanishing from modernity, never having been born. Furthermore, upon her return, the Tuesday she re-entered lasted a mere 2.5 days, while Thursday dwindled to a scant 4 hours. These were all details Professor McGonagall had meticulously compiled for him prior to his application for a time-turner, urging him to study them carefully, as if she expected him to memorize them and compose an essay in return. Yet, there was a silver lining amidst the gloom. Although his left hand had inexplicably glowed the previous night, and he had been haunted by bizarre dreams of late, he sensed that he might not be physically traversing time. Did this imply that he was neither compelled nor capable of altering history? He reflected, seated in the hospital's waiting room, pondering the futility of historical changes. Those who sought to reshape history often faced dire repercussions. Examples abound in the tales of Iron Man, The Flash, Spider-Man, and a character named Evan from the Butterfly Effect. At long last, after an entire morning of waiting, Leon received his medical examination results. All normal? Leon's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, my child, you are in excellent health. The doctor beamed, assuring him that he could confidently pursue his desired school. Liang's pretext for the inspection was the requirement of a medical report for middle school enrollment. Thank you, doctor, he said with a disarmingly innocent smile before turning to leave. However, the moment he stepped out of the hospital's entrance, his expression fell. After taking the night bus to St. Mungo's, Leon effortlessly navigated past the display windows of the Cleanse department store. Upon entering St. Mungo's, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Sybil Trelawney. He recognized her by her flamboyant appearance and the thick lenses of her bottle-bottom glasses. Although she differed slightly from the actress in the film, she possessed the same air of neuroticism. Leon had encountered her several times during the school opening and at various significant festive banquets. However, what could have brought her to St. Mungo's? Although the professor of divination was not one to venture out often and had a penchant for sherry, Leon knew her health was relatively robust. She did not appear to be the type who would make a special trip to St. Mungo's. Nonetheless, Leon chose to disregard this matter, as he already bore enough troubles of his own, navigating the familiar surroundings. He promptly scheduled an appointment with a healer at the front desk and waited for a short while before being called in. Upon entering the room, the witch smiled warmly. Mr. Green? What a delightful surprise to see you again. How is your teacher faring? Leon took a seat. He was in remarkably good spirits, having recently gone to the forest to catch rabbits for a picnic just a couple of days ago. The witch chuckled softly. Well, let's get to the matter at hand. You don't seem to be troubled. What brings you to our abode? After a moment of hesitation, Leon finally spoke. I have been dreaming incessantly. And then? The witch inquired, picking up a quill and gesturing for Leon to continue. Although the contents of the dreams vary, they are consecutive, and I can distinctly feel that I am dreaming. Most importantly, in my dreams, I am perpetually being pursued by someone alongside a companion. The witch frowned slightly. What troubles you? Is it a complex matter? No, she clarified. My frown stems from the difficulty in discerning the root of your predicament. Even with a more detailed examination, I fear it may be challenging to uncover the cause. It could merely be a series of ordinary dreams, or perhaps the result of some magical influence. Can you arrange for a thorough examination? Leon inquired. Of course. The witch replied, swiftly inscribing a note on a piece of parchment. With a flick of her wand, the parchment transformed into a small bird, which flew away only to return shortly thereafter. Let us proceed. She beckoned, leading Leon into another chamber. Upon entering, Leon's mouth fell agape. The room was filled with an array of equipment that appeared strikingly familiar. This, Leon exclaimed, pointing at the alchemical instruments, is astonishing. What is it? The witch glanced at him, her brow raised. Have you never seen such things? No, I am simply curious as to why. The witch let out a cold laugh. What? Do you think St. Mungo's is just any place? We represent the pinnacle of healing across Europe. In less than half a month, we are expecting 2 modified Muggle scanners. What do they call them? X-ray machines, I believe. However, they have been upgraded to detect the internal conditions of wizards. A male healer interjected. The last patient was infested with parasites. It nearly made me ill. Silence, Rudy. The witch retorted sharply, I still need to have my lunch. Come quickly. With that, she waved to Leon to follow. Leon obediently seated himself upon an apparatus reminiscent of an electric chair, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Fortunately, this contraption did not administer any shocks. Several objects, akin to planetary rings, revolved around him for a few moments, emitting a series of buzzing sounds before coming to a halt. For the next half hour, Leon experienced each instrument of torture scattered throughout the room, before following the witch back to her consultation chamber. The witch furrowed her brow as she examined the parchment in her hands, her expression one of perplexity. Magical energy activity within the body, extremely high. Parasitic presence check, normal. Residual dark magic detection, normal. Aside from your unusually high levels of magical energy and activity, there are no abnormalities. After a considerable pause, the witch reached this conclusion. You aren't just here to play tricks on your sister, are you? Leon raised his hands and rendered a French salute. Do I appear to be so idle? Very well, you may return and check for yourself. The situation is not as you described. Should there be any developments, you may come to find me. Of course, if you have any secrets to conceal, it would be prudent to disclose them now. Young man, do not shy away from addressing your afflictions. Leon paused momentarily at the door. Very well, sister, should there be any further developments, I shall return. Upon exiting the consultation room, he felt his shoulders sag. It appeared that the sands of time were beyond the detection of conventional means. What then should be done? He pondered. In the entire magical realm, who possesses knowledge in this regard? The Department of Mysteries? Dumbledore? Or perhaps I should seek out Nicodemus? Each thought was swiftly dismissed by Leon suddenly. His gaze fell upon a hunched figure, Trelawney. Observing her enter a patient room, Leon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stealthily approach. The room was designed for 4 patients, however, compared to the 5th floor, which housed individuals with severe or difficult-to-treat ailments, the patients on this level were generally less critical. Naturally, the cost for a 4-bedroom was considerably more affordable. After a moment's hesitation, Leon cast a heightened perception charm upon himself. This enchantment not only amplified his awareness but also enhanced his senses, making it an exceptional aid for eavesdropping. Liang's curiosity was piqued. His inherent Hufflepuff nature was ignited as he yearned to uncover the purpose behind Trelawney's presence here. What brings you back? A voice, laced with disdain, echoed in Liang's ears from the hospital bed. Trelawney paused momentarily. I came to inquire when you will meet Merlin, she replied, her tone dry and awkward. The elderly woman emitted a cold scoff, refusing to engage further. I have already settled your treatment fees for the latter half of the year. Are you still at Hogwarts? Still teaching that nonsensical divination class? Her tone dripped with disdain. That is, in fact, a profound branch of magic, Trelawney retorted, her voice tinged with anger and deep-seated helplessness. I do not understand. Spare me your explanations. I am merely a foolish muggle. The old woman's voice crescendoed. Your father never mentioned anything about clairvoyance or you, Trelawney. He did not inherit the family's gifts. Trelawney's voice came after a prolonged silence. Haha, I shall take my leave. The old woman spat. If it weren't for you, your father would still be alive. He would not have died. Her furious tirade reverberated throughout the hospital room. Trelawney let out a muffled sob, pushed open the door, and stumbled out, reeking of alcohol. Leon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow. Upon seeing Professor Trelawney weeping at the staircase, he felt a twinge of uncertainty about approaching her. Nevertheless, he decided to step forward. Hello, Professor. I believe you might need this, he said, offering her a tissue. The divination professor rubbed her eyes, donned her glasses, and accepted the tissue from Leon. Thank you, dear child. Thank you. You're welcome, Young shrugged. I remember you. You are the top student from Pomona College, correct? Yes. Ah, the remarkable little wizard, Trelawney murmured, before inquiring. Are you here to visit someone unwell? No, Professor. I am here for a health check. Trelawney's eyes widened in a rather comical fashion, ignoring the bloodshot appearance. Oh, I'm sorry, but I believe you are quite healthy. Well, I have been experiencing frequent dreams. Leon hesitated and offered a brief explanation. So, you mean you often have consecutive dreams in which you are being chased? Trelawney seemed to become quite intrigued. Oh, unfortunate, quite unfortunate, she rambled on. Dreams are omens of the past and future. Being pursued in a dream may signify that you shall endure suffering in the days to come. Young remained noncommittal, harboring a hint of skepticism. Perhaps a reflection of the innate arrogance found within every shapeshifter, akin to that of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Trelawney, accustomed to such expressions, would typically have offered a sharp retort. However, today she was devoid of such inclination. Be cautious, child, she said, rising unsteadily and stumbling slightly. Emitting a burp as she mumbled incoherently. Sometimes, being overly conspicuous is not a virtue. Professor, do you believe the future can be altered? Young inquired suddenly. Trelawney paused momentarily. No, my dear, I do not think so, she finally replied after a considerable pause. Everything you do becomes a part of history. but I read in a book about Eloise Mintab, a witch who, during her time-traveling experiments, was trapped in the year 1402 for 5 days. Her journeys altered the life paths of everyone she encountered in the past, resulting in at least 25 descendants vanishing from the present, rendered never born. Trelawney turned to face Leon, her expression darkening as she glared at him. Time is both a remedy and a poison. Those who toy with time will not meet a favorable end. Mr. Green. Her voice was particularly shrill. Perhaps realizing her own lack of composure, she hastily muttered a dry farewell, expressing her anticipation of seeing him in the new term, and departed in a manner that suggested more of a retreat than a farewell. Leon was taken aback. He did not perceive time as something that could be frivolously manipulated. However, up to this point, he had indeed divulged considerable information to old Ding, even foreseeably altering the fates of certain individuals. Yet, he found it difficult to cite these clandestine matters as examples, which led him to invoke the incident involving a certain witch. To his surprise, Trelawney's reaction was so profound. Could it be? Leon returned home, burdened with heavy thoughts, having burned the medical examination report. The palpable tension surrounding him led the Green couple to believe that the store's opening had encountered obstacles. Indeed, the situation was not entirely favorable. Mr. Green even offered some words of consolation, advising, "Do not rush, my son. Rome was not built in a day. You are only in your 3rd year of school, and there is still ample time." However, the silver lining was that since returning from St. Mungo's, he had not experienced those haunting dreams again, nor had the faint golden glow emanated from his palms in the dead of night. It remained uncertain whether his mental fortitude had improved or if the sands of time within him had finally settled. Consequently, he diverted more of his attention to other pursuits, such as the study of Wolfsbane potion. Indeed, the dark-hearted Leon had no intention of procuring the potion from the likes of Old Bat or Belby. Instead, he aspired to master the craft and brew it himself. While he could purchase ingredients from Snape or Belby once or twice, he could not rely on a master potioneer to work for him. The Wolfsbane potion itself had little market demand. The few werewolves who could afford it were rare. And when they could brew something else, why would they opt for this particular concoction? Seated in Mrs. Augustus's laboratory, Leon gazed at the letter in his hands and sighed silently. With several esteemed potion masters nearby, he had taken the precaution of writing to Professor Snape and his mentor Larry in France before embarking on his research. He also requested his mentor to convey a letter to Mr. Belby, the inventor of the Wolfsbane potion. His father had readily agreed, confirming his acquaintance with Belby. However, thus far, only the responses from his mentor and Salus had arrived. Snape had not replied at all, and Belby was reportedly lost in some remote wilderness, making it difficult for Larry to locate him. Salus, who did not brew the Wolfsbane potion himself, merely pointed out a few errors in Liang's letter based on his experience. With no other options available, he was left with no choice but to proceed with a rudimentary trial. Leon surveyed the table laden with ingredients worth 15 galleons, enough for only one batch, and felt a pang of regret. Predictably, that single batch would likely go to waste. Yet, he could not allow such an expense to be entirely squandered. He needed to meticulously document the potion's reaction throughout the process. He would then fervently tag Snape and Belby, hoping to resolve all issues in one go. As for whether these two would deign to respond, Leon held a modicum of confidence. After all, Snape was a professor at Hogwarts. Such professionalism ought to prevail, even if he might hurl a few barbs at him. Regarding Belby, if his mentor was not exaggerating, he would likely be approachable enough to grant at least a modicum of respect. So he pressed on. Life is too fleeting to be deterred. Besides, what did it matter if he faced loss? He would only be out 15 galleons. Yet, why did he still feel a twinge of pain over that loss? Leon meticulously sliced the Wolfsbane and then prepared the other ingredients before adding water and igniting the flame. 2 hours later, observing the dark concoction before him, Leon let out a silent sigh. The potion of Wolfsbane, which Severus Snape had simmered for 10 days, had now transformed into a mere cauldron of poison, no longer requiring further brewing. With a flick of his wand, Leon opened the window, intending to let in some fresh air. However, as soon as the window was ajar, an owl perched outside, poised to tap on the glass, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma within, and, with a startled blink, tumbled downwards. Half an hour later, this diminutive creature had pecked Leon's fingers until they were bruised before taking its leave. Glancing at the letter sealed with the school's wax emblem in his hand, Leon suddenly realized it was that time of year again, the annual procurement period. Let me see what books I require this year. Ah, splendid. Aside from one titled Clearing the Mist to See the Future, I possess all the others. Sigh, I knew Leon would definitely be here. A commotion echoed from downstairs. Leon tidied up the laboratory and made his way to the staircase on the 2nd floor, where he happened upon Augustus and his family returning with numerous bags in hand. Leon, Annie exclaimed, waving her hand enthusiastically. However, as if suddenly recalling something, she shot him a fierce glare and rolled her eyes dramatically. Leon, feeling dispirited, clutched a book titled Piercing Through the Fog to gaze into the future as he returned home. The book had been unearthed from Anne's family's warehouse, and Leon casually tossed a few silver coins onto the counter. There was no need to purchase anything else. His robe still fit as it had during his first year, having been a size too large when he bought it. and now it suited him perfectly. Reflecting on this, Liang's expression grew even more somber. However, what troubled him the most was the capricious demeanor of his friend Anne. One moment, she would eagerly recount her summer experiences, and the next, she would inexplicably roll her eyes at him. It was all quite vexing. At last, September 1st had arrived once more. Liang hurried to the station, dragging his luggage behind him. With practiced ease, he made his way to the familiar carriage, tossing his suitcase onto the luggage rack before conjuring a pillow and collapsing onto the seat to catch up on sleep. The previous night had been spent tirelessly researching Wolfsbane potion. In truth, throughout the entire holiday, he had delved solely into potions, neglecting all else. Whether it be fiendfire, meteorological charms, or ancient magic, none were suitable for study within the confines of Madame Augustus's laboratory. As for his own home, Liang was reluctant to receive any communications from the Ministry of Magic, although he did not believe that Dumbledore would passively allow the Ministry to break his wand. One must wonder, who is the current Minister of Magic? Cornelius Fudge? Leon felt a heaviness in his mind as his eyelids slowly descended. In a vague haze, he seemed to perceive a cacophony of voices nearby. Hey, Malfoy, I heard your father has become the head of the executive department? Congratulations. Boys, I have a brilliant idea. Shall we have some fun with that Weasley fellow tomorrow? Forget it, Lestrange. Though it may be embarrassing, the Weasleys are, after all, my relatives. My father would find it disgraceful. Huh, Malfoy, if that's the case, pureblood families are all interconnected, aren't they? Let it be, Lestrange. The headmaster's term ended last semester. And TSK, if you ask me, Headmaster Voldemort is just, huh? Leon instinctively sensed something amiss. However, before he could fully grasp it, he felt the entire world begin to sway around him. Leon, wake up. Leon struggled to open his eyes, and before him loomed the large face of Rod. Oh, Merlin, Leon, how long has it been since you last slept? Rona leaned closer, a look of astonishment on his face, observing those dark circles under your eyes, which resembled an Eastern mythical beast. Leon gradually rose to his feet, feeling a sense of heaviness in his mind and weakness in his body. Leon, and approached with a fellow Hufflepuff senior. Are you all right? The Hufflepuff senior pushed aside the Bant brothers, gently touched Liang's forehead, lifted his eyelid to inspect, and then performed a magical examination. You're fine. It's merely excessive fatigue, and your magical energy is nearly depleted. Young Junior, you weren't practicing spells all night, were you? The senior chided. We are Hufflepuffs, not Ravenclaws. Leave us some breathing room. Furthermore, that parchment from last semester's exam was your idea, wasn't it? Have a bit of decency. Leon flashed a smile. It's nothing, senior. I simply stayed up too late last night. The senior curled her lip, choosing not to confront him. While fatigue could indeed be attributed to a late night, she had clearly sensed during her examination of Leon that his magical energy had been entirely depleted. Very well. Do take care of your rest, she advised before briskly departing, likely eager to return for a meal. Leon sat in his chair, lost in thought, endeavoring to recall the dream he had just experienced. In stark contrast to the vividly realistic dreams he had encountered before, this one was particularly hazy. He had no visual recollection, only the echo of several boys' voices, their tones fluctuating with the onset of adolescence. Yet, the content of their discussion eluded him, maddeningly out of reach. Leon, Annie called out beside him. What? Leon snapped back to reality. What on earth is the matter with you? Annie inquired. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized him. Leon opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. As he gazed upon the girl who was now a head taller than him, he suddenly noticed that Annie seemed to have adorned herself with a light touch of makeup. Oh, you've put on makeup? He inquired. Humph. Annie huffed, her tone laced with a hint of pride. I truly stayed up far too late last night. I'll sleep a bit longer. Annie, please wake me when we're almost there. Leon yawned and slumped sideways in his chair. Annie opened her mouth but eventually let out a sigh. Sleep then. I'll call you when we arrive. Clinging to a flicker of hope, Leon succumbed to slumber once more, regrettably without dreams this time, sinking into a deep sleep. By the time the train reached its destination, Leon had thoroughly rested. He hadn't even eaten lunch, having slept from 9 in the morning until after 6 in the afternoon. The magical energy within him had nearly replenished, and he no longer appeared as weak and frail as he had in the morning. It's about time I sought out the principal. This cannot continue. Leon harbored profound suspicions that his drowsiness in the morning was the work of the sands of time that had infiltrated his being. He had initially thought that this malevolent force had finally settled down. Upon entering the castle in a carriage, Leon was summoned by Professor McGee. Leon had a vague inkling of the matter at hand. The school had likely succeeded in obtaining the time turner on his behalf. Mr. Green, this is your time turner. Indeed. Upon entering Professor McGonagall's office, she unveiled a box crafted from enchanted metal. Sign your name on this letter of commitment, and then place your hand upon the box. Only then can it be opened, Professor McGonagall explained. I must once again remind you, Leon, that the time turner is a strictly regulated alchemical device, closely monitored by the Ministry of Magic. You are already familiar with the stipulations. Should you violate any of these terms, you will face charges from the Ministry, and may even confront the prospect of imprisonment. Leon quietly perused the terms before affixing his signature. I am aware, Professor, he replied. Let us hope. Professor McGonagall said with a note of concern. Leon once again displayed his signature charming smile. He placed his hand upon the enchanted metallic box from which golden lines emanated, spreading across the entire surface of the box. Subsequently, the box quivered gently and slowly opened, revealing the time turner nestled within its velvet lining. At the heart of the time turner lay a metallic base, upon which rested the core, a sand glass filled with the sands of time. Surrounding the base were two concentric rings crafted from magical metal, inscribed with ancient runes. Each side featured a rotatable knob, and the outermost metallic ring bore two loops, from which hung a necklace also made of the enchanted metal. The moment Leon grasped the time turner, he felt a faint warmth radiating from his left hand. In the room of the wish-granting house, regardless of whether one had recently dined or not, everyone was indulging in food and sipping butterbeer. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? I would like to discuss the future plans for the Eye of Secrets, Sevens exclaimed as he leaped atop a wooden crate, brandishing a stack of parchment. With a flick of his wand, France sent the proposals soaring through the air, distributing copies to everyone present. Previously, we all contributed according to our means, but during this holiday, Leon and I deliberated and decided that this arrangement could not continue. Henceforth, the Eye of Secrets shall transition to a shareholder system. All present here today are shareholders. Of course, if this is unacceptable to anyone, we can convert your contributions into galleons. In the future, our products will be showcased through a consignment system in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. As we have already signed supply contracts with several shops, this is merely a temporary measure, as we certainly aspire to establish our own storefront in the future. The funds generated from sales will be securely managed by the Eye of Secrets, allocated for operational and research purposes. Before the conclusion of each semester, we will distribute a portion of the profits, ensuring it does not hinder next year's stock replenishment. This concludes our vision for the future of the Eye of Secrets. Additionally, each of you possesses a designated number of shares, determined through comprehensive assessment. If there are any objections, now is the time to voice them. A hush fell over the wish-granting house, broken only by the rustling of parchment. After a moment, a low buzz of discussion filled the air, with some furrowing their brows while others wore expressions of delight. Can Sevens handle this? Leon and Frant huddled in the corner, their brows knitted in concern. During the summer, Leon had suggested he take on the role of the antagonist. However, unexpectedly, Sevens had taken the initiative. Rest assured, it will be fine, Fiona remarked calmly. Do not be deceived by his perpetual amiability. Beneath it lies a resolute nature. Moreover, this presents an opportunity. We are facing graduation next year, and although our families have different expectations, we intend to forge our own path. Is your family planning to send you to the Ministry of Magic? Leon inquired tentatively. Fiona responded non-committally. But the ministry is nothing short of a mess. Fran interjected. Currently, a significant portion of the ministry's key departments, especially the lucrative ones, are dominated by pure-blood families, and this is even before Madame Barnard has stepped down. I can only hope that the next successor, Mr. Crouch, will initiate some much-needed reforms. Yet, it remains uncertain. Despite being a stern leader, he must rely on the support of those pure-blood families. Mr. Crouch cannot simply expel them, a soft voice interjected. Leon turned to see Calido, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, casually swirling his butterbeer, as if attending an upscale soiree. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the room. When did you arrive? Leon asked, feeling exasperated. Hey, what do you mean by that? Am I not a member of the Eye of Secrets? Calido retorted. Huh? Leon, surely you are not unaware of who comprises the Eye of Secrets you established? Calido observed Leon's expression, realizing he might genuinely be oblivious. Leon touched his nose. With so many people in the meeting, how could I possibly remember each one? Enough of this trivial talk. I came to inquire whether you are still open to investment. Do you have confidence in us? Certainly. Wait a moment, you can discuss it with Sevens. I shall not concern myself with that. Then what is it that you do care about? Kalida cast a scornful glance at Leon, who surprisingly shrugged his shoulders. In truth, I never intended to establish any secret assembly from the outset. Kalida sighed and turned to Fronte and his companion, saying, Do you see? This is what one might call a rogue. Yet, one must admit, some rogues possess an innate ability to effortlessly gather a crowd. Sevens approached, his face aglow, followed by several individuals, including Cedric among them. Leon seemed to perceive the bold character's chives looming above the heads of these individuals. Everything proceeding smoothly? Indeed. Aside from a few students from Gryffindor who opted to withdraw, the majority remained. Hey, Kalida, are you also planning to invest? Come, let's converse over here. Observing the two individuals who had previously been at odds now embracing each other like long-lost friends, retreating to a corner to discuss their clandestine dealings, Leon and the others exchanged glances. On another note, what has been happening between you and Annie lately? Fiona inquired with a curious expression, gesturing subtly towards a nearby group. Not far off, Annie, Audrey, and several other Hufflepuff girls were engaged in conversation, glancing over occasionally. I have no idea. Don't ask me, Leon shrugged. She has been like this since returning from France during the summer. I'm as puzzled as anyone. Hey, Leon. Girls need to be pampered. Fiona shot him a disapproving glare. Leong retracted his neck and turned to Frant with a serious demeanor, saying, "Frant, I found your idea about improving the magical puppets quite remarkable. We should take the time to explore it in detail." After more than an hour had passed, and considering that there were classes the next day, everyone gradually dispersed, returning to their respective homes and mothers. Naturally, before parting ways, all were content. Whether they were the ones being taken advantage of or those doing the taking, Leong reclined on his bed, enveloped in a swirl of complex emotions, uncertain whether he would continue to dream that night. He had intended to converse with Dumbledore, yet he realized he had not even graced this year's opening banquet with his presence. Never mind, sleep it is. Fortunately, the night passed without dreams. At the break of dawn the following day, Leong donned his attire and made his way to the hall for breakfast. "Leong, what time is it?" Rod mumbled, waking from his slumber, still half-dazed. "It's 8 o'clock. "Oh, wait for me, I shall get up right now," Rod replied, groggily attempting to put on his clothes. When suddenly a spark of clarity struck him. "Wait, Leong, something's amiss. We don't have class this morning, do we? ISNT our first class, Transfiguration. Scheduled for 10 o'clock? Leong cast a fleeting glance at the other person. "Do you really think our class schedules are the same?" Rod rolled over and sprang to his feet, leaning closer to Leong as he examined the schedule in his hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Merlin is on. Can someone explain to me why you have 2 classes at 1:30 in the afternoon?" Leong, with a messenger bag slung over his shoulder, followed the flow of people towards the tower. To be candid, he truly detested climbing stairs, particularly to the highest floor. Perhaps this was why Gryffindor's common room was situated on the 8th floor, as they were undoubtedly the most energetic among all the houses. As for the Little Eagles, they possessed a landing pad on the rooftop terrace, and Leong had witnessed on numerous occasions their reluctance to descend, opting instead to grab a tattered broom and soar down. After a prolonged ascent, Leong finally arrived at the door of the divination classroom. "Come in, children." A muffled voice echoed from within the classroom. Leon entered alongside the members of Ravenclaw. There was no alternative. Not many third-year students from Hufflepuff opted for this course. Upon entering the room, Leon was greeted by the scent of inexpensive tea. Although he did not possess a particular fondness for tea based on the aroma alone, he surmised that the leaves used by Trelawney for her divination were likely inferior even to the $13 per bag Monkey King jasmine tea from a past life. "Quickly, take your seats. Children, our lesson is about to commence." Leong casually chose a corner to sit, primarily because this position was against the wall, allowing him to rest his eyes in case he felt drowsy. Settling into the flamboyant chair, he discovered it surprisingly comfortable. On the round table before him rested a crystal ball, within which a white mist swirled, creating a mystical and enchanting sight. However, Leong regarded this object with skepticism. Although the crystal balls used in the magical realm are alchemical creations, their efficacy likely depends on the wielder. He did not believe he possessed any prophetic talent. Yet, what if, like Harry, he unexpectedly overheard a prophecy while returning the crystal ball? This was not mere idle hoping, but rather grounded in tangible evidence. Quirine, who was already engaged to Salus, had once confided in him a secret. Every prophecy must have its witness. This implies that the essential condition for making a prophecy is the presence of a witness. Generally, this witness is the seer themselves, such as Nicole May or even Quirine herself. Yet for someone like Trelawney, who cannot control her own gift, it is impossible to enter a prophetic state when no one is present beside her. Leong was uncertain whether Chuline's assertion held any truth, yet he deemed it worthwhile to attend the divination class. At the very least, he could complete the course for the academic year and acquire a basic understanding of divination techniques, although he could also self-study by purchasing a book. "Welcome, children. Welcome to this arcane and enigmatic course," Trelawney began once the students were assembled. "However, before we commence, I must remind you that not every student present possesses the expansive vision or extraordinary talent known as the third eye. It is not a commonplace gift. Now, let us turn to page 5 of our textbook. Today we shall learn how to utilize a crystal ball for divination. I kindly urge that you refrain from overturning the crystal ball. While they are generally quite sturdy, should one shatter, you will be held accountable." Leon opened his textbook, listening to the fluctuating tones of Trelawney, who oscillated between loud and soft, between grand and subtle. He could not help but acknowledge that the lack of regard for this class was, indeed, justified. Its hypnotic effect was rivaled only by the history of magic. Yet, was it not said that every year Trelawney foretold the demise of a young wizard? Why was there no such prediction this year? As Leon pondered this perplexity, Trelawney finally commenced her performance. Just as everyone began to follow the steps outlined in their books, preparing to engage with the crystal ball, she plopped down beside a Ravenclaw girl. Ravenclaw was renowned for its scholars, and Leon happened to know this particular student. Her name was Rosa Fellwinex, a half-blood witch who had ranked first in her year for the past 2 years. She was well known within the school, not merely for her academic prowess but also for her porcelain doll-like visage. Trelawney seized the crystal ball before Rosa, and suddenly, her hand trembled, causing the crystal ball to roll and crash to the floor. "Oh, no. Goodness." In that moment, Trelawney seemed to channel the essence of a dramatic actress. With wide eyes, she proclaimed in a bizarre tone, "Misfortune, misfortune." Rosa appeared to have anticipated this turn of events, calmly gathering her hair and inquiring, "Professor, what did you see?" "I regret to inform you, dear, that I only foresee misfortune. Perhaps by the end of this year, you shall depart from us forever." "Oh, what do you mean by depart?" she asked with amusement, finding it absurd to accompany her roommate to this class. However, Trelawney seemed irked by her demeanor and retorted sharply, "I thought you would comprehend." Rosa's expression darkened. "I do not comprehend, Professor." She stood, lifting her fair neck like a proud swan. "With all due respect, I see only your unfettered predictions of my misfortune. I have heard that you predict a classmate's death each year. Perhaps you should consider forecasting your own fate." With that, she picked up her textbook, took her roommate by the hand, and exited the room without a backward glance. "Professor, does this count as her forever departure from us? I doubt she will attend your class again," someone in the back of the classroom quipped, their voice dripping with sarcasm. This remark sent the others into fits of laughter, and the young witches erupted in mirth. Trelawney trembled, tears welling in her eyes. For the remainder of the class, the students took turns divining with the crystal ball, her dry remark lingering in the air as they filed into the adjoining classroom. Leon suspected that she had probably retreated indoors to weep. Just moments ago, he had not laughed, for he recognized that this professor possessed an extraordinary talent that set her apart from the ordinary. However, he was equally disenchanted with her teaching style. "Never mind, I shall merely coast through this semester and refrain from enrolling in this course next term. It appears I truly lack any prophetic abilities. As a time traveler, to find myself without a system is quite disappointing. I too desire a deep blue upgrade." Liang bent down to pick up the crystal ball that had rolled to his feet and carelessly set it aside. Unbeknownst to him, as the white mist within the crystal ball dispersed, it subtly transformed into a familiar visage. Leon gazed intently at the crystal ball before him, his eyelids growing heavy and drooping with each passing moment. Beside him, the little badger had long since succumbed to slumber, drooling in its sleep. The entire room was in disarray, with those who remained awake engaged in a flurry of gossip. Leon even overheard someone gossiping about the watchful eye of his household. However, the voices around him grew increasingly distant, and he realized that he could barely endure any longer. At last, succumbing to temptation, he leaned back, seeking a comfortable position against the wall behind him, tilting his head and drifting into slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Leon, in a haze, thought he heard the creaking sound of a door opening. He longed to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as heavy as if burdened by 2 lead weights. No matter how hard he tried, he could only listen to the sounds. "Oh, there's an alchemical automaton here as well." A youthful voice, reminiscent of a little girl, chimed in. "Oh, it's an old model," I thought. Accompanying her words was the sound of tinkling, followed by the unmistakable noise of something being pried open. "Well, let's see if this thing still works." Leon finally sensed a flicker of strength and slowly opened his eyes. However, his vision appeared to be impaired. Not only was everything blurred, but it was also a kaleidoscope of colors. Nevertheless, he managed to discern the figure before him. It was a girl who seemed to be around 8 or 9 years old, standing on tiptoe with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at him. It doesn't seem like there's much need for any adjustments," she murmured softly. Leon cast a furtive glance around, realizing he found himself in a classroom within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle. Yet, this chamber was shrouded in dust and cluttered with remnants of decay. Could such a place truly exist within Hogwarts? Sisha, where are you?" A voice from outside the room called out. "I am here, sister." In the vision of Leon, another figure entered from outside. "Why are you running around again? Don't you realize how perilous this place is?" "Oh, sister, I have brought a spyglass with me. And look what I have found." 2 figures, one large and one small, approached. "Is this indeed the original alchemical automaton? How could this object be here?" The girl who entered later expressed her confusion, but upon seeing Leon's eyes, she became serious. "Step back, Sisha. This automaton possesses self-awareness? Who are you really? Or perhaps I should see for myself." After speaking, Leon felt something burrowing into his mind. An astonished voice echoed within Leon's consciousness. "Mind closure technique. Who exactly are you?" Leon gazed in torment, striving to erect mental defenses, yet ultimately they were breached. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, he glimpsed a cascade of golden hair and an exceptionally familiar visage. "Grandfather?" the girl exclaimed, furrowing her brow in contemplation. "So it is," she murmured to herself, followed by a sigh. "Although it brings me joy to see you once more, this is not the appropriate time for your visit. Please return, grandfather. You have unfinished duties to attend to." Leon sensed his consciousness beginning to sink, while gradually regaining other senses. He strained to widen his eyes, wishing to imprint the visage of the young girl in his memory. Just before his awareness faded into obscurity, he heard her final admonition. Furthermore, although he was unaware of his current temporal position, there existed within the wish-granting abode that which you require. Leon. Leon was roused from his slumber, finding that few remained in the room. "How can you sleep even more soundly than I do? The class has ended. Let us be off," his deskmate said cheerfully. Yet, Leon remained lost in thought, still dazed. "I stayed up late last night. You go ahead," he murmured slowly. "Very well. But do not delay for the next class." With that, the room emptied, leaving Leon alone. Leon gazed at the crystal ball before him, his mind swirling with questions. He felt as though he had grasped something significant, yet an abundance of mysteries remained shrouded in fog. Never mind, the next class is Transfiguration. I mustn't be late, he mused, rubbing his numb legs as he rose to his feet. Glancing at the partially ajar door of the inner chamber, he hesitated for a moment before gently tapping on the door. Professor? Leon pushed open a small crack, only to find the room empty. Professor, are you there? Child, are you looking for me? Came Trelawney's voice from behind. Leon was taken aback and turned around, only to discover that the professor had unexpectedly positioned himself behind him. The professor certainly possesses an unappealing visage. Professor Trelawney spoke first. The initial class of the new semester is rather chaotic, though I can certainly empathize. Leon remained silent, uncertain of what to say. You should go to class. Surely, you have other lessons to attend. Leon nodded slightly and turned to leave. Mr. Green, remember, everything is predestined. Leon paused at the entrance, glancing back at Trelawney, lost in thought. Very well, Professor, I shall attend my class now. The room fell silent once more as Trelawney slumped in her chair, her eyes reddened, reminiscing about that summer long ago. She was the second in the Trelawney lineage to possess the gift of foresight, a truth her father had imparted to her. She believed it wholeheartedly, for her father would never deceive her. During that period, she immersed herself in divination and became enamored with all things mysterious. Even if much of what she predicted often contradicted itself, yet, her father remained steadfast in his belief in her abilities. That was until the fateful day of their family's exile. As far back as she could remember, her family frequently relocated, and she had grown accustomed to it. However, that occasion was different. Upon returning home, her father simply uttered, "We must leave," before collapsing in her mother's embrace. The family hurriedly gathered their belongings, her uncle supporting her father as they rushed toward a crossroads. "Sybil, which path should we take?" the young girl asked in a panic, pointing haphazardly down one route. It was a dead end. Although her father's friends arrived on broomsticks to assist and drove away their pursuers, her father succumbed to his grave injuries. Along with him, her uncle departed. From that moment onward, her mother gazed at her with nothing but resentment. In due course, she was taken in by her aunt. Until the day she received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts, she still vividly recalled that as the happiest day of her life, without exception. Yet, she had no one with whom to share that joy. "Father, perhaps you were mistaken. Perhaps I am indeed an ordinary person." Leon, cloaked in an invisible garment, wandered before the 8th floor's room of omnipotent wishes. With his third pass, the door materialized. Leon glanced around before swiftly slipping inside. However, he did not enter the chamber where the Eye of Secrets typically convened. Instead, he found himself in the storage room for soul artifacts. Though he had encountered this space on multiple occasions, he could not help but feel a sense of awe each time. With a sigh, Leon removed his invisibility cloak. The cloak appeared even more tattered than before, despite having sent it to Madame Augustus for maintenance over the past 2 years. It was nearing the limits of its usability. Perhaps it could last another 3 to 5 years at most? Hanging the cloak on a coat rack by the door, Liang's gaze fell upon the piles of old items that nearly touched the ceiling, prompting him to furrow his brow. The storage room, or rather, a chamber for concealing items, was the largest space he had seen within the room of requirement, and had once whimsically envisioned training for Quidditch indoors, hoping to escape the wrath of the team captain during rainstorms. Unfortunately, no matter how many times she passed by the room of requirement, it never conjured a Quidditch pitch for her. Leon did not believe that his requests were met with disappointment because of the limitations of the Wishful House. In fact, if he were not mistaken, the very premise of the Wishful House was contingent upon the existence of the house itself. Naturally, Annie could not conjure up a stadium. However, what was it within this house that he truly desired? Reflecting on the girl he encountered in his dreams during the divination class earlier that day, Leon shook his head. Even he was uncertain of his own needs. As he meandered through the heap of discarded items, his gaze swept across several alchemical dueling targets, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a glimmer of recognition, yet it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Perhaps it was best to return and rest. There were classes to attend early the next morning. Yang pushed open the door and exited, the entrance to the House of Request gradually fading into the stone wall beneath the flickering light of the braziers. The following morning, while enjoying his breakfast, an owl delivered the Daily Prophet. The front page featured a large photograph of a rather familiar stout figure. Perhaps stout was not entirely accurate, but he certainly wasn't tall. "Well," a young badger exclaimed, "Millicent Bagnold has officially announced her resignation as Minister of Magic," with Cornelius Fudge stepping in. Seamus, munching on bread, leaned closer. "Mate, do you have insider information? Where did you hear this? From the headmaster? We're in for a windfall. Given our investment in galleons, we could earn at least 300. But then again, if you knew this fellow would be elected, why didn't you invest more? If you put in 50, you'd make 300 back. If you put in 500, do you think the guy running the betting yesterday would have fled?" Leon leisurely spread peanut butter on his toast, took a bite, and casually glanced at the Daily Prophet before rolling it up and slipping it into his pocket. "I've got to go. I've got a magical creatures care class first thing this morning," he announced, enthusiasm bubbling within him. Today marked the first magical creatures care lesson for the third-year students, and he was quite looking forward to it. Just then, Annie rushed up to him. Liang, how did the divination class go yesterday? Not great, Liang replied, rubbing his nose. I slept through half of it. Annie paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh my, I never thought our good boy would ever fall asleep in class. But are you sure you're all right? I've noticed you've been dozing off a lot lately. As they spoke, Liang and Annie arrived at a fenced-off clearing adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. A glance at the enclosure revealed the subject of their magical creatures care lesson. Who would have thought Professor Kettleburn had such skills? Unlike Hagrid, who often startled the students with his grand introductions, Professor Kettleburn clearly understood the tastes of young witches and wizards, especially the girls. Inside the enclosure were a group of adorable puffskein chicks, beautiful, flightless birds that would disapparate when threatened. It was rumored that puffskein feathers were once highly sought after for decorative purposes. Though they were rarely sold due to the difficulty of capturing them, the disillusionment charm was ineffective against them. Beyond that, Liang had not heard of any practical uses for these creatures. Even their feathers were merely ornamental, and Ollivander wouldn't accept them. Nonetheless, they were perfect for the first magical creatures care lesson for third-year students. Seeing Annie's sparkling eyes, Liang knew that the lesson would be a success. All right, class. It's time to begin. Professor Kettleburn appeared, limping slightly as he approached. Ah, I trust you've all noticed these little cuties. Indeed. They are the magical creatures we will be studying today. Can anyone tell me their name? Puffskein. Several young badgers, and even a few snakes answered in a hushed chorus. Correct. Puffskein, or dodo as they are called in the Muggle world, led Muggles to mistakenly believe they had driven a species to extinction due to their unique characteristics. It must be said that Professor Kettleburn was quite adept at teaching. He was an excellent professor, albeit prone to reckless behavior like Hagrid and Newt, yet lacking their physical stature and fortune, which often left him with an array of injuries. How's that? My lesson's not too shabby, eh? As Liang observed a group of young witches enticing the puffskeins with feed, hoping for a pet, Professor Kettleburn sidled up to him, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Very good. But I still want to ask, besides being a dish on the dinner table, what other uses do these creatures have? Young inquired. Glancing at a girl who had grown taller than he, her gentle smile as she petted a puffskein, and feeling a twinge of annoyance. Hey, you cheeky lad. You truly live up to the reputation of Hufflepuff, Kettleburn chuckled. Where's Grout, by the way? Leon shook his head. The child it had nurtured was on the verge of maturity, soon to detach from that branch. Recently, it had been nestled in the lounge, gazing intently. Was that the sycamore branch gifted by Hagrid? It seems that the growth cycles of the guardian wood lice from different magical trees vary. How had I never noticed this before? Observing the elderly professor lost in thought, Liang chose not to disturb him. The class bell had already rung, and he intended to retrieve a certain exuberant little girl for the next lesson. Well, speaking of which, the next class is... Oh dear, disaster. The next class is potions. And he will surely relish that, Liang thought mischievously, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain at the back of his head, as if struck by something. Turning around, he found himself facing the silent forbidden forest, seemingly devoid of life. At his feet lay a snail shell, a familiar scene. If memory serves correctly, Hermione had done something quite similar in the 3rd grade. She had used a snail shell to strike herself. Liang glanced around cautiously, carefully lifting his foot to venture into the forbidden forest. Hello, is anyone there? He called softly in a rough dialect. Is it just me? Come out, I won't harm you. Why are you hiding? I can see you. Hello, hello? Come out quickly. Let's discuss what the future holds. My mind has been buzzing all day. The forest was eerily quiet, not a single bird in sight. Young felt like a fool. Perhaps it was due to spending too much time with Annie, who had inadvertently infected him with her foolishness. Is there truly no one? Young scratched his head, still unable to comprehend who had struck him with a snail shell moments ago. After pondering for a while, he took out his wand. Reveal your true form. An invisible wave emanated outward, and suddenly, Liang's eyes brightened. Beneath a nearby tree, a small leather pouch shimmered softly under the influence of the revealing spell. Gently, he tapped it with his wand, and the paper pouch unfurled, revealing its contents. Inside lay a deep blue gemstone. I expected something more mundane. Upon hearing the chime once more, Leon, disregarding the need to inspect his surroundings for any additional items, swiftly retrieved his dragonhide gloves and concealed the mysterious sapphire within his dragonhide pouch. He intended to return and examine it thoroughly. After lingering in the Forbidden Forest for a while, it was no surprise that Leon arrived late, enduring a tirade from Snape that lasted half an hour. Having finally survived the potions class, a group of weary badgers trudged towards their final lesson of the day, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Leon, do you know who the new professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts is? Annie whispered softly in Leon's ear. Leon shook his head in confusion. He truly had no idea who this year's annual mascot was. The students who had attended the Defense Against the Dark Arts class that morning might have known. But his schedule was so packed today that he lacked the energy for idle gossip. As everyone entered the classroom and settled into their seats, they waited for quite some time without anyone arriving. What is happening? ISNT, our last class, supposed to be Defense Against the Dark Arts? Where's the professor? Rod wore a puzzled expression. Perhaps he forgot? Ronna speculated. Maybe we 1T have this class after all? The classroom buzzed with the chatter of young wizards. Just then, a feeble voice interrupted, and a man clad in a black robe entered from outside, his complexion pale, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition. However, a malnourished individual would hardly possess a pair of fangs that were twice the length of a normal person's. Leon immediately stood up, his wand springing forth from the mechanism in his forearm, its tip aimed at the man. Everyone, step back, he commanded. This man was a vampire. Although the vampires in the world of Harry Potter differ from the traditional notion of vampires, and many even mingle closely with wizards, Leon preferred not to take any chances. The excellent obedience of the little badgers and Leon's usual character were fully demonstrated as they gathered around him, each brandishing their wands. Oh, don't be like that, children, the man said, still appearing rather feeble. Though I am a vampire, I am also your professor. Please do not point your wands at me. I have never heard of a vampire professor at Hogwarts, Leon replied sternly. You usually only appear in textbooks. The self-proclaimed professor stared intently at Leon for a while, seemingly considering his words somewhat impolite. Finally, he sighed in resignation and reached into his breast pocket. At that moment, Leon's focus heightened to an extraordinary degree, nearly allowing him to cast a silent spell when the parchment was tossed to him. Fortunately, he managed to maintain control. With a flick of his wand, he levitated the parchment before his eyes and examined its contents. To his surprise, the man truly was the newly appointed professor, hereby appointed Pierre Wally as the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, announced loudly, reading from the document. The group of little badgers exchanged glances with one another. Leon found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He had never encountered such a bizarre and unreliable principle before. Hiring a creature from the depths of a textbook as a professor? All right, children, I understand that you find this astonishing. In truth, I was equally taken aback upon receiving the appointment letter. However, that does not justify you pointing your wands at me. I apologize, Professor, Leon admitted, conceding his fault. Oh, it is quite all right. After all, you have outperformed any other class today, Professor Wally, the vampire, shrugged. In fact, prior to your arrival, 3 classes had already sent students to the infirmary due to the chaos and trampling. Leon suddenly realized why there had been no discussions about the new professor during lunch. As for the opening banquet, Professor Wally had also been absent, likely due to certain considerations. Since everyone seemed so apprehensive of him, he thought it might be best to delve into the subject of vampires today. Professor Wally languidly leaned against the podium and asked, "Can anyone tell me what kind of creature a vampire is?" Vampires are magical beings. And upon seeing the new professor's lack of aggression, a brave little badger answered the question. Very good. It seems you must have prepared in advance, Professor Wally remarked lazily. However, I believe you can forget all of that right now. Professor, why? Someone inquired. Suddenly, Professor Wally yawned widely, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Because we vampires are the most troublesome creatures in this world. Damn you, Dumbledore. No one attends your class on defense against the dark arts. And you decide to throw me under the bus. The little badgers stared in shock as the new professor vented his frustration for several minutes. Now, everyone, study on your own. Having finished his rant, Professor Wally nonchalantly stated before turning to leave. Professor, aren't you going to teach us? Ronan asked. Just as Wally reached the door, he turned back with a chuckle. I can't teach. Although I've lived for nearly 200 years, I'm not done yet. You better hope I can quietly celebrate my 193rd birthday this year. The next morning, Leon spotted Professor McGonagall confronting Professor Wally in a small hallway outside the hall. The former wore a stern expression while the latter appeared completely unfazed. Professor Wally, I must remind you that Dumbledore invited you here to improve the students' grades in defense against the dark arts. He did not invite you to supervise self-study. Professor Wally shrugged innocently. Professor McGonagall, I would love to teach at Hogwarts, but just look at the position Dumbledore assigned me. Defense against the dark arts, huh? That class has been cursed by the Dark Lord. Professors have met with misfortune every year. Need I say more? Furthermore, when Dumbledore approached me, he never mentioned that I would be teaching this class. Professor McGonagall's expression turned somewhat awkward. No, Professor Wally, the curse surrounding this class is nothing but nonsense. Professor McGonagall, I am a vampire, Professor Wally interjected. Our kind is far more sensitive to dark magic, especially curses, than you wizards. If we didn't dislike sun exposure, the task of breaking curses would likely fall to me and my kin. McGonagall pursed her lips and, after a long pause, finally managed to say, I will relay your concerns to Dumbledore. With that, she hurried into the Great Hall. So, Professor, is it really true that you can't be in the sunlight? Leon emerged from the corner, curiously asking. Ha, you little eavesdropper, Professor Wally muttered, but he answered Liang's question nonetheless. No. We are not incapable of being in the sunlight. We simply dislike it, much like young wizards tend to avoid eating vegetables. No, Professor, I love to eat everything. Good morning, Professor. I must go have my breakfast now, Liang said as he approached the hall door, flashing a signature smile. Wally thought to himself, if only he could match Dumbledore's power, he would truly like to cast a curse on this inquisitive little creature. After breakfast, Liang leisurely made his way to his private greenhouse chamber. Last year, he had remodeled it into his personal laboratory. With the demand for experiments in the room during the day, and with Leon unable to conduct experiments every night, he was not a bat. Staying up all night was not a regular occurrence. Upon arriving at the greenhouse chamber, he securely locked the door to prevent any accidents. Leon donned dragon hide gloves and retrieved the parchment wrapped in sapphire. The dragon hide gloves were a fine item, due to the magical resistance of dragons. Gloves made from dragon hide naturally shielded against most magical damage and curses. Moreover, they effectively insulated against heat, and the durability of dragon hide could withstand some injuries. For instance, the largemouth flower next door could not bite through the dragon hide gloves. Highly practical and reasonably priced. The only drawback was that most dragon hide gloves on the market were made from the hides of lesser dragons, which had a limited lifespan. Yes, you heard it right. They have a lifespan. In fact, as far as Leon knew, most magical creatures' fur, blood, and even organs gradually lost their vitality once separated from their bodies if not properly treated. Come now, let me see what you truly are. Leon first conducted a comprehensive examination of the parchment, confirming it to be an ordinary piece of sheepskin, devoid of any concealed inscriptions. He even tore off a corner and set it ablaze, finding no issues whatsoever. Subsequently, he retrieved a sapphire and subjected it to repeated testing. This time, however, the endeavor proved less than fortuitous, as the gemstone exhibited an impenetrable demeanor. Leon employed every method within his knowledge, yet none yielded any effect. The gemstone remained unresponsive to any form of magic, potion, or even ritual. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary sapphire. How peculiar. What sort of sapphire could withstand such scrutiny? Faced with a lack of results, Leon finally resorted to a small box he had purchased from the Boggins family. Crafted from magical metal, which could effectively insulate against certain spells and curses. For now, I shall put you away and consult Dumbledore when he is less occupied. If he cannot decipher you, perhaps I might present you to Nicholas Flamel, Leon mused internally. However, to his astonishment, after waiting for over half a month, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Dumbledore. Nevertheless, another awaited item had arrived. Leon, is this the extravagant item you procured? And inquired as she took the cloak from his hands and gave it a shake. The cloak was entirely pitch black. Initially, Leon had contemplated a vibrant crimson hue, hoping to match Dr. Strange, but ultimately decided against it, as a black cloak offered superior concealment at night, and examined it from various angles before returning it to him. What purpose does this serve? She questioned. Well, I haven't tested it yet, but I shall soon, he replied. Just as he spoke, 2 second-year Hufflepuff girls passed by, and one of them unexpectedly tossed a letter at him before fleeing. Leon wore an expression of helplessness, while Annie's petite face darkened further, her lips visibly drooping at the corners. After finishing their meal, Annie accompanied the Bont brothers as they followed Leon to the basketball court. Initially, Leon proposed to test the functionality of the cloak in the wish-fulfilling chamber, although he was quite adept at deceleration and cushioning. He considered placing several layers of padding beneath him for added safety. However, Annie persuaded him to relocate to the sports field. With unwavering confidence, she boldly declared, "Just jump down. If you cannot fly, I shall catch you on my broom." Trusting in his magical abilities, Leon acquiesced. A few of them made their way to the sports field, where the night was splendidly clear and the stars twinkled brilliantly overhead. "Leon, come up." Rod shifted his ample frame and patted his broomstick. Leon cast a fleeting glance but chose to ignore him. "Leon, from which point do you intend to leap? Perhaps I should escort you to the ring?" and remarked with a mischievous smile. After surveying the ring, Leon chuckled softly and turned to ascend to the stands. "The student platform seems lower. I shall commence my descent from the lowest tier." As he pondered, he suddenly felt a grip on his arm. With his feet gradually lifting off the ground, Leon maintained a stoic expression as he glanced left and right, finding Rod and Ronald resembling 2 imposing sentinels. Fortunately, the 2 bore no grudge against him, and they halted at a height of approximately 10 meters above the ground. "Leon, is this height suitable for you?" and inquired, perched upon her broomstick as she leaned closer. Leon took a deep breath and said, "All right, I will count to 3. And the 2 of you will let go of me. Rest assured, Leon, if you cannot soar, I shall catch you." And vowed earnestly, 1, 2, 3. As the Bont brothers released their grip, Leon began to plummet rapidly. The cloak above him rustled in the wind as he descended, pursued closely by it. Following Mick's instructions, Leon infused the wand with magical energy and tapped it gently. With a resounding bang, the cloak unfurled into a long strip, resembling the wings of a bat. Leon felt as though a noose had tightened around his neck with alarming force. Although his descent had significantly slowed, he was still plummeting. The worst part was that, with the constriction around his throat, he felt as if he were on the verge of suffocation. At this rate, not only would he be unable to employ any damping techniques to halt his fall, but he would also risk being choked to death. "Leon!" A voice called out to Leon, and soon he felt a soft body rush into his embrace. With a sudden jolt, their figures halted midair, near half a meter from the ground, before they came crashing down onto the grass. "As for my mother, I would like to reassure everyone that her condition is stable. All necessary examinations have been completed, and there are no additional issues. Her blood sugar levels are under control, and upon her discharge, she will simply need to continue her medication. Although she lacks health insurance, We can utilize my father's and my own to obtain prescriptions at the outpatient clinic. In the midst of misfortune, there exists a silver lining. I am determined to work diligently to improve our financial situation. This experience has taught me a valuable lesson. While being single is acceptable, one must ensure that their pockets are lined with cash, in case family emergencies arise and we need to cover medical expenses. Regarding the performance of this book, I had previously assumed that merely 1,000 or so readers a day was the norm, but to my surprise, the statistics surged recently, reaching over 6,000 reads, with 1,400 bookshelf editions and more than 800 followers eagerly awaiting updates, an astonishing feat. My previous best was merely 4,003 reads during my debut. The data from yesterday was similarly promising. As evidenced by the hundreds of reviews I encountered when checking the back end throughout the day, it seems that the platform can be quite unpredictable at times. I will continue to update steadily, though I am left with only 6 chapters in reserve, which leaves me feeling rather insecure. I am uncertain when I will be able to replenish the 20 chapters needed for my new writing project, which is progressing slowly. Lastly, concerning the content of this book, I received 2 2-star reviews yesterday, and while I will refrain from naming names, one individual claimed that the book was merely the author's self-indulgence, stating they could not discern the main storyline even after 30 minutes of reading. I find it amusing. I would like to inquire of them. As my writing does not revolve around the generational themes they mention, what precisely they seek in a main plot. Moreover, how can they assert that my main storyline is unclear? Was not each of the first 3 volumes filled with engaging developments? When it comes to fanfiction, there are fundamental rules to adhere to. If I were to write a Harry Potter fanfiction, would I begin by eliminating Harry and then transition to a narrative about Teletubbies? That would be utterly nonsensical. Another reviewer stated my writing was commendable but expressed dissatisfaction, leading to their 2-star rating after a mere 18 minutes of reading. I am left questioning whether this is a case of a fellow writer attempting to undermine me. Only longtime readers and peers are aware that the rating mechanism on this platform is less concerned with 1-star ratings, but rather wary of 2- and 3-star reviews. They filter out some 1-star ratings to prevent malicious attempts to diminish a work's reputation. Yet, a 2-star rating can be sufficient to lower a book score by at least 0.5 points. Nevertheless, the essence of a book cannot be deceiving. Its alignment with the preferences of the majority is evident. From the outset, my book received low ratings, starting at 6.5, but within a week, it rose to 6.8. Additionally, I have reported the above-mentioned reviewers. The first report was successful, while I await a response regarding the second. Even if they attempt to maliciously rate it 2 stars, such comments will ultimately be removed. Furthermore, one reader claimed that Grindlewald possessed heterochromia and urged me to conduct further research. I find it exhausting to even respond to such claims. However, I must reiterate, Grindlewald does not have heterochromia. This book emphasizes a rigorous adherence to the original text. I cannot stress enough that this work is primarily based on the original novel, with the films and other fan interpretations serving as supplementary material. In the original text, Grindlewald does not have heterochromia. That trait belongs to the actor from the second film, who famously portrayed Captain Jack Sparrow, and was his own design, including his hair color, hairstyle, and coat. While I acknowledge the successful and deeply resonant portrayal of Grindlewald in the second film, one cannot use that as a basis for the original work. Regarding the actor in question, I have little to say. His reputation in the European and American film industry is notorious for various unbecoming behaviors. Although I do not deny his talent, he is known for injecting his own character traits into his roles. This is why the 3 incarnations of Grindlewald in the Fantastic Beasts series are distinct, as 3 different actors portrayed the character. However, in the original text, Grindlewald has striking blue eyes. I do not deny that I can make mistakes, and I generally verify any feedback from readers. If I find that I am indeed in error, I am open to accepting and correcting it. Yet, to date, excluding the readers who merely nitpick, only 3 individuals have genuinely identified elements of my book that deviate from the original text. Therefore, I shall cease further explanations on this matter. Engaging with those who have read only a few pages or watched a film summary for 5 minutes to discuss the original text is truly disheartening. It is important to clarify that the phrase shock absorption is not something Leon employed. It is, in fact, a term associated with Annie. At this moment, Leon lay on the grass, gazing upwards, one hand resting on his neck, coughing loudly, his face streaked with tears. "Leon, are you all right?" Annie asked anxiously, her hands frantically searching his body for injuries. After a prolonged fit of coughing, Leon finally regained his composure and gently replied, "I'm fine, Annie, don't worry." Upon hearing this, tears began to flow freely from Annie's eyes. "You scared me to death just now," she sobbed. Leon, the Banter brothers slowly approached, having initially kept their distance, but now, seeing Annie's timely rescue of Leon, they glided over, bringing Annie's broken broomstick with them. Annie opened her mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent, merely presenting the broom, now split in 2, for Annie to see. Upon witnessing her beloved broom in such a state, Annie, still astride Leon, wept even louder. However, Leon found a peculiar enjoyment in the moment. He even had the leisure to rest his hands behind his head, admiring the starry sky. How beautiful! Hogwarts had never been a place shrouded in secrecy. Thus, the news of Annie's broom being broken into 2 pieces spread throughout the entire school by the following day. Even the captain of the Hufflepuff team came to offer consolation to Annie, stating that there were several newly acquired clean sweeps available for her to borrow. As for the culprit, Leon sat at the long table, blissfully enjoying his breakfast as if nothing had happened. "Leon," Annie exclaimed through gritted teeth, dragging out the syllables. "What's wrong?" Leon replied with a bewildered expression. Annie felt an involuntary irritation in her teeth. She hadn't given much thought to her actions when she rushed down to save Leon the previous night. She simply overestimated her strength. When she realized she couldn't grasp Leon with one hand while on the broom, she decisively jumped off, engaging in a playful exchange of "you jump, I jump" with Leon. Successfully employing her long-practiced landing technique, she leaped from about a meter above the ground. Meanwhile, her broom, now devoid of its master's control, collided with the goalpost, breaking into 2. The most significant embarrassment, however, lay in the fact that she had spent a considerable amount of time sobbing on top of Leon, utterly unself-conscious. Reflecting on this, Annie shot Leon an exasperated glare, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. At that moment, 2 smaller owls, working in unison, approached Leon, clutching a lengthy package. "What did you buy?" Annie inquired curiously. Yet, Leon merely smiled mysteriously, leisurely unwrapping the package. As he revealed its contents, Annie's eyes widened in astonishment. She pointed at the gilded inscription along the wooden handle, stammering, "Did you buy a new broom? The Nimbus 1999? Is it for me?" Leon deliberately elongated his tone. Of course, it wasn't until he saw the girl's cheeks puffing up like dumplings in anger that he mischievously reached out to pinch them. "Whose else could it be if not yours? I am not a member of the Quidditch team. Here, this is for you. I wasn't sure which model you preferred, so I chose the latest version." Annie stood there in a daze for a moment, and then, overwhelmed with joy, she let out a delighted scream, leaping up to embrace Leon and pecking him on the cheek. "Leon, you are too good to me." However, after all this, she realized that her classmates were all looking at her with amused smiles. Annie's little face flushed crimson, and she grabbed her broom and fled, nearly knocking Rod off his chair in the process. She ran like this for the entire day. It wasn't until the evening, just before bedtime, that Leon encountered no sign of the runaway Annie. Leon, bearing a dim oil lamp, traversed the fog-laden estate. After a considerable walk, he finally paused before a fountain nestled within a garden. The fountain, long bereft of water for countless years, parted in the center, revealing a descending stone staircase to either side. Leon descended slowly, holding the oil lamp aloft, the stone steps appearing somewhat slick and adorned with moss. After traversing the steps for quite some time, flickering flames gradually materialized before him. Below lay a dungeon. As he made his way through, Leon observed that each cell housed several individuals. At last, he arrived at the innermost cell. A figure cloaked in black stood with their back turned to him, stationed before the cell door. "Master, I have returned," a sharp, piercing female voice proclaimed. "Welcome back, my most loyal Bella," came the response. "Master, is she still unwilling to speak? Allow me to attempt it." "No need for that. The bond between her and that individual is far more profound than mere blood oaths. Regardless of the circumstances, they shall never betray one another. Moreover, the origin of this incomplete magic stone has become irrelevant. On Nott's end, they are nearing the discovery of Nicolome's tomb. When that time comes, I shall bestow upon you the gift of eternal life, allowing you to savor its exquisite sweetness." "Indeed, my master, Bella is eager to remain by your side forever." The man in the black cloak turned to face him. Leon strained his eyes, finally discerning the visage of the man before him. It was Voldemort. What astonished him even more was the object adorning Voldemort's chest, the very sapphire he had once discovered. "Dispose of her," he heard Voldemort utter. Bella emitted a manic laugh, eagerly pushing open the cell door and stepping inside. She approached the figure huddled in the corner, drawing forth her wand. Avada Kedavra! A blinding flash of green light erupted, and the figure in the corner convulsed briefly before succumbing to eternal silence. Bella gradually crouched down, gently caressing the lifeless face. What a beautiful face! Alas, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose us. In that instant, as he beheld that face, Leon felt the blood within him freeze. The life that had been extinguished belonged to Annie, or more precisely, the grown-up version of Annie. Liang's vision began to blur and spin before him. Suddenly, he performed a swift somersault, sitting upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Was it a dream? No. Alas, this was likely no mere dream. Liang slowly raised his left hand, the scar in his palm subtly emanating a faint glow. Leon gazed intently at the blue gemstone in his hand, his emotions swirling in complexity. He had never anticipated that this object was merely a semi-finished magical stone. Rather than pondering how it could be transformed into a fully fledged crimson gem, his immediate curiosity lay in its origins, even if it had been left to himself. Surely it must have a source. However, the dreams he had experienced that night had solidified a troubling realization. The future Voldemort's ability to chase both himself and Annie like frightened rabbits was indeed linked to this very object. The thought ignited an impulse within Leon to destroy the semi-finished magical stone, yet he restrained himself. This artifact was remarkably durable. Just days prior, he had employed some violent methods against it without leaving a scratch. As despair enveloped him, Liang found himself drifting into a restless slumber as dawn approached. Fortunately, the following day was Saturday. Awaking around noon, he hastily made his way to the kitchen to snatch half of a roast chicken. In the tearful gaze of the house elves, he devoured it in a few bites, then wiped his hands with the towel they offered before dashing to the library. Heading straight for the restricted section with a clear purpose, determined not to linger. He held several long-standing authorization notes from various professors, including Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, allowing him to borrow books from the restricted area at any time. However, Professor McGonagall never provided him with such notes, perhaps fearing that he might one day transform into a bald, noseless specter. Of course, Liang typically refrained from borrowing restricted texts back to the common room. Their potential for harm was far too great. The restricted section was guarded by magical protections, ensuring that even reading within it would not produce a sound audible in the ordinary area. It is worth noting that in the magical world, some books not only scream but might even possess teeth, gnawing indiscriminately. Yet, today Liang was met with disappointment. The tomes on cursed spells and dark magic, the compendium of dark arts, and guides to the taming of dark magical creatures all were utterly useless. Could it be that Hogwarts possessed not a single volume documenting the Philosopher's Stone? His frustration mounted. You seem rather agitated. Is it because you cannot find the book you seek? A light, airy voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he discovered a Ravenclaw senior with flowing black hair. Yes. I'm looking for some information on Nicholas Flamel. Oh, I think you might be in the wrong section, she replied, her large emerald eye scrutinizing him. You could try the ordinary section for some biographies on the headmaster. Leon slapped his forehead, realizing the obscurity beneath the lamp. He had forgotten that Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel shared a profound friendship across the ages. Naturally, a biography would scarcely delve into the intricate details of the Philosopher's Stone. Yet he did not require such information. He merely sought to ascertain the true nature of Flamel's creation, rather than relying on the words of Voldemort. He preferred the certainty of his own vision. Are you curious about the Philosopher's Stone? Inquired a Ravenclaw senior, her eyes filled with intrigue as she regarded Leon. Indeed. I am quite curious. I have never encountered such a malevolent object, he replied. The senior's expression grew serious. My grandfather once told me that the Philosopher's Stone is a profoundly wicked artifact. It is precisely for this reason that Flamel refuses to create a second one, instead proclaiming that this singular stone was an unintended consequence. Liang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, my apologies, I must go for a meal. I haven't even had breakfast, and I'm quite famished. Farewell. After bidding farewell to his senior, Liang meandered through the ordinary section and ultimately stumbled upon a photograph of the Philosopher's Stone in a tome titled The Greatest Inventions of Modern Magic. It depicted an irregular, multifaceted crystal. No book documented the method of creating the Philosopher's Stone. Yet the author had gleaned from certain unreliable sources that the process was exceedingly cruel. Rumor has it that the creation of the Philosopher's Stone necessitates the absorption of vast amounts of magical energy, blood, and even souls. Of course, these claims remain unverified and were not acknowledged by Nickel, thus they were omitted from the main text of this book. Leon borrowed this book, intending to take it home and examine it thoroughly. As soon as Leon returned to the lounge, he noticed Rod cradling a sizable box along with several letters. Leon first picked up the letter and glanced at it. It was a correspondence from Mick. He filtered through all the products of the current secretive organization, revisiting those with apparent flaws, and made a list of those he believed had market potential. He also subtly mentioned the Wolfsbane potion. It seemed he had no choice but to approach Snape, he thought while scratching his head. His own research on the Wolfsbane potion was progressing slowly, and it appeared he would need guidance from a master potion maker. After sending a reply to Mick in the afternoon, Leon stealthily made his way to Snape. To his surprise, upon arriving at Snape's office, he found 2 or 3 students consulting him with questions. Mr. Green, what brings you here? Snape's face remained as frosty as ever, his lips pursed tightly. I have some questions regarding potions, but they can wait. Let the seniors go first. Leon chuckled awkwardly. Snape shot him a sidelong glance but said nothing, continuing to provide detailed answers to the students, showcasing the level of a provincially recognized excellent teacher. However, his words were laced with a sharpness that was unmistakable, employing a myriad of bizarre metaphors. Is your brain drained by a crumple-horn snorkack? I ought to box you up in a matchbox. Perhaps that would instill some sense into you. Even your grandmother's hands are steadier than yours. Finally, after the students, trembling and bewildered, finished their inquiries, they politely bowed and hurriedly exited Snape's office. Now, Mr. Green, what is your question? After dismissing the young pests, Snape crossed his arms and regarded the diminutive figure before him. Professor, during the summer, I experimented with some potions, but all my attempts were failures. I was hoping you could provide some guidance, Leong said, producing several vials of his botched concoctions. Who wouldn't he desire the freedom of Felix Felicis? Leong was an ambitious individual and had naturally tried various advanced potions. Yet, without exception, all had failed. Among these potions, the ones he most wished to master were Felix Felicis and the Bewitching Potion. The former could bestow several hours of good fortune, while the latter significantly enhanced the user's intellect. Snape picked up each vial, scrutinizing and sniffing them, a smirk of derision creeping onto his face. It appears that the content in Hogwarts textbooks no longer suffices for you. The potions you brewed serve no purpose other than to waste galleons and ingredients. Moreover, I must warn you, Mr. Green, Snape leaned forward, his gaze piercing, the potions you attempted require utmost caution, even from a master potion maker. This realm belongs to those with prodigious talent in potion making. Implicitly, was he suggesting that Leon was a mere toad? I will not guide you in these potions. Leave. Professor, perhaps you could teach me the Wolfsbane potion instead? If I could just learn that, it would suffice. Snape fixed a cold, unyielding stare on the shameless young wizard before him. After a long, icy silence, Snape finally uttered, "Leave." Leon sighed inwardly, bowed respectfully, and turned to depart. As he reached the door, Snape's voice echoed from behind him. "I have a batch of potion ingredients that require attention. Come by tomorrow evening to assist." Leon turned around with a hint of surprise. "Very well, Professor." Only a ghost could fathom why Snape has relented once more. Nevertheless, it appears that the matter of the Wolfsbane potion is secure. Moreover, I might seize the opportunity to inquire about other advanced potions. As he contemplated this, Leon couldn't help but recall the substantial vial of Felix Felici's belonging to Slughorn, which ignited a pang of envy within him. During the final week of September, Leon toiled each night, reminiscent of young Bilal, laboriously dealing with those slimy slugs. Throughout this period, he did not continue dreaming of the future. However, his anxiety deepened. For he was acutely aware that time was not on his side. He must identify the pivotal moment to instigate change. As for the consequences, he chose to set them aside for the time being. After all, could anything possibly be worse than the future he had envisioned in his dreams? Yet, what precisely was this critical juncture? When did the incomplete Philosopher's Stone fall into Voldemort's hands? As Leon pondered, he ventured into the kitchen, skillfully retrieving several pies and a cup of watermelon juice. Due to Snape's peculiar instructions, he had once again missed dinner. In truth, he yearned for a bowl of congee, or perhaps some tofu pudding. How could one indulge in pies without the accompaniment of porridge? Yet, Hogwarts seldom prepared congee. Suddenly, he felt something tugging at his pant leg. Leon's gaze descended, revealing a house elf before him. Wizards generally struggle to accurately distinguish between house elves unless they possess an intimate familiarity with them. The diminutive creature before Leon was not one he recognized. Vera has something of great importance to convey to the young wizard, it whispered softly. Leon nodded slightly, and said, "Speak, I am listening." However, the little sprite who claimed to be Vera shook her head and glanced cautiously around. Leon held the last pie in his mouth while grasping a glass of watermelon juice in his hand. "So, have you found a secure place?" The house elf nodded appreciatively, taking hold of Leon's hand. With a sudden crack, they were transported to a pitch-black storage room. Vera, is it? If you have something to say." "Now is the time." Leon quickly took a sip of watermelon juice to quell his nausea. "Indeed, young wizard, Vera discovered a nefarious individual among us a few days ago." "What's that supposed to mean?" Leon queried, producing his wand and conjuring a gentle orb of light. "Such a villainous being." Vera responded earnestly, "It is a traitor among us." "What has it done?" "It has committed theft." Vera's voice rose sharply. "I witnessed it stealing a fallen copper canute and secretly hiding it away." Leon began to question whether he was wasting his time. "If I heard you correctly, you mean to say it picked up a canute that had fallen and then kept it for itself?" "Precisely." Leon hesitated for a moment before cautiously responding. "Vera, I am uncertain how house elves perceive this matter, but in the realms of wizards and even muggles, picking up lost items cannot be deemed theft, can it? It is different." "Young wizard." Vera's eyes glistened with tears. "House elves are not permitted to accept payment, let alone hoarding money." Leon let out a silent sigh. In the end, he was unable to rectify the little sprite's misconceptions and was instead led to the location where the so-called villain concealed his treasures. It was a place he recognized well, the storeroom of the wishful thinking chamber. Following Vela through a winding path, they arrived beside a cluster of wooden barrels. Vela, trembling, pointed at one of them and exclaimed, "I saw it with my own eyes. It hid the objects there." Liang leaned forward, his expression one of astonishment. It was not due to the pile of money within the barrel. In fact, the contents were rather meager. A few unwashed socks, several copper coins, a tattered wolf's tooth frisbee, and a time converter that appeared to have lost its luster. Leon spent a considerable amount of time persuading Vera to leave. He then picked up the dull time turner and scrutinized it carefully. After comparing it with the one hanging around his neck, he exhaled deeply in relief. The two are not the same. Each time turner is unique. Apart from the inscriptions, the outer ring is marked with a discrete serial number, crafted from magical metal. There is no need to worry about forgery, as the peculiar nature of this metal makes replication impossible. The differing serial numbers confirmed that this was not his own, alleviating Leon's concern about the potential for an untimely demise, wherein his time turner could be cherished as a treasure by a house elf. Taking a deep breath, he gingerly rotated the seemingly lackluster time turner. Just an hour prior, he had been en route to the kitchen, free from the worry of encountering himself. Indeed, after a gentle turn, nothing transpired. It appeared to be malfunctioning. Nonetheless, Leon cautiously stored it in his dragon hide pouch. Having learned a painful lesson from the previous incident with the hourglass, he was unwilling to repeat that mistake. In a buoyant mood, He returned to the lounge and even found himself humming a cheerful tune reminiscent of Star-Lord. This could be a subject for future study, if I can repair it. The rewards will be immense. Even if I have to return the time turner I applied for, I need not fear. With such thoughts, Leon shed his outer garments, reclined on his bed, and drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and he vaguely sensed a gentle breeze caressing his cheek, struggling against the remnants of sleep. He opened his eyes to find himself standing before a gravestone. 2 names were inscribed upon it, James Potter and Lily Potter. Beneath, a poignant epitaph read, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Leon stood silently for an extended moment, contemplating. He then took a step forward, heading east, where he encountered another gravestone. This one bore no names, only a solitary inscription, "Death is but another great adventure." Leon suddenly awoke with a start. As October drew to a close, the students of Badger House began to notice something amiss with Leon. His eyes were deeply sunken, adorned with pronounced dark circles, and he appeared utterly drained of vitality. Everyone was perplexed. They knew Leon was diligent, but this seemed an excessive level of intensity. After all, it was merely the end of October, and Hogwarts did not have midterm examinations. However, only those familiar with Leon could discern that he was in serious trouble. So, does anyone know what he has been up to lately? Annie furrowed her brow, arms crossed, anxiously pacing the room of requirement. In class, he was listless, and outside of it, he was nowhere to be found. Even summoning him for meals required sending an owl. He had not even attended my training sessions. Fiona chuckled softly. "Annie, do calm down. Your tone resembles that of a jilted lover." Annie sighed, lacking the energy to correct Fiona's remark. It was indeed abnormal, recently. Leon would often appear out of nowhere, bombard me with a barrage of questions, and then vanish again. Frank complained as well, stating that he either wanted me to improve his tattered cloak or add some feature to his alchemical doll. Just the other day, he even tossed his ragged invisibility cloak at me, claiming it was a 2.0 version. Could he be under some spell or curse? Fiona inquired. Unlikely. I had the Bant brothers place a spyglass under his bed. There was no reaction. Observing his condition, it does not resemble that of someone afflicted by a soul-sucking curse. Sevens refuted this notion. His current state is reminiscent of Roland's from 2 years ago. Annie turned to look and suddenly asked, "Has anyone seen him engage in any peculiar behavior recently?" A hush fell over the group. After a moment, Ron muttered softly, "The night before last. I awoke in the middle of the night feeling hungry and saw him staring blankly at a blue gem." The group fell silent once more. Rod then slapped his brother on the head. "Why the hell didn't you mention this sooner?" Leon emerged from the library, his mind clouded and heavy, intending to head to the auditorium for lunch. After his meal, he planned to retreat to the lounge for a brief nap. He had spent an inordinate amount of time in the library lately, leaving him feeling utterly drained. The vast expanse of Hogwarts literature had failed to illuminate his perplexities. The only certainty he harbored was that the dismal future, characterized by a noseless individual ascending to the position of headmaster, was intrinsically linked to the unfinished Philosopher's Stone he possessed. Thus, there must exist a pivotal moment when he would lose it. Yet, this realization only deepened the question swirling within him. From where did this incomplete Philosopher's Stone originate? Although it might be a remnant left by his future self, it surely must have a source and lineage. Moreover, how did it come to be lost? If he were to destroy it now, what consequences would ensue? Would it lead to collapse and annihilation? Or perhaps give rise to an entirely new branch of existence? Leon felt as if his mind were a muddle. Bewildered, he settled onto the Hufflepuff chair and absent-mindedly seized a slice of toast, shoving it into his mouth. "Leon, take your time eating, don't choke," Annie said, taking a seat beside him, holding up a glass of watermelon juice. Leon felt an immediate sense of nausea. Recently, due to his frequent visits to the library, his pocket full of chocolate had been entirely consumed. He currently had no desire for anything sweet. "Is there any water? I would like to drink some." "Be good and obedient. Drink this," Annie said through gritted teeth, striving to employ the gentlest tone possible. Leon wore a troubled expression. His recent sugar intake had indeed exceeded the recommended levels. "Drink." Upon hearing Annie's insistence, which seemed to emerge from the crevices of her teeth, and observing her face that conveyed a sentiment of being cornered, Leon sighed and took a sip. The moment the liquid touched his palate, he sensed something was amiss. The taste was peculiar. Something felt off. Unfortunately, having never tasted the concoction he had prepared, he could not discern what had been added to the watermelon juice. Leon found himself in a hazy stupor, his cup slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground, only to be caught midair by a levitation charm. Almost immediately, darkness enveloped him as he fell backward, resting against Annie. A throng of small badgers gathered around him, reminiscent of the valiant heroes from Liangshan. The Bant brothers carefully lifted Leon and carried him back to the lounge, gently placing him on the bed and tucking him in. Meanwhile, his belongings were whisked away by Sevens, who donned dragon hide gloves. "What is this?" one of the small badgers exclaimed, eyeing the gleaming time turner. Just as he reached out to touch it, a sixth-year student smacked him on the head. "Do you wish to end up in Azkaban? That is a time turner." "What is a time turner?" queried another. The sixth-year student sighed in contemplation. "I knew Leon had applied for one of these. My ex-girlfriend from Ravenclaw applied for it years ago. Its sole purpose is to reverse time. Once you reach third year, some students choose to enroll in all available courses, When scheduling conflicts arise, Professor McGonagall typically advises dropping a few subjects, but if you insist, the school will assist you in obtaining a time turner, granting you ample time to attend all classes. The small badgers gaped in astonishment. Is this what it is? Annie asked as she observed Sevens cautiously picking up a blue, irregular gem connected to the time turner. I'm uncertain, Sevens replied, furrowing his brow. However, I recommend showing it to the professors. After a moment's thought, Annie donned a pair of dragonhide gloves and placed the gem into her pocket. I shall seek out the headmaster. You all keep an eye on him. Sevens nodded, feeling a sense of urgency as he watched Annie dash out. He sensed something was amiss. Annie ascended the stairs toward the 8th floor, uncertain if Dumbledore was present, or even aware of the password to the headmaster's office. However, she recalled Leong mentioning that reciting the products of Honeydukes would suffice. Although Leong's demeanor had been peculiar when he said this, she trusted he was not deceiving her, and resolved to give it a try. Miss Augustus? She heard a languid voice call as she climbed a flight of stairs. Professor Wally. Annie halted in surprise. Where are you off to? Wally inquired, observing Annie with a keen gaze, his vampire instincts alerting him to an unsettling aura surrounding the girl. I'm looking for the headmaster. He is not here, Wally shrugged. He left early this morning. Oh, then I shall seek Professor McGonagall instead. Professor McGonagall is also absent. They both left this morning for a board meeting to discuss next year's budget, Wally remarked with a grimace. Annie's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on the vampire professor and whispered, Professor, can I trust you? Here Wally instinctively sensed trouble looming. Yet, he did not refuse her. It was not merely due to his long-standing friendship with Dumbledore, but rather the responsibility he had accepted upon his hiring. The employment agreement at Hogwarts contained a clause stating that when the young witches and wizards faced threats, the staff bore the responsibility to ensure their safety. This was a duty bestowed by the castle, inscribed in a magical contract on parchment, which could not be violated. All right, troublesome young witch, speak your mind. What is the matter? Annie cautiously glanced around before producing the semi-finished azure magical stone from her pocket, her dragonhide gloved hand trembling slightly. As she revealed the object, she noticed the defense against the dark arts Professor's eyes widen in astonishment. By Dracula and Merlin, with Halloween's approach, the house elves at Hogwarts found themselves in a whirlwind of activity, just as Hagrid was hauling a massive cart of gigantic pumpkins into the Great Hall for the 3rd time. Leong awoke from his slumber, stretching languidly and feeling utterly refreshed. Wait a moment, how did I fall asleep? Leong's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled something. He reached out, only to find that the semi-finished magical stone that had once hung at his chest was gone, leaving behind only a time turner. Ah, so that's how you disappeared. The bedroom door swung open, revealing the Bant brothers, who were clutching bags of chips. Oh, Merlin. Leong, you're awake? One brother enthusiastically patted Leong on the shoulder, causing a resounding thump, while the other rushed out to spread the news. Moments later, Annie, Sevens, and others burst into the room. Leong sat calmly on the bed, surveying his surroundings. Annie, was this your idea? The water of life? Who was worthy of it? Your technique is commendable. I could hardly detect the inherent bitterness of the narcissus root. You must have steamed it before boiling, then ground it into a powder to mix with the mugwort infusion, thus masking the bitterness. However, you overlooked the valerian root, which has a rather foul odor. Moreover, what have you taken? Whom did you give it to? Do not even think about deceiving me. This is of utmost importance and could cost someone their life. The group lowered their heads, unable to meet Liang's gaze, for the deed was indeed disgraceful, albeit done in the interest of a friend's health. If you must assign blame, direct it at me. You are correct. It was my suggestion. Now, where is the item? Annie inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her fury, and, bewildered, asked at this juncture. You still think of that worthless stone? Do you not realize that if you persist, your health will deteriorate? The young woman finally broke down, crying out in anguish. Yet Leong sighed silently, fixating on Sowen's, and calmly inquired, where is it? Annie handed it to Professor Wally. And where is Professor Wally? I do not know. Perhaps he is sleeping in the coffin in his office. Leong rose to his feet, reaching to pat the dragon skin pocket, tightening the arm guard on his forearm, and pushed open the bedroom door, departing without a backward glance. How could he? He murmured softly, like a small badger. Savon sighed and gently patted Annie's shoulder. Annie, please do not cry. Perhaps we have truly landed ourselves in trouble. Leon hurriedly ascended the spiral staircase to the 2nd floor, the most direct route to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Upon reaching the door, he knocked vigorously. Professor Wally, are you there? However, there was no response. Oh, Mr. Green, are you seeking Professor Wally for something? From a short distance away, Professor McGonagall approached, seemingly having just exited her transfiguration classroom. Professor, do you know where Professor Wally has gone? Professor McGonagall regarded Leon with a hint of surprise. Professor Wally has left Hogwarts. Tonight is Halloween Eve, a significant holiday for vampires. He has returned home. Leon slumped down. What is it, Mr. Green? Professor McGonagall observed Leon with a hint of amusement. If there's anything amiss, feel free to come to me as well. Leon glanced at Professor McGonagall, deep in thought. Professor, is the headmaster present? He is not. Then do you know where Professor Wally resides? Professor McGonagall paused, her brow furrowing in confusion. Mr. Green, why are you so insistent on meeting Professor Wally? Because he may be in danger, Leong replied calmly. Nonsense. Professor McGonagall chastised, fixing an incredulous gaze upon him. He is a vampire who has lived for nearly 2 centuries. How could he possibly be in peril? Professor, I'm not jesting, Leong spoke softly. If you possess knowledge of Professor Wally's address, would you kindly accompany me to see him? Professor McGonagall's frown deepened. After a considerable pause, she pursed her lips and said, Regrettably, Mr. Green, I do not know Professor Wally's address. However, I can send him a letter. If there is no response, I shall personally inform the headmaster. What do you think? Thank you, Professor. That would be perfect. Let us return and await news. You appear quite fatigued lately. Do indulge in a pleasant dinner. Leon gradually made his way back to the hall, taking a seat beside the long table amidst the complex gazes of the little badgers. Since awakening, he had been oblivious to the passage of time, only now realizing that, enticed by the sumptuous feast laid before him, his stomach had been grumbling for quite some time. Indeed, he had slumbered for no less than 40 hours. However, it seemed that Leon's dinner was destined to be less than satisfactory. Just as he was finishing his 3rd chicken leg, Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached him. Mr. Green, please come with me. Leon wiped his hands and rose to follow Professor McGonagall directly from the 3rd floor to the headmaster's office. Mr. Green, to cut a long story short, I have dispatched 5 owls, yet the letters could not be delivered. Professor Wally is in trouble. I have just contacted the headmaster, and Professor Dumbledore has instructed me to bring you along. Although I am uncertain why Dumbledore insists on your company, I hope that, should danger arise, you can remain in the background. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall approached Fox. Thank you, Fox. Fox emitted a joyful cry and extended a paw, inviting Professor McGonagall to grasp it. With one hand firmly holding on to Leong and the other clutching Fox's paw, they vanished in a warm flash of fire. Curse that little wizard for disturbing my slumber, grumbled Headmaster Black, who was sprawled on the wall, shifting positions to continue his nap. Fox, enveloped in flames, transported the trio to the exterior of an ancient castle. It appears Professor Wally is quite affluent, Leong mused as he surveyed the dilapidated structure. The magical world is all the same. It may appear shabby from the outside, yet the interior could rival the grandeur of a British palace. Professor Wally is a vampire nearing 2 centuries of existence. What of it? In contrast to Leong, Professor McGonagall exhibited remarkable composure. The two cautiously approached the entrance, gazing at the collapsed gate, their expressions darkening. The worst had indeed come to pass. Stay here, McGonagall instructed Leong before hastily entering to assess the situation. However, how could Leong simply obey? Cloaked in invisibility, he stealthily followed Professor McGonagall inside. McGonagall pressed her lips tightly together, her wand clutched firmly in her hand. The castle was in disarray, with numerous individuals strewn across the floor. Or rather, many vampires lay fallen. It was evident that they had been holding a banquet before the attack. Observing the blood-soaked ground and the shattered glassware, McGonagall felt a disconcerting sense of déjà vu, as if she had returned to a scene from over a decade ago. Each emergency mission of the Order of the Phoenix had unfolded in a similar manner. Her heart sank further. Not a single figure remained standing on the ground floor. Taking a deep breath, McGonagall slowly ascended to the 2nd floor. Good evening, Professor McGonagall. A pale-faced young man with golden hair blocked the staircase. Million, McGonagall regarded the young man with a complex expression. Have you also come for that vampire and what he possesses? I am sorry, Professor, but I cannot allow you to pass. The young man narrowed his eyes. After all, this is a task assigned by the master. Upon hearing the term master, McGonagall's eyes widened. Million, have you become a lackey for that individual? Million smiled. Professor, do not speak so harshly. I would love to serve as a dog for the Ministry of Magic, but do they want me? Years ago, I competed with that fool Avery for a position, and what was the outcome? They hired Avery simply because he is pure-blooded and has an uncle in the Department of Magical Sports. You should recall that I graduated with 10 OWLS. McGonagall pressed her lips together tightly, appearing helpless and disheartened. I am sorry, Million, but Professor Wally is a faculty member at Hogwarts. I cannot. You need not apologize. This is the path I have chosen. Let us settle this with our wands. As he spoke, the young man's wand tip emitted a scarlet beam of light. Just as McGonagall confronted the young man, Leong had already circumvented and made his way to the 3rd floor. Professor Wally's castle was not as vast as Hogwarts, comprising only 3 stories. Leong need not search individually, for he has already spotted the room at the end of the corridor, its door ajar. Moreover, there stands a pallid figure at the entrance, sporting a pair of elongated fangs. Leong took a deep breath, his wand extending beyond the cloak, poised to strike. However, before he could act, a flash of green light illuminated the room, and from it emerged a pair of strikingly similar dark-haired individuals. A serpent coiled around the man's shoulder. Adding to the ominous atmosphere, Leong hurriedly dashed into the adjacent room, reaching for the time converter. Alas, he had arrived too late. However, fortune favored him with a chance for redemption. It required but a single rotation to rectify the situation. As the time converter whirled, Leong sensed an imperceptible transformation unfolding around him. With the final grain of sand slipping through the hourglass, he found himself transported back to an hour earlier. Cautiously edging towards the door, he overheard a conversation at the corridor's end. "Cousin, open the door. If you hand that item over to the master, our vampire clan will finally be able to bask in the sunlight without fear." A mocking voice, belonging to Professor Wally, resonated from behind the door. As if anyone is stopping you from drawing breath at this moment. "You actually enjoy basking in the sun? Enough. Wally, why must you always be so obstinate?" The vampire outside cursed vehemently. "You believe yourself to be on good terms with Dumbledore, yet look at his actions. He has sent you to teach those little wretches how to combat us. Lord Voldemort has promised me that once I present that item, the muggle-born scoundrels will become our sustenance. Think carefully, how many years has it been since you savored the blood of those tender little beings? Huh. I prefer red wine over human blood. Step aside," another man, Marcus, interjected. "My master and I have shown you ample patience." With a thunderous explosion, Leon felt a violent gust of wind surge past the doorway. Leon, no longer hesitating, seized the moment cloaked in the smoke and chaos of the thunderous explosion. He thrust forth half his head and unleashed his most potent single-target spell, the Shadowless Blade. The invisible sharpness sliced through the vampire named Marcus. Though creatures of the magical realm, such as vampires, possess regenerative abilities far surpassing those of humans, and can even transform into bats when necessary, their lives remain delicately fragile when confronted with a sudden ambush. Marcus barely had time to utter a word before his head was severed from his neck, blood splattering against the ceiling. However, Leon did not linger for a second strike. After casting the Shadowless Blade, he swiftly withdrew his head. As it turned out, his prudence was justified, for the death curse cast by the siblings struck the doorframe in the next moment. Retreating into the room, Leon murmured a few ancient incantations. And soon, another version of himself appeared beside him. His original form donned a cloak, while the other Leon transformed into a translucent apparition. In a flash, a woman with black hair rushed to the doorway but refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, she unleashed a thunderous explosion. Leon, who had initially intended to ambush her, could only don his iron armor for protection and cast a perception-enhancing spell, mirroring her direction with his own thunderous explosion. The two blasts triggered an even greater conflagration. Following the breach created by the explosion, Leon leaped through the opening. His cloak billowed behind him as he descended, weightlessly drifting downwards. In the midst of his fall, Leon unhesitatingly retrieved the time converter and spun it thrice. If returning to an hour prior proved futile, then he would venture back 3 hours. As long as he could whisk Professor Wally away before the loss of his nose, it would be a triumph for Leon. Everything around him began to rewind. The debris from the explosion flew back, the black-haired woman retreated to her original position, and the vampires sprawled on the first-floor hall righted themselves, goblets raised in hand. P.S. As usual, I cannot encapsulate everything in the narrative, so I shall elaborate here. Firstly, the 2 chapters released yesterday predictably stirred up a storm. With a barrage of criticism in the comments section, I am not surprised in the least. In fact, the decision to have the semi-finished magic stone lost in such a manner was one I contemplated for quite some time. I envisioned various scenarios, but they either felt forced or utterly devoid of logic. The theme of this volume is time. One could say that when the protagonist can foresee the future and rewind the past, he is destined to fight alone for the subsequent year. Due to the disparity in information, everyone around him might become a hindrance. This differs from his familiarity with the plot. From the moment he chose to reveal the truth to Dumbledore and resolved to eliminate Voldemort ahead of time, the original storyline became irrelevant. What he now perceives is a predetermined future, leaving him without allies. I have always believed that the root cause of Grindelwald's failure was this very isolation. Despite the multitude of followers surrounding him, he was ultimately engaged in a solitary battle against the future and fate. The only ally of like mind parted ways with him due to the death of his sister. For specific examples, consider the Terminator series, the Butterfly Effect series, and the Steins Gate series, from the perspective of the female protagonist and even the likes of Sevens and his companions. The state of the protagonist from the start of the school year to Halloween is as follows: lethargic during classes, absent after, his face marred by dark circles. An aura of madness enveloping him, growing weaker by the day. Does this seem familiar? Indeed, Ginny Weasley would have much to say on this matter. From their viewpoint, the most prudent course of action would be to incapacitate the protagonist and then seek out the professor. It is akin to someone who refuses to sleep at night, pacing in the living room while muttering about how many floors a bag of rice must be carried. Naturally, family members would promptly take you to the hospital. Hence, this is also why the protagonist remains remarkably calm upon awakening. He fears not the loss of the magic stone, but rather the uncertainty surrounding its disappearance. From the outpouring of criticism, it seems I have succeeded in crafting this narrative. I have mentioned before that the female protagonist will have her shining moments, and I am not afraid to reveal that her pivotal moments are arranged for the 3rd and final volumes. However, among yesterday's comments, I found particular bewilderment in the reactions of 2 individuals. I shall refrain from naming them. Readers may find them in the comments section. While one vehemently criticized the plot and the female protagonist, rating it 2 stars, they continued to pursue the updates. These individuals are not the sort to glance at half an hour of content and hastily leave a rating. If they truly only spent half an hour before rating it 2 stars and departing, I would indeed be grateful. But truly, I wonder, do you genuinely enjoy reading this? Or do you not? If you do not, kindly remove yourselves from the narrative. There are plenty of works available in the realm of tomato HP fanfiction for your enjoyment. If you do enjoy it, what significance does a 2-star rating hold for you? You often claim never to have encountered a protagonist so reckless, so quick to reveal secrets. I am left pondering what precisely you wish to see in a Harry Potter fanfiction. Were you reading in the library while Harry and Voldemort vied for the magic stone? Were you indulging in cakes in the hall while Harry battled the basilisk? Did you brew potions while Harry apprehended Pettigrew? Do you truly believe that Voldemort's dominion over the British magical world has no bearing on you? Alternatively, do you wish to witness the Sorting Hat place you in Slytherin, pummeling Malfoy and trampling Crabbe and Goyle, while leading a band of young serpents in practice? What, then, do I call what I have written? A mundane account of Hogwarts life? Or the rise of the Dark Lord in the Harry Potter universe? Fortunately, I possess a resilient heart. It matters not to me whether they choose to read or not. If the comments section becomes excessively chaotic, I shall simply silence them. Speaking of which, I have rarely muted readers in the past. I had no idea which fellow travelers or adversaries maliciously rated it low, leading to the initial score of 6.5 when the book was first rated over 10 days ago. Longtime readers will be aware. Many new readers have expressed surprise at the low rating, which is hardly unexpected, as it thrives on comparative contrasts. However, within the span of 10 days, the rating has nearly risen to 7. And I am genuinely grateful to those who rated it 4 or 5 stars. That is all. Leong donned an invisibility cloak, its hem singed at the edges. This garment was nearly reaching the limits of its utility. Leong withdrew a dragonskin pouch, extracting a vial of white essence. A burn marred his left leg. After hastily tending to his wound, he proceeded slowly towards the hall on the first floor. However, as he neared the entrance, a startling realization struck him. The hall was teeming with vampires. In the magical realm, not all vampires were benevolent. The originally conceived plan required reconsideration. Wally, holding a goblet, appeared lost in thought. "Cousin Pierre, what occupies your mind?" Marcus inquired with a smile as he approached. "Oh, nothing," Wally replied dismissively. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the stone, ensconced in layers of magical protection, in the study on the 3rd floor. No, it was not merely a stone. It was a source of calamity. The last time he had encountered such an object was over a century ago in France, where an old man, seemingly unfazed by the flickering flame of life, remained undeterred. Wally often felt that, compared to him, the old man was the true monster. "Hey, cousin, what intriguing item did you bring back last time?" Marcus asked, curiosity evident in his eyes. I could smell the potent magic from afar. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a piece of magical crystal. Since when did you start caring about such things? Haven't you always preferred the blood of virgins?" Marcus scoffed. "Don't even mention it. A few days ago, I flirted with a woman at the theater, and she smelled delightful, but you should rein it in. At this rate, the Ministry of Magic will apprehend you. Cousin, would you seize an opportunity for our clan to secure a foothold in the magical world?" Marcus inquired. "Who have you been associating with now?" Wally reprimanded sternly. "Cousin, the last item you brought back looked remarkably like a philosopher's stone," Marcus replied, his smile fading into seriousness. "When we accompanied grandfather to France to visit that old fellow, you don't expect me to believe you've forgotten what a philosopher's stone looks like. What are you implying?" Wally's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "I merely wish to no longer remain a rat in the sewer." Marcus's expression twisted into something sinister. Wally felt a wave of dizziness as he turned to see the guest in the hall swaying precariously. "What have you done?" Wally demanded sharply. "I simply made my choice, cousin." Meanwhile, Leong had reached the 3rd floor, only to find the door to the study barred. It was undeniable that Professor Wally possessed formidable magical prowess. Leong attempted the unlocking charm he frequently used, but the flimsy wooden door remained impervious, unless he resorted to brute force. Damn it, Groot is in the bedroom. Leong anxiously glanced back, cursing himself for not bringing the little creature along. It seemed he would need to carry a zoo with him in the future. Forget it. I'll just blow it open. With that thought, Leong stepped back, pointing his wand at the door. Thunderous explosion. The blast sent his cloak billowing as the fragile door shattered into splinters. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, he charged inside. As long as he could locate the Philosopher's Stone, he could find a secure place to hide, biding his time for 4 hours before devising a way to return to Hogwarts. However, Leong was utterly unprepared for the multitude of protective spells that Professor Wally had ensconced around the shelf housing the Philosopher's Stone. Unbeknownst to Leong, as he battled these protective spells, others outside the manor were growing impatient. "Amiquus, don't wait any longer. Take me there." "But master, the vampire hasn't signaled yet." "It's not safe to go now. There is no time." The massive python coiled around Amiquus's neck hissed, "I can sense the tumultuous magic on the 3rd floor. Take me there. Obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Only then can I escape this wretched form. Hurry." The Caro siblings exchanged glances, ceasing their conversation, their bodies transforming into wisps of black smoke as they surged towards the castle's 3rd floor. In the hall on the 1st floor, Wally, upon hearing the explosion from above, cast a grave glance at his cousin. Is this your doing? No, Marcus replied, his face pale. I haven't signaled yet. A mocking expression crossed Wally's face. It seems your ally isn't very familiar with you, either. With that, he too transformed into a wisp of black smoke, ascending to the 3rd floor. Closely followed by Marcus. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Wally immediately spotted Leong tinkering with the protective spells, along with a lethal curse aimed at him from outside the window. Without hesitation, Wally interposed himself before the deadly green light. The black smoke coalesced back into human form as Professor Wally plummeted from the window. Leong stared blankly at the scene before him, his mind a tumultuous haze. As the second spell was cast, it was not the killing curse, but an unknown dark magic that shattered the time converter nestled against his chest. With a soft crack, the time converter erupted in a cloud of golden smoke, which swiftly vanished, retreating into Liang's left hand. In the palm of Leon's left hand, a blinding radiance emanated. As the brilliance faded, Leon vanished from his original position. Along with him, the unfinished azure magic stone also disappeared. No. Voldemort let out an enraged hiss, the sound wave shattering all the glass around. Leon felt as if his body were weightless, at times elongated like a slender rod, and at others coalesced into a compact form. It seemed he had forgotten many things, those once precious memories gently extracting themselves from his essence. The magical stones he had discovered, Annie's heart-wrenching cries, the taste of watermelon juice he had savored, the exhilaration of receiving his acceptance letter for the first time, his inaugural visit to Diagon Alley, the thrill of riding on a broom, embraced by the warm, gentle breeze. As time passed, he even struggled to recall the visage of his parents or the events of his past life. Son, it's time to wake up for breakfast. You have your college entrance examination today. Once you've completed it, we shall embark on a journey together. Son, how are things at school? Is your money sufficient? Son, have you found a job yet? Son, I fear I may not have much time left. Perhaps we should forego further treatment and return home. No. You cannot take this away from me. You mustn't. Leong fought desperately, striving to grasp the increasingly blurred images of his memories. Suddenly, 2 magnificent birds, one azure, the other golden, materialized beside him, spiraling gracefully in the air, filling the atmosphere with their melodious and enchanting song. Liang's eyelids gradually closed, his expression settling into tranquility as deep memories resurfaced in his mind, conjuring a stone wall entwined with climbing vines. Wait, there is someone. Hurry. Save him. Ah. The azure bird, everyone should know what it represents. It is the protagonist's guardian spirit, embodying all his cherished memories. However, the golden bird is unexpected, isn't it? One might wonder how Dumbledore could possibly neglect to provide Leong with a safety net. Moreover, I fear some may dispute this, while others might misunderstand. So allow me to clarify. The semi-finished Philosopher's Stone was not taken by Leong. It simply vanished, leaving its significance open to interpretation. Furthermore, the protagonist will only be somewhat preoccupied in the initial 3 volumes, from the 4th volume onward, after Harry officially enrolls. He will transform into the ultimate bystander and sarcastic commentator, so rest assured. Additionally, just yesterday, I ordered a complete set of the new 7-1 Harry Potter series, including the play The Cursed Child, for 60 yuan. Of course at that price. It cannot be the authentic edition, but that is inconsequential as I intend to read them, not collect them. At home, I possess only the old editions of books 1, 3, and 5 published by the People's Publishing House. The green cover versions, if I recall correctly, were the later books once sold for 60 or 70 yuan each. The second book was the very first extracurricular book my mother purchased for me from a roadside vendor, a rather shoddy pirated copy. I read the 4th volume in a bookstore, while the 6th and 7th I borrowed from classmates. Thus, strictly speaking, I do not possess a complete set. Now, I shall rectify this oversight, and upon glancing, I discovered that a complete set of the old editions, in nearly new condition, can fetch as much as 800 yuan on the second-hand market. Even the 5th volume alone can sell for 100 yuan. A set of bookmarks goes for 30 or 40. Each old edition was accompanied by a uniquely illustrated bookmark resembling the cover. Those interested may look it up. It is quite absurd. Moreover, following the recent college entrance examinations, many students have begun listing second-hand books online. Just a few days ago, I acquired A Brief History of Time, On the Origin of Species, and Relativity for 18 yuan with free shipping, along with The Three-Body Problem and The Dark Forest, including a QCY T8 Bluetooth headset for 30 yuan. What a bargain. The boy slowly opened his eyes, greeted by sunlight streaming onto his face. Although it was not blinding, it still caused him to squint. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield himself. Ah, you're awake? A young man with 2 small mustaches and disheveled hair appeared before him. Where am I? The boy realized his throat was parched. Here, have some water, the man offered, handing him a glass. Leaning against the windowsill, he explained, this is Cambridge University. When I found you, you were flailing in the lake. Well, perhaps flailing isn't quite accurate. As you were nearly sinking, we rescued you, intending to take you to the hospital, but the medical school folks refused, insisting that it was too challenging to let you go, so they brought you to the campus clinic instead. Oh, my goodness. You have no idea how much water you swallowed during the rescue. Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be one of our students. I don't recall anyone like you in the gifted program. So who are you? The boy felt bewildered, setting down the glass as he struggled to unearth memories. Yes. Who am I? Observing the boy's perplexed demeanor, the man shrugged. Okay. I suppose the medical school was right. You were nearly gone when we rescued you. Suggesting some brain damage. Take your time to think. No rush. While I'm not certain how you ended up in Byron Lake, we want to cast you aside. Thank you. May I ask your name? Me? The young man grinned, pointing to himself. I'm Rogers Penrose, the youngest doctor at Cambridge. Rogers displayed a broad smile. Exuding pride, the boy was discharged from the hospital, primarily due to his impressive physical recovery. He then moved into Rogers' modest two-bedroom apartment, where Rogers and his father resided. The amiable Rogers showed no signs of discomfort at the cramped quarters, even demonstrating a reluctance to part ways after tasting his cooking. So, you still haven't recalled your name? Forgotten everything? Rogers toyed with a small gnarled stick, suddenly striking a theatrical fencing pose. What's the stick for? He returned the stick to the boy. You clutched it tightly when we rescued you. Perhaps you carried it with you, intending to use it as chopsticks? The boy nonchalantly tucked it back into his pocket. Haha, I've seen chopsticks. You can't fool me. How can one use a single stick? Rogers chuckled, finding the idea amusing. Well, since you remember nothing, I can't keep calling you Hay. Let us give you a name. He rubbed his temples, pondering for a moment before declaring. I've got it. You shall be called Ben S. No, that sounds too feminine, the boy protested, then pointed to a newspaper, saying, call me Kennedy. I quite like that name. The newspaper, titled Daily Mail, featured a man with a square face taking an oath in front of the White House. Huh, you are truly amusing. Mr. Penrose bustled in from outside, wearing a medical mask. What's wrong, Dad? Rogers asked, frowning. Why are you still wearing that mask? Mr. Penrose gulped down a large glass of ice water before responding, don't mention it. Those medical school folks recently discovered a new virus, and somehow, someone got infected. The entire medical school is now quarantined. Kennedy frowned. Let us avoid going out if we can. Rogers sighed. Despite this, both Rogers and Kennedy ventured outside the following day. Mr. Penrose had contacted a secondary school, intending for the two to visit together. In truth, Rogers wished to adopt Kennedy, but the boy did not meet the criteria, thwarting his hopes of having Kennedy call him Dad. Thus, Kennedy's guardian became Lionel Penrose, Rogers' half-brother. Where are we again? Rogers examined a map, scanning the surroundings. However, Kennedy noticed something more intriguing. He observed peculiar individuals dressed in odd attire entering a dilapidated pub across the street, its sign worn and draped in cobwebs. Leaky Cauldron? What a strange name. Just as Kennedy turned his head, a hooded man, whose features were nearly unrecognizable, quietly slipped into the pub. Ah, found it. Kennedy. The subway is this way. Hurry, we're going to be late. Kennedy followed Rogers as they dashed across the intersection, accidentally colliding with an elderly gentleman wearing a pointed hat. Ah, excuse me. We're in a hurry. As Rogers ran, he swung his arms. The peculiar old man, with a sullen expression, watched the departing figures of the two, and after a considerable pause, spat dismissively. TSK, those contemptible muggles. The interview went exceedingly well, and Kennedy was successfully enrolled in school, albeit it was rather distant. After much deliberation, he decided to reside on campus. Given that the school had dormitories available, days passed, and while attending classes, Kennedy often felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Perhaps I have attended another school before? He could only muse to himself. Such tranquil days seemed rather pleasant until the arrival of his guardian to pick him up. They did not return home but headed directly to the school hospital in Cambridge. There lay Rogers. Kennedy, gazing at the man with sunken cheeks in the ward, inquired. What happened? Rogers has contracted MRSA, Mr. Penrose replied with difficulty. What? MRSA? Yes, that virus discovered this year. It has already spread among middle-aged men. Trembling. He struggled to light his pipe, but it refused to ignite. Currently, there is no effective treatment. Coughing violently, Rogers awoke, glancing at the two figures outside the isolation room. Offering a feeble smile. No, there must be a way, Kennedy insisted, striving to calm himself. Dinner was tasteless, both consumed by their thoughts. After the meal, Kennedy lay in bed, his gaze landing on a plant with white and purplish hues on the windowsill, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. If only there were a stimulation potion. Kennedy abruptly sprang from his bed. Wait, a stimulation potion? What is that? Is it a memory from my past? Where can I find such a thing? Or is there a recipe? He stared at the flower pot for an extended period before finally murmuring a few words. Horklump juice. White hellebore. The latter was relatively straightforward, but the former proved elusive. He inquired among those around him, yet no one had heard of its availability. Eventually, a botany professor provided him with a picture, stating that it originated from the Scandinavian peninsula. However, compared to the memories that suddenly surfaced in his mind, Kennedy clearly discerned that the two were entirely different. In his recollection, horklumps were pale blue creatures that squirted juice upon contact, and if touched excessively, they would jump up and emit incomprehensible murmurs of protest. Yet, where in reality could one find a mushroom that could leap about? Kennedy squinted, feeling that he ought to know where to procure these items until he spotted a little girl wearing a pink pointed hat. Right, that leaky cauldron. For some inexplicable reason, Kennedy felt an unwavering certainty that what he needed was there. Seizing the moment, he gathered all his meager savings from his pocket money and took the subway to the vicinity of Leadenhall Market. Where is it? Kennedy scanned the area and finally spotted the tattered sign nestled between a bookstore and a record store. Crossing the road, he took a deep breath, approached the bar's entrance, and pushed the door open. Inside the bar was a motley crew of peculiar individuals clad in various cloaks and trench coats, adorned with hats festooned with colorful feathers. Kennedy steeled himself and approached the bar, feigning composure. He noticed that many patrons had spoons stirring in their cups autonomously. Everything around him felt both familiar and novel. He intended to gather some information first. A young wizard? The bar's owner, a bald old man, inquired while wiping a grimy cloth across a glass. At this hour, you should be at school. Kennedy instinctively picked up on the keywords. Is it possible that I am not of age yet? He replied, maintaining a facade of calm. The proprietor suddenly understood. A birthday after September? TSK, then you'll have to wait until next year. So, what brings you here to Diagon Alley today? To buy something. Kennedy answered nonchalantly, adhering to the adage that speaking too much could lead to mistakes. My grandmother needs to brew a stimulation potion, but we're out of Horklump juice. The owner nodded, refraining from further questions, and shouted upstairs, Tom, come down to tend the bar. I'm taking this young wizard to Diagon Alley. A younger man descended from upstairs, acknowledging with a nod before slipping behind the bar. Old Tom, you truly are a genius at naming. You are Tom. And your son is also named Tom, Kennedy overheard an elderly lady remark. Old Tom chuckled, offering no rebuttal, as he led Kennedy to the back courtyard. The courtyard was square, with no other exits apart from the small door they had entered. Kennedy discreetly grasped the dagger concealed beneath his coat. Old Tom approached the sole trash bin and knocked 3 times upon it. The stone wall before them seemed to come alive, with each brick hurriedly shifting aside as if they were transformers. A tempest of astonishment surged within Kennedy. Simultaneously shocked, he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Moreover, transformers? What is that? Is it also a memory from my past? Was I once a wizard? Is this not my first visit? Old Tom glanced at the seemingly unperturbed young wizard beside him, feeling reassured, though there were muggle-repelling charms around the leaky cauldron, which rendered it invisible to non-wizards. There had been muggles who ventured in previously. Primarily, it was the young wizard's distinctly muggle attire that raised suspicion. Kennedy remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. I shan't escort you inside. After purchasing your items, you can return here or use the fireplace. Fireplace? Kennedy noted silently. He then slightly bowed. Thank you, sir. Old Tom smiled. Oh, what a polite young wizard. Off you go. Kennedy inhaled deeply, stepping into this wondrous and resplendent world. However, one thought nagged at him. What did the bar owner say this alley was called? Damn it, the bar was simply too noisy. Kennedy strolled along, taking in the sights. Although the street was sparsely populated, it was brimming with intrigue. Signs hovered in mid-air, spoons floated above pots, and the shop windows displayed astonishing wares, all of which evoked an enchanting sense reminiscent of Alice's adventures in Wonderland. Fortunately, his self-discipline was commendable, and he quickly recalled the task at hand. As he gazed around, he ultimately discovered a place that appeared to be a pharmacy, Slagajig's apothecary. Gently pushing the door open, he entered to find unfamiliar silverware emitting wisps of white mist, surrounded by an array of bottles and jars, pots and dishes. At the counter, a young man struggled to cut beans with a small knife. The beans rolled about, proving difficult to slice, occasionally flying out due to excessive force. After observing quietly for a moment, Kennedy suddenly spoke. Perhaps you could try applying pressure with the blade? The young man looked up in surprise, hesitating for a moment, perhaps fatigued by the beans, before laying the blade flat and pressing down on a small plate. A silvery juice flowed into the dish, leaving the young man astonished. Ah, a novel technique. An elderly voice echoed from behind. An old man, draped in a robe, entered and set down a basket he was carrying. Grandfather, the elder approached the counter, glanced at the scene, and exclaimed, incredible, or rather, a stroke of genius. My child, what do you require? A bit of Horklump juice, sir, Kennedy replied, slightly nervous. I discovered my grandmother was out of stock while preparing invigorating potions. Oh, no worries. My child. Valen, fetch a bottle for him, the elder said. Kennedy's cheeks flushed as he added, I apologize, sir, but I may not be able to purchase it today. I seem to have forgotten my money. Of course, he had money in his pocket. But it was only upon standing at the counter watching the young man concoct potions that he realized something significant. These peculiar individuals, seemingly the legendary wizards, were not isolated but part of a larger community. If that were the case, they likely had their own currency. Upon closer inspection of the coins in the corner of the counter, Kennedy realized that his pounds would likely be insufficient. Oh, the elder mused before chuckling. It's nothing. My child, who hasn't had an off day. Moreover, from your recent guidance, it is evident that your grandmother possesses great expertise in potion making. Consider this bottle a gift from me. Standing at the pharmacy's entrance, Leon bowed once more to the shopkeeper. This venture into Diagon Alley not only secured the Horklump juice, but also garnered a standard set of materials. In his memory, the invigorating potion was not particularly complex, hence, he merely needed to procure some white ash from Cambridge. Although he could not recall the exact effects of this potion, it was at least a method to proceed. With a buoyant spirit, Kennedy hummed a tune as he walked down the street when suddenly, a fork in the road captured his attention. This feels oddly familiar, he pondered. The winding path resonated with faint conversations, and after mulling it over, he quietly approached. I'll just listen in. Eventually, in the alley ahead, two hooded figures were engaged in hushed dialogue. Kennedy found a barrel stack by the roadside and cautiously crouched behind it. This is impossible, a sharp male voice exclaimed. Do you know how difficult it is to procure these materials? We nearly got caught by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures over this trifling matter. I'm not raising the price, and yet you want to haggle? Very well, I can sell it to someone else. Sell it to someone else? An elderly voice rasped with laughter. With the quality you possess, where do you think you could sell it? Boggins? They wouldn't even look at your rubbish. And let us not forget, you've mixed foxglove excrement into this dragon claw powder. Do you think I'm too old to notice? In any case, you must buy these goods today at the original price. No, at a 30% markup. Realizing the negotiation was unraveling, the sharp-featured man could no longer contain himself, revealing a sinister expression. Well then, the elder chuckled coldly, it would have been easier if you had just said so. Old man, you don't think I came here alone, do you? The sharp-featured man snapped his fingers. Boys, come out. Kennedy sensed trouble brewing. Just as he contemplated escaping, he felt himself grabbed by the scruff of his neck and lifted. The one who hoisted him was a towering man with a foolish expression. Boss, we have a little eavesdropper. A chilling voice emerged from behind Kennedy. Could he be the grandson of that old fool? Kennedy glanced at the elderly man, his white hair framing a face that seemed both bewildered and amused. Grandfather, save me, he shouted. In that moment, Kennedy could have sworn he saw a glimmer of surprise and a hint of mirth on the elder's face. Huh, what say you now, old man? The sharp-featured leader taunted. Without haste, the elder slowly retrieved a wooden staff and winked at Kennedy. Be careful, my grandson. Things may get a bit bumpy. Before Kennedy could grasp what a bit bumpy entailed, a vividly colored bat, with a long tail and resembling a grotesquely enlarged pastel green creature, burst forth from the elder's cloak, lunging at the towering man. As the burly man momentarily lost his focus, the bat enveloped his head. His arms fell limply at his sides, and Kennedy's body felt lighter as he began to descend, landing upon a broad back. Upon lifting his gaze, Kennedy found himself locking eyes with an enormous canine head. However, the predicament was that this dog, standing at half his height, possessed not one but two heads. Cookie, run. The large dog beneath Kennedy let out a joyful rumble and swiftly took off. The moment they burst out of the alley, Kennedy glanced back to see three individuals wielding wooden sticks, each unleashing beams of light upon one another. The dog, familiar with the route, came to a halt at the entrance of the alley where Kennedy had first arrived, shaking its head vigorously. In the midst of Kennedy's bewilderment, the three heads gradually merged into one, transforming into an oversized black bulldog. Kennedy stared blankly at the creature, which returned his gaze with an innocent, vacant expression, its mouth agape and drool dripping. Suddenly, the dog barked toward the alley entrance. Kennedy turned cautiously, only to discover the old man had emerged. Though his attire appeared neat, Kennedy noticed a slight limp in the old man's gait. Oh, it's nothing. I just twisted my ankle, the old man said, blinking his eyes. Come on, grandson, let me treat you to some ice cream. You must have been frightened this afternoon, right? It's fine. But my family is still waiting for me to return. Oh, don't say that. Can you bear to let an old man like me enjoy afternoon tea alone? As they spoke, the old man's gaunt hand rested on Kennedy's shoulder, while the dog beside them grinned widely, revealing its yellowed teeth. Kennedy obediently followed the old man, thinking to himself that those who understand the times are wise, and one should not underestimate the youth's poverty. They settled into the very ice cream shop Kennedy had been eager to visit, and as he held a peculiar-colored, yet surprisingly delightful ice cream, he cast a sidelong glance at the old man. You're not a child from a wizarding family, are you? He suddenly inquired. How could that be? I came out today just to help my grandmother buy things. However, the old man was quite certain. Though you resemble one, little fellow. Do you know where you inadvertently revealed yourself? What? Kennedy feigned ignorance, resolved to play the fool. Just moments ago, in the alley, upon seeing Cookie, you were astonished, yet displayed no fear whatsoever, the old man said with a smile. Children from wizarding families would never fail to recognize Cookie, nor would they lack fear of it. The dog, happily indulging beneath the table with a large bucket of ice cream, barked in response to its name. Kennedy's heart sank. He had a vague suspicion of the dog's true nature, but as the old man had pointed out, his ignorance had granted him a certain boldness. The hellhound, upon reaching adulthood, could stand 2 to 3 meters tall, with 3 heads capable of spewing flames, frost, and vicious winds. Strong and robust, its hide could rival that of a dragon, impervious to most forms of magic. Its teeth and claws were venomous. A single bite could lead to relentless bleeding, unless one happened upon a potions master or a powerful wizard skilled in white magic, such as Dumbledore. For a little one like you, an adult hellhound would have no trouble devouring you whole. Of course, Cookie is merely 5 months old, still far from maturity. So, tell me, little one, who exactly are you? What brings you here? Kennedy pulled out the items given to him by the pharmacy owner, a look of melancholy on his face. If I say I truly came to buy things, would you believe me? Ultimately, the old man allowed Kennedy to leave. In his own words, he claimed to be nothing more than a harmless retired professor of dark arts defense, wishing to enjoy a pleasant afternoon tea with his unexpectedly acquired grandson. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I'd be a fool to believe you. And farewell. Who knows if we'll meet again? Then, Kennedy encountered this eccentric old man once more at his adoptive father's home. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that Mr. Penrose, his adoptive father, addressed him as Uncle Lionel. What brings you here? What? Is Rogers ill, and I can't come check on him? The old man exclaimed, puffing up with indignation. Enough chatter. Take me to see him. The three of them arrived at the isolation ward of the school hospital, where the old man caught sight of his, well, let us tentatively call him a nephew. After observing, the old man returned home in silence. Kennedy initially thought the old man had no time to engage with him. However, that evening, the old man seized an opportunity to speak with him privately. Did you purchase those materials to brew potions? Yes, Kennedy replied, not lifting his gaze from the small ceramic pot before him. Good boy, the old man said, patting Kennedy's head, though it was of little use. Kennedy looked up in surprise. Revitalizing potions can only provide temporary relief for that brat. They cannot cure him. The old man sighed. His affliction is fundamentally entwined with the curse of dark magic. Kennedy hesitated. Aren't you a professor of dark arts? Can't you cure him? Of course I can. The old man nodded, taking a seat at the table. But you mentioned that Rogers isn't the only one afflicted. Correct? Kennedy nodded. Cambridge University calls it MRSA. It has been widely spreading in London. The old man scoffed at Kennedy's words. There must be a culprit behind this. We need to find him. The old man declared resolutely. It seems I must write a letter to Dumbledore. Now that business is concluded, let us discuss your affairs, shall we? Tell me, who exactly are you? As he spoke, the old man leaned in closer, fixing his wide eyes upon Kennedy. You ask me? I want to know too. Kennedy retorted, pushing the old man away. Go on. I still need to brew the revitalizing potion. As the old man was pushed out of the room, he wore a contemplative expression. That evening, just as he planned to secretly sample the new flavor from the Honey Duke, Dumbledore received a letter from the former professor of dark arts defense. I believe there is a dark wizard scheming within the city of London. Regrettably, I lack further leads. Additionally, I have one more favor to ask of you. Please check if this young wizard is listed in the registry of admittance. Don't tell me the registry contains only names. I know you have your methods. This is of utmost importance to me, for I have an inkling that this child, adopted by my foolish nephew, is somehow related to our family. Of course, he claims to be amnesiac, and I doubt it's a fabrication. I intend to verify through other means. Your faithful Lionel Penrose, along with this letter, has also brought a magical photograph. In the image, a child with an impatient expression reluctantly poses a peace sign at the camera. Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. After a moment of contemplation, he approached a bookshelf, resting his hand on a globe-like artifact. The bookshelf slowly parted, revealing an ancient tome laid open, alongside a quill floating in midair. After a brief interval, Dumbledore emerged, his face solemn, and approached his desk. With careful deliberation, he lifted his quill. Dear old friend, Rogers has successfully lifted the quarantine and returned home, his complexion rosy, with only a slight weakness in his body but no other ailments. This remarkable recovery was not due to Kennedy's invigorating potion. In fact, when he brewed his first batch, he had initially intended to test it on a nearby wild dog, only to find that even the dog refused to drink it. Ultimately, it was thanks to the mysterious elixir that Lionel had procured from an unknown source, and with his wand. No, it should be referred to as a magic wand. He chanted incantations over Rogers that he was healed. Who knows why the wand is so short? Kennedy's impression of a wand was that it should be a towering metallic rod, ready to be wielded by Gandalf to strike down foes. Wait, who is Gandalf? After Rogers returned home, the old man surprisingly changed his previously indifferent attitude towards Kennedy, beginning to teach him some foundational knowledge. Kennedy learned quickly, and the old man taught with great enjoyment. Old man, can I learn that? Which one? That one, Kennedy exclaimed with a hint of excitement, referring to the spell that causes a sudden disappearance and reappearance. The old man chuckled. You wish to learn to run before you can walk. Very well. As I shall oversee your training, today you shall witness the elusive disapparition, a feat that many seventh-year graduates struggle to master. With great enthusiasm, the old man led Kennedy to a secluded grove to practice this spell. Remember, the key to this magic lies in the 3 Ds. Observe closely how I perform it. With a loud pop, the old man vanished from the circle drawn on the ground and reappeared in a nearby one. Many struggle with disapparition on their first attempt, and some even risk bodily division. However, with my guidance, you need not fear such mishaps. Now, give it a try. Kennedy stood in one of the circles, his gaze fixed intently on the other, silently repeating the 3 Ds: destination, determination, deliberation. With a resounding pop, the sound was far louder than the old man's previous manifestation. Yet what startled the old man was that the mischievous child had indeed materialized in the other circle, though a portion of his collar remained behind. After a considerable pause, The old man managed a strained smile. See, I told you that young wizards have difficulty mastering this spell. Look, you almost experienced bodily division. Do you know how painful that is? Let me tell you, those who undergo division suffer greatly. Lionel Penrose clutched the letter, squinting slightly. It was a reply from Dumbledore. The content was brief yet profoundly alarming. Kennedy is not listed in the Book of Admission. Lionel was certain that if Dumbledore claimed he was not, then he indeed was not. The Book of Admission ostensibly records the names of all young wizards who have exhibited magical disturbances. But he had heard that it actually catalogs their magical resonance signatures. The names are merely supplementary, noted down upon acceptance. The Book of Admission and the acceptance itself are two sides of the same coin. Both are indispensable and are relics of ancient alchemy, irreplicable. The absence of Kennedy in this tome implies three possibilities. First, Kennedy is not human. The book only records young wizards who have caused magical disturbances in the British Isles. Thus, non-humans would naturally be excluded. However, Kennedy is clearly not inhuman. Second, Kennedy is not from the British Isles, or he was absent during the initial magical disturbance. That is a possibility, yet lacks evidence. The third possibility is even more chilling. He is not from this era. The Book of Admission cannot record a young wizard born in the future, who may cause magical disturbances in a time yet to come. Moreover, Dumbledore mentioned in the letter that since the establishment of Hogwarts, the ancient bell left by the four founders has undergone subtle changes. Lionel had heard of this bell. The last time it tolled was when Grindlewald was about to contest for the position of International Confederation of Wizards president. Trouble indeed, Lionel murmured to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, an owl swooped in through the window. Upon opening the letter, the old man's countenance darkened further. All indications suggested that a dark wizard was indeed stirring trouble in London. Kennedy, clutching a bag of toast, stood near a community basketball court, observing a street game. TSK. Not impressive at all, he muttered, sauntering homeward while humming an incomprehensible tune. Don't sleep here with that crying face. Who told you to be so oblivious to the differences between us? Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Not far off, an oddly dressed old man was slowly ambling past his house, leaning on a cane. But who wears tight jeans paired with a gentleman's cane and a top hat? And that overcoat on top is from half a century ago, isn't it? Kennedy sighed. He knew many wizards were utterly clueless about the Muggle world. Yet he was baffled by the peculiar aesthetics of the wizarding community. It was likely just one of the old man's eccentric friends, recently. The old man had been visited by several oddly dressed individuals. With this thought, Kennedy quickened his pace. Are you looking for Lionel Penrose? The old man turned in surprise, seemingly perplexed by the situation. After a moment, he replied, yes, I am looking for him. My grandfather isn't home right now, Kennedy shrugged. You might have to wait until evening. Oh, that's all right, young man. Could you please deliver this to him? The old man's voice was hoarse, as if perpetually burdened by phlegm, as he extended a gnarled hand from his coat, retrieving a letter. Won't you come in for a moment? Kennedy asked as he accepted the letter. No, I'll wait for him to return, the old man replied with a somewhat eerie smile, turning slowly to leave. Kennedy frowned as he watched the peculiar figure depart, not giving it much thought as he entered the house, still clutching his toast and the letter. As soon as he stepped inside, Kennedy froze. A piercing buzzing sound filled his ears. With a detached gaze, he looked up to see a crystal gyroscope spinning wildly on a coat rack by the door, emitting a luminous glow. The buzzing sound emanated from it. Meanwhile, the letter in his left hand remained warm, beginning to release tendrils of black smoke. Upon returning home, Lionel discovered a fire truck stationed in front of his nephew's house, where thick plumes of smoke were billowing forth. Neighbors had gathered nearby, murmuring about a suspected gas explosion. Lionel's expression darkened as he adjusted his fisherman's hat and extricated himself from the crowd. Just as he intended to inquire about the situation, a nimble little bird perched on his shoulder, swiveling its tiny eyes and gesturing with its wings. Turning his head, Lionel spotted a small figure in a baseball cap leaning against a lamppost. He let out a long breath of relief. The two of them navigated swiftly through the throng, finally arriving at an apartment building on the third floor. Kennedy produced his wand and tapped it against the door lock, which opened silently, allowing them to slip inside. A musty odor permeated the room, suggesting it had been unoccupied for an extended period. Where are the two of them? Lionel scrutinized Kennedy, asking, Are you all right? They're unconscious. I've administered a stimulating potion to them. As for me, I'm fine, Kennedy replied, revealing his left hand, where black and gold lines intertwined like battling serpents. Lionel cautiously grasped Kennedy's hand, inspecting it intently. A malevolent curse, Lionel muttered, lowering his eyelids, as if it bore the venom of some mystical creature. He then lifted the eyelids of the two men resting on the bed, noting identical symptoms. Tell me what happened. The old man began rummaging through his bag of treasures, his entire arm disappearing inside, which made Kennedy covetous. This morning, I went out to buy some things. Upon returning, I encountered a strangely dressed old man at the doorstep. Thinking he might be your friend, I asked if he wanted to come in and wait. He handed me a letter, just as I entered with it. The peephole began buzzing, and then, as you can see, the letter started emitting black smoke. Realizing something was amiss, I cast a freezing spell on it. But it seemed ineffective. I had no choice but to flee upstairs before the smoke engulfed the entire house and grabbed them both to apparate away. Fortunately, we succeeded. And no one was left behind. At last, the old man discovered a small vial of green potion, resembling murky swamp sludge, and carefully administered a sip to each of the men on the bed. The remainder is yours. After you ensure they are settled, we need to go somewhere. It's time to settle accounts with the scoundrel who blew up our home. Lionel entrusted his nephew and grandnephew to a reliable friend, and then led Kennedy to the rooftop of a building. As they gazed at a distant iconic structure, Kennedy raised an eyebrow in surprise. London Bridge? Indeed, London Bridge, Lionel replied, observing the thick clouds above. A torrential downpour is imminent. Is that old man planning something here? Perhaps, the old man sneered. He could have been more composed, but given our recent pursuit, he likely couldn't wait any longer. Old man, riddling is a perilous game. Kennedy remarked somberly. What exactly is his plan? What is he planning? Merely to sacrifice half of London's living souls, a feminine voice interjected from behind. Kennedy's wand slipped from his sleeve as he turned to see a young lady in a grayish-white trench coat, holding an umbrella and wearing a deerstalker hat. Ah, Millicent. You've arrived, Lionel exclaimed, embracing the lady before gesturing toward Kennedy with pride. Our descendant here can already apparate with others, and he is not even 15. Millicent smiled warmly at the old man. Oh, splendid, Professor. But has this young lad obtained permission for apparition? Oh, I forgot. He is probably still under 15. Lionel's expression stiffened. Let us not dwell on that. He then awkwardly shifted the subject. Kennedy, this is Millicent Barnard, an exceptional Ravenclaw, though young. She's already the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic. Soon after, several more individuals began to apparate onto the rooftop. Everyone. I want to bother with thanks. We're all old friends here. That wretched scoundrel is likely hiding at London Bridge. We must not allow him to prevail tonight. The crowd nodded in agreement, and with a series of pops, they apparat to the bridge. Lionel and Kennedy followed suit. Still unable to recall anything? The old man suddenly inquired. Huh, Kennedy replied, bewildered. I remember a little, but they seem inconsequential, Kennedy responded. Do you know who the old man who attacked you today is? Who? Wyatt Jerry, a notorious figure in the wizarding world, Lionel explained. 10 years ago. He vanished from the British magical community, and no one knew his whereabouts until he resurfaced in France a few years back, killing a black market intermediary to extract information on Nicholas Flamel. That's when we learned he had returned. Since then, we've discovered he has been relentlessly pursuing the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Kennedy felt a sudden flash of recognition, as if he had heard of it before. Yes, the Philosopher's Stone, Lionel stated, gazing at the towering spires of the bridge. The greatest invention of Nicholas Flamel. Come, child, it's time we confront him. With the explosive sound of apparition, they appeared at the top of the tower. Have you been here before? Kennedy asked curiously. Oh, yes, Lionel mumbled, his voice trailing off, barely audible to Kennedy. As they ascended a few more steps, they found the old man surrounded by a throng of people. Indeed. It's you, Kennedy remarked, frowning. Ha ha ha. Little one, you have a knack for survival, don't you? How unfortunate that you didn't perish beneath my dark magic. The old man chuckled. Wyatt, what do you want? Lionel demanded in a hushed tone. The old man ignored him, fixated on an irregular sapphire in his hand. Lionel, do you know what transpired between 1347 and 1353? I do not, Lionel replied, puzzled. Ah, allow me to enlighten you. The old man turned. During that period, Europe was engulfed by a plague. The Black Death. Lionel gasped. Indeed, during those years, not only muggles but many of the lowest-ranking wizards fell victim to its grasp. Over 20 million lives were claimed by the Black Death. However, during those years, an exceptionally talented individual unearthed the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone from ancient texts. He soon discovered that the stone required a substantial amount of magical power, otherwise, it would consume the flesh and soul of its master. Ultimately, he harnessed the lives of those who perished from the Black Death, forging the only Philosopher's Stone in existence. Of course, you seem to prefer referring to it as the Magic Stone. So what do you think I intend to do? The voice of Limar echoed ominously. You wish to create a magic stone too? Oh, why not? He replied with a sinister smile. Why should that fellow, Nicolas, be deemed a sage? Am I not a dark wizard? After today, I too can attain eternal life. Wyatt Gary's visage contorted with malice as he concealed the unfinished magic stone within his garments. I anticipated your arrival, thus I have prepared an appetizing starter for you. With that, he emitted a sharp whistle, summoning forth a swarm of creatures resembling cloaks, yet akin to manta rays, from all directions. The air around them grew cold, and their breath crystallized before them. Bats, quickly, summon our Patronus. Limar, the former professor of defense against the dark arts, immediately recognized the ghastly creatures. However, despair washed over him as he realized the sheer number of them. A single adult bat could send an entire team of Aurors into disarray, and these creatures were not social beings, though no definitive evidence connected them to Dementors. Limar understood that both entities fed on human emotions, particularly joy and happiness. The elite gathered there promptly conjured their patron uses, yet faced with the onslaught of bats. They found themselves overwhelmed. Should we call for reinforcements? Millicent cried out. There are far too many of these creatures. Prolonging this is not advantageous for us. However, Limar remained silent. Millicent glanced back, noticing that he was directing an owl-shaped Patronus while administering potions to the boy he had brought along. As the bats appeared, Kennedy felt darkness enveloping him, as if he were trapped in an ice cellar. The wailing of ambulances echoed in his ears, accompanied by incessant beeping. Strength ebbed from him like the tide, and he staggered, collapsing to the ground. His vision blurred, and it seemed as if someone was calling his name. Kennedy, Kennedy, my grandson. Who was calling him? He could not tell, only feeling a chilling cold and an overwhelming desire to sleep. Memories of torment surged forth. A group of children with dark hair and brown eyes shoved a smaller boy to the ground. You are a jinx. You killed your father. We want to play with you. The small boy leaned against a wall while teachers distributed report cards to parents, with only one seat in the third row remaining unoccupied. In a hospital with yellowing walls, a young man trembled as he held a test result. Is this me? But who am I really? Leon. A familiar female voice cried out in his ear. Leon. A silly voice came from behind him. Is this my name? Am I Leon Kennedy? No, that's not right. I don't go by that name. From the depths of his memory, a bird composed entirely of flames suddenly raised its head, let out a fierce cry, and soared into the sky, only to crash into a vine-covered stone wall. The fiery bird and the wall shattered into fragments. Countless memories flooded in. On the tower, Limar observed the unfolding situation, realizing it was deteriorating. I miscalculated. I never anticipated this old fool would summon so many bats. Bats were a rarity in the magical world. In all these years, he had only heard of Grindlewald taming one. Yet, the old wizard likely did not truly tame these creatures. He merely exploited their ferocity. As resistance became increasingly difficult, Limar sighed. Just as he planned to withdraw temporarily, Kennedy S1 emitted a faint silver glow. Slowly, Kennedy opened his eyes, raised his wand, and softly uttered the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Waves of silver light radiated outward like a tide, and a magnificent bird burst forth from the tip of his wand. The silver bird emitted a melodious call, circling those present and driving back all the bats. The other patron uses, invigorated by the silver bird, solidified from their previously indistinct forms. Rallying behind the bird to charge at the bats, the silver bird's elongated beak pierced through one bat's body, causing it to disintegrate like a torn piece of black cloth in the air. Hurry! Limar seized the opportunity as everyone quickly rallied to expel the bats. These creatures were not easily vanquished. Despite Kennedy's initial success in dispatching one upon awakening, it was due to the remarkable solidity of his Patronus, which was nearly corporeal. In the magical realm, few dedicated themselves so deeply to the Patronus charm, aside from those obsessed with transfiguration. After all, many wizards live their lives never encountering a Dementor, let alone a bat. Naturally, very few who witnessed such creatures returned alive. Whether these roaming monsters would cause casualties or expose the magical world was not a concern for them at that moment. After all, they were facing a man intent on sacrificing the lives of over 20 million people in London for a magic stone. The cleanup could wait. Have you regained your memories? Limar keenly observed the transformation in his grandson's demeanor. The confusion in his eyes replaced with clarity. Ah, I remember everything, Kennedy said with a wry smile. Still calling you Kennedy? Limar teased. It's rather unlucky. You should call me Leon. At that moment, Limar did not grasp the significance of this statement, only realizing its weight 2 years later when the Muggle president across the Atlantic was assassinated. Of course, that is a tale for another time. After driving away the bats, the group used disapparation to reach the tower's summit. Wyatt Gary stood atop it, leaning against the spire and gazing at the ominous clouds above. Wyatt Gary, you have nowhere to run. Surrender now. The old man ignored him as a raindrop fell upon his hand. He raised his hand and tasted it. It's raining, he murmured to himself. Then, he produced a vial and tossed it into the air. A bat seized the vial and soared into the storm clouds. Stop him, Lionel shouted. And no one knew what he had thrown, nor did anyone dare to wager a guess. A myriad of colorful spells shot forth. However, the creature merely howled in despair, continuing its relentless ascent toward the ominous clouds. Just as it seemed poised to enter the darkened sky, a blinding bolt of lightning struck the creature with unerring precision. It emitted another mournful cry before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Yet, the seemingly ordinary glass bottle was shattered under the same flash of lightning. Wyatt erupted in laughter. Futile. Too late. That was my meticulously prepared treasure. Once it mingles with the rainwater, few in London will escape its grasp. When London transforms into a desolate wasteland, my philosopher's stone shall finally be forged. Just as it was over 600 years ago, the expressions of those present turned grave. Oh, is that so? The instigator of the recent lightning strike, Leon, chuckled softly. In the past, I might not have been capable, but recently, it seems I have acquired a few new tricks. As he spoke, Leon extended his left hand, which bore a golden mark resembling a scar. Positioning his palm toward the sky, he channeled all his magical energy into his hand. With a shroud of golden light, the shards of the fallen glass bottle miraculously reversed their trajectory, reassembling into their original form. A restoration spell? No, it was something else. Lionel was the first to sense the anomaly. his eyes widening in astonishment as he realized that not only had the bottle been restored, but also the dark, toxic potion within it. This revelation left Lymel's eyes bulging with disbelief. Although he left the latter half of his thought unspoken, all present understood the implications. But is that even possible? In the annals of the magical realm, spanning thousands of years, no one had ever been known to wield the power of time. Li Ang's complexion was pallid. A sudden thought emerged within him, compelling him to attempt to embody a peculiar sorcerer. A powerful instinct assured him of his capability. And indeed, he succeeded, albeit at a considerable cost. Although he merely reversed the time of a bottle, a span of no more than 2 or 3 minutes. And despite his current magical prowess being comparable to that of an adult wizard, he nearly depleted himself entirely. Grandpa Lymel rushed to support his beloved grandson, while Wyatt Gary, witnessing the scene, widened his eyes in disbelief, his voice tinged with madness. How could you? How could you? As the others regained their composure, they unleashed spells from their wands. Wyatt managed to resist for a brief moment, only to be ultimately defeated by Millicent's petrification charm. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. However, Lymel suddenly ascended the spire, retrieving the azure magical stone. Lymel, what are you planning to do? Millicent inquired with a furrowed brow. Hand over the magical stone. Let me take it back to the Ministry of Magic. Apologies, Millicent. Once we deal with this mess, you can have Nibby Wraith come to Hogwarts to find me, or seek Dumbledore. We shall provide you and the Ministry with an explanation. Upon finishing, a magnificent crimson bird appeared amidst a blaze in the air. Lymel, Millicent called out, gritting her teeth, ultimately refraining from casting a spell with her wand. She was acutely aware of the current state of the Minister of Magic. To be fair, Nibby Wraith was a kind and benevolent superior, a competent father. Yet he lacked the qualities of a formidable leader. Although more than a decade had passed since that scarcely witnessed duel of the century. And despite Grindlewald's self-imposed confinement within a tower, the entire European magical community felt no relief in their circumstances. Who could predict whether he might one day return? If more individuals became aware of the existence of such a magical stone in the Ministry's possession, even if it were merely a half-finished product, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. Millicent could foresee the bloodshed that awaited the future. Perhaps it would be wiser to leave the magical stone in Dumbledore's care. No one believed Dumbledore would covet the power of the stone, for the entire magical community was aware of his long-standing friendship with Nicholas Flamel. The Phoenix transported Lymel and Leong directly to the headmaster's office. Albus, come quickly and see this child. Dumbledore had been awaiting their arrival. Upon witnessing the situation, he approached and assessed Leong, reassuring him, do not worry, Lymel, he has merely exhausted his magical energy. He then moved to a nearby cabinet and retrieved a vial of potion. Have him drink this. It will alleviate his condition. Leong tremulously accepted the bottle of invigorating tonic and downed it in one gulp. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. You're most welcome. Although I would very much like to engage in a meaningful conversation with you right now, I suspect you must be quite fatigued. It would be best for you to rest well, and upon your awakening, we can converse further. I believe time is on your side, is it not, my child? Of course, Professor. Leong discerned the underlying meaning in Dumbledore's words, rising to approach the door. Well then, good night, Professor. Good night, old man. Hey, child. Do you require assistance in finding your way? The old man, Lymel, expressed a hint of concern. Leong waved his hand at the door. The entrance to the principal's office slowly closed. Dumbledore glanced at the Philosopher's Stone in Limar's hand, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Oh, this is the first time I have seen an unfinished Philosopher's Stone. You've never seen one? Limar replied, his face a picture of astonishment. Of course. Dumbledore said as he approached his desk and took a seat. The first time I encountered it, it was already a vivid red. Limar gazed at the hot potato in his hand with a complex expression, pondering its true nature. Indeed, Dumbledore continued, his calm gaze peering over the rim of his half-moon spectacles. Nick seldom speaks of the Philosopher's Stone, and he rarely presents it, except when he feels his health is waning. However, as you might surmise, the creation of the Philosopher's Stone requires an immense infusion of magical power. In the absence of such power, it begins to draw upon the life force of anyone nearby, even their very souls. Limar shrugged and tossed the Philosopher's Stone onto the desk. Let us not dwell on that. I am far more intrigued by your experiences this evening. Would you care for a drink? Perhaps some fire whiskey or butterbeer? Or would you prefer a taste of fizzing whizbees? Limar mumbled, I'm not fond of sweets. As he settled into the chair opposite Dumbledore, Leong made his way to the room of requirement. He had no intention of visiting the Hufflepuff common room. As the house that enrolled the most students each year, Hufflepuff was unlikely to have any available dormitories. If it were Ravenclaw or Slytherin, there might have been a chance. However, Hufflepuff was certainly full. Otherwise, he would not have found himself sharing a room with those three peculiar roommates. The snoring of the Bant brothers at night resembled the rumble of thunder, and Barkley had a habit of grinding his teeth while he slept. Thus, he decided to spend the night in the room of requirement. Lying in the room of requirement, Leong stared wide-eyed. Although waves of drowsiness washed over him, he found himself unable to sleep. Despite having regained his memories and learned the origins of the incomplete magical stone, he pondered how he would return. More specifically, He wondered how that previous silent traveler, who had crossed a century, managed to find his way back. The only piece of good news was that his time in this realm had not been excessively long. The worst-case scenario was that upon returning, he would become a 40-year-old man. However, the unfortunate news was that his time turner was broken. Indeed, it was irreparably damaged, the hourglass shattered into fragments. As for the outer ring and necklace, he had not encountered them since his arrival in 1961. He even speculated whether they had fallen to the bottom of the lake from which he had come. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, Leon unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Until, "Sir, wake up." Leon, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes to find a house elf standing before him, a floating tray beside it laden with a sumptuous breakfast. "The great headmaster Dumbledore has instructed Nini to deliver breakfast to the young wizard," the house elf exclaimed with wide eyes. "The headmaster also requests that you visit his office after your meal. The password is Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." "Very well," Leon replied, still somewhat dazed. As he rose to wash his face in the small lavatory, the room of requirement truly is remarkable. It can conjure even a lavatory when needed. To this day, the specifics of Liang's conversation with Dumbledore remain a mystery. That's beside the point. In any case, Lamar Penrose had no inkling of the exchange between Liang and Dumbledore. He only knew that when Liang emerged from the headmaster's office, he appeared quite content. Liang was indeed in high spirits. It became evident that Dumbledore, the ancient sage who had lived for so long, possessed an uncanny ability to resolve one's dilemmas. It was no surprise that he garnered such widespread support within the magical community. Dumbledore did not inquire about the origins of Liang or his intentions for arriving in this era. Instead, he simply mentioned the existence of a mystical bell at Hogwarts that might assist him. One could not shake the feeling that old Dumbledore was privy to certain knowledge. "At Hogwarts, those in need will always receive help," he remarked before Liang departed from the headmaster's office. This was the second time Dumbledore had imparted this wisdom to him. Hogwarts was indeed a treasure trove of wonders. Of course, prior to that, Dumbledore had preparations to undertake, as well as a need to pacify the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Liang needed to return to Cambridge to retrieve a bag he had likely dropped in Byron Lake. The dragonhide pouch he had acquired in France, crafted from the skin of a river dragon, was impervious to both water and fire. Not to mention, Liang had also cast a protection charm upon it. Thus, that very evening, Liang and his grandfather, Lamal, stealthily made their way to the shores of Byron Lake. "Grandson, are you certain your bag fell into the lake?" the old man inquired, his expression fraught with concern. "It has been quite some time. Even if we find it, will it still be usable? If it comes to worst, I still have some assets, and I can pass them on to you," he chuckled. "Perhaps you should keep your own possessions," Liang replied with a laugh. "What a jest. I have my own modest wealth, you know." "Well then, how do you plan to search for it?" "Of course, with the summoning charm," Liang exclaimed, brandishing his wand. "My bag is not enchanted against it." Lamal's eyes widened as he silently witnessed his grandson cast the summoning charm. In no time, a small leather pouch broke the surface of the water, landing steadily in Liang's hand. "A silent charm? Oh, that spell is quite practical. I occasionally misplace items myself." "So, well, you understand." Liang spoke the truth. Ever since he mastered the levitation charm, it has become one of his most frequently employed incantations. Lying in bed and wishing for a cold drink? Simple, just use the levitation charm. Not wanting to get up to dress? No problem, levitation charm to the rescue. Misplace the console after playing? Easy fix. However, for Lionel, there was a twist of fate. He harbored concerns that the Penrose family might never produce another wizard. Having lived his entire life unmarried and childless, with a brother who was a muggle and both a nephew and grandnephew who were also muggles, he gazed into the future and realized that, once he was gone, there would be no one to inherit his amassed fortune or the treasures of Gringotts. Would he simply relinquish the galleons and the vault to the goblins? Yet, it appeared that his own family might have a rather dismissive view of his wealth. After all, Liang's little pouch was crafted from dragonhide, a high-end item enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. The future of the Penrose family looked promising. With such uplifting thoughts, the elder enjoyed an extra plate of pasta that evening. The following morning, Lionel arose early and summoned his nephew and grandnephew. "Uncle, you called for us?" "Mr. Penrose inquired with curiosity. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, the elder sighed quietly and retrieved his wand. "Why does each of you possess one of these?" he asked, perplexed about how to explain to his dim-witted relatives. Should he inform them that no man could refuse a straight wand? An utter blank. The coming years promised to be tumultuous for the magical community. Perhaps it was best for them to remain blissfully ignorant of it all. The elder's memory charm was expertly cast, erasing only those peculiar matters, magic, and memories related to Liang. Was this truly wise? Leaning against the door, Liang inquired. "Isn't it better than dragging them into this mess?" The elder sighed. "On one hand, there is the Philosopher's stone, and on the other, my distant grandchildren. I am quite at a loss. That is indeed the Philosopher's stone. Not to mention, upon hearing that term last night, I had a fleeting desire to claim it for myself. Come now, my child, I shall escort you to Hogwarts. You must return to your rightful era. Knowing that our family's magical legacy remains unbroken brings me peace." With that, The elder playfully winked at Leon. Remember to fetch the vault keys from Rogers upon your return. I still possess a modicum of wealth. At Hogwarts, within the room of requirement. Leon gazed curiously at the clock suspended in midair, his expression one of astonishment. I had no idea that the wish-granting room contained such a clock, he remarked. Professor Dumbledore cheerfully introduced it, explaining that whenever Hogwarts faced peril or the wizarding world underwent significant change, the clock would always provide advance warning to all staff and students. Of course, that was merely one of its many capabilities. It also served as a reliable key, establishing a connection to the Hogwarts Express. In the event of dire circumstances, it could swiftly transport the entire school to the train. Do you truly believe that rickety old train travels quickly? Leon scoffed. And during the time of the four founders, wasn't there no train? Indeed, there was none, my child, Dumbledore responded with a chuckle. However, there were carriages. Though it has now been transformed into a train, its essence remains unchanged. When necessary, the Hogwarts Express can indeed be very fast. Surely, the current slow pace is your doing. Leon teased. Ah, my dear child, the beauty of the journey is a part of life, the old wizard winked. Of course, we want to require these functions today. It should be able to send you back, though there are considerable risks involved. No matter, I am well prepared, Leon declared confidently. Ah, fearless courage. It seems this old man can still occasionally change his mind, Dumbledore replied, clearly amused. Are you ready? Place your hand upon it. The ancient clock, still suspended in the air, began to spin rapidly, its surface shimmering with indistinct colors. Familiar faces and scenes flickered into view. Taking a deep breath, Leon reached out. Feeling as though he had been drawn into a whirlwind, everything around him racing forward at an astonishing speed. Good luck, was the last phrase he heard. P.S. As per usual, the author notes here that they have reached a point where they cannot continue. Regarding the title Half-Blood Prince, there was a query from a reader yesterday who doubted the appropriateness of this term, positing that Prince is actually the surname of Snape's mother, implying that he should be referred to as the Half-Blood Prince. Firstly, it is well known that J.K. Rowling delights in double entendres. True fans understand that she intentionally named Snape's mother Prince. In fact, many supporting characters in the original text possess intriguing names, and those interested can certainly investigate further. However, when Half-Blood Prince appears in the advanced potion-making textbook, it serves as a signature, akin to the name inscribed on the title page of a book. Translating it as the Half-Blood Prince is undoubtedly nonsensical and inconsistent with translation principles. Moreover, this name was a moniker that the professor adopted in his youth. Much like a whimsical username from one's teenage years, possessing an ambiguous meaning that only he might comprehend. It is debatable whether Snape intended to mislead others into associating him with the term Half-Blood Prince. As for the book title, rendering it as Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince is even less appropriate. In fact, there was considerable debate among domestic fans regarding the title of this volume, with some unscrupulous publishers even translating it directly as Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. A similar fate befell the fourth book, where several publishers translated it as Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. During the early days of Harry Potter's arrival in China, the book titles were extremely chaotic. As were the contents, Ron was translated as Rong-in, and Malfoy as Moftin. The original text contained a plethora of words and spells invented by Rowling, which posed significant challenges for translators. I would like to emphasize once more that this book is based on the original novel, specifically referring to the version translated by People's Publishing House, overseen by translators Ma Ainong and Ma Aishin. Their precise translations, adhering to the principles of faithfulness, expressiveness, and elegance, surpassed those of other publishers in both speed and quality, earning widespread acclaim among readers. Furthermore, they were among the few publishers to acquire the copyright. Humanity's Publishing House secured the rights. Here, I would like to call upon all readers to respect the original works and the rights of authors. Some amusing examples of pirated translations include 1. The Weasley family. When Harry and Hermione encounter Cedric jumping from a tree, Mr. Weasley says, "This silly giant must be Cedric." 2. Dumbledore pulls a piece of paper from the Goblet of Fire, stating, "The Durmstrang champion is the Bulgarian Hunk Victor." Original, the Durmstrang champion is Victor Crumb. 3. In the first task of the Goblet of Fire, Harry shouts, "The match flies up." Original, the firebolt flies. 4. Before the ball in the Goblet of Fire, McGonagall tells the gramophone, "Bathing is a tradition. Everyone must bathe." Original, the ball is a tradition. 5. Maggie is blown up and flies out the door, with Vernon rushing out to grab her, shouting, "Wife, wife, come down." Original, Maggie, Maggie, come down. 6. In one version, Harry Potter is translated as Potter the Potter, which indeed has a meaning of craftsman, and the Potter attends the Academy of Sciences. 7. On the night bus, the two creatures at the front ask Harry, "Are you really gay?" Harry replies, "No, you are mistaken, I am not." The creature insists, "I can tell, you are gay." Harry protests, "No." 8. In one scene, Dementors appear. Harry raises his wand and shouts, "Add some pepper." Original, Expecto Patronum. 9. In the hospital wing, Dumbledore tells Hermione, Just put some salt in your mouth, spin 3 times, and you'll reach the ladies' restroom. They then return 3 hours earlier. And Harry asks, is this the ladies' restroom? Hermione replies, yes, I was here earlier. 10. When Harry sees Sirius in the Shrieking Shack, he exclaims, Dad, you went drinking again. 11. In one version, Draco is translated as Cool Guy, or Moffinchun, a common occurrence, which is the origin of the nickname Cool Guy Moffin. 12. After being attacked by Dementors on the train, Harry wakes up and asks, is that a rag? Original, what is that? Lupin responds, no, that's a broomstick. Original, that's a Dementor. 13. In the Goblet of Fire, when Professor McGonagall teaches Ron to dance, she says, put your hands on my bottom. Ron replies, where? My bottom. Mr. Weasley. Original, waist. As you can see, without the translations by Ma Ainong, the Harry Potter series could easily have devolved into a classic comedic children's literature. Leon once again experienced the peculiar effects of a flushing toilet combined with 3D dizziness. If a mere key or teleportation were akin to a dish enhanced with ginger, then time travel would be a culinary concoction infused not only with ginger, but also with mustard, and ultimately garnished with cilantro. Ugh. Leon felt lightheaded. As if he were recovering from a hangover, his consciousness somewhat hazy and accompanied by a peculiar sensation. He sensed something amiss in his surroundings. It was likely a side effect of time travel. After a considerable interval, he began to feel a bit better. Therefore, he needed to ascertain his location and the current time. Leon glanced around, teleporting to a nearby apartment building. Let me see if there are any distinctive landmarks nearby. It seems unnecessary to search further. Not far off, another Leon was staggering into view from a blind spot, flailing his arms and humming Star-Lord's cheerful tune. Even kicking a rat off the roadside with a careless flick of his foot. Liang pressed his hand against his head, feeling a buzzing sensation. Was I ever this insufferable? Regardless, since I am here, I might as well discover who initially attacked me, although it is highly likely that it was indeed myself. Speaking of which, I believe I was ambushed at the entrance of this alley, correct? As another Liang slowly approached, he sighed. It's confirmed. I was the one who harmed myself. Action must be taken. My left hand is injured, and the intrusion of the sands of time is the cause. While the loss of the magical stone is the pivotal moment, these two events must unfold according to the original timeline. Otherwise, there will be no subsequent occurrences. With this thought in mind, Liang retrieved a black cloak from his dragonskin pouch and draped it over himself. After a moment of consideration, he pulled out a black mask and donned it. Subsequently, he executed a shadowy transformation to the opposite end of the alley. Across the way, the other Liang halted, scrutinizing his surroundings. Then, as if they had rehearsed this moment countless times, both raised their hands in unison. The Crimson Disarmament spell collided with one another. Following this, it would be my turn to strike first, Liang mused. With a flick of his wrist, a wand crafted from the hair of a pine unicorn glided into his palm, and he raised it, unleashing a thunderous explosion. The counterpart of himself was sent flying. Then came the most critical moment. Liang remained on high alert, curious about the identity of this sudden intruder. Today, the truth would likely be unveiled. It couldn't possibly still be me, could it? 3, 2, 1. Liang deftly sidestepped as a crimson spell narrowly missed him. A figure leapt down from the rooftop, executing a movement so suave it seemed as if Batman himself had taken possession. This sight left Liang feeling rather irked. He would have to instruct Frant and Mick to continue their research on the cloak. Regardless of its practicality, it was all about the style. After a brief standoff, Liang noticed that his adversary was equally well-clad. With wands raised simultaneously, their spells cast a luminous glow upon the alleyway. As their skirmish progressed, an odd sensation began to intensify within Liang. Suddenly, he uttered a few syllables resembling ancient incantations. With a flick of his wand, a profusion of flora began to materialize around the cloaked man. This was a different application of the illusion garden, enhanced by the rapid growth magic that was the forte of his esteemed headmaster. Strictly speaking, it was no longer merely an illusion. Seizing the moment while his opponent was ensnared by the plants, Liang performed a disillusionment charm to teleport in front of himself, raising his wand. His other self swiftly exploded through the wall. Following the script, Liang then unleashed a precise spell that severed the overhead pipeline. Watching his unconscious counterpart, Liang exhaled a sigh of relief. He was back on track. Now, he merely needed to pursue and uncover the identity of the interloper. Then find a suitable location to study magic, ensuring that by Halloween, he would complete the cycle. A flawless plan. The other cloaked figure hastily departed. Liang quickened his pace, pursuing fervently. That rascal, Madan, runs surprisingly fast. Gritting his teeth, Liang cast a barrier spell. However, with a nimble use of apparition, his adversary vanished and reappeared atop a nearby rooftop. Thereafter, he mockingly gestured to Liang with a cheeky bear-like pose. Liang's lips twitched, and a multitude of metaphorical alpacas galloped through his mind. The cloaked figure before him was, astonishingly, a reflection of himself. Only he could execute such a quintessential gesture of exasperation. The magical realm often seemed rather primitive. Take, for instance, the art of insult. While he possessed an array of ways to chastise the young wizards in their native tongue, be it from his past life or the English he currently spoke, many young witches and wizards, particularly those from pure-blood families, could only muster the rudest of terms, such as mudblood or giant. The gesture of exasperation had initially been invented by Leong to mock Kalido, yet somehow it had been adopted by other young badgers. Consequently, this behavior spread from one to another, with young lions and eagles also partaking, were it not for Slytherin's reputation as the most dignified house at Hogwarts. Leong suspected they would have caught on as well. For a time, he frequently witnessed rival young wizards in the corridors mimicking this gesture, their expressions conveying a challenging come and fight me demeanor. If the opposing party happened to be hot-headed, a magical duel would often ensue. After exchanging a few spells, they would cast aside their wands and roll on the ground, continuing their scuffle, girls typically tugging each other's hair, while boys resorted to more juvenile antics until a professor happened to pass by. Ultimately, both would find themselves facing detention and point deductions. However, no one at Hogwarts could replicate the original, irreverent flair that Leong possessed. Perhaps it was also due to the fact that his parchment of answers was particularly loathed. Thus, when the cloaked figure unveiled this signature gesture, Leong instantly recognized that the individual before him was indeed himself. What on earth is wrong with me? Leong pondered, watching as the figure vanished with a disapparation spell, feeling an ache in his heart. Is this truly another iteration of me from a different timeline? This disapparation is executed with far greater finesse than I could ever muster. Leong ambled leisurely down the street, sensing an unsettling dissonance in the air. Never mind, he thought. I shall find a temporary refuge and return on Halloween. Severus Snape strode briskly into the manor. Severus? The master has been awaiting you for quite some time. The Caro siblings ushered Snape inside, exchanging a strange smile with him. A sense of foreboding settled within Snape's heart. Severus hastened into the living room, where many familiar faces gathered around the long table. The man who could silence the cries of every child in the British wizarding world stood by the window. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around. Ah, look who has arrived. My most loyal Severus Snape. Many had claimed that he had betrayed me to Dumbledore shortly after being vanquished by that child barely a year old. But I can assure you, that is not the case. It was I who orchestrated his pretended return to Hogwarts to relay Dumbledore's messages to me. A hush fell over the long table as everyone sensed something amiss. Over the years, Severus has aided me considerably, has he not? Snape spoke softly. It is my honor. My master, you are loyal to me, are you not? Voldemort fixed his penetrating gaze upon Snape's eyes. Of course, my master, always. Ha! Voldemort let out a derisive laugh, gesturing with his hand as a man bound in the corner was lifted into the air above the table. Do you recognize him, Severus? A short, stout man with unruly ginger hair and a scruffy beard dangled helplessly. Indeed, my master, he is Mundungus, Dumbledore's lackey, a petty thief. Mundungus wept profusely, whimpering in despair. Oh, it seems our guest has something to say. Voldemort waved his hand again, restoring Mundungus's ability to speak. Severus, save me, I beg you, help me. Snape tightly pressed his lips together. Voldemort had somehow taken a seat at the head of the table, holding a golden cup in his hand. Severus, I know you have always resented me for not sparing that woman, but I never imagined you would dare betray me. His tone was calm, as though discussing an unrelated matter. Tell me, what benefits did Dumbledore offer you to secure your unwavering allegiance? Snape's lips twitched, yet he remained silent. Voldemort suddenly hurled the faux golden cup to the floor. It was you who knelt before me, pleading for that woman's life. I granted her a chance. Voldemort waved his wand, and a deep lash appeared on Mundungus's face, eliciting a howl of anguish. I always believed your life revolved solely around potions. Now it does. Snape replied coldly. Ha! Voldemort scoffed, turning to the Death Eaters flanking the long table. Listen, how amusing. Severus, do I need to remind you of how many lives you have harmed during your years of following me? Do you believe yourself to be a good person? Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light flashed, and Mundungus's face bore a look of terror as he fell heavily onto the table. Betrayers must pay the price, Voldemort declared impassively. A torment that cuts to the bone. Snape collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, cold sweat pouring down his face, yet he clenched his teeth in silence. Compared to that night when he held Lily's lifeless body, this agony seemed almost trivial. After observing Snape's defiant expression for a moment, Voldemort leaned down and whispered in his ear, I shall find that foolish woman's child, the savior who thwarted me so long ago, and then I will torment him in the most excruciating manner. I shall see if the love Dumbledore so often speaks of can truly protect him. Leaning against the table leg, Snape's lips curled into a semblance of a smile. You have nothing, Voldemort. Voldemort's breath quickened. After a long pause, he raised his wand, aiming it at Snape. Avada Kedavra. The green light flashed, and the brilliance in Snape's eyes slowly faded. Dumbledore awoke from his nightmare, having dreamt of Severus sinking slowly beneath the water, his dark hair resembling strands of aquatic vegetation. Severus. He sat up, dazed for a long while, then stumbled out of his bedroom, gazing at a landscape painting on the wall. The daffodils in the corner had withered, gently reaching out to touch the oil painting. Dumbledore seemed to hear Severus's voice echoing in his ears. Hide them, all of them, I implore you. What do you have to offer me in exchange, Severus? Everything. You promised that you would ensure her safety. Lily and James misjudged their trust, and Severus, did you not as well? Her son is alive. He requires no protection. The Dark Lord is dead, The Dark Lord will return. When he does, that child will be in peril. He has his mother's eyes. Severus. Dumbledore sat down in a chair, and after a long while, tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. After some time, Dumbledore finally spoke softly. Fawkes. Inform all members of the Order of the Phoenix. Severus has sacrificed himself. Let them all be cautious. Fawkes tilted his head and vanished in a burst of flames. Phineas. Notify all professors to come to my office. Hogwarts is in grave danger. The portrait of the former headmaster nodded and turned to leave. After completing these tasks, Dumbledore took out a piece of parchment and began to write a letter. Dear Madame Maxim, Leon stood on the second floor of the broken cauldron, gazing at the torrential rain outside. An owl, braving the downpour, flew over, prompting Leon to quickly open the window to allow the drenched creature inside. After gently drying its feathers and providing a morsel of food, he finally had the opportunity to peruse the daily prophet that had been delivered. The headline on the front page took his breath away. Dumbledore confirms the return of the Dark Lord. Barty Crouch appointed Minister of Magic in a crisis. Crouch? Leon murmured to himself. Something is amiss. This is not right. At this time, Millicent Bagnold should still be in office. With Cornelius Fudge set to take over in a month or two, and the Dark Lord has returned. Is that what Dumbledore said? What on earth has transpired? Leon rang the bell for room service. In a short while, the room service attendant knocked on the door. Is there something you need, dear? I require newspapers from the past few months. Any kind will suffice. Please fetch them for me. Upon finishing his request, Leon casually produced a handful of gold galleons from his pocket. The attendant's eyes brightened. Wait for a moment. I shall bring them to you shortly. This was indeed a profitable venture. The discarded newspapers from the tavern were plentiful. Half an hour later, having hastily perused the last newspaper, Leon's expression darkened considerably. Millicent Bagnold had not ascended to the position of Minister for Magic. Instead, she perished in an operation in 1978. Voldemort continued his rampage through the British magical community, just as history dictated. However, this time, the casualties were far greater. The prophesied child, Neville Longbottom, along with his parents, met their tragic end. The Potter family was invaded by Voldemort himself, and Lupin and Sirius Black fought desperately to rescue Harry. The former perished, while the latter lost his right arm. Fortunately, Voldemort was struck by the rebounding killing curse during this battle, losing his powers, albeit without the previous level of disarray. Leon sank helplessly into a seat, his gaze vacant. Everything is changed, utterly transformed. What on earth have I done? With this thought weighing heavily on him, Leon could no longer remain seated. He retrieved his cloak, draping it over himself, and effortlessly cast a spell of invulnerability before making his way downstairs. Can your fireplace transport me to Hogsmeade? He inquired. Old Tom nodded affirmatively. Yes, would you like to use it? Indeed. Leon tossed 2 silver sickles in his direction, seized a handful of flue powder, and stepped into the fireplace. The 3 broomsticks. As emerald flames enveloped him, the world spun in a dizzying whirl, and when he felt solid ground beneath his feet, the flames dissipated, revealing that he had indeed arrived at the 3 broomsticks. How odd. Where's the landlady? Leon brushed off the dust from his clothes and approached the door. As he pushed it open, he was met with a scene of devastation. The street had been engulfed in flames. Even this torrential downpour could not extinguish the inferno. The very shape of the flames was unmistakably that of a fierce blaze. People were rushing about, desperately attempting to douse the fire, creating an atmosphere of chaos. In the distance, towards the direction of Hogwarts, the sky was also illuminated by a fierce glow. Leon stared blankly at the scene before him. Huh, a little wizard? Where did you come from? Come in quickly, called Madame Rosmerta, who had appeared at the door. However, Leon paid her no heed. Silently rushing to the back of the bar, picking up a broom, and soaring back towards Hogwarts, Madame Rosmerta opened her mouth, but ultimately she could only sigh. Annie. While simmering the essence of white fresh, cradled a first-year badger in her arms, gently soothing it. The little badger, a first-year student whose parents were muggles, had never encountered the magical world before receiving the owl's letter, and had never witnessed such a spectacle. Terrified after the attack the previous night, the girl had only just fallen asleep. Rona dashed into the hall, and as soon as she called out, she was shot a glare by Annie. After entrusting the potion in her hands to someone nearby, and carefully placing the girl on a sleeping bag, Annie finally pulled Rona aside to speak. What is the matter? Annie, we're running low on white fresh. The professor's greenhouse was just harvested a few days ago. Annie wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, pondered for a moment, and replied to Rona, go to the room of requirement and check the small compartment in Leon's greenhouse. If I remember correctly, there should still be some left in those 2 places. All right, I'll go right away. Severus approached from outside. Annie, have you girls packed your belongings? Professor Sprout asked me to inform you that the carriage from Beauxbatons will arrive in an hour. Additionally, a few parents have come to pick up their children. And Paul asked me to let you know that all of them are from pureblood families. Humph, Annie scoffed. Let them take everyone then. After all, there are hardly any Slytherins left now. Didn't he, even the chairperson of the girls' student council, go home last night? Who said I went home? Lena Burstrode, looking weary, walked in from outside. Leave these parents to me. As they were conversing, Rona rushed back in like the wind. Annie, Leon is back. The group exchanged glances. But Annie was the quickest to react, sprinting towards the door. As she crossed the foyer, her eyes immediately fell upon the familiar figure just dismounting from a broom. And tears surged forth in an instant. Leon landed in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had been atop a broom, his vision obscured by the torrential rain. Now, as he beheld the scene before him, he realized that Hogwarts bore the scars of battle. The once beloved garden, a favorite among young wizards on sunny days, lay in utter disarray, with shattered pieces of the once proud fountain scattered all around. Leon, a familiar figure, rushed towards him, causing Leon to stumble backwards and land squarely in the muddy ground. Annie? Leon gently patted the girl on the back. Welcome back. The long, dark night had finally passed, and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the distant spires, illuminating the two of them. Leon stood in the foyer, idly toying with a golden card in his hand. Professor McGonagall had informed him that it was left for him by Dumbledore. The card was not unfamiliar to Leon. He had received a similar one in France last year, which still resided in his suitcase. The remaining young wizards of Hogwarts were assisting one another as they boarded an exquisitely ornate carriage. Just the previous night, Voldemort had brazenly launched an assault on Hogwarts, leading a throng of hundreds of Death Eaters himself as they invaded the castle. However, Dumbledore had been prepared. The Ministry of Magic had already deployed all Aurors within the school, and even the newly appointed Minister for Magic, Barty Crouch, had arrived in person. The onslaught of the Death Eaters was momentarily repelled at the entrance by the resistance of the faculty and the Aurors. Alas, during the confrontation between Dumbledore and Voldemort, Minister Crouch suddenly turned traitor, delivering a devastating blow to Dumbledore from behind with dark magic. It was only then that everyone realized that the old Barty Crouch had long been deceased. The current Barty Crouch was, in fact, his son disguised with Polyjuice Potion. In his final moments, Dumbledore unleashed an ancient spell unseen by anyone before, severely injuring Voldemort. Although Voldemort and his followers retreated for the time being, it was clear to all that there was no one left in the entire British wizarding world who could contend with him. Mr. Green? Professor Flitwick's voice called from behind. Come, child, go to Beauxbatons to continue your studies. England is no longer safe. Professor, when is Professor Dumbledore's funeral? In a few days. May I attend? Flitwick hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Go now, child. Leon sighed and bowed to the head of Ravenclaw. He had already heard from Savants that none of the faculty would accompany them to Beauxbatons, as the last to board the carriage. Leon cast a final glance back at the castle he had called home for the past 3 years, his heart filled with confusion. Inside the carriage, silence reigned. Those of slightly greater age tended to the younger ones beside them. Rod glanced at Leon, opening his mouth as if to inquire about something. Yet he was restrained by Annie. Luin leaned against the carriage, his mind a blank canvas. Before his return, he had believed that he had thwarted Voldemort's acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, and thus, the future depicted in his dreams would not come to pass. To his dismay, Voldemort had resurfaced once more. He found himself utterly powerless. His time turner remained irreparably damaged, and the one he had discovered in the Room of Requirement was also defective. Even the Department of Mysteries would not undertake its repair. They were merely adept at utilizing it. Yet now, it seemed that the Ministry of Magic had likely succumbed to Voldemort's grasp as well. Leon buried his face in his palms, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Annie sat beside him, enveloping the despondent boy in her embrace, softly humming a lullaby. It will be all right. It will be all right. With your talent, I believe that 10 years from now, you will surely triumph over the Dark Lord Voldemort. Leon raised his head and realized that the once weepy and delicate girl seemed to have matured overnight. The carriage journeyed for an entire day and night, successfully arriving at Beauxbatons. As soon as they disembarked, the young wizards were left in awe. Unlike the ancient Hogwarts, Beauxbatons perched atop a mountain, enveloped in pristine white snow. The entire castle shimmered with golden hues, and as far as the eye could see, exquisite scenery flourished, accompanied by the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. A tall figure stood in the square, flanked by Beauxbatons students in neatly arranged blue uniforms. Professor McGonagall, with a complex expression, gazed at Madame Maxime before embracing her briefly and whispering, Olymp, I entrust the children to you. Madame Maxime nodded in response. Minerva, while I cannot persuade you to remain at Beauxbatons, as long as I am here, no harm shall come to them. However, are you certain you wish to face that Dark Lord alone? Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. This is our responsibility. It is also Dumbledore's dying wish. We are profoundly grateful that the children can find refuge at Beauxbatons. With that, Professor McGonagall turned to the students behind her and declared loudly, Students, from today onward, you shall continue your studies at Beauxbatons. I hope each of you will cherish this place as dearly as you did Hogwarts. Regardless of whether you choose to return to England after graduation to join the fight against the Dark Lord, I sincerely wish you all the best. I also hope that you will take pride in Hogwarts. A ripple of commotion spread through the crowd. Some of the younger students, along with the girls, stifled their sobs, tears welling in their eyes. Professor McGonagall cast one last glance at her students before striding away. All the young wizards silently watched her retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Hogwarts, 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 impart unto us knowledge. Whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees, It was uncertain who began the melody, but the students softly sang the school song, their voices echoing amidst the snowy peaks, just as in days gone by. Leon, wake up. We have alchemy class this morning, and you wouldn't want to miss it. A blond boy called out, rousing Liang from his slumber. This marked the 10th day since their arrival at Beauxbatons, to alleviate homesickness among the young wizards. Madame Maxime thoughtfully arranged accommodations, typically housing 2 or 3 Hogwarts students alongside a Beauxbatons student with proficient English skills. Liang's roommate is a quintessential example of social anxiety, a veritable social terror, and exceedingly familiar with everyone, despite having known each other for merely 10 days. This individual has already acquainted himself with the majority of the Hogwarts students. In contrast to Hogwarts, Beauxbatons does not have houses. All students partake in the same curriculum until the 3rd year, after which they begin to select their own courses. Leon selected the alchemy course, which is not offered at Hogwarts. Lazily acknowledging, he rose from his bed, refreshed himself, and made his way to the dining hall with his new roommates in the Weasley twins. The regulations at Beauxbatons are far more numerous than those at Hogwarts. During meals, one must adhere to table manners. Although it is not entirely silent, everyone speaks in hushed tones to avoid disturbing others. The stringent rules have caused considerable frustration for the Weasley brothers. However, after the tumultuous events of that night, the twins have matured significantly. With the reliable Percy keeping a watchful eye, no disturbances have arisen, at least for the time being. Leon, a familiar voice called from behind him. Leon turned to see Laurentius Lima. Long time no see. I knew you were coming to Beauxbatons. Unfortunately, I was occupied assisting the headmaster a few days ago. How many classes do you have today? Leon took out his notebook and glanced at it. 1 class of alchemy and 1 class of charms in the morning, and only 1 class of defense against the dark arts in the afternoon. Well then, I shall return to seek you later. Although this remark may seem somewhat out of place, I am truly delighted to see you again. Laurentius departed in a flurry, appearing to have emerged from the shadows of his past. Upon turning around, Leon discovered his new roommate adorned with an inquisitive expression. Do you know Senior Lauren? Why didn't you mention it to me? Andy Eberly appeared quite thrilled. Do tell, how did you two meet? Let us discuss it later, Leon replied dismissively, picking up his backpack and heading towards the alchemy classroom. After the final class, Leon spotted Laurentius at the doorway. Shall we take a stroll? The two meandered through the enchanting garden outside. It's beautiful, I assent it. Leon nodded. Indeed, it is truly beautiful. Therefore, whenever I contemplate the possibility of a noseless figure approaching one day, dismantling and burning, I can comprehend your sentiments. When I first heard about your situation, I was utterly astonished. It is difficult to fathom that someone as illustrious as Dumbledore, a great white wizard, could be so affected. So, what are your plans for the future? Leon remained silent for a moment. What plans could I possibly have? After all, I cannot overpower Voldemort. I am genuinely concerned for you. Leon, Laurentius paused, gazing intently at Leon. I can see it in your classmates as well. You appear more despondent than ever. Do you realize that? Leon, you once burned brightly in my eyes like a fierce flame, but now that flame is on the verge of extinguishing. I am uncertain of what transpired within you. Yet perhaps it would not be so difficult to occasionally rely on the strength of others and to trust them. Leon smiled wryly and shook his head. Lauren, trust me. There is no one who can assist me with this matter. Moreover, the root cause of all that has transpired is none other than myself. I am somewhat hungry. I shall go have a meal. After taking a few steps, Leon reached into his pocket for warmth and encountered something unexpected. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a golden card that Professor McGee had entrusted to him. The card, shaped in an irregular pentagon, emitted a faint glow from both sides. Lauren Dias inquired with curiosity. Leon, how do you possess Nickelome's business card? Leon turned to gaze at the card in Laurentius' hand, his heart skipping a beat. Are you saying this is Nickelome's business card? Indeed, Laurentius replied, examining the card. This is the card of Mr. Nickelome. He is renowned for creating the Philosopher's Stone, and at times, he employs this irregular pentagon as his emblem. Our school was established with his generous funding, and beneath the fountain in the garden, there is an inscription bearing this very symbol, honoring the Nickelome couple. Leon suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that Dumbledore had left behind a clue. Lauren, do you know where Mr. Nicodemus is? Leon grasped Laurentius' shoulder firmly. No, Laurentius replied succinctly, rolling his eyes. I am merely an inconspicuous minor character. How could I possibly know Nicodemus's whereabouts? However, you might consider inquiring with Madame Maxim. Wait for me. Leon successfully met with Madame Maxim, conveying his intentions. After perusing the business card in Liang's hand, Madame Maxim pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Very well, Mr. Green. However, I cannot guarantee that he will be inclined to meet you. That is sufficient. I am immensely grateful, madam. After bidding farewell to Leon, Laurentius finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Leon has finally regained his former state. Curiously, Laurentius inquired of Anne, who was hiding in the corner. Since you were so concerned, why not advise him yourself? And offered a faint smile. Even if I were to ask him, he would not confide in me. I once believed I understood him well, yet he consistently conceals many secrets. He always presents himself as sociable, but even the most reclusive Ravenclaws find him peculiar. He exerts himself more than others, as if something is relentlessly pursuing him, even though he has already left his peers far behind. I cannot be a support. But at the very least, I shall not hinder his progress. Observing the graceful young woman she had become, Laurentius let out a long sigh. I have spent 7 years at school as a staunchly straight man, without ever experiencing romance. I am truly ill-suited for this role. 3 days later, Leon received delightful news. Nicoline was awaiting him at the old residence. Accompanied by Madame Maxim, who held the door key, they journeyed to a quaint village. After escorting him to Nicoline's home, Madame Maxim departed, needing to return for a meeting at the French Ministry of Magic. The French Ministry has been quite troubled by the current situation in England, having convened for several weeks amidst heated discussions. Ah, you must be Mr. Green. Please come in. I hope you do not find our humble abode lacking. A kindly elderly woman greeted Leon. She was the lifelong beloved of Nicoline, his companion since youth. Perronel LeMay. Not at all, madam. This place is lovely. Very well, you may converse with the old man. I shall prepare afternoon tea for you both. Standing at the threshold of the study, Leon took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and entered. There. He beheld a frail yet spirited elder seated at the table, fiddling with a crystal ball. Oh, Mr. Green, welcome. We should have met sooner. But I apologize for the delay. I was searching for something. Leon carefully scrutinized the legendary elder before him, then produced a gemstone. What was once a torrent of words now distilled into a single apology. I am sorry, Mr. LeMay. I have made a mess of things. Ah. There is no need for self-recrimination, Nicole LeMay replied, accepting the unfinished product and examining it closely. When I forged the Philosopher's Stone, I too found myself in a similar predicament. So how can I make amends? Leon asked with great difficulty. None of this was meant to unfold in such a manner. Then what do you believe it was meant to be? Nicole LeMay gazed quietly at Leon Child. Time is a merciless entity. To time, there exists a beginning, a middle, and an end, a complete line. As for whether this line unfolds according to your desires, time remains indifferent. Noticing the look of anguish on Liang's face, Nicole LeMay blinked and added, of course, if you wish to revert to a semblance of your former self, there is still hope. Leon gathered his spirits. Mr. LeMay, do you have a solution? Nicholas LeMay chuckled. In my younger years, I, along with Dumbledore, naively aspired to study time, nearly leading us to catastrophe. Although we later chose to remain silent on that matter. Yes, my dear child. We did leave behind a replica of the clock of time. Our inspiration stemmed from an ancient hourglass found in a pharaoh's tomb in Egypt, as well as the clock at your school. Our research back then was rather, well, let's just say neither the British Ministry of Magic nor the French Ministry offered us any support. You know what that was, don't you? It was the clock known only to the headmasters of Hogwarts throughout the ages. Are you suggesting I can't? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Liang's eyes, though he soon wore a wry smile. But I dare not proceed recklessly. I have a persistent feeling that the more I attempt, the more mistakes I make, ultimately entangling everything in chaos. Therefore, you must consult another individual. Nicholas LeMay patted Liang's shoulder. While he was not particularly experienced in remedying disasters, he often found himself as the origin of such predicaments. You mean? Liang was utterly perplexed. Ah. The one who once endeavored to defy fate alone, Gellert Grindlewald. The old man casually uttered a name. The replica of the clock of time will require some preparation. You can go speak with him first. Remember, Mr. Grindlewald, sometimes all it takes to alter fate is a gentle nudge. The old man gestured a light push, indicating it need not be forceful. Upon exiting Nicholas LeMay's abode, Leon still felt dazed. He handed the broken hourglass he had salvaged to LeMay, hoping it could prove useful. He then set off for Nurmengard. As for both batons, Leon had already requested LeMay to convey a message back for him. Surely, Madame Maxime would not mind his absence from a few classes. However, how was he to reach Nurmengard? He had no idea where it was located. Like Hogwarts, Nurmengard was shrouded in ancient magical protections, rendering it unmarked on maps and impervious to apparition. To arrive there, one must know the address. Declining Madame LeMay's invitation to dinner, Leon pushed open the door. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, he spotted the old man standing not far away. Haha, silly apprentice, are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Teacher? Leon jogged over and embraced him, astonished. What brings you here? Of course, it is for you. Should you ever require assistance again? Remember to inform me directly. Do not let me hear it from others. We are all quite worried about you, Leon. I'm sorry, teacher. Leon mumbled after a considerable pause, his voice tinged with emotion. Going to Nurmengard is quite a technical endeavor. Leon followed his mentor, first taking the subway, then the train, and ultimately riding for a considerable duration on a flying broomstick. It must be said, this was Liang's inaugural experience of riding a broom for such an extended period. Upon dismounting, he felt utterly stiff. Leon, the journey ahead must be traversed on foot. No object is permitted to soar above near Nurmengard. Glancing at the rugged mountain path, Leon sighed helplessly. Suddenly, he found himself yearning for those enchanting little creatures. If only he possessed a thestral, a hippogriff, or a Cerberus, would he not be relieved from the burden of walking? Let us proceed, master, he said, as the two of them set off, with the mentor bearing the load while Leon held on to a hymn. I digress. In any case, After nearly tripping over himself for the umpteenth time, Leon finally emerged from the dense forest, gazing upon the castle of Numengard. The grand entrance stood wide open, and an elderly house elf, appearing rather unkempt, greeted them silently with a slight bow before leading the way. Ascending flight after flight of stairs, Leon soon found himself face to face for the very first time with the man who had once dominated Europe. Is it truly necessary to climb to the highest level merely to pour a cup? Leon inquired with a hint of bemusement after a moment of silent staring. Throughout their ascent, he had observed that the higher they climbed, the fewer traces of life remained. This was understandable, considering the age of the old man. Living on the 27th floor without an elevator would indeed be quite a hardship. Ahem, you insufferable brat. Could you not offer a few kind words? Grindlewald retorted, somewhat irritated. What should I say? I have arrived. You ought not to be here, yet here I stand. Leon pressed on, bemused by the tendency of the older generation to speak in riddles. Grindlewald leisurely dusted off his trousers and replied, No, my child, you do not comprehend. At times, with certain individuals, such expressions are necessary to maintain your standing. Moreover, do you know how delightful it is to be a riddle maker? Now, would you be so kind as to lend me a hand? Leon and Lolly exchanged glances before moving forward together, one on each side to support the old gentleman as they slowly descended the stairs. To be honest, you arrived later than I anticipated. When they reached the third floor, Grindlewald suddenly remarked, Did you see it? Oh, just a glimpse. Although I have lost most of my powers now, Grindlewald murmured. So, what do you think I should do? First, tell me what you have been up to in the past, he suggested. Upon arriving in the reception room on the first floor, Grindlewald flopped onto a comfortable sofa. A nearby house elf snapped its fingers, and a kettle began brewing hot tea for the three of them. Holding his teacup, Leon recounted the events succinctly. Do you understand why things have come to this state? He inquired. Leon shook his head with a wry smile. Let me ask this, in the original history, did this magical stone ever exist? Leon appeared contemplative. It seems that there is no longer any hope, Grindlewald remarked nonchalantly. You have brought back something that does not belong to this timeline, and consequently, the subsequent timeline is a chaotic mess. But there are no buts. Grindlewald interjected sternly, cutting off Leon. What do you think? Do you believe that in the original history, without you, that worthless dark wizard would have succeeded? Do you think that without you, the Philosopher's Stone could have been forged? What do you consider yourself to be? Grindlewald interrogated, word by word. Or do you think you are the protagonist of this world? Leon felt his face flush with embarrassment as he was questioned. When I was young, like you, I was arrogant and conceited, Grindlewald murmured. It wasn't until I traveled the world in search of answers and the true essence of magic that I realized we are not bound by original history. The existence of the Philosopher's Stone was thwarted by someone. Frowning, Leon inquired, So, if I wish to return to the right path, must I go back in time and correct everything? Perhaps it need not be so complicated, my child, Grindlewald replied. Consider it from another perspective. You might choose to deceive fate. Time is concerned only with continuity and integrity. It is we who care about the outcomes. My last return to 30 years ago involved a certain degree of luck. I do not believe you can traverse 30 years again. That is not a matter of 3 days or 3 months, but rather 30 years. Furthermore, have you not noticed any physical changes since returning from 30 years ago? I've grown nearly 10 centimeters, Leon responded. He had carefully examined his body during his time back and had noticed that, apart from his height, he seemed to have aged a few years as well. That is because you possess the sands of time within you. They protect you to a certain extent. Otherwise, you would now be a 40-year-old man. To traverse 30 years once more, what would you become? Do not expect them to safeguard you every time. Since this Philosopher's Stone has appeared in a timeline where it should not, it must be destroyed. Is it truly that simple? Leon questioned, incredulous. Simple? Grindlewald chuckled. Destroying it is not merely a matter of stealthily obtaining it and then obliterating it. You must confront the bastard who killed Albus and allow him to witness the destruction of this object firsthand. For that wretch to see the Philosopher's Stone annihilated, does it seem easy? Moreover, any misstep you make in the past could worsen the future. You might die, but the most terrifying prospect is that you could utterly vanish from history itself. No name, no experiences, no records, like a ghost, or perhaps even less than a ghost. Leon remained silent, while Larry let out a soft sigh. Leon, if it is truly unfeasible, perhaps it is best to let it go. I have faith in your innate talent. Once you reach adulthood, you shall surpass that man. No. Teacher, this mess is mine to resolve. Leon inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to the drowsy old man before him. So, what should I do now? The old man revealed a grin, one that was both joyful and laced with malice. Now, you must partake in intensive training. To defy fate, you must first possess strength. Vita, please take good care of this young man. An elegantly dressed elderly lady, clad in a fitted equestrian outfit and grasping a wand, descended from the second floor. Follow me. There are no wizards in the vicinity of this castle to cast spells. Leon, in a state of confusion, followed the elderly lady into the nearby woods. Before long, mournful cries echoed from within the trees. Is this truly acceptable? Larry asked with a bitter smile. What could possibly be wrong? Grindlewald replied dismissively. I am no longer fit to endure this world, and should Dumbledore have survived, he too would have but a few years left. Your health has not been robust in recent years, has it? Once we, the old guard, have departed this realm, do you truly believe anyone will be capable of contending with that Tom Riddle? This is a perfect opportunity to train that insufferable brat. I have provided him with my notes for ages, yet he has yet to master my magic. However, he does seem to excel at transfiguration. As for tidying up the mess, that is merely a secondary concern. The troubles that Dumbledore and I once stirred were far more severe than this. Surely, you do not believe that Dumbledore was entirely unprepared? Leon has been living quite comfortably lately, to the extent that it evokes memories of the final month before the Gaokao in his homeland. Under such intense training, or rather, enduring, he astonishingly discovered that he had perfected the Phantom Shift technique, mastered the celestial fire, and made significant progress on his original creation, the fire goddess path. He even managed to learn how to operate the gas stove. Indeed, it is often through pressure that one's true potential is unveiled. Naturally, regarding the enigmatic gas stove, Grindlewald made a particular remark. Once you set it off, do not remain foolishly stationary. Ultimately, it is still a fierce fire. When you observe the flames transforming into creatures, it is best to flee. This left Liang perplexed. If Grindlewald had initially been unable to control it, why then release it in Paris? Leaning back on the sofa, Grindlewald munched on snacks and muttered, "How cool is that? Furthermore, I am aware that Nickel is in Paris, and I have seen that he will come. Just as he knows that I know he will certainly arrive." Upon hearing this, Leon grew increasingly concerned about the plan proposed by the old man. After more than a week, news finally arrived from Nickel. Everything was ready. Leon bid farewell to Grindelwald and Mrs. Rosier, returning to the residence of Nicodemus with his mentor, Larry. Behold, the elderly Nicodemus joyfully clapped his hands beside the globe. "This is a trinket that Dumbledore and I devised long ago. Of course, it pales in comparison to the ones in the Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts. Moreover, Leon, allow me to caution you. Our imitation can only allow you to traverse back 3 months at most, and it is fraught with peril. You may easily become lost in the crevices of time. Do you still wish to proceed?" Leon took a deep breath and said, "Come on." "All right." The old man sighed, opened the globe, revealing its inner structure. "Take out your magic stone and place it in the center." Leon retrieved the magical stone and inserted it into the device. Suddenly recalling something, Nico slapped his forehead and extracted a time turner from the drawer. "I examined it and noted that the time turner was not severely damaged, thus I repaired it for you. Take it with you. It may prove useful. Are you ready, child?" "Ready." Leon tucked the time turner into his pocket and grasped his wand firmly in hand. 3, 2, 1. The globe spun rapidly, emanating a faint golden glow. As Leon held his breath and gently reached out to touch it, in an instant, everything around him seemed to reverse, and he witnessed the world whirling past him at breakneck speed. Each time I witness this, I am left in awe, Leon thought, only to suddenly feel his feet leave the ground, his entire being beginning to float. The light and shadows around him began to distort, and the palm of his left hand radiated a soft glow, resonating with the time turner in his pocket. Subsequently, Leon felt as if he had been launched like a cannonball. His entire body felt as though it were being torn apart. Yet, that was not the most alarming sensation. What distressed Leon the most was the faint feeling that his very soul was being shattered into fragments. The agony in his soul elicited a painful wail from Leon. Larry rushed forward, reaching out to touch him, and not only his forehead, but his entire body began to burn with fever. Nico trembled as he opened the globe-shaped time clock. As soon as he did, a cloud of black smoke billowed out, and the semi-finished magical stone, which served as energy, had turned a dark gray, crumbling into dust. It was a failure. He had been expelled by time. Nico sighed, retrieving a vial of potion from the table and handing it over, urging him to drink it. Larry hastily pried open Liang's mouth and administered the potion. The youth in his arms finally calmed down, yet remained unconscious. "Master, what should we do?" "First, we must ensure he is settled. I need to think carefully," Nico replied with a bitter smile. "I have never encountered such a situation before. It could be that the sands of time within him caused him to be rejected by time, or it may be due to the temporal imprint on him." Annie was urgently summoned. The Nicolette couple were too advanced in years. Even with potions, they lacked the energy. Larry felt reluctant to trouble the elderly couple with the care of their unconscious apprentice. He himself had been exceedingly busy, often venturing out to assist Nico with gathering materials and supplies. The old man was not only a master alchemist, but also a master potion maker. Larry invited the Salas couple over, and the two of them deliberated for quite some time before reaching a conclusion. Leon was consumed by a backlash, wounding his very soul. In the realm of magic, few white wizards have delved into the intricacies of the soul. The more one investigates this enigmatic essence, the more twisted their understanding becomes, often leading to a descent into darkness in the path of black magic. Consequently, despair enveloped those around him. Annie entered with a basin of water, moistening a towel to wipe Liang's face. "When will you awaken?" she murmured. "Your parents are well. They have been taken by the Order of the Phoenix for protection. We are working diligently at Beau's Batons. Even the Bant brothers have begun private training. Groot misses you dearly, constantly making a ruckus. Once, he nearly blinded Sevens while preparing his dinner. Annie spoke softly to herself, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. A letter from home had recently arrived, bearing grim news. After suffering a significant blow from Dumbledore, Voldemort re-emerged within a month. Meanwhile, the Order of the Phoenix faced relentless setbacks. A portion of the Ministry had abandoned their posts to join the Order, while the remaining majority either lived in abject fear or had already pledged their allegiance to Voldemort. As she gazed at the silent boy lying in bed, Annie wiped away her tears and was about to tend to Liang's body when a small dragonhide pouch slipped from his embrace. She picked it up and placed it aside, contemplating for a moment before deciding to open it. Inside, a multitude of miniature items lay crammed together, books, trinkets, and some non-perishable food. With a sigh, she set the pouch down, but not before retrieving one of the books. Having rushed over from Beauxbatons without anything, she thought it'd take one to pass the time. However, upon extracting a nameless tome, Annie paused in surprise. This was a book she often saw Leon holding. As she flipped it open, a bookmark fell out, and her gaze settled on the page marked by it. Her breath quickened as she realized the contents were about the blood pact. Those who forge a blood pact share in each other's pain and joy, unwavering and unbetraying. Child, have you truly made up your mind? Nicolaine regarded the girl with concern. I must remind you, a blood pact requires two individuals to enter into it willingly. It is a magical contract far more potent than any unbreakable oath or vow of loyalty. Although Dumbledore annulled his pact with Grindlewald, it came at a great cost. Besides, Leon remains unconscious. But isn't it worth the attempt? Annie Rose replied with a serene smile. Grandfather Nicol, I have contemplated all that you have said. This may be the only way I can assist him. Peregrine tugged at his elder's sleeve, and Nicol sighed, choosing silence. Annie used her wand to make a small incision on Liang's palm, then mirrored the action on her own. Their fingers interlocked, pressing the wounds together. With her wand resting upon their palms, Annie recited ancient runes in the language of the ancients. As their blood mingled, it formed tendrils entwined around their hands, the crimson threads shimmering with a golden light. Suddenly, Annie felt as though a piece of her heart had been wrenched away and replaced by something else. She sensed Liang's every heartbeat. Then, an excruciating pain surged through her, as if an axe had cleaved her mind in twain. Though she had never experienced such agony, she imagined it to be akin to this. Abruptly, darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. When Annie finally roused, she was disoriented. Where am I? She mused, rising to find herself surrounded by a soft, golden mist. Visibility extended only a few meters ahead. Tentatively, she ventured in one direction, and after several paces, the fog began to lift, revealing a railway beneath her feet. An instinctive urge to draw her wand arose, only to discover she bore nothing but her clothing. As she continued along the tracks, a familiar silhouette came into view. Leon, she exclaimed with delight. But he offered no response. His figure swayed, moving forward in a mechanical, lifeless manner. Though uncertain of his actions, Annie's instincts screamed that she must prevent him from advancing further, for the tracks ahead diverged ominously. Annie sprinted towards him, but with each step, it felt as though her feet were treading upon blades. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, her brows knitted in concentration. Suddenly, a tremor rippled beneath her, and she wiped the cold sweat from her brow, her heart racing with fear as she beheld an oncoming train. No. She bit her lip, urging herself to reach Liang before it was too late. I cannot let that train collide with him. Her instincts, inherited from her lineage, screamed in alarm. At last, she reached him, grasping his arm as they tumbled onto another set of tracks. Annie hesitated to leap beneath the tracks, for darkness loomed on either side, concealing unfathomable depths. The train thundered past them, enveloping them in an eerie silence, the only sensation being the vibrations of the rails beneath them. Pain coursed through Annie's body. Suddenly, she felt her grip loosen. Turning, she saw Liang standing vacantly, swaying, before he toppled into the abyss on the right side of the tracks. Annie lunged, desperately clutching his arm. Yet the agony within her and the weight of his body drained her strength, her complexion paling. She knew that if this continued, she would not endure much longer. Their hands began to slip apart. In a moment of clarity, Annie bit her tongue to rouse herself. The sharp pain drew blood, droplets falling onto Liang's face in their intertwined hands. A blinding red light erupted, the crimson patterns extending from where the blood fell, resembling flames. This fiery essence roused Liang from his stupor. Liang gently shook his head, lifting his gaze towards Annie, the bewilderment in his eyes gradually fading away. A melodious birdsong resonated in the air, and golden flames ignited around Liang, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Just before being consumed by this radiant fire, Annie caught a glimpse of the subtle smile playing at the corners of Liang's mouth. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Liang slowly awakened. In his arms lay a slumbering maiden, her presence infused with a scent that was profoundly familiar to him. As he registered the sensation of his left hand's position, Liang couldn't help but silently muse, this young lady has blossomed. Meanwhile, his right hand remained intertwined with Annie's left, their fingers elegantly entwined, adorned with a beautifully intricate silver necklace, which culminated in a pendant embellished with peculiar patterns. Liang instantly recognized what it was. Liang could no longer discern the duration of his slumber, yet it mattered little to him. He felt invigorated and refreshed. Awake? Inquired the old man, Larry, softly from the doorway. Leon nodded gently, subtly shifting his hands as he attempted to quietly descend. The silver necklace formed by the blood pact intuitively loosened, allowing him to discreetly withdraw his hand and rise to his feet. So, I failed yesterday, did I? He asked with a bitter smile upon entering the living room with the elder. Indeed, we were all quite frightened. Even Nicole had never witnessed such a situation. For a time, we believed you might not awaken, the elder sighed, adding with a stern gaze, from now on, treat her kindly. If I discover that you have bullied her, I shall not let you off lightly. Oh, Leon, you are awake. Nicole LeMay exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. How do you feel? I mean, how is your body? I feel absolutely splendid, Leon replied, silently assessing his physical condition. Sir, may I attempt it once more? Are you considering trying again? Larry inquired with concern. Perhaps it would be best not to. I attended a meeting at the Ministry of Magic yesterday, and the French Ministry has decided to dispatch personnel to assist the Order of the Phoenix. We have yet to hear from Germany, but I suspect they will not remain passive observers either. The situation will improve. However, Leon merely shook his head gently. Professor, you needn't persuade me further. I have conducted thorough research on Voldemort with Dumbledore. He is not easily vanquished. Larry sighed silently. Very well, let us discuss this later. For now, let us have our meal. Colin, assisting Madame LeMay with the cooking, went to awaken Annie. Upon entering the living room, Leon noticed a slight blush on the young girl's cheeks as she looked at him. The group finished their meal in silence. After which Leon approached the globe once more. He had indeed persuaded the two elders. Nicole LeMay took out a deep red magical stone from her pocket, caressing it for a moment before placing it inside. What is this? Leon inquired, puzzled. Your previous semi-finished magical stone has exhausted its power and been destroyed, Nicole explained. So, please make use of this one as well. Leon stared blankly at Nick, who chuckled softly in response. I have lived long enough. Originally, I had intended to cease taking the potion with Perennial soon. It was merely a matter of time. Thank you, Leon said in a hushed tone. Glancing back at the crowd. Go on, Leon. With Master Nick and me here, even if you are left with only half your body, we will find a way to bring you back. Cheelin playfully pinched her husband's waist, adding with a smile, Leon, do not worry. I have already foretold your success this time. Leon smiled and nodded, directing his gaze towards Annie. Annie approached and embraced Leon. I am confident that you will surely succeed. We shall meet again soon, will we not? Leon gently patted the girl's back. Indeed, very soon at the Halloween banquet. You shall surely see me. By then, we will still be able to sit in the pumpkin carriage, watching Rodrona carry Cedric around while the globe spins behind us. Leon released the girl from his embrace, taking a deep breath as he extended his hand to touch. Everything around him twisted once more, retreating rapidly. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, Leon vanished from his original spot. With his disappearance, Annie, Larry, and the couple Saraskin faded away, leaving only the bewildered Nicole couple behind. After a considerable interval, Perennial regained his composure. Old man, shouldn't we have lunch now? Oh, lunch? Yes, lunch, Perennial replied, turning to prepare the meal. However, Nicolaim felt a curious sensation. Though somewhat hungry, it was as if he had already dined. It wasn't until he caught sight of the globe sprawled across the table, along with the black powder within it, that his mouth fell open in shock. He rummaged through his pockets and called towards the kitchen, Darling, the magic stone is gone. What is gone? The magic stone. Was it stolen? No, it has turned to dust. Oh, if it's gone, then it's gone. When shall we visit the cemetery? Nicolaim was about to respond when he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Finally, he sighed and declared, Never mind. Let's discuss it after lunch. What did you say? I said, let's talk about it after lunch. Leon sat by the banks of the Thames, fishing alongside his grandfather. Here it comes. The old man chuckled heartily as he lifted the fishing rod, only to find a rusted tin can dangling from the line. The corners of his mouth drooped, and he sighed deeply. People these days, they throw everything into the river. Such a lack of manners. Leon chuckled softly as he lifted his fishing rod, bringing forth a thrashing eel that splashed water all around. The old gentleman hurriedly grabbed the net. Upon glancing at the few fish in Liang's bucket, his mood darkened further, for he had caught not a single one himself. Unbeknownst to him, Liang had baited his hook with a maggot, a diminutive creature highly favored by fish in the magical realm. Even the merfolk in the Black Lake, along with the inhabitants of Hinkapunk, occasionally indulged in these delicacies, as the maggot's abdomen is sweet. Nevertheless, Liang had not caught many, underscoring the severe pollution plaguing the Thames River. In Liang's original world, the British government had eventually commenced extensive efforts to rectify the river's contamination. Time to go, time to return home. Upon returning from his journey, Liang sought refuge at his grandfather's home to avoid an encounter with himself. At this particular juncture, he had already returned home with his parents, thus alleviating any concerns of an unexpected meeting. He concocted an excuse, claiming that he was bored at home and wished to accompany his grandfather for a fishing outing. The old man was, of course, overjoyed. At his age, nothing brought him more delight than having all his grandchildren gathered together during the summer holidays. Your grandmother has prepared grilled fish for dinner tonight. Let us be off. Lu In responded with a nod. swaying as he followed behind with a bucket in hand. In the days to come, he would likely wander aimlessly, so he might as well indulge in a warm meal while he could. During dinner, Luin suddenly inquired, "Grandfather, do we not possess any heirlooms passed down through our family?" Rogers chuckled with exasperation. "Nonsense. We are hardly of noble descent. Where would we acquire such treasures?" "But didn't your father leave behind some belongings?" Grandmother interjected unexpectedly. The old man furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before replying, "I believe he left a box. Though we never received the key. After all these years of moving, who knows if we can still find it?" Ultimately, the box was discovered. Remarkably, after 30 years. The magically forged box still radiated a potent aura of enchantment. Luin, who had cast a clairvoyance spell upon himself, unearthed it from the farthest corner of the storeroom. After quietly observing the box for a moment, Luin reached out to touch it. The box emitted a faint glow, and with a click, the lid opened. How did this box open? The old man mused with curiosity. It was impossible to open before. Perhaps it is due to the passage of time? Luin pondered for a while before conjuring this excuse. The old man, not delving deeper, urged, "Quickly, let us see what is inside." Leon slowly opened the envelope, revealing a solitary clipping and a key within. The clipping, devoid of any headings or conclusions, contained merely a single page of news. The newly appointed director of the Auror office had successfully uncovered a significant conspiracy and personally apprehended Wyatt Gary. Accompanying the article was a photograph depicting the young Millicent Barnard escorting a dark wizard in the Ministry of Magic's courtroom, while the old gentleman lingered in the corner of the image, smiling at the camera. Alas, after 30 years, the figures captured in that moment would never again animate. Observing the contents with a furrowed brow, the old gentleman remarked, "Is this all there is? An inexplicable clipping and a key?" As he gazed upon the familiar shape of the key, Leon chuckled softly. "Indeed, a key to a bank I happen to know, grandfather." The old gentleman waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Take it. It has been untouched for nearly 30 years. I suspect the account has been closed." Leon smiled faintly. Generally, wizards dare not owe a debt to fairies. Yet, are the fairies not also guilty of such behavior? His fingers gently caressed the photograph on the newspaper, and Leon momentarily lost himself in thought. Grindlewald once remarked that alterations in the timeline occur because one has brought back artifacts not belonging to that temporal continuum. Thus, had he not intervened, what fate would the old man have encountered in the original history? How was the Philosopher's Stone ultimately destroyed? Reflecting on the second Philosopher's Stone, which had never appeared in his memories, Leon let out a silent sigh. Indeed, he realized how foolish he had been. Wasn't the answer already laid bare before him? "Old man, I have returned. I have come to rectify my mistakes. Calculating the time, tomorrow should mark the day I confront Mundungus, to stir up some commotion, to partake in a mere spectacle, and perhaps to give him a good thrashing." Leon silently reserved a pig's head feast for a certain short man with bow legs in his heart. This fellow was utterly inept. He could never seem to get enough of anything he consumed. In the previous time loop, his incompetence had led to Snape's exposure, resulting in both of their deaths at the hands of Voldemort. Not to mention, he was also the indirect cause of the sands of time infiltrating Liang's very being. Meanwhile, Mundungus, hiding in his lair, awoke with a start from a troubled dream. The following day, an early rising Liang effortlessly encountered two versions of himself. After following the customary sequence of events, Liang once again approached Mundungus's storeroom. Who goes there? Mundungus remained vigilant, yet it was futile against Liang. With ease, Liang disarmed him, sending his wand flying, and transformed a nearby chair into rope, which promptly ensnared Mundungus's hands and feet. "Friend, we can talk this out. What do you desire? Money or materials? I can procure anything for you." The last exclamation was a desperate scream from Mundungus. Leon, with a sinister grin, sheathed his wand and raised his fist, initiating a solitary boxing match. Half an hour later, he departed with a sense of exhilaration, leaving behind a diminutive man, now resembling a pig, groaning on the ground. Dumbledore gazed out at the ominously dark clouds, his expression grave. In his hand, he clutched a letter, a missive received before dinner, a warning. It bore no signature, no identifying marks, merely inscribed with a single phrase, "Snape has been exposed." Since encountering that boy 30 years ago, Dumbledore had harbored suspicions. Indeed, 3 decades prior, following his final rejection of the boy's employment plea, the child who had once toyed with others in the orphanage commenced his brazen public actions. Whispers circulated that he might become a second Grindelwald. However, Dumbledore held a different opinion. This individual was far more ruthless, utterly devoid of the concept of mercy. What troubled Dumbledore further was the revelation that he had fractured his own soul to create Horcruxes. Though the exact number of these dark artifacts remained uncertain, Dumbledore suspected it would not be fewer than 3. Contemplating this, he withdrew his wand, and a silver phoenix Patronus erupted from its tip. "Seek Severus and instruct him to halt all actions." In the dense canopy of trees, Leon pondered for an extended period and ultimately discerned that only one moment was suitable for the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone in the presence of the Noseless One, the night of Professor Quirrell's demise. After obtaining the stone on Halloween Eve, the Noseless One, through its power, had reshaped its form, and it was evident that this new body possessed immense potential. allowing it to contend with Dumbledore on equal footing. However, this cunning adversary ultimately orchestrated a scheme against the venerable Dumbledore, using young Barty as a pawn. Thus, Leon felt a glimmer of hope, for Voldemort was at his most vulnerable on Halloween Eve. He needed only to confront the Carrow siblings. Yet, what Leon had not anticipated was that the most time-consuming aspect of his plan would be locating Professor Quirrell's castle. During his last visit with Professor McGonagall, they had been fortunate to ride on the wings of a phoenix, but now, when it was his turn, he spent a grueling 2 months searching. Subsequently, there followed a long, arduous wait lasting over half a month. Tonight, however, was of utmost importance. October 31st, Halloween Eve. By the way, what time did Professor McGonagall and I arrive last time? The memory eludes me. He retrieved from his pocket a pendant hanging around his neck, which contained the repaired time turner by Nicodemus, a necklace forged in blood alliance with Annie, and a small vial filled with golden liquid. Carefully, he uncorked the vial and took a heartfelt sip, wincing as he realized a third of the precious contents had vanished. This vial of Felix Felicis was a prize won from Slytherin, and it had nearly incited a fierce rivalry among nearly 30 students from both houses. This was Leon's inaugural taste of the liquid luck. The flavor of orange lingered on his palate, and a confident smile graced his face. The overcast sky was ideal for his endeavors tonight. Leon was immensely satisfied. The sensation of instinctively knowing when to act was simply marvelous. No wonder so many aspired to become premium warriors. The time had come for him to set forth. Light as a feather, Leon leaped from the treetops, his cloak billowing gracefully yet silently. He effortlessly traversed a rugged path to the outskirts of the estate, but just as he intended to enter, he came to an abrupt halt. His intuition seemed to caution him against proceeding. Aware that the potion had taken effect, Leon hesitated not for a moment, moving cautiously along the wall until he found a suitable vantage point. He then withdrew his wand and, with a whisper of ancient magic, conjured the illusory garden. An illusion of himself materialized, lurking beneath the castle's surrounding walls. Meanwhile, Leon himself concealed himself further away, quietly lying in wait. Before long, a deafening explosion erupted, causing Leang's wand to twitch slightly, prompting the illusionary Leok to stealthily scurry along the wall. "There he is, you fool," a shrill voice echoed in the distance. Realizing it was merely a diversion, "Hurry, chase after him. I must acquire it today." 2 plumes of dark smoke erupted from the castle, fiercely pursuing the direction in which Leon had fled. Leon continued to hide in the thicket, uncertain of his ultimate purpose. Suddenly, he sensed that the moment had arrived. Without a second thought, he retrieved a miniature Lightning 1999 from his dragonskin pocket. With a flick of his wand, the diminutive flying broom swelled to its full size, and Leon swiftly mounted it, soaring in the opposite direction. However, a bolt of lightning struck precisely at the tail of the broom beneath him, igniting it instantly and sending Leon spiraling downwards. Leon, in a state of disarray, keenly seized the opportunity to leap down from the broom, rolling several times upon landing before rising to his feet, his gaze warily fixed upon the heavens. 2 trails of black smoke descended, blocking his path. The master was indeed not mistaken. That previous one was also a deception. Amicus Caro sneered, a serpent coiled upon his shoulder. "Boy, surrender the Philosopher's Stone, and perhaps the merciful Lord Voldemort may grant you acceptance." "Acceptance for what?" Leon brushed off the dust from his clothes. "To serve him like you do? Eliminate him. Retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Quickly," Voldemort commanded. The siblings, in perfect synchrony, raised their wands, the tips emanating a vibrant green glow. Leon, like a lazy donkey, rolled away just in time, but before he could rise, he clumsily tumbled again, waving his wand in hand, transforming a stone into a wild chicken that flapped its wings to block the incoming killing curse. The Carrow siblings, witnessing this, grew ever more reckless, laughing maniacally as they unleashed a barrage of various dark spells from the tips of their wands. Remarkably, the array was extensive, featuring many incantations that Leon had never even heard of. His principle regarding these dark spells and the killing curse was simple: evade as much as possible, and if evasion proved futile, resort to transformation spells. At last, Voldemort could no longer contain himself. "Let me handle this, you fools," he declared, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that seeped into Electo's features, instantly cloaking her eyes in a sinister green glow. Temporarily, he attached himself to Electo's form. This method was not sustainable, and he was reluctant to share a body with anyone, yet the allure of the Philosopher's Stone was too potent to resist. If he could seize the stone, it might propel him further into the realm of immortality. "Hand over the stone now, and I may permit you to become my servant," Voldemort proclaimed, his words laced with menace as he unleashed several spells with unwavering precision. "Is this what you seek?" Leon suddenly produced an irregular gem of deep azure from his robes. Voldemort's gaze was instantly drawn to it. "You know how to destroy a Philosopher's Stone, don't you?" Liang's voice resonated ominously. "The stone is notoriously difficult to destroy. Only Nicholas Flamel knows how to obliterate it. However, dismantling a half-finished product is not nearly so complicated. Dumbledore once told me that to destroy a half-finished stone, all it takes is a spark." With that, Leon revealed a sinister smile. casting the half-finished Philosopher's Stone into the air, and with pinpoint accuracy, a flame spell struck it. Fiendfire. The malevolent flames engulfed the stone, swelling with the wind, and within moments transformed into a fully grown fire dragon. No, Voldemort screamed, having no doubt that the young boy had produced a genuine artifact. The moment Leong revealed it, Voldemort sensed the intense magical energy radiating from the gem. Moreover, the rapid transformation into a fully grown fire dragon was alarming. The nature of fiendfire is to consume all. The more magic it devours, the larger it grows. Whether or not the half-finished Philosopher's Stone could withstand fiendfire was uncertain. But Voldemort knew his Horcrux could be destroyed by it. If such a robust Horcrux could fall, how could the stone possibly endure? Seeing his hopes of regaining a physical form dashed by Leong, Voldemort could no longer suppress his murderous intent, sharply shouting, Avada Kedavra. The speed of the green light was beyond Liang's expectations. He understood well that even if he could see it clearly, his body's reflexes would be insufficient to evade it. The Felix Felicis once again came into play, and Leong instinctively raised his wand. A golden glow erupting from its tip, forming a beam of light that temporarily held back the chilling green beam of death. However, it was evident from the retreating golden light that Liang's defeat was merely a matter of time. Another green light surged towards Leong from behind, divided in focus. He maintained his spell while hastily drawing a second wand, transforming a nearby stone into an owl to shield against the killing curse. He had no desire to test his resilience against such a curse. After all, he was not Harry Potter. Those with scars were formidable, like Tanjiro and Zoro. Despite having practiced spells with his left hand, his lack of left-handedness meant he was not adept, and most in the magical world favored a single wand style, including Grindlewald and Dumbledore, who seldom practiced dual wand techniques. As he struggled to fend off Electo's killing curse, the power in his right hand waned. The ominous green light loomed perilously close, and ultimately, Leong resorted to a disillusionment charm, vanishing from sight. Taking refuge behind a sturdy tree, Leong gasped heavily. He had to admit, Voldemort's mastery of the unforgivable curses was unparalleled. The very sight of that green light sent chills down his spine, enhanced by Felix Felicis. His senses screamed warnings at him. Leon finally caught his breath behind the tree, relieved that Voldemort had not pursued him. Perhaps he was preoccupied with the fiendfire. This formidable fire does not simply extinguish and allow one to walk away. Even if Voldemort disregards the destruction of Flora, and even if he is indifferent to the confines of his imprisonment, once fiendfire takes form, it instinctively seeks out the nearest prey. Sensing that the immediate danger had passed, Leon limped towards the castle. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he found himself enveloped by a thick, dark smoke. Boy, taste my curse. Electo cackled maniacally, his wand tip continuously spewing forth an abundance of black smoke, from which ominous shadows emerged in relentless succession. Leong resolutely unleashed his most formidable area of effect attack. The self-created fire god paved the way. As the ancient Beely celestial flames surged forth, a circle of firewalls firmly shielded Leong Mudon. What enmity do you harbor? Was it merely the destruction of the magic stone? A few years ago, you even had old Ding assist you in the destruction of several of your soul artifacts. Is it truly worth this? Leong candidly criticized himself while pondering how to extricate himself from the situation. It seemed that Voldemort was convinced the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed, otherwise, he would not be in such a furious state. However, the pressing dilemma was how to slip away unnoticed beneath the wrathful gaze of the Noseless One. Just as he was contemplating this, a sharp and familiar bird call resonated through the air. Fox. Leong was overjoyed. Fox gracefully swooped down beside him, signaling for him to seize hold of him. Leong was unceremonious, seizing Fox's tail with a firm grasp, prompting an eye roll from the latter. The phoenix is capable of carrying substantial weight, whether it be its tail or talons. However, Leong had a distinct preference for grasping the tail. There was no particular reason for this. He simply found the claws too sharp and uncomfortable to handle. As Fox sensed Liang's readiness, a flash of fire erupted. The tardy Voldemort managed to cast a spell in a fleeting moment, though it was uncertain whether it struck its target. As the flames dissipated, Leong found himself reclined in a familiar room. The ceiling appeared quite recognizable. It dawned on him. This was the House of Wishes. Leong sat up, trembling slightly, and reached into his bag to retrieve the white essence potion. He sensed that the last attack from Voldemort had struck him. However, upon extracting the potion, Liang's expression shifted unexpectedly as he realized that the spell had not affected him directly. Instead, it had impacted the array of treasures adorning his chest. The pointed bottom potion vial lay shattered, its contents of Felicity potion staining his attire, while the time turner, recently mended by Nicolamai, had succumbed once more to damage, with the sands of time trickling steadily from the hourglass. Remarkably, the small pendant of the blood pact remained unscathed. How extraordinary. So, have I indeed set history back on its rightful course? What should I do next? Perhaps I should consult Dumbledore. Since Fawkes was present earlier, he must possess some insights. That Oldby is always brimming with knowledge. Leong rose to his feet, poised to step outside, only to discover that the broken hourglass around his neck resonated once more with his left hand. A gentle golden hue began to emanate from the scar on Liang's left hand, merging with the sand of time from the malfunctioning time converter. Simultaneously, it voraciously drained the magical energy from within Liang. What? Here it comes again? Liang could only let out a startled cry before his consciousness began to fade gradually. His body swayed slightly before he collapsed to the ground. The surroundings began to undergo subtle transformations, yet Liang remained oblivious, lost in a state of unconsciousness. Liang was roused from his slumber by the pangs of hunger. Having gone a considerable time without sustenance, his blood sugar levels had plummeted, leaving him in a dazed state as he lay there, struggling to regain his senses. Had I not just engaged in a fierce struggle with the noseless adversary? What had transpired after Fox rescued me? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Liang opened his mouth to call out Fox's name, only to realize that in this abode of wishes, there was no trace of the phoenix to be found. Liang stumbled to his feet and approached the door, first listening intently to the sounds outside before gently pushing it open. A finely crafted door emerged from the stark walls, slowly swinging ajar as Liang stealthily slipped through. "Good evening, Mr. Green." An elderly voice startled Liang. Turning his head, he saw Professor Dumbledore, clad in a soft lavender robe, standing not far away, a small cake in his hand. "Professor?" Liang momentarily felt disoriented. "Right. Professor, have I succeeded? Is Professor Snape still alive?" Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise. However, before he could respond, a cold voice emerged from behind Liang. "I truly wonder how I have offended our good-natured gentleman to warrant such a curse upon me." Liang shivered involuntarily, turning his stiff neck to discover a certain professor, resembling a large bat, hastily ascending to the 8th floor. "Headmaster, I believe it is essential to grant Mr. Flitch greater authority, such as permitting him to administer corporal punishment to those unruly students. His collection of implements seems quite suitable for Mr. Green." Dumbledore, caught between amusement and exasperation, regarded Snape and remarked, "Severus, let us discuss this in the office. As for corporal punishment, I think it warrants further contemplation. Concerning Mr. Green, perhaps you would prefer to indulge in the delights of the Halloween feast?" With that, he raised the small cake in his hand. Liang awkwardly rubbed his nose and was about to turn away when he noticed Dumbledore mischievously winking at him. "Good night, Mr. Green. Oh, by the way, my dear child, you have done remarkably well. And welcome back." Snape cast a furtive glance at the two, particularly at Dumbledore, fully aware that the old man was once again concealing something from him, until Leon stumbled dazedly to the entrance of the auditorium. He had not discerned how much Dumbledore truly knew. Leon, upon pushing open the grand doors, Annie, who had been scanning the room, immediately stood up and cried out, only to swiftly turn her head away. Although she could not quite fathom the reason, in that moment, Annie felt an overwhelming surge of anger. However, what Annie did not anticipate was the gentle embrace that enveloped her from behind. "Apologies for my tardiness." Annie's petite face flushed crimson amidst a chorus of amused onlookers, the entire auditorium resonating with laughter and merriment. As Leon observed the raucous crowd and the rigid girl in his arms, a long-lost sense of ease washed over him. How delightful! Leon silently gazed at the aged clipping from the prophet in his hands. Bold, dark letters proclaimed, "In memory of our great Professor Penrose. We mourn the loss of our former defense against the dark arts instructor, recipient of the first-class Merlin Award, Lionel Penrose." Below this tribute lay a photograph of Dumbledore delivering a eulogy at the memorial service. On the table beside him rested a letter from Nickelmere. "I cannot elucidate the phenomena you have encountered, for time remains one of the most enigmatic forces in existence. Perhaps the sands of time within you and the Time Turner have engendered an interaction beyond our comprehension, resulting in an overarching alteration of the timeline. However, as it stands, I perceive this as favorable news. Judging by the state of the clock of time, aside from a mere 15 minutes being subtracted from Wednesday and added to Friday, there appear to be no further disruptions. For you personally, this signifies even more positive tidings. The absence of continued visions of the future suggests that the sands of time have dissipated from within you, or at least their concentration has diminished to a certain extent. This indicates that your body may now liberate itself from its former condition and resume its natural development. As for the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, do not let it weigh on your mind. It has become somewhat superfluous to us. Furthermore, I have recently conferred with Penny regarding the cemetery, and we are in the process of drafting a guest list. You must certainly attend when the time comes." Leon let out a silent sigh. Next semester, he would return the time converter and cease attending divination classes. He felt utterly exhausted. Alas, wait a moment. It seems I no longer possess the time converter? Suddenly, Leon found himself in a state of bewilderment. As for the item that had been repaired and subsequently broken again by Nicklim, it had once more been wrapped in a foul-smelling sock and returned to the wooden barrel in the room of requirement. Perhaps a certain house elf would take a liking to it. However, oh dear. Following his previous punishment of confinement for speaking ill of the professor, Leon found himself once again under the disciplinary measures of Professor McGonagall. In truth, had it not been for Dumbledore's endorsement, Leon might very well have been summoned to the Ministry of Magic. To the right a bit. Can't you tell which way is right? Leon stood beneath the Christmas tree in the room of requirement, watching his brother, who was hanging colorful lights, nearly fuming with indignation. At that moment, he was stomping his feet in frustration. Although, for various reasons, Leon had suddenly grown over 10 centimeters taller, he barely reached the 170-centimeter mark, which paled in comparison to his brothers, who were already approaching 185 centimeters. "Where do you want these scraps placed?" asked Frant, who had brought out an alchemical automaton that had replaced its wheels with legs. "These are all failures produced under Leon's instruction." "Wait a moment." Leon suddenly recalled something and, with a flick of his wand, moved the automaton to a corner. He then stood before it, glancing around the room before making slight adjustments to its position. A glimmer of gold flashed in his eyes as a series of images quietly materialized, scenes of charming young sisters conversing with the cobweb-covered automaton, as well as moments of the younger sister playfully pouting at her elder sibling. "Why place it here?" Frant questioned in confusion. "It would be better for me to take it back and dismantle it for some materials." "No, leave it here," Leon asserted firmly. "Perhaps it will bring a touch of surprise to the children who come to explore the castle in the future." Frant, still bewildered, glanced at Annie, who was fixated on them from a distance, and quietly inquired, "Haven't you managed to appease that aunt yet? What was the quarrel about this time?" Leon scratched his head. What else could it be? Naturally, it was because Annie had inadvertently glimpsed the blood-packed necklace adorning his neck. "By the way, what about Professor Wally?" Leon awkwardly shifted the topic. Frant shrugged, while the little bear raised his hands in exasperation. What else could it be? Of course, it was the activation of the mysterious Individual S curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Last month, on the eve of Halloween, it was rumored that Professor Wally had hosted a splendid birthday party at his castle. However, for reasons unknown, the Ministry of Magic conducted a surprise inspection. Initially, there seemed to be no issue, but suddenly, Professor Wally's cousin went into a frenzy and directly assaulted the lead officer. "Who was that again?" Cedric interjected while holding a small cake. "Mr. Weasley, working at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, lives right next to my house." "Yes, it was indeed Mr. Weasley," Frant added with a shrug. In any case, the situation escalated significantly. It remains unclear who initiated the conflict, but both sides soon engaged in a brawl. Later, it was heard that Professor Wally, who had tried to intervene, was left covered in wounds and is still recuperating at St. Mungo's. Leon widened his mouth, his mind racing with countless galloping horses. But let us set that aside. "Leon, do you have any idea how much we earned from the Eye of Secrecy before Christmas?" "How much?" Leon inquired nonchalantly. "Hey, why do I get the impression that you are utterly indifferent?" Fronte replied, half amused, half exasperated. "Nevertheless, I bet you could never have guessed that. From the beginning of the school year until now, we have netted a staggering 175 gallons, and I have yet to account for the small change." Leon cast a humorous glance at Flant, yet he could empathize with Flant's sentiments. Based on Leon's observations, a typical household of 3 might find 30 gallons a bit tight for a year, yet 50 gallons would suffice for their annual expenses. This amount would also cover their child's tuition and miscellaneous fees at Hogwarts. As for larger families like the Weasleys, Leon believed that with Mrs. Weasley's astuteness, a budget of 100 gallons per year would undoubtedly keep their household well organized. This implies that during their 3 months of work for the Secret Keeper, they earned nearly 2 years' worth of the Weasley family's daily expenditures. Cedric stood agape, oblivious to the small cake that fell from his hand. It was understandable. While his family was not financially strained, he found himself in need of money. Whether it was for a new broomstick, intriguing magical plants, or figurines of the Irish Quidditch team, funds were essential. However, what puzzled Cedric was Leon's continued demeanor of calm indifference. "Stay composed, Flant. Once the Christmas festivities conclude, we won't need to sell our items in other people's shops anymore." Leon paused for a moment, then cleared his throat, striving to adopt a nonchalant tone as he spoke. "I have rented a shop in Diagon Alley." "What?" Fronte's breath quickened. "You rented a shop? Where did you get the money?" Fronte was acutely aware of the exorbitant rent for a shop in Diagon Alley, particularly in a prime location. "Is it really necessary to be this astonished?" Leon shrugged. "If I told you that I have recently also learned the art of brewing Wolfsbane potion and beauty potion, would you feign in disbelief?" "What did you say?" "I said, I have learned the beauty potion." Leon intentionally created a suspenseful pause before continuing. "And the wolf poison potion. Furthermore, under my sincere intention regarding the wolf poison potion, the werewolf, Mick, whom I mentioned earlier, has officially agreed to join us. In summary, we shall be quite busy in the second half of the semester." Franny emitted a peculiar sound from his throat, his arms flailing unconsciously, resembling a Papua New Guinea baboon. "Master, I have arrived." Severus Snape, akin to a great serpent, slithered across the dining table and stood upright before Snape. "Traitor!" the Caro siblings exclaimed vehemently. "Severus, you have greatly disappointed me." Voldemort spoke slowly. "Are you planning to betray me?" The Caro siblings simultaneously drew their wands, their eyes gleaming with a savage light. Unperturbed, Snape adjusted his collar and stated, "Master, I bring you important news. Nicodemus does not intend to continue using the Philosopher's Stone to sustain his immortality. Instead, he plans to entrust the Philosopher's Stone to his friend, Dumbledore." Voldemort gritted his teeth as he uttered this name. "Well, with that, our third volume has reached its conclusion. I must first apologize for the somewhat abrupt ending. However, circumstances at home have demanded too much of my attention. After dealing with my grandmother's affairs, I fell ill with a cold, and as I write this chapter, speaking remains a challenge, my throat sore, while I endure the discomfort of medication. I previously mentioned my preference for integers. Observant readers may have noticed that this volume consists of only 45 chapters. Indeed, as you might have guessed, I deleted at least 5 chapters of content along the way. Among these was a scene depicting Death Eaters attacking the Beauxbatons carriage, where Leon, mustering his spirit, faced several Death Eaters alone, only to be rescued in a moment of glory by Annie and her classmates. There were also some details at the conclusion, along with a comprehensive resolution of earlier foreshadowing. Yet, ultimately, parts were removed, including an explanation regarding how the Philosopher's Stone, hidden in the Forbidden Forest during the first timeline, came to be. It was likely brought back by Leon himself. I recall a scene where Leon concealed the Philosopher's Stone upon his return, but upon review, it seems to have been omitted. Who knows what else I have deleted recently. Once again, I apologize for the inconvenience. However, upon careful examination, most of the narrative gaps have been sufficiently filled. While the latter part may appear somewhat disjointed, the overall structure remains coherent. Many readers have expressed confusion regarding this volume, and I had promised to clarify things in a standalone chapter. To avoid ambiguity, let us establish some definitions. If we refer to the period from the summer vacation until Halloween as the first timeline, then the tumultuous events of 30 years ago leading up to the second time travel can be termed the second timeline. The second occurrence of time travel, then, constitutes the third timeline. Having addressed the issue of timelines, let us now consider the matter of temporal models. I shall illustrate this with the classic examples of Marvel and DC, which represent two distinctly different temporal frameworks. The Marvel ethos posits that altering the past results in the emergence of new temporal streams. The greater the number of streams, the more fragile the timeline becomes, making the universe increasingly susceptible to catastrophe. This notion explains why the Ancient One refused to hand the Time Stone over to Dr. Banner and Avengers Endgame. Conversely, the DC universe differs from Marvel's. If previously we were somewhat bewildered by the temporal timeline of the DC universe, the recent release of The Flash has thoroughly elucidated the DC temporal model for us. In this film, an alternate timeline Bruce Wayne uses spaghetti to provide an explanation. A brief note of trivia. Uncooked pasta, like instant noodles, is hard. I shall refrain from revealing any spoilers. But to summarize briefly, every past corresponds to a future, and each future likewise correlates with a past. To put it plainly, altering the past will inevitably modify the future. The two timelines are akin to a pair of chopsticks, intersecting at a significant node to form an X. The more one alters the past, the more chaotic the lines become, ultimately resembling a tangled mass of cooked pasta, disordered and aimless. So, what is the temporal model of the third book in the original Harry Potter series? The answer is that it aligns with neither model. The third installment penned by Rowling exemplifies a typical second timeline, characterized by a cyclical structure. Everything unfolds as predetermined. Take Buckbeak as an example. In the first timeline, Harry and Hermione witness the executioner raise his axe and mistakenly believe Buckbeak to be dead. In reality, the executioner was merely venting his emotions by chopping pumpkins. When Hermione and Harry travel back in time, they do not alter anything. They merely fulfill a predetermined historical task. When I initially outlined this volume, I contemplated crafting a story based on the second timeline. However, I ultimately did not pursue this direction for two reasons. First, Rowling has already explored this narrative, and while it was astonishing, my attempt would lack novelty. Second, the cyclical temporal model is imbued with a sense of fatalism, which I find quite unappealing. Thus, after much deliberation, I established the outline as a third timeline. In this framework, fatalism cannot be employed, as it would lead to the inescapable paradox of the grandmother, a trap from which one cannot escape. Consequently, after considerable reflection, I ultimately adopted the setting of the DC universe. However, unlike the Flash possesses the power of Speed Force, enabling him to restart infinitely. Whereas our protagonist, despite having time sand within him, cannot loop endlessly. Once we clarify these aspects, we can trace the main storyline, which is rather simple. In the first cycle, the protagonist is attacked, and time sand enters his body, allowing him to foresee the future. He acquires a Philosopher's Stone, loses it, and embarks on a journey to prevent Voldemort from obtaining it, heading to Professor Wally's castle. During a fierce battle, the Time Turner is shattered, resonating with the time sand within him, and he travels back 30 years. In the second cycle, the amnesiac protagonist resides with his grandfather and encounters his great-grandfather and distant uncle. His grandfather is afflicted by a new ailment, eventually revealed to be a scheme by a dark wizard emulating the Black Death. To thwart the dark wizard's plans, he ventures forth with his distant uncle, returning to the present with an unfinished Philosopher's Stone that should have been destroyed in 1961, ultimately leading to a disastrous turn of events. In the third cycle, realizing his blunders, the protagonist, aided by a formidable group of elders, travels back again, attempting to deceive history. He succeeds, returning to Hogwarts, where the resonance between the time sand and the time turner echoes the beginning of this narrative, hinting at the theme that what does not belong to you will eventually depart. Ultimately, Leon manages to escape the Mobius strip of time he created and restores history to its rightful path. Throughout these narratives, the Philosopher's Stone weaves through all three cycles, with only one existing in each, as it is the pivotal object that causes the future to diverge, possessing a singular nature. Halloween Eve serves as the critical juncture in this Mobius strip. By erasing the Philosopher's Stone, both physically and conceptually, the time loop is naturally shattered. On Halloween Eve of the first cycle, Professor Wally is slain by Voldemort, who acquires the Philosopher's Stone, regaining his power and launching an assault on Hogwarts, ultimately killing Dumbledore, thus manifesting the future Leon foresaw in his dreams. In the third cycle, Leon strategically positions himself outside Professor Wally's castle on Halloween Eve, using a counterfeit Philosopher's Stone provided by Nickeloom to deceive Voldemort. One might wonder why Voldemort fell for this ruse. Firstly, in the entirety of the HP canon, illusions are quite rare. Upon returning to the past, due to the resonance of time, sand, and the time turner, Voldemort interprets the disappearance of the Philosopher's Stone as mere illusion magic, which is not surprising. After all, even without a nose, he could not immediately deduce that the protagonist had traversed time. This occurrence is documented only once in the magical realm. Secondly, Leon's concealment outside the castle, employing an illusory garden, further solidified Voldemort's assumptions. Thus, from Voldemort's perspective, it might have seemed like this: someone is attempting to steal my Philosopher's Stone. It vanished before my eyes. Oh, it must be your illusion trickery. You wish to take my Philosopher's Stone? I shall crush you. Subsequently, when Leon incinerates the Philosopher's Stone in front of him, the very concept of the stone is obliterated, aligning with Grindelwald's notion of deceiving fate, though the stone had already been destroyed during the second traversal. Moreover, this act before Voldemort's gaze is quite provocative. This is also why Grindelwald mentioned he could perish at any moment, perhaps even vanish entirely from history. Additionally, earlier in the narrative, I foreshadowed a prophecy, with many discerning that the blessed by time bluebird refers to Leon. However, many may not fully grasp what being blessed by time entails. This refers to the remnants of time sand and the inherent prophecy within Leon, subtly hinted at in the concluding chapter, where he positions the alchemical doll appropriately. The site where two sisters, presumably descendants of Leon, later discover the doll and communicate with him across time. From previous chapters, the mysterious girl's dialogue with Leon suggests that this prophetic gift has indeed been inherited by subsequent generations. In this volume, I embedded numerous hints, even featuring Voldemort in the second cycle, where he inadvertently shares a frame with the protagonist. I wonder if anyone noticed, laughs. If you cannot find it, I suggest reviewing chapter 25 of this volume. There are additional hints within, which can be revisited as Easter eggs in earlier chapters. As for the other elements of the prophecy, I plan to discuss them once this book concludes. Harry Potter forcefully tossed the rubbish in his hand into the trash bin, the action imbued with emotion. It was infuriating. His uncle and aunt simply refused to let him see that letter, as if reading it would lead to his demise. It was undoubtedly his letter. Frustrated by this thought, Harry kicked the bin, only to wince in pain and nearly shed tears. Turning awkwardly, he spotted two towering boys standing not far behind him. Their almost identical faces suggested they were twins. Though they were tall, they appeared quite young, perhaps only 16 or 17 years old. However, they were genuinely muscular, unlike his cousin's flabby physique. These two exuded a sense of martial prowess. Harry felt he had encountered these boys before. A few years back, Dudley had a conflict with a boy from the neighboring school, and along with his usual entourage of Piers and Danny, he had cornered and beaten that boy. Later, after school one day, that boy returned with these two, cornering Dudley and Piers for a thorough thrashing. Harry vowed that was one of his happiest days, witnessing Dudley's misfortune. He clandestinely watched television in the living room that night, indulging in a piece of chocolate Dudley had rejected, while his uncle and aunt took Dudley to the hospital for a night. When they left, his aunt was in tears, nearly unable to stand. However, Harry understood all too well that Dudley was merely a bit bruised. He was tough as nails. Thus, Harry shrank back, intending to keep his distance from the two boys. Although he did not believe they would suddenly assault him, he was taken aback when they approached him, one of them suddenly exclaiming, "Hello, Potter." The two Hulks deliberately lowered their voices, yet to Harry, it still sounded like they were shouting. What baffled him most was how they knew his name, and he suspected Dudley was somehow involved. He hurried back inside, disinterested in the two oafs, wanting only to uncover who had been sending him letters these past few days. What secrets lay within those letters? The following day, Harry did not encounter any peculiar individuals in the morning. However, while Aunt Petunia was cracking eggs from a freshly purchased carton, she discovered 24 letters addressed to him, which he was unable to retrieve as Uncle Vernon seized them all and incinerated them. That evening, as he ventured outside to dispose of the garbage, he noticed two men and a woman squatting by the roadside, fixedly staring at him. The largest among them excitedly waved and shouted, "Hello, freak." Harry felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, but upon observing the man's muscular arms, thicker than Dudley's, he suppressed those thoughts and hurried back indoors. Thus, with exhaustion weighing heavily upon him, Harry faced the arrival of Sunday. Upon rising, he assisted in preparing breakfast. Uncle Vernon, looking weary and in poor spirits yet oddly cheerful, sat down. Sundays were devoid of postmen, and as he spread jam on a newspaper, he remarked with delight, "There won't be any damned letters today." Just as he spoke, something suddenly struck him on the head, followed by a barrage of 30 to 40 letters shooting out of the fireplace like bullets. The Dursleys scrambled to evade them, while Harry leaped high, reaching out to grasp one. Out. Out. After several minutes, Harry was shoved out the door by Uncle Vernon, with Dudley wailing about his gaming console, television, and computer left behind. Aunt Petunia clutched Dudley in fear as they took their seats in the back, while Uncle Vernon forced Harry into the passenger seat before attempting to start the engine. However, his frustration escalated as the car refused to ignite, and Harry surreptitiously glanced at Uncle Vernon's half-shaven face, which bore a frightening pallor. "Petunia, get Dudley out. We'll find another way," Uncle Vernon bellowed. "But what else can we do?" Aunt Petunia stammered, to which Uncle Vernon retorted, "I'll borrow a car. Or call someone. There must be a way to escape this wretched place." Harry swore he had never witnessed Uncle Vernon in such a furious state. Even Dudley, frightened, ceased his cries and obediently exited the vehicle with his mother. Uncle Vernon hastily went next door to borrow a vehicle, leaving Harry and Petunia and Dudley standing at their doorstep. Harry found the scene amusing and could not help but laugh. "Shut up, Harry," Aunt Petunia snapped. In that moment, Harry's amusement faded, for a strikingly handsome boy with dark hair and gray eyes casually strolled past their home. Harry had to admit he was the most attractive boy he had ever seen. Yet, as this striking figure passed, he suddenly turned back, flashed a brilliant smile exposing perfect white teeth, and shouted with a silly grin, "Hello, freak." "Who was that?" Aunt Petunia's shrill voice pierced the air. "Do you know him?" "No, I don't know him," Harry gasped, feeling a pang of anxiety. What was happening these days? It felt as though the entire world recognized him. Uncle Vernon returned briskly, exclaiming, "I borrowed the car from the Gowers. We're leaving in their vehicle." Once again, Harry was pushed away, lost in thoughts about the bizarre occurrences of late. This time, the car started smoothly, and as they slowly pulled out of Privet Drive, Harry noticed a boy and a girl at an intersection. The boy was handsome, and the girl was the most beautiful he had ever seen, both draped in peculiar cloaks adorned with a shield-shaped emblem bearing 4 distinct symbols. Regrettably, Harry could not discern the images clearly. In the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Aunt Petunia tightly pursing her lips, her expression fluctuating between anxiety and anger. As they passed the duo, Harry noticed them staring intently at their car. The boy waved lightly and then, with a flick of his finger in the night sky, mysteriously left behind golden letters in the air. The words "Hello, Potter" materialized before vanishing. Harry removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, only to find the pair had vanished. "Did you see that?" he incredulously asked Aunt Petunia. The car fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, Uncle Vernon's voice broke the stillness, sounding dry and strained. "Yes, they came," Aunt Petunia murmured. Dudley, wearing a scowl, glared at Harry, who found it impossible to share in their discontent, feeling a simmering anger within him. It seemed as though everyone was aware of something while deliberately keeping him in the dark. This tension culminated on Monday night when a giant, towering 3 meters high, kicked open the dilapidated door of their crumbling stone shed and greeted Harry with a smile. "Hello, Harry," the giant boomed. Harry erupted, shouting, "I'm not well." "Not at all. Did you hear me? I'm not well." His voice resonated with an inexplicable force, causing everything around him to levitate, even distorting Uncle Vernon's shotgun. Uncle Vernon, immobilized, instinctively pulled the trigger, and a deafening bang echoed in the air. After a while, Uncle Vernon cradled his injured hand, moaning in pain. It remains unclear how long Hagrid took to calm Harry down, but witnessing the spectacle alongside his friends filled Harry with joy. P.S. The book does not specify the exact day in July when Harry received his first acceptance letter. It merely states that on one day in July, Aunt Petunia took Dudley to acquire his school uniform. The following day, Aunt Petunia dyed Harry's uniform, which corresponds with the second act of the film. However, unlike the film, Uncle Vernon, in his fear, cleared out the upstairs storage room that very night for Harry to stay in. This would become the room he inhabited for several years. On the 3rd day, Dudley collected another acceptance letter. On the 4th day, Harry planned to rise early to wait for the postman, only to find Uncle Vernon sleeping at his door, leading to another 3 letters arriving that day. It was also on this day that Uncle Vernon nailed shut the mailbox and door gaps. What transpired next? The original text swiftly transitions to Friday, which may well be the 5th day. Harry received 12 letters that were shoved through the gaps of the window and door. On Saturday, the 6th day, 24 letters were concealed within eggs that Aunt Petunia had just purchased, a scene depicted in the film. Finally, there is Sunday, the 7th day, which remains etched in everyone's memory, a deluge of letters pouring down the chimney, prompting the family, along with Harry, to escape to the countryside, taking refuge in a dilapidated hotel. The following morning, on the 8th day, letters continued to arrive, delivered by a hotel attendant, marking Monday. That evening, Uncle Vernon borrowed a boat and sought a cottage on a rocky island, though it was not specified whether it was wooden or stone. I personally lean towards the likelihood of it being stone, as wooden structures are generally not built by the seaside. The film also portrays it as a stone cottage, resembling a lighthouse. At midnight, Harry celebrated his birthday, which fell on that Tuesday, as he turned 11. However, upon investigation, I found that in reality, July 31st, 1991, the day of Harry's birthday, was not a Tuesday, suggesting that Rowling overlooked this detail. Thus, when tracing back from Harry's birthday, it becomes evident that the first acceptance letter was actually delivered on July 24th. In reality, July 31st, 1991, was a Wednesday. Diverging from the narrative in the book where Dudley complains on the island about missing television programs on Monday, with the subsequent day being Harry's birthday or Tuesday. Additionally, the names Piers and Dudley are characters from the original text, frequently seen in the company of Dudley. They make an appearance at the beginning of the fifth film. Leon gradually emerged from his drunken stupor. Although it was merely butterbeer, he had still indulged excessively. The previous day marked the grand opening of Annie's mysterious shop in Diagon Alley. The timing was strategic, capitalizing on the bustling atmosphere preceding the annual school term, thereby attracting a wave of customers. The admissions process for Hogwarts typically commenced in early July, and from then until the end of August. Parents and students would flock to Diagon Alley for their shopping needs. So far, Annie's mysterious shop had amassed a diverse array of merchandise, primarily categorized into two sections. The first section offered an assortment of whimsical products tailored for students, including a rapidly evolving and refined skip class candy, along with various prank items. Particularly a series resembling miniature, pocket-sized suspenders that, when thrown, would accurately strike the trousers of unsuspecting young wizards, transforming into a large puddle of indeterminate liquid reminiscent of urine, much to the delight of the little sorcerers. The second section catered to upperclassmen and even adult wizards, featuring exquisite potions that would vanish from the shelves almost instantaneously. These concoctions were a favorite among witches of all ages, offering solutions for dark circles from sleepless nights, troublesome acne, and lackluster complexions. One sip would remedy all. Moreover, regular use of these potions could enhance a witch's beauty, classifying them as a form of high-grade magic elixirs. Notably, the shop's primary profits stemmed from protective vests and energy-storing gloves. The former contained an armor-enhancing charm capable of withstanding a disarming spell cast by a typical adult wizard, while the latter could store magical energy for later use, enabling the wearer to unleash a disarming spell when needed. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were particularly enamored with these items. Additionally, the shop stocked high-quality potions and occasionally accepted alchemical orders. There were even rumors that it sold Wolfbane potion, though many werewolves were too impoverished to afford it. Nonetheless, some claimed that werewolves could work in exchange for potions, resulting in a few shadowy figures lurking by the back door each night. Currently, the shop was managed by Sevens and Flant, with Sevens overseeing operations and Flant managing the inventory. They had both attained their N.E.W.T. certificates last year, Sevens with 9 O's and 1 A, Flant with 5 O's and 3 A's, and Fiona with 8 O's and 1 A. Unfortunately, none had followed their family's wishes to work at the Ministry of Magic. Leon had initially assumed Fiona would assist in managing their family shop, but to his surprise, she chose to remain at Hogwarts, now serving as Professor McGonagall's teaching assistant. As for Slytherin's senior student, Calito, he was balancing managing his family's business while becoming one of the primary suppliers of raw materials for the shop, Cedric's family being another supplier. Of course, it was his father who had arranged this. Cedric's opinions were currently inconsequential. Leon reclined in a chair, swinging his legs lazily. How could it possibly be boring? This year, we have Harry starting school, Sevens remarked, busy calculating the accounts. He's merely a child. You saw him just the other day. Regardless, he was the only one to have survived the killing curse, a true legend. Sevens finally finished his calculations and glanced at the calculator in his hand. Tell me, how can muggles possess such remarkably useful devices? Are you certain there isn't a numerically inclined fairy residing within? Muggles have plenty of remarkable inventions, but alas, Hogwarts forbids electronic devices, Leon replied. However, it makes sense. If Hogwarts permitted them, everyone would likely be playing on computers and watching television, and academic performance would plummet even further. Enough about computers and game consoles. Calito burst in, flustered. The gaming console and computer I brought home for my brothers 2 years ago were incinerated by my father in a fit of rage. My foolish cousins barely scored any A's last year, let alone O's. One of them even received a T in potions from our head. That has nothing to do with me, Leon replied lazily, turning to Calito. What brings you here today? Calito swallowed nervously, glanced around, and whispered. I heard you acquired Dragonclaw powder. Is it possible to brew the bewitching brain potion with it? Leon let out a cold chuckle. As an esteemed graduate of Slytherin, could you refrain from posing such foolish questions? Even Professor Snape only brews the forgetfulness potion once every few years. With that, he decided it was time to leave. See you during the holidays. As he exited Diagon Alley, Leon caught another glimpse of Hagrid's imposing figure, along with a boy beside him sporting a wild mane of black hair. Frankly, that hairstyle was far from what one would expect of the film's protagonist. Time flew by, and before Leon could fully comprehend it, August had slipped away. On September 1st, at platform 9 3/4, Leon and Annie, as per tradition, commandeered the last compartment of the train along with their less than capable brothers. Leon, are you not taking divination this year? Annie inquired, glancing at the timetable he had procured from the professor. Indeed, it seems rather pointless. In truth, there's little left to learn. A remnant of the sands of time still lingers within me, allowing me to occasionally foresee the weather for the upcoming week. Then you shall accompany me for training, Annie said with a bright smile, leaning against Leon. You barely visited last year. Leon agreed, just as he was about to continue speaking. The compartment door was abruptly opened a crack. A disheveled boy with round glasses quickly pulled the door shut, apologizing loudly before darting to the front of the train. Leaning against the door of the first compartment, Harry gasped for breath. Goodness, what did I just witness? Over the summer, that bewildering group who had come to Privet Drive to shout hello, Harry Potter, were seated in the very last carriage. Moreover, the boy with the brown hair had looked at him with such a terrifying gaze. The door behind him swung open again, revealing a blonde youth with slick back hair who scrutinized Harry for a moment before clearing his throat. Are you Harry Potter? Yes. My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. I presume you have heard of my family. If you are sorted into Slytherin, we might become friends. Who would want to be friends with you? A red-haired boy suddenly pulled Harry aside, glaring fiercely at Malfoy. Harry recognized him as the youngest member of the family that had just shown him how to access the station. They appeared to be of the same year. Malfoy examined the red-haired boy's face, then arrogantly remarked, Red hair? Hand-me-down clothes. Need I say more? You must be a Weasley, Potter. You will soon learn who truly deserves your friendship, Malfoy sneered. Harry could hardly tolerate Malfoy's peculiar accent and clenched his teeth, retorting, Thanks, but I don't need your guidance. Malfoy scoffed and slammed the compartment door shut. The red-haired boy sighed in relief. Hey, hello. I'm Ron Weasley. We just met. This isn't the place for conversation. Let's find another compartment. Good idea. They had scarcely turned around when they encountered a pair of prominent front teeth. Hey, have you seen a toad? The train, filled with eager young witches and wizards, chugged toward Hogwarts. That evening, during the sorting ceremony, when Professor McGonagall first called out Hannah Abbott, Leon finally exhaled in relief. Oh, that's comforting, pure-blooded Hufflepuff. The Badgers cheered jubilantly. Before long, McGonagall finally announced Harry's name. Harry Potter. Harry anxiously perched on the high stool, catching sight of Leon's imposing presence and the students encircling him. Their smiles appeared menacing to Harry, while the boy at the center held his head high, reminiscent of a godfather who would never bow his head in Sicily. Not Slytherin, not Hufflepuff, not Slytherin, not Hufflepuff, he murmured quietly. The sorting hat chimed in. I understand your reluctance for Slytherin, but what do you mean by not wishing to join Hufflepuff? Did Hufflepuff consume your family's rice? Leon languidly sat in the classroom of defense against the dark arts, appearing rather listless. The previous night, he had once again sneaked into the room of requirement to practice ancient runes. This subject was not introduced until the third year, and due to its complexity and tedium, few young wizards chose to take it. However, its significance is undeniably profound. Modern magic essentially evolved from the foundations laid by ancient runes. To excel in any magical domain, proficiency in runes is indispensable. Regrettably, most young wizards come to this realization only by the 5th year, resulting in a 2-year gap that is nearly impossible to bridge, ultimately leading to resignation. Fortunately, under Leon's insistence, all the Badgers in their year opted to take this course. As for defense against the dark arts, their expectations had dwindled. Every weekend, upperclassmen with commendable grades in the subject provided supplementary lessons in the room of requirement. In a certain sense, Leon contemplated venturing into the realm of magical tutoring, as it seemed a lucrative prospect. He was indifferent to the identity of this year's unfortunate professor, until, gazing at Professor Quirrell, who was swathed in a scarf, Leon's expression grew complex. It seems this individual has ultimately succumbed to the clutches of the noseless fiend. Upon Quirrell's arrival, the occupants of the room instinctively covered their noses. Annie scrunched her face in distaste and, rather impolitely, cast a bubblehead charm for herself and Leon. Others, imitating her, either performed the charm or resorted to tearing off pieces of paper to block their noses. Leon found it amusing that Professor Chilo, reeking of garlic and scallions, and accompanied by an inexplicable assortment of strange odors, suddenly turned crimson. It was likely not out of embarrassment, but rather indignation. Everyone opened their textbooks to page 156, where we were to delve into the study of the undead. The students collectively furrowed their brows. Ignoring the class, Professor Chilo began to read aloud, and Leon noticed the Heil brothers frowning as they fashioned earplugs from a piece of parchment. For the giant brothers, both the bubblehead charm and the muffling charm were somewhat beyond their grasp. Professor Chilo commenced his lesson with a stammering voice, and before long, a significant portion of the class had succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Leon couldn't help but cast glances at Chilo's large scarf, feeling a surge of mischief bubbling within him. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, for this year's Voldemort was a deliberate challenge set by old Dumbledore to test the bravery of the chosen one. Thus, the class passed in discomfort for both the lecturer and the pupils. The bell rang, interrupting many a sweet dream, prompting the drowsy young wizards to gather their belongings. For the assignment, please detail the characteristics of the undead on 6 inches of parchment, Mr. Green requested. Please wait a moment. Leon tossed his backpack to Rod and approached Chilo. Is there something amiss, Professor? Chilo gazed at Leon with a peculiar expression, then, with a stammering accent, inquired, Mr. Gregory, is there anything in today's lesson that you do not comprehend? Leon raised an eyebrow. Are you unaware whether the little wizard comprehended what you said? Must you inquire of me again? As for whether I understood, do you not recall that I was hosting gatherings among the undead during my first year? Oh, perhaps you truly do not know. At that time, you were still teaching Muggle studies. Splendid, Professor, Chilo remarked with a bemused expression, nodding slightly. Well then, it's settled. You ought to proceed to your next class. Leon nodded slightly and was about to depart when he heard Chilo add another remark. Replace me, and convey my regards to Professor Dumbledore. Leon turned his head and perceived something attempting to penetrate his mind. However, he adeptly repelled it. He forced a smile. Very well, Professor. Quirrell watched as Leon departed from the professor. The moment the latter exited, he waved his wand and sealed the classroom door. Subsequently, he collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Quirrell, are you to betray me? A chilling voice emanated from the back of Quirrell's head. The professor trembled and lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. This is your punishment. Quirrell's expression twisted further, his mouth agape yet, oddly. No sound of despair escaped his lips. After a prolonged moment, Voldemort ceased his torment. Remember, there will be no next time, Voldemort stated icily. And do not waste your efforts seeking salvation from that hypocritical old fool. Do you believe he is unaware of my intentions towards the school? You may observe whether he comes to your rescue. Quirrell gasped for breath, concealing a flicker of hatred deep in his eyes. He was now not only physically subjugated by Voldemort, but his very soul was also ensnared, every thought susceptible to Voldemort's perception. Yes, my master, I understand, he replied. Leon caught up with the other Badgers. Their next class was with Professor McGonagall. What did Professor Chilo want with you? Rona inquired with a smile. He asked me how this class was, I replied, and I said, it was absolutely fantastic. The brothers exchanged a glance, their faces reflecting a foolish confusion. It was hard to believe he would even pose such a question. Unlike the Bamp brothers, Annie was particularly incensed by this matter. It's been 3 years. Aside from the first year when Professor Nott actually taught us something, what have we been doing in the defense against the dark arts classes for the past 2 years? None of them managed to teach for a full 4 months. If it weren't for Leon, we all would have failed this course. Leon shrugged, remaining silent. Though he found Professor Quirrell's demeanor quite intriguing, it was evident that his final remark was laden with implication. If his conjecture held any merit, it was likely that he wished for Leon to relay something to Dumbledore. Alas, it seemed that the unfortunate Professor Quirrell did not willingly follow the noseless one. Well, perhaps he would mention it to Dumbledore when the opportunity arose. Upon entering the Transfiguration classroom, Leon overheard the earlier arrived Badgers gossiping about this year's first-year students. Harry and the youngest Weasley had arrived late. Even the Patil brothers found this astonishing. To be tardy in their own headmaster's class? What were they thinking? All right, quiet down. Professor McGonagall re-entered the classroom and approached the podium. This semester, our primary focus will be on mastering the art of living transfiguration. The first student to successfully complete a living transfiguration will earn 10 points for their house. Oh, except for Mr. Green. Professor McGonagall glanced at Leon, adding with a slight smirk. Leon, that evening, Leon encountered Dumbledore in the headmaster's office and spoke of the matter at hand. Oh, my mistake. Dumbledore appeared somewhat disheartened. I truly did not anticipate that the Caro siblings would dare to lay hands on Quirrell. If I am not mistaken, it must have been during the summer when they abducted Quirrell, he continued, as he removed his glasses to wipe them. How dare they? Roared Professor Black's portrait. In my time, no one would ever dare to attack a professor at Hogwarts. So is there still hope? Leon pondered, inquiring. I fear, Dumbledore replied with a rueful smile, that he has undoubtedly exerted control over Quirrell on a soul level, no doubt. However, I believe there lies an opportunity. Dumbledore's keen gaze shot forth from beneath his glasses. If we can seize control of Quirrell, perhaps we can contemplate the possibility of extracting their souls. You mean Harry? Leon raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore remained silent, tacitly affirming the notion. I suggest you involve Professor Snape in this matter, Leon proposed. His expertise in dark arts and potions is unparalleled. He may uncover something valuable. A commendable suggestion. I shall consider it. The following evening during dinner, Leon overheard a piece of news from Annie. Harry has joined the Gryffindor team? Leon casually flipped through the Daily Prophet, unfazed, yet slightly regretful. Yesterday was Thursday, and the first-year Gryffindors had their flying lesson alongside Slytherin that afternoon. Regrettably, while they were in flight class, Leon was occupied with ancient runes, unable to witness the momentous occasion firsthand. Indeed, Annie pouted. I heard from Angelina that Harry Potter dove 50 feet and caught a glass ball. I fear this year is lost for us, she lamented, leaning on the long table. Though it is a new captain, he is a formidable keeper, and with the Weasley brothers. Well, perhaps I could sneak a Confundus charm on him during the match? Or perhaps cast a hex at Harry. Leon jested. However, in making this jest, he failed to notice a disheveled young witch passing by. At the Gryffindor table, Ron was explaining to Harry the nuances of wizard dueling. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Hermione plopped down beside Harry. Could you not eat in peace? Ron complained. Ignoring him, Hermione turned to Harry and said, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Malfoy. You must not roam about at night. Think of the points you would lose if caught. You cannot be so selfish. Hermione, this does not concern you, Ron interjected, furiously. Hermione stood up, took a few steps away, and suddenly turned back. Oh, by the way. I just passed the Hufflepuff table and overheard an upperclassman contemplating whether to curse you or would during the match. No. Thank you. Harry and Ron were taken aback, turning to see a pair of towering brothers glancing their way, flashing broad, toothy grins. Beside them was the upperclassman Harry had encountered during the summer. I know him. Harry turned to Ron, swallowing hard, not at school, but during the summer before term started. Is he the one with the brown hair? Ron asked quietly. Yes. That's him. Do you know him? I've heard of him, Ron replied, also swallowing nervously. I've heard he and 2 other Hufflepuffs were dubbed the Hufflepuff Triumvirate in recent years, although one graduated last year. The one who mentioned cursing you is named Leon Green. He has been at the top of our year since first year. A couple of years ago. He single-handedly drove a dragon out of Gringotts, Harry. He did it all on his own, and he was only in second year at the time. Mr. Diggory, who lives next door, has praised him to my father more than once. Even my brothers, Bill, Charlie, Percy, George, and Fred, often mention him at home. Mother frequently says if George and Fred could achieve half of his grades, she would be content. Harry furrowed his brow, feeling a pang in his stomach. Even his impending duel with Malfoy seemed trivial in comparison. He found it hard to envision what a dragon was like, let alone the kind of power it would take to drive one away. Is he really that formidable? Ron gulped down a large mouthful of pumpkin juice. More than formidable. I once heard George say that many believe he could be the next Dumbledore. Moreover, he has established his own society, something called the Secret Eye. Every time Fred and George mention it, they do so with such admiration, yet they are not formal members yet. Harry was unfamiliar with the Secret Eye, but recalling the scene from the beginning of term, he could easily imagine the other striding through the school with a band of followers. Compared to him, Dudley was nothing but a mere nuisance. Ron, Harry grimaced. Do you think if I went to Professor McGonagall now and told her I no longer wished to join the team, would I be expelled from the school? Ron was at a loss for words, and the two exchanged glances for a while. Later that night, Harry lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His mind oscillated between visions of being defeated by Malfoy or expelled and sent home, and images of himself on a broomstick, struck by a spell and tumbling to the ground, transformed into a heap of tomato sauce. I tell you, if he uses a spell against you, you better dodge it. For I cannot recall how to counter a spell. It's 10:30. Harry, we must leave, Ron urged as they donned their coats and quietly gathered their wands. Sneaking out, just as they reached the entrance, a voice rang out. I can't believe you would do this, Harry. A lamp flickered on, revealing Hermione in her red pajamas, curled up in a chair. Mind your own business. Go back to sleep. Ron snapped. Last night, I nearly told your brother. Ron, your brother Percy is a prefect. He would stop you. Harry felt his stomach churn once more. Let us go, Ron, he said, sidestepping Hermione as he crawled outside. Hermione, like an irate otter, trailed closely behind them. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville raced through the corridors, their lungs nearly bursting from exertion. Finally, they arrived at a locked door. We're doomed. Ron pushed against the door. We're finished. They could hear footsteps approaching. Filch was drawing nearer. Quick. Hermione snatched Harry's wand and tapped the door lock. Alhamra. With a click, the lock released, and they hurriedly tumbled inside. Shutting the door and straining to listen to the sounds outside, they heard Peeves arguing with Filch. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It was likely Filch believed the door was locked, preventing them from entering. Neville trembled beside Harry, tugging at his sleeve. What's wrong, Neville? Harry whispered. They had encountered him at the entrance to the common room. Oh no. Rather, they had stumbled upon him, as he lay forlornly at the door, having forgotten the password once more. To be honest, Harry was reluctant to bring Neville along tonight. However, there was no choice. Neville had been thoroughly frightened by the blood-curdling ghost, Peeves, and was unwilling to wait alone at the door for the fat lady to return. Harry and the others had just emerged, and the fat lady had mysteriously wandered off, prompting Hermione to follow suit. One couldn't truly leave Neville waiting alone at the entrance for an entire night, could they? Consequently, the group arrived at the trophy room, only to discover they had been outwitted by Malfoy. The worst part was that not only had the scoundrel failed to keep their appointment, but he had also reported them. Neville remained silent, still trembling, while Harry turned to him, his mouth agape. Ron and Hermione, too, were wide-eyed, staring in disbelief. Behind them loomed a massive dog, towering as high as Hagrid, with 6 glaring eyes fixed upon them. Yes, 6, for this creature possessed 3 heads. It lay motionless, staring them down, its eyes reflecting a hint of confusion from being abruptly awakened, mingled with a touch of morning grumpiness. Ah! The collective screams of the group blended with the dog-esque growl as Harry deftly twisted the doorknob, and they all surged out. Upon reaching the corner of the 4th floor, Hermione led the charge but quickly turned back, grabbing Ron and Harry just in time. As for Neville, he was a beat behind, but soon scurried back as well. With 2 hapless companions in tow, Hermione gasped for breath as she guided them behind a stone pillar. What's wrong, Hermione? Harry panted softly. Is it Filch again? Hermione, still shaken, replied, I don't know. I didn't look closely, but it shouldn't be. It's Gryffindor. Ron stammered, his teeth chattering. Hermione and Harry's expressions shifted to one of sheer intensity. Only poor Neville remained utterly befuddled. The sound of footsteps approached, more than one pair. Who was there? Filch's frantic voice echoed. Leon furrowed his brow as he gazed at the elderly man before him. Over the years, he had encountered Filch on several occasions, yet each interaction had been rather unpleasant. In his earlier readings and cinematic experiences, he had perceived this old man as somewhat pitiable. However, upon witnessing him in person at Hogwarts, his perspective shifted entirely. The years of being a squib had undoubtedly left this man psychologically distorted. Regardless, Leon found little fondness for him. It's me, Filch, he emphasized, imitating Snape's tone. It's you? The curfew is already in effect, Filch retorted, his voice laced with resentment. Long ago. He had reported to multiple professors that Leon and other Hufflepuff wizards frequently convened secretly on the 8th floor, yet not a single professor had intervened. Even Professor McGonagall, who prided herself on fairness, merely offered a perfunctory acknowledgement, observing Filch's frequent presence in the headmaster's office. It was evident to him that he was powerless against a mere wizard. Such disgrace. He ought to be terrified of his own position. Oh, what am I doing at this hour? Do I need to report to you? Leon scoffed. I just emerged from the headmaster's office. If you have an issue, seek out Professor Dumbledore for confirmation. I trust he is still awake. Filch's expression darkened as he muttered curses under his breath and departed with his lantern in hand. Listening to Filch's receding footsteps, Harry and his companions released a collective sigh of relief. However, their relief was somewhat premature. What are you lot doing here? A voice startled Harry, nearly making him leap from his spot. Hermione's hair stood on end in alarm. As for Ron and Neville, they were rendered speechless. Learn from the seniors, Hermione stammered, her usual brilliance momentarily absent as she struggled to concoct a plausible excuse. Noticing the fearful demeanor of his companions, Leon's expression shifted to one of growing seriousness. He suddenly realized that they seemed quite apprehensive of him. A mischievous thought bubbled within him, yet he suppressed it. Tilting his head slightly, pursing his lips, squinting his eyes, and crossing his arms tightly over his robes, embodying Snape's essence perfectly. Miss Granger, if I recall correctly, it is curfew time, is it not? Or perhaps you've forgotten the school rules and require my assistance in recalling them. Hermione's eyes reddened. I am sorry. Harry kept his gaze lowered, afraid to meet Leon's eyes, fearing he might unleash a curse upon him at any moment. There will be no next time. Return to the common room immediately. If I find out you're still roaming the castle, I shall inform Professor McGonagall. As Leon's footsteps faded, the group exchanged glances and dashed towards the 8th floor in a frenzy. Huh? Where are you going? The fat lady exclaimed, intrigued. Pig snout. Pig snout. Don't ask. Just let us in. The fat lady rolled her eyes but ultimately opened the door, allowing them to tumble inside. They collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. And for a while, silence reigned. What a dreadful evening, Ron murmured, prompting Harry to nod in agreement. Right? A three-headed dog, and we nearly got caught by Filch. I wonder if that senior Gryffindor will inform Professor McGonagall. Hermione finally regained her composure, furiously pointing at the trio. This is all your fault for insisting on playing at the 4th floor with whatever wizard duel. Neville quietly muttered that he wasn't involved, yet no one acknowledged him. If we ever get expelled, it will undoubtedly be because of you. She fumed, storming off to the girls' dormitory. Ron looked bewildered. What kind of talk is that? As if we dragged her along. However, Harry refrained from responding, lost in thought about another matter. Though he had been thoroughly startled, he had caught a glimpse of something beneath the three-headed dog's paws, as if it were guarding something of significance. When Harry appeared at the dining table the next morning, the most astonished was not Leon, but rather Malfoy. He couldn't fathom how his coveted treasure had eluded Filch's watchful eye. It was highly unlikely that a young wizard could be sent home for a midnight escapade. Malfoy was certain of that. However, detentions and demerits were inevitable. That was his true objective. Yet, upon checking the hourglass that morning, he found Gryffindor's points had not diminished, leaving him quite vexed. Of course, Harry, having been toyed with by Malfoy, was now contemplating how to retaliate. Leon paid little attention to the subtle thoughts of the young couple. In truth, he felt somewhat weary. The previous night, he had been conscripted by the old bee, who had requested him to assess the challenges designed by himself and several other professors. What else could it be? Leon felt indifferent, as these mechanisms were not intended for those without noses. Did they truly believe that those without noses would navigate through the trials like the pipe-wielding plumber in red overalls? Since these challenges were prepared for Harry and his companions, it sufficed to ensure that they would not come to harm. Nevertheless, there remained certain aspects that perplexed Leon. I do not comprehend, Professor, what is the significance of this? He inquired of Dumbledore. Ah, it is, of course, to prepare a stage for our old friend. Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. I am confident that he will not let this opportunity slip by. Leon shrugged and absent-mindedly fiddled with the tail of Fox. The large bird, which, displeased, turned on its perch and buried its head beneath its wing. Oh, there was something else. Leon hesitated before asking, when is Master Nico's funeral? Oh, that. There is no rush, Dumbledore replied, stating that once he had attended to his current matters, he would inform us. The conversation ceased at that point, however. What Dumbledore did not disclose to Liang was that an old friend residing in Egypt had informed him of a potential sighting of Voldemort's presence. A younger, more rational, and consequently more perilous Voldemort. Liang, are you even listening? Did you not sleep well last night? Annie waved her hand in front of Liang. My apologies. What did you just say? Annie sighed in exasperation. I said, what do you think that savior truly received? Liang cast a glance at the elongated package on the Gryffindor table and, in a nonchalant manner, remarked, what else could it be? Given its shape. It's most likely a broomstick, isn't it? This elicited a look of curiosity not only from Annie, but also drew Cedric, the newly appointed captain of the Hufflepuff team, closer. What model do you think it is? He inquired with keen interest. I'm not certain, but it is highly probable that Professor McGonagall purchased it herself. She is quite affluent. Liang continued, if I were Professor McGonagall, I would acquire the latest model from the Nimbus series. Cedric's expression was tinged with a hint of sourness, for he was still using the Comet series. As the seeker for Hufflepuff, he required the instantaneous acceleration and straight-line speed that the Comet series offered, even if it could not compete with the superior performance of the latest Nimbus series. Indeed, while the Comet series boasts commendable straight-line speed, its turning capabilities pale in comparison to those of the Nimbus. For a seeker, speed in a straight line is not sufficient. Agility in turns is paramount. He contemplated practicing the art of catching the snitch in secret when time permitted. Having heard from Liang that it was a trending technique among wizards in the Neon realm, do you think if I sought out Professor Sprout, she might grant us a new set of brooms for the team? Cedric mused sweetly, lost in daydreams. Dream on, Liang replied, spreading ketchup on his toast. Do you imagine Professor Sprout is akin to Professor McGonagall, a fervent Quidditch enthusiast? Give up that notion. She won't allocate funds for you. If she had that money, she would undoubtedly purchase more seeds and fertilizers. Cedric sighed, looking as dejected as a frost-bitten eggplant. Suddenly, a ripple of excitement surged through the long table at Gryffindor. Leon turned back and saw Harry and Malfoy grappling over a long, wrapped package, one corner of which had already been torn open. Let go, Malfoy, Harry shouted vehemently. It's mine. Nonsense, Malfoy retorted, his small face flushed crimson. First-year wizards are not permitted to bring brooms. I intend to present it to the professor. You will surely be punished. You brute. Ron, witnessing his friend in distress, rushed over to assist, while Crabbe and Goyle, standing behind Malfoy, also joined the fray. Hermione was shouting something from the sidelines, and Neville was struck on the back of his head by a flying broomstick, collapsing onto the dining table, causing the memory ball in his hand to roll away and come to rest at Malfoy's feet. Fearing for his broom and apprehensive about Malfoy damaging it, Harry instinctively relaxed his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Malfoy yanked it away, stepping back and inadvertently stepping on the memory ball, which caused him to topple backwards. Fortunately, Crabbe and Goyle were there to catch him, acting as a cushion. However, the broom was not as fortunate. It soared backwards, striking Quirrell in the face just as he arrived to mediate. Quirrell, already somewhat anemic, collapsed dramatically, and as he fell, Leon thought he heard a faint, hoarse curse, unsure if it was merely his imagination. Nevertheless, the sound of Quirrell hitting the ground assured Leon that it must have hurt quite a bit. With a mischievous grin, Leon silently wished for Malfoy's misfortune. Do you remember the last two fellows who ended up with snowballs stuck to their noses? Guess what happened to them? This incident could certainly be dubbed a bloody affair ignited by a broom. The hall fell into an eerie silence, utterly still. No one anticipated such an escalation. Dumbledore, accompanied by several professors, hurried over, encircling Professor Quirrell, exchanging glances, enveloped in silence. Harry stood dumbfounded, his legs trembling, consumed by a singular thought. He was to be expelled and sent back to his aunt's house. A glance at Malfoy revealed his counterpart was not faring much better, his face pale as a ghost. As the professors cast cold, piercing looks at Snape, Malfoy trembled uncontrollably. I didn't return to my office at once, Mr. Malfoy. Snape's voice emerged through clenched teeth. It had been years since he had felt such humiliation, aside from the time Harry and his friends had hung him upside down. He had not experienced such disgrace in a long while. And you, Mr. Potter, wait for me in my office. Professor McGonagall's face was flushed. Whether from suppressed laughter or indignation remained uncertain. Dumbledore beckoned to Professor Flitwick. Phileas, let us take Quirrell to the hospital wing. He ought to rest there for a while. As the professors departed, the assembled crowd in the hall erupted into laughter, the atmosphere thick with merriment. Leon strode confidently into the room on the 4th floor behind the trapdoor. Upon entering, a large dog approached him with a series of enthusiastic huffs. Do not misunderstand. It sought not to bite, but rather to shower Leon with affectionate licks. Groot perched atop Liang's head, sticking out his tongue at the dog while muttering what seemed to be rather foul remarks. Hagrid had recently been preoccupied, resulting in several sizable wormholes appearing on the Whomping Willow, inflicted by the notorious wood-boring beetle, its natural enemy. Hagrid was assisting Professor Sprout in treating the precious ancient tree. Alas, Due to the infestation, the Whopping Willow was in no state to remain still, forcing Professor Sprout to drape a net woven from Devil's Snare over it at dusk. While Hagrid offered his support. One day, with no classes scheduled, Leon planned to visit the greenhouse to procure some materials from the headmaster. Instead, he stumbled upon a scene reminiscent of a renowned masterpiece. Professor Sprout, bent over and clad in protective armor, was applying a special potion to the tree's wounds. The potion sent the wood-boring beetles, resembling winged stick insects, into a frenzy, while the Whopping Willow thrashed violently in protest, its thickest branch striking Hagrid's back with a resounding thud, akin to a battering ram against a castle gate. Hagrid, however, held the tree firmly, his large hands soothing it. "Oh, dear child, please don't thrash about. The professor is here to help you. If you keep it up, you won't be a good child anymore." As for Leon, he too crouched nearby, diligently collecting the branches that fell from the struggling tree. Such materials were invaluable for potions, alchemy, and even wand-making by Ollivander. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Thus, Leon eventually found himself assisting Hagrid in feeding his dog. "Oh, not Yaya, Leon. I need your help with Mau Mau. You know, the one in the corridor on the 4th floor. Get away, Mau Mau. Don't make me hit you. If you dare drool on me again, I'll hang you up and play the songs of the Screaming Sisters in your ears." Mau Mau trembled at this. For the Screaming Sisters were a peculiar duo who had gained notoriety in recent years. Their shrill voices, however, left Leon invigorated, dispelling any fatigue he had, making them perfect for bracing himself for the history of magic class. For the dog, their songs were akin to hellish melodies, echoing the wails of mermaids. Mau Mau, having heard them once, felt as though it had glimpsed its great-grandmother. "All right, eat up, but don't chew the bucket to bits. If you do, your food will be halved next time." The large dog whimpered and gazed up at Leon with pleading eyes, hoping the little human would magically enlarge the iron bucket before it, allowing its head to fit inside. "Don't look at me. You can change size yourself." Leon replied nonchalantly. Reluctantly, the dog grunted a couple of times, shaking its head as its body began to shrink, merging its 3 heads into one, like modeling clay. The 3-headed dog possessed high intelligence, formidable magical resistance, and strong innate abilities, yet it was often too lazy and prone to destruction, resembling a particularly mischievous breed in the magical creature realm. Once Mau Mau had buried its head in the pile of meat, Leon seized the opportunity to examine the trapdoor it guarded. He drew his wand and tapped the latch, which glimmered with a blue hue, prompting a nod of satisfaction from him. The latch was the latest invention from Flitwick and Mick, capable of real-time monitoring. Any attempts to pull the latch or open the door would be recorded, with the original narrative altered. Leon was uncertain when the noseless figure might come to visit during the night, so he decided to test the new device. Keep an eye on the door. If any little wizards come to scare you, just frighten them back. If they dare to bite, it won't be me teaching you a lesson. Even Dumbledore wouldn't stand for it, understand? Leon threatened. The dog recalled the long-haired little human and shivered, nodding vigorously. It certainly knew the difference between a satisfying meal and an unsatisfactory one. With the bucket in hand, Leon exited the 4th floor and returned to the common room, making his way to the kitchen with ease. Do not misunderstand, he was not there for a snack, but rather to enlist the help of a house elf to return the bucket to Hagrid. However, upon entering the kitchen, he realized the little creatures were busier than usual. The first holiday at Hogwarts was fast approaching. "Is there something you need, esteemed Mr. Green?" inquired an older house elf, approaching him. Last year, and had suggested, and Leon had approved, that the secret keeper sponsor gifts for all the house elves at Hogwarts during Christmas, resulting in an outpouring of gratitude from them. Since then, the Hufflepuff house elves had come to regard the little wizards of the secret keeper as their own masters. Of course, Leon would never admit it was because they often hosted parties, which put the little creatures to work. "Oh, no, nothing," Leon replied, absently swaying the bucket as he pondered whether to send an owl on an errand. "I saw Senior Green in that room on the 4th floor while I was doing homework in the Great Hall," Harry murmured to Ron. "Also, I think I know what that big dog is doing in there." Ron leaned closer. "Did I mention that when Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley, we visited Gringotts to retrieve a small package? He said it was a task assigned by Dumbledore. That night, I saw that big dog standing over a trapdoor." Ron furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that package is hidden beneath that trapdoor? But what could possibly require a 3-headed dog to guard it?" Ron whispered, aware of the formidable nature of a Cerberus, knowing even a full team of Aurors would likely fall prey to it. "I'm not certain, but I suspect it is." Harry swallowed hard. "I bet he's after whatever is in that package. But what on earth could it be?" Ron bit his quill, shedding a few feathers. "I don't know, but I suspect it must be of great significance." Harry spoke decisively. On the eve of Halloween, Leon had a full day of classes ahead of him, charms and transfiguration in the morning, followed by ancient runes and potion making in the afternoon. However, Leon felt no anxiety, for the evening feast promised to be a splendid occasion for entertainment and intrigue. He couldn't help but wonder if the infamous Voldemort would indeed release a troll into the hall, as depicted in the original story. To be honest, he was rather curious about it. During his years at Hogwarts, he had diligently studied the ancient castle, a genuine relic of ancient magic and alchemy that had endured since the time of the 4 founders. Bringing a troll into this storied edifice was no simple feat naturally. If Voldemort were to merely unleash a troll tonight, Leon would be quite disappointed. In a moment of distraction, Leon realized that the potion in his cauldron had overcooked. With a stoic expression, he waved his wand, disposing of the now unsightly concoction into the waste bin beside him. As for Snape, he refrained from mocking Leon at this moment, instead wearing a smirk of schadenfreude. Since the latter half of the previous academic year, Leon had been studying advanced potions under Snape's guidance. Many of the potions were not covered in the standard textbooks, meaning Leon had to purchase most of the ingredients himself. Indeed, the recent failed brew alone had cost him 15 galleons. Had he failed at the final step, the loss would have been at least 30 galleons. Noticing the time, Leon realized there was insufficient opportunity to start another brew, so he began tidying up his belongings and sat back, casting furtive glances around him. The surrounding Slytherins and Hufflepuffs had grown accustomed to his presence, in fact, since the latter half of the last academic year. Leon had been on a different trajectory than them. Typically, while they brewed from the textbook, Leon worked on assignments assigned solely by Snape. Even in Snape's potion club, there were only a few who had surpassed him. For the others, these individuals were already out of their league in potion-making prowess. As the class bell rang, Snape departed without uttering a word, and the students collectively exhaled, hastily attending to their unfinished brews before flocking to the Great Hall for dinner. No one wished to miss the Halloween feast. Throughout the school, aside from the Hufflepuffs, the other houses rarely enjoyed such a lavish dinner. Do we have plans for tonight? Annie stretched languidly, her graceful curves on display. Cedric mentioned that they could take a break tonight and resume training tomorrow. Cedric had increased their practice sessions from 3 times a week to 4 in hopes of winning the Quidditch Cup this year. I have no particular plans, but I suspect there will be quite a show to behold, Leon replied vaguely. Ron's eyes lit up. He delighted in gossip. Ever since he accompanied Leon to the Muggle community during the summer and met the renowned Harry Potter, the two had seemingly opened the door to a new world. What more could be said? Cedric, who had once appeared as dashing as a vampire, had become increasingly disheveled under Leon's influence over the past 2 years. Just wait and see, Leon remarked with a faint smile. The group's spirits soared. Indeed, as everyone gorged themselves to a satisfying extent. Professor Quirrell burst into the hall in an exaggerated manner. His entrance reminded Leon of a noblewoman from Qingdao. Troll. In the dungeons, I thought you ought to know, he exclaimed before collapsing onto the floor. The great hall erupted into chaos. Yet, there was an exception. The Hufflepuff table remained composed, with those in the know casting amused glances at Leon, while the uninformed continued to eat heartily, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Silence. Dumbledore's voice rang out, startlingly loud. He fired a few fireworks from his wand toward the ceiling, finally quieting the young witches and wizards. Heads of houses, he called, immediately escort your students to their dormitories. The heads of the other 3 houses stood to organize their students, while the Hufflepuffs remained unperturbed, seated in place. Professor Dumbledore. Leon amplified his voice with a spell. Since the troll is in the dungeons, shall we not remain here in the Great Hall? The Slytherins nearby also caught on, looking towards Dumbledore. The headmaster cast Leon a sidelong glance, then nodded in agreement. Professor Snape, Professor Sprout, you will remain here to supervise the students. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, come with me to the dungeons. The students from the other 2 houses reluctantly departed, some still unsated, others wishing to stay and witness the unfolding drama. Amidst the clamor, only Leon and Snape noticed that Professor Quirrell had vanished from sight. In the chaos, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. Ron, I just remembered, have you seen Hermione? No. I haven't seen her since Charms class, Ron replied. Neville, trailing behind them, chimed in. Well, I heard Parvati say that Hermione has been hiding in the girls' bathroom, crying all afternoon. Harry and Ron exchanged guilty glances. We must go inform her, Harry exclaimed, maneuvering through the crowd and adjusting his crooked glasses. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron nodded, about to embark, but suddenly turned back to Neville. Neville, which floor is the bathroom on? Neville scratched his head. Maybe the 2nd floor? The 3 exchanged glances, finally sighing in resignation as they trudged upstairs. Meanwhile, Leon, having nearly finished his meal, wiped his mouth and pulled out a piece of parchment. After examining it, he smirked with a mischievous grin. All right, classmates, shall we go see the commotion? Is this appropriate? Leon? Cedric's eyes shone with barely concealed excitement. I believe it is quite fitting. We are merely concerned for our classmates, Annie stated earnestly, searching for justification. The Badgers exchanged knowing smiles, and with that, Leon led the way out of the Great Hall. Leon, where are you all headed? Professor Sprout called out, exasperated. Headmistress, I'm feeling unwell and wish to visit the restroom. Then why bring so many with you? Sprout shot him a skeptical look. Oh, I thought it might not be safe to go alone at a time like this. Leon replied with a quick glance. Sprout crossed her arms, a knowing smile on her face. Leon's words were utterly unconvincing to her. 2 years ago, you dared to confront a Ukrainian irebelly. Now you pretend to be tough with me? Nevertheless, Badger Mother ultimately did not stop Leon and his companions. As long as Leon was present, there was no need to worry about their own children. Snape seemed to have vanished, and Badger Mother glanced at Mr. Malfoy. who appeared calm, yet trembled slightly at the calves, deciding to keep a watchful eye on the little snakes. The trio of Harona took refuge behind a colossal stone sculpture of a griffin, evading Snape. "Where's he headed?" Harry whispered. "Isn't he supposed to be in the Great Hall?" "How would I know?" As for Neville, his legs shook uncontrollably. He had tightly shut his eyes, terrified to confront Snape. Listening to Snape's hurried footsteps fade away, Harry half-dragged Neville, quietly advancing down a corridor while trying to remain silent. "It seems he is headed to the 4th floor," Ron speculated. "Wait, do you smell that?" Neville suddenly stammered. A low, grumbling sound and the thud of heavy footsteps echoed. The three noticed a massive shadow slowly emerging from the corridor's corner. They hastily concealed themselves, pressing against the wall, their hearts racing. Harry felt as if he could hear Ron and Neville's heartbeats, accompanied by faint retching. It was as if the entire second-floor corridor had been tainted by the stench of a bag of dung bombs. Although Harry had yet to experience the odor of a dung bomb, he was well aware of the scent that followed Dudley after a bathroom visit. Harry cautiously peeked out. A creature towering 3 or 4 meters loomed closer, dragging a gigantic wooden club, its skin dull and rock-like, with a disproportionately small head perched atop its neck. Harry estimated the thickness of the club to be akin to Neville's waist. The giant halted at the restroom entrance, listened intently, then bent down and entered. Harry noticed a key hanging by the restroom door. "Perhaps we could lock it inside?" "Excellent idea," Ron agreed, gazing at Harry with eager anticipation alongside Neville. Harry's lips twitched, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Nevertheless, he inhaled deeply, nearly retching from the overpowering odor that pervaded the corridor, his face turning crimson. With a sudden leap, Harry seized the key from the lock, forcefully crashed against the door, and secured it tightly. "Done," Ron whispered. And the trio dashed upstairs in a frenzy. However, as they rounded the corner, Ron abruptly halted. "Wait, Harry, what are we here for?" Harry froze, his body rigid. A piercing scream erupted from within the locked restroom. "We've locked Hermione inside." Neville quivered. The three exchanged glances before racing back, and as Harry fumbled with the key, his hands trembled violently. At last, the door swung open, and they rushed inside. Hermione cowered beneath the sink, while the giant emitted an unintelligible grunt, raising its club high. Without a moment's thought, Harry snatched a faucet that the giant had knocked off the sink and hurled it at its back. The giant seemed oblivious, yet it heard the clang of metal hitting the ground. Turning its head, it focused its beady eyes on the trio at the door. It emitted an excited grunt, brandishing its club as it approached. As the giant's club descended, Harry leapt aside, while Ron pulled Neville toward Hermione. "Quick, let us go," Ron urged, but Hermione, paralyzed with fear, clung tightly to the plumbing beneath the sink. "Do something," Harry shouted, crouching to avoid the sweeping club, which crashed into a wooden stall, sending splinters flying and causing a sharp pain in his arm. Ron continued to wrestle with the stiff Hermione, while Neville took a deep breath, trembling as he retrieved his wand, desperately recalling what he had learned over the past 2 months. "Oh, it seems I haven't learned much." "Neville, wave it, shake it," Harry yelled, recalling their recent lesson on the levitation charm. Professor Quirrell in Defense Against the Dark Arts merely recited from the textbook, while potions and herbology classes were of no help. As for transfiguration, it seemed only Hermione could manage to transform a matchstick into a needle. Harry did not expect Neville to succeed. However, they had recently learned the levitation charm, and if Neville could disarm that wretched club, he would be immensely grateful. At least they wouldn't have to worry about being crushed into a pulp. Neville breathed rapidly, then followed Professor Flitwick's instructions, waving and shaking his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa," and then nothing happened. Harry rolled in despair. Meanwhile, Neville persisted, repeatedly waving his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa." The tip of Neville's wand flickered. And in a moment of surprise for Harry and Ron, Hermione, regaining a semblance of movement, screamed in desperation. He mispronounced it. Before Harry and Ron could react, a small calf, seemingly just born, tumbled from above, landing with a thud at the giant's feet. The group was momentarily stunned, even the giant, who stared blankly at the bleeding creature attempting to rise and flee. Subsequently, the giant, feeling insulted, let out a roar and grabbed Neville in its massive hand. As it tightened its grip, Neville's face flushed red, and he could almost hear the cracking of his bones. A surge of courage welled within Harry. He leaped atop a toilet, launching himself onto the giant's back, thrusting his wand deep into the giant's nostril. The giant howled in agony, flailing its club, and Neville wildly. Hermione finally regained her composure, seizing the opportunity to cast a spell aimed at the giant's hand. Release. The giant's grip loosened, and Neville was flung into the air, landing atop the restroom stall. Ron also had his moment of glory, recalling Hermione's corrections in class. His wand finally obeyed as he waved and shook it, accurately casting the levitation charm on the club. The giant halted, its small brain seemingly overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation, first glancing at Neville clinging to the stall, then at the floating club. Finally, with a disgruntled roar, it abandoned the club and raised its fist to strike down at Ron and Hermione. The two little ones shrieked, clinging to each other, while even Neville, suspended in the air, gaped in shock, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, the scattered fragments on the ground soared upwards, transforming into chains of pure iron that ensnared the giant's hands, firmly anchoring it to the floor. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the suspended Neville stood in stunned silence, their minds echoing a singular thought. "Professor, I wish to learn the transfiguration spell." Abruptly, a sharp ripping sound pierced the air, and Neville plummeted to the ground, landing heavily and exposing his pale backside. His long trousers and strawberry-spotted underwear remained hanging in the cubicle like an unwavering flag. Leon, accompanied by a group of young badgers, hurriedly ascended to the second floor. The previous location map was in the possession of Cywins since his graduation. It had been entrusted to Leon. As for the members of the Eye of Secrecy, each possessed a version of the location map, crafted by Fran, in its Ultimate Max edition. Thus, everyone was well aware of the giant's current whereabouts. However, the pungent odor emanating from the giant caused Anne to wrinkle her nose, as she felt that the banquet had been a bit excessive. The young badgers also covered their noses, while Leon promptly cast a bubblehead charm upon himself. There was no other choice. The stench of the giant was overwhelmingly potent. It was hard to fathom how, in the film, Harry could bear to insert his wand into the giant's nostril. Were it Leon, he would deem the wand irretrievable and would undoubtedly have to procure a new one. From the restroom at the end of the corridor, the roar of the giant echoed, prompting the group to hasten their steps, only to witness the giant raising its fist, poised to strike. Leon squinted slightly, and without the need for a wand, he waved his hand gently. The fragments on the ground transformed into iron chains, firmly pinning the giant's arms to the earth. Then, the onlookers beheld a round-faced little chubby figure, who was hanging on the partition door, suddenly plummet to the restroom floor with a splat. A fork was still dangling from his side. The little badgers gaped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Had they truly witnessed such an explosive spectacle upon their arrival? This certainly exceeded the value of their ticket. Leon clutched his head, feeling a throbbing pain. Wasn't there only Harosh in the original narrative? Why, then, had another character, Nawi, emerged? Moreover, why was he always the unfortunate one? Some individuals thrived in social settings, while others struggled with social anxiety. Yet, he uniquely chose to embrace the path of social demise. At this moment, Leon's mind is filled with the enchanting melodies of a song. "Farewell, dear mother, for tonight I shall embark on a journey." Fortunately, the little chubby one has knocked his head and has already succumbed to unconsciousness. "Dammick and Hughes, you two shall escort this Gryffindor Jr. to the infirmary. He is likely merely fainted." As Leon instructed the nearby badgers, he waved his wand, causing objects on the ground to levitate. Amidst the giant's desperate struggles and roars, he encased the creature in a stone sculpture and led the remaining individuals into a chaotic restroom. "I shall notify someone later. I will handle this myself," he declared. With another wave, a large silver bird emerged from the tip of his wand. Leon murmured a few words, and the bird nodded before taking flight. "Are you all right?" Anne asked, turning to Hermione and inspecting her from head to toe. She then glanced at Harry and drew her wand. "Don't move. You have an injury on your arm." A healing spell was cast upon Harry, and to his astonishment, the wound on his arm visibly healed. "Leon, how shall we deal with this giant?" Cedric inquired, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Such abominable creatures rarely appeared under the watchful eyes of wizards. Although they appeared fearsome, powerful wizards could easily render them incapable of self-sufficiency. Therefore, giants typically remained in their respective habitats. The creature before them was a mountain troll, usually dwelling in high altitudes, possessing the lowest intelligence among all species, yet also the most resilient. It was a favorite among wizards, well, at least as a living target, due to their high resistance to magic and low intellect. They were often used by many dark wizards for experimental curses. Cedric, being a good-natured boy, would never dream of capturing a giant for practice. However, he had learned so much that remained unutilized. Observing the eager glimmer in the young man's eyes, Leon understood his intentions. With a smirk, he waved his wand, causing the entire second-floor women's restroom to suddenly expand nearly twice its size. He then patted Cedric on the shoulder. "Don't go too hard on it." A group of young badgers chuckled as they gathered around. The Bant brothers wished to try their newly researched combination technique, the Armstrong-style human cannon. To put it plainly, they aimed to combine their expertise in rapid enlargement and formidable obstacles, launching something as a projectile. Cedric had learned an ancient spell, known as the Vampire's Kiss, from somewhere, and an upperclassman sought to test a newly cultivated plant. Meanwhile, the younger badgers were eager to practice their skills on the giant. Thus, when Dumbledore arrived with a host of professors, the giant had already been rendered unrecognizable. The barely conscious giant mumbled in dismay, blissfully fainting, while the trembling trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood nearby. As for the unfortunate Neville, he was in a rather fortunate state, sound asleep on a bed in the infirmary. "So, can someone explain to me what transpired here?" Dumbledore inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Leon, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a small stool, donned a pair of sunglasses, and settled into a corner. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, he pushed his sunglasses up and languidly rose to his feet. "Professor, I overindulged at dinner, and now my stomach aches. I need to visit the restroom." However, upon reaching the lavatory, he discovered Chang Wei coughing, as a troll had trapped several younger students within. Professor McGonagall wore a troubled expression, sensing that Hogwarts was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. especially since the arrival of that mischievous rogue, Leon. He had already led Seamus astray and was now corrupting Cedric, not to mention the previously well-behaved students in his own house. And let us not forget the two Weasley brothers who thrived on chaos. From the incident with Harry diving for the ball, it was evident that this troublesome boy was just as unruly as his father. Oh, the burdens I bear. Coincidentally, Snape shared this sentiment. However, he had no time to deal with Leon and instead glared furiously at Harry. He knew it. This scoundrel was just like his insufferable father. Your mother sacrificed her life to save you, only for you to seek a brawl with a troll, he thought, disgusted by the foolishness shared by Harry and his father. Not to mention that wretched godfather. The headmaster, rather than questioning why Mr. Grin was present, was more curious about Mr. Potter's presence. His icy gaze fell upon Harry, who flinched like a startled bird and instinctively stepped back. In doing so, he stepped into a puddle, slipping and landing squarely in the noxious mess recently expelled by the troll, amid an incomprehensible rainbow of filth. Observing Harry's despondent expression, Snape felt a pang of sympathy, yet simultaneously experienced an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Ah, James, how delightful it is to return the favor for all you did to me back in the day. As for Leon, he silently shifted his position, distancing himself from Harry. This cannot be tolerated. It simply cannot, he thought. Whether it be the Savior's wand or the Savior himself, the troll had significantly dampened the appetites of the Badgers. Thus, during the evening's festivities in the common room, few dared to eat, mostly opting for butterbeer or the magical muggle beverage, soda, while enthusiastically discussing the day's sensational news. Unsurprisingly, the most talked about topic was Neville's rather unfortunate predicament. This left some house elves feeling quite disheartened, believing their culinary skills had gone unappreciated. Oh, it's not your fault. It's merely that the troll was exceedingly unappetizing, and reassured the house elves while casting a fierce glare at the troublesome brothers. Had it not been for their cannonball striking the troll's abdomen, causing it to regurgitate a vile mess that could ruin anyone's appetite for a week, the evening could have been splendid. Mentioning the troll, the house elf Nini ceased her tears, her large eyes filled with disdain. Indeed, the young wizards were absolutely correct. That creature was repugnantly foul. Even the house elves were reluctant to deal with it. The two chosen house elves, upon returning from cleaning the restroom, were now hiding in a corner, crying, feeling unclean. Oh, and Mr. Potter is simply, Nini suddenly covered her mouth, her face still twisted and distasteful as she muttered, naughty Nini, naughty Nini. Speaking ill of Mr. Potter, Leon sipped the ice-cold cola from his portable health bottle, his mind wandering to the dismal figure of Mr. Broken Special, who was being escorted to the head prefect's washroom by a domesticated sprite for a thorough cleansing. Suddenly, a gulp of cola lodged itself in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. I reckon that for a considerable time ahead, the prefect shall refrain from bathing in the head prefect's washroom. Oh, by the way, Leon, are you contemplating purchasing a new broomstick? Annie approached him, playfully kneading his shoulders, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she cooed. Leon, what model are you considering? I can assist you in making a selection. Leon rolled his eyes. How could he not be aware of Annie's intentions? Forget it. Even if she bought a new broom, she wouldn't allow him to use it. In a fit of annoyance, Annie pinched him under the ribs and went off to sleep. However, on the morning of the first Saturday in November, Liang's newly acquired Firebolt 2000 ultimately became Annie's new mode of transport, while her 2-year-old Firebolt 1999 was now Liang's. Naturally, Liang was indifferent to such trivialities. He always kept a broomstick in his pocket for a quick getaway. In reality, there wasn't too much difference in speed between the Firebolt 1999 and 2000. He still preferred the Arrow of Fire, which would be released 2 years later. Are you certain you want to test a new broom in such weather? Liang donned in a full set of hat, scarf, and gloves, with a jar of magical fire hanging around his neck for warmth, observed that as early November arrived, the nearby mountains had become shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in ice and snow. The lake appeared to have frozen overnight, cold and hard, with frost covering the ground each morning. Liang, who had once maintained a habit of morning runs, had abandoned his exercise routine. He did not wish to risk a nasty fall in the vicinity of the school. Of course, the season was upon them, and last year they had come perilously close to competing with Gryffindor or Slytherin for the trophy. Annie's enthusiasm for the house cup far surpassed Liang's. At that moment, Hagrid ambled over, clad in a thick moleskin coat, wearing rabbit fur gloves akin to Liang's, and enormous beaver fur boots, with a dry cloth and brush draped over his shoulder. Hey, Liang, do the gloves fit well? Liang smiled and raised his hand, expressing his gratitude. That's quite fitting, Hagrid. Thank you. I had no idea you possessed such a skill. Hagrid chuckled. Well, you know my large stature makes it difficult to find suitable clothing, so I have to make my own. Curious, Annie inquired. What about your school uniform when you were a student? Hagrid's demeanor shifted, taking on a somber tone. Oh, I was quite poor back then. My family didn't have much money. I used to wear my father's old robes, and someone would help me alter them. He seemed reluctant to continue, his small eyes glimmering with a hint of nostalgia beneath his thick brows. Someone helped you alter your clothes? Annie probed. Yes, indeed, a very kind person, Hagrid replied, clearly wishing to change the subject. Have you started training so early? You need to dress warmly. This cold wind is no joke. I must go and de-ice my broom. Leon and Annie exchanged glances, aware that this was likely Hagrid's sorrowful affair. Perhaps it is a girl? Annie speculated. Leon shrugged. Most likely. Just look at us boys. Who would bother with needle and thread for alterations? You could toss me a spell to enlarge it instead. He stood up, dusted off his trousers, and made his way towards Hagrid, still somewhat anxious about the imposing figure of Annie in the distance. Apologies, Hagrid, Leon began, observing Hagrid as he cleared frost from the school's old broom. After a moment's hesitation, he continued. Hagrid sniffed. Oh, it's nothing, really. I just feel a bit nostalgic. You know, those were turbulent years, and many departed, including her. You haven't visited lately. I nearly forgot. How's Groot faring? Not too well, Leon replied with a shrug. Winter is approaching, and he mostly curls up in the common room, clutching my fire whiskey jar. Ah, yes, the winter can be particularly taxing for the tree guardians. But come spring, things should improve. Those little ones sprouting from the sycamore seem unbothered by the cold, and certainly not by fire. I once saw one leap into the common room fireplace. It startled me immensely. The image of a dusty little guardian jumping into the hearth, its head adorned with dried leaves and a flickering flame, leaping out joyfully, made Leon wince with discomfort. Even worse was that the little ones had learned to play such tricks, attempting to share their tiny flames with their father, Groot, resulting in him sustaining burns on his arm. Consequently, Groot had to spend a month recuperating at Hagrid's, bathing daily in dew collected from the moonlit trees of the Forbidden Forest. Oh, by the way, Leon, are you free this weekend? Hagrid suddenly inquired. What's up? Well, I can't quite place it, but I have a feeling something's amiss in the Forbidden Forest. Forenza thinks so too. If you're available this weekend, I'd like you to accompany me. Perhaps you might discern something. Of course, Leon replied, contemplating a certain two-faced individual. On Saturday, fully equipped, Leon visited Hagrid's hut, accompanied by his two gluttonous friends. Despite their ineptitude in magic, the brothers possessed considerable strength. During the last summer, Leon had even enlisted Mundungus to procure some weaponry, 2 AKs smuggled from the Eastern Front. They spent several days in the woods, familiarizing themselves with the firearms. No one had decreed that wizards could not dual wield. Even Leon and Annie had acquired compact and practical PPKs. With his magical prowess and 3 Ts in hand, Leon felt confident he could navigate the challenges of the Forbidden Forest. Unfortunately, he could not summon the elusive golden echoes. The four entered the forest early, wandering extensively without any discoveries. After some contemplation, Hagrid led them to the centaur camp. Hagrid, I recall stating that we do not welcome wizards. A centaur, towering at least 2 meters, declared, brandishing a bow and encircling the group threateningly. Leon smacked his lips. Do not behave this way, Udi. They are but children, Hagrid exclaimed. The centaur named Udi let out a derisive snicker. They are still wizards. Leon surveyed the surroundings, where arrows were still pointed in his direction. His brow furrowed deeply. Frankly speaking, he harbored little fondness for the centaur race. Although he had previously heard Hagrid speak of them, Leon understood all too well that they were a staunchly traditionalist, inflexible, and rather unimpressive group, stubborn to a fault. This left him utterly perplexed. While stubbornness might be tolerable, lacking strength while being obstinate was incomprehensible. No wonder they were nearly on the brink of extinction. Leon mused that he lacked Hagrid's patience. Were he in Hagrid's position, he would undoubtedly find it intolerable to endure the attitude of these creatures. However, after some contemplation, he deemed it wiser to avoid further conflict. After all, they had aided Hogwarts in the final battle, so he might as well grant Hagrid the courtesy. As he pondered, Hagrid's negotiations with the centaurs ended on a sour note, and he departed with Leon and the others in disappointment. To be clear, Leon recognized that there were indeed some amicable centaurs, such as Forenza. Young remained noncommittal. Forenza may be quite affable, yet he is inherently enigmatic. Enigma should be condemned. The 4 of them wandered until dusk, yet discovered nothing of significance. Alas, let us return. The Forbidden Forest at night is exceedingly perilous. Leon nodded slightly. The Forbidden Forest is indeed quite perilous, not to mention, he cannot contend with the venomous leopard. After all, he is not the likes of Little Spot. As the group retraced their steps, Hagrid abruptly halted, crouching down to feel the ground. Leon beheld the silvery liquid glistening on the other's fingertip. What is that? Ron asked, bewildered. Unicorn blood, Leon replied. If I recall correctly, didn't Professor Catterburn mention that this substance is toxic? Rod scratched his head in confusion. It is not toxic, Leon said, gazing slowly in the direction where the silvery blood extended. Rather, it is cursed. Unicorns are pure and benevolent magical beings. Their blood can prolong life. But it comes with a curse. Who would dare to drink unicorn blood? Rod furrowed his brow. If the blood is tainted with a curse, it surely cannot be used to concoct potions. Leon delivered a sharp kick to his brother's backside. I told you to pay attention in class. Why must you daydream? There are no legitimate potions made from unicorn blood in this world. Leon, we must hurry. This unicorn is in poor condition. Hagrid's face darkened as he kicked at the ground beside him. Yaya, good boy, sniff and lead the way. Yaya lowered his head to investigate and called out, dashing ahead. With Hagrid around, the little creature displayed remarkable courage, or perhaps it was Liang's presence that emboldened it. This clever little being knew how to curry favor. Fully aware of who was the more significant ally, following Yaya, they raced forward until they arrived at a small lake. Although referred to as a lake, it was rather modest in size. However, the water was remarkably clear and flowed continuously, with no visible source, likely fed by an underground spring. Is there really such a place in the Forbidden Forest? The two brothers were momentarily taken aback. Isn't it obvious? Leon remarked, his eyes glinting with excitement. The Forbidden Forest is adjacent to the Black Lake. How could there not be underground water veins? What truly captivated his attention was not merely the enchanting lake, but the clusters of unicorns gathered at its edge. Large and small, male and female. There were at least 5 or 6 of them. Just a handful of unicorn tails tonight could easily cover his allowance for the upcoming month. Upon noticing the group by the lake, the unicorns appeared restless, particularly one that lay on the ground, seemingly unable to rise. A deep wound on its leg continuously oozing silver blood. Oh, Merlin! Hagrid groaned, cautiously approaching the creature. Leon and the two brothers followed closely behind. The unicorns began to pant heavily. Fortunately, out of respect for Hagrid, the unicorns did not display any aggression. They merely rolled their eyes at Leon and his companions, resembling the disdainful expressions of female martial artists observing men in a later era. Leon couldn't help but recall another passage from the book regarding unicorns. This peculiar group of beings were notorious for their lasciviousness, harboring a particular fondness for beautiful maidens. If Annie were to join them tonight, it would undoubtedly lead to an unrestrained escapade. However, Leon and his companions were not afforded such privileges. Leon, come take a look. Hagrid beckoned. Leon approached, and the fallen unicorn began to struggle, leaving Hagrid no choice but to hold it down firmly. The adult unicorn, lying on the ground, observed Leon reaching out to touch its wounds, and tears of humiliation welled up in its large, expressive eyes. This sight ignited a surge of anger within Leon, prompting him to deliver 2 sharp slaps to the creature's hindquarters. Damn it! You won't let me groom you, will you? Today, I shall surely make you bald, Leon exclaimed. Leon, Hagrid called out, a mixture of amusement and exasperation evident in his voice. Leon rolled his eyes and looked again at the wound. An unfamiliar dark magic. Hagrid is quite adept. As Leon rummaged through his dragonhide pouch, he elucidated. The unicorn is inherently a mystical creature, symbolizing purity and light. Ordinary dark magic and curses could not inflict such wounds. I shall attempt this remedy first. If my potion fails to work, we shall have no choice but to seek the assistance of Professor Kettleburn and Professor Snape. A thumb-sized vial was opened, and a colorless, transparent liquid was dripped onto the unicorn's wound, emitting a sizzling sound as a cloud of dark mist arose. The unicorn, in pain, kicked its legs, inadvertently striking the two brothers who were grasping its tail and leaving one of them with a newly acquired black eye. Fortunately, the potion began to take effect. Leon drew forth his wand and cast a powerful spell, all curses end, upon the wound, which finally regained its normal hue. Apply this, he instructed. As a golden unicorn, whose mane had yet to transform into a silvery sheen, trotted over with a gentle clip-clop, affectionately licking the injured unicorn's face. As it continued to lick, the little creature suddenly felt light, for Leon had scooped it up with a sinister grin, observing her offspring being lifted. The wounded unicorn let out another mournful wail. Hehehe, weren't you quite obstinate just now, refusing to let me pet you? Well, I shall not only pet you today, but I shall do so with great delight, under the luminous moonlight. The unicorn's lament mingled with the golden fluff of the young one, swirling through the air. No one had witnessed Harry's Quidditch training, and would had resolved to utilize him as a secret weapon. Slytherin held little faith in him, particularly the faction led by Malfoy, who boasted that they would be beneath him with a mattress ready during the match. Meanwhile, the more gossip-savvy Hufflepuffs were rather pessimistic, especially since Cedric's jaw had swollen with worry after seeing Harry's new broom. Hufflepuff's overall strength was somewhat lacking. Although Cedric was a capable seeker, he could not compensate for a subpar broom. Eventually, yielding to the shameless pleas of this scoundrel, Leon lent his Nimbus 1999 to Annie. The various houses plunged into frenzied training. Having just purchased a new broom and finding his finances rather strained, Leon began to contemplate the giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. There were numerous plants and creatures in the forest more valuable than the 8-eyed giant spider, but the latter was the most abundant and easiest to capture, provided Hagrid did not discover their activities. However, the scheme to profit from the giant spiders was temporarily shelved, as Leon had been accompanying Annie for training until late each night. It was driving him nearly mad. Annie shook off the frost from her jersey's hood, exclaiming, "Besides us, the other 3 houses are also scrambling for the pitch." As they traversed the long corridor, they unexpectedly collided with Snape. Leon greeted the professor, but Snape merely glanced at the pair without uttering a word and hurried away. Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like Annie looked at Snape's retreating figure and hesitated to say, "He seems to be limping." You are not mistaken. He indeed limps, Leon replied, narrowing his eyes. But could it be that Fluffy bit him? The temperament of the 3-headed dog was not particularly amiable in the original story. Snape had indeed suffered a bite. Yet, Leon had recently cautioned Fluffy against biting indiscriminately. Moreover, Snape, an expert in defense against the dark arts and potions, would surely find it rather humiliating to be bitten by a dog. Nevertheless, Leon shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. It was not a significant issue, and Snape, being an adult, ought to possess his own discernment. Gryffindor lost 5 points. Leon and Annie heard Snape's cold reprimand from behind and turned to glance back, discovering that the ones being penalized were none other than Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Was there a personal vendetta between Professor Snape and Harry? Annie couldn't help but chuckle. Even the most uninformed Ravenclaws had recently come to realize a glaring truth. The head of Slytherin harbored an animosity toward Harry. Indeed, Leon mused. It was not merely a grudge, it was a matter of irreconcilable enmity. Not far behind Leon, the penalized quartet was engaged in a discussion about Snape's leg. How did he end up with a limp? Ron asked, perplexed. I have no idea. Perhaps it was due to a potion explosion that scalded him? How delightfully imaginative. Hermione interjected with a vague murmur, then turned to Harry. Harry, that enchanted Quidditch ball is a library book. If you don't return it promptly, Madame Pants will go mad. Trust me, you do not want to find out what that entails. You must find a way to retrieve it. Neville shuddered at the thought. Ask Snape for something? That sounds terrifying. That evening, Harry ventured to Snape's office. Descending to the staff lounge, he knocked softly on the door, but received no response. After waiting for a moment with no sign of movement, he pondered for a moment and cautiously pushed the door open. Perhaps he had left his book inside? The door creaked ajar, revealing 2 figures within, Snape and Leon. Snape was seated, his trousers rolled up above his knees, exposing a leg that was a deep, bruised heel, with 2 gaping wounds on his calf as Leon tended to his injuries. You mean there are many? Harry overheard Leon inquire. Indeed, and they are concealed within the castle. A chill ran down Harry's spine. He was about to quietly close the door when Snape's voice rang out. Potter. Snape quickly draped his robes over the wounds, his expression dark as soot. Harry, caught off guard, stammered. I didn't mean to intrude. I merely wished to know if I could retrieve my book. Get out. Snape barked, and Harry fled in haste. Leon gradually rose to his feet, placing the vial of medicine upon the table. It may require another week of application, indeed. The venom of the acromantula is formidable. Additionally, I advise you to relay this information to Professor Dumbledore. To my knowledge, acromantulas do not wander into the castle without reason. Harry dashed back to the common room, breathless. Did you get the book? Ron inquired. What's wrong? Harry swallowed hard and whispered to Ron and Hermione. I just saw Snape and Greengrass in the common room. Greengrass was applying medicine to Snape. His leg was covered in blood. Remember? Just before Halloween. After Professor Quirrell mentioned the troll, he rushed straight to the 4th floor. And Greengrass was there too. We stumbled into that room earlier and encountered him when we exited. They must be scheming regarding that monstrous dog that stands guard. I wager my Nimbus 2000 that one of them let the troll in. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. That is impossible. I understand you have your issues with them, but one is a professor and the other is Dumbledore's most trusted student. They wouldn't steal anything under Dumbledore's strict surveillance. You're just being overly optimistic about everyone, Hermione, Ron bluntly countered. I concur with Harry. Snape has always had it in for him, that's common knowledge. And Greengrass too. If they weren't plotting something nefarious, why would Snape be injured? I'd bet anything that it was that monstrous dog that bit his leg. Hermione fell silent, still skeptical but lacking additional evidence. As Harry lay in bed, the thought lingered in his mind. Ron was shaking out his sheets, while Neville had wrapped himself in his blanket, occasionally letting out a sob. Still distressed over the embarrassment he faced that day, a burden he had carried for many days. Damn, when did our dormitory become infested with spiders? Ron exclaimed, his face pale after he forcefully shooed away the last one with a book. I detest spiders. P.S. This morning, while scrolling through Doing, I stumbled upon a remarkable content creator who used AI to recreate several characters from the original Harry Potter series. Although I'm not entirely convinced by their portrayal of Hermione, the other characters were quite impressive. Here are a few images, if you're interested. You might search for their oil painting of Draco on a certain video platform. Harry's father, James Potter, youth version, Forever Godfather. Sirius Black, youth version. Harry's mother, Lily Evans, youth version. Dumbledore, young version. Student version of Voldemort, if Voldemort really looked like this in his school days. I might just rebel against him. Ginny Weasley Cho Chang, the beauty of Ravenclaw. AI version of Harry Potter. Daniel has unfortunately grown less appealing over time, I must say. Among these, Cho Chang and the student version of Voldemort genuinely astonished me. Although there are slight discrepancies from the original descriptions, such as Cho having freckles in the books. These AI renditions undeniably align more closely with our aesthetic preferences. What do you think? Do any of these appeal to you? Leon was not mistaken. The absence of a nose indeed signified more than merely a single monstrous creature being introduced. However, he could never have anticipated that this entity would resort to utilizing local resources, capturing a batch of 8-eyed giant spiders to bring forth. In retrospect, it made sense. The 8-eyed giant spiders had proliferated over the years, now dominating the Forbidden Forest in numbers, and compared to other species, they were undoubtedly easier to ensnare. If fortune favored him, he might even manage to frame Hagrid in the process. After all, Hagrid had been expelled for harboring 8-eyed giant spiders during his time at school. Should any young wizard within the institution suffer injury or worse due to the spiders, it was likely that Hagrid would bear the brunt of the blame. Yet, Voldemort probably did not foresee that Hagrid's 8-eyed giant spiders were rather timid. They were not only aware of their nemesis within the school but also cognizant of the professor's formidable powers. Thus, upon realizing they were within the castle, Aragog's progeny fled at once, while those unable to escape concealed themselves in various corners. As for how Snape came to be bitten by one of these creatures, that was likely a sorrowful tale, though Leon dared not inquire further. He had no desire to share Harry's fate. At dawn the following day, Leon was unexpectedly swept up by Annie, who hurried him to the dining hall's long table. Today marked the much-anticipated debut of our renowned savior, and it was imperative that they witness his capabilities. With a match against Ravenclaw on the horizon next month, their prospects appeared promising. The true query lay in which house would emerge victorious today, Gryffindor or Slytherin, because the winner would become their next adversary. Cedric was at the table, convening with his teammates, his boastful words eliciting scornful glares and eye rolls from the adjacent Ravenclaw table. However, they remained silent. After all, it was evident that their own prowess was the weakest among all of Hogwarts. At 11 o'clock, the Badgers, laden with pots and pans, ascended to their designated stand. Leon acutely sensed to gaze upon him and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that on the nearby elevated platform, the Augustus couple and his own parents were waving at him with several telescopes in hand. Although Hogwarts Quidditch matches were not open to the public, each year a select group of alumni or parents of students managed to find a way to attend and witness the games. Leon waved towards his parents, settled into a seat at the back, and, while cradling a small stove from Rod, ignited a cluster of ancient Lasian flames, setting it atop a grill to commence his culinary endeavors. It was perplexing to him why the matches always commenced at 11 o'clock, leaving him unsated. The little Badgers, drawn by the aroma, congregated beside Leon, borrowing some flames from his stove, causing wisps of smoke to rise from the entire stand, creating a most peculiar scene. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Leon looked up to see the teams from Gryffindor and Slytherin entering the arena. With the sound of a whistle, the players mounted their broomsticks, and the match began. All eyes were fixated on the airborne athletes, except for Leon, who squinted and scanned the surroundings. If his instincts were correct, an unexpected event was on the horizon. The match in the air was fiercely contested, particularly with Slytherin's underhanded tactics, as the scores of both houses fluctuated. Abruptly, Harry and a toothy, slender Slytherin seeker dove towards the ground. However, it was evident that the slender boy was no match for Harry. What was that fellow's name? Leon gestured towards the Slytherin seeker. Terrence Higgs, who had been promoted to the official team 2 years prior, though his prowess left much to be desired, Ron interjected. Slytherin's tactics were indeed commendable, and their cunning maneuvers could yield points, yet their seeker had always been lackluster. Slytherin's captain, Flint, deliberately collided with Harry, causing both seekers to lose sight of the elusive golden snitch. Anger erupted from the crowd, and Leon could even discern his mother shaking her fist in indignation. Gryffindor was awarded a penalty shot, adding 10 points to their score. The match continued, and abruptly, Harry halted mid-air, his broom vibrating uneasily. Is it coming? Leon immediately focused on Quirrell's position, only to be astonished to see that this fellow, with a visage of worry, was merely gazing at Harry, his lips unmoving. In the realm of magic, silent incantations without a wand were feasible, yet Leon was skeptical that Quirrell possessed such capability. Does this imply that Voldemort is at play? No, that is not right. Harry is clearly under a curse, and the primary characteristic of a curse is that the victim must either come into contact with its source or gaze directly at it. Thus, Voldemort has accomplices within the school? Contemplating this possibility heightened Liang's vigilance. Meanwhile, an increasing number of spectators began to take note of Harry's distress. Leon noticed that Hermione had vanished from the opposite Gryffindor stand. Sure enough, moments later, a commotion erupted among the faculty, with Snape rising to intervene, while other professors hastened to assist. According to the original narrative, Harry's broom should have regained its normalcy by this point. However, that was not the case. Harry's broom continued to dart around wildly like a mad dog. The Weasley twins attempted several times to rush over and lend a hand, yet they could not keep pace with the speed of the Nimbus 2000. Leon sighed, his wrist flicking as his wand emerged. He discreetly waved it beneath his robes. At last, Harry's broom steadied itself. Just as Leon believed he had achieved the desired effect, Harry suddenly shuddered, and then, as if inebriated, he swayed unsteadily atop the broom. Subsequently, his body lurched, and he plummeted towards the ground. Before Leon could take any action, he observed Dumbledore rise and extend a finger, causing Harry to gently halt in midair, suspended over a meter above the ground, where he was securely caught by Madame Hooch, who had hurried over. Subsequently, the entire stadium resonated with Dumbledore's voice, declaring, "Everyone, return to the common room. The match is cancelled." A wave of astonishment swept over the students. Amidst the clamor, Leon had vanished. What had transpired? Why did he suddenly fall? As Leon turned to look for Annie, he discovered that she was already gone. Humph. A figure slowly approached the exterior of Greenhouse number 5. This greenhouse housed the advanced subjects from the textbooks, typically used for upper-year herbology classes. The figure arrived at the center of the greenhouse, standing before a fountain adorned with flowers, and tapped rhythmically upon it with a wand. The fountain ceased its spouting and began to retract, swiftly revealing a stone staircase, narrow enough for a single person to descend, winding downwards. "Got you." A mocking voice echoed from behind the figure, causing it to freeze momentarily before slowly turning around. Leon gazed with keen interest at Chilo's head, entirely enveloped in a swirling mass of black mist. Were it not for his familiarity, one might easily fail to recognize the individual beneath such a shroud. However, Leon was different. Besides possessing a live map, he was acutely aware that only one person harbored intentions to cause trouble within the castle. What surprised him was the absence of any probing. The individual simply transformed into a cloud of darkness and vanished. Leon had been on high alert, yet upon reflection, it made sense. Dumbledore was currently at the school. So what lies within the greenhouse? He pondered as he donned his protective shield from a distance and cautiously used his wand to unlock the greenhouse door. Contrary to his expectations, there was no immediate threat awaiting him. Leon cast a revealing spell and slowly made his way inside. Suddenly, a monstrous eight-eyed spider, the size of a grinding wheel, lunged down from above. Leon sensed the impending danger and swiftly brandished his wand. A spell, silent and unseen, penetrated the 8 eyes of his foe, delivering instant demise. In terms of single-target damage, the Silent Strike undoubtedly ranked as the foremost among all the spells at Liang's command. Moreover, its discretion rendered it particularly suitable for those who eschewed the codes of honorable combat. Only one? That seems unlikely, Liang mused, remaining vigilant to the shadows above and in the corners as he quickened his pace. As he rounded a long table, a wave of unease washed over him. There lay a figure on the ground. Liang did not recognize the boy lying on the ground. Judging by his stature, he appeared to be either in the 1st or 2nd grade. Most notably, beside him lay a diminutive 8-eyed giant spider, its legs upturned, resembling the size of a fist. Liang swiftly approached, turning the boy over. Upon witnessing the dark aura spreading across the boy's face, his temples throbbed violently. He hastily retrieved a potent broad-spectrum antidote brewed by Snape and administered it to him. This concoction had been meticulously crafted by Snape just a couple of days prior to treat his own injuries. With half a vial of the potion remaining, he administered one portion to the young wizard while applying the other half to the wound. As the ominous darkness on the boy's face gradually receded, Leon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to send a message to Dumbledore or another professor, the young wizard lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide. 2 beams of dark energy shot directly at Leon. Liang's left palm suddenly radiated heat, and the world around him began to slow down. With great effort, he turned his head slightly, only to be struck by a beam of dark light on his left shoulder. In an instant, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he forced down a vial of his own concocted broad-spectrum antidote. A silver glow erupted from the tip of his staff, and a silver avian creature took flight, flapping its wings into the distance. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was observing Harry in the infirmary on the 2nd floor. Severus Snape and Madame Pomfrey quickly deduced that Harry had been poisoned, and they soon identified the source, a giant 8-eyed spider, the size of a galleon, clinging to Harry's sleeve. After ingesting a potent broad-spectrum antidote and casting a spell, Harry succumbed to a deep slumber. Although some residual toxins lingered, it was anticipated that he would be discharged within a week. At that moment, a silver bird fluttered into the room, whispering urgently into Dumbledore's ear. The old wizard's expression darkened immediately. "Severus, Pomona, follow me," he commanded. "What is it, headmaster?" Professor Sprout inquired. "Another child has been attacked." Professor Sprout's face paled with concern. "Who was it?" "A 1st or 2nd-year student, and Leon." The visage of Badger Mother turned ashen. She was acutely aware of her child's abilities. If even Liang had been harmed, the situation was dire. Hearing Liang's name, Snape revealed no emotion, yet quickened his pace. "Annie, please inform Liang's parents to come to the infirmary," Dumbledore instructed, spotting Annie amidst the crowd. Annie hesitated momentarily, nearly losing her balance. However, she quickly steadied herself, shaking off the support of her friend Bit, and nodded gravely before turning to leave. Liang slowly opened his eyes, the sunlight streaming through the curtains and warming his face. "You're awake?" and exclaimed joyfully as she leaped onto Liang, her voice choked with emotion. "You scared me to death." Mrs. Green, awakened by Anne's excitement, rubbed her eyes and sighed. "Oh, thank heavens. My son, you have finally awoken." The 2 women pressed down on him so tightly that Liang momentarily struggled for breath. Just as he managed to gasp for air, Mr. Green also stirred, and upon seeing his son awake, let out a wail and rushed towards him. "Stop. Can someone bring me a glass of water?" Half an hour later, after bidding farewell to his still sobbing parents and the busy and Liang awaited the arrival of Old B. "What a troublesome autumn," Dumbledore remarked with a wry smile as he observed Liang clad in a hospital gown. "How's that child?" Liang inquired. "Oh, are you referring to Mr. Fei Luo? Thanks to your timely intervention, the poison in his system has been neutralized. However, it seems Mr. Fei Luo has come into contact with a powerful dark magical artifact, or perhaps an intricate curse. He has already been transferred to St. Mungo's." "And Harry?" "Oh, Harry was discharged yesterday. His poisoning was not severe. He merely requires another week of medication. So it appears I am the unfortunate one left, Leon shrugged. Would you mind sharing what transpired? Leon picked up the plate from beside his bed, eating as he spoke. What else could it be but two monstrous eight-eyed spiders and a figure shrouded in black smoke? When do you intend to take action? Are you really going to allow Chilo to wreak havoc at school like this? Well, indeed, it cannot be permitted to continue unchecked. However, we are still a step short. You ought to be aware that since the discovery of a Horcrux that has been completely severed from its connections, he has been particularly vigilant about the remaining ones. For the past 2 years, I have been devising means to locate them. This presents a splendid opportunity. He is situated at Hogwarts. Although it makes me somewhat apprehensive. It is precisely the right moment for us to seize the chance to uncover the Horcruxes he has hidden away. His patience is likely wearing thin as well. Dumbledore blinked. You had better assist me in buying some more time. Leon reluctantly acquiesced. However, I am uncertain about the number of eight-eyed giant spiders residing within the castle. It would be prudent to conduct a thorough cleaning. The larger ones are manageable, yet the ones the size of a fist are exceedingly bothersome. Moreover, even a fist-sized eight-eyed giant spider possesses enough venom to prove fatal, Leon lamented. Coincidentally, I am to attend the Board of Governors meeting tomorrow, and I suspect they will seize this opportunity to expel me from Hogwarts. I propose we seize this chance to initiate a grand cleaning, suggested Dumbledore with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, Liang's interest was piqued. Professor, if we were to accidentally eliminate an eight-eyed giant spider during our cleaning, would it then belong to us? It is said that the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider has recently skyrocketed in value. Dumbledore chuckled. Why not, Leon? As for the Forbidden Forest, you need not worry. I have already spoken with the centaurs, and they will handle a portion of the cleanup. In fact, they have complained to me numerous times about the rapid reproduction of the eight-eyed giant spiders. The following day, the school indeed commenced a fervent cleaning initiative. Lower and upper years were mixed, with 3 groups accompanied by a house elf. The professors welcomed this endeavor, as it not only ensured safety but also enhanced the students' spellcasting proficiency while revitalizing the school environment. However, the students voiced their grievances, as cleaning was both filthy and exhausting, and could not encroach upon class time. Each house, every year, was obliged to clean only during their free periods according to the schedule. Yet, no complaints arose from Hufflepuff, for the Badgers had heard of a new influx of eight-eyed giant spiders, with each capture belonging to the finder. Additionally, having learned from Cedric that the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider was sold by the pint, alongside the lucrative value of their formidable pincers and 8 legs, the Badgers were utterly captivated. Cedric, in particular, boldly proclaimed to his team members that whether Hufflepuff could procure a complete set of new brooms rested upon today's endeavors. Thus, while Leon continued to recline in his sickbed, a fierce battle erupted outside over a spider leg or the territory of a corridor. Madam, may I decline this potion? In the face of an piercing gaze, Leon once again struggled to swallow a potion that resembled a murky concoction of yellow mud. No, Madame Pomfrey chuckled. This is a special edition from Professor Snape. Professor Snape stated that he deliberately concocted it to possess this particular taste to teach our good gentleman a lesson, as he put it. Liang's lips twitched slightly. This was undoubtedly an act of retribution. Was it really necessary for him to blurt out, upon learning that he had been bitten by a spider? Will you become a failed man? Annie, standing nearby, let out a cold laugh. Serves you right. Aren't you going to practice, Annie? Leon inquired. No. Nobody in the entire school has the inclination to train or study right now. Even those Slytherin fellows are aware that an eight-eyed giant spider has invaded the castle, and they're all frantically hunting spiders. It is said that the Weasley twins from Gryffindor even planned to form a group to venture into the Forbidden Forest to farm spiders, but they were reported. And Professor McGonagall was furious, making them scrub toilets for several days. Surely, it wasn't Hermione who reported them? Leon chuckled. When it comes to snitching, that truly is Miss Beaver's style. No, it was their brother who tipped them off. I heard the 3 of them had a huge argument afterward. And then the Weasley twins received a howler from their mother. Now, the 3 brothers haven't spoken in ages. Wait, who is Hermione? Annie suddenly seized on the blind spot, her delicate hands reaching toward Liang's waist. Leon instinctively recoiled, then emitted a series of exclamations. Do not inquire, for the answer is merely feigned illness. Unlike Leon, who could comfortably recline in his hospital bed while relishing Annie's heartfelt dinner, Harry and his companions found themselves in a more unfortunate predicament. They had only now found the opportunity to confide in Hagrid. It was Severus Snape's doing. Hermione, Neville, and I all witnessed him muttering incantations while fixating on Harry's broom. Nonsense. Snape is a professor. How could he engage in such behavior? Hagrid dismissed this notion with disdain. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville exchanged glances. After a moment's reflection, Harry finally spoke. Hagrid, we discovered that he intended to enter the room on the 4th floor before Halloween. He aimed to steal whatever the 3-headed dog was guarding. Yes, and Leon Green was there too. We saw him that day. Hagrid set down the kettle with a thud. How could you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? Indeed. Last year at the pub, I acquired him from an old man and lent him to Dumbledore. What? Harry asked hastily. Enough questions. Hagrid retorted irritably. That is confidential. Do you understand? However, Snape and Green are attempting to steal it. Green even administered potions to Snape. I saw it with my own eyes. No, I assure you. This matter is unrelated to either of them. Frankly, I believe they harbor no fondness for Harry, Neville murmured quietly. Listen, children, Hagrid paced the room, appearing agitated. This situation absolutely, unequivocally has nothing to do with them. Forget Fluffy, forget the room on the 4th floor, forget the objects beneath the trapdoor. That pertains to Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Ah, that item belongs to Nicholas Flamel, does it not? Who is Nicholas Flamel? Hagrid erupted in anger. Expelling the 4 children from the room, an unprecedented occurrence. So who exactly is Nicholas Flamel? Hermione reiterated, feeling the insatiable curiosity gnawing at her. Harry and Ron shrugged. They too were in the dark. Only Neville raised his hand, stating, I might know who Nicholas Flamel is. If the one Hagrid speaks of is the same person I am aware of. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him. Neville produced a chocolate frog card from his pocket. Pointing to the last line of fine print. Nicholas Flamel is a renowned alchemist who has lived for over 600 years. He is a close friend of Dumbledore. Hermione snatched the card, glancing over it hastily. The object that Fluffy guards must be the Philosopher's Stone, she declared emphatically. Ron and Neville gaped in astonishment, while Harry, having grown up in the Muggle world, remained blissfully unaware of what the Philosopher's Stone entailed. That must be it. Ron clapped his hands. Snape and Green are surely plotting to seize the Philosopher's Stone, oblivious to the great burden he had unwittingly placed upon Snape. Leon was enthusiastically watching the Huanong brothers gather seafood. For the first time, he discovered that the gluttonous Rod and Ron possessed such remarkable talent. The 2 brothers adeptly performed 2 spells, one to repel spiders and another to bind them, clad in their protective gear. One brother cast the repelling spell to drive out the 8-eyed giant spider, while the other used the binding spell to ensnare it, subsequently hauling it into a small bucket. Cedric followed behind, tasked with managing the catch. He wielded a discarded broomstick handle to provoke the spider into biting. Then swiftly captured the venom in a bottle using his quick reflexes. After extracting the venom, he drew a silver knife and swiftly pierced the spider's head, tossing it into another bucket. Upon returning, he would meticulously dismember the 8-eyed giant spider, selling the useful parts while saving the inedible portions for deep frying later. The entire process was executed with skill and fluidity, and coupled with the brothers bending down to search for more spiders, it resembled the Huanong brothers gathering seafood. Christmas was rapidly approaching, and in mid-December, Hogwarts welcomed its first snowfall. With the last corridor cleared, it marked the conclusion of the elaborate Halloween event, the spider hunting extravaganza. According to the well-informed Badger, unofficial statistics revealed that the Huanong brothers, the Weasley brothers, and a pair of twins from Slytherin had secured the top 3 positions. Thus, it was humorously dubbed a brotherly war. Perhaps feeling that their enjoyment was insufficient, the Bantam brothers privately arranged a snowball fight with the Weasley brothers. Somehow, this escalated into a rivalry between the 2 houses, eventually involving Slytherin and some from Ravenclaw as well. Young found himself ensnared in this activity, for after Sevens graduated, the Eye of Secrets was primarily managed by him and Cedric. However, he had little interest in engaging in a snowball fight. Instead, he employed Transfiguration to craft a titan from snow, after which he settled comfortably upon one of its outstretched hands, engrossed in a book. Meanwhile, the titan's other hand diligently scooped up snow from the ground, feeding it into its mouth, subsequently transforming it into snowballs to supply the nearby badgers. It was, one might say, a delightful indulgence in a magical rendition of iron handling. Yet, it was merely. Yang's eyes twitched slightly as he watched the Weasley twins magically control a basket of snowballs flying towards him, several of which accurately struck Chilo on the back of his head. Yet, that was not the end of it. The 2 foolish brothers, seemingly unsatisfied, retrieved their makeshift cannon, which, despite its lack of precision, launched a snowball that landed squarely on Chilo, burying the unfortunate professor beneath a mound of snow. Consequently, both pairs of oblivious brothers were awarded a week of detention. Liang was deeply concerned, for without a nose, one simply could not be considered a person of clarity. Should one underestimate his capabilities, they would be gravely mistaken. So, are you all returning home for the new year this year? Cedric inquired during breakfast. What do you mean? When have I not returned? Liang retorted, pursing his lips. Every Christmas, the Green family must gather in perfect harmony, a rule set forth by his mother. Moreover, this Christmas, there seemed to be little excitement to behold in the castle. In the original narrative, Harry appeared to have received an invisibility cloak from Dumbledore, and subsequently visited the Mirror of Erased. However, he had already gazed into that mirror, or, more accurately, it was situated adjacent to the trapdoor on the 4th floor where he and Snape resided. The room by the trapdoor had been prepared with challenges by Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, yet Snape's was still pending. He intended to concoct a potion to deal with the noseless one and Harry, requiring additional time for its brewing. Isn't it intriguing? Dumbledore asked, observing Liang standing before the mirror with curiosity. What did you see? Liang took a long breath. I found myself drinking curd soup. What is that? A delicacy? Indeed. A culinary delight, remarked Dumbledore. I beheld countless woolen socks. You know, one can never have enough socks. The old riddle master has become quite tiresome, Professor. Leon ruthlessly exposed the old BS sore spot. Woolen socks, you say? Are you certain what lies within the mirror is not Grindlewald, or perhaps your sister? Ah. Revealing scars is an even more tiresome affair, Mr. Grind, and exceedingly impolite. It was rare for old Dumbledore to mock Leon in such a manner. Subsequently, both turned to glance at Severus, who was lurking at a distance. Severus, would you care to take a look? Old Dumbledore chuckled mischievously. Indeed, Professor, it is rather captivating. Leon grinned with equal mischief. Severus' expression soured. Compared to being a riddle master, what you are doing now is far more tedious to me. Moreover, falsehoods are merely falsehoods. The two cunning individuals simultaneously sighed, seemingly lamenting the absence of excitement. Severus' face grew even more displeased. If possible, he genuinely wished to hurl a piece of popcorn at each of these two characters. He meant it. So, what was the original purpose of this contraption? Leon inquired. Puzzled. Who knows? By the way, what other treasures does the school possess? Can't we have a glimpse? There will be opportunities. There will be opportunities. Old Dumbledore laughed carefree. This marked the final conversation between Leon and old Dumbledore before Christmas. Whether Harry was as captivated by the mirror as in the original text, Leon was unsure. However, it was true that his own Christmas was becoming increasingly festive. This year, Liang's family did not spend Christmas at home, but instead ventured to Annie's residence. I had no idea your family owned a house in Hogsmeade. Leon observed his two brothers drooling in front of the roasted turkey, curiously surveying the room. Clad in a pristine white sweater and pants, Annie stood tall. Though she had shed her lankiness, she now measured an admirable height of 1.68 meters, and most importantly, her figure had notably improved. Stretching her body, Annie rolled her eyes. Do you truly believe our family is impoverished? The reason we run a second-hand bookstore is simply that my mother adores reading. Leon took a sip of the butterbeer, remaining non-committal. Reflecting on the grand estate of the Busby family, one could easily deduce that Mr. and Mrs. Busby would never allow their daughter to experience hardship. So, what were you assisting the principal with during the first semester? She suddenly leaned in, her curiosity piqued. As the delightful scent of lavender enveloped them, the principal has hidden something on the 4th floor, Leon replied, brushing aside the colorful balls thrown his way. Speaking in hushed tones, but I cannot divulge what it is, at least not for now. Annie pondered this thoughtfully. Compared to a few years ago, she had matured significantly, aware that Leon harbored certain secrets that he was not yet ready to share. Nevertheless, she managed to deduce some elements of the mystery. Is it related to the Savior? Perhaps? Leon cast a surprised glance at Annie and nodded. Indeed. Annie chuckled cunningly. Well, if that is the case, it seems there will be some excitement to witness. However, you should exercise caution. I heard from Olivia that Harry and his companions have conspicuously conspired about you and Professor Snape several times in the corridor. Haha. An owl flew in from a distance, and Annie opened the window to receive a package. After glancing at the signature, she began to unwrap it. Whose package is this? Leon asked nonchalantly. Yours. Watching Annie unwrap it with such enthusiasm, Leon wore a puzzled expression. At last, the package was opened, and Leon heard Annie let out a cold laugh before she tossed the scarf into the fireplace to burn. Our good gentleman remains as popular as ever, I see. Annie stated expressionlessly as she retrieved a note from within and read aloud. To the handsome and charming Leon, this is hand-knitted by me. Liang's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The weather had grown even chillier since returning from Christmas, yet this did not dampen the students' enthusiasm. The long-awaited Quidditch matches were finally set to resume. In the first week back, Gryffindor would face Slytherin, followed by Hufflepuff against Ravenclaw in February. The victors would compete in the finals at the end of March. Subsequently, Hogwarts would have no grand events as everyone would need to begin preparing for their final examinations. One morning, Leon awoke once more with dark circles under his eyes, trembling as he climbed to the stands. The thought of the biting cold wind swirling above and the icy moisture lurking in the clouds made it difficult for him to feel any affection for Quidditch. It was rumored that Snape had requested to officiate the matches, but ultimately, Madame Hooch had firmly declined his proposition. Leon felt quite disheartened, to be candid. He found it difficult to envision Snape perched upon a broomstick. He longed to witness it. Naturally, the entire Gryffindor house also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Very well, we can see that both teams have taken to the air. The Quaffle, Bludgers, and the Golden Snitch have all been released. The match is about to commence. Leon summoned his spirits and glanced toward the classroom seats, only to discover that both Quirrell and Dumbledore were absent. While he was aware of Dumbledore's absence, having been informed by the old wizard before Christmas that he was on the verge of locating the remaining Horcruxes hidden by Voldemort, Quirrell's absence was indeed unexpected. Without the noseless presence, the match had undeniably become much simpler. The Slytherin Seeker's reactions and skills were visibly inferior to Harry's. Consequently, 15 minutes into the match, Harry effortlessly caught the Golden Snitch near the Slytherin goalposts. Snape's expression was one that defied description. It seemed he caught a glimpse of a rival in Harry. During Tuesday's defense against the Dark Arts class, Quirrell was absent, and no one knew his whereabouts. The group of Badgers dispersed to attend to their own affairs, with Annie and the Patil twins being whisked away by Cedric for practice. The classroom was left with only the Ravenclaws, who treated it as a study hall. In Leon recently, Leon has not paid attention to the progression of the main storyline, as quite some time has elapsed. He vaguely recalls that this academic year, Hagrid seems to have artificially hatched a dragon, which was quite astonishing, based on his experiences from his second year. Leon believes that dragons are creatures that can never truly be domesticated. Thus, it would be far better to transform them into leather bags and wands instead. When the class bell rang, Leon began to pack his belongings, intending to leave, but at the door, he encountered a pallid-looking Quirrell. "Professor, may I take a few moments of your time?" "Of course, Professor." Leon mentally steeled himself as he followed Quirrell into the classroom. "I've heard that your potions class performance is quite commendable." "It's passable, I suppose." Could I trouble you to assist me in concocting some invigorating potions and healing drafts?" Leon squinted slightly, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Professor, I believe the school infirmary must have an ample supply of these 2 potions. However, I would prefer not to impose. You understand, Madame Pomfrey has been quite overwhelmed lately with the little wizard suffering from colds." He contemplated this rather flimsy excuse, but what could be Chilo's true intention? "In appreciation for your assistance, I have prepared this for you. I trust you will find it to your liking," he said, presenting a leather-bound notebook. At that instant, Leon nearly reached for his dragonhide gloves. However, after a moment's reflection, he refrained. After all, many from Ravenclaw had witnessed Chilo blocking his path at the professor's door, indicating that Chilo could not possibly be so foolish. Cautiously accepting the notebook, Leon flipped through a few pages and discovered that it contained notes and insights pertaining to the defense against the dark arts textbook. Moreover, it was evident from just a few glances that the quality of the notes was quite commendable. "I understand, Professor. When do you require it?" "As soon as possible. My old injuries have flared up again." "Very well, Professor. I shall deliver it to you once I have prepared it." Leon turned and left, returning to the lounge where he extracted his wand and conducted a thorough examination. There was no response. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary notebook. Could he truly possess such benevolence? However, as Leon flipped through it from beginning to end, he stumbled upon a note tucked within its pages, which confirmed a significant realization. Had Voldemort's recent depletion of power rendered him incapable of monitoring Quirrell? Gazing at the desperate note in his hand, Leon offered a wry smile. "Professor Quirrell, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but even Dumbledore seems perplexed by your predicament. Moreover, Dumbledore has been absent from the school lately, and even the owls have been unable to locate him. Perhaps it would be best to prepare what he requires first." Since it was not a particularly advanced potion, Leon opted to brew it in the room of requirement. Upon exiting, he encountered Miss Beaverton pacing anxiously in the corridor. "Senior." Upon seeing Leon, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried over, exclaiming, "Senior, could you help us? What seems to be the problem?" Leon inquired with curiosity, as this marked the first genuine conversation he had with the trio of saviors, or rather, now a quartet. After a moment of hesitation, Hermione whispered, "It's Neville. He was bitten by a dog." When Leon beheld Neville's hand, swollen and bearing a greenish wound, he rubbed his temples in disbelief. "Miss Granger, you refer to this as being bitten by a dog?" Hermione's face flushed crimson, likely due to her own awareness of how absurd the explanation sounded. Leon administered a bottle of broad-spectrum antidote to Na, followed by an external application. Yet, he was not finished. After rummaging through his dragonhide pouch for quite some time, he finally produced a small box containing a green ointment that emitted an unpleasant odor. "This should alleviate your discomfort somewhat, but I still recommend a visit to the school infirmary. After all, being bitten by a dragon is no trivial matter. Madame Pomfrey should possess the means to ensure your greater comfort." Leon departed, leaving behind 2 individuals who exchanged glances. Neville raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and remarked to Hermione, "See, I told you, Senior Green is truly a good person. When I first encountered him at St. Mungo's, he even offered me comfort." Hermione gazed contemplatively in the direction of Liang's exit. A week later, Liang had prepared the necessary items for Chilo and simultaneously healed Neville's injuries. It was rather remarkable, considering Liang had never before witnessed a dragon bite wound. In this regard, it was likely that Charlie Weasley, the second son of the Weasley family, possessed greater knowledge. It seems there should be no further issues. If you experience any discomfort, remember to reach out to me promptly, or you may go directly to the school infirmary. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Liang made his way to Chilo's defense against the dark arts classroom. Taking a deep breath at the entrance, he suddenly chuckled at his own actions. Each visit felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, devoid of any sense of security. "Professor, you truly excel at creating an atmosphere of pressure, don't you?" Liang rapped gently on the door. The voice of Quirrell drifted through, albeit tinged with a hint of chill. Upon entering the room, Liang became increasingly convinced of a singular truth. The figure before him was undoubtedly Voldemort. That familiar gaze, reminiscent of one assessing a mere chick, was all too recognizable. "Professor, I have prepared the blood-replenishing potion and the invigorating elixir you requested last time," he announced. Voldemort approached, grasping a vial, uncorking it, and inhaling its contents with meticulous care. "Such a flawless technique," Quirrell exclaimed with a smile, praising the meticulousness of Severus's most esteemed pupil. However, if you could reduce the heat during the final phase of concocting the invigorating elixir, allowing it to simmer for an additional 2 minutes and stirring it a bit more, the potion's efficacy would be greatly enhanced. Just a humble suggestion, he added with a grin. In a fleeting moment, Leon found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion, only to be roused abruptly. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten that Voldemort was one of the rare few to graduate with 12 O's. Thank you for your guidance. I shall endeavor to apply it, he remarked. It was evident to him that Mr. Quirrell harbored great ambition, particularly regarding the arcane arts. I once shared that same fervor. You know, I was formerly a Ravenclaw. However, Leon mused inwardly. No, you belong to Slytherin. If you wish, you may seek me out at any time. I believe I possess much knowledge to impart in the realm of magic. Thank you, Professor. I shall. Quirrell nodded, retrieving a potion and retreating to the inner chamber. While Leon slowly exited the classroom, beads of sweat forming at his brow. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Quirrell sat at his desk, idly toying with the potion in his grasp, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. So, how is it? Has the foolish Dumbledore responded to your pleas? Quirrell's eyelids fluttered rapidly, perspiration beading on his forehead, and after a prolonged silence, he whispered, Why? Ah, the fool remains a fool. Do you truly believe Dumbledore cares for you? No, he is solely concerned with his own interests. Moreover, you no longer hold any value for him. Who would care for you, Quirinus? Quirrell hung his head low, his nails digging painfully into his palm, biting his lip until crimson droplets trickled down. After a considerable time, he finally lifted a vial of blood-replenishing potion to his lips and hoarsely declared, Master, I pledge my loyalty to you. Very well, Quirinus. I shall fulfill your desires and ensure those hypocritical individuals pay the price. The following day, when Leon entered the dining hall for breakfast, he noticed that the Gryffindor hourglass of points was nearly empty. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, realizing that he was not mistaken. Upon entering the hall, the reason became clear. Nearly all of Gryffindor cast sidelong glances or glared at Harry and his trio. Frankly, we ought to be grateful to Potter. Without him, Gryffindor would not have lost 150 points. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy boasted loudly, only to be met with a sharp slap from their head girl, Gemma Mary, which sent his face crashing into his plate. Shut up, Malfoy. Are you really that oblivious? Do you not realize you've lost 50 points? Even Hufflepuff's score has now surpassed ours. We are currently second to last. Just like your father, you are a waste. Malfoy's face flushed crimson, yet inexplicably, he refrained from retaliating. Goodness, Gemma, what an utterance. Your being second to last is of no concern to us, Leon chuckled. Come now. Let us show some mercy to young Master Malfoy. He is still but a child. After all, a little guidance will suffice. However, Leon's words only further incited Gemma's ire, prompting her to deliver another sharp tap on the back of Malfoy's head, causing his face to once again plunge into the mashed potatoes on his plate. Upon reaching their own table, Cedric eagerly leaned in. Leon, have you heard? Hagrid has acquired a dragon. It was sent to Romania last night with Professor McGonagall's assistance. What a pity, if only. Upon hearing the subtle undertones of the conversation, Leon's lips twitched slightly. After all, the individual in question was merely a fledgling, hardly sufficient to constitute even a modest meal. He reached for a slice of toast when a petite, exquisite owl swooped down, delivering a note inscribed in Hagrid's hasty script. Leon, do you have time this Friday evening? I believe I have discovered something in the Forbidden Forest and would like you to accompany me. Additionally, could you keep an eye on Harry and his mischievous companions? They too are to be confined this Friday night. Professor McGonagall deems it necessary for them to witness the perils of the night, lest they continue their mischief. Please assist me in escorting them to the forest edge. Leon tore off a corner of the toast and fed it to the owl, then gently tapped his finger on the note, prompting a line of small text to appear. The little creature, having finished its bread, flew away with Liang's response. Such occurrences were, of course, to be anticipated. What fun would it be to miss out on the excitement, especially for a Hufflepuff? Moreover, he was quite curious to know whether young Master Malfoy had indeed wet his pants. Amid Liang's mild anticipation and busyness, Friday arrived. Then, when Fong brought the 5 little ones to Hagrid's hut, they found Hagrid waiting for them, having been there for quite some time, along with. Leon laughed. Ah. The benevolent Professor McGonagall, fearing for your safety, has even summoned the most accomplished upperclassmen to safeguard you. Frankly, you should perish in the Forbidden Forest. I would return at dawn to collect your remains. Filch, be quiet. Hagrid bellowed. Around 11 o'clock, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville encountered Filch waiting at the entrance hall, accompanied by the insufferable Malfoy. Their plan had been flawlessly devised, yet this cunning rat had reported them to Professor McGonagall. The only solace for Harry was that this scoundrel would share in their punishment. Moreover, Malfoy's recent days in Slytherin had not been particularly pleasant. After all, it was unprecedented in Slytherin's history for a young wizard to cost his own house 50 points in a single night. Rumor had it that Snape was so furious his nose was nearly crooked. However, Harry figured it was best for him not to have a crooked nose, as Dumbledore's nose was already bent. Follow me, Filch said, holding a lantern to lead them out. This was Harry's first experience exiting the castle through the main door at midnight. You better think twice before violating school rules again, right? His tone was laced with barely concealed schadenfreude. Frankly, he lamented the abolition of the original punishment method, which involved binding their hands and feet in chains and hanging them from the ceiling for several days. They strode across the pitch-black grounds until they soon caught sight of the warm glow emanating from Hagrid's hut. Suddenly, Harry felt a surge of joy. Tonight, it seemed, he need not worry. However, upon spotting a familiar figure beside Hagrid, his heart sank once more. Ah, the benevolent Professor McGonagall, fearing for your safety, has even summoned the most accomplished upperclassmen to safeguard you. Frankly, you should perish in the Forbidden Forest. I would return at dawn to collect your remains. Filch, be quiet. Hagrid thundered. So we are to venture into the Forbidden Forest? Harry heard Malfoy's voice tremble. I have heard there is everything in there, even werewolves. Neville grasped Ron's shirt tightly, letting out a whimper. That's your fault, Malfoy, Hagrid said in a deep voice. You should have thought of that before causing trouble. Oh, by the way, I presume I need not introduce you? Hagrid gestured to Leon beside him. Leon Green, your upperclassman. Tonight, there are 5 of you. And I fear I may not be able to oversee all, so I specifically asked him to assist. Do not worry. Leon is quite formidable and far more familiar with the Forbidden Forest. Then why is he familiar with the Forbidden Forest? Ron asked, bewildered. Hagrid's lips twitched, while Leon chuckled leisurely, responding, Mr. Weasley, if you were also proficient in care of magical creatures, perhaps you could assist Hagrid instead of hindering him, as you did previously. Ron's face turned a deep shade of crimson. It is nearly time, Hagrid announced. We must depart. Filch glared at the group with malice, stating, I'll return just before dawn. I'm not going in. Malfoy shouted defiantly. No, I absolutely refuse to. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must enter, Hagrid said, adjusting the quiver on his back. What we are about to do may be somewhat perilous, so you had best obey, whether it be my orders or Leon's. The group followed Hagrid into the dimly lit Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid's lantern served as their sole beacon of light. After over half an hour of walking, they paused beside a lake. My goodness, how beautiful, Hermione exclaimed. Hagrid shrugged. Indeed, it is beautiful. If you had come a month earlier, you might have seen a few unicorns here, the magical darlings, graceful and perfect. This is where they come to drink and rest, but alas. As he spoke, Hagrid pointed to the shore. Do you see that? That silvery substance? It is unicorn blood. Something or someone has been troubling them in the Forbidden Forest for over a month. This is the second unicorn attack this week. Just a week ago, Leon and I discovered a unicorn here, barely clinging to life. If not for Leon's potion, it might not have survived. But what could possibly harm a unicorn? Malfoy questioned, his face contorted in concern. Surely, something capable of injuring a unicorn could easily kill us. Do not worry, Mr. Malfoy, Hagrid reassured him. With Leon and me around, you shall not come to harm. Moreover, I have already communicated with the Centaur tribe here and the professors at the school. If anything unusual occurs, they will signal us immediately. You will be safe. Now, we shall split into 2 groups and follow the trail of blood for clues. Who would like to join me? I want to team up with Senior Green, Malfoy declared first. Seeing Malfoy choose Leon, the remaining individuals eagerly looked towards Hagrid. Oh. Do not all rush at once. You cannot all follow me. Neville hesitantly stepped forward. Very well, I shall remind you once more. If you discover anything, signal immediately. The spark spell, do you remember? The group nodded and then proceeded to separate. Leon traversed the Forbidden Forest accompanied by 2 companions who seemed to hinder his progress. What could have harmed the unicorn? Malfoy inquired tentatively. I am uncertain. However, during my last encounter with the unicorn alongside Hagrid, I observed traces of dark magic upon its leg, which strongly suggests that a werewolf is not the culprit. He continued, the blood of a unicorn is cursed, rendering it largely ineffective against werewolves. Yet, a werewolf can only hope to capture a unicorn when in its wolfish form. During the full moon, a werewolf is devoid of reason, driven solely by primal instincts of hunger and mating, making it improbable for them to relentlessly pursue a unicorn. As they conversed, the distant sound of hooves echoed through the forest. Leon signaled for the 2 to halt. Shortly thereafter, a patrol squad consisting of 3 centaurs emerged before them. Are you Hogwarts wizards? The leader inquired, and Leon noted his youthfulness. Indeed, we are here to investigate the matter of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid should have already briefed you, Leon replied in a nonchalant manner. The leader nodded in acknowledgement, and then raised his gaze to the sky. Mars is particularly bright tonight. Indeed, Mars shines brilliantly tonight. The other 2 chimed in, also gazing up at the night sky. The trio of centaurs, with their somewhat ceremonial gestures, inadvertently prompted Malfoy and Neville to join in, both of them foolishly looking up at the heavens. The 5 of them remained in that posture for quite some time. Leon could no longer contain himself and drew forth his wand. Indeed, the evening Mars shone brightly. But did it forewarn you of the impending beatings? 10 minutes later, Malfoy and Neville stood agape, their mouths agape in astonishment at the 3 centaurs bound like dumplings, each adorned with 2 black eyes, a testament to Leon's recent exertions. Please, no more. I implored you to be riddlers, to gaze at the stars with me. What is this? A game from a gorilla? Let me tell you, I despise 3 kinds of beings, riddlers, imbeciles, and those without noses. Spare us. We do not wish for this either. Yet in our tribe, failure to speak thus invites punishment. Malfoy and Neville exclaimed. League ultimately decided to release the three large beings and followed their patrol route for a while. So, is Ronan your current leader? Leong inquired. Strictly speaking, there is no formal leader or chief in the Centaur tribe, the foremost giant explained. However, at present, more individuals support Ronan. Additionally, Bane has considerable backing within our tribe. And, one could also count Felix among them. And how do you, support them? By letting them fight and see who is stronger? The young lord suggested with a rather foolish idea. One of them regarded him with an unusual look. No, certainly not. Only beasts would harm their kin. As centaurs, we would never act in such a manner. We typically assess who has a greater understanding of the celestial phenomena, Malfoy remarked, touching his nose, feeling somewhat affronted. Suddenly, a red spark erupted in the distance. Something has occurred. Liang's expression darkened. Hey, big fellow, what is your name? The leading centaur hesitated for a moment. I am Mars. These two are Finky and Thorn. Mars, is it? Would you be so kind as to escort them to the Forbidden Forest? They will find their way back to the castle, and I must hasten to ascertain what has transpired. No, I wish to go too. That is wonderful. Thank you, Senior. Both exclaimed simultaneously, then exchanged glances and turned their heads away from each other. Mars rubbed his nose. Oh, little colt. I may not be able to escort your classmates out of the Forbidden Forest. The incident is quite close to our tribe. However, if you would like, I would not mind taking you a portion of the way. Leon struggled for a few seconds before acquiescing. To be frank, he harbored considerable concern for Hagrid and his group. The towering figure of Hagrid, due to his mixed heritage, possessed a remarkably high resistance to magic. Even the petrification and disarming spells cast by ordinary young wizards, or even somewhat inept adult wizards, elicited little to no reaction from him. However, he was not entirely immune to magic. If it were indeed the noseless one wandering the Forbidden Forest tonight, it might take merely a single vivid green being to eliminate him. Truth be told, Leon found the giant to be quite amiable, despite his often gruff demeanor. 3 centaurs bore Leon and his companions on their backs, with Leon grasping Mars's waist and listening to the howling wind around him. He had to concede that the centaurs were truly adept in navigating the forest. What appeared to be a complex and treacherous thicket to Leon was as effortless as a stroll in the park for them. Before long, he spotted a gathering of centaurs in the distance, encircling something, their movements swift and purposeful, bows in hand, occasionally releasing arrows that shimmered with a silvery glow. Astonishingly, they had surrounded a werewolf. Not far off, Hagrid lay quietly on the ground. Take me to Hagrid, Leon shouted. Mars pivoted swiftly, carrying Leon towards Hagrid, who leaped off and hurriedly approached. Senior, you must check on Hagrid. Hermione's voice trembled with distress. Leon observed Hagrid's chest rising and falling, feeling a sense of relief. However, his right arm bore a grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone. Fortunately, it appeared to be merely a gash inflicted by a werewolf's claw. Had it been a bite, the situation would have been dire. Considering Hagrid's mixed heritage, it was conceivable that he might not transform into a giant werewolf even if bitten. The area surrounding the wound was tinged with a dark hue, seemingly spreading upward. Leon retrieved a potion from his pocket and administered it to Hagrid. Although it did not rouse him immediately, the cessation of the blackness creeping up his arm indicated that the injury had been temporarily contained. He then produced a vial of white essence and handed it to Hermione, instructing, apply this to his wound. The professors in the castle must have seen your spell. Help will arrive shortly. I will assist the centaurs. Hermione, flustered, accepted the vial and shakily poured it onto Hagrid's injury, while Harry and Ron helped to roll up his sleeve, facilitating Hermione's efforts to tend to Hagrid's wound. Leon turned to gaze at the shadow encircled by centaurs in the heart of the forest, silently drawing forth his wand. Step back, young wizard. That is a werewolf. A creature beyond your capability to confront. One centaur cautioned. Yet, Leon paid no heed to the warning. Instead, he raised his eyes to the starry sky, relieved to find it unmarred by a full moon. This suggested that the werewolf's transformation was not dictated by lunar cycles. Perhaps it was the work of something more sinister. Although he had an employee who was a werewolf, Leon harbored an innate aversion to such beings, particularly those who had willingly succumbed to their darker nature. With this thought, Leon inhaled deeply and waved his wand. He refrained from employing his most proficient fire spells or the spell god's sharp edge. Despite a strong intuition that he could effortlessly sever the creature's head with it, he had no intention of allowing this werewolf to perish so easily. It might still yield some valuable information. Grasping his wand as one would a quill, Leon began inscribing symbols in the air. The letters shimmered with a soft golden luminescence, not dissipating but rather floating and morphing, causing the centaur guard to pause in astonishment. Over the past couple of years, Leon had mastered all 24 ancient runes and had even begun to explore their combinatory effects. Today marked the moment of reckoning. 3 or 4 runes melded together in his grasp, resembling a glowing golden snitch. Subsequently, with one hand supporting the luminous orb of runes and the other clutching his wand, he touched the tip of his wand to the orb and then pulled outward. A thread of golden light was drawn forth. Leon gazed upon the werewolf, still rampaging amidst the throng of centaurs. With a gentle flick of his wand, a mesmerizing thread of golden light danced through the air, compelling the nearby centaurs to retreat. As they sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the luminous strands, the werewolf, too, lowered its body, its limbs pressed against the ground, fixated on the thread that emitted a menacing growl. Yet, its efforts were futile, although the thread appeared to move slowly. It traversed the distance in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the thread pierced the werewolf's skull. The creature attempted to intercept it with its razor-sharp claws. But instead, its paw passed right through the thread, leaving a neatly severed claw that fell to the ground. The werewolf's anguished howl abruptly ceased as the thread ensnared a shadowy apparition, forcibly extracting it from the creature's form. As the faint, milky white figure emerged, the werewolf's body collapsed with a thunderous thud. The thread coiled the apparition into a ball of yarn, drifting languidly back to Leong's hand. Surrounding centaurs, now poised with arrows aimed directly at him, braced for confrontation. From the astute Hermione to the dim-witted Ron, everyone sensed the shift in the atmosphere. The once cooperative centaurs, who had seemed amenable moments before, now assumed aggressive stances, ready to engage. Leong disregarded the centaurs. The recent spell was the culmination of years of arduous study in ancient runic. It was a multifaceted magic, intricately woven from various runic elements. Its original intent was to create a separation for those without noses and Harry. This evening, the spell had begun to demonstrate its potency. What manner of magic was that? After a considerable pause, Bane, who had previously parted on unfriendly terms with Hagrid, finally inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Centaurs are certainly not a race known for cowardice. However, the recent spell had evidently extracted the soul of the werewolf. In the magical realm, any profound exploration of the soul is associated with malevolence. Moreover, who would willingly permit their soul to be extracted and toy with it someone else's whim? Ancient runic, Leong shrugged. Yet, the centaurs remained far from at ease until Professor McGonagall arrived. Oh, Merlin, what has happened to Hagrid? Professor, Hagrid has been wounded by a werewolf. Professor McGonagall gasped slightly, hastening to crouch down and assess the situation, her brow furrowing in concern. Bane, I must first take Hagrid to the hospital wing. Bane slightly relaxed his grip on the bough. Very well, he replied in a deep voice, but this young wizard must not venture into the Forbidden Forest again. The centaurs do not welcome you. Leong raised an eyebrow. The pent-up frustration that had brewed within him overnight surged forth in an instant. Would you care to repeat that? He said with an unsettling calmness. The Forbidden Forest does not welcome you. Bane articulated each word with deliberate precision, with a sardonic smile. Leon raised his wand, encircling himself and Bane in a ring of blazing flames. Had he not feared setting the entire Forbidden Forest ablaze, the flames would have been transformed into a serene blue gas flame. With a peculiar word that seemed oddly constructed, Leon taunted, but Bane understood it was no kind term. Come, centaur, today, only one of us shall emerge alive from this fiery circle. Bane gripped his bow and arrow tightly. We never slay fools, Leon responded calmly. Then it is you who shall meet your demise. Leon. Professor McGonagall shouted from beyond the flames, but Leon feigned ignorance. Observing that the centaur had no intention of attacking, he felt no need for courtesy. With a flick of his wand, the earth beneath them stirred, transforming into a fully armored knight. The knight crashed down heavily, raising his longsword, poised to strike Bane with a mighty swing. Bane. The surrounding centaurs cried out in alarm, some in their impatience even loosing arrows at Leon. But alas, the arrows were incinerated before they could breach the fiery barrier. Bane narrowly evaded the initial blow, yet was unable to evade the knight's kick, which sent him sprawling out of the fire, flames clinging to his form. Enough. A venerable voice resonated among the crowd. The flames surrounding Leon were suddenly drawn away as if by a flowing current. Turning to witness the source, Leon saw old Hagrid holding an extinguishing device. That is enough. Leon, Dumbledore said, weariness etched upon his face as he placed a reassuring hand on Leon's shoulder. Minerva, hurry and escort Hagrid back. Snape and Poppy are awaiting you. You lot should return as well. Tonight's detention ends here. The 5 young ones, feeling as if a great pardon had been granted, hastily followed Professor McGonagall away. Dumbledore, you must provide us with an explanation, Ronan stated coldly, aiding in extinguishing the flames on Bane. What explanation do you desire? Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe the Forbidden Forest belongs to you? Leon retorted with a scoff. If the 4 founders were present, would you still have the audacity to utter such words? Ronan glared intently at Dumbledore, seemingly awaiting his response. Yet, Dumbledore remained silent. We understand, Bane finally spoke, rising to his feet and coughing hoarsely. From tomorrow onwards, we shall depart the Forbidden Forest in search of a new home. With anger etched upon their faces, the centaurs followed Bane as they turned to leave. Leon took a deep breath and turned to face Dumbledore. I'm sorry, Professor. No need to apologize, Leong. Dumbledore replied, rubbing his temples. You did nothing wrong tonight. The issue with the centaurs has existed for quite some time. During Phineas's tenure, relations with them were quite strained. He once believed that all centaurs should be driven away. There are always young wizards who enjoy venturing into the Forbidden Forest, and given the omnipresent dangers within, I have always felt it essential to maintain a cordial relationship with the centaurs. However, it seems the problem persists. I merely chose to turn a blind eye to it. Would you care to join me for a drink? Perhaps we could discuss the events of this evening, he suggested. Then, noticing the glowing orb still clutched in Liang's hand, he added, I must say, I am genuinely proud of you. It is a truly breathtaking and exhilarating form of magic. As Liang and Dumbledore recounted the events of the night, Hermione and her friends were huddled in the common room, engrossed in discussion. From what we can tell, the attackers in the Forbidden Forest must be werewolves, Ron declared emphatically. But Senior Green said the last unicorn he encountered was afflicted by dark magic, Neville countered, expressing his dissent. Who can say for certain? Ron replied. You saw the wounds inflicted by the werewolf's claws. They bear no distinction from those wrought by dark magic. What do you think, Harry? Harry pondered for a moment before voicing his concern. I'm more worried about Hagrid's well-being. It's hard to say, Hermione responded, her brow furrowed with worry. Theoretically, one only becomes a werewolf after being bitten, but the books don't clarify if claw wounds could have the same effect. Harry grew increasingly anxious. Hermione took his hand reassuringly. Don't fret, Madame Pomfrey will take care of him. If necessary, we can always take Hagrid to St. Mungo's. Besides, he is a half-giant. Harry, let us think positively. Ron chimed in with encouragement. Harry touched the scar on his forehead. There's one more thing. What was that spell Senior Green used at the end? Why did the centaurs seem so terrified? All eyes turned to the most knowledgeable among them, Hermione. She crossed her arms, her brow nearly knitting into a furrow of concentration. I'm not certain what that spell was. However, the symbols he inscribed in the air earlier were likely in ancient runes. Furthermore, given its effects, it is quite possible that this magic could extract a person's soul. Didn't you see that thing that floated away from the werewolf at the end? The group recalled the eerie, soul-like figure that had drifted from the werewolf, shivering at the thought. I told you, Liang must be involved in some exceedingly dark research. Perhaps it is connected to the Philosopher stone, Ron muttered. Leon was enjoying tea in Hagrid's cottage, accompanied by Groot and his little ones. To be precise, it was Leon sipping his tea while Groot's small companions rode playfully atop the creature's head. Frankly, Leon had never anticipated being able to savor authentic by Tan Piao Shui in Hagrid's abode, considering that the British typically indulge their tea with sugar, honey, or milk. Leon had even heard of adding brandy to it. As for Hagrid, he was currently seated on a stone chair, wiping away tears with his bandaged arm. It must be said that the half-giant indeed possessed an extraordinary constitution, despite suffering a deep wound inflicted by a werewolf. Hagrid managed to return to his cottage after lying in the school hospital for merely 2 days. Although his injured arm remained wrapped in bandages, he was resolute. Don't be like this, Hagrid. They were merely spiders, Annie reassured him as she sat beside him. Just yesterday, some indiscreet tongue had informed Hagrid about the little wizards hunting the acromantula. Leon dared to wager that the person uttering those words was likely unaware that the progenitor of the 8-eyed giant spider was once nurtured by Hagrid himself. Yesterday, I visited Aragog, and Merlin, it has lost so much weight. It lamented that many of its offspring had recently perished, leaving it so distressed that it could scarcely eat. Leon buried his face in the steam of the tea, concealing his expression from Hagrid. He truly could not fathom how a creature with legs measuring 5 meters in length, standing at 3 to 4 meters tall, and weighing no less than 600 or 700 pounds could perceive anything as slender. Hagrid wrinkled his nose and suddenly turned to Liang, saying, Liang, I apologize. The centaurs. Oh, it's nothing. That matter has nothing to do with you, Liang muttered. Dumbledore has spoken with them. The centaurs have ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, at least 5 miles from the castle. However, a few centaurs have remained behind. Firenze, do you remember him? Along with the 3 who escorted you back that day, and some younger ones, they have accepted Dumbledore's invitation and will patrol near the school from time to time. Recently, I have asked Professor Flitwick for assistance in constructing a few cabins near the vegetable patch. Oh, by the way, there is something I would like your help with, Hagrid said in a lowered voice. You know, Harry and the others have been incessantly pestering me about the 4th floor, though I've warned Fong not to bite anyone. I still fear that one day, in a moment of heat, they might just rush over. You know how much Harry resembles his father. Don't worry, Hagrid. Leon clicked his tongue. The 4th floor has been properly arranged, and I have left behind some little surprises. If anyone dares to intrude, I will be informed. Just as he spoke, an abrasive beeping sound erupted from Liang's body. Hagrid squinted his small eyes and hesitantly inquired, is that the little surprise? Liang's expression changed dramatically as he hastily produced a mirror, tapping it with his wand. The surface of the mirror revealed a scene. A figure cloaked entirely in black was brandishing a wand, shifting the sleeping Mau aside and prying open a trapdoor. This is bad, Hagrid exclaimed. As Leon was contemplating sending a message to Dumbledore or another professor using his Patronus, he noticed, not far from the castle, someone had cast a red firework spell. It must be a bear. Leon sighed. Hagrid, grab your crossbow. Let us investigate. Hagrid, somewhat bewildered, nodded and picked up his crossbow, which, to Leon, resembled a siege weapon. The trio swiftly made their way to the garden in front of the entrance hall, where they discovered Professor Sprout already present, tending to a figure sprawled on the ground. A glance at the nearby cat confirmed it was Filch. Oh, Merlin, "Professor, what on earth has happened?" Hagrid exclaimed. Professor Sprout was applying some herbs to Filch's wounds, and, upon seeing Hagrid and the others, relaxed her brow slightly. "Leon, you have arrived just in time. You must return immediately and rally the Hufflepuff students. We have just been attacked again by werewolves. Hagrid will stay to assist me. I need to set up some devil snare and man-eating plants at the entrance." Leon nodded and escorted Annie back. Clearly aware that the werewolf attack on the castle had greatly angered Badger Mother. When Badger Mother was enraged, she was indeed quite formidable. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric had already taken attendance with the 2 prefects and was soothing the younger students. "Where are the other prefects?" Leon inquired. They accompanied the student council president on patrol. "It seems a werewolf just charged in, and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick have already pursued it. Keep an eye on them. I need to head to the 4th floor." Cedric, without questioning further, nodded and, along with the 2 prefects, drew their wands to begin enchanting the plants in the common room after Leon departed. Each house possessed its own defensive style. For instance, Hufflepuff's common room was adorned with meticulously chosen plants, not merely for decoration and aesthetics. If a need arose, one could swiftly grow and another could expand, transforming them into formidable defensive weapons. Leon retrieved the Marauder's map and, as expected, found no mention of either Quirrell or Voldemort. Indeed, even without a nose. Quirrell is quite adept, Leon murmured to himself. Yet, he realized that he did not need to know Quirrell's whereabouts. He would ultimately find his way to the 4th floor. He could simply wait there. Unbeknownst to him, however, for little ones were also hastening towards that very destination. The Marauder's map was indeed powerful, but amidst a throng of students, it occasionally overlooked a few names. The reason for Harry and his companion's journey to the 4th floor mirrored Liang's precisely. Upon learning of a werewolf's incursion into the school, Harry immediately deduced the situation. Someone was plotting to seize the Philosopher's Stone beneath the trapdoor on the 4th floor. It must be Snape. We should first consult a professor or Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione suggested. "No, I'll go directly," Harry replied, pursing his lips. "No one will believe us, Hermione, not even Hagrid. Seeking anyone's help is futile, so this time I will go alone. If I do not return by dinner tomorrow, then you may go find a professor. Even if the professors are inclined to trust Snape, they will understand everything when they see my lifeless body." At that moment, Harry felt an overwhelming surge of courage within him. He would not allow Snape to succeed. If he did, he would undoubtedly deliver the stone to Voldemort. He was prepared to face death. In recent times, Harry and his friends had taken turns watching the trapdoor on the 4th floor. Although Hermione had expressed her reservations, fearing expulsion for violating school rules, she ultimately assisted with their plans. After all, the other 3 could hardly muster even half a brain together. Unfortunately, their schedules coincided, making it impossible for them to keep a continuous watch on the 4th floor. Thus, the clever Miss Know-It-All devised a solution. Hermione purchased a pair of bells from Annie's mysterious shop, rumored to ring whenever someone approached. With newfound bravery, Harry hung one of the bells at the door of the trapdoor room, employing a beautiful levitation spell that he considered his finest achievement to date. Since the bell's installation, it had occasionally rung, causing excitement and anxiety among the group, but each time it was merely a passing student or an accidental brush. Until today, when the bell rang, they initially dismissed it. It was only when the prefect began ushering students back to the common room that they realized someone might indeed have entered the trapdoor room. Exchanging glances, they stealthily slipped away from the larger group, ducking into an empty classroom as they turned the corner. "It must be Snape. We should consult a professor or Headmaster Dumbledore," Hermione insisted. In truth, Hermione was skeptical about Snape's intentions regarding the Philosopher's Stone. After all, based on Hagrid's reaction, it seemed that both Snape and Grindlewald were aware of the matter. One day, they overheard Malfoy boasting to Goyle about his close association with Snape, even mentioning that they had worked together, which triggered Neville's recollection. "Malfoy's family used to be followers of that man. You know, his father was a Death Eater. Does this mean Snape was once a Death Eater?" Ron asked in disbelief. Then how could Dumbledore ever allow him to remain at the school? "Death Eaters are Voldemort's followers," Harry stated. Ron and Neville shuddered, while Hermione furrowed her brow. "Indeed," Ron said dryly. "Back then, they wore pointed hoods and masks, following that man, committing atrocious acts and killing indiscriminately," Neville said, his spirits dampened. "Then it all makes sense," Harry exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "We previously thought Snape was after the Philosopher's Stone for monetary gain, but it seems he is after it for his master. I cannot allow him to succeed," Harry declared resolutely. "I will go myself. If I am not back by dinner tomorrow, then you may seek out a professor." "You cannot do this," Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising in protest. "How can you even say such things?" Her furious demeanor resembled that of a little lion, her unruly hair flailing about. In the end, Harry could not convince his friends. He simply retrieved his family's invisibility cloak, and the 4 of them huddled together, stealthily making their way to the 4th floor. "Neville, you stepped on my foot." "Sorry, I think I stepped on Ron's," came Ron's muffled reply. They arrived at the trapdoor room without incident, cautiously peering through the narrow crack in the door. As anticipated, the 3-headed dog named Fluffy lay nearby, snoring like a fallen beast. Beside the creature rested a harp, playing soothing tunes of its own accord. Snape has indeed been here, Harry whispered. Follow me, he instructed, tossing aside the invisibility cloak, straining to pull open the trapdoor. So, we just jump down there? Neville gulped. What else can we do? Harry surveyed their surroundings. We don't have a rope. Hermione pulled out her wand and conjured a small light orb that floated downwards. She tossed her hair back. It's fine. Below is Devil's Snare. What? Ron gasped. His mouth agape. Although he could not recall what it was, the name suggested something sinister. Devil's Snare, Neville explained, can ensnare creatures that fall into it, squeezing the life out of them for nourishment. Ron visibly trembled. However, it fears fire and light, so Hermione is right. A simple lumos should suffice. Moreover, the net of Devil's Snare will catch us perfectly. At that moment, Hermione suddenly sniffed the air. Do you smell something? Harry turned back, chuckling wryly before being the first to leap through the trapdoor without a moment's hesitation. Hermione glanced at him, let out a startled cry, and followed suit. Only Ron and Neville, slower to react, realized the urgency when the dog's head descended upon them. They jumped down like dumplings into boiling water. However, Neville was a moment too late. His pant leg was caught by the dog, ripping with a loud tear. Once they were all ensnared in the Devil's Snare, Hermione finally summoned a fierce flame. Fiendfire. The flames roared to life, causing the Devil's Snare to retract, and the group landed safely on the ground. Neville held his strawberry-patterned underwear, his voice tinged with tears. Why? Why is it always me? It's all right. This isn't our first encounter, Leon reassured Harry with a wry smile. Just as Harry and his companions embarked on their grand adventure, Leon found himself ascending to the 8th floor. He had just spotted a familiar name on the Marauders map, Alecto Carrow, the brother among the Carrow siblings. Hogwarts truly is safe, Leon mused, bemused by how anyone could saunter in without hindrance. With this unexpected turn of events, he resolved to investigate the 8th floor. If the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind meeting his demise at the hands of the Carrow siblings. Such devoted followers, devoid of any sense, deserved only a fleeting existence. He had steeled himself for the bloodshed that might ensue. As for witnessing the iconic scenes of Harry's trials, he planned to observe that when time permitted. Having already prepared an alchemical mirror to capture the moment, produced by the esteemed Nicholas Flamel, ensuring quality. In truth, had Hogwarts allowed electronic devices, he would have preferred to bring along a DV camera. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Leon was greeted by the sight of Alecto Carrow, who was locked in a standoff with the stone statue outside the headmaster's office. Ah, a little pest has arrived, Alecto sneered, abandoning his futile attempts to engage with the unyielding statue, now intent on confronting Leon. Silence, Alecto. Allow me to handle this, came a feeble voice from behind. Alecto clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned, revealing a familiar noseless visage. Well, it has been a while, Leon. Indeed, Senior. It has been a fortnight. Leon replied with a cheerful grin. I took your last suggestion to heart and tried the invigorating potion. Its effects were indeed remarkable. He then recalled. You were among the 12 outstanding graduates, if I remember correctly. Ah, yes. 12 O. W. L. S. Alecto chuckled, nostalgia mingling with a hint of wistfulness in his tone. I must say, the years I spent at school were the most joyous of my life. That brings me to a question, Leon continued with a smile. Given your capabilities, why do you remain so resolutely attached to a professorship at Hogwarts, akin to Grindlewald of your? Do you consider this place your home? Leon inquired, curious. Leon was momentarily taken aback. Of course, Senior. No, your voice does not bear the chilling quality of Voldemort, for you possess a home. At this juncture, Potter indeed seemed like a conversational partner. What shall we discuss? How you brazenly murdered his parents before his very eyes, leaving a scar upon his forehead. Leon mocked. Voldemort gazed silently at Leon for a while. I had presumed you to be an astute individual. I do not believe you can offer me anything. What you can provide, Dumbledore can equally furnish. Leanne glanced at Voldemort's nearly serpentine nostrils and added, moreover, I have no desire to become noseless. I find myself quite content with my appearance. Kill him, Alecto, Voldemort commanded, closing his eyes. Alecto grinned maliciously, turning to aim her wand at Leon. Yet, behind Leon, another streak of green light surged forth first. Regrettably, the killing curse missed its target. Alecto even leaped aside to evade its wrath. Leon's figure shattered like a mirror, his voice resonating from all directions. If you were to take action personally, I might have some trepidation, but do you truly believe these two siblings could pose a challenge to me? The Carrow siblings seethed with rage. The brother hurled spells wildly, shouting, Come out, you filthy mudblood. The chaotic spells sent the figures in the surrounding paintings screaming in terror, fleeing for their lives. While the colossal creatures encircling Barnabas remained oblivious, struck by a spell that ignited the paper with anguished cries. Suddenly, a circle of golden-red flames enveloped the siblings. This was a youthful, miniature version of the fire shield, ingeniously enhanced by Leon using ancient legion fire. He had no intention of using the original gas stove, for he did not wish to incinerate Hogwarts and subsequently become a debt-ridden laborer. Flee, you fools. Do not wait for Dumbledore's return. He is merely stalling for time. Voldemort scolded. The siblings exchanged glances, transforming into two wisps of black mist, intent on escaping. However, Leong had no intention of allowing their escape so easily. Just as the Caro siblings were about to pass through the flames, the fire suddenly morphed into a grand net woven from golden threads. Caught off guard, the siblings were ensnared. Voldemort sensed something amiss as the luminous net descended upon him. He darted away from Alecto, piercing through the light net to escape. Of course, he could not emerge unscathed. That brief, anguished cry was distinctly audible to Leong. As for the Caro siblings, they were now tightly bound, peacefully lying on the ground, occasionally twitching. Do not misunderstand, they are not dead. The ancient, composite curse, refined by Leong, surprisingly possessed the ability to bind souls. Yet, whether it could ensnare an enemy's soul depended on the disparity in their strengths. Wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort, with inherently strong souls, were beyond Liang's capability to capture. Nevertheless, given Liang's own soul strength, subduing the Caro siblings was well within his means. One could say this magic was Liang's personal spell. As Leong pondered how to deal with the siblings, Professor McGonagall hurriedly arrived, having received word from the portraits. Oh, Merlin, what has transpired? As you can see, Professor, Voldemort has invaded upon his own followers, Leong replied casually. Professor McGonagall's mouth fell agape. As the deputy headmistress and a member of the Order of the Phoenix, she was aware of Voldemort's continued existence, yet she never imagined he would dare to personally infiltrate Hogwarts. Professor, please handle these two rascals. I have just discovered that someone has breached the fourth-floor trapdoor. Harry and the others have followed. Professor McGonagall's brows instantly furrowed. Oh, this is indeed wonderful news. Mr. Green, do you have any alchemical tools that can monitor the school? Do not deny it. I have confiscated numerous blank parchments within the school. In a few days, I shall place an order for several. Leong touched his nose. Well, you cannot blame me for the miserable life you will lead in the future. Clearing his throat, he added, now, Professor, I shall go and assess the situation. If I am not mistaken, Professor Snape has likely gone as well. So there is no need for you to worry excessively. Professor McGonagall remained silent, merely gesturing with her hand. With a flick of her wand, she took the Caro siblings away. She had known back then that these two troublemakers would not stay on the right path. As expected, they ran off with that individual right after graduation. When Dumbledore returns, they will be sent to Azkaban. Leong was perplexed by the enigmatic musings of Professor Cat, who seemed to have returned triumphantly. His current desire was merely to revel in the unfolding spectacle. Upon reaching the entrance of the fourth-floor trapdoor room, he was greeted by a gathering of familiar faces. Annie, the Bamp brothers, and Cedric. Even the Weasley twins were present, engaged in a discussion with the Bamp brothers about the mysteries that lay beyond the door. What brings you here? Leong inquired with a sigh. What else could it be? Cedric shrugged. Of course, we are here to check on our junior comrades. A chorus of small badgers chimed in merrily. Indeed, we are fully equipped to assist at a moment's notice. Observing the exuberance of the group, Liang's lips twitched slightly. I hope your full equipment does not merely consist of pots and pans. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for during the construction of the fourth-floor trapdoor, Leong had wisely ensured a staff passageway was included. He pushed open the creaking door and led the way inside. Upon entering, he encountered the three-headed dog, who sat forlornly in a corner, its 6 eyes gazing mournfully at the trapdoor before it. Upon noticing Leong, it whimpered and barked, seemingly lamenting. I have done my utmost, yet they remain obstinate. Noticing the drool threatening to escape Cedric's mouth, Leong patted his shoulder. Do not stare too long, Cedric. This dog is not for sale. At that moment, the dog felt quite content, as numerous small two-legged beings were tossing morsels of meat into its eager jaws. The grievances of its month spent in that cramped, dilapidated space had vanished entirely. Annie and the others were equally delighted. What is this? Is this a three-headed dog? Don't even ask if it's for sale. You rarely get a glimpse of such a creature. All right, enough feeding for now. Let us descend, Leong declared, leaping down with a flourish. His wand shimmered with a soft glow as the devil's snare recoiled, allowing him to float to the ground like a great bat. It appears I shall need to acquire a floating cloak with this year's bonus, Cedric remarked enviously. He could tolerate others outshining him academically, but not when it came to appearances, for charm was a lifelong endeavor, lacking Liang's cloak. The others had no choice but to experience the devil's trampoline in a more conventional manner. Surprisingly, aside from its roughness and dampness, it was rather enjoyable. Where are we headed? One of the Weasley twins, either George or Fred, inquired. This way. Leong pointed at a beastly head on the nearby wall, which transformed into a grand door. He led the way down a narrow passage, and after walking for over 200 meters, they emerged into a spacious area. Before them stood a small room, one wall adorned with a large transparent mirror reflecting another chamber. Harry, Ron, the Weasley twins exclaimed in unison upon seeing Harry and their younger brother in the mirror. Their outburst alerted the others in the room, prompting the Bamp brothers to nudge the Weasley twins, who turned to discover the presence of additional company. The young wizards exchanged awkward smiles, gazing at Professor Snape and Flitwick, who were in the room as well. Fortunately, Snape appeared to be in good spirits, merely huffing without further comment, while Professor Flitwick remained unconcerned with such trivial matters. Oh, Leon, you've arrived. We have prepared an observation room here. What a brilliant idea. Leon chuckled while touching his nose. Professor, how long have Harry and the others been here? Oh, they just arrived a short while ago, Professor Flitwick explained. Before them, another individual entered, and they should now be at the third challenge. Leon glanced at the mirror, noticing that Harry and his companions had unraveled the secret of the tiny winged keys fluttering in the air. Ah, it's nothing, Leon replied vaguely. Just a little test devised by the professors. So they must locate the correct key among all the others to unlock the door and escape? The group fell silent, with a few badgers even tempted to pull out snacks. In the scene, Harry mounted his broom and communicated something to the others, though Neville appeared somewhat peculiar. Draped in a Weasley robe, as Harry soared into the sky, all the keys began to flap their wings and descend at a remarkable speed. Professor, don't these keys resemble flying thieves? Huh, you've caught on, Professor Flitwick exclaimed proudly. Students, do you know the origin of the original flying thief? Annie nodded. Professor, the golden snitch was initially inspired by the golden flying hero, and its craftsmanship is exceedingly intricate, imbued with over 20 spells. Leon's gaze fell upon the harmonious scene before him, where even Flitwick had commenced his live instruction. And he couldn't help but smirk at the sight reflected in the mirror. His rival's son was in distress. Coincidentally, Snape appeared to share this sentiment. Is there anything more delightful in this world than witnessing the tribulations of one's adversary's offspring? In the mirror, Harry was on the verge of seizing the elusive key. Just then, Leon observed Snape's lips move subtly. The broom beneath Harry wobbled inexplicably. By the time Harry regained his balance, the key that had been within his grasp was once again lost amidst a multitude of others. Liang's mouth twitched slightly. He never anticipated that the usually serious and stern figure with prominent brows and eyes would be the one causing the most trouble. Fortunately, Severus Snape had not descended into madness to prolong Harry's ordeal indefinitely. After several minutes, Harry seized the key and, with a swift dive, tossed it to Ron. Splendid. Well done, Harry. The Weasley twins cheered. Professor Flitwick leapt from his stool and began making his way to the next chamber. Hermione used the key to unlock the iron door, swinging it wide open, and at the opportune moment, Harry plunged forward. He soared into the room, while Ron and Neville exerted every ounce of strength to slam the door shut. The metallic key clanged against the heavy iron door, sending chills down the spines of those present. However, when they turned to survey the room beneath their feet, they were all taken aback. In the center of the room stood a colossal chessboard, adorned with oversized pieces towering around 2 meters in height. Ron cautiously circled the edge, only to be obstructed by one of the pieces stationed at the very perimeter of the board. It seems we can only pass by defeating the opponent, Ron remarked with a grimace. Indeed, their suffering was the source of delight for certain others. Leon, without even glancing, was well aware that the Weasley brothers were likely brimming with mischievous ideas at that moment. Professor McGonagall's favorite, exclaimed Professor Flitwick, who had employed an exceptionally advanced transfiguration spell on the stone chess pieces to mimic the school's stone sculptures. Cedric's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that the school's stone sculptures can move? Ron let out a chuckle. How peculiar. If the suits of armor in the corridors can scurry about, why wouldn't the stone sculptures be able to? Cedric felt a twinge of embarrassment for having posed such a foolish question and scratched his head awkwardly. The stone sculptures in the school are alchemical creations from the era of the 4 founders and serve as part of the school's protective measures, Leon clarified, though. To be honest, they have not been utilized much over the years. The group marveled, expressing their amazement as the gestures of disbelief multiplied. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mirror, under Ron's direction, several individuals had taken the place of 4 of the chess pieces, while the replaced pieces moved aside on their own. Leon even witnessed a disgruntled pawn deftly flicking aside a shattered piece that obstructed its path. You proceed to D5. Inside the room, the young badgers eagerly pulled out their snacks and settled down, munching on treats as they attentively engaged with the live broadcast. Observing the sight of everyone seated in a row, Leon was suddenly reminded of his own childhood, when his school organized trips to the Youth Cultural Palace to watch films. Perhaps, next year, he could set up a magical projection device in the school, creating a magical screening room to earn some pocket money. It must be said that Ron's chess skills are indeed commendable, significantly surpassing Liang's own abilities. In his previous life, Leon was incapable of even playing checkers, let alone chess or international chess. Had he been in the same situation, he would likely have resorted to someone's signature gas stove. Presumably, under the threat of fierce flames, those chess pieces would have obediently made way. In stark contrast to Leon's quiet demeanor, the others exhibited a lack of decorum, incessantly clamoring about which moves to make. The Bant brothers and the Weasley brothers nearly came to blows. Snape cast a cold glare, and the 4 immediately fell silent. Amid the crowd's raucous chatter, Ron and his companions found themselves at a critical juncture. After considerable deliberation, Ron turned to Harry and said, Harry, I will move to H5. The others glanced at the H5 position, and Hermione's mouth gaped open, as if she had just realized something. You mean? Indeed, this is the only way, Ron whispered. My knight must be sacrificed. Then, Harry, you can checkmate the opponent. No way. The other 3 chorused. This is chess. Ron asserted firmly, someone has to make a sacrifice. But Harry, do you truly wish to thwart Snape? Upon hearing this, the onlookers in the observation room turned to the potions professor with grimaces, only to discover that the typically stern professor wore an enigmatic smile. Those familiar with Snape understood that Ron and his companions were in deep trouble. Perhaps even they themselves were doomed. Cedric was already experiencing stomach pains, regretting why he had chosen to be here amidst the chaos. The younger brother at home had grown up and was beginning to rebel against the injustices of fate, albeit with a rather dull wit. Fortunately, it was not their misfortune. Silence, Weasleys, unless you two wish to court disaster, Snape intoned slowly. The Weasley brothers promptly fell silent. Hurry, Ron urged, taking a deep breath. Knight, move to H5. The stone knight beneath Ron trotted to H5, and the White Queen immediately advanced before Ron, her scepter crashing down with force. Amidst the gasps of the audience, Ron let out a scream as he was thrown from his mount, the knight and its steed shattering into countless fragments, swept aside by the Queen. Ron, Hermione, in a panic, nearly rushed over to check on him, but Harry stopped her. Hermione, stay put. We haven't finished yet. With tears welling in her eyes, Hermione gazed at Ron on the ground, who appeared to have lost consciousness. Leon, feeling anxious, tugged at Annie's sleeve. Leon extracted his wand and lightly tapped the mirror, magnifying the spot where Ron lay. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "It's all right. He's merely fainted." The Weasley twins visibly exhaled in relief. Harry trembled and shifted 3 steps to the left. The White King chess piece discarded its crown, casting it to the ground. They had triumphed. And the white pieces opened a path. "Oh, what a splendid duel!" exclaimed Professor Flitwick, clapping his hands as he leapt from his chair and proceeded towards the next challenge. With Snape trailing behind. "Such remarkable courage," Cedric remarked with admiration. Amidst the accolades, only the dim-witted Rod questioned, "Must we replace the pieces ourselves?" "Not at all," Leon replied nonchalantly. "This is merely a game of gigantic wizard-esque chess. They could stand at the back and command the pieces to secure victory." A profound silence enveloped the group. Silence reigned over Hogwarts that night. In the subsequent chamber, Flitwick jested with Snape. Severus. It seems young Harry harbors quite the misconception about you. Aren't you going to clarify?" "Unnecessary," Snape retorted, forcing the words through clenched teeth. What a pity for Lily's child. The Weasley brothers lingered, intending to escort their younger sibling to the hospital wing. There was a concealed passageway leading directly through the observation room. The group cast another glance at Leon, sensing that this design was an intentional ploy by him. The clever strategist. The others ventured into the next room. Upon entering, they collectively gasped in astonishment. In the original tale, each professor had contributed to the protective enchantments surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. However, Professor Sprout had shown the most mercy, merely leaving behind a few devil's snare vines. This time, after several persuasive discussions with Leon, even the Badger matron had set up a challenge within. The inspiration for this came from Leon's own experience of being ensnared in a labyrinth during his studies of the mind-closing spell. Reminiscent of the Triwizard Tournament's maze. He pondered. This was the source of their astonishment, as the young Badgers, generally proficient in herbology, had already identified multiple perilous plants within this botanical maze. "Is this your doing, Leon?" Cedric inquired with difficulty. "Indeed, it was assigned by our headmaster, to which I offered a minor suggestion," Leon replied. Leon was utterly unconcerned. Unlike in the original tale, this time Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ron faced the challenge together. Both the academically gifted Hermione and the proficient herbologist Neville could easily manage the situation at hand. After all, Mrs. Badger had not unleashed her true threats. Within the maze, the most perilous entity was the Devil's Snare. Aside from it, there were no dangerous plants, not even the man-eating plant, let alone the lethal mandrake or the aggressive biting cabbage. There was little to worry about. The group exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of anticipation and amusement as they witnessed the 3 stumble and collide within the maze. After nearly half an hour, they finally reached the end. The trio stood dumbfounded. At the maze's exit, there was a grand door, and the key dangled above them, ensnared within a cage woven from plants. The very plants they had relied upon for support upon their descent. It was clear that this challenge had a distinct purpose. One among them must remain behind. Casting a glance at Hermione and Harry, Neville bit his lip, steeling himself. Seizing the moment while the two debated how to retrieve the key, he dashed forward and grasped the tendrils of the Devil's Snare hanging down. The vines swiftly ensnared Neville, hoisting him into the air as the cage opened, enveloping him within. Enduring the painful constriction of the vines, Neville reached for the key and tossed it through the opening. "Harry, Hermione, go. Stop Snape from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. I can only accompany you this far." His tone was resolute. Snape's expression darkened even further. The infamous professor was once again the subject of ridicule. Amidst a moment of silence, someone suddenly inquired, "What is the Philosopher's Stone?" In the observation room, several Badgers, including Cedric, rushed to assist Neville. It was unavoidable. After Neville's anguished shout, Snape's countenance had become unbearable to behold. Though the Badgers enjoyed the spectacle, they were not inclined to court danger. Continuing to observe might lead to unexpected revelations from the ever-unpredictable Fred. Thus, Cedric, accompanied by the Patil twins and other badgers, rescued Neville, intending to escort him to the infirmary. One badger, puzzled, questioned, couldn't they just ignite a small flame to coax the key from the devil's snare? Besides, there's a rubber vine nearby. When wet, it transforms into an extremely sturdy rod, making it easy to retrieve the key. As they discussed, they exited the observation room. Spotting a group of individuals, Neville, still ensnared in the devil's snare, widened his eyes in disbelief. His worldview shattered. Where had they come from? Cedric smiled and waved at Neville, his gleaming white teeth illuminating the room. Hey, Neville. Relax, we're here to rescue you. How did you? Oh, us. We've been watching from the adjacent room. Ron chuckled. Neville's mouth dropped even wider. What had they been observing? An unsettling thought crept into his mind. You were watching us risk our lives? He latched onto that term. Yes, us. Cedric replied casually while retrieving his wand. And who else? Neville stammered. Leon, Annie. Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape, Cedric replied nonchalantly. Neville's mind exploded. He realized that he and Harry had misjudged the situation. Indeed, this was the location of the Philosopher's stone, but it was not Snape attempting to steal it. Not Leon either. Most importantly, he had just uttered something catastrophic. The thought of Snape's terrifying gaze fixed upon him in class made Neville feel breathless, and he fainted. Cedric, oblivious, waved his wand, releasing a brilliant flash of light. The devil's snare cage abruptly collapsed, coiling into a compact ball of yarn. Neville plummeted but was gently cushioned by Cedric's spell. However, due to his unconscious state and the thorns entwined within the devil's snare, all that could be heard was a sharp rip. The plump boy, clad in strawberry-patterned underwear, lay serenely on the ground. Oh yes, Neville Longbottom had once again suffered social demise. Ron stared blankly at the robe suspended in midair before finally registering. So that's why he was draped in Ron's robe. A peculiar smile crept across everyone's faces. The badgers exchanged glances and silently covered Neville with the robe. Cedric, stifling laughter, conjured a stretcher to carry Neville away, joining the others as they left the scene. They had no intention of lingering any longer. The day's events provided enough material to entertain them throughout the summer. Meanwhile, Leon and Annie remained, still engrossed in the unfolding drama. Hermione and Harry had arrived at the final chamber, where Snape had set his challenge. A potion bottle, a cauldron, and an entire set of potion-making tools adorned the table. Nearby stood a potion cabinet, a jar, with evidence of materials having been used. A note lay on the table, stating, "The potion before you can assist in traversing the fiery door. However, this potion is toxic. Only by brewing the correct potion can you neutralize its venom. The ingredients needed for the antidote are concealed within the riddle below. Be cautious, not every ingredient is essential." At the bottom of the note was a riddle filled with metaphors and allegories, causing Harry to feel overwhelmed. Hermione scrutinized the riddle carefully. Hermione, what do we do? Harry paced anxiously. Ron and Neville are waiting for us. We don't know if Snape has succeeded. We can't waste time here. Be quiet, Harry. I'm thinking. Hermione snapped. Harry fell silent, his hopes resting solely on Hermione. I have it. After extracting the necessary ingredients from the riddle, Hermione recognized the familiar names. Gillyweed, mistletoe berries, unicorn horn, evening primrose, and reeds. Some of these ingredients are meant to mislead us. We only need to select the correct ones. What? Harry inquired. Hermione dashed to the potion cabinet, retrieving several items. Holding up a grayish-white stone, she exclaimed, "The answer is the universal antidote. This will suffice. Moreover, it is certain that Snape, who entered first, made a similar choice. I have scrutinized the materials, and only these few have been tampered with." Harry embraced Hermione fervently. How splendid. Hermione, you are truly remarkable. However, can you brew the universal antidote? The ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger furrowed her brow. To be honest, I am not entirely confident. I only glimpsed it once in the advanced potion-making book borrowed from a senior. Damn it, I haven't had the chance to finish that book. Advanced potion-making? Harry inquired, puzzled. If I recall correctly, that is the curriculum for the 5th year and above, isn't it? And it's located in the restricted section? How did you manage to borrow it from your senior? Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically. If you hadn't squandered your time on those explosive cards, Wolf Eats Rabbit, and Wizard's Chess, though the last one is slightly useful, you would have discovered that there exists an exceedingly mysterious room adjacent to our common room, which serves as the meeting place for the Order of the Phoenix. By submitting an application and passing the assessment, you too could partake in their activities as an outer member, perusing the collection amassed by the Order. Harry's mouth fell agape. The Order of the Phoenix founded by Leon? The thought of that individual perched upon a high throne, surrounded by older students scrutinizing him, made Harry genuinely feel that joining this society might not be in his best interest. In the observation room, Snape shot a fierce glare at Leon. Leon shrugged, recalling something, and inquired, "Professor, did you not previously mention that you would deal harshly with Harry and that noseless fellow? Where is it?" A faint smile finally graced Snape's lips. "You shall find out shortly." Gazing at the vibrant green potion in the cauldron, Harry swallowed hard. Hermione, is this the color of the universal antidote? It should be fine, right? Hermione bit her nails anxiously. At least, that's what is recorded in the advanced potion-making texts. Casting a glance at the door still engulfed in flames, Harry clenched his teeth and seized the vial containing the potion that could aid him in traversing the fire, downing it in one gulp. Harry! Hermione screamed. Harry let out a belch. He wasn't certain whether the potion was poisonous, but surprisingly, it tasted quite pleasant, with a sweet hint of orange. Hurry! Drink the universal antidote. Hermione urgently handed over the potion, her voice tinged with desperation, as she clearly saw that the moment Harry consumed the potion, not only did his face turn green, but even his hair followed suit. Harry did not hesitate, accepting the potion from Hermione's hands and gulping it down. Then, in a daze, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Harry! Hermione screamed, rushing over and vigorously slapping his cheeks. In the observation room, Leon furrowed his brows, casting a puzzled glance at Snape. Professor, you wouldn't humph. Snape scoffed, though a lingering delight was evident in his voice. Rest assured, it's merely a little surprise, he won't perish. Meanwhile, Harry began to retch violently. The moment the universal antidote hit his stomach, he realized he could see his great-grandmother. It was difficult to describe the taste. All he knew was that he was seeing family members come to greet him. I'm fine, he managed to say, enduring the discomfort in his stomach. As that flavor was utterly unbearable, Hermione's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Miss Beaver had never endured such humiliation. Was it so wrong to be unfamiliar with the preparation of the antidote? Why must she be ridiculed? Meanwhile, Harry pondered thoughtfully, staring at the 2 potion vials on the ground. Leon. Annie was equally perplexed, tugging at Liang's sleeve. Leon lowered his head in contemplation before letting out a light chuckle. Professor, did you add some ingredients to that potion? Drinking it alone should pose no issue. But together with the broad-spectrum antidote, Snape's lips curled into a smile, and his heart swelled with delight. Potter, Black, did you see that? Back in the day, when you unceremoniously cornered me in the restroom, I shall ensure your children experience the same. Recognizing he was correct in his assumption, Leon leaned toward Annie and whispered a few words. Annie, caught between amusement and exasperation, playfully pinched Leon's waist, causing Snape to feel a moment of discomfort. He swiftly flicked his robe and departed to the next chamber. Tell me, what would you do if it were you? Annie inquired, observing Snape's retreating figure. In truth, all that is required is the dung stone, Leon explained. Had I known that potion was concocted by Snape, I wouldn't even have touched the dung stone. For he wouldn't truly place a toxic fire-resistant potion there. Yet, even if that potion were poisonous, a single dung stone would suffice. Meanwhile, Harry felt an unparalleled surge of courage within him. Hermione, wait here. I trust that Professor Dumbledore will surely understand everything. Stay here until he arrives. Harry, Hermione called out in concern, yet she could only watch as Harry stepped through the fiery threshold. Suddenly, the walls began to rumble, startling Hermione. A familiar figure emerged, prompting her to rub her eyes in disbelief. Senior Augustus? What are you doing here? On the other side, Leon followed Snape into the final observation chamber. As expected, Old B was there, merrily indulging in chocolate frogs and honeydukes, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Ah, good afternoon, Severus, Leon. Care for a treat? Snape cast a disinterested glance in his direction, while Leon merely smiled and waved his hand, for he was not particularly fond of sweets. What a splendid young man. Is he not? He suddenly remarked without preamble. Snape's expression was stern, and after a considerable pause, he retorted, that does not justify your use of him as bait. He had no choice, Severus. You should know better than I, Dumbledore replied slowly. From the moment that prophecy was spoken, he was destined to attract the attention of the entire wizarding world. Chosen one? Snape's voice brimmed with repressed anger. But whoever told him the price of being the chosen one? Silence enveloped the observation room. We had no choice, Severus, Dumbledore reiterated softly, his voice tinged with undeniable fatigue. He is the one chosen by Voldemort. Stepping through the flames, Harry entered an empty room where, at its center, stood a 2-meter-tall floor mirror, the mirror of Ariste. How could this be? He stammered, bewildered. There was no Snape, no Leon, not even the Philosopher's Stone. Why is the mirror of Ariste here? Harry Potter, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Startled, Harry turned sharply to find Professor Quirrell standing right there. Professor, Harry exclaimed with joy. It's wonderful to see you. We received word that Snape might come here to steal the Philosopher's Stone, he hastily explained, recalling the incident weeks prior when they witnessed Snape bullying Quirrell, issuing a fierce warning not to meddle. Since then, they had covertly supported the poor, inept professor in spirit. Yet, something about Quirrell today seemed slightly different. Wait, Harry suddenly realized that Quirrell was not wearing his ever-present turban, and the peculiar odor that typically surrounded him was absent. Quirrell's expression mingled pity with a hint of mockery. The great chosen one, Harry Potter, still believes that poor Severus is the one planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone. TSK. I cannot decide whether to deem you naive or foolish. Compared to Leon Green, you fall woefully short. Your omnipotent senior is far more astute than you. He has likely been wary of me since our first encounter. A chilling thought crossed Harry's mind, causing his throat to dry. It's you, he managed to utter. It's not Snape who seeks the Philosopher's Stone, nor is it Leon. It has always been you. Quirrell chuckled smugly. Indeed. After all, Who in Hogwarts would suspect a stuttering, pitiable professor, aside from those few with heart? Harry felt his breath quicken, yet his voice trembled with uncontainable rage. We trusted you. That was due to your utter foolishness, Quirrell retorted mercilessly. You lot, with the exception of that Miss Granger, possess little wit. Why do you wish to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Why Sir Voldemort? Quirrell's expression bore a hint of derision. Do you truly believe I desire to serve a capricious, bloodthirsty monster? How do you know I haven't sought help from that hypocrite Dumbledore? I have implored Leon more than once. His most esteemed pupil has undoubtedly learned of my plight, yet Quirrell erupted into a furious rant. Nothing. I am as good as invisible to them. They do not even reach out a hand to assist me. They would rather kick me further down. That monster may kill without a second thought. But at least he honors his promises, Quirrell murmured as he approached the mirror. He has spared me, provided I retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Now come, Harry. Do not make me ask twice. Reluctantly, Harry stepped forward, fully aware that he would never be a match for this man. Despite Quirrell having merely recited from the textbook throughout the year, he stood reluctantly before the mirror of Ariste. Come, tell me what you see. Quirrell pressed, his wand poised at Harry's throat. Good boy, be obedient. Harry stared wide-eyed at the mirror, where the image of his parents or any family members did not reappear, leaving only his pale reflection. Suddenly, he noticed his mirrored self mischievously winked, then pulled out a dark red gem from his pocket, gave it a shake, and returned it to the depths of his jeans. Instinctively, Harry glanced at his own pocket, though he needn't have looked to sense that something had indeed slipped into it the moment his reflection tucked the object away. I saw myself holding the Quidditch cup. Adorned with the head boy's badge, shaking hands with Dumbledore, he fabricated, twisting Ron's previous vision into his own. Don't lie to me, Harry, Quirrell roared, poking his wand threateningly against Harry's neck, which felt seared as if by a branding iron. Ah, quickly, tell me what you saw. I also saw my parents. Harry gasped, gritting his teeth. Liar, 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 Quirrell shouted, his wand lashing out, leaving streaks upon Harry's skin. Yet, Harry resolutely remained silent, teeth clenched. Huh, just like your deadbeat father, you're quite the tough nut. Quirrell's expression soured as he raised his wand once more. It seems I must resort to more drastic measures. Before he could proceed, a bulldog burst forth, barking furiously and colliding with Quirrell's legs, causing him to stumble. Where did that mutt come from? Quirrell's face contorted in rage as a crimson spell shot towards the dog. However, to his astonishment, the spell, which could have shattered the innards of an ordinary dog, merely bounced off the bulldog's head, failing to inflict any damage. What? The dog's eyes brimmed with derision. Then, shaking itself, it transformed into a towering, three-headed black beast before Quirrell's horrified gaze. Unlike Quirrell, Harry felt an exhilarating surge of joy within him. Good job, Fong. The creature barked cheerfully, then opened the mouth of its left head, unleashing a torrent of flames. Harry stood agape, having always believed Fong's heads were merely for biting and eating. Quirrell, clad in protective armor, appeared utterly disheveled as the heat warped his eyebrows. Realizing the flames posed no threat, the right head of Fong opened its mouth as well, exhaling a chilling gust that visibly frosted the ground below. At this, Quirrell could endure no longer. With a shriek, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Attempting to flee, the middle head of Fong disdainfully curled its lip, opened wide, but this time inhaled instead of exhaling. Quirrell's smoky essence was drawn in, vanishing without a trace. Fong stood still for a moment, then belched, expelling a wand that had likely been tainted with unpleasant flavors. In the observation room, Leon appeared somewhat astonished. Professor, can the three-headed dog possess such abilities? The Cerberus, a magical creature of level 5, originates from Greek mythology, where it serves as the guardian of the underworld, Snape elucidated. Indeed, a perilous creature. An adult Cerberus feeds on human souls, he added, his tone grave. Unaware of the true danger Fong embodied, Harry was drenched in sweat, obliviously petting the dog's head with carefree delight. As they exited the observation room, Harry swiftly drew his wand, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing several familiar faces. Professor Dumbledore? Professor Snape? Senior Granger? What are you all doing here? Why? To witness how you, like a hopeless giant, are single-handedly confronting an adult wizard. Snape spat venomously. What? Harry stammered. You've been here all along? Indeed, Harry. I must admit, you and your friends have done remarkably well, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. By the way, Professor, Quirrell was attempting to steal something. Surely you are aware of that. However, when I looked into the mirror, my reflection suddenly handed me a magical stone. As he spoke, he retrieved the dark red stone from his pocket and offered it. Dumbledore examined it, marveling, Leon, your alchemical skills have indeed advanced. This stone would easily deceive the untrained eye. Harry was taken aback. You mean, this was crafted by Senior Granger? Certainly, Dumbledore replied with a smile. The Philosopher's Stone was long destroyed by Nicholas. It will not exist in this world again. Gazing at Snape's sardonic expression and Leon, who was playfully kicking Fong's rear to retrieve Quirrell, Harry suddenly felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. He slowly reclined, staring at the stone ceiling, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. This was his first departure from the Dursleys, his first mastery of magic, his first venture alongside friends through countless trials. Believing he could turn the tide, it should have been a confluence of joy, yet why did he feel so utterly disenchanted? Mother. It seems fairy tales are nothing but deceit. Never mind. I am weary. Let it all be extinguished. Leon glanced at the utterly despondent Chilo, whose body was sticky and unkempt. He transformed a stick using transfiguration and, pinching his nose, began poking at him. How curious, truly curious. How did you manage to crawl to the back of your head without a nose, and how did you depart? Don't feign death. Let us have a chat. Shall we? Do not hold it against me, nor Professor Dumbledore, for we are at our wits' end with the one residing at the back of your head. Just when we thought we were making progress, you begin to regress again. Ah, Mr. Green, could you kindly escort Mr. Potter to the infirmary? Perhaps I can still have a few words with our Professor Chilo before Kingsley and the others arrive. Leon nodded, aware that Snape was a double agent. After witnessing the farce, Snape taunted Harry once more before departing, leaving only Dumbledore and Leon to contend with the aftermath. He beckoned to his dog, who obediently transformed into a bulldog, trailing happily behind Harry and Leon as they exited. That senior, the Philosopher's Stone, did you create it? Harry inquired, panting as he caught up. Indeed. Do you know Nicholas Flamel? Yes, Harry replied. I apologize. We previously thought that Snape and I were attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. There's no need for apologies, Harry, Leon said, halting to face him. Pretending to hide the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts to lure Voldemort was Professor Dumbledore's strategy. You are merely a variable in this plan. But I don't understand why Voldemort desires the Philosopher's Stone. There are numerous possibilities it could restore his power. Allow him to regain his body, or recruit followers. Who knows? Senior, can you tell me? Cannot, Leon replied decisively. What Dumbledore can share with you, he will. What he cannot, questioning me will yield no answers. Harry opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. All right, Harry. Go to Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing to tend to your injuries. I must take Fawn to Hagrid. Harry's mind buzzed as he entered the hospital wing, still pondering until Hermione and Ron rushed toward him. By the way, where's Neville? He suddenly asked. Hermione cast a worried glance at a bed enclosed by curtains, from which sobs could be heard. Perhaps we should inquire if N's mysterious shop has dragonhide trousers, Ron suggested. And S mysterious shop certainly does not stock dragonhide trousers. However, for copies of the Marauders map have been sold. Professor McGonagall personally funded it and insisted that Leon provide her with the unedited version, the one that reveals everyone's location. Fortunately, when creating such maps, Leon had instructed Fred to leave a back door. No one could see their precise location on it. As for Harry and the others, well, they would have to fend for themselves. So, did that person escape in the end? And, studying in the room of requirement, asked irritably as she rubbed her hair. Well, there was no way around it. If that fellow wishes to flee, even Dumbledore would find it challenging to detain him. This is precisely why Professor Dumbledore has struggled with him for so many years, Leon said, resting his head on N's lap, while grapes floated up beside him. Dropping into his mouth. What about Professor Quirrell? What will happen to our defense against the Dark Arts class? Quirrell will be tried in 2 weeks. If all goes as expected, he will be sent to Azkaban. As for the defense against the Dark Arts class, I presume Professor Dumbledore is once again searching for the next victim. But we need to review. And massaged her temples. How many legitimate defense against the Dark Arts classes have we had this year? This course involves not only written examinations, but also practical applications. Fear not. I can teach you, Leon replied. You teach us? And scoffed. How often do you visit the room of requirement each week? And why aren't you reviewing? And glared at the man lounging on her lap. Next year, we will be taking the O-W-L-S. I shan't inquire further. The O-W-L-S must be a mere trifle for you, correct? One cannot say that. I still need to reinforce my knowledge of history of magic. After all, I am not a pensive. Mention of history of magic only heightened N's frustration. Get off. You are disrupting my reading. Leon sighed regretfully, propping himself up with a cushion before resuming his lazy sprawl on the couch, rhythmically patting his belly. A commotion at the door caught his attention. He turned to see the Weasley twins accompanied by Harry and Ron entering. Oh, don't look at us like that, Leon. We passed the tests and are now outer members of the Order of the Phoenix. One of them, either George or Fred, exclaimed. Leon shrugged. The 2 Weasley twins exchanged glances, grinning as they sought out the Bant brothers to engage in some mischief. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Neville lowered their heads, being led away by Hermione to attend the first-year study group. Miss Beaverton had recently been exceedingly irritable, as she firmly believed that she would undoubtedly fail her defense against the Dark Arts class this year. Suddenly feeling a sharp pain under her arm, Annie sneered and inquired. Oh, by the way, I just remembered, I sent Hermione that first year from Gryffindor? What is this? Mr. Nice Guy has taken an interest in Miss Know-It-All? Leon grimaced in pain. The good-natured gentleman had ultimately succumbed to the charms of Miss Maiwa. On the Monday of the first week of June, Harry faced his first examination. The morning was dedicated to a written test, while the afternoon was reserved for practical assessments. The initial exam was Professor Flitwick's charms class. where he called each student into the room to cast a spell on a pineapple, compelling it to perform a tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall tasked them with transforming a mouse into a teapot, and Ron's teapot had furry handles. The exams for history of magic and potions were nightmares for everyone. Harry couldn't recall how he stumbled out of the fog-laden potions classroom, nor could he remember the intricate names of the goblins involved in the Goblin Rebellion. As they traversed the fourth-floor corridor, they encountered a long queue, since Harry and his friends bravely ventured through the trapdoor. The professors had transformed the area into a practical space for young wizards to hone their magical skills, which had now become a playground for them. How delightful it was to finally be free from revision, and to avoid the demands of the room of requirement for study groups. Every time I pose a question, that Ravenclaw senior stares at me for ages, Ron remarked. That's because your questions are utterly foolish. Hermione retorted without mercy. Harry? Neville called out twice before Harry snapped back to reality. What were you thinking about? Neville inquired. I still have some matters that perplex me, Harry sighed, rubbing his scar. Suddenly, he spotted a figure. You all go ahead to the Great Hall. I'll be there shortly, he exclaimed, darting away. P.S. I found the inspiration for the Niffler online. It turns out to be the endangered Australian echidna, which grows spines for protection as it matures. However, in its juvenile stage, it bears a striking resemblance to the Niffler. Without further ado, here is an image of the juvenile Australian echidna. Senior. Gryffindor Senior. Wait a moment. Leon halted his steps, noticing Harry jogging towards him with urgency. Is there something on your mind? Senior, may I have a moment to converse with you? Leon nodded slightly, tossing his backpack to Ron. He then moved to a corner of the courtyard with Harry. Speak up. What do you wish to ask? Harry replied. Senior, I've pondered for quite some time, yet I still cannot comprehend why Voldemort seeks to take my life. Leon squinted his eyes. You know the reason, don't you? Then, can you tell me? It is because of a prophecy. Leon pondered for a moment before finally speaking up. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Why? He inquired. A prophecy, Leon reiterated. At that time, it was foretold that a child born at the end of July would vanquish the Dark Lord. Harry's face turned crimson. And after a considerable pause, he let out a long sigh. Is it truly just because of a prophecy? He remarked, his tone imbued with an inexplicable significance. Leon remained silent, merely gazing at him. Harry stifled the anger bubbling within and continued to inquire. On the day of my match against Slytherin, Hermione mentioned that Professor Snape was assisting you. Leon interrupted. Your broom was tampered with by Quirrell. Professor Snape was indeed aiding you. He is a competent instructor and would never harm a student. But he despises me. Let me put it this way, Harry, Leon said, pulling out a pocket watch and glancing at it nonchalantly. If you were constantly under the scrutiny of another group, facing trouble from them, and being bullied, you too would harbor a dislike for the children of your adversaries. Harry's expression was one of shock. He stammered, Are you saying that my father? How could that be? Well, how should I put it? Leon scratched his head. From my perspective, your father and his friends were not exactly synonymous with the term model students during their time at school. However, do not dwell too much on this. As a Gryffindor, you should be well aware of the strained relationship between your house and Slytherin. Back in your father's day, the animosity between the two houses was even more pronounced. Moreover, your father was infatuated with your mother, who was involved with Mr. Green. A cold voice suddenly emanated from behind Leon. Are you feeling rather idle? If so, come to the potions classroom this afternoon and assist me with the materials. Leon shrugged at Harry, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement to the unkempt professor before turning away. He left behind a visibly stunned Harry and a subtly squinting Snape. Do not emulate your father, Potter, Snape drawled, for your father was a shameless, despicable, and treacherous individual. Harry's face flushed with indignation, yet he dared not retort to Snape, as Gryffindor's house points remained dismally low. He turned on his heel and stormed off. His heart still plagued by doubts. Was it truly as Leon had suggested? He yearned to seek confirmation from another, but at that moment, he could not think of a single person to turn to. Time passed swiftly, and the students finally endured a leisurely week. No classes, no assignments, and certainly no examinations. Save for the top scholars who fretted over minor missteps in their tests. For instance, Hermione and Anne. As for the likes of the Banton brothers and the Weasley twins, they were entirely unconcerned, and clutched her report card, her brows nearly knitting into a frown. Unbelievable. The old bat actually awarded me 9 potions? Well, Anne, he gave us 8, Rod exclaimed, chewing on a pizza with nonchalance. And astronomy. Good heavens. I told you I miscalculated Venus's position. And despaired, pointing at the E on her report. What about Liang's report card? Cedric inquired. How did he fare? What do you think? He probably never even glanced at it, and retorted, pulling Liang's report card from her bag with irritation. Ugh. Cedric grimaced, not surprisingly, all OS. Speaking of which, do you think we stand a chance at winning the House Cup this year? Cedric suddenly questioned. Up until now, Hufflepuff had the highest scores, which should have belonged to Slytherin, but no one anticipated the emergence of a prodigy. Malfoy alone had contributed a staggering -50 points to Slytherin. In the Quidditch matches, Slytherin had again lost to Gryffindor in a rematch, while Ravenclaw fell to Hufflepuff, who had donned a new team outfit, thus securing the Quidditch Cup for Hufflepuff. With the added points from the House Cup, Hufflepuff had remarkably ascended to first place. Cedric, who had made history for Hufflepuff, seemed to float on air these days. Badger Mom had also generously brought 2 large barrels of butterbeer and braised rabbit heads for the little badgers, though Badger Mom was typically unambitious. This was a rare occasion for the House Cup after many years, perhaps, and posited with uncertainty. Her intuition proved correct. That very night, Olby was up to his antics. For the sake of friendship, I dare to sacrifice myself. Thus, I shall reward Mr. Longbottom with 10 points. The Gryffindor table erupted in uproar, while the other houses glared at them with resentment. After Olby shamelessly awarded points to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Gryffindor surpassed Hufflepuff by a mere 5 points. This also implied that we would need to make a slight alteration to the decor here. He clapped his hands, and the black and yellow decorations and streamers instantly transformed into gold and crimson. Leon, headmaster, how could he do this? And shook Leon vigorously. Meanwhile, Leon was keenly slicing into a piece of steak, observing Badger Mom's expressive face at the professor's table. Clearly, she too was taken aback by Old B's audacity. Professor McGonagall wore a broad smile, reminiscent of a cat that had just devoured a fish treat. As for Snape, oh, there was no need to look. He was currently glaring at both Harry and Malfoy with equal ire, making it difficult to ascertain whom he despised more. The following morning, Leon was surrounded by a throng of little badgers as he boarded the carriage to the station, and remained visibly incensed, evidently still not having calmed down. So, what are your plans for this year? Rod inquired. First, a trip to France, then nothing is planned. Perhaps we'll study Felix Felicis at our shop? Leon replied lazily. Huh, off to France again? Ron asked. Yes, to attend a funeral and meet some old friends. Liang's gaze lingered on the towering spires of Hogwarts, his mind drifting back to the first encounter with that elder. P.S. Ding ding. This academic year has come to a close. Initially, I intended to reach 50 chapters, but I soon realized that regardless of how I embellished the storyline, it would be challenging to stretch this volume to 50 chapters, lest it become tedious. Reflecting on it, the first 3 books of the HP series are quite slender, with a rather sparse narrative. Combined, the first 3 volumes are roughly equivalent to the thickness of the final installment. Thus, I decided against padding it out. After all, by the time we reach the protagonist's 7th year, Harry's 4th year, the year of the Goblet of Fire, the plot will be rich with events. There remains a chance to reach 1,000,000 words. My outline extends to the 8th volume, which follows the protagonist's first year after graduation. Of course, one might cherish the light-hearted atmosphere from now until the 6th volume, as from the 7th volume onward, the tone of this book will shift dramatically towards darkness. Akin to the cinematographic hues of the 7th and 8th films, there will undoubtedly be peril. The question remains who shall face it. This is left for speculation. Above is the tale of Rochefort-in-Terre, a small town nestled in the Brittany region. Perhaps it would not be amiss to describe it as a village. It is the smallest, yet most renowned town in Brittany, with medieval slate-gray stone houses adorned in vibrant hues. Each corner reveals a delightful surprise. With climbing ivy covering stone walls, blooming geraniums, and intricately designed house numbers, making this village a treasure trove of wonder. The profusion of flowers adorning the streets can be attributed to the American artist Alfred Klotz, who initiated a floral window display competition in 1911 to aid in the revival of these historic houses. The tradition of adorning homes with geraniums has endured to this day. On this very day, August 16, 1992, the quaint town welcomed a steady influx of visitors. However, this was hardly surprising, as the picturesque locale attracts countless tourists every summer. A group of elegantly dressed young women gathered, laughing and playfully discussing a young man standing before a shop window, engrossed in the display within. The young man stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, with tousled hair framing his well-defined yet approachable features. He wore round glasses, dressed impeccably in a black suit complemented by a dark tie, exuding an air of undeniable charm. Finally, one of the girls, nudged forward by her friends, nervously arranged her hair and checked her appearance in a small mirror, summoning the courage to approach the handsome stranger. Alas, disappointment awaited her. Just as she was about to step forward, the shop door swung open, and a striking young woman emerged, holding 2 ice creams. Affectionately, she approached the young man, exchanged a few words, raised her brows playfully, and lightly kicked him, prompting him to smile and accept the ice creams. The girl, now dejected, returned to her friends, seemingly catching a glimpse of the stunning girl casting a fleeting glance in her direction. Oblivious to the teasing of her companions, she remained unaware that at that moment, Leon was also being playfully pinched by Annie at his waist. I'll just step inside to grab an ice cream, and look at those Annies behind you. Their eyes are practically glued to you. Also, when did you start wearing glasses? Are you nearsighted, or are you channeling a savior look? What? Do I not look handsome wearing them? Leon chuckled as he adjusted his glasses, surprisingly embodying a certain scholarly charm. Annie rolled her eyes dramatically, her fair complexion visibly flushed. Let us go. The pair meandered along the cobblestone streets of the town, entwined in their romantic reverie, making their way towards the outskirts. They had come to attend the funeral of Nicole and his wife. Notably, when Leon received the invitation, the couple was still preoccupied with arranging their own affairs. To be candid, Leon found it difficult to remain so composed. As they strolled, they admired the town's beauty, eventually pausing near a picturesque valley. Though there was nothing tangible before them, both Leon and Annie sensed an intangible barrier emanating from the flow of magic in the air. Reaching into his pocket, Leon produced a golden card, grasping Annie's hand as they stepped through the barrier. Anyone observing from behind would be astonished to see their figures completely vanish into thin air with that singular step. Crossing through the barrier, they were met with an unexpected circle of tents, where a diverse gathering of people engaged in warm conversations. Such a crowd, Annie exclaimed in surprise. This is merely the filtered selection. Otherwise, there would be even more, Leon explained, leading the young woman forward. Oh, Leon, you've arrived. I was just wondering when you would show up. The elderly Larry approached, embracing Leon and patting his back. My goodness, you've grown taller since we last met. Teacher, when did you arrive? I've been here for a while, assisting Nicholas with some matters. Larry, voices called from a distance. Teacher, you go ahead with your duties. Annie and I will explore on our own. Larry sighed but still patted Leon on the shoulder before making his way toward the others. Leon led Annie to a dining table where the dishes gracefully floated up. He selected a few items and placed them inside. Let us have a bite first. The farewell ceremony may be delayed. Annie cautiously speared a small piece with her fork and brought it to her mouth, murmuring softly. This is my first time bidding farewell to an old gentleman who is still alive. It feels rather strange. Leon couldn't help but chuckle softly. In his perspective, this could indeed be considered one of the remarkable qualities of Nicola May. That said, I have always been curious about one thing. Leaning against Leon, Annie inquired, who taught Master Nick his alchemy? Leon shrugged, preparing to utter his uncertainty when an elderly lady draped in a pure black gown, adorned with a veil, approached, holding a glass of champagne. My dear, the alchemy of Nicholas Flamel was not taught by anyone. It was a self-taught endeavor, she stated. Madam. Leon responded with a slight bow, recognizing the lady as Madame Rogier, who had, in a sense, been a teacher to him for a time, though she may no longer recall that memory. Annie cast a questioning glance, and Leon leaned closer to whisper, this is Madame Vita Rogier, who once followed Grindlewald. Understanding dawned upon Annie. Madam, did you just say that Master Flamel was self-taught? You are likely unaware of this history, Madame Rogier remarked. Glancing at the silver-haired gentleman mingling nearby, Mr. Flamel, whose interest in alchemy was initially ignited by a rare book. It is said that in his youth, a stranger approached him one day, presenting a manuscript. Instantly, Mr. Flamel recognized it, for he had recently dreamed of angels. In that dream, an angel held a book and said, one day you will see in this book what others cannot. The author was a figure known as Abraham the Jew. Hence the book became known as the Book of Abraham the Jew. The manuscript was composed in Greek, Latin, and many other incomprehensible languages, including Hebrew. It was filled with daunting symbols, which Mr. Flamel later realized were instructions for alchemical practice. Unable to find answers in Busbarton, he journeyed to Spain in search of Jewish scholars. There, he encountered a learned Jewish man residing in Lyon, Master Kinches. Kinches recognized Abraham the Jew as one of the earliest scholars of the mystical Kabbalistic tradition and translated the sections of the manuscript he carried, promising to accompany Mr. Flamel back to Paris to complete the translation. Unfortunately, he fell ill on the way and passed away before reaching Paris. However, Mr. Flamel was fortunate enough to glean sufficient knowledge from Kinches. As for the picturesque town of Rochefort-in-Terre, I must confess my fondness for such quaint places. Living here seems quite agreeable. This house possesses a certain wizardly charm, adorned with flowers in summer, leading to my eventual reputation and the coveted Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel approached with a tone tinged with resignation. Madame Rogier remained silent, merely raising her champagne glass in a gesture of welcome. Ah, welcome, children, and you too, Vita. By the way, how is Gellert? As usual, Madame Rogier replied succinctly, nodding at Leon before departing. I shall seek you out later, Mr. Green. I believe there are tidings you ought to hear. Nicholas muttered, who knows what that little rascal is up to now. He turned to Leon, winking mischievously. She was just spinning tales. Don't believe her. I have no such book of Abraham the Jew. The old man's playful expression conveyed his jest, lacking any semblance of persuasion. As nightfall enveloped the landscape, an increasing number of guests arrived, and the valley sparkled with twinkling lights, all emanating from the magical lamps of alchemical creation. Leon began to introduce Annie to some prominent figures he was acquainted with. The tallest lady over there is Madame Maxim, the headmistress of Beaux Batons. That individual is the inventor of Wolfsbane potion and a friend of our potions professor, Severus Snape. Do you also have friends, Professor? This was a question posed by Annie. Leon chuckled softly. Indeed, not only do I have friends, but I have quite a number of them. For instance, during my school days, I had several close friends from Gryffindor. Oh, look over there. Professor Slytherin has also arrived. Professor Dumbledore has chosen to grace us with his presence only now. At last, as the moon reaches its zenith, our esteemed guests have gathered. Nicholas LeMay took his wife's hand and stepped onto a small platform in the center. Distinguished guests, I extend a warm welcome to each of you to this old man's farewell banquet. Initially, I had no intention of hosting such an event. However, to prevent any audacious souls from disturbing our slumber in the future, I thought it wise to organize a modest gathering. The audience chuckled lightly in response. Moreover, I sincerely hope that you all arrive with smiles and depart in the same spirit. I have lived long enough, and there is little to be mourned. Today, in your presence, I wish to address a few matters. First and foremost, I shall be donating my personal collection of books, along with our legacy, entirely to my alma mater, Busbarton. Madame Maxim stepped onto the stage, bending down to embrace the frail old man. Busbarton will forever cherish your contributions. The old man beamed with a smile. Secondly, I have held lifetime memberships at several renowned confectionaries across Europe, and I shall bequeath these membership cards to my dear friend Albus. Leon observed Dumbledore waving his hand with a smile. Subsequently, the elderly gentleman began to relinquish one item after another, including his residence in Paris. In the end, I still possess a modest safe house, acquired during a tumultuous period in my youth, which was far more perilous than the present. This safe house, I intend to bequeath to a young friend, Mr. Green. Leon was taken aback. He had initially believed that his purpose for visiting today was merely to bid farewell to the old gentleman. The old man playfully winked at Leon and reached to touch the pocket on his chest, where a white tulip was tucked away. Leon suddenly realized. Though his chest bore no flowers, it did carry a business card belonging to Nicholas Lamay, a golden card emblazoned with the Lamay emblem. It dawned on him that it was the key to a safe house. With the distribution of spoils concluded, it was time for me to depart with Penny. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, some faces betraying a tinge of sorrow. On the stage, Nicholas glanced at his wife. Their hands intertwined. They exchanged a knowing smile. And then, emanating a gentle glow, their forms began to dissipate, transforming into delicate specks of light that ascended towards the heavens. The fireflies in the fields danced whimsically, accompanying the fading lights and weaving a luminous ribbon across the sky. How beautiful! Annie gazed up at the radiant ribbon, leaning closer into Liang's embrace. The onlookers remained still, captivated by the spectacle, until, after a moment, Madame Maxim uttered a heartfelt sob. As the brilliance faded, Nicholas Lamay and his wife had vanished. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a mound of earth rose where the couple had disappeared, from which a stone monument emerged. It bore no epitaph, only two names, Nicholas Lamay and Perinal Lamay. The host of the gathering had departed, yet the guests remained, wizards from across the globe seizing this rare opportunity to unite. Leon was also called aside by Madame Rogier. Leon, have you been keeping up with the news from the European wizarding community recently? No, madam, I am rather out of the loop on that front. Ah. The elderly lady nodded. Then you must not have heard of a magical institution called New Voldmoga? I apologize, madam. What did you say? New Voldmoga, Madame Rogier reiterated. I'm sorry, madam, but aren't there only 3 wizarding schools in Europe? There used to be, but now, it should be 4, the old lady replied leisurely. Wait a moment, Leon furrowed his brow, tracing the unfamiliar name in the air. Voldmoga. Voldemort? A flicker of shock crossed Leon's eyes. Indeed. Although some say that the headmaster of this school resembles a certain Dumbledore from the family of Albus, Gellert insists, they are all talking nonsense. What is he planning? Leon massaged his temples in frustration. That is for you to figure out, Madame Rogier chuckled lightly, teasingly adding, you can't expect us, a group of old folks on the verge of the grave, to investigate, can you? I understand. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to Mr. Grindlewald. I shall remain in France for a while longer, and I will visit when time permits. There is no need for a visit, if you dare step into New Montgard. The magical departments across Europe will surely lose their sleep over it. Leon was attempting to cultivate a rapport with Senior Little Freckles, hoping to procure some magical creatures from him, yet the glint in the latter's eye seemed rather unsettling. Oh, do refrain from coveting my precious treasures, Mr. Green. Newt remarked with a furrowed brow. I heard from Dumbledore that you lot are on the verge of devouring all the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, and what of it? Leon retorted nonchalantly. Shall I rear them as pets like Hagrid does? As if those creatures could ever be tamed. Newt's lips quivered, but he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, even with his boundless compassion, some magical beings could be quite bothersome, such as the acromantula and the scorpion-tailed beast. Then I cannot entrust those little ones to you. Who knows if you might end up consuming Nat as well. A small, grayish head emerged from his collar, resembling a large mole. Seemingly aware of its name, it appeared rather pleased, but upon hearing the word eat, it slowly turned its head to glance at Leon, then shivered slightly before retreating back into hiding. Little Freckles cast a sidelong glance at Leon, as if to imply, aren't you the one with an insatiable appetite? Senior Leon. Just as Leon and Newt were engaged in their exchange, a youthful gentleman suddenly appeared from the side. He bore a striking resemblance to a young Leonardo DiCaprio, though perhaps a tad less charming than Leon himself. You are Leon, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he struggled to recall the identity of this junior. He swiftly shifted his gaze to the young man trailing behind him, Laurentius. Senior, you wouldn't have forgotten me, would you? The handsome youth's expression turned to one of shock, as he lamented, I am Marlenpo Guildstein. Seeing that Leon still wore a look of confusion, The young man's spirit sank, and he gestured emphatically. I'm talking about the individuals you rescued from the wiping line last time. Leon suddenly realized. At the time he rescued those children, they were all so filthy. Resembling little mud monkeys, how could he possibly recognize them? It's you. You must be attending school now, right? Beauxbatons? Yes, Marlenpo nodded vigorously. I originally intended to go to Hogwarts, but unfortunately, my family forbade it. Moreover, our family is one of the board members of Beauxbatons, so. Leon raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished to discover that the individual before him was, in fact, a second-generation sorcerer. How fortunate to have a moment to spare. He lifted a glass of champagne and clinked it with Laurentius's, teasingly inquiring. Taking care of the children, I presume? Laurentius dismissed the exuberant young man and led Leon to a secluded corner. Have you heard of the new Whydamoja? He asked. Just recently, as a matter of fact. Leon replied, somewhat surprised. I thought as much. But never mind that, it's not of great importance. I specifically came here with Madame Maxim to bring this to your attention. This institution, established in Spain, primarily recruits students from Europe and Africa. It emerged rather suddenly 2 years ago and is currently in communication with the International Magical Association. Although the association has yet to recognize its educational credentials, it is likely just a matter of time. Most importantly, I recently came across a recruitment brochure for new Whydamoja at a distant relatives in Spain. Take a look. Laurentius produced a brochure from his pocket and handed it to Leon. As Leon perused its contents, the initial pages detailed the school's environment and curriculum, while the latter sections introduced its faculty. To his astonishment, he recognized an old acquaintance among the list of educators. Leon widened his eyes. Gazing at the young man who bore a striking resemblance to Voldemort, a multitude of expletives racing through his mind. No. Surely, you do not think that with a mere alteration of appearance and a touch of makeup, I would fail to recognize you. The introduction below clearly identifies him as Tom Riddle, an illustrious graduate of the esteemed Hogwarts, a paragon in the realm of dark arts defense. No, indeed. It seems you are not even inclined to act the part, Leon remarked with a wry smile. It appears that it is indeed him, is it not? Laurentius chuckled self-deprecatingly. I suspected it from the very beginning, recalling the encounter from 3 years ago, which is why I felt compelled to inform you. Though I hesitated to mention it in my letter. Fortunately, I now have the opportunity to convey this to you in person. Thank you, Laurentius, Leon said, patting Laurentius on the shoulder. But do not leave just yet. Let us seek out Professor Dumbledore. With that, he took Laurentius by the arm and headed straight for Dumbledore, who was presently engaged in conversation with Madame Maxime. Professor, may I trouble you for a moment? Leon inquired. Dumbledore made an apologetic gesture towards Madame Maxime and followed Leon and Laurentius to a secluded corner. Professor, I believe you ought to see this, Leon said. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and accepted the enrollment brochure from Liang's hand. I must admit, he has become quite astute, Dumbledore chuckled. Leon and Laurentius exchanged glances. Professor, what do you believe his intentions are? Leon inquired. Well, Leon, I fear his ambitions remain unchanged, Dumbledore replied. He has never truly concealed his aspirations. In the past, he was overly impatient, eager for swift results, yet the wizarding world is inherently a realm where development and transformation unfold at a languid pace. This time, he has opted for a more tempered approach, seeking to influence an entire generation in his own manner. It appears that the school is likely filled with his puppets. Leon remarked with a click of his tongue. What we cannot ascertain is the extent of his influence. Perhaps we should investigate for ourselves. Dumbledore suggested, winking. Huh, Leon responded. Perplexed. Oh, Leon, do you have any plans for the near future? No, none, Professor, Leon confessed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Dumbledore cheerfully exclaimed, perfect. We can masquerade as a pair of traveling scholars, a grandparent and grandchild duo. You've grown quite tall lately, but that is no matter. A simple potion or youth elixir will suffice. Leon tilted his head as he gazed at the old bee before him. Truly, you deserve your reputation. The prowess of this old fellow allows him to scuttle about like a crab. Yet have you ever given a thought to me? I am still but a child. Oh, then it's settled. Leon, I shall come to fetch you tomorrow morning. Liang's lips twitched slightly as he pondered whether it would be wiser to flee back to England under the cover of night or to seek refuge in the haven that Nick had prepared for him. Not far away. Although he could not overhear the conversations of a few individuals, the mocking expression on Newt's face was glaringly evident, suggesting that someone was in for a misfortune. With his ostentatious gold chain and wristwatch, Liang, who had been summoned early in the morning by Dumbledore, finally began to grasp the essence of a day in the life of young Malfoy, perhaps even more privileged than Malfoy himself. After enduring nearly an hour of Anne's ministrations on his visage, Leon could no longer contain himself and let out a sigh. And, when will this be over? And must my hair be styled into such an oily concoction? The look you've crafted for me constantly reminds me of Malfoy. Is it absolutely necessary for me to don this flamboyant plumage-like attire? Are you serious? Dumbledore observed the two with a cheerful smile, seemingly under the influence of some elixir, transformed into a portly old gentleman, exuding an air reminiscent of a nouveau riche. at last, and completed her grooming of Leon, stepped back to appraise her work, and nodded in satisfaction before gently embracing him. Do take care. Luin smiled as he patted Annie. Fear not, for by my side stands the most formidable white wizard of this century, Antonio Diego, who arose early this morn, for a gentleman in his 70s. This indeed presents a challenge. Yet, his spirits remain high, for today a doting grandfather intends to bring his grandchild to inspect the school. Securing this grandfather and grandson duo could ensure the school's funding for the upcoming year. This marks the first pure-blooded benefactor since the school's establishment. Unlike the previous influx of impoverished applicants, there have been affluent families who visited before, yet for reasons unknown to us, none were ever enrolled. Though it is not as if they were compelled to attend. Hurry, clean the foyer thoroughly. Antonio barked at several slender children clad in ill-fitting uniforms of a common hue. The children, apprehensive of their principal, increased their efforts. Antonio checked his pocket watch and hurried to a grassy area beside the castle. As anticipated, the school's actual founder, Lord Riddle, was demonstrating magic to a group of lowly half-bloods and mudbloods on the lawn. Practice amongst yourselves, then proceed to the dining hall. Aunt Cara should have prepared breakfast by now. The children's faces lit up with excitement, yet they did not cheer loudly. Instead, they bowed to the young man and Antonio before dashing away. As the children departed, the young man's previously warm smile instantly transformed into a stern countenance. Antonio Diego, I recall our conversation. The only reason I spared your life is due to your obedience. The school requires a strict professor or principal. However, should I learn that you have harmed my students, I shall extract your soul and place it in a cauldron. Antonio swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming as a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes. Undoubtedly, that little scoundrel, Cicero, had informed him. And no, master, I shall never do so again. What is it? Antonio wiped his brow and spoke softly. In half an hour, the Lynard family, who made a reservation yesterday, will arrive. And why do you seek my opinion? The young man replied nonchalantly. They are merely a family of nouveau riche, a name I have yet to hear. Besides, what does it matter if they hail from a renowned pure-blood lineage? They are no more compliant than these starving children. Yet the school requires funding, and indeed, I am not complaining, but our finances are dwindling. Mentioning finances caused the young man's previously calm demeanor to falter. His lips twitched slightly as he rubbed his temples. You go and handle the reception. If you cannot entice them, I shall devise a plan. Antonio nodded and hurried away, leaving the young man alone, furrowing his brow. He pondered whether he had left any assets behind. After much contemplation, it seemed he had not. In those days, he had merely indulged in grand feasts. He, Tom Riddle, was never a man in want of money, nor was he one to covet it. Blast it, what is this predicament? Antonio donned his only exquisite lavender robe, allowing his beard to cascade down to his belly, and perched a pair of crescent-shaped spectacles upon his nose. This was the very image of Dumbledore from the chocolate frog cards. He had once deceived many with this guise, even mingling at high society gatherings. Now, as the principal, albeit nominally, he felt compelled to present himself with a touch of grandeur. Indeed, in the external recruitment brochure, he had even fabricated a distant kinship to Dumbledore. Thus, upon disembarking, Leon immediately encountered a youthful, diminutive, and somewhat truncated version of Dumbledore. The smile threatening to escape the corners of his mouth was nearly uncontainable, fortunately. His professionalism prevailed, and he seldom allowed himself to laugh. Stealing a glance at Dumbledore from the periphery of his vision, Leon found it amusing to observe that even Dumbledore himself appeared distinctly taken aback. Leaky encountered Leaky, while Fongjing met Malian. Welcome. Welcome to the new Widermoga. The counterfeit version of Dumbledore smiled and introduced himself. I am Antonio Dumbledore, the headmaster of Widermoga. Dumbledore squinted slightly and cautiously inquired. May I ask your relation to the Dumbledore family? Oh, indeed. As you can see, I am also a Dumbledore, the counterfeit replied nonchalantly. However, as far as I know, the one from Hogwarts is supposed to be the last of the Dumbledores? Haha, yes, many people say that, the counterfeit proclaimed boastfully. But the Dumbledore family is not some obscure lineage. In fact, according to the family tree, I am a distant cousin of Albus Dumbledore. I don't care about the Dumbledore family. When can we go in and take a look? Leon rudely interrupted. To be honest, just seeing this dilapidated castle has diminished my desire to step inside. He struggled to recall the demeanor of young Master Malfoy. Lifting his chin slightly and casting a sidelong glance at the other, hands shoved in his pockets. The slick-back hair atop his head made him look nothing like Eason. He couldn't help but interrupt, for he feared that if he continued to listen to the other's ramblings, he would genuinely burst into laughter. Though he was professional, he too could not suppress his mirth. Dumbledore blinked, perfectly embodying a doting grandfather. Oh, dear, since you're here, let us go inside and take a look. If you're still not satisfied, how about I send you to Beauxbatons instead? Watching Dumbledore's performance, Li Ang's lips twitched momentarily. Why did I ever agree to the old bee's invitation? He thought. It seems we are all comedians today, aren't we? Leon and Dumbledore surveyed their surroundings with disdainful gazes, attentively noting all discernible information. Thus far, both the elder and the youth had performed admirably, warranting at least 2 little golden statuettes from the Academy Awards. The individual before them, who introduced himself as Antonio Dumbledore, was utterly devoid of any suspicion. As for Dumbledore, he was an experienced thespian, a master of his craft capable of embodying any role with finesse. Leon, too, was commendable, although reluctant to acknowledge it. He bore an imperceptible air of pride stemming from his familiarity with this world and the confidence gained from his recent growth and strength. As they followed Antonio, Leon marveled inwardly. Setting aside the proficiency of the faculty, the sheer number of students traversing their path was striking, at least 30 or 40 individuals. Predominantly children just past their early teens, exhibiting a blend of ethnicities. While Leon could surmise the origins of the African students, the backgrounds of the others remained a mystery. Nevertheless, observing the emaciated figures of these children, he began to form a conjecture. Grandfather, shall we visit Beauxbatons? I can scarcely fathom how I am to attend school in such a quagmire, he remarked, eyeing the dilapidated castle and its students with trepidation. Dumbledore, understanding his grandson's sentiment, affectionately ruffled Liang's hair. Indeed, it appears that the caliber of instruction here may not be particularly impressive. Let us journey to Beauxbatons, albeit the distance is considerable. Antonio, nearly beside himself with urgency, interjected, ahem. Although our school has only been established for a few years, we boast a remarkably robust faculty. The professors we have engaged are among the finest in the magical realm. You shall find our classes to your satisfaction. Leon and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, and Dumbledore hesitantly nodded. Their purpose for visiting was to gather intelligence, and they certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. As they traversed through the classrooms, Leon observed Dumbledore's countenance growing increasingly grim with each passing room. Although he did not recognize the professors, the expressions on their faces, the state of their fingers, and even their darkened teeth were unmistakable signs of dark wizards. Only those who indulged in every conceivable study and habit would allow themselves to become such unconventional figures. At last, under Antonio's guidance, they arrived at the final classroom. A dilapidated wooden table was adorned with several cauldrons, each surrounded by a handful of students. A young man, well known to both of them, was conducting a potion class. As they watched, the potions began to thicken, and it was crucial not to cease stirring at this juncture. Furthermore, when the potion first began to change color, a standard potion ingredient must be added to ensure that the subsequent materials would blend more thoroughly. They stood in silence for a while, observing until the young man's lecture concluded. Headmaster, these two refined and amiable young gentlemen are here to inquire about our school's admission process, Antonio said, tugging at his beard, slightly wincing from a toothache. The last individual who had spoken in such a manner to the master now lay buried beneath a mound of grass. Ah, these two are Mr. Leonard, who is seeking information regarding enrollment, and his grandson, young Mr. Leonard. Splendid explanation, Headmaster. May I introduce myself? Tom Riddle, the young man said with a charming smile. Is it possible to have a brief conversation with Mr. Riddle? Indeed, Tom Riddle nodded slightly. Please, right this way, sir. Peter, perhaps you might be inclined to share insights about potion making with these students? Very well, I shall oblige, was the reply. Leon feigned impatience, though he always felt that his and Dumbledore's disguise could not escape the notice of the noseless one. After watching the stout Dumbledore and the noseless figure depart, Leon raised his chin and entered the potions classroom. As for Antonio, he trailed behind Dumbledore and the other figure at a distance. Traversing the lengthy corridor, the two arrived at a patch of grass. How are you, Professor? How fares the school I established? Dumbledore remained silent for a considerable time, observing the children on the grass who were engaged in playful antics, unencumbered by lessons. It seems you are not like him. Indeed. So, what is it that you truly desire? He scrutinized the young man before him, youthful and handsome, exuding an air of courtesy, reminiscent of days gone by. I do not know what I'd sire, but everything I have now is precisely what I wish for, Tom replied calmly. Before you stepped into that orphanage, I possessed nothing. Yet after that day, magic became my everything. Have you ever pondered whether, had I been granted that position when I first applied, the events that transpired later might have been avoided? Dumbledore's fingers trembled slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired in a hushed tone, Ah, a fallen noble. As Tom remarked, unable to maintain even the ancestral castle, I offered him a sum equivalent to the Muggle market price, along with a slight confundus charm. For that old gambler was rather avaricious. Surely, you do not assume that I seized this castle? Tom chuckled. This is a school, and I wish for my school to be pristine. Meanwhile, Leon observed a group of young wizards, likely in their first or second year. As they brewed a potion for scabies, the little wizards, trembling with trepidation, followed the instructions meticulously, casting furtive glances at the unexpected visitor who had intruded upon their class. Although unaware of his identity, the aura he emanated instilled a sense of dread in many of the young wizards. Leon even observed several young girls, their faces flushed, furtively hiding their tattered shoes, which exposed their toes, beneath their slightly faded robes. Moreover, Leon also noticed the meticulous manner in which they handled the potion. Particularly, one young wizard, who accidentally dropped a porcupine quill onto the floor, was met with a furious glare from his companion. The atmosphere in the classroom reminded Leon of the schools nestled deep within the mountains during the 1960s and 70s, or even the 80s and 90s. He suddenly felt a twinge of shame. Although he did not possess a habit of wastefulness, he typically did not exercise such caution when a potion was on the verge of failure. He would usually just wave his wand and discard the useless liquid. Set the cauldron aside to cool a bit before adding the porcupine quill. You fool. The young wizard, who was about to place the quill into the crucible, was startled. His companion rushed to take the cauldron, only to forget the dragonhide gloves, or perhaps he simply did not have any, resulting in his palm becoming red and swollen from the burn, gritting his teeth tightly as tears welled in his eyes. Leon sighed, waving his wand to send the cauldron flying aside. He then reached into his robe and produced a box of orange ointment, a potion intended for burns. Damn it. I detest dealing with intelligent individuals. Without a nose, one might as well abandon the mundane and indulge in sentimentality. Tom Riddle squinted, smiling as he bid farewell to the elderly pair. I apologize, master, but they remain unwilling to join us, Antonio explained, his expression troubled. Oh, it's nothing. How can it be nothing? We can barely afford next month's electricity bill. At the mention of finances, Tom's face twitched. Starting today, the entire castle shall be dark by 9 o'clock. You might as well procure some candles. I will manage to find some braziers and ancient fireflies. Hogwarts used to do it this way. Also, take this money and properly repair the castle and acquire some teaching tools. I am fed up with those fools recklessly handling cauldrons or pulling thorns with bare hands, even if they are second-hand and tattered. Ensure each of them gets a pair of dragonhide gloves. Antonio accepted a dragonhide pouch, its golden contents dazzling his eyes. Oh, Merlin. Master, this is Tom chuckled softly. This comes from that elderly pair who are sponsoring us. Henceforth, they shall be the honorary board members of our school. Antonio gaped, and after a prolonged moment, he exclaimed, What good people! Yet you pity those mysterious little wizards. You wish to be virtuous, yet expect me to foot the bill? Leon glared at Dumbledore, his expression akin to that of someone constipated. That is no trifling sum, a full 5,000 galleons, and you so generously bestowed it upon a noseless one. Oh, have some compassion for this old man. After all, I do not possess such a sum, and the children are innocent, are they not? Dumbledore replied, his smile unwavering. Huh, let us see if you can still smile when he ends up teaching a horde of little Death Eaters, Leon retorted with a cold laugh. Very well then. I have a small vial of Felix Felicis in my office. Leon squinted slightly and then declared decisively. No. Add another bottle of Bafe Brain Elixir. Don't tell me you don't have it. I've long been curious about what that concoction tastes like. Dumbledore managed a wry smile. In a certain sense, Leon bore a striking resemblance to Tom. Even a dog passing by would have to leave them a gallon. So, Professor, what exactly does this individual intend to do? Leon inquired, wiping the grease from his hair with a towel. Is he genuinely planning to establish a school of his own, or is he merely playing house? I fear neither, Dumbledore sighed, admitting, to be honest, I can no longer comprehend this Tom. He paused, then added, however, one thing I can assert is that this Tom possesses certain qualities that Voldemort lacked. Dumbledore produced a small round mirror and remarked, It appears our understanding of Horcruxes is still woefully inadequate. Nonetheless, we shall soon have an opportunity to learn more, Dumbledore said with a smile. Leon cast a wary glance at the other party and promptly inquired, What do you intend to do? Regardless of your intentions, I will not comply. Today is the 17th, and I have yet to procure the items for this academic year, with the school term fast approaching. Do not fret. It will not delay us for long, Dumbledore replied, extending his hand to grasp Liang's. In an instant, the two of them silently twisted out of existence within the rented luxury vehicle. The driver in the front seat remained oblivious, for in his memory, he would simply drop off the duo and then return the car. Accompanied by Dumbledore, Leon returned to England using a key to a hidden door, and after another bout of apparition, he finally arrived upon a rocky outcrop. Where's this? He inquired. Ah, the location of the Horcrux, Dumbledore succinctly articulated. Are you referring to the Golden Cup, or something else? Indeed, the Golden Cup. Ever since he discovered that the original locket had been swapped, he was incensed. Subsequently, he concealed the cup here, seemingly confident in his methods, Dumbledore remarked cheerfully. As for the diary you mentioned, since no one has laid eyes upon it, we cannot ascertain if it is indeed a Horcrux. However, I trust your judgment, he added. Actually, I cannot be certain either, Leon shrugged, acknowledging that he was now aware of one Horcrux that had gone missing, making it difficult to predict how he would manage the remaining ones. Draw your wand, Leon. I dare say this cavern is undoubtedly rife with surprises. Leon produced 2 wands, allowing Dumbledore a fleeting glance, yet he uttered no words. Water and fire, part ways. With Dumbledore's astonishingly powerful magic, the sea gradually receded from the crevice below the cliff, revealing a narrow gap before them. Leon followed Dumbledore as they ventured inside. The ground was treacherously slick, a consequence of years submerged in seawater, still adorned with numerous shells and seaweed, while a sharp, fishy odor assaulted their nostrils. As the two delved deeper, the crevice transformed into an inky black passageway. Suddenly, before them, the space opened up, revealing a cavern. Dumbledore raised his wand high, its tip emanating a soft, luminous glow. He glanced around, affirming with certainty, "Indeed, this is the place." Leon cast a summoning charm, yet to no avail. "Oh, I am certain that Voldemort would not make such a blunder," Dumbledore remarked, as he reached out to explore the surroundings. It was evident that a mere summoning charm could not unveil the secrets concealed here. "Uh-huh, I have found it. We must enter from this point." Dumbledore stepped back a few paces, directing his wand at the stone wall, whereupon a shadow of an archway materialized, its outline aglow with a soft white light. However, the shadow of the door soon vanished, and the stone wall reverted to its original state. "Ah, it seems that we must pay an additional price to gain entry. Naturally, Voldemort would not permit us to pass unscathed." As Dumbledore retrieved a dagger, preparing to make a cut on his hand, Leon hesitated momentarily before extracting several vials of fresh blood from his pocket. "Must it be my own?" Dumbledore blinked in surprise. "Oh, of course. It is worth a try." Dumbledore promptly seized the most precious vial of dragon's blood, causing Leon to wince with regret. The dragon's blood splattered against the stone wall, causing the outline of the archway to reappear, albeit lingering for a few more breaths than before. Ultimately, however, the archway dissipated once again. "Well, it appears that it must be ours." Dumbledore was about to elaborate when he noticed Leon, visibly impatient, unleash a torrent of blue flames from the tip of his wand. The flames licked the stone wall, igniting it slowly, perhaps dissatisfied with the flame's intensity. He tossed the remaining vials of various magical creatures' blood onto the fire. Instantly, the blue flames morphed into the shape of a small gecko, relentlessly gnawing at the stone wall. Leon, the flames may not be effective against," Dumbledore began, but before he could finish, Leon waved his wand once more, conjuring a massive sphere of seawater that crashed against the now crimson wall. With a faint crack, large fissures began to form across the surface. "What were you about to say?" Leon inquired, turning his head. "Oh, no, it was nothing," Dumbledore replied with a wry smile. This wall might have been imbued with powerful magic, yet Voldemort had not altered its essence. Leon surmised what Dumbledore was hinting at and offered an explanation. "Thus, since it is merely stone, there must be a way to deal with it. In truth, if time were not of the essence, I would prefer to attempt a Muggle demolition, as long as I could create a few holes in the wall to insert some TNT." Leon followed Dumbledore into the cavern, where his gaze was immediately drawn to a vast lake. It must be said that Dumbledore had an exceptional talent for choosing locations, as he marveled at the artistry of nature. Surrounding them was a shroud of black mist, impervious to illumination spells, evoking memories of Peruvian smoke bombs. As he spoke, Leon inscribed symbols representing light and flame in the air with his wand. The radius of illumination expanded slightly, but that was the extent of its efficacy. "This is a form of dark magic," Dumbledore succinctly explained. "It can be perplexing and possesses a hint of toxicity and corrosiveness. Let us proceed slowly and stay close to me." "Professor, I still cannot comprehend why, knowing that the locket hidden here has been switched, he would still choose to conceal it in this location," Leon queried. Dumbledore retorted, "Well, we cannot accurately gauge his thoughts, but it may stem from arrogance and hubris. I surmise, during his time at school, he exhibited this very disposition. No matter the challenge, he never wavered, always devising ways to achieve his aims. Indeed, Leon, he never surrenders. Moreover, I harbor suspicions that this is also a means for him to test and evaluate his followers. It is likely that he has suspected the presence of a traitor among them for quite some time, albeit lacking evidence." "Really?" Leon chuckled. "The Dark Lord is concerned about evidence? He certainly need not be, yet he is far weaker now than he was over a decade ago." They continued to walk along the lakeshore, but the surrounding scenery remained unchanged. At last, they reached the edge of the lake. In Liang's hand, a composite magic he named the light cocoon extended golden threads of light that descended into the lake's surface. In no time, it ensnared a struggling corpse from the depths. Liang regarded the foul-smelling, seaweed-covered cadaver with disdain, pondering how many such creatures lay beneath the surface. With a flick of his wrist, the corpse's head rolled off, and after a few convulsions, it lay still. "There must be many," Dumbledore sighed. "The nearby villages have been completely abandoned. I visited the local Muggle police station, but they informed me that an epidemic had forced the villagers to evacuate. Were their memories altered?" Leon mused. "It seems likely. So, there are at least 2 or 3 villages worth of corpses beneath this lake." He clicked his tongue. Dumbledore fell silent, his hand probing the air in front of him. Soon, he seemed to grasp something, his other hand clutching his wand, tapping it lightly against his fist. A rusty chain emerged from the water, which Dumbledore cast onto a nearby rock, where it coiled like a serpent. Gradually, a small boat was drawn from the depths. "This boat does not appear capable of accommodating 2, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "I suspect Voldemort anticipated this, though his considerations likely did not involve weight." "Not weight," Leon repeated thoughtfully, then sighed. "I suppose I cannot board it." "Indeed, Leon, your magical prowess has surpassed that of your peers and even many adult wizards. If you were to sit in it, you would likely be counted as an additional person. Thus, I shall be the only one to embark on this journey," Dumbledore concluded. "Oh, That may not necessarily be the case, Leon replied, raising his hands, then calling out, Dolly. With a resounding pop, a young house elf appeared beside them. If I am not mistaken, a house elf should be able to transport me across, Leon remarked with a grin. After all, Sirius's brother did just that in the original story. Of course, even if the house elf cannot manage it, I have contingencies in mind, he thought. Knowing that the magical realm teems with wondrous creatures, any of which might aid in this endeavor. What a brilliant idea, Dumbledore observed, intrigued by the house elf. And this is? Thanks to Senior Calito, we procured Dolly and her parents' contract from a declining pureblood family. Now, both Dolly and her parents are employed at Annie's mysterious shop. Leon explained. Dolly is honored to serve her master, the house elf declared, her large eyes sparkling. So our destination is the center of the lake? It cannot possibly be the lake's bottom, can it? Dolly, can you take me to the lake's heart? There should be a small island, Leon inquired. Dolly does not know, but Dolly can certainly try. Leon grasped her slender hand, and with a resounding thud, the two vanished from their original spot. After a brief interval, Leon's voice echoed from afar. Professor, come over here. There is a small island. Dumbledore cautiously stepped onto the damp little boat, striving to avoid contact with the lake's water. He gently tapped the boat's edge with his wand, and the vessel glided silently across the surface. In no time, he beheld a smooth, rocky island not far away. Leon had been studying the stone basin at the center of the small island, which emitted a faint green glow, with his hands clasped behind his back. Dumbledore approached without difficulty, disembarked from the small boat, and stood beside Leon, both gazing at the basin. Is this a meditation basin? He pondered aloud, though it seemed unlikely. As he reached out to touch the verdant liquid within the stone basin, Liang's cautionary words were left unspoken. To their astonishment, Dumbledore's hand appeared to pass through the emerald liquid as if it were an illusion. Time had dulled Liang's memory, and he could only recall that the liquid was meant to be ingested, not that it was imperceptible to touch. Look, Dumbledore has tried to touch it several times. Yet he cannot. Upon uttering this, Dumbledore meticulously performed a series of intricate movements with his wand, silently murmuring incantations, yet the basin's liquid remained utterly unresponsive. Leon waited until Dumbledore ceased his actions, then employed his ancestral magic, or rather, his self-developed spell, the light cocoon, for an experiment. Despite its usual efficacy, even the beam capable of extracting souls from one's very mind could not yield any results. It appeared that Voldemort had already unveiled the mysteries of this potion. Dumbledore conjured a goblet, suggesting that we might need to consume its contents. Professor, if you wouldn't mind, Leon raised his wand. Perhaps we could further experiment with fiend fire? Dumbledore was both amused and exasperated. Oh, Leon, do not become overly enamored with the power of fiend fire. It is one of the most uncontrollable forces in the entire magical realm. Although I acknowledge your proficiency in it rivals even that of Gellert. I would much prefer to retrieve a complete Horcrux, if at all possible. Leon regrettably mumbled to himself. In the past 2 years, he had indeed become quite infatuated with the fierce power of the raging fire, simple, brutal, and effective. The fire's ability to consume everything and enhance its own strength rendered it unparalleled in its destructive capabilities. To be frank, Leon did not believe that the stone basin and its pedestal could withstand such ferocity. As for the potion within the basin, why would he drink it after having already overturned the basin? However, Dumbledore did not dismiss Liang's suggestion of testing it on small animals. It seemed he too was reluctant to partake in the murky concoction. Liang, holding a chicken in his left hand and a funnel in his right, observed Dumbledore pouring the potion into the funnel. Unfortunately, it proved futile. The moment the potion flowed into the chicken's beak, it vanished without a trace, leaving the chicken as lively as ever. It appeared that ordinary animals would not suffice. Leon beckoned to Dolly and whispered something to her. She nodded and, with a loud bang, departed, only to return shortly thereafter, again with a loud bang, carrying a small suitcase akin to Liang's own. Thus began Liang's frenzied biological experiment. Watching the potion finally enter the vessel, he breathed a sigh of relief. Quite honestly, if he had failed to find a solution, he would have had no choice but to suggest that Dumbledore retrieve someone from Azkaban to drink it. After all, he had no intention of letting Dumbledore consume it. Yet, unexpectedly, the one to resolve the potion's predicament was a man-eating plant. Upon ingesting the potion, the plant transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, its fangs becoming ever sharper. I should study this further, Leon muttered. At last, as half of the potion was consumed, a small golden cup emerged at the bottom of the basin. Ah, Dumbledore chuckled softly, reaching out to seize the cup, only to be stopped by Leon. Professor, are you being a tad too hasty? Half an hour later, a disheveled Leon and Dumbledore found themselves transported to Diagon Alley by Dolly's use of apparition. Indeed, conversing with the noseless figure was no easy task. Just as they grasped the golden cup, the specters at the lake's bottom began to stir, clamoring to ascend the small island. As if eager to join in revelry with the two, Leon promptly incinerated them all, reducing them to ashes. Save for one exception, he spared Regulus. As for how he recognized him, truth be told, Regulus bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain headmaster hanging on the wall. The specters were not the only concern. The basin itself contained a counterfeit, a key leading to an unknown ancient tomb. Had Leon and Dumbledore not possessed sufficient strength, they might have been trapped there indefinitely. Thus, yet another failure. Leon sighed, realizing he must keep a close watch on the remaining Horcruxes. However, contrary to his expectations, Dumbledore produced a small mirror and glanced at it. The golden cup was indeed in their possession. Dumbledore's tone was laced with a hint of ease. As I suspected, when we set out to locate the false Horcrux he deliberately left behind, he would indeed pay some attention to it. Just as in the past, when I performed a trick to feign the destruction of his hidden treasures, he instinctively became anxious. This might well be termed stirring the grass to reveal the snake. Wouldn't you agree? Leon chuckled softly, yet he felt no irritation at being used as a pawn or a decoy, as long as he could eliminate all of Voldemort's lives. Serving as bait was a minor inconvenience. Just as Regulus had inscribed in his note, I willingly risk my life, so that you may be slain when you encounter an adversary. However, Professor, how many undercover agents do you truly possess? Who knows? The following morning, as Leon pondered the whereabouts of Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, he was unexpectedly confronted by Annie at the Augustus Antiquarian bookstore. I heard you went out with Professor Dumbledore again? Ah, yes, to a seaside cave, cold, damp, and exceedingly slippery, Leon mumbled while sipping the century egg and lean meat porridge he had concocted in his cauldron, ultimately reporting no gains. Annie frowned, swatting away Rod's eager hand reaching for the cauldron. I've already purchased all of your textbooks for this year. But I didn't buy ink and quills. You tend to use your fountain pen more often, so if you need those, you'll have to buy them yourself. Curse Gilderoy Lockhart. His textbook list is the longest this year, and I flipped through it yesterday. It's nothing but utterly useless travelogues. Annie complained furiously. Her grievances about the defense against the dark arts class had been simmering for quite some time. I think it's not that bad, Rod exclaimed, finally waiting for Leon to finish eating, as he seized the cauldron with his brother. At least as a diversion, the novels are somewhat enjoyable. Rod, we are in 5th year now. 5th year. Who among you, aside from Leon, is confident in passing all subjects of the O.W.L.S.? I don't even expect you all to achieve outstanding. Merely passing with acceptable would be a blessing from Merlin. Ron, who had been silently eating, looked up at this remark and asked quizzically, Annie, are you overly anxious? The O.W.L.S. are merely a level examination. Failing it doesn't spell doom. Annie, Leon said, placing a reassuring hand on the young girl's shoulder. Ron is correct. It is just an examination. Each year, at least half of the students pass only a handful of subjects, yet they still thrive. Furthermore, your foundation is solid, so you should have no trouble passing. Annie sighed and settled down cross-legged. I apologize, Leon. You merely feel overwhelmed. I understand. Just then, as they were sharing their banter, an owl swooped in from the window, colliding with the second-floor pane. Oh, it's the Weasley owl, Rod exclaimed, hastily ushering the bird inside. It's so old. I always worry it might perish en route when delivering messages. The owl glared at Rod, pecked his finger, and then settled down to rest. Ron opened the letter and passed it to his brother, scratching his head as he said, George wants to recruit us for some work. He claims this year's defense against the dark arts class is utterly absurd. 7 autobiographies, each set costing nearly 20 galleons. If I recall correctly, they both became official members last year after contributing some worthwhile ideas, right? What? Is the year-end bonus insufficient for purchasing books? How could it be enough? Rod shook his head. Their youngest sister is starting school this year, and the whole family needs to buy 5 sets. Leon appeared pensive. Rod, could you write to them and inquire if they would mind utilizing static textbooks? Never mind. Inform all members of the Order of the Secret Eye that if anyone is amenable, we shall only charge a nominal fee for the cost. Recently, Kalito had been riding high on a wave of success. Ever since his graduation, he had plunged headlong into the Muggle world, either earning money or on the way to earn it. Unfortunately, despite being one of the pure-blood 28 families, the Burst family could not compare to the Malfoys, who thrived even after the fall of the Dark Lord. After all, during the height of the Dark Lord's power, their family had failed to take a definitive stand. Although they managed to evade the repercussions from both the Dark Lord and the Ministry of Magic, thanks to a vast network of relatives, particularly from the Black family, the decline of the Burst family seemed inevitable. Thus, while other Slytherins scorned the notion of profit, Burst became a middleman within the school. Driven by the need to provide for his family, the disdain he faced was unmentionable. However, what vexed Kalito the most was Li Ang's mocking tone. How much do you earn in a year, oh great merchant? Oh, just imagining that tone and expression was enough to ignite his fury. Yet, it turned out that the young man indeed had the confidence to back it up. After graduation, the Order of the Secret Eye established its own storefront, and its annual profits had already eclipsed his total earnings from 7 years at Hogwarts. Thus, before leaving the school, he treated the infuriating junior to a meal, seeking to glean some business wisdom. To his surprise, the latter suggested he explore opportunities in the Muggle world. Kalito meticulously noted down all the ideas proposed. After graduation, he spent several months attending what one might call a university, absorbing knowledge before finally embarking on business ventures with Muggles. He then converted all his profits into precious metals, gold and silver, exchanging them at Gringotts for galleons. Although the greedy goblins were never at a loss, Mr. Colito ultimately profited handsomely. After all, under similar conditions, the myriad of magical methods always enabled him to save more costs. However, today, Colito seemed to have stumbled upon a new revelation. Wait, Leon, are you truly intending to sell at cost price? He gazed, wide-eyed, at the freshly printed Muggle edition of Ghostly Companions, asking. We could sell it for a higher price. This book originally cost 3 galleons. If we sell 10 for a sickle, it would undoubtedly fly off the shelves. And our cost price is less than a sickle. Leon, casting a sidelong glance at Colito, retorted, aside from this year's young witches and wizards. Who would buy such a thing? Colito was momentarily taken aback, taking some time to process the response. Ah, true enough. Perhaps we won't need these 7 copies next year. Leon paid no heed to the dejected Colito, instead focusing on the house elves deftly utilizing the most advanced printer to produce hundreds of copies of Lockhart's 7 books, which they subsequently packed away into boxes. Unbeknownst to him at that moment, his inadvertent suggestion would set Colito on a path of piracy, which, years later, would see him crowned as the foremost bootlegger of CDs and books across Europe, leaving even the noseless in a state of chill for 2 years. In their humble abode, Fred and George stealthily beckoned Ginny to one side. What's the matter? Ginny inquired, her large eyes filled with confusion. Ding ding. Fred produced an entire collection of Lockhart's works from behind him. Ginny's eyes widened even further as she recognized the familiar covers. Oh, Merlin, what is this? She exclaimed in delight, flipping through the pages, only to furrow her brow in sudden concern. Oh, don't look at us like that. Ginny, Fred chuckled. The complete set is simply too expensive, George chimed in, so we enlisted a bit of help. This isn't from a copying spell, is it? Ginny asked incredulously. Brother, you do realize that items produced by a copying spell aren't permanent, right? Oh, our sister is quite knowledgeable. They responded, touched. But fret not. This indeed is a copying spell, though it's a Muggle copy spell. Ginny was left bewildered, for she was not as infatuated with Muggle items as her father. Fred, George, Mrs. Weasley bellowed. What peculiar things have you given Ginny this time? I swear, if you bring those. Oh, Merlin, what is this? She snatched the book from Ginny's hands, flipping through a few pages. Lockhart's books? But why don't the pictures move? The twins exchanged mischievous glances and pulled out several more sets from their bags. Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened. Oh, thank goodness. You've finally done something right. I was just discussing with your father what we should sell. Similar conversations echoed throughout wizarding households. Ultimately, even many Slytherins acquired the complete set of Muggle editions through various channels. It wasn't due to poverty, rather. Numerous Slytherins deemed spending 20-odd galleons on a collection of dreary drivel to be a poor investment. Only Lockhart's beleaguered world flourished. Naturally, Lockhart was no fool. Upon receiving the sales figures from Leahy bookstore that evening, he immediately sensed something amiss. When he had proposed himself to Dumbledore, he had already done the math. Hogwarts professors had the prerogative to select their own textbooks, and with 7 grades across 4 houses, even a one-time sale could yield 600 or 700 sets. Given the pricing of his books, this could easily net him around 10,000 galleons after expenses were accounted for. It was safe to say that with this windfall, he could retire comfortably. However, only 7 sets had sold yesterday. Lockhart's eyes widened as he gasped for breath. This is not right. In about a week, the school term begins. Sales should be peaking now. This figure is absolutely incorrect. Either Leahy bookstore is deceiving me, or, regardless, I must see for myself tomorrow. Lockhart furtively tightened his hood, anxious about being recognized. Yet, truth be told, he was overthinking it, aside from the besotted witches. Few in the magical community even knew who he was. After all, the majority of the male populace did not indulge in frivolous pursuits devoid of substance. Finally, Lockhart arrived at Annie's mysterious shop. He had followed a young wizard, who had just been at Leahy bookstore, purchasing other textbooks but neglecting to acquire his 7 autobiographies. This indicated they had likely sourced them through alternative channels. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something was amiss. He had released numerous editions before, but sales had always been mediocre. Most buyers were fervent fans who collected rather than resold. The circulation of secondhand copies in the market was likely minimal. To be honest, he had already had an unpleasant confrontation with Professor McGonagall to ensure his 7 books were included on the reading list. If he couldn't cash in this time, he would feel utterly wronged. Upon entering the shop, Lockhart noticed the bustling atmosphere. In his previous school days, only Zonko's joke shop and Honeydukes had drawn such crowds. After a cursory glance, he discerned the reason. The shop sold everything, from various prank items favored by young wizards to exquisite potions like beautifying elixirs. They even offered protective gear with one-time use shield charms for Aurors, alongside dazzling alchemical tools. Unbeknownst to him, he ended up purchasing quite a few items himself. Glancing at his acquisitions, Lockhart shook his head and exited the shop, planning to return that evening. The current crowd was too large for a proper investigation. At midnight, Lockhart stealthily departed from the second-floor room of the Leaky Cauldron, draped in an invisibility cloak that once belonged to a German wizard. Throughout his years in the wizarding world, he had managed to avoid calamities thanks to selective amnesia and this very cloak. Disguised, Lockhart boldly made his way to Annie's mysterious shop. Upon arriving, he paused at a distance, noticing that aside from himself, numerous cloaked figures of uncertain identity were slipping through the shop's back entrance. He could even detect a strong scent of blood emanating from them. He was nearly certain that these stealthy intruders were all dark wizards. It is important to note that, although his abilities may have waned somewhat, he has indeed traveled extensively over the years, gaining a wealth of knowledge. This has only solidified his conviction that this establishment is far from ordinary. Quietly trailing behind a figure, Lowart took a few steps forward, only to notice that the individual abruptly halted, sniffing the air. After a fruitless search, the figure furrowed his brow and slipped through a back door. Lowart promptly followed suit. Entering through the rear entrance of Annie's mysterious shop, he found a narrow corridor flanked by several small rooms. Lowart discreetly approached one door, which had a slight crack. Peering through the crevice, he caught sight of a man clad in a white robe, wielding a silver knife to chop potion ingredients, gesturing over a shadowy figure. A chill of dread swept over Lowart, prompting him to retreat a few steps. However, his curiosity soon eclipsed his fear, and he turned his attention to another room with an open door. This room appeared relatively normal, yet two house elves were engaged in peculiar activities. What were they tossing into the cauldron? The dim, yellow glow from the cauldron, coupled with the dim lighting in the room, sent shivers down Lowhart's spine. Rotated a couple of times, add some ingredients, a couple of bones, 2 ounces of meat, mumbled the elderly house elf in a murky tone. Lowart swallowed hard, sensing that the shop exuded an air of strangeness. Unable to stay any longer, he hastily exited. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he discovered what resembled a tavern. The furtive man he had been following was now seated at the bar, cradling a drink. Within the establishment, aside from him, there were 5 or 6 others, all cloaked in black, their hoods obscuring their faces. One woman raised her glass, proclaiming, "To the benevolent Mr. Green." The group raised their own glasses, subsequently downing their contents in unison. Then, to Lowart's horror, the 5 or 6 individuals tore off their robes, their bodies elongating, limbs becoming sinewy and hairy. Most strikingly, their heads vanished, replaced by wolf-like visages. They were not human, they were werewolves. Lowart suddenly comprehended the gravity of his situation, his legs trembling uncontrollably, uncertain who initiated it. One werewolf howled upward, prompting the others to follow suit, raising their heads and closing their eyes as if compelled to join in the chorus. Silence. A stirring stick flew from an unknown source, striking the leading werewolf squarely. The impacted creature did not erupt in rage. Instead, it whimpered, cradling its head and retreating to a corner. At that moment, another werewolf suddenly sniffed the air, seemingly detecting a familiar yet foreign scent. Was it the odor of urine? Cautiously, it took a few steps toward the corridor, glaring with glowing green eyes for a considerable time, yet finding nothing amiss. After transforming into werewolves, their intellect appeared to diminish. Disregarding the scent, it returned to a corner, curling up with its knees drawn to its chest. Leon emerged from his laboratory, tousling his disheveled hair, and cast a displeased glance at a group of boisterous canines that had interrupted his train of thought. These were the result of meticulous selection over recent years. Each of these werewolves shared several common traits. First, they did not intentionally inflict bite wounds or harm upon others. Second, they fervently yearned for a life akin to that of ordinary humans. Finding them quite adept, Leon chose to retain their services. He entrusted them with all the unsavory tasks that were inconvenient for him to handle. Moreover, Annie's enigmatic shop required merely a modest compensation of 2 gallons each month, along with a vial of wolf venom before each full moon, emphasizing a remarkable cost-effectiveness. Leon surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing of significance, until he stumbled upon a pool of urine in a corner of the corridor, which ignited his fury. He suspected it to be the handiwork of one of the transformed werewolves. Even after consuming the wolfsbane potion, these creatures retained a vestige of their primal instincts, such as marking their territory. After administering a stern reprimand to these miscreants, he proceeded to inspect several other labs. Fufu, how many times must I remind you? Could you not replace the light bulb with a brighter one? The household elf, Fufu, who was the mother of Dory, huffed in response, agreeing verbally but grumbling as she turned away. The unfortunate new master, a spendthrift, insisted on a brighter light, which would eventually lead to their downfall. Hearing this caused Liang's forehead to throb with anger. Unlike the obedient and agreeable Dory, his parents nostalgically reminisced about their former employer. Meanwhile, having escaped the den of horrors, Lockhart, weary and drenched, trudged towards the leaky cauldron. "Good evening, Professor Lockhart. Have you been out?" greeted the hunched server at the tavern. "Oh, yes, just a brief outing," Lockhart replied, feigning cheerfulness before hastily retreating to his room. He slammed the door shut, listening to the thunderous pounding of his heart in his chest, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He felt he had entangled himself in a grave predicament. Despite his lackluster abilities, he was one of the few who had encountered a werewolf firsthand, and he understood their formidable strength better than most. Yet, within that enigmatic shop named Annie's Mystical Emporium, there were 5 or 6 of them. What were they planning? 5 or 6 werewolves might not be sufficient to storm the Ministry of Magic or Gringotts, but they could certainly wreak havoc from the entrance of Diagon Alley to Knockturn Alley. I must report this. No, the Ministry might have their own agents. Lockhart paced the confines of his room like an ant on a hot skillet. He was acutely aware of the Ministry's foolishness, as long as gold was involved. They would turn a blind eye to dark magic in plain sight. That shop's popularity could hardly be disconnected from the Ministry's influence. If I report this to the Ministry, I will expose myself instantly. No, I must not inform the Ministry. I should reach out to Dumbledore. Yes, Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century. If I cannot trust anyone else, surely I can trust Dumbledore? Tomorrow morning, I shall send an owl with my letter. I must remain indoors until then. Once the term begins, I will take refuge at Hogwarts, and they will be powerless against me. Gilderoy, you are a genius. He felt a surge of joy and quickly sat at his desk to pen a letter to Dumbledore, promptly visiting the owl post early the next morning. However, as the start of term drew nearer, Lockhart's spirits sank further. The letter he sent seemed to have vanished without a trace. An absurd thought bubbled up uncontrollably in his mind, fueling his growing fear. Yet, despite his trepidation, life must go on. After hiding at the Leaky Cauldron for a week, Lockhart finally ventured out, for today was the day of his scheduled book signing at Flourish and Blots. He had no choice but to attend. Harry opened his eyes to another beautiful day, having spent the last fortnight of his summer at number 4, Privet Drive. 2 weeks prior, Fred, George, and Ron had arrived in their family's flying car to rescue him. Since his return to the Dursleys, they had regarded him as if he were some sort of pestilence. This invisible tension erupted after Hedwig delivered his letters daily and as he perused the Daily Prophet in his room. Fearing he might escape through the window, perhaps after he inadvertently mentioned flying lessons, his uncle welded bars over his window and locked his bedroom door whenever they were out. Thus, when Fred or George pried open the securely welded bars with the flying car, Harry found immense joy in witnessing his uncle's constipated expression. Staring at the stained ceiling of Ron's room, Harry fell into a reverie, feeling a fleeting pang of jealousy towards his best friend. Each day at number 4 was filled with novelty. From the foolish gnomes that Fred and George often toyed with to the enchanted clock that displayed family members' locations. The what on earth did prison and missing signify? And of course, there was the warm and welcoming family. This was nearly the life Harry had always dreamed of. If only I didn't have to return to number 4, he mused. Harry, let's hurry downstairs. If we're late, Fred and George will eat all the barbecue. Ron exclaimed. And we need to visit Diagon Alley today? The two scrambled out of bed and dashed downstairs. Ron's loft, serving as a storage area, elicited an irritable thump from the ghoul disturbed by their noise. They paid it no mind. Good morning, Harry. Ron, wash your hands. Morning, Mom. Where are my socks? Good morning, Harry. Echoed multiple voices as he greeted the Weasley family. After a quick wash, he sat at the dining table, relishing the delicious spread. Mrs. Weasley's cooking was rather splendid. Children, eat up. We have to shop in Diagon Alley today. Mr. Weasley chimed with a smile. Oh, thank Merlin. No, thank the Keeper of Secrets for resolving a major issue for our family. If it weren't for the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks they printed, we would be at a loss. Alas, we can't have Lockhart sign them, Mrs. Weasley lamented. After all, we don't possess the genuine article. The family exchanged knowing glances. Only Mrs. Weasley was a fervent admirer of Lockhart. Even the youngest sister, Ginny, deemed him unreliable. After all, who would require students to purchase an entire set of their autobiography as textbooks for the new year? Harry, I looked at those books yesterday. The printing is remarkable, except the pictures can't move. How do muggles manage to print something like this? Mr. Weasley leaned in, whispering. Harry set down his fork, attempting to articulate a simple explanation. At this moment, he was unaware that while he strained to clarify the difference between muggle printers and the magical world, Lockhart was equally preoccupied, trying to persuade Flourish and Blots to shorten the originally scheduled afternoon signing to a mere 2 hours. That's impossible, Professor Lockhart. The shop owner shrieked. We have a contract. We're giving you an extra point of sales, and you must stay here for the entire afternoon. Lockhart furrowed his brow deeply. Mr. Banning, are you aware of that shop across the street? What was it called? Annie's Mystical Emporium? He feigned nonchalance and inquired. You know, I recently returned from Europe and am unaware of when a new store opened there. The owner, delighted that he no longer pressed the matter of only signing for half a day, cheerfully explained, Of course. That shop was established by some young wizards from Hogwarts. They seem to belong to a society called the Order of Secrets, currently. The store is managed by a splendid young man named Sevens, a graduate of Hufflepuff House. The Order of Secrets? Lockhart asked with curiosity. Yes. The leader of the young wizards appears to be a fellow named Leon Green. Many say he could be the next Dumbledore. Lockhart's heart sank completely. As a charlatan intent on embellishing his credentials by returning to school, how could he possibly neglect to investigate the rising stars of recent years? Leon Green is undoubtedly the most esteemed student of Dumbledore at present. In other words, Leon gazed with keen interest at the fireplace in Diagon Alley. Since early this morning, the hearth had been incessantly belching forth figures, each emerging from the verdant flames and merging into the bustling crowd outside. Of course, there were subtle distinctions. Some individuals would emerge with an air of dignity, while others appeared disheveled and covered in soot. This disparity was due to the varying qualities of Floo powder used. Sevens, clad in a sharply tailored suit, sat nearby, though the creamy ice cream in his hand somewhat detracted from his polished appearance. Huh. Leon uttered a vague inquiry. Surely, you don't believe that all Floo powder is priced the same? Sevens expressed his astonishment. Goodness, our dear young Master Granger is oblivious to such trivial knowledge of life. How sardonic, Leon retorted. I don't often use Floo powder. True enough, Sevens conceded, tilting his head slightly. After all, you excel in apparition. Look over there. It's the Weasley family, along with our savior. Judging by their grimy appearance, they must have opted for the most economical variety of Floo powder. Many of the cheaper options contain excessive impurities, leading to an inevitable sooty visage. The highest quality, which you must have encountered, is a silvery hue, as silky as fine sand, and produces not even a wisp of smoke when ignited. Leon's gaze fell upon the savior, his mind preoccupied with whether this individual had been intercepted by a house elf during the summer holidays. Oh, and it seemed that the plot involving the savior hiding in the vanishing cabinet had, predictably, come to an end. Leon, are you even listening to me? Sevens waved his hand before Leon. What did you just say? I inquired how you came to the idea of using a Muggle photocopier to replicate the book of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Leon recalled a certain noseless individual who established a preparatory vocational school for Death Eaters, alongside the potion intended for 5 children, and let out a disgruntled snort. Some individuals simply lead lives of excessive comfort. The former professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts managed to utilize a single textbook for 3 years. Yet he had the audacity to require everyone to purchase his autobiographical collection, which comprised an entire set. This complete set cost nearly 20 galleons, a price that made my heart ache merely at the thought. Speaking of which, that very individual is hosting a book signing event at the Leahan bookstore today. Are you not inclined to pay a visit? Savans remarked with a mischievous grin. Leon was initially inclined to decline, but the words shifted before they could escape his lips. Why not go? Our shop is conveniently located diagonally across from Leahan bookstore. We can simply observe from the 2nd floor. Gilderoy Lockhart casually inscribed his elegant, ornate signature on the title page of a book, flashing a radiant smile that revealed 8 gleaming white teeth, charming the young witch before him, whose cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, his peripheral vision remained fixated on the shop across the street, the one concealing the illustrious presence of a certain individual. Suddenly, a boy entered his line of sight. Dusty and disheveled, with round glasses, he appeared rather diminutive. Lockhart felt a spark of recognition. As a man adept at seizing opportunities, he possessed a deeper understanding of the latest happenings in the wizarding world than the average wizard. He was acutely aware of the boy's identity. When the child first graced the pages of the Daily Prophet the previous year, Lockhart had etched the boy's visage into his memory. Furthermore, he knew that Dumbledore held this child in high regard. With this thought, an idea flickered in his mind. He sprang to his feet, weaving through the crowd, and grasped the boy with determination. Ladies and gentlemen, what an exhilarating moment. Today, our wizarding world savior, young Harry, has graced Leahan bookstore to procure his autobiography, The Boy Who Lived. Notably, this book has maintained its position on the Daily Prophet's bestseller list for an astonishing 27 weeks. He continued. Moreover, I am thrilled to announce that I, the internationally renowned adventurer and author, Sir Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Merlin Medal, honorary member of the Society for the Promotion of Dark Arts Defense, and 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, am honored to return to my alma mater as the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Smile brightly, Harry, we shall surely make headlines. Harry, bewildered by Lockhart's embrace, found himself captured in several photographs by a diminutive man wielding a large camera. Oh, Harry, this is for you. See you at the start of term. Lockhart handed Harry a complete set of his autobiography, which had been passed to him by an assistant. Confused, Harry returned to the Weasley household. Come, Harry, give them to me. I'll get you an autograph. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed excitedly, snatching the thick stack of books from Harry's hands and plunging into the throng. What is this all about? Ron grumbled, trailing behind Hermione and Neville, and that unreliable fellow is our Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher this year? Harry instinctively nodded, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Look at what he did today. It's evident what kind of professor he is. A voice tinged with resentment interrupted their conversation. How proud you must feel, Potter, to be in the headlines for merely visiting a bookstore. Draco Malfoy stood at the top of the staircase leading to the bookstore's 2nd floor, mocking them. Famous Harry Potter, making the news for a trivial outing. I bet you're positively thrilled. The group remained silent, but Ginny, the youngest, was the first to respond. Leave us alone, Malfoy. Potter, you're becoming increasingly pathetic. Hiding behind women, Harry wiped his face with his sleeve, opening his mouth to respond, but it took him a moment to utter, Malfoy. You just splattered saliva on my face. Hermione discreetly took a step back, her expression one of distaste, while Malfoy's face flushed with indignation. He had expected Harry to retaliate verbally, perhaps escalating into a physical confrontation. However, he was utterly unprepared for Harry's retort. A wave of humiliation washed over Draco Malfoy. Huey stammered, his breathing heavy with rage as he descended the stairs, intent on giving the oblivious Potter a piece of his mind. Yet, just a few steps from the bottom, he felt his legs stiffen, tripping awkwardly and landing abruptly before the group. Neville discreetly tucked away his wand. Moments later, the atmosphere erupted with piercing female screams and a shout of fight, transforming the entrance of Leahy bookstore into a lively scene. Leon and Severus each held a sunflower seed, eagerly observing the commotion outside the Leaky Cauldron. It is worth mentioning that Severus had learned the art of seed snacking from Leon, just as an auror patrolling diagonally approached. A burly figure, nearly 3 meters tall, squeezed into the crowd, parting the chaotic scene. As anticipated, the brawl involved none other than Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley. Lucius's once immaculate hair was now in disarray, a shoe print adorned his face, his robes were covered in dust, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Weasley appeared in an even worse state, with a black eye and blood trickling from his nose. The Malfoys and Harry's group fared little better. Malfoy was also bleeding from his nose, his features slightly askew, while his slick-back hair resembled a bird's nest. Harry and his friends, already dirted, now looked even more disheveled. Harry's glasses were shattered, and Neville had a pant leg torn. Fortunately, after 2 embarrassing incidents, he had taken to wearing a dragon hide belt, preventing his trousers from falling. May the Ministry of Magic compensate you for your overtime, Leon mused, observing the end of the scuffle. Lucius spat a bloody glob and glared at the Weasley family and Harry, wishing them a pleasant day. Let us go. Young Malfoy shot a venomous glance at Harry before turning to follow his father. Is the Ministry once again investigating your pure-blood families? Leon suddenly inquired. Not us, Severus clarified, but those who formerly associated with that individual. However, our current minister, for the most part, merely pretends to conduct thorough searches. It seems Mr. Weasley frequently targets the Malfoys. It appears our new Minister of Magic is quite astute in financial matters, Leon contemplated, grasping Connolly Fudge's intentions. He seemed indifferent to the rumors of the Noseless One's survival or potential return, possibly considering Dumbledore a mere senile figure. The decision to send agents to investigate these unsavory pure-blood families likely aimed at personal gain. Not surprising. After all, not everyone possesses the integrity of Madame Bones. Greed is prevalent, and soon everyone will know how to handle him, Severus shrugged. Per Mr. Weasley, Leon remarked lightly. He reaps no benefits while bearing the brunt of everyone's ire. As the onlookers gradually dispersed, a greater uncertainty welled within Leon. Would the Noseless One's diary still find its way into the school this year? Or would he dare to leave his final Horcrux at Hogwarts? Frankly, if it were Leon, he believed he could not manage such a feat. The ring, diadem, locket, and golden cup had all fallen into the hands of Old B. With the soul fragment within the diadem entirely severed from Voldemort's control, Leon speculated that Nagini had likely not been turned into a Horcrux, as Voldemort's current state was too precarious to endure another soul division. This is troublesome, Harry mused, growing increasingly incensed on the way back to the Leaky Cauldron with the Weasley family. What was supposed to be a delightful shopping excursion had been ruined by Malfoy. That boy was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley was chastising her husband. Look at the mess you've caused, Arthur. Setting a fine example for the children with brawls, our family's reputation is in tatters. Well fought. A public service, Mr. Weasley muttered. You too, Silence. Faced with their mother's lioness-like demeanor, the Weasley brothers instinctively ceased their chatter. Experience told them that it was best not to provoke her at such times. And how many times have you worked overtime this week? All night, every time. Did the Ministry even give you a canute for it? I will eventually uncover contraband at the Malfoy residence, Mr. Weasley murmured. At this, Harry's mind sparked with an idea. Ron, is your dad currently responsible for investigating the Malfoys? Ron, still pinching his nose to staunch the blood flow, replied, Yeah, it's a disaster. He won't be home all night. The thing is, families like the Malfoys have many acquaintances within the Ministry. The moment a search warrant is issued, they get tipped off, so Dad always returns empty-handed. Do you think if we helped your dad find evidence of contraband at the Malfoy home, it would? Harry began quietly. Ron looked perplexed. But how can we? Pure-blood families aren't foolish. They hide those dark artifacts well. Not necessarily, Harry grinned slyly. Just earlier, while chatting with Hagrid, he mentioned seeing the Malfoy father and son exiting Knockturn Alley. If I recall correctly, you once told me that Knockturn Alley is a gathering place for dark wizards, even housing a black market, right? Are you suggesting that the Malfoys might sell some of their harder-to-hide items there to avoid detection? Ron pondered. Perhaps. What are we waiting for? Ron enthusiastically tugged at Harry's sleeve. Let us hurry back. It might be a while before we can return to Diagon Alley. Harry nodded in understanding, quickening his pace. Oh, Mrs. Weasley, pardon me. I just remembered amidst the chaos that I seem to have forgotten to purchase a textbook. Oh, Merlin. Mrs. Weasley placed her hand on her forehead, but she appeared accustomed to such antics, immediately addressing her eldest son. Percy, there's no need, Mrs. Weasley. It's just a book. Ron and I will be right back. With that, he grabbed Ron and dashed toward the bookshop. Oh, those children, Mrs. Weasley sighed, shaking her head. Hurry back, boys. We'll head to the Leaky Cauldron for some butterbeer while we wait. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having strayed from the main group, were strategizing their next move. I bet the Malfoy father and son have definitely visited Knockturn Alley. The question is, how do we find out where they sold their items? Ron said, tugging at his hair. Ron, what is the largest shop in Knockturn Alley? Harry suddenly asked. Maybe Borgin and Burke's? Ron contemplated, recalling his brother's conversations. That's where we're headed, Harry declared resolutely. We'll be back before you know it. If we can't find any leads, we can always inform your dad to investigate. But how do we get in? Knockturn Alley isn't exactly a place for second-year wizards like us, Ron shrugged. Harry glanced around and, with a subtle pull, revealed a corner of a cloak peeking from his bag. Leon wandered again into the Borgin and Burke shop, primarily to glean some information from the establishment. If memory serves, the Malfoy father and son duo must have peddled a considerable amount of contraband over the past year, and his curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of their wares. Borgin, it appears there are no new items in your shop, Leon remarked, tapping the hand of glory with his wand. The opal necklaces seem to be the same few pieces. Why do I bother displaying so many things outside? Old Borgin cast a sidelong glance at Leon, retorting, moreover, you haven't purchased anything. Now what brings you here today? What have the Malfoys been selling through you? Leon leisurely inquired as he settled into a chair. Old Borgin visibly stiffened for a moment before responding. What are you talking about? Stop fabricating tales. You ought to know me well enough. Unless there is concrete information, I typically do not speak in such a manner. His eyes darted about, internally cursing the Malfoy pair 1,000 times over, while simultaneously growing more wary of the young man before him. He doubted that the Malfoys had been the ones to spread the word. Given old Malfoy's caution, it was unlikely that a fourth party was privy to this matter. Yet, this individual seemed to possess knowledge nonetheless. Or perhaps someone at Hogwarts was aware. He felt a twinge of anxiety. After deliberation, old Borgin ultimately chose to betray his ally, for in his mind, it was better to let a friend perish than to risk his own safety. This is the list of items I require you to procure tomorrow. Leon took a glance at the document and casually employed a copying spell. That's enough. This matter no longer concerns you, understand? He warned, rising to leave. As he pushed open the shop door, he paused briefly, his gaze subtly flickering towards a nearby corner. After a moment's hesitation, he hurried past that corner, then pretended to inadvertently drop the copied list from his hand onto the ground. Only after he had walked a considerable distance did a hand appear seemingly out of thin air, swiftly snatching the list away. Malfoy's illicit wares contained nothing particularly bizarre. At least nothing as trivial as a diary. It was reasonable to assume he would not sell the belongings of his own master. Even if Lucius Malfoy likely had no idea what those items entailed. So where exactly was the final Horcrux concealed? After pondering for a long while without any clarity, Leon ultimately cast aside this vexation. Such matters were better left for Dumbledore to fret about. After all, he had more pressing concerns at hand, such as assisting Annie with her OWL preparations. The number of students had been steadily increasing. Initially, it was just Annie. Soon after, Madame Pants sent over the Scruffy brothers, and shortly thereafter, several small badgers and lions, who shared a good rapport with either Leon or Annie, began to arrive. Eventually, even Cedric, who was slated to take the exams next year, joined in under the pretext of getting a head start. The small bookstore of the Augustus family could hardly accommodate so many, compelling the group to relocate to Annie's mysterious shop. This further solidified Lockhart's suspicions. This was no mere student organization. It was evidently an army prepared by Dumbledore himself, gathering werewolves, training students, conducting bloody experiments. Dumbledore, what exactly are you up to? He paced anxiously in the guest room of the Leaky Cauldron, thinking, no, I must devise a plan. I cannot remain idle. With that thought, he hurriedly sat down, took out some stationery, and began to write. Dear Minister Fudge. Leon, what are you looking at? Annie asked as she peered out of the train window. What is out there? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just waiting for an old Ford Anglia to fly by. Leon replied, speaking oddly once again. Annie shot him an exasperated glance. After this year, we will only have 2 more years left at Hogwarts. There was a touch of nostalgia in Annie's tone. Leon regained his senses, took a sip of his fizzy drink, and chuckled softly. Annie, you are only 15 this year. Please do not speak as if you are 50, all right? He glanced at the Bamp brothers, who were soundly asleep, and added, I mean, that person could return at any moment, right? Can you hold your own against him now? Annie inquired quietly. Not a chance, Leon furrowed his brow. In terms of understanding magic, casting skills, or overall strength, I estimate I still fall short of him. After all, that fellow, with his absent nose, is nearing 70. But fret not, Leon said, grasping Annie's delicate hand. Should the sky fall, there is someone tall to hold it up. Professor Dumbledore is still around. But we cannot always depend on the headmaster. Annie's voice rose a notch. He is already over 100 years old. Leon smiled faintly, offering no words. He could empathize with Annie's anxiety. Yet it was Voldemort who ought to be perturbed at this juncture. After all, he had invested considerable effort and time in crafting his Horcruxes, and now had already been lost. Although Leon was unaware of the intricate process involved in the creation of a Horcrux, it was evident that it was not as simple as merely taking a life. Perhaps to kill was merely a prerequisite. Annie bore her own burdens. And Draco Malfoy certainly had his share of concerns as well. "Draco, I heard the Ministry of Magic has conducted another search at your residence?" Pansy inquired softly.